The goddess risked her life to come to my house for help, fleeing from the black boss's pursuit. And the first thing I asked him to do was to prove his sincerity. To survive in this apocalyptic world, the goddess had no choice but to blush and agree. It turned out that a global zombie virus outbreak had occurred, causing 80% of humanity to turn into zombies. Meanwhile, I activated a post-apocalyptic beauty collection system. By collecting beauties rated above 90, I could gain their various abilities, and the food consumed by collection members would also. Just then, my door was knocked on. Lin Bin, can you hear me? I'm the zombie you living across from you. I opened the door and looked at the stunning woman in front of me, finding it quite amusing. As a flight attendant, Zombie Yu paid great attention to her body management, so she never stored excess food. Now it was the 5th day since the apocalypse began, and she was probably so hungry that her stomach was touching her back. This was just what I wanted. The system indicated that the only way to include a woman in the collection was to consume them, and this had to be done with the other party's willing consent. Now that Zombie Yu was at her wit's end, it was only a matter of time before I could take her down. So I pretended to be aloof and asked if there was something she needed. Jiang Shiyu shyly lowered her head and said, I haven't eaten in days. Is it convenient for me to have a meal? Just one meal, is that okay? Come in, I said, opening the door for her to enter. I then brought the freshly stewed ribs to the balcony. For the past few days, I had been dining there to break down Jiang Shiyu's psychological defenses. Every time she saw her neighbor feasting on meat, Jiang Shiyu silently told herself he was eating shit, just eating shit. But even if it was shit, she still wanted to eat it. After a night of psychological struggle, she finally gathered the courage to knock on my door. Now, seeing the feast laid out before her, she was stunned. Was this really the kind of food one could have in the apocalypse? After preparing the bowls and chopsticks, I looked at Zombie Yu, tears streaming from the corners of her mouth, and teasingly asked, Do you want to eat? Zombie Yu replied with a soft standing in front of me, obediently lowering her head. Have you thought about what you'll use to trade? My calm voice shattered her beautiful fantasies. She knew what I wanted, but she didn't expect me to be so blunt. My straightforwardness made her very uncomfortable. After all, she was an inexperienced girl who, despite preparing herself, didn't want her first time to be a transaction. I can do housework, help you cook, I can trade my strength. I can do all of that, but your presence has no meaning. It will only waste my food reserves. I only need a little bit, just a little is enough, and I only need one meal, just one will do. With so much food, what's a little bit more? Since we're neighbors, Jiang Shiyu said with a gesture, smiling sweetly, under the eaves, one has to bow their head. I'm not lacking in food, but why should I just give it to you for no reason? We may be neighbors, but we have no connection. There's no such thing as an exchange of favors. If you want to eat, you need to bring something of equal value to trade. My emotionless words extinguished any lingering hopes Jiang Shiyu had, leaving her heart utterly desolate. She took a delicate necklace from her fair neck and forced a smile. This is a birthday gift from my best friend. It cost several thousand. Surely it can be exchanged for a meal? Hee, Miss Jiang, it may have been valuable before the apocalypse, but now that we're in the apocalypse, do you think it's worth more than a bowl of instant noodles? Jiang Shiyu's expression darkened. Then what do you want? Don't you know what I want? When you decide to knock on a man's door to beg for food, haven't you already prepared yourself mentally? Your bargaining right now is just an attempt to preserve your last line of defense because you don't want to give up the most precious thing for a meal, yet the hunger in your body has led you to this decision. You fantasize that I'm easy to talk to, or perhaps you think I'm a pushover who will let you eat just because you act pitiful and cute, right? Once I said that, Jiang Shiyu's expression grew even darker. My words reflected her innermost thoughts perfectly. Before the apocalypse, countless people wanted to take her out for a meal because of her stunning looks, figure, and charisma. Many wealthy individuals had asked her out multiple times, all of which she had declined, knowing their true intention was merely to sleep with her. But those people maintained a facade of restraint, while the words of the man before her wounded her scarce pride and dignity. She wished I would turn into a beast and pounce on her, so she could stab me without any psychological burden. Why was I silent? I stood up and walked toward her step by step, wondering if she thought my words were too blunt, or if she found me disgusting. Jiang Shiyu stepped back in fear, leaning against the door, looking pitiful and helpless, while one hand quietly slipped behind her back, tightly gripping the knife hidden at her waist. She shouted, "Don't worry about me." But deep down, she eagerly hoped I would pounce on her quickly because only by getting close enough could she deliver a fatal blow. She knew very well the difference in strength between men and women. I stopped 2.5 meters away from Jiang Shiyu. Although I was curious to try becoming a beast, the requirement for including someone in the collection was their willing consent. There are many ways to achieve consent, like inviting her to dinner a few more times, ignoring the intimacy of our situation, and with my extraordinary looks, it wouldn't take long for her to willingly shed her clothes. But that was too slow. I was eager to enhance myself, so I chose another method. That was to shatter her pride and dignity, making her understand that the only way to survive was to become my woman. Then, by giving her some sweetness, she would naturally listen to me. Pushing too hard would only backfire. I glanced at Zombie, who had one hand behind her back, and smirked mockingly. Why did you bring a knife? Are you thinking that if I lose control and pounce on you, you can kill me without any psychological burden and inherit my food to survive in this apocalypse? Zombie was taken aback. How did this man know everything? She felt as if she were standing before him without any clothes on. Do you really think that even if you kill me, you can survive in this apocalypse? Zombie and kindergarten teacher laughed. Can you really do that? That's quite bold. Do you think you can overcome your fear of zombies on your own? With your looks and figure, this building surely has people eyeing you. How many do you think you can fend off alone? Jiang Shiyu's face turned pale as she tightened her grip on the knife. Have you ever thought about waking up in the middle of the night to find a stranger standing beside you, staring at you, and a group of men breaking into your home, smiling as they rush towards you? Do you really think you would have the courage to face them with a knife? With every word I say, Zombie Rain's expression becomes more and more grim. At that moment, do you think you would have the courage to point the knife at yourself? Even if you did, you wouldn't die instantly. Before you die, you would still clearly feel what happens to your body. Enough, stop talking. Zombie almost shouted as he suddenly drew the fruit knife from his waist, placing it between us. Tears streamed down his face. Because every word I say is a fact he fears. I just want to survive. Is that so difficult? How did the world become like this? Do you know what it's like to be awakened by hunger in the middle of the night and to force yourself back to sleep? Do you know what it's like to have nothing to eat and to rely solely on water to fill your stomach? As your neighbor, what's wrong with sharing a little of your food? Do I really have to strip and kneel down to beg you? So you came to my house with a knife. I don't want this either, but I'm a woman. Am I not allowed to protect myself? Before he could finish speaking, I snatched the fruit knife from his hand. With your body weakened from hunger for days, do you really think that just having a knife would allow you to successfully turn the tables on me? My words sent the already broken Zombie into further despair. He squatted down and cried uncontrollably, realizing that he had lost even his only means of defense. Go on, abuse him. Men are all disgusting. He had it all planned out. After being abused, he would just jump off the building. He was truly fed up with this life, without a hint of hope. But when he lifted his head again, he saw 2 packs of steak, a broccoli, and 2 chickens in front of him. Seeing him stop crying, I said, as neighbors, these are a gift from me. If you think you can survive on this, take it with you. I won't stop you. Zombie was taken aback, feeling exhausted. He never expected to receive these without giving anything in return. With this, he could last a few more days. But what about a few days later? He no longer wanted to endure the feeling of hunger, and he turned his gaze back to the man in front of him. You could say he's disgusting, but it's not that simple. At least he didn't force himself on me when I was completely defenseless. Moreover, what he said was not just alarmist rhetoric, it was the harsh reality he had to face. Every time he returned home, he could feel the intense gaze of the male neighbors in the same building in the elevator. What he had to endure these days was not only the fear of zombies breaking into his home but also the lurking threat of someone with ill intentions trying to break into his door while he slept. Now we are in the apocalypse, with no restrictions whatsoever. You can do whatever you want. At the same time, he recalled the advice from his best friend about what to consider when choosing a man. The man before him completely met his standards. He was smart, powerful, and most importantly, very handsome. He stared thoughtfully at the food in front of him. After a good cry, the repressed emotions of the past few days had eased, and the food crisis seemed to be resolved. Now he was contemplating the future. His gaze shifted to the dining table on the balcony. He wanted to eat that, but he was afraid that if he spoke up, the man would further shatter his remaining dignity. Being pinned down and humiliated was no different than death. He couldn't accept that. He'd rather die. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke, staring at the dining table on the balcony. I want to eat that. After saying that, he clenched his 2 pale fists tightly, anxiously waiting for my response. I walked over to the dining table on the balcony, lazily saying, "Come eat." Zombie was overjoyed. By making this request, he had already abandoned his pride and dignity, implicitly agreeing to exchange everything he had. Yet I didn't mention that. He understood I was preserving his last shred of dignity. Saying thank you 3 times, he cautiously came to sit beside me, picked up the rice bowl, and took the chopsticks. What could be considered a very ordinary meal made every cell in his body feel alive, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He picked up a piece of corn and took a deep bite, the delicious juices rushing down his throat into his stomach. He felt transformed, tears of relief streaming down his face. He finally had something to eat. He made his parents proud. After thoroughly enjoying the corn, he trembled as he picked up a piece of pork ribs. Suddenly, he remembered something and cautiously glanced at me, seemingly asking if he could eat it. Seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction. That was the effect I wanted. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. Zombie you carelessly scooped it into his bowl. One bite in, the tender, delicious flavor made him feel as if he had entered paradise, and he couldn't help but let out a satisfied moan. After eating his fill, Zombie you cleaned up the dishes. At the same time, he was grappling with his thoughts. Having eaten enough, he felt he should also ensure the other person was satisfied. He had just preserved his last bit of dignity. He couldn't be oblivious to that. He then sat down beside me, blushing, his rounded thighs pressing closely against mine. I have no experience and don't know what to do. I just took a shower before coming here. You can start now. The fair little face turned red with embarrassment. Now that she was full, it was time to make sure he was full too. He had just left her with the last bit of his dignity. She couldn't be oblivious to the situation. What needed to be given had to be given. This was mutual. Sit in front of me. Lin Bei shifted back a little, spreading his legs. This position was reminiscent of riding an electric bike with him sitting behind her, wrapping his arms around her soft waist, resting his chin on her shoulder while watching a show, the refreshing fragrance wafting into his nose. Her body was very stiff, but soon it softened. Successful collection. Successfully collected a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving a fine gift. Recovery Dan, first grade, for levels below second grade, can restore all consumed mental and physical energy as well as the energy of abilities. System space storage increased to 10 cubic meters. Unlocked the untouched bond, receiving a fine gift. 10 servings of steak carefully prepared by a top chef. Unlocked the premium flight attendant bond, your temperament and image increase double. Unlocked the gourmet bond, the food or drinks you consume with Jiang Shiyu will be returned double. Unlocked the fitness enthusiast bond, you and Jiang Shiyu's strength will be doubled. Detected that Jiang Shiyu possesses spatial abilities. This ability has been copied to the master. The big one has arrived. The 3 days of waiting were completely worth it. Attributes: Master, Lin Bei level, human limit. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Mental, 10. Physique, 10. Items, Recovery Dan, grade steak. Strength evaluation, possesses good psychological quality and judgment, as long as he doesn't get carried away. With the infinite bullets of the Desert Eagle, he can lead Jiang Shiyu to live carefree in this chaotic world. Collected member in the illustrated guide, Jiang Shiyu, space, not awakened. Bond benefits, temperament, strength, food resources returned double. Bond activated. Premium flight attendant, 1, temperament and image enhancement doubled. Innate stocking saint body, 1, members stocking wearing effect doubled. Gourmet, 1, food resources returned double. Fitness enthusiast, 1, strength enhancement doubled. Untouched, 1, doubling strength, so exhilarating. This amplification is the most exaggerated, equivalent to getting a low-level strength ability for free. In the future, he could find a few more people with the fitness enthusiast bond. 10, 20, 100? He couldn't even imagine how exaggerated the strength would become. Resource returns, rooftop trading. Resource returns, rooftop trading. Lin Bei carried her to bed. Then he began to study this spatial ability alone. Unlike Jiang Shiyu, his ability had awakened. Just the passive space backpack was 100 times larger than the system space. 1000 cubic meters sounds huge, but actually, it's not that much. However, it was enough to store all his resources, and there was still plenty of extra space. The time in the space backpack is static. A cup of boiled water placed inside for a year would still be boiled water when taken out, so there's no need to worry about spoilage. All collected. Lin Bei ate a sausage. A corn sausage consumed, returns 2. Taking off big. From this moment on, he would never have to worry about food again. What he needed to worry about was whether there were enough varieties of food. System, I keep forgetting to ask, what's the basis for identifying her as a gourmet and fitness enthusiast? He was quite curious about this. Fitness enthusiast, engages in fitness regularly, possessing very beautiful lines and figure. Gourmet, has tasted the specialty foods of at least 10 cities, made by locals. Innate silk saint body, must have a beauty score of 90 or above, with extremely harmonious body proportions, long and rounded legs. Top-notch flight attendant, her various attributes place her among the elite in the flight attendant profession. Several wealthy individuals have offered millions to dine with her, all of which she has declined. Truly a gem among the best. So according to you, the top-notch flight attendant is due to her profession, then nurses, doctors, and teachers also have top-notch ties, right? Exactly. But considering the population of this world, the probability of encountering a top-notch tie is 1 in 10,000. Just meeting one would be considered a stroke of luck. Honestly, don't think about getting a high-level card for free. Do you understand the protagonist's luck? Lin Bei continued to explore his spatial abilities, but perhaps due to his low level, he found no other use besides storing and retrieving items. With a flick of his hand, a bean resembling a M&M appeared. This was the returning elixir just rewarded by the system, and he wondered if eating it would double his gains. He placed it in his mouth. The moment it entered his stomach, it transformed into a warm current, surging through his limbs and bones, replenishing the energy he had expended in his battle with Jiang Xiyu, as if that fight had never happened. Good stuff. Consumed 1 returning elixir. Grade 1, return 2. Lin Bei laughed. He laughed heartily. To be honest, even if the system disappeared from this moment on, just based on his current abilities, he could do whatever he wanted in this apocalypse. It was truly outrageous. On the first day of gaining superpowers, be careful of Superman. A week after gaining superpowers, be happy Superman. After becoming invincible with superpowers, I won't eat beef. Back in the bedroom, he stuffed a returning elixir into Jiang Xiyu's mouth. As the old saying goes, without it, how could there be sparks of love? Besides wanting her to always be beneath him, he also wanted her to be completely captivated by his strength. The next day, 5th day of the apocalypse, 12 noon. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Lin Bei's lips curled up slightly as he gently stroked her smooth and delicate back, opening his eyes. Yesterday, he and Jiang Xiyu had replicated a large number of returning elixirs, increasing their count from 10 to 200. Time to get down to business. Killing zombies? That was just a side task. The urgent matter was to find top-notch tie holders. Coincidentally, someone in the group had organized a material exchange on the rooftop. Some needed water, others needed rice, and they were conducting equivalent exchanges. There were quite a few people. Owner 1601, brothers and sisters in Building 30, the zombies in the fire escape have been cleared out by my brother and me, and the main door downstairs is closed, so everyone can safely come to the rooftop to exchange the food they need. Please reply in the group if you see this. Those who don't reply will be assumed to be unresponsive, and material scavenging will proceed. He scrolled through the messages. It had been 5 days since the apocalypse began, and some who had already overcome their fears were starting to stand out. Jiang Xiyu, who was lying on his chest, sleepily opened her eyes and saw the content on his phone, lazily saying, "Hubby, we don't lack food or drink, so there's no need to go for this trade, right? Just take a look. Maybe there's something I want. Okay, come back early. If anything happens, message me. I won't follow you. I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble." Jiang Xiyu rubbed her delicate little face against his chest muscles. After just over a day of contact, she realized she had become infatuated with him. She truly hadn't expected it to feel so comfortable that she forgot it was the apocalypse. Most importantly, these 2 nights had been the most restful nights she had experienced. Without worrying about food or someone prying open the door at night, she felt so secure. And for some reason, she suddenly felt he was even more handsome and charismatic. Could this be the filter that comes with being in love? She felt she couldn't live without him anymore. After lunch, Lin Bei left the house. Jiang Xiyu stayed home alone. After he left, she began to organize his merits. Space, a magical medicine that can instantly restore physical strength. Water and food that can be consumed almost without limit. A strong mental quality and a calm mind. First, Lin Bei had once taken out a bottle of water out of thin air in front of her. When she asked, Lin Bei said he had awakened the ability of space and possessed a spatial backpack. Second, these past few days had been too crazy. She had repeatedly exhausted herself to the point of collapse, and Lin Bei had given her a small pill, allowing her to instantly regain all her strength. Amazing, defying the heavens. Third, now it is the apocalypse. The 2 of them eat at least 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish along with a pot of soup for every meal. This soup is either fish soup, chicken soup, or pork rib soup, and they finish every meal completely without restraint. She had once suggested using the bones from the meat to make soup, but he just smiled and shook his head, which was enough to show that his food reserves were extremely abundant. Fourth, no need to say more. She didn't think much about it. It was meaningless. She only knew one thing. Lin Bei could not only survive for a long time in the apocalypse but could also live quite well. In comparison, she was just a vase with looks and figure, and a very timid vase at that, one who had even contemplated suicide. To be honest, she thought she was very beautiful. She had a great figure, but in the national context, she was just one of many beautiful women, while someone like Lin Bei was the kind of existence that countless pretty girls would want to cling to. He was ugly, and others might hesitate. The key was that he was also very handsome. She didn't want to be abandoned. Or rather, she was afraid of being abandoned. She didn't want to live in constant fear like before. She had to work hard. She had to prove her worth. Pure college girl, female athlete. Pure college girl, female athlete. Detected that Jiang Shiyu's dependency and favorability towards you have both reached over 90%. The bond opened because of her is permanently unlocked. Is this permanently unlocked? Lin Bei, who was climbing the stairs while gnawing on an Orleans chicken leg, was taken aback, never expecting it to happen so quickly. To be honest, saying something a bit cold and realistic, Jiang Shiyu no longer held any crucial role for him. But after all, he was not an experienced survivor in the apocalypse. He was also a rookie, just a rookie with a cheat. Jiang Shiyu's innate spatial ability was very powerful, and in the future, when the power and internet were cut off, being alone for too long could lead to mental instability. Keeping her around was quite good. She was very smart, and very perceptive. He quite liked her. Eating an Orleans-flavored chicken leg, returns 2. So annoying, I can't finish it, I can't eat it all. Lin Bei took out another one to eat. Delicious, love to eat, why not eat? It's not like he couldn't afford it. The 16th floor was the top floor. Lin Bei felt a bit strange. After running deliveries for a year, he had delivered to this building more or less, and he vaguely remembered that the residents of the 16th floor were a mother and daughter. How did it turn into 2 men? He shouldn't be mistaken. There must be a story behind this, but it was none of his business. He was just here to see if there were any people with exceptional bonds. Hello, please register first. Upon reaching the rooftop, a tall and sturdy man holding a baseball bat blocked his way. Lin Bei wrote down his information in the notebook. What a pity. He couldn't see the man's talent and level. These days, there were too many people pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Owner of 1301, Lin Bei. After glancing around, there were quite a few people. After registering, he arrived at the trading circle on the rooftop, where many small vendors similar to roadside stalls were set up. A rough scan revealed a dozen or so, with clear prices and exchange information written on them. 1 barrel of purified water, 1, exchange for 1 pound of rice. 1 barrel of purified water, 1, exchange for 1 pound of flour. 1 piece of steak, exchange for rice. 1 piece of steak, exchange for vegetables and fruits. A piece of chicken breast, exchanged for rice and purified water. A cucumber, exchanged for rice. 10 pieces of silky chocolate, exchanged for rice, noodles, instant noodles, and any vegetarian food. A vacuum-packed chicken leg, exchanged for rice, noodles, instant noodles. These are all very common foods. One can see that everyone's face looks haggard, their eyes revealing deep fatigue. 1,000 grams of gold, exchanged for any food. In chaotic times, gold is valuable. But in the apocalypse, what use is gold? At every stall, people linger and chat, except for this one that exchanges gold for food. Wow, a female bodhisattva. I really didn't expect such a presence in this building, and what she has in front of her is quite intriguing. Many men stop for a moment, even Lin Bei couldn't help but glance a few more times. White over-the-knee socks, white cotton socks, tights in various colors, various styles of tempting, sexy, and pure cute little panties, all of which show clear signs of having been worn. Looking at her face, her looks are decent. To be fair, these days, the standard for female beauty is quite high, with a plethora of skincare products available. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers 3 flaws. As long as one is fair and has slightly normal facial proportions, they look good. Handsome guy, want to pick one? A pack of instant noodles, you can choose any 3 of these, guaranteed they're all personal to me. Name, Shinjia. Identity before the apocalypse, human hardware softening engineer. Appearance rating, 88. Comprehensive rating. Bonds, ultimate contrast welfare. 1. After the bond is activated, the potential contrasting personality with the members of the illustrated guide increases by 100%. Female Bodhisattva. 1. After the bond is activated, the refusal rate when facing requests from others decreases, and the probability of liking to share increases, 50, 100. Gourmet. 1. After the bond is activated, when you and the members of the illustrated guide consume a certain food or drink, you will receive double in return. Double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, sixfold. Inherently cheating holy body. 1. After the bond is activated, increases the probability of being cheated on, 50, 70, 100. Inherently lying holy body. 1. After the bond is activated, increases the probability of being deceived, 10, 50, 100. Impure relationships. 1. After the bond is activated, increases the probability of getting sick during intercourse, 50, 100. Countless men. 1. Has had relations with at least 10 or more men, after the bond is activated, will receive a high-quality and fashionable green hat. Look, This is the protagonist's luck, just casually wandering around and encountering an ultimate bond holder. Cut it out. Do you have the ability to record the illustrated guide? You wouldn't understand. The female bodhisattva belongs to everyone, not just me. I'm not worthy. Just as he was about to leave, the soft voice of the female bodhisattva came. Handsome guy, if it's you, after the exchange, you can leave an address, and Jie will come to your place later. I can help you with anything. She playfully winked at him. No need for that. Lin Bei hurriedly left, but after walking a few steps, he stopped, his gaze fixed on the stall owner, unable to look away. Hey, how do you evaluate this? This is unscientific. Don't even talk about the same community, even in the same district. It's rare to have two ultimate positive bonds. To have two in the same building, the odds are lower than winning the lottery. This shouldn't happen. Something must be wrong. You wouldn't understand. Since ancient times, which awakened system in web literature isn't the protagonist? The luck of the protagonist is not something ordinary people can match. Sour and spicy lemon boneless chicken feet, 1 bag, in exchange for rice, noodles, or any high-calorie carbohydrate food. Name, Hee-Yun. Identity before the apocalypse, athlete. Appearance rating, 93. Overall rating, 91. Level, human limit. Ability, strength, awakened, double. Bond Ultimate Pure Girl University, 1. After the bond is activated, the purity style of the illustrated members is doubled. Innate Stocking Holy Body, 1. After the bond is activated, illustrated members wearing stockings will have their original effects doubled. Double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple, and so on. Gourmet, 1. After the bond is activated, when you and illustrated members consume a certain food or drink, you will receive double in return. Double, triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple, and so on. Fitness Enthusiast, 1. After the bond is activated, you and illustrated members will have double strength, double, triple, quadruple, and so on. Innocent, 1. After the bond is activated, you will receive a random small gift, with an additional small gift for each additional person. I'm shocked. An athlete. A female athlete. Makeup disguise, rooftop incident. Makeup disguise, rooftop incident. This girl has a bit of cleverness. Lin Bei stared at her face for a few seconds, completely captivated by her skills. Makeup can turn an ugly girl into a beauty, but it can also make a beauty look ugly. Knowing how to hide oneself. Smart. Lin Bei squatted down and took out a pack of instant noodles from his backpack. Would you trade your boneless chicken feet for this instant noodles? Hee-Yun was taken aback. She never expected someone would actually trade food for snacks. She just came to the rooftop to bask in the sun and supplement her calcium while trying her luck. It seemed this handsome guy wasn't lacking in food. Handsome, my boneless chicken feet come in a big pack. Isn't 1 pack of instant noodles a bit? She wasn't very good at bargaining, and she had never haggled before when buying things, but the current situation required her to fight for more food. No other reason. Ever since the evolution began, her need for carbohydrates and protein had increased significantly, and the food reserves at home wouldn't last many days. Is this enough? Lin Bei took out another pack of instant noodles from his backpack, plus a corn-flavored sausage. Hee-Yun's eyes widened. Corn-flavored sausage, her favorite. Unable to help herself, she licked her lips. Handsome, my sour and spicy boneless lemon chicken. Miss, if you keep going, it'll be impolite. Hee-Yun's little face turned red. Indeed, she was too greedy. 2 packs of instant noodles plus a sausage were more than enough for her chicken feet. Deal. Hee-Yun handed him the boneless chicken feet while extending her dark little hand to ask for the noodles and sausage. Lin Bei exchanged with her. This scene made the nearby girl envious. She had been so straightforward, and 1 pack of instant noodles could not only exchange for her 3 pairs of original flavor but also have him once. He didn't want that, instead opting to trade 2 packs of instant noodles for a bag of chicken feet and an extra sausage. Was the chicken feet more attractive than her? Wait, could he be a straight guy? Didn't understand my insinuation? It's possible. Chen Jie got up and squatted down beside him. Little brother, what's so good about chicken feet? Don't you want to eat something better? As she spoke, she tugged at her collar, not believing that this handsome guy could remain indifferent to her looks. Lin Bei tilted his head. At first glance, he saw the unfathomable Mariana Trench, followed by a glance at her suggestive eyes. Sorry, I can't handle it. I'm too scared to eat. I admit I'm a coward. Beauty, you should find someone else. I'm not interested in women. Are you really that incapable? Just 1 pack of instant noodles and you can sleep with me once. If you miss this great opportunity, it won't come again. Lin Bei, are you saying I'm incapable? I fought for 24 hours straight yesterday. How could I be incapable? But after glancing at her constraints, he said, Miss, I'm really not interested in women. Are you still a man? Lin Bei sighed. Provocation? Useless. He didn't dare to move. He really didn't dare to move. Damn it, How can someone so handsome be incapable? Chen Jie cursed as she laughed. If he didn't react to such provocation, he must either be incapable or prefer men. Many people overheard their conversation. A chubby little boy ran up to Chen Jie excitedly. Sister, is it true that 1 pack of instant noodles can get you to sleep with me? If I give you 2 packs, can I have you for the night? Chen Jie glanced at him. Little brother, for a night, it would take 20 packs. Then I'll just settle for one time. Is your place still mine? The chubby boy decisively gave up upon hearing 20 packs. 20 packs of instant noodles could last nearly a month if he saved. Okay, 5 packs. What? Wasn't it 1 pack? Why is it 5 packs now? The chubby boy's mouth dropped open. If you looked as handsome as him, half a pack wouldn't be impossible. But the chubby boy was furious upon hearing this, looking at Lin Bei. Was he really that handsome? He was just a bit taller, had a better figure, and looked a bit like the handsome actor Yan Zuyuyan. But other than that, what was so special? Miss, how many packs of instant noodles do you think I need? At that moment, a person responsible for registration at the rooftop door walked up to her and asked. Chen Jie's eyes lit up. She revealed a shallow smile and sweetly said, Big brother, if it's you, it's free. This was a big thigh. She had to hold on tight. Bring your things and come with me. The man laughed heartily. Yes, in the apocalypse, being a woman meant that food alone wasn't enough. You needed a big thigh to hold on to. Only with a big thigh could there be a continuous supply of food. Otherwise, there would always be a day when it would run out. Lin Bei glanced over and then withdrew his gaze. He plopped down next to Yi-yun and opened the lemon-flavored spicy boneless chicken feet he had just exchanged for. Delicious, sour and spicy, so tasty. Great, he had permanently unlocked a new food item. Due to the urgency before, he had only bought some food he could think of, missing out on many delicious options. Guliolu. Seeing him eat so happily, Yi-yun couldn't help but swallow hard. This was her favorite snack. If it weren't for wanting to survive a few more days, she wouldn't have been willing to exchange it. At the same time, she understood. This person definitely didn't lack food, otherwise, he wouldn't indulge like this, finishing a large pack of chicken feet in just a minute or two. Little brother, I still have some chocolate bars. Can I exchange them for a pack of instant noodles? Hee-yun took out a box of snacks from her bag. Lin Bei glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. I don't like that stuff, but fine, let's trade. Halfway through, he changed his tone. No particular reason. He suddenly remembered that his Yu loved this stuff, never letting it go while binge-watching dramas. Hee-yun was overjoyed as she carefully put the instant noodles into her backpack. She didn't expect to earn 3 packs of instant noodles this time. She didn't think this handsome guy was foolish or had too much food. His generosity only indicated that he had an abundance of instant noodles. It couldn't possibly be because he found her pretty. Before leaving, she had specially put on makeup. Her originally fair skin had turned dark, with many spots and moles on her face, making her a standard ugly girl. What a pity. She only had these 2 snacks. The rest had been used up before the apocalypse. She had originally planned to go shopping at the supermarket in the evening, but who knew it would break out at 5 o'clock? She really didn't have much food left, or she wouldn't have come to try her luck. What are you doing? Are you trying to rob me? Robbery. Is there no one to manage this? You don't have food and are robbing my stuff? At that moment, the argument not far away attracted everyone's attention. Lin Bei looked over and saw a young man, about 1.8 meters tall, snatching a backpack from a chubby boy. During the struggle, several packs of instant noodles and bread fell out of the bag. The chubby boy wanted to pick them up but was kicked away by the young man. No one stepped forward to help. Come on, it's the apocalypse. It's already impressive that no one rushed in to rob together. Many people's eyes were fixed on the food on the ground. The reason no one rushed in to snatch it was that the man was holding a kitchen knife. The chubby boy initially wanted to go up and grab it, but seeing the knife, he wisely sat back down. Food was important, but life was even more so. The young man pointed the knife at the chubby boy while squatting down to pick up a small bread from the ground and started tearing it open to eat. He devoured 4 or 5 pieces in a row and took a big gulp of the chubby boy's water, revealing a very satisfied expression as he twisted his neck. My God, I finally feel alive again. Immediately after, he scanned everyone present with the knife in hand. The human machine clown issued an invitation. He picked up the chubby boy's food-filled backpack, held the knife, and approached a middle-aged man. Put your things in here. Young man, don't do this. My wife and I, before he could finish, the young man waved the knife, and the middle-aged man, in order to save his life, had no choice but to hand over his food. The reason no one ran away was that at the entrance of the rooftop stood another person holding a kitchen knife. Everyone on the rooftop had become fish on a chopping board. If everyone rushed at these two, they wouldn't be able to stop them, but no one could ensure that once they went up, the others wouldn't follow. Most importantly, no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. One robbery after another. Buddy, my wife hasn't eaten in days, she's about to die. This is what I traded for with water. Please, give my wife a chance to live. Hand it over. Buddy, this is my wife's lifeline, you can't take it. The man snatched the instant noodles from someone's hand. Seeing the man entangled, he kicked him hard. Your wife's life or death has nothing to do with me. She's not my wife, and I haven't slept with her. Damn, how disgusting. Hyun muttered quietly, tightening her grip on her backpack. Those 3 packs of instant noodles were her reserves. She didn't want to lose them just like that. But if she resisted, she couldn't ensure she wouldn't get hurt by the knife. There were no weapons around her, and she hadn't thought of this when she left home, only focusing on looking unattractive so no one would pay attention to her. She still wasn't cautious enough. Was there anything she could use? Hyun searched around for something useful. She wouldn't allow anyone to take her food, but when she turned her head, she saw Lin Bei, who had somehow pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and was cracking them open while watching. Want some? He even asked her if she wanted some. My God, this guy's brain. Got it. Hyun squinted her eyes. As a school athlete, she often went out to compete and had seen many impressive people. This situation and his demeanor could only mean he didn't take that man seriously. Can you subdue him? Hyun asked quietly. Not really. Hyun was taken aback. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Lin Bei asked curiously. Why not be afraid? Not afraid is just not afraid. He wants food, so just give it to him. Anyway, I have nothing in my bag. Goodness, so you've eaten everything. No wonder you're so calm. She was impressed. She thought the man next to her was a hidden big shot, but it turned out he was just slacking off. Damn. Soon, the man approached Hyun, and faced with the threat of the kitchen knife, Hyun could only obediently hand over the 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage he had just obtained. You. The man pointed the knife at Lin Bei. It's empty. Lin Bei showed him his bag, and the man squinted his eyes. Get up, take me to your house. Why do you want to go to my house? Lin Bei laughed. 3 packs of instant noodles plus a sausage in exchange for those 2 snacks. If you eat them right away, it just means you have a lot of food at home. If you don't want to die, then obediently take me there. The man waved the kitchen knife in his hand, freshly sharpened and extremely sharp. I don't have food at home, and you've robbed so much here, it's enough for you to eat for several days. Hurry up, don't waste my time. The man stepped forward, swinging the knife to intimidate. In the next second, Lin Bei moved like lightning, swiftly and accurately grabbing the man's knife hand, twisting it away, and with a strong pull, poochie, the sharp blade sliced through his throat like cutting tofu, warm liquid gushing out. Tell me, why do you have to go to my house? The man retreated in disbelief. The kitchen knife fell to the ground, and he pressed his hands tightly against his bleeding neck, staring at Lin Bei with astonishment and shock, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Brother Long, Brother Long. At the rooftop entrance, his companions rushed over, seeing their brother anxiously shouting around, Is there anyone who knows first aid? Is there a doctor? Is there a nurse? The crowd watched coldly. They had just robbed their food, and now they were asking them to save someone. Didn't they find that too funny? Lin Bei took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the blood off his face. Looking at the man convulsing on the ground, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Even he, who had an advantage, kept a low profile, yet this waste who hadn't even reached the limits of the human body dared to be so arrogant, only bullying ordinary people, right? Didn't he fear that there might be a big shot hidden in the crowd? A clown. Gradually, the man fell silent. Did you just kill my brother? His companion rushed over with the kitchen knife, but Lin Bei sidestepped and kicked him in the chest, the crisp sound of bones cracking clearly audible. The force of the kick sent him flying several meters, crashing to the ground, unable to get up. Ran Cohen. Wow, so strong. Hyun stood by, dumbfounded. She had thought he was just slacking off, but it turned out he was a real big shot, kicking someone so far away. This kind of strength was almost on par with hers. It should be noted that her strength was doubled. Strong was one thing, the key was that the move looked so cool. Hyun really wanted to fight him to see who was stronger. Ha! The man who had just died rose as a zombie, roaring as he charged at Lin Bei. Lin Bei turned around, and at the same time, a long knife appeared in his hand out of nowhere, slicing down smoothly, the sharp blade severing the zombie's head as if cutting vegetables. The blade glinted with a cold light under the sunlight. What a sharp knife! What a knife! Hyun's eyes sparkled. As a sports student, she loved this kind of cold weapon, and there was one key point. Where did this handsome guy's knife come from? Space. He has a space backpack. The reason she became a sports student was that her academic performance was too poor. Back in middle school, she was too busy reading novels. She had read many different novels and was well aware of the ugliness of human nature in the apocalypse, which was why she disguised herself as an ugly girl. To be fair, when she learned that his backpack was empty, she was quite surprised. To be so generous yet only carry 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage, it turned out his backpack was just a disguise. This man is a big shot. Lin Bei took out a wet wipe and wiped the blood off the blade. This knife was Yu-Yu's collection. She had loved these since she was young and had bought 3 in total, each at a high price, but she hadn't taken them when she left. He only discovered it a few days ago. He didn't know when it had been sharpened. Lin Bei inspected the blade under the sunlight. It was perfect, without a single mark. A rich woman not only wouldn't affect my attack speed but would also give me a good knife. Most of the people who come here are men. If a young girl comes to the rooftop to trade, it means there's no one at home or it's inconvenient for her family to come. So, what do you think? Are you interested in moving in with me? Lin Bei invited Hee-Yun. Really? Hee-Yun asked in surprise. She knew that her current appearance was that of an ugly woman, yet he still extended an invitation to her. She didn't understand why he invited her, only feeling incredibly lucky. This person was a big shot. Moreover, a super big shot. If he wanted, countless beautiful women would throw themselves at him. Why did you invite me? She asked, puzzled. As a big shot, especially a low-key one, there was no reason to invite an ugly woman who could do nothing but waste food back home. She needed to know why, otherwise, she would just be treated as reserve food and thank him for it. Stealing someone's food is like killing someone. Don't say it's just a girl. A normal person would usually tremble in a situation like that. But not only were you unafraid, you even had the mood to chat with me, and you endured several times while looking for items around you. If it weren't for the fact that you were wary of the knife in his hand and didn't have a suitable weapon, I don't think you would have obediently handed over the food. I guess you might have already reached the human limit, pretending to be small. You observed so carefully? Hee-Yun was shocked. She didn't expect him to notice all her little movements and even accurately guess her current level. Incredible. She accepted this reason. You don't mind that I look ugly? Does appearance matter? Appearance is very important. Lin Bei tilted his head in confusion. Damn it. Suddenly, Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong? I just said that 8 out of 10 people coming to the rooftop are men, which means the main force of this building is on the rooftop. If the door is locked now, the people inside have almost no resistance. The 2 people who just robbed us, and the person organizing this trade hasn't shown up, which already indicates something. While speaking, Lin Bei walked towards the rooftop door. He hadn't thought of this when he came. He had imagined a scenario where a group of people would threaten them with weapons. Hearing this, Hee-Yun also realized something was wrong. She still had a lot of food at home. If it got stolen, it would be troublesome. She glanced at the backpack on the ground, stepped forward to take her 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage, and followed Lin Bei. Ha! Suddenly, a few zombies surged out from the rooftop door, not many, just 5. Leading them was a female zombie completely naked, and from her face, it could be vaguely recognized that she was the owner of 1601. Sure enough, there was a story. The few female zombies behind her were similar in age, some were at the stage of physical development. Zombies. As soon as the zombies appeared, everyone on the rooftop began to scream, retreating as if they had seen a ghost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold light flickered. The heads of the 5 zombies flew off. These zombies didn't delay him for even half a second. Hee-Yun, who was following behind him, was dumbfounded. Really, when the 5 zombies came out together, she panicked for a moment, thinking of creating distance to deal with them one by one, but she didn't expect him to not stop at all. You, arriving at the rooftop door. A middle-aged man, whose build was fairly robust, was about to close the door when he froze upon seeing Lin Bei's arrival, his eyes wide with shock. Hadn't he just sent a few zombies up? Where were the zombies? Just as he was about to speak, he bizarrely caught sight of his own neck. I miscalculated. I didn't expect this. Lin Bei made his way up the fire escape to the 13th floor and unlocked the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw Jiang Shiyu doing push-ups in the living room. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Their eyes met. Jiang Shiyu's face visibly flushed red, and she quickly got up from the floor. Why, you said you'd be back later, didn't you? Are you exercising? He thought Jiang Shiyu would be lying in bed watching videos by herself, but instead, she was doing push-ups. I didn't want to hold you back, Jiang Shiyu said softly, her face filled with embarrassment. A vase that only holds others back is often the first to be discarded. She had seen too many of those. Lin Bei smiled. So, she was afraid of being abandoned. Are you hurt? Seeing the blood on him, Jiang Shiyu hurriedly stepped forward to check on him. It's nothing. It's not mine. If it's not yours, then that's fine. You scared me to death. Jiang Shiyu let out a sigh of relief, and then she noticed the woman behind Lin Bei. Who is this young lady? Her name is Hee-Yun. I just met her. She'll be living with us from now on. Come in. There are 2 empty rooms. You can choose one. By the way, it should just be you, right? Lin Bei stepped aside to let her in. Yeah, just me. My parents are traveling abroad and probably won't be back. Beautiful. Oh no, my condolences. Hee-yun rolled her eyes. Condolences for what? My parents are doing just fine. When the apocalypse broke out, they were at a friend's house for dinner. That person is a farmer, and there are hardly any people around, plus they have a ton of food. 5 days into the apocalypse, they not only didn't lose weight but actually gained some. I'm so envious, I barely get to eat. Lin Bei laughed. So that's how it is. Quite lucky. Meanwhile, living with us? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Shiyu couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. What did this mean? It meant Lin Bei considered her one of his own. Now it was up to her to see if she would put in the effort. Hello, I'm Jiang Shiyu. Wow, sister, you're so beautiful and have such great poise, and your figure is amazing. No wonder he was so serious upstairs. It turns out he has such a beautiful girlfriend at home. Flattery never goes out of style. Hee-yun would be living here, so she naturally needed to build a good relationship with the lady of the house. Looks aren't important. Jiang Shiyu was about to say she was also quite beautiful, but upon taking a closer look at Hee-yun's face, she realized it was far from the truth, saying it would sound too fake. Wait a moment. Hee-yun headed to the bathroom. She carefully washed off her heavy makeup and reappeared before the two with a fresh look. Sorry, but when girls are out, they need to protect themselves, so I put on a little makeup. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. So beautiful. Her features were exquisite, and her skin was delicate and fair. Most importantly, she was so youthful. Much younger. Jiang Shiyu was already 24, but the other looked only about 20. She had thought a plain girl posed no threat to her, but now the situation was completely different. Damn it! Why did everyone from the rooftop come down? Didn't Zhang Yuan lead the zombies away? Didn't they close the door, or was there an accident? I don't know. If there really was an accident, those who ran down should have been bitten. Maybe those zombies were dealt with by someone. I didn't expect there would be people in this building who dared to deal with zombies. Forget it, let's search room by room. I was thinking of luring the main force to the rooftop to deal with the zombies, but it seems we should take action ourselves. At that moment, the voices outside the door caught the attention of a few people, and the three of them instinctively looked towards the entrance. The conversation was right in front of the door, and as it ended, a strange sound came from the main gate. It sounded like someone was unlocking it. What should we do? Jiang Shiyu panicked and involuntarily took a step back, her gaze subconsciously shifting to Lin Bei. From the sound, there were at least 3 to 5 people. Goodness, they had come to steal from her home. Well, that saved her the trouble of finding them. A direct confrontation was certainly better than them sneaking around at midnight. Brother Lin, can I borrow your knife? Hee-yun smiled cutely after washing her face. Sure. With a flick of his hand, Tang Hengdao appeared and was handed to her. Hee-yun's eyes sparkled. Was this the power of space manipulation? To take things out of thin air, she received it from his hand. It was so heavy, and so cool. Since he had invited her to stay, she would inevitably consume his food in the future. She couldn't let him handle everything. Women could stand on their own too. In the apocalypse, stealing food from others. What was the difference from taking someone's life? If Lin Bei hadn't gone up to the rooftop today, she might have become food for those zombies. Even if she managed to eliminate the zombies by pulling them down, she would still be trapped on the rooftop, and even if she could kick her way out, the food at home would have been stolen. These people deserved to die. She wasn't afraid of zombies, let alone humans. Creak. The door opened. 5 men of varying shapes stood at the entrance, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, but without exception, they all held long steel pipes in their hands. Neighbor, the times have changed. Neighbor, the times have changed. Hee-yun's small face, filled with murderous intent, instantly fell. These people had no sense of martial ethics, actually carrying steel pipes with them. She had confidence against unarmed opponents, but it was different when they all had weapons. Wow, a beauty. And 2 of them. I've seen that girl with the knife before. She was just on the rooftop. I thought she was ugly, but it turns out she was just wearing makeup. Her real face is so fresh. Dude, the one behind her is the real gem, okay? That aura is simply amazing, way better than the married woman we played with before. I really didn't expect that there were such 2 stunning women hidden in this building, way prettier than Chen Jia. The 5 men greedily eyed Hee-yun and Jiang Shiyu, their gazes filled with desire. They completely ignored the knife in Hee-yun's hand. What could a woman with a knife do against 5 men? Moreover, one of them had already broken through the limits of the human body and officially entered the ranks of evolved beings. Although it was insignificant in the outside world, in this building, he was definitely a king. Little sister, let me give you some advice. Put down the knife in your hand. A steel pipe has no eyes, and if you accidentally get hurt, it could break your bones, and I would feel sorry for you. The tallest man among the five stepped forward with a smile, his steel pipe longer than Hyun's Tang Hengdao. Hyun narrowed her eyes slightly. Brother, swords and knives have no eyes. If I accidentally cut you, it could be fatal. Let me give you some advice. Don't seek your own death. The man laughed. He laughed very arrogantly. Little sister, you have quite the mouth. I wonder if your strength matches your bravado. As soon as he finished speaking, the man stepped forward, spun around 360 degrees, and swung his steel pipe down heavily. Hyun didn't dare to be careless. She gripped the knife tightly and used all her strength to slash down. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Hyun's pupils suddenly constricted, and her body uncontrollably staggered backward. Although she didn't drop the long knife, her hands went numb from the impact. Such strong power. She couldn't believe it. Reaching the limits of the human body, she, with the enhancement of her supernatural abilities, possessed strength that was double that of an ordinary person. Yet the strength of the man before her was at least double hers. How could he be so strong? Ha 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 ha. The man laughed loudly. Little sister, you're not weak either. But in front of me, you're still a bit too tender. So, what do you say? I like this flirty way of yours. As he spoke, the man and his four companions looked increasingly unrestrained, completely ignoring Lin Bei, who stood to the side. Come on, doesn't the beauty see the man? Behind them, Jiang Shiyu's face was filled with terror. This scene was exactly what she had feared encountering earlier. His strength is very strong, at least double mine. Are you confident? Hyun's small hand trembled slightly as she approached Lin Bei. From the strength Lin Bei had displayed on the rooftop, it should be about the same as hers, but he had spatial abilities. Oh, the man looked at Lin Bei in surprise. He had thought he was just a useless person hiding behind a woman, but it turned out he had some level of skill. Unfortunately, one needed to kill enough zombies to officially enter the ranks of the evolved. All the zombies in this building had been dealt with by them, so even if this man evolved, he would only reach the limits of human capability, just like the five of them. Before Lin Bei could speak, a short man behind the leader chimed in. If I'm not mistaken, you're Lin Bei, the delivery guy. We're neighbors. Take my advice, you can't protect these two women. Why not join us? In the apocalypse, there's no shortage of women. Once you join, you can have fun with them every day, and you'll get to play with all kinds of different beauties. It's definitely better than the life you're living now. Lin Bei smiled. He knew that some had started evolving early by killing zombies. The reason he hadn't gone to kill was that he wanted to secure Jiang Shiyu without fail. He wasn't afraid of falling behind others because no matter how twisted things got, they could never be more twisted than firearms. Seeing Lin Bei smile, the man holding the steel pipe also laughed, thinking Lin Bei had realized the gap between them and would choose the right path. But the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze met the dark, gaping mouth of a gun. A gun? No way, brother? Whoosh! In the next second, he couldn't believe it as he looked down at the hole in his chest, blood gushing out. You shot? Are you serious? Why didn't you say you had a gun earlier? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Whoosh! The man stumbled back uncontrollably, warm blood flowing from his mouth as he mumbled, Brother, give me a chance. Whoosh! The third bullet pierced his meniscus, and the man knelt on one knee, followed by the fourth bullet piercing his other meniscus, causing him to kneel weakly. He wanted to speak, but the blood gushing out made it impossible for him to say anything. His gaze, filled with deep pleading, looked at Lin Bei. He regretted it immensely, having entered the ranks of the evolved and awakened his powers. He should have been one of the kings of this new world. Dying here was truly unacceptable. It's this sound. It's this sound. Jiang Shiyu, who stood behind Lin Bei, suddenly exclaimed. She had heard this sound on the first day of the apocalypse but had forgotten what it was. She never expected it to be the sound of a silenced handgun. My God, he actually has a gun. Not only Jiang Shiyu was surprised, Hyun was also incredibly shocked. Just moments ago, she was worried whether Lin Bei would sacrifice them. The apocalypse had just begun, and even if he had spatial abilities, he still needed time to develop. But she never expected he would actually use American-style Iato. At the entrance, the remaining four were paralyzed. They wanted to run, but the dark gun muzzle aimed at them rendered them powerless. This was far more terrifying than facing zombies. It turned out that a person could truly feel powerless under extreme fear. Thud! The man who had just persuaded Lin Bei to take refuge knelt down. Lin Bei, I was forced by them, considering we are neighbors. Whoosh! 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 After a series of gunshots, the men's menisci were all pierced. Beyond 7 steps, the gun was fast. Within 7 steps, it was both fast and accurate. Lin Bei watched as his neighbor, with a hole in his chest, continuously spat out blood, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. My friend, times have changed. Also, do you really know how well I've been living? Where did you get the gun? After the 5 lost all combat ability, Hyun asked in shock. This wasn't abroad. possessing such a thing privately could land one in jail. Does it matter where it came from? Of course, it seems it's not that important. Hyun suddenly remembered that this was the apocalypse. No matter how he got it, having it greatly increased their safety. Following him was indeed the right choice. Before long, the body's protective mechanism faded, and pain surged in. The 5 men cried out in agony. Shot at me? Enjoy it slowly, death isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is the process of waiting to die. Regret, unwillingness, anger, frustration, despair. After a while, the 5 turned into 5 zombies. Due to their shattered menisci and scapulae, they could only crawl on the ground like maggots. Lin Bei handed the knife in Hyun's hand to Jiang Shiyu. Zombies weren't actually terrifying. What was terrifying was the fear of them. Her spatial ability should awaken now. A trio, developing stealthily. I understand. Jiang Shiyu took the knife. The heavy tang knife felt weighty for her, who had yet to unlock her evolution. Although these 5 zombies had lost all mobility, their terrifying faces still made Jiang Shiyu feel uneasy, fearing that they might jump up and bite her at any moment. She knew this was her own fear, but overcoming fear wasn't that easy. She glanced at Lin Bei. She absolutely couldn't let him down. He had already fed her, and if she still couldn't do it, honestly, it would be better to find a block of tofu and smash her head against it. She glanced at Hyun again. In that earlier situation, she was clearly a woman, and a younger one at that. Yet she not only didn't feel afraid but actively sought weapons to face them. Compared to her, Jiang Shiyu felt like the most useless of the useless. Really, she even despised herself, let alone Lin Bei. Now that it was the apocalypse, she had to overcome her fear of zombies today. Gripping the knife, she stepped forward to face the 5 zombies, forcing herself to make eye contact with them. As the zombies saw food approaching, they became even more excited, making Jiang Shiyu want to retreat, but she forcibly restrained herself. She couldn't retreat. Once she retreated, she would always retreat. Taking a deep breath, she raised the knife and struck down. With her strength, she couldn't smash the zombies' heads, but she could overcome her fear. One strike after another, the scene was quite disgusting, but she persevered. Suddenly, the long knife that had felt heavy became light. Jiang Shiyu was overjoyed. She knew she had reached the level of what was called the human limit online. Attributes, she silently recited in her heart. In this apocalypse, everyone had their own unique panel, clearly and intuitively showing their abilities. Jiang Shiyu, age, 24. Level, human limit. Ability, space, passive, space backpack, capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Physique, 10. Points, 0. So it turns out, I also have abilities, and it's the same as Lin Bei's abilities. She was extremely excited and couldn't wait to share this joy with him. Lin Bei, I have awakened the same ability as you. Mine is also space, and it seems to be level 3, with a capacity of a full 1000 cubic meters. She was useful. She wasn't just a pretty face. Wow, space? Hyun was shocked, lacking in education but well-read in various online novels. She knew just how monstrous spatial abilities could be. Level. In the later stages, the ultimate power among powers. This further solidified her intention to stay. Her power was just ordinary level, who knows how much it could amplify later, but no matter how many times it amplified, it was just a toy in front of space. Lin Bei was very satisfied with Jiang Shiyu's performance. Any changes? Inform him immediately. Activate her fitness bond benefits, he silently thought. Yes. In that second, Jiang Shiyu suddenly felt a new change in her body. The long knife in her hand became lighter, and her strength seemed to have increased again. Take a look at your own panel, Lin Bei's voice came. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. Attributes. Jiang Shiyu, age, 24. Level, human limit. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Physique, 10. Her strength had doubled. My God. She looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, threw away the long knife in her hand, and excitedly threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bei, you are just too good to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From that moment on, her life underwent a tremendous change. So what? Hyun was completely confused. What happened to her panel? Why did she suddenly throw herself into Lin Bei's arms? Were they whispering sweet nothings? Did they treat her as an outsider? Fine, she was indeed an outsider, but she really wanted to know. Bei, let's go out and kill zombies. There are more and more evolved beings outside. We need to keep up with others. We can't rely solely on your gun in danger. Bullets are ultimately limited. After what Jiang Shiyu had just experienced, she understood that in this apocalypse, only strength was the hard truth. Relying on a gun could last for a while, but not for a lifetime. Lin Bei had the same thought. With 2 exceptional women now, it was time to enhance their basic strength. He wasn't in a hurry to pursue Iyun. It wouldn't be long before she would automatically offer him food. Can I eat something first before we go kill? Iyun took out her instant noodles and sausages. It won't take long, just the time to cook the noodles. She had long wanted to go out and kill zombies. But 1, she didn't have a handy weapon, and 2, her food was insufficient. Killing zombies was very physically demanding, and after reaching the human limit, the need for food was greater than before. She was afraid of exhausting herself and not finding new supplies. Go ahead. Iyun didn't dare to stay for a moment, rushing to the kitchen, hesitating several times while cooking. She chose to cook 3 packs at once, and the aroma of the noodles immediately filled the air, overpowering the smell of blood in the room. Today, let's indulge a bit. Lin Bei must be providing food and shelter. Iyun's eyes sparkled as she stared at the noodles in the pot. While waiting, she nibbled on the corn sausage. Only when she was full and satisfied could she have fighting power. Gather what needs to be collected. Let's stay at your place later. Lin Bei glanced at the corpses on the ground and said to Jiang Xiu, cleaning up would be time-consuming and laborious. It was the apocalypse, and any clean house could be home. Actually, there wasn't much to collect. Cups, clothes, furniture, whatever. Anyway, the capacity of the spatial backpack was large. They could collect everything, and if it got full later, they could just throw away some useless things. So fragrant. Do you guys want some? As Iyun came out with a small pot, her enthusiastic little face instantly fell. She saw the 2 people sitting on the sofa, happily gnawing on a bucket of fried chicken, the breaded wings fried to a golden crisp, along with fragrant spicy chicken legs, all while sipping on ice-cold cola. Suddenly, Iyun felt that her instant noodles no longer tasted good. She knew Lin Bei had plenty of supplies, but she never expected it to be to this extent. Disgusting. Everything was disgusting. The chicken legs and wings were spoiled. With tears in her eyes, she finished 3 packs of instant noodles, her stomach full but not satisfied at all. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed a cold drink, and on a July afternoon, having this was something only those who understood would appreciate. After eating and drinking to her fill, they were ready to set off. Lin Bei took out 3 knives, just enough for each person. He paused for a moment, then shook his head, realizing he was overthinking it. This community had a 99% occupancy rate, and at 5 in the afternoon when the apocalypse broke out, it was the peak time for foot traffic. He chose not to go outside but instead opted for the underground parking lot. It was better to develop cautiously. There was no need to push himself too hard. Mainly, while it was easy to dodge a direct attack, it was hard to guard against hidden threats. In recent days, he had encountered many people who were not doing well and didn't want to see others thrive, hiding in their homes, aiming at those outside who were killing zombies with compound bows. What if there were some in this community? What if someone was aiming at them? Currently, he was not capable of intercepting arrows that were shot. Clearing the garage, first level, 3 stars. Clearing the garage, first level, 3 stars. The 3 of them made their way through the fire escape to the underground parking lot. As soon as they stepped out, they saw many zombies in the garage. A quick glance revealed at least 100. Without targets or sounds, they all wandered aimlessly. So, are you scared? Lin Bei asked the 2 women beside him. What's there to be afraid of with zombies? If it weren't for worrying about food running out, I would have come down to deal with them long ago, Iyun said, her eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to get started. Lin Bei looked at Jiang Xiu. Not scared. Jiang Xiu shook her head, her expression eager to try. You've already helped me so much. If I were still scared, that would be a bit inhumane. Remember, never let the zombies surround you. If things go wrong, run towards me. Let's go. The 3 split up. Each stealthily approached a zombie from behind, and with a swift motion, they easily severed the zombie's head with their sharp blades. Strange, Iyun frowned slightly. She wasn't clear on Lin Bei's exact evolution level, but Jiang Xiu had just reached the human limit. Even with a sharp knife, she shouldn't be able to match their strength at this moment. Could it be? Unscientific. She formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Lin Bei had enhanced her strength? This also explained Jiang Xiu's excited demeanor earlier in the living room, but that was simply impossible unless she had some sort of cheat. Thud! The sound of a head hitting the ground and the body collapsing echoed clearly in the silent garage, attracting the surrounding zombies, their gazes fixed on them like hungry wolves. In the next moment, several zombies closest to them charged forward. Now this is the main event. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Facing the oncoming zombies, he felt no fear. For them, having reached the human limit, the zombies moved like elderly folks. As long as they didn't lose their composure, there was no risk of being caught or bitten. Don't be afraid. Strength. I want strength. A group of zombies rushed in unison, and Jiang Xiu instinctively panicked, but she restrained her fear and remained calm. glancing at the headless zombies on the ground and leading them to run. She took a step forward, lightly striding. But the zombies cared little for such things. All they saw was food, and without exception, they all stumbled to the ground. Jiang Shiyu effortlessly took off their heads one by one. She repeated the process. The number of zombies she killed kept rising, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30 more and more, her knife skills becoming increasingly refined. Suddenly, the three of them felt a change in their bodies almost simultaneously. Their speed had increased, their strength had grown, and the zombies' movements appeared slower in their eyes. From this moment on, they officially stepped into the ranks of the evolved. Compared to the people in this building, they were among the best, but on a national scale, they could only be considered beginners. There was no helping it, the base number was too large. I can't anymore, I need a break, I'm exhausted. After chopping for a good half hour, Hee-Yun was the first to give in, disregarding her image as she slumped against the wall and sat down on the ground. The underground garage was cool, but she was still drenched in sweat, her white shirt clinging tightly to her skin, impressive though not as grand as Jiang Shiyu's. Let's take a break. Although Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu's clothes were nearly soaked through, their expressions showed no signs of fatigue. I say, aren't you too tired? You've been chopping and running for so long and you're not even out of breath? Hee-Yun couldn't hold back any longer. Clearly, their levels were similar, so why was she the only one gasping for air? Lin Bei turned to Jiang Shiyu. Give her a few, killing zombies is dangerous, we need to stay in shape. Okay. Jiang Shiyu took out 5 recovery pills from her spatial backpack. This is a special concoction made by my Bei. Just one can instantly restore all your strength. Is that for real? Hee-Yun expressed her doubts. It wouldn't be laced with stimulants, would it? Even stimulants can't restore all your strength instantly. Don't think I'm naive just because I'm younger. She took the pill while still skeptical. Maintaining her doubts, she swallowed one, and the moment it hit her stomach, her pupils dilated in disbelief as she looked at Lin Bei. Her strength had actually returned in that instant. He couldn't really be cheating, could he? This isn't scientific. Bei, I'm thirsty, I want iced milk tea. Jiang Shiyu ignored her reaction and cuddled up to Lin Bei's arm, both of their large figures squished together. A little bit of affection can strengthen relationships. Here, Lin Bei handed her a cup and took one for himself. There was nothing more refreshing than a sip of something cold after exercising. The smoothness and sweetness of the bubble tea brought smiles to both their faces. After consuming 2 cups of iced milk tea, they felt rejuvenated. Bei, it's so good to have you. Jiang Shiyu rested her head on his shoulder, sipping her milk tea, never having imagined she would one day be crazily slaughtering zombies and then enjoying a delicious drink afterward. If it weren't for Lin Bei, her fate would have either been to slowly waste away in a turtle-like stillness or to jump off a building from hunger. It was thanks to her good friend's suggestion that she had mustered the courage to knock on his door. What level are you now? First tier, 1 star. And you? Same. At that moment, the two of them resembled a young couple in a park, whispering sweet nothings to each other. The boy was handsome, the girl beautiful, making anyone who saw them feel envious. Meanwhile, Hee-Yun's face was scrunched up in frustration. Ahem. Cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Lin Bei suppressed a laugh as he looked at her. What's wrong? Is your throat uncomfortable? Want a golden throat lozenge? After saying that, he took a big gulp of milk tea. Ah, refreshing. It was intentional. This person was definitely doing it on purpose. It was clear he wanted her to beg him. Who did he think she was? She was one of the most promising athletes in college, with countless boys bringing her milk tea every day. She was already sick of it. A mere cup of milk tea? Did he think he could make her bow down? Ridiculous. Do you want a cup too? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Hee-Yun blurted out, fearing that he might change his mind in the next second, his eyes pleading and yearning as they fixed on him, resembling a girl eagerly awaiting a reward. Give it. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Bei, you're really a good person. Taking the chilled milk tea, Hee-Yun was so excited that tears were almost spilling out, his breath quickening uncontrollably, carefully inserting the straw as if it were a precious treasure. He took a gentle sip. Ah! He couldn't help but exclaim in comfort. The bounce of the pearls, the smoothness of the milk tea, truly, she began to envy Jiang Shiyu. Following him was simply too blissful. In the apocalypse, having a family bucket and iced cola was already absurd enough. While others were racking their brains for a sip of clean water, she was now drinking iced milk tea with them. She even doubted if she was dreaming. Rested enough. Let's get to work. Today's small goal. First stage, 2 stars. With the milk tea finished, Hee-Yun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Mixing with the big shots, life in the apocalypse could still be quite comfortable. Let's go. Lin Bei kicked the car beside him. The alarm echoed throughout the underground garage, and the zombies in other areas instinctively raised their heads, all looking towards the source of the sound, their instincts telling them that where there was sound, there was food. Ha! At night, 7 o'clock. The zombies in the entire underground garage were completely dealt with by the three of them, countless corpses lying on the ground. The three stood proudly atop the pile of bodies, exuding the demeanor of a general who had slain countless enemies on the battlefield. The harvest far exceeded expectations. The three's strength improved rapidly, marking a qualitative leap. First stage, 3 stars, satisfied. Home. Fortunate in this life, tempted by food. Fortunate in this life, tempted by food. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei level, first stage, 3 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, level, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 40. Strength, 40. Spirit, 40. Physique, 40. Items, rebound pill, 2nd grade, level stake. Strength evaluation, you have surpassed 99% of the global population and possess rich experience in fighting zombies. Members added to the illustration, Zhang Xiyu, space, first stage, 3 stars. Bond benefits, charisma, strength, and food supplies doubled. The three first returned to Lin Bei's home. After 5 or 6 hours of battle, their clothes were already soaked with sweat and stained with a large amount of zombie blood. Standing in the living room, Lin Bei directly took off his shirt and pants. Zhang Xiyu was unfazed. Hiyun, as a young girl, had not yet had any physical contact with the two, and out of curiosity, she slightly opened her hands to observe his physique. I'm shocked. Innate thin muscle holy body. So handsome. Lin Bei entered the bathroom to wash himself with bottled water. He didn't dare use tap water. Although he knew the air was definitely filled with viruses, who knew if drinking the water would cause any issues? Taking a shower, it was inevitable that some water would enter his mouth. Water was enough for him to consume. There were still 200 or 300 barrels in the space backpack. Once Hiyun's illustration was unlocked, their food supply return rate would reach 3. Each person could drink a barrel of water daily, returning 9 barrels, equivalent to getting 6 barrels for free. With those 6 barrels, 3 could be used for bathing, and they could still have 3 extra every day. Water would only increase. You two wash together, it'll save some water. I'll go prepare dinner. After changing clothes, Lin Bei walked towards the kitchen. By the way, what should we eat tonight? Lin Bei asked Zhang Xiyu, as he had difficulty making choices. What should they eat? Zhang Xiyu also found it difficult. Meat. Eat meat. Chicken, pork, duck, fish, beef. Hiyun was screaming wildly in her heart. She hadn't eaten meat for several days. If the meat in the braised beef noodles counted as meat, then she had eaten some. How about we have a long-awaited bowl of instant noodles? Zhang Xiyu glanced at Hiyun beside her. No, sister Yu, please don't eat instant noodles. I beg you, don't eat instant noodles. Hiyun shook her head vigorously while pulling on her arm, her little face looking pitiful. She had been eating instant noodles for several days straight. Really? She was about to throw up. In the past, when she had no choice, she thought instant noodles were delicious, but now that she had options, eating instant noodles was truly making her nauseous. Just kidding, Zhang Xiyu said, looking at Lin Bei. Choose whatever you like to make, and I'll help you when I finish my shower. Okay. The two girls walked into the bathroom together. They started whispering. Wow, Sister Yu, you're so big, so fragrant, so soft, so white. Sister Yu, what are we having for dinner tonight? Just a simple dinner. Is there meat? There should be, Zhang Xiyu replied with a smile, shaking her head. Just like before, she was extremely craving meat after not having eaten it for so long. By the way, Sister Yu, besides your spatial ability, what other abilities have you awakened? None. That's strange. I've awakened a power ability, currently at double amplification. Logically, my strength should be double yours, but we're the same. This doesn't make sense. Could it be that Brother Lin has doubled your strength? Zhang Xiyu was a bit surprised. She didn't expect that little Yun could deduce these things. After seeing her reaction, Hiyun was almost certain of her guess. From the moment he asked you to give me that magical pill, I knew he was no ordinary person. Haven't you thought about it? Zhang Xiyu tapped her little head. Little Yun, let me ask you one thing. Do you want to follow us? I do. Some things don't need to be questioned too deeply. If it weren't for him, you'd still be cooped up at home, wondering if you should save half of that instant noodle for tomorrow. If it weren't for him, you'd still be at the limits of human capability, unable to reach the first tier 3-star level. If it weren't for him, maybe the front door of your house would have been broken through by those few guys from noon, and you know what would have happened. Do you think he doesn't know how amazing those medicines are? Do you think he doesn't know what kind of wild guesses you're making? Do you think he doesn't know how extravagant he is? Does he have to give you only 1 pack of instant noodles and 1 sausage for every meal, and only 1 bottle of water every day, for you to think he's a normal person and be satisfied? Hee-yun fell silent. Yes, no one is a fool these days. Jang Shi-yu patted her head and said, so, don't think too much about some things, they don't matter. Just remember one thing, meeting him is the luckiest thing in our lives. Yes. Thinking carefully, those things she had been pondering really didn't matter. Even if she learned everything, what would change? I understand now, so will there be meat for dinner later? Hee-yun changed the subject, eagerly asking, as this meal would be her first official meal after joining. Lin Bei was so capable. He shouldn't prepare anything too shabby, right? Jiang Shiyu smiled. Haven't you eaten meat for several days? Hee-yun nodded vigorously. I really love eating meat. I can't go without it at every meal. I'm a standard carnivore, but unfortunately, when the apocalypse broke out, my family had no stockpiles. What a timing. There will be. After a while, the two girls came out, drying their wet hair and chatting happily. After drying her hair, Jiang Shiyu went to help in the kitchen, and Hee-yun followed eagerly. She was there to help, but more importantly, she wanted to see what they would have for dinner. Upon entering the kitchen, she was stunned. My goodness, is this really the kind of food we should have in the apocalypse? Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp, shredded pork with green peppers, tomato and egg, garlic cucumber, radish stewed with meat, chicken stewed with potatoes, and a large pot of corn and rib soup simmering on the stove, with a sprinkle of chopped green onions on top, making the already tempting broth even more aromatic. She had thought the meals might be good, but she never expected them to be this good. Her eyes brimmed with excitement. Truly, meeting him on the rooftop today was absolutely the luckiest thing in her life. She even doubted whether she had saved the world in her past life. Really, even if Lin Bei asked her to call him dad, she would blurt it out without hesitation, tears of frustration streaming from the corners of her mouth, the rich aroma making her even hungrier. Sister Yu, is every dinner you have this lavish? Hee-yun's voice trembled uncontrollably. Preparing for the future, setting goals. Not really, tonight's dinner is indeed quite sumptuous, maybe because you're here, Jiang Shiyu replied with high emotional intelligence, the real reason being their increased demand for food. The three of them had reached a first-tier 3-star level. Their physical stats were 4 times the limit of ordinary people, and their demand for food was far greater than imagined. The big eaters from before the apocalypse were nothing compared to them. They had to take what they could. The three of them came to Jiang Shiyu's house for dinner, and the sight of a large table full of dishes made Hee-yun's mouth water. Before picking up her chopsticks, she asked, Dad, can I eat whatever I want? Ha! Lin Bei was taken aback. No, I misspoke, Brother Lin, may I eat whatever I want? Hee-yun blinked, showing a pitiful expression. Go ahead and eat. Then I won't hold back. Hee-yun entered her crazy eating mode. A piece of saucy braised pork rib entered her mouth, so delicious it made her tremble all over. She took a bite of rice, a piece of smashed cucumber, and then a sip of chilled beer. Really, she had never eaten this well before the apocalypse. Jiang Shiyu cast a resentful glance at Lin Bei. He hadn't treated her like this when she first arrived. Then she thought, Lin Bei had asked her to make so many choices because he liked her, but he didn't do the same with Hee-yun, who was younger than her, which meant he thought Hee-yun was prettier. Dad, Brother Lin, can I video call my dad? I want to show off my meals. Go ahead, cherish the opportunity to video call. Who knows when the power or internet might go out. Lin Bei was about to video call you, but thought better of it. He had found 2 of her girlfriends but hadn't figured out how to start the conversation yet, so he decided to wait until he was alone to call. It wasn't that he didn't want to find her, it was just too far away. They kept in touch every night, and knowing her sister had awakened her magnetic powers, he wasn't worried about her safety at all. He would wait until he had enough strength to cross thousands of kilometers to find her. Bei, do you think we should prepare in advance? I feel like it won't be long before the city's nights will fall into darkness, Jiang Shiyu said after taking a sip of soup. Lin Bei nodded. Life without electricity was very boring. He couldn't just keep killing zombies, he needed some entertainment. Solar power. It was widely used in today's era. There's a martial arts gym next to my school. They have solar panels on the roof. We can improve our skills a bit more in the next few days and then go. Although it was widely used, he couldn't think of any other places at the moment, just remembered this one. Because Enyu's knife was bought from that store, back in school, they had taken martial arts classes there for a while, and he wondered how the martial arts teacher was doing, whether she had turned into a zombie. Is your school far from here? Not far, very close, just the next street over. School? Hee-yun, who was crazily showing off his meal, raised his head. What the hell, senior? I'm also from this school. The martial arts gym you mentioned, is it the one that's only 2 or 3 kilometers away? The teacher's surname is John? You've been there too? Not just been there. Hee-yun nodded. During the summer of my freshman year, I even worked part-time there for 2 months. I was planning to go back this summer, thinking I would play for a week before the break, but who knew the apocalypse would break out? Oh, so what about teacher Jiang? She's fine, and she started evolving early on. She told me that after awakening, the demand for food is very high, so I haven't dared to go to the garage to deal with zombies these days, afraid of not having food to replenish. It was somewhat unexpected, but also not surprising. She was really impressive. At first, when he accompanied Enyu to class, he was somewhat disdainful, thinking that no matter how well a girl practiced, she couldn't compare to boys, as there was too much of a natural gap. He took the initiative to challenge her, only to be unilaterally beaten. Really, he had no ability to fight back at all. It wasn't that she was so strong, but her reaction and body adjustment abilities were too good. At that moment, he realized how big the gap was between a practiced fighter and a novice. What kind of ability did she awaken? A level physique. This morning I chatted with her, and she told me her physique level has reached a 4-fold increase. Level. As expected. Physique. A good thing. Lin Bei squinted. A strong increase in strength might not necessarily be a good thing. If the physique couldn't keep up, when it truly erupted and collided, the muscles, bones, and internal organs would definitely not be able to withstand it. Decided. Going there. Strength, Hyun. Physique, teacher Jiang. I'm so full. I'm so satisfied. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Hyun lay back in her chair, a satisfied look on her face as she patted her little belly. She had enjoyed the meat. She had eaten her fill. Don't fight with me for this. I'll wash these bowls later. You all should rest. Hyun took the initiative to take on these chores, thinking that if she didn't do something, it would really make her seem too inconsiderate. It was time to rest. After a while, Lin Bei followed Zhang Xiyu to her bedroom, which was very clean and had a faint fragrance. Bebe, close your eyes first. I'm changing my clothes, Xiyu suddenly said shyly. Okay. Lin Bei closed his eyes in anticipation. All done. After a while, Shiyu's voice came, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that what she had changed into was not the seductive outfit he had imagined, but a pure, college-style outfit. He was stunned. A black long-sleeve knitted top, a white fluffy long skirt, little white shoes, little white socks. In this era, it was everywhere. This outfit made him reminisce about his college days. The sense of purity was off the charts. No, off the charts. Does it look good? Xiyu tucked her long hair behind her ear, asking shyly. This was still the outfit she wore to school before. Although Lin Bei didn't answer, she already knew the answer from his reaction, feeling delighted in her heart. She had just graduated a year ago and was still super youthful. She went to the bedside to take off her shoes, lying down a bit shyly, her two little white-socked feet entangled together, slowly closing her eyes in embarrassment, resembling a girl going to a hotel with her boyfriend for the first time. Lin Bei smiled. Good, good, good. He was no longer sleepy. Awesome. In the living room, looking at the leftover dishes in the plate, Hyun showed off another bowl of rice with a satisfied moan. Just as she was about to wash the dishes, she heard a faint sound coming from the master bedroom and froze, her fair cheeks instantly turning red. She wasn't a child anymore. How could she not know what that sound represented? Really, she hadn't even returned to her room yet. Washing dishes, washing up, going to bed, playing on the phone, sleeping, in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, counting sheep. After counting sheep for an unknown amount of time, Hyun suddenly opened her eyes, filled with deep resentment and helplessness. In the dead of night, everything around was quiet, and that faint sound had become somewhat grating. She glanced at the time. She was washing dishes at 7, and now it's already 12, 5 hours have passed, a full 5 hours, and can the child still sleep? Really? Can it be this intense? 5 hours, still going ridiculous, outrageously ridiculous. The sheep are getting hotter and hotter. Clearly, the air conditioning is on, yet it still feels very hot. This isn't external heat, but internal heat. Hyun sighed. Continuing to count sheep, it was impossible to fall asleep now. Her hand, resting on the blanket, slowly slipped into the quilt. There was no choice but to use a special method to help her sleep. A beautiful disaster, specially arrived. A beautiful disaster, specially arrived. The next day, at 2 in the afternoon. After sleeping for a full 10 hours, Lin Bei slowly woke up from his dreams, feeling the warmth in his arms and a smile creeping onto his lips. This nap was quite refreshing. Bebe, find a chance to eat Xiao Yun Yun. You're too amazing. I really can't handle it alone. Sure, you said softly, like a little kitten, as she lay on his chest. If it were before the apocalypse, such words would never have come from her mouth. But now, in the apocalypse, someone as powerful as Lin Bei couldn't possibly have only her as a woman. Rather than waiting for others, it was better to take the initiative to help him, which would also elevate her status in his heart. Hyun? Lin Bei felt a bit troubled. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat immediately, but forcing it wouldn't yield any rewards. People have different personalities, that day, Shiryu was pushed to her limits by hunger and fear of zombies, which instinctively made her choose to stay. If he had used the same method on Hee-yun yesterday, she would probably have left on the spot. A forcibly picked fruit might quench thirst, but he didn't need to quench thirst. He needed sweetness. Although Hee-yun was younger than Shiryu, her courage was countless times greater, and she had a certain level of self-preservation in the apocalypse. Using food to coerce and entice was definitely a last resort. His plan was to take it slow. Do you want me to help you? Oh, Lin Bei became interested. Do you have a good idea? Humph, Shiryu pouted. Men are indeed all big pigs trotters, eating from the bowl while not forgetting what's in the pot. I just said it casually, and you took it seriously? Heartless big radish. Lin Bei, didn't you say it first? Hee, just kidding. If she becomes your woman, can you also enhance her strength? If so, I can use that as bait to lure her. She was an athlete in school. Someone like her should be quite competitive. With me setting the trap beside her, I think she won't be able to resist such temptation. You're so bad. Lin Bei squinted and smiled. Hee, you like it, right? Seeing the smile on his face, Shiryu also laughed. Hee-yun is so beautiful, she will definitely be on someone's mind in the future. Rather than her snuggling in someone else's arms, it's better for her to become my sister, and she can help me share the firepower. Moreover, only when she truly becomes one of us can we rest assured about her, right? That's true. So, you still haven't told me, if you eat her, can you also enhance her strength? Yes. This part was actually nothing. If asked, he could say she awakened other abilities. After all, people's physiques are different. If he was lucky enough to awaken multiple abilities, that seemed reasonable, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Shiryu was about to say something when she heard faint voices outside the door. She perked up her ears to listen. 1302, this is it. Bro, are you sure that flight attendant lives here alone? What if when we knock, there are a few strong men inside? I'm sure. I live in the building opposite her. I see her every day. How could I not know? Although she has drawn the curtains these past few days, I can guarantee she's alone. Besides, even if there is a man, so what? I may not be able to say much outside, but in this community, I can walk around with confidence. Flight attendant, I haven't had a chance to play with one yet. Bro, isn't that why I brought you here to try? Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of flight attendants, and the ones living here are definitely top-notch, both in looks and figure. I tried to hit on one before, but she completely ignored me. But now it's different. Yeah, the apocalypse really feels great. And there's also a little sister living downstairs. She's extremely cute too. Today, the two of us are going to charm them all. This time, we need to remember not to go too far. Afterward, we should say some nice words to comfort them, or else they might jump off the building again. Got it, bro. In the room, Lin Bei squinted. He teased the girl in his arms. Shiryu, wow, my little Yu really has a charm, attracting people from the building across. Jiang Shiryu rolled her eyes. So annoying, you're interrupting our flirting. She got up and got dressed. Smiling, she said, I'm not the same person I was yesterday. Since they came all the way from across just for me, I should treat them well, don't you think, Bebe? Do you need my help? Just a first tier 2-star, I don't need you to step in. You've already helped me a lot. If I ask you again, it would make me seem too incompetent. Don't treat me like a coward anymore. Jiang Shiryu finished dressing and went to the living room alone. Lin Bei fed her, helping her evolve and unlock her powers. He doubled her strength, helping her overcome her fear of zombies, successfully breaking through to a first tier 3-star. Her stats were now 4 times that of an ordinary person, and with the double boost, her strength was 8 times the limit of an average person. In this apocalypse, she could be considered a rare powerhouse. She wanted to show off. She had been weak before, but she was no longer weak. Lin Bei got up, thinking it was better to check just in case. In the apocalypse, what you fear most is the unexpected. In the living room, Jiang Shiryu wrapped herself tightly, wearing a white round-neck shirt and blue jeans, sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, leisurely sipping black coffee. She had been eating too well these days. A cup of black coffee in the morning. A disciplined day. Bang! The doorknob turned, and the blanket hanging on the handle fell to the ground, breaking. This was set up to prevent anyone from sneaking in at night. The two outside heard the sound and realized the person inside was on guard, so they rushed in. As soon as they entered, holding baseball bats, their eyes locked onto Jiang Shiryu sitting on the sofa. Although she was wrapped up tightly and dressed plainly, she was just too beautiful, and their gazes were filled with greed. Hey, beautiful, do you remember me? The taller man among the two spoke first. I don't remember. Jiang Shiryu glanced at him indifferently and then looked away. This is my home. You guys are trespassing. Can you please leave? Leave? The leaner man behind the tall one laughed, unable to contain himself. Beautiful, what do you mean your home? From now on, this is our home. The tall man smiled and closed the door. He pulled a Snickers bar from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite. Beautiful, I've been watching you for several days. You have nothing to eat at home, right? You must be starving. Want to try some? Saying this, he waved the half-eaten Snickers bar in front of her. Jiang Shiyu laughed. She was amused by his actions. A pack of Snickers? To make her bow her head? That was just too funny. Not to mention she wasn't lacking food now. Even if she had been starving for days, she would never compromise with someone like him. Seeing her laugh, the man laughed along, thinking Jiang Shiyu wanted food. Beautiful, as long as you call me good brother, and if I'm happy, I'll reward you with a pack. How about that? He said, moving closer to the sofa, preparing to sit down. The next second, he sat with half of his but suspended in midair, for in his line of sight, the smile on Jiang Shiyu's face had turned cold, and a long knife appeared in her hand out of nowhere, its blade glinting with a sharp, icy light. As she stood up, the man quickly stepped back to create distance, his smile replaced by a serious expression, his eyes cautiously fixed on her. How did you conjure that knife? Jiang Shiyu was too lazy to talk to them. She slowly walked towards them. There was no other reason. She wanted to force the two of them out the door to settle things. She didn't want her home to be splattered with blood that she would have to clean up later. Mutated zombies, protein monsters. Mutated zombies, protein monsters. Beauty, do you think your knife is faster, or my iron rod is stronger? The tall man, seeing Jiang Shiyu continuously approaching, swung the baseball bat in his hand, making a whooshing sound. Jiang Shiyu showed a mocking expression and continued to close in. A baseball bat. How crude. It was much better to be with Bebe at home. The novice equipment was a top-notch Tang Hung knife which had chopped over 100 zombies yesterday without a scratch on the blade, showcasing its quality. The tall man's expression grew increasingly grave. He didn't know if this woman was just putting on a show or truly capable. If she had other weapons, that would be one thing, but she was wielding a sharp long knife. He didn't want to get cut or stabbed. Humans were just that kind of creature, always thinking about avoiding injury. Step back again. Soon, the two retreated to the door. The thin man shouted, "Bro, this woman is definitely bluffing. If she really had skills, she would have charged at us long ago. Don't be fooled by her. Don't forget you're a first tier 2-star. Let's go together and knock that knife out of her hand." Right, what do I have to fear as a first tier 2-star? Damn it, I completely forgot about that. The serious look on the man's face quickly turned into a sinister grin. Beauty, even if you have a knife, so what? The absolute difference in strength can't be compensated for by weapons. I smashed the heads of nearly 100 zombies to reach first tier 2-star. If you don't want to get hurt, just immediately put down the knife. Otherwise, if you get hurt later, don't blame me for not caring about you. Saying this, he stepped forward with the baseball bat. He had seen on the way here. Not many zombies had been killed. There were quite a few zombie corpses in the fire escape, but together they only added up to a dozen or 20, not even enough to reach first tier 1-star, let alone 2-star. In terms of raw strength, he was above this woman. Jiang Shiyu seemed to be oblivious. What the hell are you pretending for? Seeing her still advancing, the tall man swung the baseball bat with force, wanting to tear apart this woman's facade, and then he would rip her clothes off, making her understand the price of pointing a knife at them. Clang! Jiang Shiyu turned the knife around. She struck with the back of the blade. Impossible! At the moment of weapon collision, the man's pupils constricted sharply. The terrifying recoil made it impossible for him to hold on, and the instant the baseball bat hit the ground, he turned and ran for the door without a second thought. No! Damn it! Why is this woman's strength so terrifying? He was a first tier 2-star, with strength 3 times that of an ordinary person, but in front of this woman, he felt like a baby. He even felt that the bones in his palm might shatter. After a brief numbness, the pain tore through him. The slightly weaker man beside him was just about to make a move, but seeing his older brother run away, he dared not stay and followed him out the door, realizing they had kicked a steel plate. They thought she was just putting on a show. They never expected she was truly capable. Just moments ago, they wanted to invade. Now they just wanted to run away. Jiang Shiyu smiled. These two fools had finally left her home, and now she could act without hesitation. In the past few days, she had frantically caught up on apocalyptic novels and movies, understanding one principle: do not let go of anyone with a grudge, do not play the saint. They came wanting to take advantage of her. How could she let these two leave alive? Outside the door, the two men, having rushed out in a panic, gasped for breath. "Brother, what's going on? Is that woman's power really terrifying?" the frail man asked, somewhat unwilling to accept. The tall man's eyes were filled with intense fear. "It's not just terrifying. My hand is probably ruined. Where the hell did she kill so many zombies to level up?" As they spoke, the two ran towards the fire escape, but Jiang Shiyu followed closely behind. catching a glimpse out of the corner of her eye as the tall man was about to say something pleading, and in the next second, he bizarrely saw his own neck. What the hell? The other man, witnessing this scene, felt his legs go weak with fear and scrambled towards the fire escape, feeling a chill at his neck but still managing to rush past. But why can't I feel my body? No, where's my body? A head rolled down the stairs. You two idiots ruined my good mood early in the morning. Jiang Shiyu coldly glanced back, then turned and went home. Such a bloody scene made her stomach churn a bit. It was instinct, but that was all. The day before, the scene in the underground garage was hundreds of times more disgusting than this. Back in the house, Lin Bei and Hee-yun were already in the living room. Sister Shiyu, what happened just now? Hee-yun asked, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking half asleep. Nothing, just 2 clueless clowns. Wash your face and get ready for breakfast. You look so tired. You must have played on your phone late last night. It was better not to say anything. As soon as she spoke, Hee-yun's expression turned incredibly resentful, her small eyes darting between her and Lin Bei. She wanted to say something but thought better of it. Sister Shiyu was already controlling her voice quite well, it was just that her hearing was too good now. She went to the bathroom to wash her face. Jiang Shiyu squinted her eyes. Interesting. After washing her face, Hee-yun energetically ran to her side and hugged her arm, her big eyes full of anticipation. Sister Shiyu, what are we having for breakfast? They had eaten a lot last night, but after a night passed, they were already starving. Protein, protein, protein. Just as Jiang Shiyu was about to say to eat something casual, she heard strange roaring sounds coming from downstairs through the window. With her body evolving, her hearing and vision had naturally evolved as well. The 3 of them rushed to the window to look. What the hell is that monster? Is it still a zombie? Hee-yun covered her mouth and gasped, her eyes wide open. It is a bit exaggerated. Jiang Shiyu was also taken aback. This should be a power-type mutated zombie after evolution. Those muscles, why do they look a bit familiar, like I've seen them in some TV series? Lin Bei couldn't help but squint. He had seen all sorts of strange zombies online these days, but he didn't expect there would be one in their community. From the 13th floor, it was at least 2 heads taller than the nearby zombies, wearing only a pair of gym shorts, its exposed skin filled with explosive muscles. The all-knowing netizens had categorized them. Zombies were divided into several types. Ordinary zombies, the usual zombies on the street, which have also started to evolve like humans. Elite zombies, evolved and have special abilities. Mutated zombies, evolved and possess extremely strong special abilities. The zombie they were currently seeing should belong to the 3rd type. Its physique was indeed a bit over the top. Soon, the zombie disappeared from their sight. Hee-yun couldn't help but sigh. I thought being a first tier 3-star was enough, but I didn't expect there to be such monsters in the community. Our strength is still too weak. In this world full of dangers, only having powerful strength could bring a sense of security. Exactly. Jiang Shiyu nodded. Just in our area, such monsters have appeared. Who knows how many more are out there? Even with Bei Bei helping me, I still feel my strength is too weak. Hee-yun raised an eyebrow. She glanced at Lin Bei without leaving a trace, unsure if his abilities could also double her power. If so, her strength would increase significantly. Currently, her power was 8 times that of an ordinary person, and if it doubled, that would be an exaggerated 16 times. Just thinking about it made her incredibly excited. Moreover, if her power ability upgraded, it would be a substantial boost. The more she thought about it, the more thrilled she became. No, she had to ask Sister Shiyu about it later. He entered the arena, and he was taken out in an instant. What's wrong, Bei Bei? Is there a problem? Seeing Lin Bei standing motionless by the window, staring outside, Shiyu approached with concern, following his gaze but seeing nothing. Lin Bei made a sure gesture. Did you hear any strange sounds? Strange sounds? The 2 girls frowned, perked up their ears to listen carefully, and vaguely heard, protein, protein, protein. As they listened, the expressions of the 3 changed instantly. They exchanged glances. Not good. The faint sound grew louder, and with the strong smell of blood in the air, they all looked towards the door. That guy, he wouldn't have followed the smell of blood here, would he? Jiang Shiyu's face turned grim. It seems he really did. Hee-yun quickly ran back to the room to grab a knife, standing ready and looking towards the door. The sound was now almost right outside, a low growl and heavy footsteps, all indicating that something was out there. I'm sorry, Bei Bei, I didn't know the smell of blood would attract such monsters. I really didn't know. Jiang Shiyu apologized, her face a bit pale. She had wanted to show off a bit but ended up attracting such a monster. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. He didn't know either. He knew zombies were sensitive to the smell of blood, but he didn't expect this zombie could smell the blood from the 13th floor below. Ridiculous. Outrageously absurd. However, this might not be a bad thing. Killing such a zombie would yield energy far beyond that of an ordinary zombie. If they wanted to leave, they could take the 2 girls and go right now. There was still time. With every zombie killed, he could feel a faint energy flowing into his body, like experience points. It was as if this world had turned into a game, and this muscular zombie was just a minor obstacle. I'm sorry. Shiyu was still blaming herself. It's fine, just a mutated zombie. Don't think of your man as too weak. Lin Bei comforted her by patting her head, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked towards the door. Protein. So much protein. The sound of chewing came through. Although there was a door between them, the 3 knew what was happening outside and held their breath. Not enough protein. Before long, the muscular monster's roar echoed, and they could hear him wildly sniffing the air. Protein. Outside, the muscular monster's pitch-black pupils locked onto the door. He had smelled it, sensed the fresh protein inside, and approached with wild steps, each step shaking the floor. Bang! The security door before him crumpled like paper, smashed open with a casual swipe. Seeing the 3 people inside, he revealed a fierce, cruel, and greedy smile. Protein. So much protein. Up close, the muscular monster's physique was even more terrifying than they had imagined, his head nearly touching the ceiling, his massive body and thick muscles making it hard to fathom the power contained within. A sense of helplessness rose in the hearts of the 2 girls. He could only tighten his grip on the long knife in his hand. Even if there were 3 of them, they might not be able to retreat unscathed from him. Hien felt very unwilling. If she could double her current strength, she would have the confidence to fight the monster before her. Its muscles were truly terrifying. She didn't want to die. There were so many things she hadn't experienced yet. No, she couldn't think like that. It was a great taboo to show fear before the battle. The 3 of them, all at the first level and 3 stars, should have no problem dealing with this zombie. Protein. Without the barrier of a door, the muscle monster could smell their fresh scent even more clearly, and the terrifying smile on its face grew even more ferocious. In the next moment, the smile on its face froze. The knives in the hands of the 2 women could be ignored, but the dark muzzle of the gun in the man's hand triggered a fear deep within its memory, causing it to instinctively take a step back. Smile transfer technique. The smile on the muscle monster's face shifted to Lin Bei's. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns were nearly invincible. Seeing the muscle monster retreat, the smile on Lin Bei's face grew even wider. Experience points delivered right to his door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He crazily pulled the trigger. In just 1 second, he fired a full 10 bullets. The terrifying recoil meant nothing to him. To cover it up, he changed the magazine after firing 10 shots, and the time taken was no more than 10 seconds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then came another 10 consecutive shots. A total of 20 bullets, without exception, all hit the muscle monster's head. Within 7 steps, the gun was fast and accurate, and with a head that was a full double the size of an average person, anyone could hit it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next came 30 shots. The semi-automatic pistol, thanks to his hand speed, was effectively turned into an automatic weapon. The power of the Desert Eagle was not something an ordinary handgun could compare to. It could easily take down an elephant. At a distance of a few meters, 30 bullets, let alone this muscle monster, he felt he could even take down a second-level zombie. Bang! With the 3rd magazine emptied, the muscle monster's massive body crashed to the ground. As for its head, have you ever seen a watermelon? It was just like a watermelon falling to the ground. Hiyun and Jiang Shiyu's mouths dropped wide open. They had thought it would be a fierce battle. They had thought it would be a fight to the death. He entered the scene. He was taken down in an instant. This muscle monster was killed by Lin Bei in less than 5 seconds? Knowledge changes lives. Technology changes fate. Damn! Hien slapped her forehead. Brother Lin has a gun. I completely forgot about that. No matter how twisted the zombies are, they can never be more twisted than a handgun. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Bei's body. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Killing this muscle monster actually raised his level by a whole star. Master, Lin Bei, level, 1st level, 4 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, level, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 50. Strength, 50. Mentality, 50. Constitution, 50. Items, returning force pill, 2nd grade, greatest stake. Members recorded in the illustrated guide, Jiang Shiyu, space, 1st level, 3 stars. Bond benefits, double return on temperament, strength, and food supplies. You're amazing, I've broken through. Lin Bei excitedly hugged Shiyu. In the apocalypse, nothing was more exhilarating than increasing one's strength. But the reason he made this move was to dispel Shiyu's guilt. She had been too concerned about attracting the mutated zombies. Really? That's great. Shiyu's heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally relaxed. She was afraid Lin Bei would think poorly of her for not using her brain. No matter what, the danger had finally been averted. Hyun-sung let out a sigh of relief, casting a slightly envious glance at the two people embracing each other. Growing up, he had never been held by a man. His friend with a boyfriend said it felt really nice, but he had no idea what that sensation was like. He shook his head. Strength. He still lacked strength. He had to ask Sister Yu today how Lin Bei managed to double her strength. Clear the community, fully upgrade. Clear the community, fully upgrade. After finishing their meal, the three set off. It was only a few kilometers from here to Teacher Zhang's martial arts school, but walking there was no easy task. To prevent any unexpected situations, they decided to develop a bit more. Arriving downstairs, it had been almost a week since the apocalypse broke out, and the three of them had not left the community building in a long time, enjoying the feeling of sunlight on their skin. Roar! Roar! The three appeared without any disguise. The surrounding zombies surged towards them like sharks smelling blood. When the apocalypse first broke out, these zombies moved at a speed similar to a jogger, but now they were as fast as a normal person running. Survival of the fittest. Those who stand still are doomed to perish. Today's small goal is to clear out the zombies in the community. No problem, right? Lin Bei glanced roughly at the number of zombies rushing towards them, which was in the hundreds. This community had 60 buildings. Each building had 2 units and 16 floors. Each unit had 2 households. This meant there were 3,840 households in the community. Assuming 3 people per household, that's over 10,000. The apocalypse broke out at 5 in the afternoon, so one can imagine how many zombies were wandering outside. Not at all. Zhang Shiyu was very confident. Easy to handle, Hyun also appeared quite casual. If it weren't for that magical pill, this would have been impossible, but right now, these zombies were just walking experience points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Bei pulled out his pistol and aimed at the leading zombie, pulling the trigger. The front row of zombies fell, creating a chain reaction. These zombies had gained mobility, but their brains were still lacking a bit. However, even normal people would experience this situation. Let's get started. Blooming in the midst of slaughter, like flowers in the dawn, wherever the three passed, only headless zombies remained. Every strike was with full force, and there was no need to worry about exhaustion. Weak and powerless? Take a pill for recovery. Full status. Full power smash. Sis, get up quickly. The big shots in the community have made their move. You have to see this, they're amazing. The zombies in front of them are like toys. Wow, are they still human? Handsome guy, need a wife? I'll throw myself at you. Big shot, my sister is still a virgin, and she's really pretty. Come to my house and be my brother-in-law. Reverse brother. Handsome guy, take me with you. I can warm your bed. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to 100. Survivors in the community rushed to the windows, each one excitedly shouting to attract their attention. Great! With these 3 big shots here, our danger level has decreased a lot. Exactly, they're like beasts. Zhang Shiyu glanced around. I really didn't expect there were so many people still alive. Lin Bei joked, did you think everyone was like you, with nothing to eat at home? Shiyu's face turned red. Who knew the apocalypse would come so suddenly? But my luck is really good. My neighbor is you. I'm so grateful to my friend. If she hadn't rushed me to play games, I might not have made it back before the outbreak. Your luck is indeed quite good. He still remembered. Zhang Shiyu had returned home 20 minutes before the apocalypse broke out. If she had been delayed even slightly on the way, she would have either turned into a zombie or become a sacrifice for your friend. Bei, I leveled up. Suddenly, Hyun beside her also got excited. I leveled up too. We all leveled up. Haha, brother Lin, sister Yu, my ability has reached level 2. And now my power has tripled. Really? If she weren't afraid that sister Yu would mind, she would have wanted to pounce on brother Lin and give him a big kiss. The reason her ability upgraded so quickly was that she used her power without holding back. Frequent use of her abilities naturally led to upgrades, and the premise for frequent use was brother Lin's special little pills. Whoosh! Hyun gathered all her strength and slashed out, a terrifying strike that instantly decapitated 10 zombies. So refreshing. Hyun was extremely excited. She was trembling all over with excitement. This power, terrifying indeed. With the 3 of them leveling up together, the speed of clearing zombies further increased, and the number of zombies that died under their blades changed from tens to hundreds and then to thousands. So satisfying. Hours passed. The large community was littered with corpses, resembling a hell on earth, with only the 3 of them standing atop the pile of bodies. Master, Lin Bei, level, first stage 6 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability, space, level, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 70. Strength, 70. Spirit, 70. Physique, 70. Items, rebound pill, 2nd grade, great estate. Members recorded in the illustrated guide, Jiang Shiyu, space, 1st stage 5 stars. Bond benefits, charisma, strength, double return of food supplies. So satisfying. He was 6 stars. Yun and Shiyu were both 5 stars. The combat power of their trio was quite terrifying. They leaned against the wall. With a flip of his hand, a piece of steak went into his mouth. After clearing zombies for several hours, he was already starving. The rebound pill could restore stamina but not hunger. Bei, hungry, eat. Shiyu bumped into him, looking up with her little cherry lips slightly parted. Here. Lin Bei brought the steak to her mouth for her to take a bite. With one bite, she was filled with satisfaction. So fragrant, so tender, so delicious. Another bite, so good. Yun beside them was swallowing hard, frantically making faces. The two acted as if they didn't see each other. You take a bite, I take a bite. You feed me, I feed you, eating happily. Humph, so infuriating. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. The two still showed no reaction. I knock. It must be intentional. Until Yun's throat was almost hoarse from coughing, Lin Bei, holding Shiyu, finally looked at her leisurely, a piece of steak appearing in his hand, waving it in front of her. Call me good brother, and I'll give you a piece. Yun laughed. A very sarcastic laugh. What did she think? 1 piece? Laugh. Taking a deep breath. Good brother. With her powerful lung capacity, she shouted it 100 times in one breath. 100 pieces. The two stared in shock. Yun raised her little head proudly, extending her small hand. Brother Lin, you said it. Call you good brother and you'll give me 1 piece. You have to keep your word. I shouted 100 times. You have to give me 100 pieces. I don't have a space backpack, so give me 10 pieces first. What if I don't keep my word? Oh, good brother, can you just give me a few pieces? I'm almost starving to death, and you guys are still teasing me. Yun pouted, pulling on his arm in a spoiled manner. Eat. Lin Bei took 5 pieces and gave them to her. Little Yun. Quite fun. Thank you, good brother. Yun didn't care that the steak was greasy, grabbing it in her hand and biting into it. With one bite, she was stunned. How could this steak be so delicious? My goodness, it's ridiculously good. 5 palm-sized steaks down, still wanting more, she clung to his arm and pouted. Good brother, can you give me a few more pieces? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. So soft. The next moment, his gaze sharpened, and he suddenly shook off Yun, catching a long arrow that was shot at his head. Yun's expression changed repeatedly. She thought Lin Bei didn't like her like this, feeling quite disappointed, but seeing the arrow in his hand filled her with surprise, which quickly turned into intense anger as she followed the trajectory of the arrow. Diagonally opposite. 15th floor. A young man stood by the window, holding a compound bow. A little torment, the community lost power. A little torment, the community lost power. Lin Bei sneered. The worrying situation had finally occurred. Someone was unhappy with him and secretly shot arrows. Looking for death? Shiryu and his arms also rarely cursed upon seeing the arrow. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Bei headed towards that building, with the two women closely following. In this apocalypse, others could shoot arrows without concern, and he naturally could retaliate without hesitation. The man by the window clearly didn't expect Lin Bei to catch the arrow. Seeing them approach, his expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he drew the bow, aimed, and shot a second arrow. Aimed very accurately, shot very accurately. But when unprepared, he couldn't hit. With preparation, it was even more impossible. Every arrow was precisely intercepted. Damn, can't even kill you? The man's face turned extremely ugly. The three entered the building. 15th floor. Charge. With their current physical condition, it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds to go from the first floor to the 15th. Bang! A kick broke open the security door. They saw a man stuffing things into a bag, and upon seeing them, his movements paused. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Bro, if I said I was shooting zombies just now, would you believe me? What do you think? I think you would believe me. As the man spoke, he stood up and backed away. Bro, considering we're all from the same community, can you let me go this once? I was just momentarily possessed to attack you. Give me a chance. As his words fell, a cold glint flashed in the man's eyes. Go to hell. Whoosh! Lin Bei raised his hand. He firmly caught a sewing needle in midair, looking mockingly at the man. Nice ability, but unfortunately, you have no chance to rise. Impossible. The man's pupils constricted sharply, and this time, terror filled his face. Originally, he planned to talk to attract Lin Bei's attention, using his magnetic ability to kill him unnoticed, who would pay attention to the size of a sewing needle, especially in high-speed flight. He thought he had it secured. Who would have thought that not only did the man notice, but he also caught it. The next second, the man's pupils reflected the dark muzzle of a gun, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. At that moment, he smelled death. Without thinking, he knelt on the ground. Bro, don't shoot, I was wrong, I was really wrong, please give me a chance. Your ability should be magnetism, you can control the bullet's tip. If you can block it, I'll give you a chance. No. Before the man could speak, a bullet shot out from the muzzle. The moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the man activated his ability with all his might, but his ability level was simply too low, and his magnetic ability was just ordinary. He couldn't block the bullet at all. But the bullet entered his thigh. Logically speaking, with the power of the Desert Eagle, this shot would be enough to create a hole in his leg, but now it merely entered his thigh. Sweat beads appeared densely on the man's forehead, indicating the effect of the ability. Not bad, you blocked it. The man instinctively smiled. So are you going to give me a chance? I swear did I say that? Ha, are you kidding me? Bang, 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 bang. Lin Bei fired 4 shots in quick succession. The bullets pierced through his two menisci and shoulder blade. Just kidding. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll give you a chance, then I'll give you a chance. If you can survive, consider yourself lucky. The man's eyes widened. This is called giving a chance? Really? After saying that, Lin Bei turned and walked away. Humph. Jiang Shiyu snorted and left. Deserved it. He-yun shot him a cold glare. Why not just live well? Why seek death? The power of the Desert Eagle is no joke. The man's knees and shoulder joints were shattered, with only a thin layer of skin hanging on, blood gushing out continuously. If he could survive this, it could only be said that he was meant to live. Good brother, why not just kill him directly? You can't be serious about giving him a chance. What if he survives? Outside, He-yun asked. The more Lin Bei thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it. Fortunately, he had gained Jiang Shiyu's special ability and figured out the threshold for spatial perception. Otherwise, that kid would have successfully ambushed him. Kill him directly? Don't you think that would be too easy for him? Let him suffer like this, feeling the pain in his body, feeling life slipping away. Magnetism is a good ability. Even a low-level one can develop into something powerful. But now, because of his momentary impulse, he has lost everything and has to wait slowly to die, with regret and unwillingness torturing him until the last moment of his life. That makes sense. He-yun agreed, but then added, but what if this guy doesn't die? If he survives, he will definitely find a way to take revenge on us later. Lin Bei smiled and rubbed her little head. I never said we had to leave right now. Aren't you hungry? Let's find an empty house to eat first, and after we finish eating, we can come back to check on him, right? He-yun stuck out her tongue. I was overthinking it. I didn't see that coming. You actually understand the importance of finishing off an opponent. Not really, I've just read too many novels. They found an empty house. With a wave of his hand, 3 bowls filled to the brim with rice appeared, each bowl about the size of a face, or slightly larger than a soup bowl. They had huge appetites now. Why bother with small bowls? Let's just have something simple for lunch. Simple? He-yun felt a bit disappointed. The next second. Simple? This is called simple? Sweet and sour ribs, tomato and egg, pickled fish slices, shredded pork with garlic, braised lamb, black fish soup, 5 dishes and a soup. Is this really called simple? I love simple meals. Jiang Shiyu consumed 1 bowl of rice, returning 2 bowls of the same specification. You consumed 1 bowl of rice, returning 2 bowls of the same specification. Jiang Shiyu and you jointly consumed braised lamb, returning 2 bowls of braised lamb of the same specification. System, wow, that's impressive. Can't finish it, absolutely can't finish it. Bei, it seems like the power is out. After eating and drinking enough, Shiyu was about to check what was in the family's fridge when she opened it and found there was no power. She tried to turn on the light but found it was also out. So soon? Lin Bei frowned slightly. Actually, it wasn't that soon. It had been almost a week since the apocalypse broke out before the power went out, which could be considered quite slow. He glanced at the time. It was 6 in the evening. In summer, it gets dark relatively late, but it was a bit late to head to teacher Zhang's place now. Lin Bei looked at He-yun. We'll sleep at your place tonight, and tomorrow we can set off, just in time to gather your things. He-yun nodded while gnawing on a rib. After eating and drinking enough, the 3 returned to the 15th floor. Damn it! Make me useless. I will definitely take revenge for this grudge, and I will make you watch as I disable your limbs and see your woman being toyed with. Just as he arrived at the door of the 15th floor, he heard a voice filled with resentment from inside. Lin Bei was taken aback. This guy's life was quite tough. Unfortunately, as he stepped into the room, he saw a man without limbs lying on the sofa, the wounds looking as if they had been cooked, no longer bleeding, and several spatulas quietly lying on the floor. Understood. The magnetic ability controlled the gas, turning the spatulas red hot, sealing the blood vessels with the heat. One could imagine the immense pain this man endured. He had to admire his will to survive. Damn it! If I don't take revenge, I'm not human. The man continued to mutter to himself, excessive blood loss making him somewhat dazed, not even noticing the three who had entered his home. No, I need to eat something to replenish my blood, my head is spinning. As he turned his head, he saw the three standing quietly at the door, his pupils constricting. Ha 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 ha, the man laughed, a bit crazily. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! After enduring so much suffering, he had finally survived, yet these people hadn't left. Ha 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 ha, a bullet struck him right between the eyes. That feels good. Lin Bei left with satisfaction, accompanied by the two women. He didn't like to provoke others, but he liked even less to let those who provoked him go free. Sure you lured, He-Yun took the bait. Sure you lured, He-Yun took the bait. At He-Yun's doorstep, He-Yun took out her keys to open the door, and the first thing she did upon returning home was to check if there was electricity. She sighed. Looking at Lin Bei and Jiang Shiryu, she said, "There's no electricity in my house either. It seems like the power is really out." Lin Bei and the others surveyed her home. The overall decoration style was quite similar, but her place had a lot of things, though it was relatively tidy. When their eyes swept to the coffee table in the living room, they were attracted by the small trinkets on it, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but lift. Quite interesting. Jiang Shiryu noticed it too. He-Yun followed their gaze, her fair little face instantly turning red, and she quickly stepped forward to pick it up, opened the window, and without thinking, threw it out, the action flowing smoothly. Someone must have come to my house last night. There are things I've never seen before. I need to check thoroughly. Someone must be hiding. He-Yun pretended, but her flushed cheeks had already betrayed her. Is that so? Sure, you helped her check and casually asked, "What if you need it after throwing it away?" "It's fine, I have a new one in my drawer." He-Yun's mind was a mess of embarrassment, and she instinctively replied. As soon as she finished speaking, her already flushed cheeks turned even redder. Biting her lip, she shot her a shy glare. "Sister you, it's over. She's exposed." "Oh, don't be so shy, we're all adults here. Isn't it normal to have a little of this? I used to buy those little things too." "Really? Don't ask, just know it's true." "Alright, no one will laugh at you. We leave tomorrow, so pack up what you need. We'll set off after we wake up." "Okay." Sure, you followed her to help pack her things, which were just some clothes and such. "Sister you, can I ask you a question?" "Feel free to ask." They were leaving tomorrow. He-Yun was currently at the first stage, 5 stars, with her ability tripled, her strength 18 times that of an ordinary person. It sounded strong, but who knew if there would be any perverse monsters outside? What if they encountered something that couldn't be solved with a handgun? Her strength was still not enough. "Sister you, if Brother Lin doubles your strength, can he double mine too?" After hesitating for a long time, He-Yun finally spoke. She had wanted to say this for a day. Sure, Yu was momentarily stunned. Originally, she intended to use this to entice He-Yun, but she never expected that she would take the initiative to speak. Jiang Shiyu showed a troubled expression. It can be done, but his ability can only what? Only be used on his woman. He-Yun thought there would be some harsh conditions, but just this? Without thinking, she blurted out, "That's simple, I can just be his woman, right, Jiang Shiyu?" After saying that, He-Yun regretted it. Her damn straightforwardness. It was exposed again. "Ahem, what I mean is, being his woman isn't really good. After all, we're not very familiar, and you are his girlfriend. I don't want to ruin your relationship. I don't mind." "Really? That's great." "No, I mean, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" He-Yun became incoherent with excitement. Not only could she be a woman openly, but it was also with the boy she liked, and she could gain power. What a great deal. "Please, Lin Bei is super handsome, okay?" The first time they met, she thought he was both handsome and charismatic. Not only did he provide her with so much food, but he also helped her grow quickly. If it weren't for Lin Bei, she might still be at home eating instant noodles, hesitating whether to go out and fight for herself, or she might have already been locked on the rooftop, becoming zombie food. A youthful girl, a heart in turmoil. She just didn't dare to show it because of Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu frowned slightly. Things were going much smoother than she had anticipated. Even without her involvement, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Yun would take the initiative to give herself away. There was nothing she could do. Who told her that Bei Bei was too handsome? Great! Finally, someone was helping her share the burden. "Xiao Yun, do you desire power? Do you want to seize the future? There's no better time than now. How about you become his woman tonight? After tonight, your power can increase from the ordinary limit of 18 times to 36 times. 36 times, can you imagine that?" Shiyu whispered in her ear, tempting her. "Tonight?" He-Yun bit her lip, shyly murmuring, "That's too fast. I'm not ready yet. It felt great to talk big, but when it came to reality, she hesitated. Shiyu came up behind her, placing her hands on her shoulders. Xiaoyun, this is the apocalypse. It's chaotic outside, and we might encounter insurmountable dangers any day now. At that time, it won't matter whether you're ready or not. If we set off tomorrow, the stronger you become, the more confident we will be in reaching our destination, right? What if something happens tomorrow, and Lin Bei and I fall in front of you? Would you regret being shy at this moment? Or do you want to continue drifting alone in this apocalypse? Some things and some people must be seized now. Once something happens, it will be too late to regret. Xiaoyun. He-Yun's small face was full of hesitation. Shyly, she said, I don't know how to face him. This kind of thing, I'm embarrassed. Understood. So that's how it is. Shiyu realized, you don't not want to, but you're just shy, right? That's easy to handle. I have a way. Listen to me. After hearing this, He-Yun's eyes widened. This can work? Why not? Sister Yu, I'm still a bit scared. I really don't have the mental preparation for this. Is it too fast? I'm really not ready yet. How about? It's okay, it's really fine. Alright. She took it down. After putting away her things, she came to the living room. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening. Shiyu saw Lin Bei preparing to take a shower first and took the initiative to say, Bei, we feel uncomfortable. Can we wash up first? Sure. While they were showering, Lin Bei made a video call to his first wife. Yu, has the power gone out over there? It has? I estimate the backup power for the signal station won't last long. Just use your home as a stronghold, and when I have enough strength, I'll come find you. Alright, I miss you so much. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who wavers. You know me, even if a beautiful woman throws herself at me, I wouldn't even glance. My heart only has room for you, really. It's all good. He hung up the phone. Lin Bei smiled. He wondered what Shiryu planned to do tonight. Work uniform? White stockings? Black stockings? He felt a bit of anticipation. Before long, two women walked out together, their slightly damp hair and form-fitting clothes showcasing their figures perfectly. Once he had He-Yun sorted out, he could have one on each side. Time to shower. Bei, I'm sleeping in this room tonight, and He-Yun will be in that room. Shiryu pointed before entering the bathroom. Okay. Once inside, Shiryu took He-Yun's small hand and led her to her room, whispering, it's already dark. Just lie on the bed with your back to him when the time comes. Don't worry, he likes you too. Once he realizes it's you, it'll flow naturally. You just need to do this and that. Sister Yu, how about tomorrow night instead? I'm a bit scared. He-Yun stood up, about to leave, but Shiryu pressed her down. What? You can't leave once you're here. Help me out, my sister. Xiaoyun, did you forget what I just told you? What if something dangerous happens tomorrow because your strength hasn't improved? Are you sure you won't regret it? Brainwashing. Intense brainwashing. Xiaoyun, think about how good Bei is to you. He makes sure you eat well every meal, and he doesn't limit you on those special little pills. Your current strength is all thanks to him. He has given you so much. Don't you want to think about repaying him? Do you think there's anything else besides this that can repay him? That's true. He-Yun sat down quietly. Lin Bei was really good to her. She had no way to repay him. She could only offer herself. Shiryu continued with her big move. Once you become his woman, you can eat as much meat as you want. He'll let you treat meat as your staple food. Don't you like ribs? Tomorrow, I'll show you 2 plates. No, 5 plates. No, 10 plates. No, 100 plates. Is that for real? For real. Shiryu quickly agreed, not caring if it was true or not. She just needed to keep her steady for now. After tonight, there would be no running away. Unlock He-Yun, strength skyrocketing. Unlock He-Yun, strength skyrocketing. Feeling refreshed. Shu. In the living room, he saw Shiryu sitting quietly on the sofa. Just as he was about to ask why she wasn't in her room, she made a shushing gesture and then winked towards her room, giving him a knowing look. Lin Bei was taken aback. What does that mean? Look at your phone. Lin Bei read Shiryu's lips. I've taken care of Xiaoyun, go in and eat. Just treat her like me. She's very shy, so don't expose her at first. Lin Bei? This question mark isn't about me having a problem, but I think you have a problem. How did you manage that? Shiryu, what do you care? I promised you one condition. She can eat as much meat as she wants from now on. Lin Bei, love you, Shiryu. Shiryu really helped a lot. He had eaten He-Yun. His strength could rise several levels in place. She wanted to eat meat? She could eat to her heart's content. If she couldn't eat 10 plates in a day, she wouldn't be allowed to sleep. First, he kissed Shiryu on the forehead, then slowly walked into the room. He couldn't neglect one for the other. After his earlier control, he was extremely satisfied with the current Shiryu. Sister Yun, you're in for a tough time. Sure, you chuckled as she returned to Hee-yun's room. After several days, she could finally fall asleep slowly while awake. Lin Bei entered the room. It was very dark. Extremely dark. He could only see someone lying on the inside of the bed. Lin Bei lifted the covers and crawled in, wrapping his arms around her, feeling her body's stiffness. Yu, I'm here. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score of over 90, receiving a fine gift, a returning pill. First grade, system space storage increased to 100 cubic meters. Received a fine gift for being unbound by human relationships, a top-tier honey-glazed sausage. Innate silk stockings holy body bond +1. The effect of members wearing silk stockings in the illustration increases threefold. Activated the ultimate pure girl bond. The pure style of members in the illustration is doubled. Gourmet bond +1. The food or drink you and the members of the illustration consume will be returned threefold. Fitness bond +1. You and the members of the illustration will have your strength increased threefold. Detected Hee-yun possesses a power ability. This ability has been copied for the master. Take off big. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei, level, first stage 6 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Ability, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Strength, level, double. Speed, 70. Strength, 70. Mental, 70. Physique, 70. Items, returning pill, grade steak, top-tier honey-glazed sausage. Members recorded in the illustration: Jiang Shiyu, first stage 5 stars, space, Hee-yun, first stage 5 stars, strength, threefold amplification. Bond benefits: temperament, strength, food resources return threefold. Bond activated. Ultimate flight attendant, 1, all members' temperament and image increased twofold. Ultimate girl, 1, members of the illustration, pure style increased twofold. Innate silk stockings holy body, 2, members silk stockings wearing effect threefold. Gourmet, 2, food resources returned threefold. Fitness, 2, strength increased threefold. Unbound by human relationships, 2. Originally, his strength was 14 times that of an ordinary person, but now, it was 42 times that of an ordinary person, tripling it. He himself didn't know how terrifying his strength was now. The only regret was that the fine gift was the same as last time. With the gourmet bond, he only needed one to infinitely refresh it. Ah woo! What the? Are there wolves in the city? It can't be werewolves. Jiang Shiyu, sleeping alone, didn't expect to hear wolf howls in the city, and besides the howls, there were cries for help. Help, Sister Yu, save the children. Sister Yu, Shiyu put on her headphones, isolating the sound. She sent a video to her best friend. The power was already out, and no one knew when the internet would go down. Enyu, I'm already first stage 5 stars, impressive right? What? Your second stage? No way, girl, you must be joking. The next day, at 2 in the afternoon. How refreshing. Jiang Shiyu woke up, thinking about last night made her want to laugh. Even with headphones on, she could hear little Yin-yun's cries for help. She got up, tidied up and prepared to set off. In another room, Hee-yun was pouting, lying on Lin Bei's chest. You bad guy, I'm just a newbie. Can't you hold back a little? I don't care, we agreed last night. Today I want to eat 100 plates of ribs. Lin Bei propped his head on one hand and patted her back with the other, smiling. Do you really like meat that much? Little glutton, let's reward you with a grilled sausage first. Hee-yun? So early in the morning, don't, Is that really a grilled sausage? Hee-yun was momentarily stunned. What else would you think? Hee-yun's little face suddenly turned red. She grabbed the bamboo skewer and pulled the sausage out of her mouth, sniffing it. The rich aroma stimulated her appetite. This was also her favorite. Seeing Lin Bei staring at her, Hee-yun stared back, opened her small mouth, and took a big bite, lifting her little head to chew. This little girl, Lin Bei chuckled and shook his head. So cute. Look at your panel. What do you mean? Hee-yun, who was savoring the sausage, paused for a moment, then quickly reacted with overwhelming joy. Attributes. Hee-yun, level, first stage 5 star. Ability, strength, level, 3 times. Speed, 60. Strength, 60. Mental, 60. Constitution, 60. Points, 0. You gave me an extra 3 times? 3 times? My goodness. Hee-yun was overjoyed. A twofold increase was already terrifying, but she didn't expect it to be 3 times. 3 times. 3 times 3 is 9. 6 times 9 is 54. That's 54 times the limit of an ordinary person. But that's not the key. The key is that her strength ability still has a lot of room for improvement. The further she goes, the more monstrous it will become. This threefold bonus raised her upper limit significantly. Good brother, you really are my good brother. Yun loves you to death. Hee-yun hugged his neck and kissed him madly. Gulps. Hee-yun stuck out her tongue. Good brother, the baby's stomach is about to starve flat. Although you boosted my strength, you can't go back on your word about the 100 plates of ribs, okay? Alright. Lin Bei got excited, enjoying the banter. If you can't finish 100 plates of ribs today, you will really suffer tonight. Humph. Hee-Yun lifted her little head with a disdainful look. As long as you can provide it, I can eat it. A mere 100 plates of ribs is nothing. It's just to whet my appetite. Lin Bei laughed. Alright. His plate of ribs was not the kind served in a few small dishes of 10 or 20, those weighed at most 2 or 3 pounds. He specifically chose a large round plate, nearly 10 pounds per plate. They had huge appetites. Using large plates was more convenient. No need to worry about the plates. The system was quite considerate, returning the utensils along with the food. 1 plate counted as 10 pounds. 10 plates, 100 pounds. 100 plates, 1,000 pounds. Even with bones, that's still several hundred pounds of meat. Come on, let's dig in. Developing abilities, spatial wormholes. Wow, seeing Lin Bei take out a large plate of ribs, Hee-Yun's eyes lit up, and she happily leaned on him to start munching. Delicious. Burp. Before long, she finished the 10 pounds of ribs by herself, burped contentedly, and stared at him. Look, this plate was easily handled. Hee-Yun consumed 1 plate of ribs, returned 3 plates. Lin Bei smiled. With a flip of his hand, he took out another plate of ribs. Hee-Yun's eyes brightened again, but compared to before, the brightness had decreased significantly. It was 100% brightness before, now it was only 10%. She was full, really full. What the heck? How many ribs did he store? The baby was just joking. Seeing his demeanor, he wouldn't really expect me to eat 100 plates, would he? That would be enough to burst. Good brother, now that it's the apocalypse, we need to eat food sparingly and consider the future. We can't just think about the present, so I've decided that for our beautiful life ahead, I won't take the remaining 99 plates of ribs. How about that? Am I thoughtful? Thoughtful, you're the most thoughtful. Thoughtful to the point of bursting, right? Lin Bei pinched her nose. Time to get up. They had to set off today. I'll send a message to Teacher Jiang, saying we're going to her place today. Hee-Yun lay on the bed, swinging her 2 delicate little feet. She was full and in no hurry to get up. In the living room, Lin Bei and Zhang Xiyu were having breakfast. Lin Bei suddenly said, Xiaoyu, the reason Hee-Yun's ability level has increased is that she uses it frequently. We need to find a way to improve our ability levels too. Xiyu took a sip of her century egg and lean meat porridge and said, using abilities frequently by constantly taking and putting things away? Not to make you laugh, but last night before bed, I was on the phone with my best friend for several hours, and there was no sign of leveling up at all. The direction must be wrong. Lin Bei thought for a moment and continued, the enhancement of spatial ability should require us to develop spatial capabilities. For example, I've been practicing my perception lately. That arrow yesterday was something I sensed within a certain range. In fact, if you calm your mind, you can actually feel the space. Is that so? Xiyu put down her bowl and tried it. She closed her eyes, set aside her distractions, and calmed her mind. Before long, everything around her was vividly presented in her mind. Lin Bei in front of her, the dishes on the table, Hee-Yun in the room. Everything was colorless but very three-dimensional. Although she had read few novels, she had watched many sci-fi movies, and she tried to tap Hee-Yun's bottom. Who? Hee-Yun, lying on the bed, looked terrified. Just now, someone had tapped her bottom, and strangely, she was the only one in the room. Could it be a ghost? An invisible person? She hurriedly ran to sit beside Lin Bei and Xiyu, her big eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Good brother, sister Yu, my house seems really unclean. Lin Bei squinted, staring at Zhang Xiyu across from him. He had just seen Shiyu's hand mysteriously disappear halfway, appearing in the room to tap Hee-Yun. She must have activated a short-distance spatial wormhole. Unscientific. He had certainly tried this skill before, but it was difficult. Why could Xiyu use it on her first try? Tongzi, explain? Is it a copied or pirated version? Cut, master, she is a natural third-level spatial ability user, with an innate affinity for space. You acquired it later and need to adapt, so you are definitely a bit inferior to her. I see. Reasonable. Xiyu opened her eyes, stifling a laugh, and asked, Yun, what's wrong? What happened? Just now, it came again. Before Hee-Yun could finish her sentence, someone scratched her waist. This terrifying scene made her break out in goosebumps, and she jumped into Lin Bei's arms. Goose. Seeing her like this, Xiyu couldn't hold back any longer. She never expected that the fearless Xiyu, who wasn't afraid of zombies or bad guys, would be scared by this. It's okay, there's nothing unclean. I was the one who tapped your bottom and scratched you. Don't be afraid. Look, Xiyu demonstrated the ability she had just discovered in front of the two. I'm not. Unbelievable. So awesome. Although Hee-Yun said this, she was still very happy. Sister Yu, this skill is invincible. Using it together is super powerful. Shiyu nodded. It's very powerful later on, but right now, my spatial ability level is too low to maintain it for long or use it at a distance. That's still impressive. Hiyun waved her little fist. Now who would dare to mess with you? If I punched you, you could totally open a spatial wormhole in front of my fist and behind my head. I'd end up hitting myself, and you wouldn't even have to lift a finger. So cool. True, Shiyu said while eating, trying to familiarize herself as quickly as possible. Half an hour later, the three of them got dressed and set off. They arrived downstairs. The ground was littered with the bodies of zombies, and one could see several human figures sneaking around. The three of them headed straight for the north gate of the community. The south gate led to the main street, where the number of zombies outside was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Their goal today was to travel, not to level up, so they definitely chose the more convenient route. Zhang Jia hasn't replied to my message yet. What if something happened to her? On the way, Hiyun held a knife in one hand and a phone in the other, looking somewhat worried. Don't worry. Sure, you used her spatial wormhole ability, slicing through the air to decapitate several zombies that were over 10 meters ahead. Xiao Yun, not everyone is like us, not worrying about food. Didn't you say that your Zhang Jia has many students? As the head of the academy, she must be under a lot of pressure. She might have gone out to look for food and hasn't had time to reply to you. Maybe. Hiyun still felt a bit anxious. This situation had occurred a few days ago. As Shiryu said, Zhang Jia had gone to find food and didn't have time to check her phone. She was indeed very capable, but in this apocalypse, one could never be sure if something unexpected would happen. It was a straight distance of 2 kilometers. They chose a route on the navigation that required a 5-kilometer walk. At their current speed, they could reach it in just a few minutes, but there were simply too many zombies outside. Looking around, they were everywhere, enough to make one's scalp tingle, and they had to clear a path. Damn it, there are too many. Lin Bei popped a recovery pill into his mouth. These zombies seemed endless. Just after clearing 100, another 200 or 300 would surge forward. They didn't pose a threat to them, but it was just too annoying. Killing monsters still required a mage, but finding a top-tier mage ability user was not so easy. Being able to team up with Zhang Shiyu and Hiyun was already a blessing from above. They're coming. Shiryu frequently used her spatial wormhole beside him, and suddenly a feeling arose in her heart. With a thought, she swung her knife. This strike decapitated all the zombies rushing in from 10 meters away, and with another swing, another dozen zombies lost their heads. Got it. Lin Bei was excited. Great, Bei, you've got it too. Shiryu smiled broadly. Together, no matter how many zombies there were, whether it was 10 or 100, they couldn't get within 10 meters of them. Hiyun spread her hands. Okay. Are you bullying me because I don't have ranged attacks? She didn't have to do anything. She just followed the two of them forward, which was comfortable, but if she couldn't kill zombies, over time, she would definitely fall behind them. What use was a power ability? Xiao Yun, just keep chopping ahead, I'll open the spatial wormhole for you. Seeing that she was a bit unhappy, sure you could roughly guess what she was thinking. Great, love you to death, Yu Jia. Zhang Yu was in danger, heading to the school. 5 kilometers. An ordinary person would take about half an hour to run 5 kilometers, but the three of them took a full 3 hours. The good news was that Teacher Zhang's martial arts academy was just ahead. The bad news was that 3 hours had passed, and Teacher Jiang still hadn't replied to Hiyun's message. Upon reaching this street, the number of zombies suddenly decreased. The road was filled with corpses. Clearly, this area had been cleared by Zhang Yu, and their method was somewhat different. These zombies had mostly been shot through the head. The main door of the martial arts academy was tightly shut. This was a 3-story building made up of 3 combined storefronts. Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole and walked directly from outside into the building. What are you doing? Are you crazy? If you dare to do anything to me, aren't you afraid Teacher Jiang will come back and break your legs? Zhang Yu won't be coming back. She went to the school supermarket, and the water there has long been injected with sleeping drugs by a few of my classmates. Do you think Teacher Jiang and the others, after killing zombies all the way to the school, will be thirsty enough to open and drink the water on the shelves? You beasts, no wonder you suggested going to the school supermarket at noon, saying it was nearby. It turns out you had this in mind. Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for Teacher Jiang, you would have been bitten by zombies long ago. Damn it. How much is a conscience worth? My dorm mates are all playing in the girls' dormitory, and I'm here every day just watching you endure. Why should I? Just because Zhang Yu is a girl, we can't touch you? If it weren't for us going out every day to scavenge for supplies, you would have starved to death by now. It's the apocalypse. Why can't we do something about you? You really are a beast. Teacher Jiang helped you enter the ranks of the evolved, helped you overcome your fear of zombies, provided you with food and shelter, and you actually conspired against her. you really are a damn beast. Hey, I'm just a beast. So what? Curse me, the more you curse, the more excited I get. Baby, here I come. As soon as they entered, the three heard the sound of a conversation between a man and a woman inside, and Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Late? Hee-yun rushed into the changing room, kicked the door open, and threw the man inside out. Xiao-yun, what are you doing here? Damn! Hee-yun's face was full of anger. Wang Chang, you really are something else, daring to conspire against Teacher Jiang. If it weren't for her considering you her junior, do you think she would stay here working for you? You think it's because of your exceptional ability that you can earn $100 working just 2 or 3 hours a day? Are you even human anymore? Wang Chang, who was thrown to the ground, looked terrified. Seeing Hee-yun walking towards him, he kept trying to move back with his hands. He wanted to get up, but the fall had broken his cervical spine. After all, he was a first-tier 3-star. One could imagine Hee-yun's strength at this moment. Xiao-yun, let me explain. It was those guests upstairs who forced me. I had no choice. Don't come over. Don't come over. No choice? Hee-yun sneered. I heard everything you just said. Just wait downstairs. Those people upstairs will be coming to see you soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked and broke his neck. School. After dealing with him, Hee-yun didn't care about the situation upstairs. Sister Jiang usually took good care of them. How could she not be anxious knowing she was in danger? Lin Gu, you Jia, wait for me here. I'm going to the school for a bit. Lin Bei grabbed her. First, deal with the people upstairs. I'll go to the school later. I just need to get something. But it won't take a few minutes. Saying this, Lin Bei skillfully went upstairs, and after hesitating for a moment, Hee-yun followed him. Second floor. What are you doing? Are you crazy? No, don't come over. You beasts, Teacher Jiang will definitely come back safely, and then you'll be in for it. Training ground. 6 men cornered 3 women, their faces showing excitement, greed, and thrill, while the women's faces were filled with fear. The men were taking off their clothes, and the women were clutching their clothes tightly. I've been going crazy these days. The people outside are dead, and I can only guard you like a monk. It's all Jiang Yu's fault, if only she were a man. Since ancient times, when has a woman ever suppressed a man? If she weren't so strong, we would have rebelled long ago. It wouldn't be this troublesome. Instead, it benefits Wang Chang's roommates. I heard Jiang Yu has never even dated. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've talked to Wang Chang and told his roommates not to kill Jiang Yu. When the time comes, we'll go over and have our fun. You beasts, sister Yu treats us so well, don't you feel any guilt plotting against her? Come on, it's the apocalypse now. What man doesn't want to be king, to have power and women? Starting today, this martial arts hall will be under our control. You can resist, because the more you resist, the more excited I get. Creak. The door to the training ground was pushed open. Really, Wang Chang, you got to enjoy it all by yourself, and you finished that quickly? Several men said without turning their heads. Xiao-yun, run. These men want us. Teacher Jiang has been set up by them. The 3 women huddled in the corner faced the door and saw the newcomers. They were students here and naturally recognized Hee-yun. Xiao-yun? The 6 men turned around in unison. Surprise, confusion, excitement, desire, greed. A series of expressions appeared on their faces. They never expected Hee-yun to come, and not only did she come, but she also brought along a stunning female companion. A cold expression, a fiery figure, an aloof temperament. At the same time, she appeared very pure. Just a glance ignited their desire to conquer. As for the man, he was completely ignored by them. One of the 6, the leader, was about to say something when they noticed the man they had ignored had a gun in his hand, the dark muzzle aimed directly at them. Lin Bei squinted, tilted his head, and smiled. Brothers, you're in a hurry, so I won't let you plead for mercy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 bullets, precisely hitting their heads. Lin Bei's marksmanship was already quite good, accurate within 20 meters. Beyond that it was random, but anyway, unlimited bullets. Sisters, besides them and that Wang Chang, are there any other dangerous people in this building? Lin Bei asked the 3 women in the corner. He casually glanced at their bonds. Ordinary people. None of them had any special abilities, but they looked decent, all close to 90 points. In this day and age, there are plenty of skincare products, and girls are generally very fair. As long as they are fair, they won't be ugly, unless their facial proportions are off. Unfortunately, he was picky. He didn't want anything less than extraordinary. Why keep so many vases? To support them? No more. The remaining men all went to school with Sister Yu. The woman replied, confused and scared. Lin Bei put away his handgun. All set. You and Xiaoyun stay here. I'll go to the school. I'll go with you. Hee-yun blurted out, very worried about Teacher Zhang's situation. Lin Bei patted her head. I can move faster alone, don't worry. Teacher Jiang is such a good person, you have to believe that good people will be rewarded. Good people will be rewarded? Really? Lin Bei didn't even believe it himself. Then you be careful. If anything happens, message us. I and sister you will come to support you, Hee-Yun said. Worried? A little, but not much. It was just that Lin Bei's strength was terrifying. Hee-Yun was self-aware, she wasn't weak, but following him would only hold him back. Okay, just right, he was going to get that thing. Really, he was going to the school to retrieve something he buried within you before, as they had agreed to dig it up together after 10 years to reminisce about their youth. Now, in the apocalypse, it was better to dig it up early. Who knows if they would still be in this city later. The situation at the school was also extraordinary. Lin Bei opened the second-floor window and leaped out, rushing towards the school. I hope I won't be late. Shouldn't be. My luck has always been good. Tongzi, do you believe that Teacher Jiang must also be an extraordinary bondholder? Impossible. Extraordinary bondholders are truly one in a million. Look at those women just now, not even one with special abilities. The master's luck is good, but it can't be that good, randomly finding someone who is an extraordinary bondholder. What's wrong, Tongzi? Don't believe it? Then let's make a bet. Let's bet on a bread maker. No, let's bet on 10 billion cubic meters of space. If she is, you'll increase the capacity of my system space. If not, then she's not. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen a master this shameless. I despise you. I'm not chatting with you anymore. Your master is going to develop superpowers. As Lin Bei hurried along, he used a spatial wormhole in conjunction with his long knife to clear out zombies. Spatial wormhole. If one were to reach into a spatial wormhole and then close it, wouldn't that turn it into spatial cutting? The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Lin Bei reached out. Damn! Almost made a fool of himself. Lin Bei chopped off a zombie's arm, opened the spatial wormhole, placed the zombie's arm inside, and then closed the wormhole. He felt some resistance while closing it, but with a bit of force, he successfully shut it, perfectly severing the zombie's arm. It worked! It was just a bit laborious, mainly because his superpower level was low. He had developed a new way to play. Whoa! While on the road, Lin Bei suddenly turned around. He had heard the wolf howl last night, but now the sound was very close, as if it were just down the street. Big? Forget it. He needed to keep moving. He didn't know how Jiang Yu was doing or if he could catch up in time. Is it the 7 stars? After dealing with another batch of zombies blocking his path, he felt a surge of power within him, and his speed increased significantly. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei, level, first stage 7 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Superpower, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Strength, level, double. Speed, 80. Strength, 80. Spirit, 80. Physique, 80. Items, returning force pill, grade A steak, top quality honey glazed sausage. Members recorded in the illustrated guide: Jiang Shiyu, first stage 5 stars, space, Hee-Yun, first stage 5 stars, strength, triple amplification. Bond benefits, charisma, strength, food supplies 3x return. His strength was terrifying, but he wasn't very willing to use all his power. Because he knew that his bones absolutely couldn't withstand such terrifying strength, he valued Jiang Yu greatly. Only by obtaining Jiang Yu could he dare to use his power freely, unimpeded. He soon arrived at the school. Moving alone was much more convenient. It had been 7 days since the apocalypse broke out, and ordinary zombies ran incredibly fast, but in his eyes, they still moved as slowly as snails, posing no threat at all. Campus supermarket, where is it? There! It was now July 10th, and the apocalypse broke out on July 3rd. Although it was summer vacation, there were still quite a few students in the school. That's basically how it is in college. There were very few zombies in the school. Looking around, there were only a dozen or so. There were many zombie corpses on the ground. Arriving at the campus supermarket, there was no one inside. The food on the few shelves in the supermarket was scarce, clearly having been looted. He picked up an unopened bottle of water, held it up to the sunlight for a closer look, and indeed, there was a small pinhole. TSK. Typical. If he hadn't known beforehand, he would never have discovered it. Where are the people? Forget it. Check one place at a time. South Canteen, none. North Canteen, none. Teaching building, none. Boys' dormitory, none in several buildings. Girls' dormitory, sorry, guys, you keep exercising. There are none in these buildings either. Office building, found one. He went to the second floor. There, in front of one office, sat 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. One of the guys, who looked a bit handsome, was eating instant noodles while shouting inside, "Sister Xiaoyu, give up resisting. I promise to be very gentle with you. If you follow me, I guarantee you'll eat well and live luxuriously from now on, never having to worry about food again, and you won't have to go out and struggle to gather supplies. Do you know how many women long for this kind of life? Sister Xiaoyu, as long as you're willing, from now on, you will be my big wife. Lin Bei's gaze was strange. Gao Jian? It turned out to be an acquaintance, a junior 2 years his junior. He was the one responsible for welcoming him when he enrolled. In college, he was an outstanding student who actively participated in club activities. He remembered that this kid was quite decent. Sure enough, the apocalypse would unleash the darkness of human nature. With a thought, Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole in the office. He saw a woman in a black tracksuit, holding a long gun, staring intently at the door. The tight-fitting clothes perfectly showcased her hot figure. A pert backside, long and curvy legs, a slender waist, waves crashing, TSK. Her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and perhaps due to the battle, a few strands of hair fell across her delicate, fair face, adding to her pale complexion, making her look particularly tragic. Name, Jiang Yu. Occupation, Martial Arts Hall Director. Appearance score, 97. Overall score, 91. Level, first stage 9 stars. Ability, Physique, Awakened, 4 times. Bond, Ultimate Martial Artist, 1. After the bond is activated, your and the member's martial arts talent will double. Innate Silk Stocking Holy Body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness Enthusiast, 1. Teaching Teacher, 1. After the bond is activated, your and the member's learning ability will improve. 1. Double. 2. Triple. Inexperienced, 1. After the bond is activated, you will receive a random small gift, with an additional small gift for each extra person. Ultimate. Speak, System. Speak, speak, speak. Hurry up and speak, it's urgent. Damn, she really is an ultimate bond holder. Why is that? Is this the luck of a cheater? Ha ha ha. Lin Bei wanted to howl. Sister, you, don't mind us, while you still have strength. Hurry and jump out the window to escape, said the woman lying on the table next to Jiang Yu weakly. Oh, Lin Bei then noticed there were 2 other women beside her and glanced at their conditions. First stage 4 stars, no abilities. First stage 5 stars, strength ability. What a pity, ordinary and unremarkable. Stop talking nonsense. Once the effects of the medicine wear off, I will go out and kill all the beasts outside. I brought you out, and I will definitely bring you back safely. As she spoke, Jiang Yu fiercely pinched the soft flesh of her arm. Once not enough, twice not enough, until the pain drove away her drowsiness. She couldn't fall. If she did, the 3 of them would be done for in this lifetime. Hiss, it looked painful. Lin Bei shook his head. He took out his phone. Through the spatial wormhole, he sent a photo to Xiao Yunyun. Don't worry, your sister Jiang is doing well. The sky outside is starting to darken. We won't be going back tonight. Now was the time to act. Save them. There would be time to return. But he didn't want to show up so soon. Only when Jiang Yu was in a desperate situation, with no hope at all, would he step in like a cloud of auspicious colors. By then, would he still have to worry about this teacher Jiang not falling for him? That's how it was written in novels. Reading so many novels still had some effect. Hee, I'm so bad. I like it so much. Hee-yun, that's great. Thank you. Good brother. It's not safe to come back at night, so you should stay at school for the night. Tomorrow, Yun will wear black stockings and put on little white socks to wait for you. Lin Bei? Alright. So that's how you send messages, huh? So that's how you dress, huh? Thank you for the generous gift from nature. Thank you for the generous gift from nature. Eat 1 honey-glazed sausage, return 3. Eat 1 honey-glazed sausage, return 3. Eat 1 honey-glazed sausage, return 3. Don't say it. It's really delicious. Lin Bei passed through the spatial wormhole to Jiang Yu's adjacent office, lying in a chair, continuously showing off one sausage after another. With each bite, there was a deep sense of satisfaction, fresh and juicy. Can't finish it, simply can't finish it. Time passes second by second, and the sky gradually darkens. Lin Bei is very patient, and the people outside Jiang Yu's door are equally patient. He secretly observes for a moment. Several of them are sitting on the ground munching on snacks. It's still better to follow Brother Jen. There's instant noodles to eat at every meal, and you can even add a sausage. A woman deliberately exclaims loudly, slurping as she speaks, so fragrant, so refreshing. Super delicious, I finished it all. Can instant noodles with sausage be flaunted? Well, not everyone can return supplies like him. She sighs, I really envy those people outside. They can add sausage to their instant noodles, unlike me, who can only eat big sausages and big steaks. Eating it every day is getting tiresome. Next door. I really want to sleep. Jiang Yu stands leaning on her long gun. She doesn't dare to sit down, fearing that if she does, the overwhelming drowsiness will sweep over her. Gurgle. Very hungry. Very sleepy. Very painful. She led a team out to search for supplies, so naturally, she wouldn't bring too much food, but she did bring some. However, for her current physical strength, it's just a drop in the bucket. At this moment, standing is entirely reliant on her strong willpower. She is afraid. She is afraid that when she wakes up, she won't have a single piece of clothing on her body. She is afraid to open her eyes and see 7 or 8 men lying beside her. She is afraid of a group of men pouncing on her. Why? Why are they plotting against her? She doesn't understand. Hasn't she treated them well? What to do? She doesn't know how much longer she can hold on. Drowsiness lowers her state, hunger lowers her state, even if her level is ahead of theirs, so what? There are too many of them. If they rush in at this moment, she has no confidence in resolving it all. Moreover, they are not foolish. They are guarding outside the door. They are waiting for her state to drop even lower. She knows this is a slow death, but is there any other way? Is there anyone who can save her? She glances at the 2 women beside her. They are her neighbors, having grown up together, and they have already fainted from the effects of the drugs due to their low strength. Should she leave them behind and escape alone through the window? As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood? Revenge later? Rationality tells her this is the only way out, but she cannot accept the image of them being toyed with by those beasts outside. Perhaps there is another way. If we are to die, let us die together. Jiang Yu's eyes show a hint of despair, that is to kill the 2 of them and then commit suicide. No matter how beastly those people outside are, they would never harm a zombie, right? Wait a little longer. She doesn't even know what she is waiting for because she doesn't want to die. She would rather be surrounded and eaten by zombies than die in such a place, but to ensure her innocence, that is the last choice. Heaven, if you really have a spirit, then please punish those bastards outside. Good people shouldn't have such an ending. 2 lines of clear tears flow down Jiang Yu's face. Outside the door. Brother, do you think that Jiang Yu won't leave her companions behind and run away? If she really wanted to run, we might not be able to stop her. I didn't expect she could withstand such a large dose of drugs. She's really a strong woman. A little brother takes a bite of instant noodles and asks after glancing at Jiang Yu inside through the window. No way. One of the men confidently replies, I've been following teacher Jiang these days. I know her character. Her biggest weakness is her loyalty to her friends. Those 2 women are her close friends. She would never escape alone. No matter how strong she is, it doesn't matter. She hasn't eaten much since noon because most of the food is in my bag. For this, I worked hard for several days to make her trust me. We just need to hold out. Traitor! Lin Bei bites into a grilled sausage as he passes through a spatial wormhole, locking his gaze on this traitor. Let's try my new trick on you first. With a thought, a brand new spatial wormhole silently appeared beside the traitor, who rested his hand on the chair, unnoticed by anyone that his arm was missing half. Downstairs, a zombie wandered in the twilight, its mind filled only with fresh blood and flesh, but humans were just too cunning. Hungry, so hungry. Suddenly, the zombie froze, half a human arm appeared before its mouth. The scene was quite bizarre. It sniffed. Nature's gift. Without a second thought, it bit down, fresh and juicy, tearing off a large chunk of meat to chew. Delightful. Ah! At the same time, the traitor let out a scream. The intense pain made him stand up, incredulously looking at the wound on his arm, his gaze sweeping to the people behind him, angrily shouting, What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you bite me? Are you zombies? A few looked confused. No, dude, who bit you? They were just about to deny it, but the wound on his arm was real, blood was continuously flowing out, and they all instantly became tense, scanning their surroundings. We can't be zombies, everyone be careful, there might be intelligent zombies that can turn invisible around. Gao Jin frowned. Don't panic, everyone gather back to back first. Yang Wei, you were bitten, go to the side. I. Yang Wei was at a loss. He had just been fantasizing about how to deal with Jiang Yu together with them, never expecting that he would be bitten out of the blue. It might not be a zombie that bit you. What if it was an invisible person trying to mess with us? Yang Wei held on to a glimmer of hope, trying to step forward, but the indifferent gazes of the others made him realize that if he moved closer, he would definitely be attacked. Confused, disappointed, afraid, alone, he leaned against the wall, on guard against his surroundings. After entering the ranks of the evolved, he had a certain immunity to the zombie virus, but being bitten like this, even a deity would find it hard to save him. Don't scare yourself, it might be a person. Yang Wei forced himself to comfort, but deep down he regretted even more. If he hadn't plotted against Jiang Yu today, he would have been laughing and dining with everyone in the martial arts training hall right now. Why? Why did he let lust cloud his judgment and harm Teacher Jiang? Wasn't Teacher Jiang good to him? Why? Why exactly? His heart was filled with frantic regret. Meanwhile, in the office, Jiang Yu noticed the changes outside through the glass, and couldn't help but feel delighted. Could it be that heaven heard my call? Hard to say. Let's take another look. What if it was a trap to lure him outside? Eat a portion of cold noodles, return 3 portions. Eat a portion of fried dumplings, return 3 portions. Eat a portion of chicken strips, return 3 portions. Lin Bei ate while watching them, and with a thought, another spatial wormhole silently appeared. Downstairs. Where's the meat? Where did the fresh meat go? The zombie panicked. It roared. The next second, half a thigh appeared, white and tender, emitting a faint fragrance. The zombie excitedly opened its bloody maw. So tender. Super tender. Thank you, nature's gift. A woman beside Gao Jian screamed. Everyone looked at her, following her gaze, only to see a chunk of flesh missing from her thigh, stained with foul-smelling blood. Get lost. Gao Jian frowned. Without thinking, he kicked the woman away, although he felt a bit reluctant. In the apocalypse, one must be ruthless. After all, this woman wasn't his girlfriend, he just brought her over because she was pretty. Jian Gu, you? The woman widened her eyes. This was too real. 1 second he was calling her baby, the next he was telling her to get lost. 5 people were wiped out. Their last words. 5 people were wiped out. Their last words. Panic was spreading. The few stood ready, even continuously swinging their weapons at the air in front of them. Wow, because the woman's status was too low, although she was bitten later, she quickly turned into a zombie. Pfft. Gao Jian ended her second life with a steel pipe, then shouted to the surroundings, I know you can understand me. Leave now, it's for everyone's good. Since you chose to ambush in this way, it shows your strength isn't strong. I'm not someone you can provoke. Saying this, he thrust forcefully. The sharp steel pipe pierced through the thick concrete wall. Wow, so impressive. Lin Bei took a big bite of the egg pancake. The ham sausage was fragrant, the fish fillet was tender, and the cabbage was unbeatable. This was specially made before the apocalypse, with plenty of filling inside. Who could refuse a delicious egg pancake? I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Leaning against the wall, Yang Wei felt his consciousness growing fainter. He glanced at his arms, their healthy color turning grayish-white. He knew he was about to become a zombie. I'm not willing. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang, he shouted. With his last bit of consciousness, he charged towards Gao Jian and the others. When a person is about to die, their words are kind. Remembering how Jiang Yu had taken care of them these days, he wanted to do something for her as a form of compensation. However, Gao Jian casually stabbed, piercing his head, his gaze filled with disdain. Living is just being a useless man relying on women. Even at death's door, you still think about fighting back, clown. No, something's wrong. In the office, Jiang Yu realized that heaven was truly punishing them. The death of 2 people in quick succession was definitely not part of the script. 1 serving of egg pancake consumed, 3 servings returned. Wow, this pig's trotter is so tender. Lin Bei began to enjoy the pig's trotter rice, taking a big bite of collagen when another spatial wormhole silently appeared. One of the remaining 3 suddenly screamed, their faces turning pale as another person was bitten. Where exactly? Gao Jian gritted his teeth and directly pierced his head with the steel pipe. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm helping you reduce your pain. Then he almost crazily shouted, if you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square. Hiding in the dark and biting people is nothing. Or are you just a filthy rat in a stinking gutter? Provocation? Lin Bei laughed. Wait, provoke? He flipped his hand, and a serving of yellow braised chicken rice appeared in front of him. He picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth. Tender, smooth, wonderful. Come out. If you have the guts, come out. 1 serving of yellow braised chicken rice consumed, 1 serving of pig's trotter rice consumed, each returning 3 servings. Not full. My exaggerated appetite. He flipped his hand again. Fragrant fried fish. Fragrant chicken wings over rice. Cilantro chicken with phoenix nuts. Time to eat. Outside the door, the last 2 stood back to back, their foreheads covered in beads of sweat, their eyes wide open. Over here. Gao Jian suddenly sensed something and stabbed fiercely to the right rear, stabbing into emptiness. Over here. Over there. Continuously stabbing left and right, but each time it was just air. In the corridor, apart from the 3 corpses on the ground, there was nothing else to see, but there were definitely zombies. Otherwise, how could they have been bitten? Brother Jian, let's run. As soon as the words fell, the man shouted in disbelief, looking at his calf, almost collapsing in despair, shouting, why was it me that got bitten? I don't want to become a zombie. I haven't enjoyed enough yet. Why? Where are they? Get out here. Seeing the last brother bitten, Gao Jian shouted frantically, continuously waving the steel pipe in his hand as he ran towards the stairs. He was scared. He was really scared. He couldn't see anything. Thud. As he was running, he suddenly felt his feet give way, and he fell heavily to the ground. Lowering his head, he realized his right leg was gone. He could feel its presence but couldn't see it. This bizarre scene made him even more panicked. No way. Just as he was retreating, his leg slowly reappeared, as if his foot had stepped onto an invisible doorway to another space. Wait, a doorway to another space? I understand. Gao Jian's expression instantly shifted from panic to anger. There were no invisible zombies, it was a space-type ability user nearby messing with them. No! Suddenly, he felt countless hands grabbing at the half of his leg that had disappeared. His heart tightened, he knew what that was. Don't bite me! Get away! He yanked his leg back. At the same moment, the space wormhole that had perfectly enveloped his leg expanded exponentially, and several zombies were pulled in and pounced on him. Get away from me! After all, Gao Jian was an evolved being. Ordinary zombies were no match for him, but unfortunately, they were too close. He exerted force and sent the zombies flying, but he ended up with several bite marks on his body. No! 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 Gao Jian roared. Die for me! He vented all his fury on the few zombies until their heads were smashed to bits, then sat down against the wall with a bitter smile, lighting a cigarette. Memories of his life flashed before him. Cowardice, compliance, flattery, silence, endurance, always greeting everyone with a smile, because he was an utterly ordinary person. The apocalypse came, he gained power, everything changed. It was now others who had to please him, now others who had to watch his expression. But he had barely enjoyed it for a few days before it was about to end. Ha 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 ha. It feels like a dream. Why? Why are you doing this to us? I've already been bitten, I'm about to turn into a zombie, and you still don't plan to show yourself? At least let me die with my eyes closed. Creak. The door opened. Zhang Yu leaned against the door, frowning as she asked, Gao Jian, what's going on here? Gao Jian took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled, momentarily stunned upon seeing Zhang Yu, then smiled with some relief. The big shot is here. Maybe they took us out first because they were interested in your looks. Big shot, if you want her, just tell us. Do you think we dare to provoke someone with space abilities? Why do it this way? Is a life not worth anything to you? Is human life so worthless in your eyes? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly shouting by the end. Unwilling. Extremely unwilling. Human life? Zhang Yu sneered. Gao Jian, you know human life is valuable. When you killed a Ching at noon, did you ever think about this? He was your classmate from the same school. This time, Zhang Yu brought 5 people with her. 2 women were inside. Yang Wei was a traitor. A Ching was a student at his martial arts school, a well-behaved kid who didn't talk much, still a student, had been learning martial arts since childhood, came to her as a part-time coach and was killed by Gao Jian and his group while trying to cover for the 3 of them to escape. Him? Gao Jian laughed, a laugh filled with helplessness and mockery. Maybe this is karma. Big shot, really, I'm about to turn into a zombie. At least let me, Gao Jian, see what you look like. Creak. The door next door opened. A product of the system is guaranteed to be high quality. A product of the system is guaranteed to be high quality. Lin Bei, well-fed and well-watered, slowly walked out, standing by the door, calmly scanning Gao Jian. Familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere. Gao Jian furrowed his brow, unable to recall, and unwillingly asked, Big shot, can't you just ask? If you want her, we can give her to you. Just ask. Why don't you ask first? As soon as the words were spoken, Zhang Yu's expression turned very ugly. Those few beasts were dead, but a more terrifying guy had arrived. However, she also felt that this person looked familiar. Gao Jian, Lin Bei wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He wasn't very familiar with him, just had a good impression of him from memory. People always change. Boss, be careful, there are zombies behind. Gao Jian suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he jumped up and grabbed a steel pipe nearby, stabbing it towards his chest. Put, put, put. 3 sounds rang out. Lin Bei opened 6 spatial wormholes, and the 1-meter-long steel pipe split into 3 sections, piercing into Gao Jian's chest in succession. Gao Jian was momentarily stunned, looking down in disbelief. Is this spatial ability? His short life flashed before his eyes, and he remembered, smiling. So it's you, senior. Are you disappointed that I've turned out like this? No. You just followed your heart. But whether in the past, future, or present, the weak are destined to be powerless. Senior, I'm so unwilling. I really don't want to die. Can you save me? I swear, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Lin Bei waved his hand, snapping his neck. Zhang Yu tightened her grip on the long gun, staring at him. I remember now, you are Lin Bei. You took my class before and even bought a knife with your girlfriend. You came to save me? She was uncertain. She knew that human hearts could be treacherous, but she wanted to believe in the goodness of people. However, today had taught her a harsh lesson. Faced with Lin Bei's rescue, she didn't know his intentions. One had to be cautious with everyone, fearing he might pounce on her and tear her clothes apart. Gurgle. At that moment, her stomach let out an untimely growl, and the sound was quite loud. Lin Bei looked at her oddly. A flush crept onto Jiang Yu's pale face. "Teacher Jiang, why don't you eat a pure meat sausage to tide you over?" Lin Bei pulled out a fragrant roasted sausage rewarded by the system. "What?" "As expected. Disgusting." Jiang Yu's expression changed repeatedly, filled with rage as she brandished her long gun, ready for battle. "Heaven is dead, the yellow sky shall rise, the world is cold, and human hearts are not what they used to be." When she saw the fragrant sausage in Lin Bei's hand, she was momentarily stunned, her brain lagging for a moment. "No, you mean to give me this? What did you think it was?" Lin Bei asked, confused. Nothing. Jiang Yu's face turned red as she put away her long gun, inhaling the aroma of the sausage, swallowing hard. She wanted to take it and eat, but was afraid he would take it back. Lin Bei noticed her concern. "Just eat it. I'm not just passing by, I came specifically to find you. You haven't replied to Xiao Yun for a long time." "Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun? My god, Lin Bei came specifically to save her?" Jiang Yu was overjoyed. She never dreamed that someone would come to save her in the apocalypse. Her guard against him lowered. She had just glanced at her phone. Xiao Yun had indeed sent her many messages. Being with Xiao Yun meant there was no danger. The long gun, about 1.8 meters long, transformed into a short gun of only 60 centimeters, which she tucked behind her waist. It had shrunk. Interesting. An inch longer, an inch stronger. If possible, Lin Bei wanted a 40-meter-long saber as a weapon. With one slash, he wondered how many zombies he could take down. Just thinking about it excited him. Gurgle. The hunger was unbearable. Jiang Yu confidently stepped forward, took it, and held it delicately to her nose, sniffing gently. The rich aroma filled her senses, and she eagerly opened her tender lips to take a bite. It burst with juice, and she quickly sucked all the delicious liquid down her throat. This was all energy. It couldn't be wasted. Not a single drop could be wasted. The system rewards are not the kind you find on the market. They are larger than the usual volcanic stone grilled sausages, several times longer. After devouring one, Jiang Yu licked her lips, still unsatisfied, not satisfied at all. She wanted more, her gaze shy and guilty. Someone had given her food, yet she treated them like a scoundrel. She wanted another one but didn't know how to ask. She understood the importance of food in the apocalypse. They fought tooth and nail against zombies for a tasteless compressed biscuit just to fill their stomachs, let alone something so delicious. "Do you want more?" Lin Bei asked. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. Although she was a couple of years older than Lin Bei, at that moment, she resembled an innocent girl waiting for a reward, her eyes filled with desire. Lin Bei smiled. As expected, no one could resist the system's delicacies. She even suspected that the system had added something to the food. It was just too delicious, addictive to the point of being unable to stop. With a flick of his hand, he took out another sausage and handed it to her. "Thank you. Jiang Yu was ecstatic, holding it up like a rare treasure. After having devoured the first one because it was so delicious, she wanted to savor this one. She ate carefully, even slurping the skewer repeatedly, still not satisfied. Having eaten two, she felt nothing with her current physical strength. Moreover, after a day of heavy consumption, she felt even less, which only further stimulated her appetite. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. The Jiang Yu in his memory was such a formidable woman, yet now she seemed like a little girl. "Let's go to the office and eat," he suggested. Jiang Yu listened to whatever Lin Bei said. Her mind was completely occupied by food. She thought she had tasted many delicacies, but they paled in comparison to his. If she could, she would want to eat like this every day, at every meal. "System, honestly, did you put something in this food?" Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu, who resembled a longtime smoker finally getting a cigarette after days of withdrawal. "How could that be? System products are guaranteed to be top quality. Master, this is the world's top honey-glazed sausage, the king of sausages." After consuming several sausages, Jiang Yu's hunger finally subsided. Noticing Lin Bei staring at her, she shyly tucked her loose hair behind her ear. "Sorry for making you laugh. I haven't eaten anything this delicious in a long time." "Thank you." Jiang Yu understood well how precious the food Lin Bei had given her was. If traded, it could easily exchange for 5 or 6 women. In the week since the apocalypse began, food was indeed precious, but gourmet food was even more valuable. Food could fill the stomach. Gourmet food could soothe the soul. "Teacher, I remember your martial arts school provides lunch and dinner. There should be quite a bit of food stored there, and since there aren't many people, you shouldn't have to worry about food in the short term. Why would you come to the school to scavenge? Did you run out just as the apocalypse broke out?" Lin Bei asked, recalling the trader's words. They had often gone out to scavenge these days. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression turned helpless, and she sighed. "Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Jiangyu or Xiaoyu. There was indeed a lot of food in the school, but there's a hungry wolf that occasionally visits. It's quite understanding and doesn't harm anyone, but it eats a shocking amount, enough to consume a week's worth of food for all of us in one meal. After a few visits, we faced a food crisis. A hungry wolf? I see, why not get rid of it? Jiangyu smiled bitterly. Who knows what kind of strength it has? If someone gets hurt, that would be bad. In this situation, getting injured is very troublesome, and it can grow larger, very exaggerated. That's true, Lin Bei understood. Indeed, in the apocalypse, injuries can easily lead to infections. Humans are different from other animals. They always think about avoiding injuries and won't act easily without 100% certainty. Teacher, you. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore, just call me Xiaoyu. If you're not used to it, you can call me sister since I'm older than you. I'm still used to calling you teacher. Alright then. Jiangyu didn't insist. Is it really a habit? Master, I'm too embarrassed to point it out to you. You want to be the master and the disciple, right? Shut up. Different treatment, tigers and wolves fighting. Teacher, are you still sleepy? Not sleepy anymore. Jiangyu shook her head. I've already endured the effects of the medicine, but I can't go back tonight. It's inconvenient to move with the two of them, so I'll wait until they wake up tomorrow before going back. Lin Bei thought it was a pity. The effects of the medicine had actually worn off. It was just her, as an ability user with a special physique. Anyone else would have probably fainted by now. Gulyalu, her stomach growled again. After eating a dozen large sausages, an ordinary person would have been stuffed, but for her, a first-tier 9-star, it wasn't even an appetizer. Jiangyu awkwardly explained, maybe their medicine expired, and I have a bit of a stomachache. She understood the preciousness of food. She felt embarrassed to keep asking for more. Lin Bei waved his hand, and 20 steaks, 20 sausages, 5 servings of pig trotter rice, 5 servings of yellow braised chicken, plus 2 generously sized egg pancakes appeared on the table. He smiled and said, don't feel embarrassed. I know that food isn't enough at all. This is all for you. Take your time eating. I need to go out to get something and we'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned and left. Wait! Jiangyu quickly called out to him, staring at the table full of food, swallowing hard in disbelief. You mean, all of this is for me? Even if I eat it all by myself, it's fine? Lin Bei waved his hand as he left. Yes. Jiangyu was stunned. Staring at Lin Bei's back, she felt he was inexplicably a bit handsome. She never expected that the little brat she used to push around had turned into a man in the blink of an eye. She remembered everything. Looking at the table, the various familiar aromas made her eyes moist. She never thought she would have another chance to eat these again. Ever since the hungry wolf had visited a few times, they had been eating almost nothing but plain rice with spicy strips every day, or steamed buns with spicy strips, or noodles with spicy strips. That damn hungry wolf was picky, eating little rice and a lot of vegetables, and it had devoured all the meat the first time it came. Jiangyu reached out, trembling as she picked up a bowl of pig trotter rice. It was warm, and the pig trotter was super generous, counting 9 pieces, a whole egg. She took a bite, soft, glutinous, and sweet, full of collagen. Satisfied, her soul trembled with satisfaction. Just that small bite of pig trotter made her finish all the rice in the bowl. She wished she had a refrigerator nearby so she could freeze the pig trotter and cut a small piece for each meal. What to do with this pig trotter rice? There were still 8 pieces of pig trotter left. Should she just eat it all? How extravagant! She couldn't bear to do it. Wow! This steak, how can it be so delicious? Did he kidnap a 5-star chef? Yellow braised chicken, so nostalgic. Wow, this egg pancake has so many ingredients, sob. It's just too delicious. Alone, Jiangyu didn't have to worry about her image. Each bite was both satisfying and regretful. If only she had brought a small refrigerator with her. Really, there was too much food in too little rice. To be fair, the pig trotter in this bowl of rice could fill 2 large rice cookers with rice. And the yellow braised chicken was no different, at least 5 servings. She didn't dare waste a single drop of the soup. Having gone through hardships, only then did I realize the preciousness of food. Outside. Master, why did you give her so much food all at once? Is it just because she's hungry? Are you really that kind-hearted? You weren't like this with Jiang Shiyu back then. That's definitely different. Lin Bei walked towards the small woods on campus. At that time, I had nothing but a gun. I urgently needed to recruit Jiang Shiyu to gain power. She was timid and just an ordinary person. That method was the most suitable. He Yunjing and Jiang Shiyu are not the same. They both belong to the category of strong women. Even without me, they could rely on their own abilities to survive well in the apocalypse. I need to make them dependent on me, and the best way to do that is to feed them. Food is the most scarce resource in the apocalypse, and I have plenty of it. If there's fine food to eat, who would want to eat coarse food every day? Sometimes, they can't even get coarse food. Once you've eaten it, you'll want to eat it again. For these strong women, I must not hint at anything up front. If I save her, she will remember my kindness. The more I feed her, the more guilty she will feel, and the more she will want to repay me. But what else can she offer me besides her body? The fundamental reason is that she has value to me. So troublesome. Nonsense. Who told you that your permanent unlock requires both affection and dependency to reach over 90%? It's the apocalypse. Who knows if a meteor will fall and crush them one day? If the bond is unlocked, it will be gone. And the recruitment conditions must be voluntary. If it weren't for that, I would have knocked her out long ago. A forced fruit isn't sweet, but it can quench thirst. What? Lin Bei arrived at a large tree according to his memory, nostalgically touched the tree, flipped his hand, and took out a shovel to start digging. Before long, a slightly rusty iron box appeared. He blew off the dirt and opened it. Inside were many photos of the two of them together, along with some letters written to each other. Lin Bei glanced at his own. Oh my, is it that cheesy? Don't look. Let's see what you wrote. Oh, tsk, haha. Swish. Just as Lin Bei was looking down at the letter, a large snake over 10 meters long opened its bloody mouth and lunged at him from above, its sharp fangs glinting coldly in the bright moonlight. It was getting closer. Lin Bei was still engrossed in what Yu had written. Until it was just 20 centimeters above his head, the snake's head disappeared, appearing above its body, and its sharp fangs stabbed fiercely into its own flesh, injecting venom instinctively. Lin Bei glanced up. A swift decapitation. If it died from its own poison, it wouldn't count as his kill, which would be a loss. But would a snake die from its own venom? Tongzi, let's make a bet. I'll bet 10 billion cubic meters of space. Do you believe my Yu is also a top-tier bondholder? Not betting. Master's luck is a bit exaggerated. Ah woo. Just as Lin Bei was putting away the iron box and preparing to leave, a loud wolf howl echoed through the sky, the sound unusually close. Lin Bei squinted. The hungry wolf that Jiang Yu mentioned couldn't be this wolf, could it? Roar! Just as the wolf howl ended, another deep tiger roar followed, shaking the very space around them. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Could it be? Wolves and tigers fighting? When beasts fight, there will surely be serious injuries. This is a great opportunity to pick up the spoils. If luck is on my side, I might be able to slay 2 high-level ferocious beasts in one go, and who knows, I might directly break through to the second tier. With the increase in level, the energy gained from killing ordinary zombies has become less and less. Killing is the only way to quickly level up. Thinking this, he lightly stepped, his figure disappearing into the night, and in a few flashes, he arrived at the rooftop of a teaching building, looking out from a high vantage point, where he could clearly see the scene ahead. On the school playground, a massive tiger, the size of a large commercial vehicle, was staring intently at a white wolf, which was about the size of a sedan. The white wolf's fur was pure white, appearing somewhat sacred under the bright moonlight. Silver Moon Wolf, female, juvenile, unbound first rank, 9 stars. Skill, moonlight enhancement. Characteristic, due to being raised by humans since childhood, it loves to eat human-cooked food and has a high affinity for humans. Scarlet Tiger, female, adult, unbound second rank, 1 star. Skill, none. Characteristic, due to its wild nature, it loves to eat raw meat and has no fondness for humans. To it, humans are merely food. What does this mean? Can animals see it too? Humans shouldn't be able to at least. What are you thinking, Master? This is a pet encyclopedia. Oh, I thought, by the way, doesn't the pet encyclopedia have any bonds? If it gets recorded, what benefits will it give me? None, because this is incidental. If you must say, there is a benefit, once recorded successfully, the food you feed will be returned 1-to-1, which is equivalent to raising a pet for free, mainly providing emotional value. Emotional value. Lin Bei squinted. Having such amounts seems a bit impressive. How is it considered successfully recorded? Ride her. Lin Bei? When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Master, the writing mentioned is not what you think. It means to make her willingly bow her head and offer a contract, and that counts as successful recording. Don't think about all sorts of messy things all day. This is to make you an unparalleled powerhouse, not an unparalleled. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Really? If it's true, the recording condition isn't about eating her. Will she not betray? No. The master may not have noticed, but the apocalypse comes with a panel that has a pet system. Once the other party bows their head, a contract can be signed, and only the master can dissolve the contract. I see. However, is that physique really juvenile? Quite absurd. Whether to raise a pet or not is secondary. He only cares about one thing. Tongsu, killing non-zombie animals should yield energy, right? Just now, when he ended Gao Jian's life, he did not feel energy entering his body. He knew killing kindred wouldn't work. Yesterday, When he killed the person who shot him with an arrow, he had vaguely guessed it was to prevent a more serious scene of mutual slaughter from occurring. Yes, as long as it's not a human, it's based on the opponent's level. Roar! The tiger roared. Its thick, frightening limbs suddenly exerted force, and its massive body charged toward the white wolf like a speeding truck, its two front limbs raised high. I'll smash! Storm Nebula split. The white wolf dodged, as the size difference was too great. How could she, who possessed intelligence comparable to humans, choose to clash head-on? Roar! The tiger turned and roared at the white wolf, its large eyes filled with mockery and disdain. At that moment, boom! A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the darkness, instantly striking the tiger's massive body. Damn! Is someone stealing the kill? No. Lin Bei squinted. If it were stealing, it would definitely be for the last hit. The tiger was currently in peak condition, and the answer was clear. The one releasing the lightning was with the white wolf. Roar! Caught off guard by this strike, the tiger let out a painful roar, its fur singed and blackened, nostrils flaring as it exhaled visible air currents. It turned around, roaring toward the position where the lightning had just struck. It dug its limbs and charged toward the stands beside the stadium. The tiger was indeed massive, but its speed was not slow at all. Ordinary tiger. Its speed is double the human limit, and after evolution, its speed becomes even more terrifying. Many creatures, without relying on technology, have no power to resist against it. It is a second-tier 1-star. It should be calculated based on its limits. If converted to human terms, at least second-tier 5 or 6 stars, 7 or 8 stars, or even third-tier? Definitely huge. Wait, Master, if we kill this tiger and then it turns into a zombie tiger, can we kill it again and get energy rewards twice? Want a card? Master, if this tiger is killed and turns into a zombie tiger, it will have a long period of weakness. Killing it again will yield very little energy, unless we wait for it to slowly recover to its peak. What a pity, can't card it. Whoosh! I knock, I'm a scion. Lin Bei saw that just as the fierce tiger destroyed the viewing platform, a person shimmering with electric arcs dashed out at high speed. Due to the incredible speed, he could only discern that it was a human. Almost in an instant, the figure stopped beside the white wolf, and when it halted, Lin Bei realized it was actually a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Name, Xiao Xie. Pre-apocalypse profession, police officer. Appearance score, 96. Comprehensive score, 98. Level, first tier 9 stars. Ability, lightning, awakened. Bonds, top-notch police flower. 1. After the bond is activated, all members' shooting talent with firearms is doubled. Innate silk stocking holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiast, 1. Inexperienced, 1. After the bond is activated, will receive a random small gift, with an additional small gift for each extra member. Master, speak, speak, speak. This is what you said, that top-notch bondholders are rare, and I just encountered 2 at once tonight. To be honest, he didn't care much about the benefits of top-notch bonds. What he valued was the other party's ability. Lightning, to shatter darkness with thunder. Super electromagnetic cannon, one of the abilities he dreamed of. But why does the name Xiao Xie sound so familiar? Yu, don't be careless. This tiger is fiercer than we imagined. My full-strength strike didn't even cause substantial damage to it. Give me 5 minutes to recover my strength. The white wolf nodded. The next second, electric light flickered around Xiao Xie, her figure disappearing into the darkness. The fierce tiger sniffed, trying to lock onto her scent, but all it could smell was burnt odor. Roar! All its fury transformed into a roar. This roar shook the surrounding buildings, its fierce gaze locking onto the white wolf. Awah! The white wolf howled at the sky. The bright moonlight shone upon her, and her already large figure visibly increased in size until it matched that of the fierce tiger before stopping. Fangs, claws, glistening with sharp cold light. The next second, the two beasts charged at each other, and a battle between the beasts officially began, leaving destruction in their wake. The viewing platform collapsed, the floor shattered, and the tremendous noise attracted countless zombies. Yet, in the face of these wild beasts, the zombies were crushed and killed like ants. What's going on? Jiang Yu, dressed in a black tracksuit, appeared beside him. How could she not hear such a commotion in the school? After replenishing her food, her physical condition was back to normal, and even her somewhat messy hair was tied up, making her look very capable. This wolf looks so familiar, pure white fur. No way, could it be that hungry wolf? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with resentment. It was her fault that their food was insufficient. Lin Bei glanced at the time. 5 minutes were up. In the intense 5-minute battle, both beasts sustained varying degrees of injury. Although the white wolf's size had increased to match that of the fierce tiger, its raw strength was still inferior. However, it had an advantage. The advantage was that it had grown up among humans. The fierce tiger was purely wild, in terms of hunting ability, it should have been ahead, but hunting and fighting were different. The white wolf understood how to dodge and how to use its advantages. Its agility surpassed that of the fierce tiger. 3 deep claw marks appeared on the tiger's abdomen. Licking its wound, the contempt in its eyes had long since vanished. It had learned a lot from this battle and was ready to turn the tide. The two beasts circled each other. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder that shattered the darkness reappeared, this time piercing directly through the wound in the tiger's abdomen, creating a large hole in its massive body. The tiger looked down in disbelief, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Roar! A desperate roar erupted as it crashed to the ground. Life force rapidly drained away, its size shrinking quickly until it stopped at the size of an ordinary tiger, gasping weakly for breath. Swish! Xiao Xia's figure appeared beside the white wolf, which was also shrinking, transforming from a fierce beast into an adorable puppy, wagging its tail and affectionately rubbing against Xiao Xia's leg. I know, I'll get it out to feed you right away. Xiao Xia walked towards the fierce tiger, arcs of electricity flickering between her hands, as if she were gathering power. On the high-rise building. So that white wolf is being raised by someone. I really envy that girl. I wonder how much power she could gain from killing that fierce tiger. I really want to go and snatch it. Jiang Yu muttered to herself. To be fair, who wouldn't want to steal a monster? In the darkness of the night, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the playground, and countless people shared the same thoughts as her, filled with envy and jealousy, but no one dared to step forward. After all, who would want to offend the owner of such a fierce beast with lightning powers? Moreover, whether they could snatch it from her was still a question, unless they had strong long-range capabilities. Long range? Could it be? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something and turned to look at Lin Bei beside her. Space powers could be used at a distance. She saw Lin Bei's lips curl into an excited smile. In the next moment, a long knife appeared in Lin Bei's hand. She recognized it. It was crafted by her father, originally not for sale, but the offer from the other side was just too tempting. She admitted it. She had become worldly. Lin Bei thrust forward, and Jiang Yu quickly glanced towards the fierce tiger, only to see a blade appear out of nowhere in front of the tiger, piercing deeply into its brain from its eye socket. Bang! In an instant, Lin Bei's heart raced. Taking the initiative, the police flower invited. Taking the initiative, the police flower invited. Damn! Jiang Yu cursed, shocked that Lin Bei actually dared to steal the monster. Damn! On the playground, Xiao Xia shouted loudly, going completely crazy. The prey she had worked so hard to bring down was actually stolen. Who the hell is it? Xiao Xia's gaze quickly swept around. Come out! Countless bolts of lightning surged outward from Xiao Xia, illuminating the entire school as if it were daytime, with the silver moon white wolf following her, searching for suspicious individuals nearby. In the next moment, one person and one wolf locked their sights on the two on the rooftop. Is it him? Is it her? The space ability, it must be him. How could it be her? The affair, could it be discovered by her mother? Ha 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 ha. On the rooftop, Lin Bei burst into loud laughter. Truly impressive, this wave of monster stealing had propelled him from a first-tier 7-star to the peak of a first-tier 9-star. He felt it. He felt the bottleneck. So refreshing. However, that's not right. Tonzi, logically speaking, this fierce tiger's level should allow me to directly leap to the 2nd tier. So why only 2 small ranks? First of all, not everyone who steals a monster can gain all the energy, they can only obtain most of it. Secondly, continuous leaps can throw your body off balance. This energy is not enough to allow you to break through to a higher level without fully adapting to the new power. Lastly, Master, you should be happy to have snagged 2 stars. How can you still be unsatisfied? You really are a little greedy. Definitely greedy. In this day and age, who doesn't want to be greedy? Satisfaction is certainly not enough, but after stealing this wave of monsters, what was lagging behind has finally caught up. On the playground, Xiao Xia stared at Lin Bei for a moment, then a sharp blade appeared in her hand, cleaving open the tiger's head. She put on gloves, rummaged inside for a moment, and pulled out a crystal core the size of a goose egg. After wiping it clean with paper, she sent it into Yinyu's mouth. Afterward, Xiao Xia picked up Yinyu and jumped a few times to the rooftop, her gaze coldly fixed on Lin Bei, her voice laced with undisguised anger. Do you have anything to explain? Woo-woo! It's her! After getting a close look at Jiang Yu's face, Yinyu buried her little head into Xiao Xia's grand embrace. Can't see me! Can't see me! Can't see me! Lin Bei retorted. Me? Aren't you the one who has something to explain? He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The women he encountered were truly unique in their own ways. Xiao Xia, with a beauty score of 96, had skin as white as frost under the moonlight, without a single flaw, and her facial features were perfectly proportioned. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, and her long legs were both slender and curvy. Me? Xiao Xia was taken aback, her brows slightly furrowing. No, is there something wrong with your brain? You stole my monster and ask me what's there to explain? Are you kidding? Ask your precious Inu. Inu? Xiao Xie lifted Inu's little head. Inu, have you seen Lin Bei? Inu shook her head. Then have you seen Jianyu? Inu shook her head vigorously like a little electric motor, and Xiao Xie's face instantly darkened. Honestly tell me, did you sneak into someone's house to steal food again? Woo-woo, Inu whimpered a few times. Lin Bei felt puzzled. Why did this woman know his and Jiangyu's names? I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Xiao Xie's expression softened a lot, but she was still unhappy. That was her chosen prey for breaking through to the second tier, aiming to rush to 2 stars or even 3 stars in one go, only to be stolen from. Sorry, it must be my Inu who sneaked out to steal food from Miss Zhang's martial arts school. You two are in this together. You stole my monster, so how about we wipe the slate clean? Because of it, the teacher's martial arts school is facing a food crisis and had to come out to look for food. Just now, her team was ambushed, and 6 people died. If I hadn't arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters would have almost fallen into someone's trap. Do you think that old tiger can settle this grudge? Lin Bei asked coldly. He was speaking the truth. There was no distortion in his words. Jiang Yu had indeed been ambushed. 6 people had died. They had almost fallen into someone's trap. Was there anything wrong? No, there was nothing wrong. Xiao Xie's expression turned somewhat ugly as she bowed to Jiang Yu. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang. I didn't expect my Inu to bring you such a huge loss. I'm truly very sorry. I know that human life is invaluable, but please allow me to make it up to you. Tomorrow, I will send a batch of supplies to your martial arts school. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Well, isn't this turning the tables? She stole a big one from someone, and not only is the person not angry, but they're also offering supplies. What does professionalism mean? This is it. Of course, the premise is that Xiao Xie is a good person. Nowadays, it is the end of the world. There are not many people who still adhere to certain rules in this apocalyptic era. With her strength, she could easily play dirty or even take action directly. When Space faces lightning, it's hard to say who would win or lose, because his spatial ability level is too low. Of course, this is assuming other powers are set aside. Just now, opening a small distance spatial wormhole nearly drained all his energy. Those who awaken the ability to actively use their powers will have an additional surge of energy in their bodies, like a mana value. His blue is too low. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. To be honest, she really needed this batch of supplies, and urgently, I have a question I'm curious about. We didn't know each other before, right? How do you know my name and Lin Bei's, and even that I have a martial arts school? Xiao Xie smiled. As expected, she intentionally mentioned their names to wait for them to ask questions. Since they sincerely inquired, she continued, Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Xie. Xie means tide and moon. I used to be a police officer, but when the apocalypse broke out, the police station fell, and now the entire police station is under my control. The reason I know about you is that we discovered your extraordinary performances through surveillance, so we checked your files. I sincerely hope that both of you can join our team. We have ample supplies, and you won't have to worry about food. Once you join, you can focus on improving your strength, as we have dedicated personnel preparing meals every day. Join? Jiang Yu shook her head without a second thought. Having just experienced betrayal, she didn't dare to go to a place with many people. Intrigue was exhausting. Besides, she wasn't suited for it. She preferred to stay honestly with a few sisters at the martial arts school. Miss Xiao Xie, I have a question. Lin Bei spoke up. Please go ahead. Is there an old man with the surname Li in your team? Lin Bei finally remembered. No wonder the name sounded familiar. It was the name of the female protagonist from a novel he had read before. Xiao Xie frowned slightly. What do you mean? I forgot to mention, currently our team only has female members. Through surveillance, I know many powerful men, but you are the first male I've invited to join. In this apocalypse, I must ensure the safety and unity of my team, which is why we haven't had male members before. I'm inviting you because your value is too great, and you have 2 very beautiful girlfriends, so you needn't worry about being interested in other members. Surveillance was suggested by her sisters. Through it, they could monitor the entire city without stepping outside, knowing in advance what kind of strong individuals were in which areas. If they were women, they would observe for a while before inviting them to join. The reason for not accepting men was that they had seen too many unbearable scenes and plots during this time. In the apocalypse, women are a vulnerable group, often used to exchange for supplies. As a woman, she couldn't stand it. As a police officer, she couldn't stand it even more. She had power. She was strong. Therefore, she wanted to establish a sanctuary for women. Inviting Lin Bei was a win-win situation. The 2 women beside him were also quite formidable. If she successfully invited him, their team's combat power would significantly increase. With her lightning ability and Lin Bei's spatial ability, who would dare to provoke them? She understood that a team composed entirely of women would inevitably attract attention. In the early stages, others wouldn't dare to act recklessly because they had guns, but in the later stages, it was uncertain whether guns would remain a deterrent. Sia's thoughts were on honing abilities. With just her alone, it might not be enough. If Lin Bei were there, they would be invincible. Inviting Lin Bei was not only because he possessed the extremely rare spatial ability but also because he had a miraculous medicine that could quickly restore a person's condition. Through surveillance, she watched the entire battle scene in the underground parking lot involving Lin Bei, Jiang Xiu, and He Yun, as the three of them swept through the zombies in the medium-sized community with just their combined strength. They never stopped, and whenever their energy waned, they would take small pills. She really needed such medication. Considering everything, Lin Bei, if he couldn't become one of her own, must at least become a friend, which was why she was willing to lower her stance. She understood that Lin Bei's earlier words definitely contained a significant amount of falsehood, as evidenced by Jiang Yu's surprised glance at him. Her professional experience allowed her to discern this easily. But that didn't matter. Instead, it gave her the opportunity to showcase her substantial resources. However, there was something wrong with Lin Bei. A big problem. He actually asked her if there was an old man with the surname Li around her. She had already said that she referred to the tide, not the dawn. For goodness sake. Are you willing to join, Lin Bei? I have no thoughts on that, Lin Bei refused, but he showed considerable interest in her female army. If one day he encountered a truly strong enemy, he could devour her entire army, which would definitely enhance his strength significantly. Xiao Xie felt a bit disappointed but was not discouraged. Her gaze turned to the playground. When she brought Inu to the rooftop, two figures emerged from the darkness, quickly dispatching the zombies near the tiger's corpse, and then took out tools to begin dissecting it skillfully. Lin Bei and Jiang Yu also saw this. Can it be eaten? Lin Bei asked in confusion. Won't it turn into a zombie beast after it dies? He wasn't very knowledgeable about this. It can be eaten, Xiao Xie replied affirmatively, then shared her findings with him. We have researched it. As long as it hasn't been infected by a zombie, if it dies normally or in battle, and its head is chopped off within a minute, its meat is fresh and normal. Even if it gets bitten by a zombie, as long as the affected part is cut off in time, it won't spread. Her tone was somewhat proud. Her team was very professional. Is that so, Tonzi? What she said isn't a big problem. It can indeed be eaten. After normal death, the virus first infects the brain, and only after the brain is infected does it spread throughout the body. Soon, the tiger was completely dismembered. Xiao Xie took out her walkie-talkie. Xiao Qi, bring all the meat over here. Xiao Bai, go get the car. We'll have a barbecue on the rooftop later. Okay, Yu Jie. After giving her orders, Xiao Xie smiled at the two. It's fine if you two don't want to join, meeting is fate. Let's have some skewers together. You two shouldn't have anything urgent, right? No, Lin Bei shook his head. Why not eat if it's free? Tiger meat? Please. Who would dare to eat that before the apocalypse? No, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered that her two sisters were still unconscious and felt a bit uneasy. Nothing's wrong. But let's change rooftops. Let's go to that office building over there. My two friends are still lying in that building. All right. A little over 10 minutes later. Sizzle sizzle under the efforts of Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who were Xiao Xia's two younger sisters, a string of tiger meat was grilled, sizzling with oil, sprinkled with seasoning, and a rich aroma spread out. Mom! Mama! Inu wagged her tail desperately, making sounds that resembled a human, saliva almost dripping everywhere. Here you go, little greedy wolf. Xiao Xia placed a large piece of leg meat on the ground, and seeing her open her mouth wide, she quickly added, eat slowly. If you finish in 10 minutes, you won't be allowed to eat anymore. Woo-woo, Inu whimpered in grievance. She began to tear into it bit by bit. In front of the group was a table of moderate size, filled with tiger meat skewers. Xiao Xia opened a box of beer. No beer while skewering, then life's journey is in vain. Lin Bei chuckled. This woman was quite interesting. Then he thought to himself, this is very likely her trying to win him over. There is no friendship between strangers, and there are even some minor conflicts between them. However, sharing a barbecue, having a few drinks, and boasting can quickly bring them closer. It's not that he is naive. It's just that Xiao Xie herself just said she had observed them through surveillance. Xiao Xie is likely thinking about his returning pill. In the underground parking lot, he hadn't considered that someone might be watching them through the cameras, so he didn't use it secretly. However, this is not a bad thing. A woman with level lightning abilities is thinking about his treasure. It's a freebie. Hee. That silver moon really listens to you, Jiang Yu said after having a tiger meat skewer, looking at the white wolf. He still remembered how fierce she had been when she came to her martial arts school those days, a stark contrast to her current obedient demeanor. Of course, Xiao Xie replied, downing a glass of beer. I was responsible for her delivery. Her wolf mother died in childbirth, and I raised her myself. If she dares not to listen to me, she should be prepared to face 7 wolves. After a few beers, everyone was feeling good. By the way, Xiao Xie looked at Jiang Yu. I've actually been observing you for a long time. I've always been curious about what your ability is. You're much stronger than an ordinary evolver, but your strength and speed aren't too far off. It's strong, but I can't quite pinpoint where it's strong. If it's inconvenient to say, then forget it. It's nothing. It's a physical ability. Jiang Yu did not hide it. To be honest, until she met Lin Bei, she had thought she was lucky to have awakened an ability and that it was level 3. Many people don't have abilities, and even if they awaken, their ability levels are very low. But after meeting Lin Bei and Xiao Xie, she realized the gap between abilities. Lin Bei hadn't even lifted a finger and had quietly killed Gao Jian and a few others, while Xiao Xie, along with her pet, had killed such a fierce giant tiger. Although the monster was stolen, her performance was truly exaggerated. A physical ability? No wonder. Xiao Xie glanced at Lin Bei, wanting to ask where his gun came from, but thought better of it. Asking that wouldn't be meaningful, and it might provoke the other party's displeasure. After thinking for a moment, she asked another question. Lin Bei, what level is your spatial ability? 3. What a coincidence, my lightning ability is also level 3. Do you think my lightning ability is stronger or your spatial ability? Each has its strengths, he replied. His development of spatial abilities wasn't sufficient yet. Currently, he only had the spatial wormhole as a divine level support skill, but he felt that this one skill was enough to deal with her. He wanted to give it a try. He was curious about one thing. He snapped his fingers. A spatial wormhole appeared beside them, like a frameless mirror appearing in midair, showing the scene of a few wandering zombies downstairs. Xiao Fairy, cough, Xiao Xie, try using your lightning to see if it can pass through my wormhole. The muscles in Xiao Xie's temples twitched. She suppressed the urge to curse and forced a natural smile. Okay, I'll give it a try. To be honest, she was also very curious. An electric arc was born at her fingertips, and with a flick, it passed through the wormhole at lightning speed, instantly killing a zombie. Xiao Xie squinted. This skill was very dangerous. If one wasn't careful, it would be easy to kill oneself. Try your strongest attack. You're invincible, Jiang Yu thought. My strongest attack? Xiao Xie calculated in her mind. The strongest attack would drain all my ability, and I would enter a period of weakness. It's not that I'm not confident in you too, but if a powerful creature attacks right now and you can't resist, we might all perish. If only there were a drug that could instantly restore energy. As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing at Lin Bei. A hint. A crazy hint. She was well aware that Lin Bei might guess she knew about the drug through the surveillance. Once she said that, he would be even more certain, and she believed he also knew that her words were meant for him. Lin Bei's lips curled up. Following her lead, he said, "It's okay, I have a medicine that can relieve your worries." He took out a few recovery pills. This is my family's secret medicine. Based on my current level, one can restore all my stamina and fill my energy, but my ability level is only 1. If your ability level is higher, you might need several. He placed them on the table. If you're not afraid of me drugging you, you can try one first. We're all friends, so of course, I won't doubt you. I'll give your family's secret medicine a try. Xiao Xie pinched one with her jade fingers, released several bolts of lightning into the spatial wormhole, and then put it in her mouth. In an instant, all the energy she had consumed was replenished. So powerful, it even restored what I consumed earlier. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. This medicine was indeed miraculous, but she didn't believe Lin Bei's nonsense about it being a family secret. However, since he said it was, then it was. Everyone has a little secret. Is it really that miraculous? Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed on the pills on the table. With this, the efficiency of killing zombies would be incredibly high. She wondered how many he had, and if she asked him for some, would he give them to her? She wanted it. She really wanted it. No one could resist wanting it, not even Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who were grilling meat, their eyes burning with desire as they stared at the pills on the table. Anyone with a bit of sense knew the value of this medicine. Xiao Xie took the remaining 2 pills and then, with her fingertips sparking with visible arcs of electricity, said, "Lin Bei, get ready, I'm going to unleash a big move." Accompanied by the infusion of ability energy, the lightning at her fingertips gradually formed into a long spear, containing terrifying energy and destructive power, illuminating the entire rooftop as if it were daytime. So strong, Jiang Yu frowned. Even though she was a physical ability user, if she took this attack head-on, she would likely be reduced to ashes on the spot. Lin Bei squinted. He was eager to know the limits of the spatial wormhole, whether there was a cap or if this was a skill of a certain level. He threw out a recovery pill. Naturally, it was bait. To catch big fish, one must prepare the right bait. The move I used to kill that fierce tiger was this one. Let's see if your spatial wormhole can handle it. Get ready, here it comes. Xiao Xia's palm crackled with electricity as the lightning spear shot towards the spatial wormhole at high speed, so fast that even Lin Bei, who had just stepped into the first level of 9 stars, could only see an afterimage. Truly lightning fast. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from downstairs. The lightning spear blasted a huge pit in the hard concrete floor through the spatial wormhole. Xiao Xia squinted her eyes. The spatial ability was indeed terrifying. A full-force strike couldn't even shatter this small wormhole. That felt good. Lin Bei's lips curled up wildly. The fact that the spatial wormhole could withstand a full-force lightning attack was enough to demonstrate the perverse nature of spatial abilities. It truly confirmed the saying, "Time is respected, space is king." Since there is space, there must be time. He just didn't know who it was. Your skill is too overpowered. My lightning ability should be among the strongest in terms of explosive damage, and I couldn't break it. Who else could? Am I invincible? Lin Bei was very happy. Not only did he successfully save Teacher Jiang today, but he also encountered a level 3 lightning ability user and even confirmed the limits of the spatial wormhole. He seemed to truly be invincible. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Xia putting the remaining 2 recovery pills into her pocket and couldn't help but tease. Why not eat one? Didn't you just say you were afraid of excessive consumption? Well, I haven't encountered any danger yet. When danger comes, it'll be just in time for me to eat. After saying that, Xiao Xia, fearing that Lin Bei would take a rebound pill back with him, proactively filled his cup with beer. Come on, drink up. You can't possibly drink less than a girl like me, right? Lin Bei smiled and downed it in one go. Beer? For them now, it was no different from plain water. He was aware she was intentionally changing the subject but chose not to confront it. Consume 1 bottle of beer, return 3 bottles. Consume 1 skewer of tiger meat, return 3 skewers. Today, they had also unlocked a new snack. To be honest, Xiao Xia's 2 subordinates had decent skills. At first, the meat was a bit overcooked, probably because it was their first time grilling this kind of meat, but it got better and better as they continued. Half an hour later, the tiger meat was nearly consumed, leaving only a leg. You too. I want to take this leg back for my sisters to try. Let's call it a day for now. Tomorrow, I will come to visit with supplies. Please don't rush to refuse my invitation. Joining together for development will definitely be more beneficial than harmful. I can't guarantee much else, but I promise that after you and your people join, you will have enough to eat and meat in every meal. With that, Xiao Xia left with her people, while Lin Bei stood at the edge of the rooftop, watching them drive away. Do you want to join? Jiang Yu came over to ask him. To be honest, she initially didn't want to join at all, but after learning that the other team was entirely composed of female members and had ample supplies, she couldn't help but want to join immediately. She was tired of the days of eating one meal and starving the next. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to return to frugality from extravagance. Before the apocalypse, she inherited the family business and didn't spend money recklessly, but her daily meals were always her favorites. Now, it was a different story. She was almost out of rice. No. Lin Bei gazed into the night. Those girls still needed Xiao Xia to train them further. The 2 young girls who had just followed her were ordinary office workers before the apocalypse. Although they had the ties of food enthusiasts, they lacked the mindset of fitness enthusiasts. The more they ate, the more they needed. Improving the return rate was not very meaningful. What they needed was an increase in strength. What a pity, Jiang Yu said, feeling quite regretful. Lin Bei had saved her and provided her with so much food. His image and demeanor were so good, and with his strength and politeness, it was hard not to develop feelings for him. In this apocalypse, after this farewell, who knew when they would meet again? She hadn't even repaid her life-saving grace yet. Do you want to go? Lin Bei turned to look at her. A bit. Jiang Yu sat down, her 2 long, smooth legs swinging, her hands resting on the edge of the rooftop as she gazed at the night sky. I've been so tired lately. I don't want to be the big sister anymore. Joining a team made up entirely of women sounds great. I can just focus on killing zombies and improving myself every day, without worrying about what to eat next, or whether my sisters will go hungry following me, or whether the people around me have ulterior motives. Lin Bei squinted. That was true. For women, a team composed entirely of women was like paradise. But she couldn't leave. What would happen to her brother's physique if she did? Plotting against Jiang Yu, the rat tide was coming. Lin Bei didn't say anything to persuade her to stay. He didn't need to do that, someone else would. He quietly sent a message to Xiao Yun. Your teacher is considering joining another team. Tomorrow morning, after we go back, find a way to keep her. He Yun, brother is so greedy. With good sisters like me and Sister Shiyu, he is still not satisfied and is eyeing the teacher. Could it be that good brother wants to become a master and take a disciple? Be good, listen. He Yun, but she is a good sister, of course, she will listen to good brother. But if good sister successfully keeps the teacher, will there be a reward for good sister? Of course, but keep it a secret for now. Good brother is the best. Don't worry, I won't let teacher Jiang join another team. I want her to become my sister. No, it should be the other way around. I will become her sister. Ha ha ha. Inside the room, Hee-yoon lay on the bed, her two delicate, white feet swinging in the air, her small face beaming with a happy smile as she imagined the scene of little Yu calling her sister. To be fair, although it had only been one night, she had already experienced the torment that sister Shiryu had endured, which was truly a mix of love and hate. They needed reinforcements. They really needed reinforcements. The two of them were not enough. Done. Lin Bei put away his phone. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei. Level, first stage 9 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Abilities, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Strength, level, double. Speed, 100. Strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Physique, 100. Items, rebound pill, grade A steak, top quality honey glazed sausage. Members recorded in the illustrated guide: Jiang Shiryu, first stage 6 stars, space, Hee-yoon, first stage 6 stars, strength, triple amplification. Bond benefits, charm, strength, 3x return on food supplies. Oh, Shiryu and Xiaoyun both leveled up a star. It seemed they hadn't been idle either, and he was very satisfied. First stage 9 stars. All physical attributes were 10 times that of an ordinary person, but his strength was 60 times that of an ordinary person. He looked towards the school gate in the darkness, as the earlier loud noise had attracted a horde of zombies. It was only around 8 or 9 in the evening. He wanted to push through to the second stage in one go. The improvement in strength was addictive. Teacher, should we do some exercise to digest? Lin Bei invited her. Grinding monsters was so boring. Jiang Yu? Following his gaze, she realized she had misunderstood and couldn't help but curse herself. Sure. Jiang Yu was also very eager for strength, especially after witnessing the power of the two top-tier ability users. She felt her first stage 9 stars were simply not enough. Abilities were not good enough, so she had to work hard to catch up. Swish! The two jumped from the high building. Their figures disappeared into the night. At this level of evolution, ordinary zombies were like ants. After killing them, he could only obtain a meager amount of energy. After trying out larger energies, Lin Bei grew increasingly disdainful. Half an hour later, he was too lazy to even kill them, staring at the zombies until he felt nauseated from the rapid kills. His knife was already as cold as one used to slaughter fish in a market. After clearing this area, he stopped. He swallowed a rebound pill to restore his stamina. Here, he casually tossed one to teacher Jiang. After catching it, Jiang Yu examined it in her palm, hesitated several times, and finally chose to put it in her pocket for safekeeping. In case of necessity, this was a lifesaver, and her stamina consumption was minimal. With her super strong physique, she recovered quickly. Eat it, teacher, don't hold back, I have plenty of these. Seeing this, Lin Bei tossed her 2 more. 3 waves of truth, 1 wave wasted. Only with enough capital could he better attract girls. Really, no girl would dislike a person with strength. Is it true? Jiang Yu caught it steadily, her face filled with disbelief. Such a miraculous medicine, and he actually had plenty. However, was this medicine really as effective as he said? She had some doubts about that. It should be known that at this moment, they already belonged to the superhuman category. How much could a family secret recipe restore? She stuffed it into her mouth and swallowed. In an instant, Jiang Yu's pupils constricted sharply. The stamina she had just consumed was not only replenished but also exceeded, filling her body with strength. This medicine was indeed miraculous. Squeak squeak squeak. Just then, a black rat, the size of an ordinary adult cat, ran out from the nearby sewer. The cover of the sewer had long since disappeared. It ran to the corpse of a zombie and began to tear into its flesh with big bites. In no time, the entire arm of the zombie was gnawed clean, and the rat's belly was round and bulging. Lin Bei frowned slightly. The mouse's ears twitched as a strange sound came from below, its expression slightly changing as it looked down in disbelief. If tigers could evolve, then these mice that had consumed zombie flesh could naturally do the same. However, the number seemed a bit excessive. Swish, Lin Bei swung his knife, decapitating the large black rat. Its size had evolved so much, but the energy gained from killing it was far less than that from an ordinary zombie. After all, a mouse was just a mouse. Not good. Could it be a rat tide? Jiang Yu also heard the commotion from the sewer and tightened her grip on the long gun, her expression complex. Good news, many mutated beasts. Bad news, they were rats. Should we retreat? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Bei. Being surrounded by a rat tide was much more troublesome than being surrounded by zombies. Why retreat? Lin Bei pulled out a bottle and handed it to Jiang Yu, narrowing his eyes. If we let this go unchecked, it will inevitably cause us trouble in the future. Besides, this is all energy, isn't it? True. Jiang Yu took the bottle, her heart racing. The bottle was filled with the pills from earlier, roughly estimated to be at least several hundred. Such pills, if traded, could cause countless people to fight over them, yet he casually gave her this much. So extravagant. Too extravagant. In the next moment, countless rat heads poked out from the sewer, their dark little noses sniffing the air, and pairs of black eyes fixed intently on the two of them. Then, hundreds rushed forward one after another. The scene was quite terrifying. Those with a fear of crowds would collapse and convulse at the sight. Lin Bei exhaled. Then he took a deep breath and swung his knife horizontally, using a spatial wormhole to instantly kill dozens of rats, as they were simply too dense. However, the number he killed was just a drop in the bucket compared to the overall number of the rat tide. Interesting. With that swing, the energy gained was comparable to that from several zombies. This sparked his enthusiasm. After being sick of killing zombies, he found killing these rats somewhat enjoyable, as it not only provided energy but also eliminated potential danger. The rat tide. It couldn't be left unchecked. Otherwise, it would only grow larger in the future. He certainly didn't want to be surrounded by a swarm of rats while sleeping peacefully. Snakes, insects, mice, and ants. Usually inconspicuous, but now, with ample food supply and no one targeting them for extermination, they would only grow stronger until they seriously threatened humanity. He wasn't being overly cautious. Mainly, he had watched quite a few movies on this topic. How effective is my handgun? How effective is my handgun? 1 knife, 10 knives, 100 knives. Lin Bei couldn't remember how many times he swung his knife. He only knew that the rat corpses piled up like a small mountain on the ground. He was responsible for long-range attacks and large-scale clearing, while his teacher handled the stragglers, the long gun in her hands incredibly agile. Power was there. Damage was there. Support was there. The only thing missing was a group skill. If Xiao Xia were here, a single electric shock could take out a whole area. He needed to develop one, a spatial area damage skill. Lin Bei, cold weapons are not used like this. Jiang Yu's voice came as he was deep in thought. Lin Bei was taken aback. What did she mean? Since you still wish to call me teacher, as your teacher, I must teach you some things. As she spoke, Lin Bei felt a change in Jiang Yu's aura. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it felt different. Before the apocalypse, I don't know if you've heard of martial arts masters who could unleash sword energy and knife energy. Now, in this apocalypse, our physical abilities have long surpassed those masters by an unknown amount. Cold weapons are no longer just cold weapons to us. You shouldn't think of them as merely a knife, but rather as a part of your body, just like this. As she spoke, Jiang Yu sprayed something onto the tip of her gun. The long spear danced in her hands, the tip striking the ground as it swept across, sparks igniting the spearhead, and with a thrust forward, a fire dragon roared forth, devouring a large number of mutated rats. This move eliminated at least several hundred. Lin Bei's eyes widened. No way. How am I supposed to learn that? Seeing Lin Bei dumbfounded, Jiang Yu felt quite pleased, wanting him to experience the feeling she had just moments ago. However, aside from wanting to show off, she mainly wanted to repay him. Remember, the knife is a part of your body. Use it to release the power within you, rather than just hacking away mindlessly. It's like this. Jiang Yu swept her spear. A wave of flame slashed out, annihilating thousands of rats on the surface. Then she took a recovery pill. I haven't yet mastered the true essence of this technique, so it consumes a lot of stamina, but for you, it doesn't matter. You have this kind of medicine, so you don't need to worry at all. And this, and she still hasn't mastered it? Imagine there is a force within you, and through the motion of swinging the knife, you release that force. Jiang Yu continued to impart her experience. One shot after another was fired. With each shot, a wave of flame slashed out, the air filled with the smell of burning. Just from the few shots Jiang Yu fired, it equaled the number of kills he achieved with hundreds of knife strikes. So this is the charm of a top martial artist. Release? Lin Bei tried as Jiang Yu instructed. With his talent, it was just a matter of knife energy. 1 strike, 10 strikes, 100 strikes, none succeeded, so he decisively gave up. Come on, she has been practicing martial arts since childhood, and she still hasn't fully mastered it. What right does he, a complete novice, have to master it? Don't be discouraged. Once you feel that force within you, it will be much simpler. It took me half a day to sense it. I estimate you'll take about 10 days to half a month, considering your physical condition. It's actually quite simple, just like this. Hearing her words was like listening to a profound lecture. Actually, I'm not skilled with the knife. I'm not that talented, but I know a bit about spear techniques. Oh, Jiang Yu became interested. She had practiced martial arts since childhood, and her strongest suit was the spear. She couldn't tell if Lin Bei was genuine or not, but she would know at a glance. Here, Jiang Yu handed him the flaming spear. No need, I have a gun. Lin Bei refused, then pulled out his Desert Eagle from the system space, the dark muzzle aimed at the rats. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The semi-automatic pistol roared to life again. Ha! Jiang Yu's expression froze, her mouth agape as she stared at the gun in his hand. Goodness, she exclaimed, so this is the gun he was talking about. All right. Lin Bei's speed was astonishing. 20 bullets were fired in the blink of an eye, reloading in another blink. In 1 second, he could fire 50 rounds, which would at least take down 30 rats. The efficiency was too slow. It was hardly enough. Rats continued to pour out of the sewers, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease, Lin Bei, your gun isn't very effective. Damn it, being mocked. Lin Bei felt a bit irritated, suddenly remembering something, a smile creeping onto his face. Teacher, this is just an appetizer. I'm about to go big. What big? Jiang Yu was puzzled. What more could a handgun do? Against a tide of rats, at least a Gatling gun would be useful, and even then, it would need to be 10 of them. Just a handgun? The next moment. Damn! Jiang Yu's pupils shook. Are you crazy, big brother? Do you want to blow this place up? At that moment, Lin Bei, one hand held the gun. The other hand was carrying a gas canister. A spatial wormhole appeared in front of him as he threw 7 or 8 canisters, all of which fell into the sewer, each one opening its valve. As he threw the 10th one, he wore a smile. He fired a shot while throwing it into the sewer. Patrick Star. At the same moment, Lin Bei wrapped his arms around the still-shocked Jiang Yu's slim waist, a spatial wormhole appearing behind them. With a retreat, they appeared 50 meters away, followed by a series of terrifying explosions. Bang! 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 Boom! Just as Lin Bei was about to close the spatial wormhole, a terrifying shockwave swept in from the not-yet-closed wormhole, blowing the two of them another 50 meters away. Rocks flew everywhere. The ground collapsed. The entire city's surface trembled. Countless manhole covers shot into the sky, accompanied by dazzling fire columns, and thick cracks spread everywhere at a visible speed. And energy surged into his body. He leveled up. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei. Level, 2nd stage 1 star. System space, 100 cubic meters. Abilities, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 10,000 cubic meters. Strength, level, double. Speed, 150. Strength, 150. Spirit, 150. Physique, 150. Items, returning force pill, grade A steak, top quality honey sausage. Members recorded in the illustrated guide: Jiang Shiyu, 1st stage 6 stars, space, Hiyun, 1st stage 6 stars, strength, triple amplification. Bond benefits, charisma, strength, food supplies 3x return. Strength. This time, it truly skyrocketed. What powerful strength. Ha 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 ha. What gun? Weak as hell. It's all about the explosions. What a pity. Too far away, otherwise, the energy from this wave of explosions that wiped out the rats could have at least let him level up 2 more stars. You madman. Jiang Yu, lying on the ground, felt dizzy, came to her senses, and couldn't help but complain. Lin Bei touched his nose. Ha! Soft. Looking down. Goodness. His hand had a positioning ability, right? He pinched it, and Jiang Yu didn't notice. It was just that her body hadn't reacted yet from the fall. After getting up, Lin Bei's pupils constricted. As everyone knows, black clothes. If there's a bit of dust on the hands, it leaves a white mark. On Jiang Yu's clothes, there were 2 large white handprints, one on the left and one on the right, quite symmetrical. Lin Bei pretended not to see and asked, Teacher, how did I shoot? Understanding the knife energy, returning in the morning. You shot very well, but don't shoot next time. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. This kid wasn't afraid of blowing himself up. Blowing up so many gas canisters at once was one thing, but blowing them up in the sewer raised the danger level to the max. He got up and moved around a bit. Thankfully, he was only slightly affected by the shockwave. With their current physical condition, falling 50 meters felt like a joke. Sigh, Lin Bei sighed and muttered to himself, in this day and age, there aren't many good people like me, quietly solving such a big problem for the city. Indeed, Jiang Yu agreed. Ignoring it would be troublesome. You broke through? Jiang Yu suddenly felt that Lin Bei in front of her was even more unfathomable. Yeah, to the 2nd stage, how much did you improve? From 10 times to 15 times. Lin Bei moved his body, adapting to the new strength. The breakthrough that day was indeed too fast. From 1st stage 6 stars to 2nd stage, saying it skyrocketed was not an exaggeration. he was almost unable to control the strength of his body. But this was the evolution speed that a cheat should have. He needed to practice well. Suddenly, Lin Bei squinted his eyes. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Jiang Yu's mouth, and she was baffled by his sudden cold laugh. He stepped forward swiftly and threw a punch at the left side of her head. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Immediately after, there was the dull sound of a body hitting the ground. Jiang Yu turned her head in disbelief to look at the ground behind her, where a zombie lay quietly with only half a head remaining. How did it get so close to me? Jiang Yu was confused. For days, she had become extremely alert, glancing back from time to time, fearing a zombie would ambush her. She had just looked back a moment ago, how could she have missed it? Lin Bei's eyes were filled with mockery. A zombie that has gained intelligence and can turn invisible, slowly walked up behind you, useless abilities. Invisible? Useless? Jiang Yu was shocked. Come on, she had almost been bitten just now. How did you find out? This kind of zombie was truly terrifying. People instinctively believe what their eyes see. She had been caught off guard by its approach, and who could withstand a sudden bite to the neck? Moreover, this zombie was very clever. It was completely clean, without the stench of other zombies, which was why it had gone unnoticed. I have spatial abilities. I can sense spatial fluctuations within a certain range. Within that range, even if an ant crawls by, I know it like the back of my hand. Actually, if you pay a little attention, you can hear it too. Sometimes, don't trust your eyes too much. Jiang Yu understood. She sighed, her expression somewhat dim. I really envy you, Lin Bei, having spatial abilities, unlike me. Why did her words have a hint of bitterness? To be honest, she was really envious. Physical abilities. Aside from faster recovery and being a bit tougher, they were useless in other aspects. If her martial arts talent were paired with a better ability, even just strength, her power could multiply several times. Here, take it back. As the rat tide dissipated, Jiang Yu returned the bottle to Lin Bei, which was still nearly full. She had only eaten a few. If it were an ordinary woman, she might have kept it for herself. The value of this bottle was hard to estimate. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could be exchanged for 10,000 beauties, but she didn't like owing others favors. It's a gift for you. Lin Bei waved his hand, then ignored Jiang Yu's expression, gripping his knife to practice his blade energy, while also thinking about new spatial abilities, not looking back as he said, Teacher, I'm going to start training now, don't disturb me. Alright then. Jiang Yu had initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Lin Bei practice the knife on his own, she gave up. She really wanted this bottle and felt genuinely happy to have it, but she increasingly felt guilty. She was self-aware. This was not something she deserved. He had given too much. Various things. So much that she felt embarrassed. She had just taught him a few things and thought she had repaid a little favor, but in the blink of an eye, he had saved her life and gifted her a full bottle of such miraculous medicine. Such a favor, she truly didn't know how to repay. It was impossible to repay. Or, bang! Just as she was thinking, a loud noise caught her attention. She saw Lin Bei swing his knife, and a deep pit appeared on the wall several meters ahead. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He had mastered it so quickly. Then she relaxed. After all, he was at the second level. His physical strength had increased, and the energy within him had become much denser, making it much easier to sense. Lin Bei was still practicing. He had already touched the threshold. It wasn't the genius she feared, but the genius who worked harder than her. Glancing at the time, it was only midnight. She needed to start working hard too. She looked down at the long spear in her hand. Wait a minute. It was only then that she noticed the two large white handprints on her chest, slightly stunned. Were they hers? Her first thought was that they must have been pressed on her when she was pushed earlier. Lin Bei, being so upright, would never do such a thing. She planted the long spear into the ground. Two jade-like hands compared. One was a circle larger than hers, and her small face instantly darkened, casting a resentful glance at Lin Bei. As a girl, how could she not feel emotional about the handprints of two men appearing in such an important place? Even so, she didn't think too much about it. It could be a coincidence. If Lin Bei had ulterior motives, he would have acted on them long ago in the office building. There was no need to take such small advantages. In this apocalypse, with his strength and resources, he certainly wouldn't lack for women. Monster hunting. Leveling up. Morning, 5 o'clock. The sun had risen. Jiang Yu returned with her two younger sisters, feeling refreshed. After a night of hard work, she had finally leveled up to the second tier. Lin Bei also had his gains. Not only had he mastered the slashing shockwave, but his power talent had also reached the foundational level, fitness bond, strength ability. Second tier, 1 star. The strength of an ordinary evolver is 15 times that of a normal person, while his was a terrifying 135 times. This was the horror of the multiplicative increase. The further one went, the more monstrous it became. He's so handsome. Yeah, really handsome. I just heard Sister Yu say he was handsome, but I didn't expect him to be this handsome. If he were my boyfriend, that would be great. So strong and so handsome, I could wake up smiling from the dream. The two girls, a year younger than Jiang Yu, whispered to each other, their eyes filled with unabashed admiration. Who isn't a face lover? Moreover, Lin Bei had saved them and even left them plenty of delicious food. So much food. Jiang Yu certainly wouldn't hog it all. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Being discussed by girls like this, who among the handsome men wouldn't feel happy? The morning sunlight shone on him, making him look even more handsome. The two women gazed at him with starry eyes, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He was really so handsome, so much so that her little heart couldn't help but race. Let's go! The four-person team hurried back to the martial arts hall. Along the way, many zombies surged toward them. Lin Bei casually swung his knife, and the terrifying shockwave instantly decapitated dozens of zombies. That night, new abilities had not yet been developed, but this knife energy was fully mastered. Who cares? Just vent that energy inside him without reservation, then take a few recovery pills to instantly replenish. One recovery pill couldn't fully restore his stamina, so if one wasn't enough, then two. After all, the more he ate, the more he could repay. Wow! Jiang Yu exclaimed. In just a few hours, he had improved to such a level, his power comparable to hers. Jiang Yu felt quite uncomfortable, setting aside abilities. The only thing she had that was better than Lin Bei was this, but now Lin Bei stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Her once proud strength was once again challenged. She was very competitive. In her dictionary, why should women be inferior to men? The facts proved that they indeed were. No, it wasn't that she was inferior to men, just that she was inferior to Lin Bei. Her former student had developed into an unmatched, universe-defying, super monster in this apocalypse. Competing against each other, holy body enhancement. Competing against each other, holy body enhancement. Minor changes, morning, 8 o'clock. The group returned to the martial arts hall. On the way, he visited dozens of shops for zero-cost purchases. Clothes, shoes, underwear, stockings, toilet paper, these consumables needed to be stocked up. On the second floor of the martial arts hall. Sister, your space wormhole is just too monstrous, it can't even be touched. If you have the ability, don't use this. Let's women have a fair fight. He-Yun pouted, feeling frustrated. They had agreed to spar, but she ended up being toyed with unilaterally. Facing a space ability user was like hitting cotton with all her strength. She couldn't exert any of it. Why should I? Sure, you had a look of entitlement. Who would dare to confront you head-on? Besides, with Bebe amplifying your powers threefold, your own abilities have also increased threefold. Who would dare take a punch from you? But I can't even hit you. He-Yun had tried various methods, but the spatial wormhole was truly unsolvable. Sigh, it's my fault. It's all my fault for being too strong, for awakening my spatial abilities, making it impossible for my good sister to hit me. Versailles? So frustrating. He-Yun puffed her cheeks even more. It couldn't be broken. Her little head was spinning, unable to think of a solution, when suddenly she caught sight of Lin Bei and the others returning at the door. A mischievous smile flashed across her lips as she lightly bit her lower lip, showing a pitiful expression. Sister, please don't bully me anymore. I'm too scared now. I'll know my place from now on. Every night, I'll let my good brother be with you, just please don't bully me anymore. Jiang Shiryu was taken aback. What the heck? Why are we doing this? The next second, as a few people entered her spatial perception range, she understood. It turned out Lin Bei had returned. That little girl, making it seem like no one else could do the same, fell flat on the ground. Sister, what did I do wrong? Why are you beating me up? It hurts so much. If you want Bebe, I can let you have him in the future. Just please don't bully me anymore. My body is weak, and you might really hurt me. My foot, it hurts so much. Woo woo woo. Her expression, her tone, her state. It was all so vivid, making one feel pity. He-Yun was dumbfounded. Better at acting than her? And now crying? Alright, so she can't cry, huh? In that moment, she thought of all the sad things in her life. Good, there wasn't a single one. If she counted the time her dad devoured the grilled sausage she bought, then maybe that would count. So frustrating. Can't cry. What's going on? Jiang Yu, just back, was bewildered by the scene and turned to look at Lin Bei. Lin Bei shrugged. They were just bored, messing around. He-Yun giggled as she ran up to them, taking Jiang Yu's jade-like hand, her expression somewhat sorrowful. Sister Yu, you've suffered during this time, you've lost weight. Relieved to know they were just playing, Jiang Yu let out a sigh. She had been worried that Xiao Yun was being bullied, and after sizing her up, her gaze turned a bit strange. Have you gained weight? No way. Can anyone gain weight in the apocalypse? He-Yun's little face flushed. Oh, Sister Yu, why did you have to say that? I've been eating a bit better these past few days, just gained a few pounds, hee. Is that so? Lin Bei glanced a few times, not noticing anything. Her figure was still perfect, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on her lower half. That girl had really put on some nice tights. They tightly wrapped around her long, beautifully shaped legs. The pure white socks covered her small feet, paired with a pair of black leather shoes. Black and white, such a combination. And with a beauty like Hee-yoon, placed on the street, which man could resist stealing a few more glances? Moreover, she had activated the bond of the holy body, enhancing the effect of this combination threefold. Lin Bei considered himself somewhat composed, but in front of her, he still found it hard to maintain his composure. Alright, so this is how you dress, huh? You'll have a good time later. Hee-yoon secretly rejoiced. She loved the way her good brother looked at her, feeling delighted inside. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. She had dressed specifically for him, casting a somewhat proud glance at Sister Shiryu. Bei, this lady is your former teacher, right? Hello, I'm Jiang Shiryu. Shiryu slowly approached him, a faint fragrance wafting into his nose. Today's Shiryu, dressed in a long gown as white as snow, the sheer fabric allowed a glimpse of her long legs, with her calves wrapped in a delicate layer of thin silk that emitted a faint sheen. She wore a pair of exquisite little high heels, her feet elegantly shaped, the line smooth, her skin as pale as jade, flawless and resembling a work of art. It was as if she were a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Wow, how could she be so beautiful? To be fair, if there weren't outsiders present, he would definitely have a good discussion with these two enchanting little fairies about the meaning of life. Their charm was already significant, and with the blessing of the holy body bond, very few could remain calm. Shiryu, unwilling to be outdone, glanced back at Hee-yoon, proudly puffing out her chest. Her eyes seemed to say, when it comes to fashion, you're still a bit too young, and besides, my sister is older than you. Early in the morning, upon discovering that Xiaoyun not only had her makeup done but also wore this outfit, she immediately understood her little intentions and quickly changed into a new outfit. Hee-yoon pouted. Just wait until she develops a bit more. This aura, this allure. Even Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. If she were a man, she probably wouldn't be able to resist rushing over. This outfit was truly stunning. Hello, my name is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu considered herself beautiful, but compared to the woman before her, she felt somewhat lacking. Sister Yu, what level are you now? I'm at first tier, 6 stars, hee, have I surpassed you? Her little face was full of anticipation, eager for Sister Yu's surprised reaction, while also letting her good brother know that they hadn't been idle since he left. However, Jiang Yu smiled slightly and patted her shoulder. Xiaoyun, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your sister just broke through to the 2nd tier this morning. What? Hee-yoon was taken aback. 2nd tier? Her little face instantly fell. She had thought that by desperately killing zombies these past few days, she would have made up for the gaps from earlier, but the gap with others was still so vast. Shiryu also frowned. 2nd tier? It seemed they still weren't working hard enough. Even Jiang Yu, a woman, had reached the 2nd tier, so one could imagine how many men outside had also reached it. During the first 5 or 6 days after the apocalypse broke out, they had been idle, and despite their efforts these days, they still lagged behind quite a bit. Although she had awakened a perverse spatial ability, she still felt a faint sense of crisis. As a woman, she wanted to be the most outstanding woman in Lin Bei's eyes. After all, she was his first woman in this apocalypse. She understood the fickleness of affection, so she always tried to please him in various ways. Not only that, but she also wanted to enhance her own charm. She had beauty in figure, and now she needed to surpass other beauties in level. Only then would Lin Bei always have her in his eyes. Seeing the shocked expressions at Shiryu and Hee-yoon, Jiang Yu felt no sense of pride. Last night, Lin Bei's ability spar with Xiao Xie deeply stimulated her. No matter how high her level, it was the abilities that truly determined the limits. To be honest, she felt that Hee-yoon's power ability far surpassed her physical ability. She glanced at the few girls beside her and called them over. Since everyone is here, I have something to tell you all. Jiang Yu informed her team members about Xiao Xie's invitation, relaying the conditions without reservation and fully describing her strength and the team. Whether to go or stay is entirely up to everyone's willingness. Personally, I suggest you all go. There, you won't have to worry about food or safety. It's thousands of times better than here. She was still hesitating about whether to go or not, but she needed to persuade these girls to go. She was tired. She no longer wanted to manage people. Xiao Xie was a very good place to go. Otherwise, these young and beautiful girls would end up wandering outside, eventually becoming someone else's toys, constantly traded. Hee-yoon acted cute, and Jiang Yu stayed. Sister Yu, are you going? Among the girls, the youngest one asked, while the other women looked at her with concern. They all wanted to go, and even more so, they wanted to follow her. Over these days, everyone had already regarded her as their backbone. Jiang Yu hesitated. She actually wanted to go, but she owed Lin Bei too much. This farewell might mean they would never meet again in this lifetime, and no one knew where they would go next. Leaving like this made her feel quite guilty. Good sister, you don't have to go. I came here specifically to find you. He quickly stepped forward, hugging one of her arms and pouting to act cute. Good sister, don't go to that Xiao something you. I can't bear to part with you. Come with us, okay? Please? Among these people, besides the two sisters who had grown up with her, she was closest to Hiyun. She really wanted to stay. She had a lot of favors to repay, but would Lin Bei be willing to provide her with food? Thinking of this, she glanced at Lin Bei and spoke softly. Good sister, it's not that I don't want to stay, it's just what? Hiyun perked up, sensing hope. Jiang Yu bit her lip lightly. It's just that if I stay, I fear it will increase your burden for food. Now that there's a complete power outage and the weather is hot, the fruits, vegetables, and meat stored in the refrigerator outside will soon rot. I've advanced to the second tier, and my food needs are quite large. I don't want to cause you trouble. It's not that I want to leave you, it's just that I have to leave for your sake. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Not quite. It should be said for the other women to hear. Clever. Jiang Yu's words were not meant for Hiyun but for the other women and Lin Bei. She didn't want to stay and have them follow her, and she was also giving Lin Bei a heads up that her staying would mean more mouths to feed. The current situation could be described as an era of universal evolution. The power outage caused by the zombie crisis would lead to fewer and fewer edible supplies, while their appetites grew increasingly terrifying. From the videos online, it could be seen that various crops and fruits had withered due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, as if they couldn't adapt to this environment. As one side diminishes, the other grows. One day, they would starve to death due to the depletion of food, unless someone could research new crops that adapt to the current environment. It's okay, sister. Although our food is not much, having you here is just right, good brother? Hiyun hugged her arm, looking at Lin Bei with hope and pleading. Lin Bei frowned and pondered. After a long while, he reached out and patted Hiyun's little head, slowly speaking, that's right, whatever you say goes. A little performance. Apart from Jiang Yu, he currently had no interest in the other women. Not even one had the fitness bond activated. The foodies were all present, looking like they had traveled a lot before the apocalypse, and two of them were only at the first tier, 1 star, with such low strength it was shocking. Rather than keeping them around as decoration, it would be better to let Xiao Siye take them away for proper training. Hiyun smiled happily. I knew good brother was the best. Sister Yu, just stay with us, don't worry. If I have one bite to eat, you will too. We will fight side by side, exterminating the zombie army and breaking through the darkness. Is it really okay for me to stay? Jiang Yu asked Lin Bei. To be honest, Lin Bei had been very generous, giving her so much food last night, but it was ultimately limited. Teacher, it's fine. Don't force yourself. It's really fine. Then that's good. With a positive response, Jiang Yu felt relieved. Having little Hiyun with her didn't feel lonely, but parting with her two good sisters made her feel quite reluctant. Xiao Chang, Xiao Bai, Xiao Siye will come later. When she does, you can go with her. It's all my oversight. I almost put you in danger last night. Sister, let's not talk about that. Why don't you come with us? We sisters should look out for each other. We can't bear to leave you here alone. Yeah, sister, we can't bear to part with you. Come with us. The two sisters were very reluctant. Jiang Yu felt quite troubled. On one hand, there was her good sister she had grown up with, and on the other, there was the debt of gratitude she owed to her elder sister and good younger sister. Which side should she choose? Bad. Hiyun raised an eyebrow. She knew that Sister Yu valued emotions the most, and with the two sisters saying that, she might just leave. Sister Xiao Qing, Sister Xiao Bai, why are you acting like you'll never see her again? We're going to live here from now on. If you miss her, can't you just come back to visit? Live here? Why didn't you say so earlier? With that, everyone felt relieved. In this apocalyptic world, there was no longer a fixed home. They thought Lin Bei and the others would come and leave right away. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai understood Jiang Yu very well. They knew that the reason Sister Yu would stay was not only because of Hiyun's persuasion but also because she wanted to repay the kindness. It was precisely because she was too kind that she had been schemed against by those cunning villains. They had underestimated the ugliness of human nature, and thankfully Lin Bei had appeared in time. Otherwise, they couldn't even imagine what they would have faced. Why didn't you say that earlier? Jiang Yu poked Hiyun's little head. If she had said it earlier, would she have been so conflicted? You didn't ask. Regardless, her task was considered complete. Next, it was about how to trick Sister Yu into joining her in Sister Yu's team. At that time, Sister Yu would have to call her sister. she had already started to fantasize. In her imagination, she patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Sister Yu, from today on, we each call each other sister. I'll call you sister, and you have to call me sister too, hee hee. Gurgle. Without warning, Jiang Yu's stomach growled, and her face turned red with embarrassment. There was nothing she could do. After all, she had a special physique. Her muscle and bone strength was 4 times that of the same level, which meant her food requirements were 3 to 4 times that of the same level. Her appetite was truly frightening. There's still some food at home. I'll go prepare it. Let's all gather together for a meal. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai went to prepare, rummaging through everything edible. Thankfully, they had raided quite a few refrigerators on the way back. The power had only gone out the evening before last, so the things in the freezer were still good. Before long, plates of dishes were brought over. Braised pork, braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised lamb, sweet and sour ribs, pig's trotter soup, thin strips of spicy snacks, shredded pickled vegetables, fried instant noodles. At first glance, it looked fine. The spicy snacks were actually quite good with rice. Lin Bei had eaten them before, but the only downside was that there were no vegetables at all. It had been over a week since the apocalypse broke out, and fresh vegetables had long been consumed. Lin Bei, sit down and eat. Sure you, Xiao Yun, come eat. Jiang Yu called to the 3 of them. No need, I ate on the way back. You all take your time, Lin Bei refused. Those measly portions were pitiful, even 2 or 3 people wouldn't have enough. Alright, sisters, you eat. I've gained weight these days, and I need to lose some. It wouldn't be good if someone started to dislike me. He Yun also refused, thinking similarly to Lin Bei. Teacher Jiang, you all eat. Don't mind us, Sure Yu also declined. She didn't know these people, and since Lin Bei and He Yun weren't eating, how could she go over? At this moment, she only wanted one thing: the arrival of the tide, taking everyone away. The arrival of the tide, taking everyone away. That was to get close to Lin Bei. She hadn't been intimate with him for 2 days. She had given way to He Yun the night before last, and he hadn't come back last night. Although she was a bit scared, she missed him immensely. Bei, she thought. Yu came to Lin Bei, who was standing by the window, and gently leaned against him, whispering as she lifted one small foot. Bei, I'm not used to wearing high heels. I think I twisted my foot just now, and it hurts a bit. Can you help me massage it? Twisted it? Lin Bei looked down and saw that her delicate ankle had a slight redness and swelling. Not used to wearing high heels. A flight attendant not used to wearing high heels? Alright, I believe it. So you twisted it, huh? Come on, let me help you massage it properly. He guided her to a small room. He let her sit at the table while he sat on a small chair, took off her high heels, and gently started to massage her foot. Yu smiled happily and gently. So nice. His heart felt sweet. Good brother, mine hurts a bit too. Can you help me as well? He Yun followed them into the room, deliberately sitting next to Yu, casting a reluctant glance at her. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. What a little girl. He casually helped her as well. Good brother is so nice. He Yun squinted her eyes and smiled happily. Come on. She couldn't let Yu get all the attention from the good brother. Which girl wouldn't want her boyfriend to take care of her? Sister Yu, yours isn't as pretty as mine. He Yun wiggled her cute little foot. Nonsense, mine is much prettier than yours. Yu retorted. Good brother, who do you think is prettier? He Yun straightened her leg, knowing that she was a bit inferior to Yu in looks and figure, so she could only compare in other aspects. Bei, who do you think is prettier? Yu also straightened her leg. She didn't want to be outdone. Do you know what you two are up to? Lin Bei squinted. Up to something? What are we up to? We aren't up to anything. Good brother, why do you say that? He Yun looked puzzled. Yeah, how are we up to something? Yu was equally confused. Alright. Lin Bei stood up, wanting to take off his glasses only to realize he wasn't wearing any, the corners of his mouth curling up. I really can't do anything with you two. I need to teach you both a little lesson. He stuffed a handful of return force pills into his mouth. He didn't know how many. It didn't matter. Outside, Jiang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and scooped a bowl of rice. Today's dishes were extremely lavish, but it still felt a bit lacking. There were no vegetables, and just meat was somewhat bland. Last night's meal was better. The food Lin Bei provided, with a mix of meat and vegetables, was truly satisfying. The girls chatted while eating, completely unaware of the passage of time. A few hours later, at noon, 12 o'clock, Lin Bei pushed open the door and walked out. Jiang Yu and the others had already finished eating and were gathered around the table chatting. Beep, beep. At that moment, a series of honking sounds came from downstairs. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Couldn't Xiao Xie be a little more low-key? He went to the window and looked down. A modified pickup truck was parked at the entrance on the first floor, with several large steel pipes welded to the front, forming a triangle. showing no fear of zombies blocking the way. Ha! Ha! Due to the piercing honking, many zombies came running from a distance. Xiao Xie gave a glance, and Wang Qi and Xiao Bai got out from the back seat, wielding long knives and charging forward. Ordinary zombies were just toys to them. Stop looking! Come down and open the door. Xiao Xie shouted to them from the second-floor window while patting the supplies dragged behind the pickup. Lin Babe, how about it? Are you satisfied with the sister's gifts? Lin Bei squinted. This girl had stored quite a lot of supplies. She actually brought 3 pigs, 5 pig heads, 1 cow, 1 sheep, 10 bags of 50-pound rice, plus a lot of slightly wilted vegetables and various seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Xiao Xie leaned against the pickup, smiling proudly. Did you see that? This is the strength of the sister. Why not obediently join my camp? Stick with me, and you'll be well fed in the future. Wow, so much food. They're actually compensating with this much food. Just how much has Xiao Xie stored? Xiao Xie's generosity attracted everyone's attention. Here, everyone was worried about their next meal, and now that real food was right in front of them, they couldn't wait to join in. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A spatial wormhole appeared beside the pickup truck. Xiao Xie was momentarily stunned, then went straight to the second floor. The space ability is just so convenient. She scanned the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Xie, she from Tidal, you from Moon. I won't say too much. I believe Sister Jiangyu has introduced me to you. So, should I leave the supplies here, or will you all come with me? Ha, why are 2 people missing? Where are your Shiyu and Haiyun? We just took a nap, Haiyun and Shiyu said as they walked out of a small room together. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes slightly. In person, they were much more attractive than on the surveillance. Their looks were almost a threat to her, who had been the beauty of the police force for several years. Jiangyu spoke on behalf of the group. Xiao Xie, we just discussed it. These few will go with you, while I, Lin Bei, Zhang Shiyu, and Haiyun will stay. Xiao Xie frowned slightly. The 4 left behind were the most valuable, but her original intention in forming a women's team was to protect women. Even if they didn't come, she would still take the other girls with her, but she still wanted to negotiate a bit. Several of you, why not come along? In my place, everyone is equal, and we are all friends. I have generators, air conditioning, hot water for showers, everything you could need. Isn't it livelier with more people? Lin Bei refused. Sorry, I'm not really fond of noisy environments. Is that so? What a pity, Xiao Xie said regretfully, then asked, what are your plans next? Where are you going? I'll be staying here for the short term. There's electricity, which is convenient. With his current strength, crossing thousands of kilometers to find his girlfriend was still a bit lacking. He needed to reach the 3rd tier to better handle emergencies. Xiao Xie's eyes lit up. Great! This way, she could find more excuses to come here often, and getting to know him would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. All right, Xiao Xie nodded. Since that's the case, I'll bring down the things from the truck and leave them for you. It should be enough for the 4 of you for a while. She still needed to build goodwill. She believed Lin Bei understood that her generosity was not merely for compensation. As she spoke, she used the spatial wormhole to bring the items over. Lin Bei didn't refuse. After all, the spatial backpack had plenty of room, and its capacity had increased tenfold after upgrading the spatial ability. Next, she sent the girls one by one to the pickup truck, letting Wang Qi and Xiao Bai take them away first. Her police station was indeed not far, just a few kilometers away. At this moment, the large martial arts hall was left with only 5 people. Lin Bei, there are no outsiders here. Can you give me some more of your ancestral secret medicine? Of course, I won't take it for free. You can name any conditions. After leaving last night, she had tried it again. It was incredible. Just 1 pill. Just 1. It completely restored her from exhaustion, allowing her to effortlessly and smoothly kill a mutated beast and break through to the 2nd tier. Only those who had truly experienced it knew how miraculous and important it was. Gift Xiao Xie, fish for bait. Gift Xiao Xie, fish for bait. Foolish bird. Lin Bei thought to himself, after following me for so long, how come you haven't learned anything? You should at least consider the level and character of the person. If a girl like that proposes such conditions, don't you just not want that ability? Fishing requires patience, you know? Patience is a virtue, she casually mentioned. You believe what women say? Silly boy. His thoughts returned to the outside. Lin Bei took out 5 recovery pills. Since we've met, it counts as fate. I admire you, so here are a few for you. To be honest, he really did admire her. Her intention and direction in establishing a women's army were commendable. In the apocalypse, how many people have the heart and take action? However, there would likely be many setbacks ahead. Thank you, Xiao Xie exclaimed joyfully. She had prepared for a significant expense, but unexpectedly received 5 for free. However, 5 was a bit too few. Brother Lin Bei, could you possibly give me a few more? I've broken through to the second tier, and I need 2 pills at a time to restore all my strength. I'll bring some supplies later to show my gratitude. Alright. Lin Bei took out another 5 and placed them in her palm. I have supplies, so consider these 10 as a gift. Big Brother Bei, thank you so much. Xiao Cs smiled brightly. 10 pills were enough for her to use 5 times. She couldn't wait to enhance her strength. With these 5 opportunities, she wouldn't need to hold back for unexpected situations. I'm leaving now, I'll bring something to see you later. With that, she leaped from the second floor window, pushed off the ground, and vanished from sight. Hee-yun pouted, clearly unhappy. Another second tier. It was one thing for her sister to be second tier, but now an outsider was too. Feeling sour, she said, "Good brother, you're not that familiar with her. Why give her so much? She'll just take it and leave. She might not even remember your kindness." Addiction, dependence. What do you mean? Hee-yun didn't understand, and Shiryu was just as confused. Jiang Yu, beside them, was even more baffled by what he was saying. My medicine is like that thing, once or twice is fine, but the more you use it, the more you become dependent. When you don't have it, you'll feel uncomfortable all over, like ants crawling on your skin. Is that true? I don't believe it. The others were skeptical. Talk is cheap. Yu, Xiaoyun, give me back all the pills you have, and let's verify it. Here. Hee-yun didn't have a spatial backpack, just a dozen pills on her. Shiryu's quantity was a bit terrifying. With all her bottles combined, she probably had 1,000 pills, making Jiang Yu's brows twitch. This quantity was simply too frightening. 1 pill was enough to drive people crazy. Wait, Shiryu, where did you get all those bottles? Could it be that you also have spatial abilities? Yes, my ability is the same as Beibei's. Both are level 3 spatial. Didn't Xiaoyun tell you? My goodness, 2 spatial ability users. 1 is already enough of a freak. 2 of them, if this gets out, it would cause a stir. Having abilities is already rare, and level 3 abilities are truly exceptional. Physical abilities are the worst of the worst. Jiang Yu felt inferior. As the former leader of the team, being beside Lin Bei made it hard not to feel self-conscious. Let's go! Lin Bei didn't know what Jiang Yu was thinking. He wanted to see how the sudden withdrawal from the recovery pills would affect them, whether it was as he imagined. He took the lead and jumped down from the second floor. Shiryu and Hee-yun followed closely behind. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before catching up. Good brother, don't you feel anything? Hee-yun swung her long knife, slicing off one zombie head after another, feeling nothing at all, as if cutting tofu. Bei, no pressure at all, Shiryu said similarly, intentionally controlling the size of her spatial wormhole, consuming very little of her ability. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Shiryu and Hee-yun were panting, their smooth, fair cheeks slightly flushed. I can't take it anymore. Give me a pill. Hee-yun couldn't take it anymore, instinctively reaching for her pocket, only to find it empty. Suddenly, she remembered, her brows furrowing tightly, she was really experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Wow, so annoying. It felt like ants were crawling all over her. She desperately wanted one, because Lin Bei was right beside her. Even though there were many zombies ahead, she wasn't afraid. But she knew that if Lin Bei weren't there, she would only have the option to run away. Good brother, I believe you, it's so hard to bear. Please give me one, good sister. I'm about to suffer to death. Hee-yun clung to Lin Bei, her small face flushed and clearly in distress, tilting her head up and parting her delicate lips. Weren't you just saying you didn't believe it? I believe it now. Who knew it would be this hard? I'm so tired, I have no strength left at all. Good brother, hurry up. Hee-yun pouted, not wanting to suffer in silence. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Here. Lin Bei fed her one and stuffed a dozen more into her pocket. Love you. Indeed, a woman who acts cute has the best luck. Ah, so refreshing. After swallowing a recovery pill, Hee-yun felt revitalized, the power within her surging continuously. Meanwhile, Shiryu was still gritting her teeth, holding on. A few minutes later, exhausted, she ran back, hands on her knees, panting heavily, completely devoid of the noble air she had when she was slaying zombies from afar. Bei, hurry, I can't hold on any longer. What? It's only been a little over half an hour, and you two are already done for? Little weaklings, I thought you could last longer, especially after not believing earlier. I was wrong. Shiryu gasped for breath. In the past, with recovery pills and her spatial abilities open, she had managed well, but now that they were gone, she had been very frugal, yet the consumption was still too great. Even opening a small spatial wormhole consumed about 1/10 of her ability, and opening it wider was even more terrifying. Lin Bei was quite satisfied. Suddenly, he felt he had given Xiao Xia too few earlier. He should have given her more and let her know he had plenty in stock, so she would use them without restraint, one bite at a time, slowly, firmly, biting down on the bait. Sister Xiaoyu, can I see your second-tier strength? After finishing the recovery pill and feeling fully energized, he bounced over to the seemingly lonely Jiang Yu. Sure. Jiang Yu pulled out a 60-centimeter shotgun from her back, extending it to 1.80 meters with a flick of her hands. Gripping the long gun, a surge of confidence returned. Taking a deep breath, she swung the gun out. Sure, you didn't care at first. What use was a cold weapon no matter how strong? But the moment Jiang Yu fired, her brows furrowed sharply. She could feel a powerful energy surging forth. Ahead, dozens of zombies' heads fell to the ground in unison. The small horde instantly cleared, leaving the two women dumbfounded. Wow! Sister is amazing. One is a space-type sister, and the other is a chi sister. Ha 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 ha, I'm also in the loop now. He-yun laughed joyfully. What about me? Lin Bei pointed at himself. You are my invincible good brother. So fierce. Coming back to her senses, Shiryu swallowed hard, only able to say that it was no wonder she ran a martial arts school. She really had some skills. Want to learn? I can teach you. Seeing Shiryu's shocked expression, Jiang Yu smiled and offered to teach Lin Bei's women, as a form of repayment. This was the only thing she could bring to the table. Silver Moon sneaked away, taking a detour. Silver Moon sneaked away, taking a detour. Is it like this? No, it's like this. Jiang Yu guided the two women, and as they interacted, she became more familiar with Shiryu. The harmonious scene made Lin Bei very happy. Great, no need to worry about fires in the backyard. Jealousy and rivalry were fine. After all, he was enjoying himself. Chase! Hurry, chase! Don't let it get away! Bang! Bang! The shouts and gunfire grew closer, and a few people frowned, looking towards the corner of the street ahead. In the next moment, a small dog with pure white fur entered their line of sight. Wasn't that Silver Moon, the dog from Xiao Xie's house? Behind it followed three men, the leader holding a rifle in his hand. Woof woof. Silver Moon ran to Lin Bei's side and stopped, affectionately rubbing against his pants, while the three men chasing it also gradually came to a halt. What beautiful women! The three men saw Shiryu, He-yun, and Jiang Yu, their breath catching in their throats. Their beauty was simply criminal. They immediately cast Silver Moon aside, the leader's eyes filled with greed and desire. Without a second thought, he raised his gun. The muzzle was aimed at Lin Bei's forehead, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. He wanted to kill the other before he could react, leaving the three stunning beauties for himself. He wanted to possess them all, his heart racing faster and faster. Such beauties. If he could have his way with them, his life would be complete. At a distance of several meters, with his current marksmanship, he could take them out with a single shot. He had already begun to fantasize about the three beauties fleeing in panic under his gun, him chasing, them escaping, unable to get away. Not a single one could escape. Bang! Ah! The gunshot rang out. Accompanying it was a scream, and the owner of the scream was none other than the man who had fired the gun. His rifle fell to the ground, and two large holes appeared in his shoulders, blood gushing out. The connection between his arms and torso was shattered, and his arms hung limply. What's going on? He had clearly aimed at the other. Why was he the one injured after firing? Confusion filled his heart. His two brothers beside him were equally baffled by this bizarre scene. One suddenly remembered something and shouted in terror, I know, boss, I know. Among these people, there's a space ability user. What? The man's face changed dramatically. A space ability user? Pick up the gun, run. The two lackeys were just about to pick up the gun when a hand appeared out of nowhere, picking up the gun before them. Looking up, the gun was already in the hands of a man several meters away, Lin Bei's index finger resting on the trigger, the dark muzzle aimed at them. The three men felt their scalps tingle. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Run! They had come quickly, and they ran just as fast. However, in the next moment, accompanied by the gunshot, a peanut-sized projectile pierced through the foreheads of all three of them, traveling through a spatial wormhole. Throughout it all, Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged. They were just a few clowns, not worth his excitement. Even though he was now at the second tier, he wouldn't dare to take a bullet with his body unless he obtained Jiang Yu's physical ability. But it must be said, that man was quite decisive. He shot as soon as he saw him, but unfortunately, he encountered Lin Bei. Is this resolved just like that? Jiang Yu blinked, somewhat incredulous. When she saw the other man shoot, she thought Lin Bei was in danger and wondered what they would do. But before she could think much more, the three bodies were already lying quietly on the ground, unmoving. Isn't this resolution a bit too quick? They appeared and were taken out in an instant. It was so fast that her brain stalled for a moment. In the past, when faced with danger, she was the one who found a way to resolve it. Now, it was over before she even realized it. Wow, where did this dog come from? So cute. He squatted down, stroking Silver Moon's soft fur. Silver Moon caught a strong scent of Lin Bei on her and immediately understood their relationship, squinting its eyes in enjoyment. A dog. No. As a wolf, knowing when to be sensible allows one to go further. She's so well behaved. Good brother, how did she come to you? Was she your pet dog before? Hee-yun hugged her in her arms, soft and small, utterly adorable. Lin Bei glanced over and said, no, she's raised by Xiaoxia. She probably sneaked out to play. Don't be fooled by her size, this little one is already at the second tier. What? Hee-yun's eyes widened. Goodness, even a dog is at the second tier now. Hungry, want to eat something? Inu cooed in Hee-yun's arms, showing no signs of being a fierce beast at the second tier, just opening her little mouth to utter a few words. Wow, she can talk? Hee-yun lifted her up to meet her gaze. Come on, call me mommy and I'll reward you with something delicious. Mommy, Inu said without a second thought, her little mouth opening wide, her eyes full of expectation. She could smell the remnants of delicious food on Hee-yun, and just the scent was driving her wild. Rain sister, give me a big sausage. Here. Sure, you pulled out a honey-glazed sausage and handed it to Hee-yun, then came over to pet Inu. No one could resist the adorable appearance of a puppy, especially not a woman. Bebe, she's so well behaved. Is she really at the second tier? Sure, you couldn't believe such a cute little dog could possess a level far beyond theirs. Really? Lin Bei recalled the scene from last night. Once they reach the second tier, they possess intelligence comparable to humans. This little one is quite clever, and don't be fooled by her current size. She can grow larger, about the size of a small car. The teacher can attest to that. Exactly. Jiang Yu nodded. The reason I'm running low on food is that she's visited several times. Hee-yun was furious upon hearing this. Holding the sausage away from Inu's drooling mouth, she said, little thing, quickly apologize to my sister, or you won't get to eat. Woo woo. The moment the sausage appeared, Inu was deeply attracted by the aroma, her tail wagging like a fan. She could snatch it away, but she knew the difference between a full meal and a snack. With a leap, she jumped into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu instinctively hugged her, the small body rolling around in her embrace, the cute little head rubbing against her, a stammering, weak voice coming out, sorry, don't be angry, it's all Xiaoxia Mama's fault for not feeding me enough. Poof. Jiang Yu didn't want to forgive her, but she couldn't resist how adorable she was and ended up petting her again. Eat the meat. He playfully waved the sausage in front of her nose. So cute, go ahead and eat. Slurp. Inu took a bite. Her little blue eyes instantly lit up. This was so delicious. She had eaten many tasty things before, but nothing compared to this. In just a few bites, she devoured the entire sausage. Not satisfied at all. Mommy, I want more. Little Yu, look over here, do you want to eat? Lin Bei held 8 sausages between his fingers, and Inu's little eyes sparkled with greed, nodding her head vigorously. Want. Here. Lin Bei first gave her 3 sausages, and just as she was about to enjoy the 4th, he took a step back. Meat. Inu poked her little head out, chasing after him, but the distance was too far, and she let out a pitiful whine. This was just a few sausages. She was not satisfied at all. She wanted to eat 100, no, 1,000. Little Yu. Lin Bei revealed a mischievous smile. You must not be getting enough to eat with Xiaoxia. I have as many of these big sausages as you want, but you're not my pet, so I'm not obligated to feed you for free. Unless you offer your contract, once you become my pet, I'll make sure you're fed to your heart's content every day. His words were filled with temptation. Stealing away. Xiaoxia had plenty of food reserves, but Inu, being a second-tier beast, had a much larger appetite than a second-tier human. If she were to have a hearty meal, who knows how many days' worth of supplies it would consume. But he was different. Once the Silver Moon became his pet, no matter how much it ate, everything would be returned. Not a single grain of rice would be consumed. No stealing. So much meat, it made the wolf, Silver Moon, drool. No way, you want to steal Silver Moon from Xiaoxia? Aren't you afraid she'll fly into a rage? Jiang Yu was shocked. Last night, she had stolen her monster, and today she wanted to take her wolf. The other party was a level 3 lightning ability user. Did they really not take her seriously at all? Silver Moon squinted its eyes in a human-like manner. Although it was greedy, it wasn't foolish. Once it offered a contract, it would become his pet from then on. What if it restricted her freedom? What if it tricked her and didn't give her food? Even Sie's mother hadn't mentioned this. Why should she give him a contract? If she were to give one, it would definitely be to Sie. How fragrant! A large plate appeared in Lin Bei's hand, stacked high with 20 pieces of premium steak, each the size of an adult man's palm and 5 to 6 centimeters thick, the rich aroma making her tail wag unconsciously. Xiaoyun, teacher, we consumed quite a bit just now. Let's have something to replenish our strength. I'm so hungry. Hee-yun and Xiu each picked up a piece, savoring it. They had eaten no less than 1,000 of these steaks, No matter how delicious something was, eating too much would eventually become tiresome, but they often switched things up. Doesn't it come with rice? Jiang Yu stood aside, feeling a bit embarrassed to join in, swallowing involuntarily at the aroma. She had eaten it before and naturally knew how delicious it was, but just eating steak like this felt a bit too extravagant. Good brother, bring some other dishes, my sister and I haven't had lunch yet. Lin Bei led the three and the wolf to a roadside cafe. With a thought, he waved his hand, and 4 large rice cooker cores appeared first, each filled to the brim with fragrant rice. To be honest, no matter how much steak you eat, it doesn't feel right without a couple of bites of rice. Jiang Yu finally picked up a piece of steak, took a small bite, and was just about to scoop up 10 bites of rice when she was stunned. Several large plates appeared on the table. Braised pork, 10G luxurious version, sweet and sour ribs, 10G luxurious version, chives and eggs, cold cucumber, stir-fried prawns, dry pot cauliflower, spicy stir-fried pork belly, fragrant fried fish, braised lamb, cold beef, and rib corn soup. The originally spacious table suddenly seemed a bit small, with 2 large plates beside it, dozens of steaks, and dozens of large sausages. Holding her chopsticks, she was momentarily at a loss. It was one thing to have a lot of dishes. Really, the key was that the portion of each dish was excessively generous. Is it New Year's? Looking at Shiyu and Hiyun, the two showed no surprise, holding their chopsticks and hesitating over which one to eat first. I didn't eat lunch, I'm starving. Little Ian activated her whirlwind mode, not forgetting to scoop food into Jiang Yu's rice cooker core. Sister, hurry and eat, just eat more of what you like. If there's not enough rice, just ask good brother for more. Jiang Yu's hands trembled. Even her voice was shaky. Xiaoyun, do you have this configuration for every meal? Of course, good sister, just eat with confidence. You don't have to worry about supplies when you're with us. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to kill zombies? Hiyun understood Jiang Yu's feelings. When she had just joined, her expression was exactly the same. You'll get used to it. Beside them, Silver Moon was dumbfounded. This meal was even better than what her mother, Sia, ate. How much food did this guy have? Whoa, little Silver Moon jumped into Shiyu's arms, acting cute and rolling around. Meat, Yaya wants to eat meat. Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei. Let's give it 2 steaks to satisfy its cravings. Satisfy cravings? No, the more I eat, the more I crave. Hiyun ate a rice cooker full of rice, returning 3 portions. Master, Shiyu, and Hiyun shared a portion of sweet and sour ribs, deluxe version, 10 pounds, returning 3 portions. This portion was 90% devoured by Hiyun. You finished it all, and you didn't even leave a little for the teacher. Lin Bei laughed as he took out another plate. Jiang Yu's brows twitched wildly at the sight. The dishes were finished, and they were refilling? Woo, after finishing 2 exquisite steaks, little Silver Moon's appetite was completely whetted. Watching the others eat so deliciously made her want to grab all the food without a care, but if she did that, there would never be a next meal. Moreover, she might not be able to beat Lin Bei. Baby is so hungry. Baby really wants to eat. Should I just give it to him? Should I or shouldn't I? Possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, she knew that every meal for Lin Bei and the others was so luxurious. Following him, she would be able to eat her fill in the future, and she would choose only the tastiest dishes. So fragrant, so tender, so delicious. Jiang Yu took a piece of rib that Hiyun had picked, and it was so tasty that her soul trembled. The harmonious, abundant, and warm meal gave her a sense of illusion, as if it were before the apocalypse. Eating was just eating, with nothing to worry about. No need to be anxious about the next meal or what to do if food couldn't be found. Soon, Jiang Yu also entered eating mode. She had eaten in the morning, but actually not much, just a few bowls of rice. With so many people, there wasn't enough food to go around. Everyone just needed a little to fill up. No one is paying attention to me. No one is paying attention to me. No one is paying attention to me. Taking advantage of everyone being engrossed in their meal, Silver Moon stretched out her little paw, slowly, gently, and quietly pawed at a piece of steak. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Just as it was about to reach her mouth, Lin Bei picked it up. Little yeah, stealing food is a bad habit. You know, if you want to eat, you can do it openly, but, bad man, he wants me. Just a mere piece of food thinks it can tempt this wolf? Ridiculous. This wolf would rather starve, but it really smells so good. I want to eat. Because the ribs were stewed to perfection, Shiyu picked up a bone, and the meat on top accidentally slipped off. Silver Moon, quick-eyed and quick-mouthed, rolled it into her mouth to enjoy. Oh my goodness, so delicious. Her little paw pawed at Shiyu's thigh, revealing a pitiful expression. You mama, hungry, hungry, hungry. Little yeah, give it to him. Since you're with us, all of this is yours. With a wave of Shiyu's jade hand, a large pile of plates appeared on the table, with not much steak and big sausages, less than 1,000 portions combined. I'm shocked. Silver Moon and Jiang Yu's eyes widened. No wonder He-yun had gained a little weight. Meat. So much meat. Forget it. Oh. The rich aroma stimulated Silver Moon, and with a kick of her hind legs, she pounced forward, wanting to swim among the meats. However, the next second, the food disappeared, and the excited Silver Moon instantly wilted, her small eyes staring at Shiyu with deep resentment. Little darling, give it to him. If you give him those just now, then all of this will be yours. Shiyu's voice was full of temptation. TCH, just a bit of meat, this wolf has surrendered. A top-notch doctor, selling girls for food. A top-notch doctor, selling girls for food. Woo-woo. A six-pointed star formation appeared above Silver Moon's little head, and Lin Bei had an epiphany. As long as he pressed his hand down, it would be a success. He decisively pressed down. Pet registration successful. From now on, all resources consumed by Silver Moon will be fully returned. Daddy, meat, quickly give me meat. I want to eat meat. I want to eat a lot of meat. The moment the contract was successful, the sweet, sticky voice of the little lowly appeared in his ear. Lin Bei smirked. Hee, you fell for it, didn't you? You can't escape now. I tricked you. The meat, I'm not giving it to you. Bad daddy. Stinky daddy. Inu rolled around on the table beside them, her small body incredibly adorable. Come on, eat. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of steaks and sausages appeared on the table. Thank you, good daddy, you're so nice. Inu instantly entered eating mode, devouring the huge steaks one bite at a time, tears streaming down her face as she said, Mommy Sia, I'm sorry, it's all this man's fault for having so much delicious food. Ah, it's so fragrant, werewolves never go hungry, unless they have food and shelter. This, Jiang Yu's mouth dropped open. She was once again astonished by Lin Bei's food supply. For Inu to eat so much in one sitting, Lin Bei wasn't a fool, which only meant that this food was nothing in his eyes. She suddenly felt that staying here seemed like a good thing. Although there was a lot of food at Xiao Xia's place, it was impossible for them to eat until they were full every meal. Soon, a rice cooker full of rice was finished, and the dishes on the table were simply too delicious, leaving her wanting more. Eat, sister you. Shiryu waved her hand. Another pot of freshly cooked rice appeared, filled to the brim. Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. You guys are living too well. No wonder you didn't eat at noon. It turns out you were saving it for us. What do you mean, you guys? From today on, sister you, you're one of us. Don't be so distant. Just tell us what you want to eat. I can't guarantee anything else, but there will be plenty of food. Bei has put a lot of food in my space backpack. Space, Xiao Yun's power. I really envy you two good sisters for having such great abilities. Unlike me, Jiang Yu said, feeling emotional. Now that they were more familiar, once she taught the two how to control their powers, she would really be useless, except for eating a lot. It's okay, when the time comes, let the good brother boost your power a few times, He-yun said without a filter, waving her fair arm as she continued. I'm currently a first-tier 6-star, my strength is 7 times that of an ordinary person, and with the power enhancement, it's 21 times. The good brother boosted me 3 times, so now it's 63 times. Jiang Yu? What the hell? He can boost others' strength? Is this for real? Ah, it seems like I shouldn't have said that. Sister you, pretend you didn't hear anything. I didn't say anything, you didn't hear anything. He-yun realized something and waved her little hand, but a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Hee, good sister, you think your physical abilities are lacking, huh? I don't believe you can resist this temptation. Slurp, get ready to call me sister, keek. Thinking this, under the table, a foot slipped out of its shoe, revealing a delicate foot as white as jade, rubbing against Lin Bei's leg, their eyes meeting as if saying, good brother, how about my little sister's assist? Lin Bei squinted. What a tempting little fairy. Good, I'll reward you well tonight. Jiang Yu's mouth dropped open. Boosting strength 3 times? No way. How could she pretend she didn't hear that? Please. If her strength could be tripled, she didn't know how much her power would increase. With her already strong physique, she could perfectly harness that power without worrying about her body not being able to handle it. 3 times. That's equivalent to having extra powers. I want it so badly. Already dissatisfied with her own abilities, her heart was completely stirred by He-yun's words, and she had no appetite for food, her little eyes constantly glancing at Lin Bei, feeling like ants were crawling all over her, itching for progress. She wanted to improve so badly. Sister, hurry up and eat. Don't you have an appetite? Is 1 pot of rice enough? He-yun was enjoying the second pot of rice, and their current appetite required at least 2 pots per meal. Eat, Jiang Yu replied perfunctorily. At this moment, her heart was completely occupied by the thought of Lin Beining enhancing their powers. How could she still eat? Power. She wanted power. She craved power. Seeing Jiang Yu eating slowly, Hyun's small eyes sparkled with the delight of a scheme coming to fruition. She had been similarly bewitched by Sister Shiyu back then. Truly, no one could refuse. Moreover, being with a good brother was simply a blessing, handsome, strong, and considerate. Please, such a rare gem of a man was hard to find even before the apocalypse. Run! Wan-en, run quickly! Just as they were eating, shouts came from outside again. The cafe had no walls, only floor-to-ceiling tempered glass, and they could see a middle-aged man dragging a very beautiful woman as they ran, her hair flying in the air, her delicate, fair face filled with terror. With a hurried glance, Lin Bei felt restless. Name, Lin Wan-en. Appearance score, 96. Pre-apocalypse occupation, doctor. Comprehensive score, 90. Level, first tier, 2 stars. Ability, none. Bond, top tier doctor, 1. After the bond is activated, all receive double the effect of medication treatment. Innate silk stocking holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiast, 1. Inexperienced, 1. Tonzi, come out and talk. Damn, why are there so many top-tier bond holders? Did the master save the earth in his past life? But the other party has no abilities. Indeed, although they were top-tier bond holders, they had no abilities. The power of the top-tier bond was great, but unfortunately, his rebound pill was endless, and doubling the effect of consumption was meaningless. Overall, it was quite average. He was indeed very attractive. However, he already had 3 stunning beauties by his side, and there was also a reserved Xiaoxia, so he didn't go out to chase. However, the middle-aged man dragging Lin Wan-en caught a glimpse of the few people in the cafe, attracted by the table full of food, and suddenly slammed on the brakes, pulling his daughter into the cafe. Oh, Lin Bei became interested. Not chasing was one thing, but if it was offered for free, there was no reason to refuse, especially since there was a fitness enthusiast bond that could double strength, and she was a doctor, which would surely be useful in the future. Little brother, I'll give you my daughter. Can you give me some food? I haven't eaten in days and am about to starve to death. The middle-aged man pulled his daughter in front of Lin Bei, greedily eyeing the food on the table, speaking straightforwardly. Ha! Lin Bei was taken aback. Was he that direct? Shiyu, Hyun, and Jiang Yu all showed strong disgust and disdain in their eyes. To sell his daughter for a bit of food, such a father was truly unfortunate to follow. Dad, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind from running? Lin Wan-en, as his daughter, was even more dumbfounded, never expecting such words to come from her own father. Slap! A resounding slap echoed. Lin Wan-en covered her face in disbelief. Her good father actually slapped her. The father who had always held her in his palm was now trying to sell her for a bit of food and even hit her. The world has gone downhill, and human hearts have become untrustworthy. I've had enough. I have to take care of you and find food for you all day long. If it weren't for you being a burden, would I have to steal food from others and get caught and chased? I worked hard to raise you, put you through college, trained you to be a doctor, and now it's time for you to repay me. The man looked at Lin Bei, revealing a fawning smile, and said in a low voice, Little brother, my daughter is beautiful, right? I'm very strict with her, she's still a virgin. I don't want much, just give me 2 steaks and a few sausages. You feed your pet dog that much, so it shouldn't matter. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Okay. He took out a bag from his spatial backpack, filled it with 10 steaks and 10 sausages, and handed it to him. The middle-aged man smiled even more happily at the sight. Really, he was just short of kneeling on the ground to thank him. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. From now on, my daughter is yours. Do whatever you want with her. Dad, how did you become like this? Lin Wan-en stood foolishly in place, covering her face. The father who would always warm her food when she got home late at night, the one who would come to pick her up from the hospital whenever it rained, the one who was afraid she would be taken away by bad boys, actually sold her like this, and so cheaply and happily. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man didn't care at all about Lin Wan-en's feelings, excitedly shouting, Finally, there's food, finally, there's food. This is so delicious. My precious daughter, after raising you for so long, you're still somewhat useful. He stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Delicious food. It made his eyes redden with excitement, like a hungry dog. He finished a large piece of steak in just a few bites. Dad, give it back to them. Stop eating. I'll support you. I'll get stronger and find food to take care of you. Lin Wan-en stepped forward to stop him, unable to accept the reality of being sold by her own father. Get lost. The middle-aged man pushed her away with a powerful shove, sending Lin Wan-en crashing to the ground, his eyes filled with mockery as he coldly said, You, support me? I'm over 50 and already at first tier 5 stars, and you're only in your mid-20s at first tier 2 stars. How can you support me? Just because you hide at home all day, afraid of the zombies outside? I can live better without you as a burden. Really, if it weren't for not wanting to let down my wife, I would have slept with you long ago. Besides your looks and figure, you're worthless. Your mother and I are true love. As for you, you're just an accident." Lin Wanen sat on the ground, stunned. How could such words come from his mouth? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she hugged her knees and cried helplessly. "Got the food, and you still won't leave? Sure, you couldn't bear to watch any longer. How could a father treat his daughter like this?" She urged him to leave. "All right, I'll get going." Facing them, the middle-aged man immediately changed his demeanor. "Bosses, I won't disturb your meal. Please don't be polite with my daughter. Play however you want. She's still a tender chick. I guarantee the boss will have fun." "Still not leaving? All right. Seeing the faces of the female bosses turn ugly, the middle-aged man happily left with the bag, stopping for half a second at the cafe door before leaving without looking back. Dad! Seeing her father leave, Lin Wanen chased after him with red eyes. The middle-aged man, seeing her chasing him, pleaded with a face full of desperation. "Miss, I beg you, I really beg you, for the sake of raising you for over 20 years, please don't follow me and drag me down anymore, okay? I'm really tired. I don't want to take care of you as a burden anymore. Since the apocalypse started, you've only reached first tier 2 stars because I helped you. I really don't know what use you are. Do I have to kneel down for you to leave? For you to give me a way out? Dad, am I really that useless in your eyes? Do you have any self-awareness? What, now that you think I don't want you, are you thinking of ending it all? I know you better than you know yourself. You're just a cowardly waste. I won't waste more breath on you. The enemies are coming after me. I have to run. Don't follow me anymore. I've already sold you. The ones inside are your true masters. If you still have a shred of intention to repay me, then go back inside and serve them well. Don't let it come to the point where they say I'm a fraud and come after me. I've already made enough enemies for your sake. Wanen, you wouldn't want to see me get killed, would you?" With that, the middle-aged man's figure vanished. This time, Lin Wanen did not chase after him. Her heart was completely shattered by her father. It turned out she was so insignificant in his eyes. Her mother had been bitten by a zombie on the very first day of the apocalypse, and now her father had abandoned her. Her heart felt like ashes, and she truly wanted to end it all. But her father's words stung her. If she saw death, she would indeed be as pathetic as he described. However, she really had no motivation to live anymore. Perhaps I really am as worthless as you say. At least let me repay you one last time as your daughter." After standing at the door for a long time, she slowly returned to the cafe and walked over to Lin Bei and the others. "Do whatever you want with me. From now on, I am yours." This was the only thing she could do. Earlier, her father had stolen a lot of food to ensure she had something to eat. She couldn't let her father's enemies gain another target. In this apocalypse, anyone bold enough to sit in a cafe and eat like that was not someone her father could afford to provoke. Lin Bei glanced at her, seeing her lifeless expression. Really? 10 steaks and 10 sausages exchanged for a top-tier bond owner. He began to doubt whether this father-daughter pair was just putting on a show, as it seemed no different from getting something for nothing. Could this be the luck of a cheat? Or perhaps, "Miss, don't be afraid. We won't do anything to you. Have you eaten? Come sit down and eat with us." A few of them felt very sorry for her. That slap earlier was real, and even now, her fair cheek still bore 5 bright red fingerprints. "No, gurgle." Lin Wanen, feeling lifeless, wanted to refuse, but the aroma of the food made her stomach betray her with a loud growl. She glanced at the dishes on the table and swallowed hard, feeling very uncooperative. She had no mood to eat, really no mood, and didn't want to eat, but her body was very honest. She couldn't control it. She hadn't eaten much for 3 consecutive days. Was that man really your biological father? How could he be like that? It's just too disgusting. He bluntly criticized, almost unable to hold back from going to kill him. Selling his daughter was one thing, but to say such things to insult her was unforgivable. Scum. The worst kind of scum. Yes, he is my biological father, no doubt. Maybe he was just starving, or perhaps my weakness has completely disappointed him, Lin Wanen said, her eyes red as she defended him. Even though he had just said such things and even hit her, he was still the father she had relied on since childhood. Stop defending him. Some people don't deserve to be fathers. Such a person isn't worth your tears. He comforted her. But he was really good to me before. Woo woo woo. Thinking of the past, Lin Wanen cried again. How could it have turned out like this? Woo woo woo. The evil and beauty of human nature. The evil and beauty of human nature. Lin Bei squinted. If it was an act, then the acting was a bit too good. He stuffed a few recovery pills into his mouth, silencing the voices of the few of them, and opened a spatial wormhole. Through the wormhole, they saw the scene outside the cafe. Dad! Lin Wanen instinctively shouted when she saw her father. Lin Bei raised the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had the foresight to silence them. Soon, they would know whether it was a performance or something else. The man was carrying a bag of food. He jogged to an empty store, closed the door, and sat down on the ground, alone. Remembering his earlier words and actions towards his daughter, his eyes instantly became moist. Xiaowen, I'm sorry, I'm useless, I couldn't protect you. You must take care of yourself. As he spoke, the middle-aged man rolled up his pant legs, revealing a clear bite mark on his calf, grayish-white spreading out from the wound. Leaning against the wall, his expression was somewhat desperate. The crowd was taken aback. Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. It was just as he had guessed. Such a beautiful girl was only selling this little food, and she even asked for so little herself, which was a bit unusual. Xiaowen, you should be angry with me, you should hate me, you must live well, those people will surely take good care of you since you look so pitiful. This is the last thing I can do for you as your father. You really can't be weak anymore, you can't be afraid anymore, you have to learn to be brave. I'm only 52, I don't want to die yet, I'm so reluctant, I haven't seen her get married and have children yet, I haven't held my grandchildren yet, I really don't want to die. Why? Why did the zombie virus suddenly break out? Why did it destroy our peaceful life? Why did it shatter our family? Alone. The middle-aged man no longer held back his emotions, his clear eyes gradually clouding over, tears flowing uncontrollably, filled with deep reluctance. Who can face death calmly? He still had things to worry about. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Wanen suddenly rushed towards the spatial wormhole. Lin Bei thought and released the spatial blockade, expanding the wormhole. Lin Wanen crossed space and knelt beside her father. Trembling, she reached for the wound on his leg. Tears streamed down her face. When was it? Was it just now when you were bitten by a zombie to save me? I'm sorry, it's my fault. The middle-aged man was taken aback. His closed eyes opened again, and through the blur, he saw his daughter's figure. How could this be? How did she come here? Hadn't he confirmed it? Get out! Get out of here! Didn't I tell you not to come over? Aren't you dragging me down enough already? He shouted. As he shouted, the man could no longer continue, embracing his daughter and crying bitterly, followed by a cliché scene. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and continued eating. Yunqing bit her lower lip. I didn't expect he was actually bitten. I thought he really sold his daughter. He's such a good father. Sure, you nodded. I also thought he was doing it for food, but it turned out to be for his daughter's sake. In the apocalypse, we can't overestimate human nature, but we also can't underestimate it. The few of them watched while eating. This scene, on this planet filled with zombies, who knows how many times it has played out. If empathy were everywhere, tears would have flowed endlessly, and one could only sigh that the man was a good father. Wanen, take this, you must follow them well. Those who dare to eat so arrogantly in the apocalypse, those who dare to dress like that, are definitely the big shots among big shots. In the future, when dad is not around, put away your little temper, do whatever they say, you must not be willful, you must not have any resistance. You are still young, the road ahead is still long, maybe before long the world will return to normal. You must live until that time. The middle-aged man handed a bag of food to his daughter, having only taken a big bite of steak in front of a few people, the rest untouched. Dad, you won't be in trouble, you definitely won't be in trouble. It's just a small bite, you hold on, you can definitely keep your consciousness. Lin Wanen knelt on the ground, crying out, foolish child, you must listen. After your father dies, you must follow those people well. Those girls are all good people, they should take care of you. Hurry and take these over there. Your father won't last much longer. Be good, listen to me. You have never disappointed me, and you won't this time either. Hurry up and go. No, I won't go. I won't listen. You and mom are gone, and I don't want to live anymore. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. He knew it would be like this. That's why he acted the way he did earlier. But who would have thought these people were even stronger than he imagined, actually opening a spatial door to see his situation. He sighed. There was no choice but to change his approach. Wanen, if you continue like this, I will die with regrets. I was counting on you to burn more money for me during Qingming Festival. You wouldn't want your dad to end up below with your mom and no money for food, would you? I haven't earned much while alive, but when I get down there, you have to let me be a billionaire and enjoy myself, right? Wanen, seriously, you wouldn't want your dad to become a ghost, would you? A poor ghost at that. Dad, you? Lin Wanen never expected that at this critical moment, he would still have the mood to joke. What do you mean? Zombies have appeared. What else is impossible? What if there is a ghost realm? What if your mom is waiting for me? The man said with a face full of certainty. Lin Wanen was taken aback. Right. Zombies, which only exist in novels and movies, have appeared. It's not impossible to end up somewhere after death. Alright, Dad really can't hold on much longer. I'm about to go down to see your mom. Remember, burn some paper money. The bigger the bills, the better. Don't forget luxury cars and houses, and a phone too. You know I can't sleep at night without scrolling through short videos. Oh, and burn a few more maids. Make sure they're female, good-looking, with great figures, curvy and long-legged. Not too many, just 100 or so." Lin Wanen father chuckled. "Aren't you afraid mom will hit you?" After her father's jokes, Lin Wanen felt much better. Given the circumstances, she could only accept what she couldn't. At least there was something to look forward to. What if there really is a ghost realm? While alive, she hadn't been able to provide them with any blessings. She couldn't let them go down there without money to spend. It doesn't matter, she wouldn't dare. Even if she hits me, she won't use much strength. Alright, Dad really can't hold on any longer. Let's hurry. Lin Wanen's father struggled to get up, maintaining the last bit of rationality to send her to the spatial wormhole entrance, earnestly reminding her, "Wanen, you are already an adult. You understand the important things in life. Live well, and remember, it's very important to have more children." "Dad, you?" Lin Wanen's eyes widened. She thought he was going to say something else. "Just go." He pushed her hard. "Oh, and burn more models and celebrities. Remember, they should be female and good-looking, preferably just turned 18. With that, the man gritted his teeth and left the room. The moment he rushed outside, the remaining rationality dissipated, and he looked up, his gray eyes filled with confusion. Lin Bei closed the spatial wormhole. This father-in-law was quite interesting. Disrespectful to the old, Lin Wanen muttered under her breath, but the tears couldn't stop flowing. Next, she would be alone. "Silver Moon, come." With a thought, little Silver Moon swallowed the steak in her mouth, leaped into Lin Wanen's arms, and she instinctively hugged her. Little Silver Moon began to act cute and charming, irresistible to anyone, regardless of age or gender. Lin Wanen's mood improved significantly. "Sister, come, sit here, sit here." Hiyun got up and walked over to Lin Wanen, pulling her to sit down at the table. Since Lin Bei had agreed to exchange food, it meant he was interested in this woman. Moreover, Inu rushing over was definitely at Lin Bei's command. As the second child in the family, she naturally had to be perceptive. Mainly, she felt a bit guilty for just now speaking ill of her father without understanding the situation. The eldest, Zhang Xiyu. The second, Shi Hiyun. The third? Naturally, it was sister Xiaoyu. The fourth was also there, Lin Wanen. In terms of age, she was the youngest, all of them were her sisters. But in terms of seniority, except for sister Xiyu, they were all her younger sisters. By rank, 2 of them had to call her sister, and in terms of age, she was the youngest, so they all had to take care of her. Ha ha ha, she got all the advantages. Wanen joined in, getting to know each other. "Sister, let's eat." Hiyun wasn't good at comforting people, so she could only bring a bowl and chopsticks and shove them into Wanen's hands. "Don't." "I didn't. It smells so good." Lin Wanen had just lost her father and felt immense pain, having no appetite at all. But looking at the fragrant rice in front of her, piled high with the dishes Hiyun had served, pork ribs, meat, corn, cauliflower, and large shrimp, each one was her favorite. Plus, she hadn't had a proper meal in over a week. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard, and somehow, chopsticks appeared in her hand. Before she knew it, a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice were in her mouth. So delicious. Woo woo. She might be an unfilial daughter, having just lost her last family member, but right now, she really wanted to eat. "Woo woo, Dad, I'm sorry, woo woo, this meat is so delicious, woo woo, these ribs are so tender." Lin Bei carefully observed Lin Wanen. So beautiful. One could only say that she was indeed a doctor. Her skin was even fairer than Shiyu's, with not a single flaw on her exquisite face. Her neck was as white as her face, and her clothes were very ordinary, loose sportswear like Zhang Yu's. To be fair, in the apocalypse, during the day, how many girls had the means to wear skirts or suits like Xiyu and Hiyun? The hems of skirts could easily trip someone while running, but they didn't need to run. Only those who couldn't fight would run. What was there that they couldn't fight against? Because they weren't familiar. Lin Wanen ate very cautiously. The deceased had passed. She believed her dad and mom were watching over her from below. Only by believing this could her heart feel a little better, giving her the motivation to keep living. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed the people around her. At this moment, she noticed that they were all handsome men and beautiful women. The women were excessively beautiful, and the men were excessively handsome. She thought she had some looks, but here, she felt rather ordinary. Swallowing what was in her mouth, she felt the need to introduce herself. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Wanen, I'm 26 years old, a first tier 2-star, and I don't have any abilities." She had seen everything on the operating table, but in front of these few people, she felt very naive and shy. According to the rules of the apocalypse, her dad had sold her to these people. With her abilities, she could only follow them. Venturing out alone? She wouldn't even know how she died. She wasn't sure what these people would do to her, but so far, they seemed to take care of her. She wasn't foolish. she knew in her heart. If it weren't for these people stepping in just now, she might have misunderstood her dad for a lifetime. She felt very grateful. She had said her dad couldn't be that kind of person. Those words and actions were just his way of trying to entrust her to a strong person before he passed. Sister, my name is Hyun. I'm 19 years old, a first-tier 6-star, with strength abilities. Hyun didn't hide anything. Since she could sit here and eat, she would definitely be one of her sisters in the future. Lin Wanen was stunned. My God, 19 years old, so young, and she actually had 6-star abilities. It was hard to tell. From her appearance, she looked like a sweet little girl, but hidden within her was terrifying power. Zhang Xiyu, Space System Ability User, 2 years younger than you, first level 6 stars. Zhang Xiyu thought similarly to Hyun. Since Lin Bei had left, there was no need to resist. It was better to accept it graciously. In the future, they would be sisters, and the closer their relationship, the better. Space Master. Before the apocalypse, she rarely read novels, but after the apocalypse, her father had her read many novels of this type. Space abilities were undoubtedly the king of abilities. Just like just now. Space Wormhole. So amazing. Zhang Yu, second level 1 star, physical ability user, 1 year younger than you. Zhang Yu didn't think as much. She thought everyone was just pitying her and had no idea that she and Lin Wanen were both preordained sisters. Wow! Even with Lin Wanen's education and knowledge, at this point, she could only exclaim those 2 words. Another first-level ability user was one thing, but to have a terrifying second level was another. She knew she was only first level 2 stars. This young lady could probably kill her with just one finger. She looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, second level 1 star, space system. Wow! Lin Wanen exclaimed again. Another second level? Was second level really that worthless? Moreover, this guy was also a space ability user. What kind of team was this? Just picking one would be a big shot outside, yet they were all gathered in a small team now. Terrifying. So terrifying. Wow! Wow! Hyun and Xiyu couldn't help but curse as well, both staring in shock at Lin Bei. They thought they had caught up to him after working hard yesterday afternoon, but now they were suddenly so far behind. Bei, wait. When did you reach second level? Weren't you first level 6 stars yesterday afternoon? Yeah. Hyun nodded her little head, a pained expression on her face. You went out for just one night, and now you're 4 stars ahead of us. Good brother, how are we supposed to catch up? They had thought only little you was second level. They didn't expect good brother to be second level too. Didn't I tell you? Lin Bei thought for a moment and then said, it seems I really didn't mention it. Yesterday afternoon on the way to school, I casually killed some zombies and leveled up to 7 stars, then I snatched a monster from Shaoxie and leveled up 2 stars, and later blew up a nest of sewer rats to reach second level. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu rolled her eyes. Remembering his crazy actions last night, she couldn't help but shiver. He was really a little madman. However, she was still very curious, itching to know how he enhanced others' powers. Lin Wanen was dumbfounded. More than a week after the apocalypse broke out, her father had barely reached first level 5 stars, while this man had leveled up 4 stars to reach second level in just half a day, speaking of it so lightly as if it were an inconsequential matter. I really envy you sisters, your abilities are impressive, unlike me who can't do anything. She felt inferior. Among these people, she felt like a useless person, the most useless of the useless. The only thing she could do for them seemed to be laundry, cooking, and cleaning, and maybe warming their beds. Before the apocalypse, she was a doctor saving lives on the operating table, but now in the apocalypse, she was just a little mouse struggling to survive in the cracks, and a timid mouse at that. Zhang Yu was taken aback. It sounded a bit familiar. Sister, you don't need to envy. As long as you follow my brother, there will be unexpected benefits. Oh, don't ask what it is. It's a secret for now, but you'll know later. It will definitely exceed your imagination and make you very strong, Hyun said ambiguously in her ear, glancing at Zhang Yu intentionally or unintentionally. With that said, she didn't believe that good sister didn't understand. For those who craved power, they would strategize for themselves. Lin Wanen glanced at Lin Bei, her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having stepped into society and started working, she understood perfectly well what Hyun was implying. Everyone is attracted to looks, and she was no exception. Lin Bei's appearance was not only not unpleasant but quite appealing. What girl could resist a boy with a good figure, great temperament, strong abilities, good background, and a positive attitude? However, what were the benefits? She was very curious. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Benefits? Could it be an increase in power? Did that mean that just by being with Lin Bei, she could gain a boost in strength? Her heart leaped with joy. She had considered offering herself in return because Lin Bei's help to her was truly beyond repayment. The treatment he gave her was as generous as that of his woman. Nothing could be more generous. In this apocalyptic world, the concept of monogamy had long since vanished. Last night, she had almost been defiled and had even thought about dying with her sisters. Now, not only was she alive and well, but she had also broken through to the second tier, and she possessed a large bottle of the level 3 lightning ability potion that second-tier evolvers desperately desired. She no longer cared if Lin Bei had more women. Besides, having been single for so long, she had longed for a male companion. She was very familiar with Hee-yun. Shiryu was also quite easygoing. If possible, she really wanted to repay Lin Bei tonight. The most crucial point was that the grown-up Lin Bei was simply too charming. No matter from which angle one looked at him, he had already deeply attracted her. Women are all drawn to strength. Offering oneself in return not only allows for gratitude but also gains a power boost, and the other party is a handsome guy she is infatuated with. She could truly feel like a woman again. Come on, from any angle, it was a huge profit, right? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, the tighter her legs pressed together. Teacher, why aren't you eating? With your body strength, can one pot of rice fill you up? Lin Bei asked. Shiryu, and Hee-yun's second pot of rice was almost empty, while Jiang Yu's second pot hadn't even been touched. The term-old teacher made Jiang Yu pause, cursing herself for being so reckless. Lin Bei respected her as a teacher, while she, as a teacher, was thinking about being a rebellious disciple. This strong desire to survive. Jiang Yu, have you reached the age of puberty? Lin Bei respects you as a teacher. As a teacher, you can't let him down. The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She forced a smile. No, I was just thinking about something. Saying this, Jiang Yu entered a food mode without tasting anything. If only Lin Bei didn't see her as a teacher, if only he regarded her as an ordinary woman, if only he had feelings for her, she really wanted to gain that power boost. Lin Bei squinted and smiled. Hee-yun's hints were a bit too obvious. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could become a rebellious disciple. Damn it! Today, even if I have to search house by house, I will find that old thing. He has stolen from me several times. If I catch him, I will make his daughter compensate us well. Damn, who knows where he's hiding? Boss, why don't we just go back? We don't know how many people are eyeing our supermarket. If they find out we're out and take the opportunity to rob us, it won't be good. I'm afraid the third one can't hold up. No way. I have to drag that father and daughter out today and torture them well so that others can see what happens to those who dare to steal from me. At this moment, voices from outside the door could be heard. Lin Bei smiled. This meal was indeed lively. He glanced at Lin Wanen. If nothing unexpected happened, the father and daughter they were talking about should be her. Hearing this conversation, Lin Wanen clenched her jade-like hands into fists, tightly gripping them. The supermarket wasn't owned by him. Even if they were stealing, it wasn't his stuff. They were just relying on their strength and numbers to occupy the supermarket. It was these few people who had followed her father to their hiding spot, forcing them to flee. On the way, her father was bitten by a zombie while trying to save her. Boss, do you smell something delicious? It seems like meat, like braised pork and ribs. I smell it too, it's nearby. The voices grew closer. Soon, several figures followed the scent to the cafe entrance, where they saw 5 people and a wolf sitting by the window. What beautiful women! The 3 men at the door stared, their eyes wide. Lin Wanen was considered a beauty, but without careful grooming, she paled in comparison to Shiryu and Hee-yun, especially since the outfits they had prepared for Lin Bei were stunning. Then they noticed the lavish spread on the table, and one by one, they couldn't help but swallow. It had been over a week since the apocalypse began, and even though they had occupied a large supermarket, their meals didn't reach the standard. What were the conditions? 5 people, 10 dishes, and a soup? Even before the apocalypse, it was rare for a family to eat like this, let alone now. What was even more outrageous was the portion size of each dish. Observing the reactions of the others, aside from the old man's daughter who had stolen their food, the remaining few were unfazed. They continued eating, drinking, and chatting as if the newcomers were invisible. A glance outside at the numerous corpses on the street made it clear. These people were not someone they could provoke. It wasn't that they couldn't see them, they simply didn't take them seriously. Lin Wanen felt a bit stifled. Before the apocalypse, those bosses often had this attitude. To survive, she had to be a sycophant, and now, as a leader in this new world, she still had to bow and scrape to live. In any era, the strong were respected. Excuse me, she was about to say, sorry to interrupt your meal, but before she could finish, one of her subordinates interrupted. Boss, these hot chicks are so beautiful, and their figures are amazing. Let's tie them up and take them back. The women in the supermarket are getting boring. What? Hot chicks? How dare you say that? I wouldn't even dare to think it. You are asking for death. The leading man frowned instantly. Stop. He was about to scold them when another excited subordinate patted his shoulder, interrupting him, and shouted, Boss, we hit the jackpot. 1, 2, 3, 4, for top-notch women. We can each have one, plus one extra. Quickly deal with that man, I can't hold back anymore. What a stupid idiot, with such amazing women around, he dares to eat out. He really hasn't experienced the harshness of society. As he spoke, he pulled out a cold watermelon knife from behind his waist, his eyes filled with greed and desire for the women. The leading man was stunned. Stupid? Stupid idiot? Who are you calling a stupid idiot? You are the one who is a stupid idiot. No. Who hasn't experienced the harshness of society? Do you think they don't know these women are beautiful? Do you think they don't know it's safer to hide at home? If they didn't have the strength, would they dare to eat out? Didn't you see their lack of reaction when they saw us? Didn't you see their meal setup? Didn't you see the corpses of zombies outside? Big brother, I call you two big brothers, okay? Really, if zombies cracked open your skulls, they'd spit before leaving. When you come out to mix, bring your brains with you. He made a decision. He would go back and establish rules immediately. Don't talk nonsense. The man felt like crying without tears. He hadn't said anything, hadn't done anything, but his little brothers had already offended someone to the core. Any man would find it hard to hold back when hearing outsiders tease their woman. You have to understand, this is the apocalypse. When they say kill, they really mean it. He saw the faces of the women at the table darken, and the man with his back to him also put down his chopsticks. A sudden shock hit him. This reaction. The big boss is definitely angry. Damn. Two super invincible ultimate deadweights. Bro, I'm not familiar with these two. We just happened to run into each other on the way. I'm really sorry to interrupt your meal. I'll leave right now. Take a gamble? Bet that they are rookies? Bet that they are not as strong as him? Please. Life is only one. He hasn't enjoyed enough yet. Those women in the supermarket haven't bored him yet. Isn't it better to live well? Isn't it nice to quietly be a boss? Why risk his life when he isn't even getting paid? The man holding a watermelon machete, seeing the boss leave, grabbed his arm. Boss, what are you doing? Are you giving up on these little vixens? Didn't you just say you wanted to grab a few beauties to change your taste? And weren't you going to kill the chicken to warn the monkey? That woman, isn't she the daughter of the old man who stole our food? Damn! Are you trying to get me killed? Cold sweat soaked his back. Excuse me, sir. What are you talking about? The strong desire to survive made the man suddenly break free from the grip, looking at the watermelon knife man with suspicion, quickly drawing a line. No, do we know each other? Why are you calling me boss? We just happened to walk together and exchanged a few words. Don't call me boss when we aren't familiar. Besides, it's the apocalypse. The human living environment is very difficult. We should help each other. Although there are no legal constraints, we should restrain ourselves with morality. Those girls are naturally beautiful, yet you speak such crude words and want to act violently. I never expected you to be such people. Thinking back to the time I walked with you makes me feel disgusted. Let's part ways here, and may we never meet again in this life. He said it all in one breath. He was afraid that if he spoke slowly, they would take action and kill them all. His desire to survive was very strong, super strong. Space abilities, strange and unpredictable. Space abilities, strange and unpredictable. Lin Bei smiled. This strong desire to survive amused him. Another smart person. The one he met in the morning who shot at him as soon as they met was also a smart person. Lin Wanen's father was too. In the apocalypse, anyone with a bit of social experience wouldn't be too foolish. There are always people better than you, and there are always greater powers. Fresh out of the woods, fearless, young and reckless, dying flamboyantly. After saying that, the man turned to leave. Brother Lin, it was them who indirectly caused my father's death, especially that man. He is their boss. They occupied an entire supermarket, and the citizens trapped inside have become their slaves and playthings. Don't believe his nonsense. I know I'm nothing. I know I can't do anything. But as long as you can avenge me, I swear, from now on, whatever you say, I will do without any complaints or hesitation. I am willing to use my life to repay this favor. Seeing the leading man about to leave, Lin Wanen quickly stood up. Lin Bei, dead? The man at the door suddenly stopped in his tracks. This is troublesome. This is a big problem. The thing he least wanted to see has happened. He didn't understand why that girl could sit at such a table to eat, yet her father still had to go steal from their supermarket. Could it be that she just joined? Run! Without thinking, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. He brought two younger brothers this time, so they were at a numerical disadvantage. With his peak strength at the 9th star of the first rank, if he wanted to run, no one could stop him. His level could be considered among the top in Salt City, and those stronger than him were definitely few and far between. But he was afraid of the unexpected. What if the people inside were stronger than him? Silver Moon. Ah woo! Having eaten and drunk enough, Silver Moon stretched lazily, its size visibly increasing from a young wolf to that of an adult wolf, transforming into a white flash of lightning and dashing out the door. Wow, so fast. Hee-yun was astonished. Now she truly believed Silver Moon was at the second rank. Its speed was so fast that even she couldn't catch a glimpse of it. Lin Bei looked at Lin Wanen, his expression serious. There's something very important I need to remind you of. Please, go ahead. Lin Wanen didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Was her request too excessive? For them, this wasn't a difficult task. It was just a matter of convenience. Don't call me Big Brother. I just graduated a year ago. When you called me Brother Lin, it made me feel like a 30-year-old uncle. I'm still young, okay? You can call me Lin Bei, or Good Brother, or Bei Bei. Please. He was still quite young, alright. Lin Wanen, she thought to herself, so men care about age too? Okay, Bei Lin Bei. Lin Wanen prepared to call him Bei Bei like Jiang Xiu to seem more intimate, but since they weren't familiar, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Calling him Good Brother didn't suit her age, so she could only imitate Jiang Yu. At the door, the two holding watermelon knives stood frozen in place. After seeing the speed of that white wolf, they understood why their boss was acting so strangely. If even a pet was this powerful, there was no need to mention the person sitting at the table. They seemed to have kicked a steel plate. No, it was a titanium alloy plate, and a brand new upgraded version at that. The two exchanged glances. What should we do? Run? Run! The two took off running, making Lin Wanen a bit anxious. What if they got away? In the next moment, as they stepped into the spatial wormhole at the door, they lost their balance and fell heavily to the ground. As they fell, the blades of their watermelon knives appeared under their necks. With that fall, they had nearly severed half their necks. The two looked terrified, desperately covering their wounds with their hands, but the injuries were too severe. Even though they had entered the ranks of evolvers, without timely treatment, they couldn't escape the fate of bleeding to death. Regret, unwillingness, various emotions surged within them. They couldn't understand what kind of people these were, standing still without moving, yet using their bizarre abilities to severely injure them. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. They opened their mouths to say something, but all that came out was warm blood. Their life force was continuously draining from their bodies, and in that moment, they felt an unprecedented fear. Fear. Tremendous fear. Their current lives were far better than before the apocalypse. The once unattainable beauties had become their slaves, and the elite white-collar managers they could only admire from afar had to please them. They hadn't enjoyed this beautiful new world enough yet. Sisterin, sit down and eat. From now on, you are our sister. Don't worry, that man just now can't escape. What you need to do is fill your stomach and think about how to torture him later. He pulled Lin Wanen to sit down, not even glancing at the two at the door. In the apocalypse, there were many smart people, but even more clowns. This was the spatial ability. Jiang Yu was shocked. It was truly too bizarre and unpredictable. She didn't even know whether it was Lin Bei or Jiang Xiyu who had acted. Both were still in the mode of eating, without the slightest pause. Who could defend against this? Lin Wanen was also dumbfounded. She knew the terror of spatial abilities, but she hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. They resolved the situation without even moving? She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. She and her father were frantically fleeing from the person they feared the most, at that moment resembling an ant crushed underfoot. Before long, the Silver Moon, transformed into the size of an ordinary tiger, returned, carrying a battered man in its mouth, his body covered in shocking claw marks, blood continuously spilling from his mouth, and his eyes filled with terror. Why was this wolf so fierce? It was known that he was at the peak of the first rank, 9 stars, yet before it, he had no strength to fight back at all. Awoo! It dropped the man. The Silver Moon instantly shrank to the adorable size of a puppy, jumping into Lin Bei's arms, rolling around and acting cute, its little head rubbing against his chest. Good daddy, isn't Yaya amazing? Quickly reward little Yaya. Here, Lin Bei took out 10 large sausages for her to enjoy. This little Silver Moon definitely had the intention of being cute on purpose. She knew that humans couldn't resist her adorable appearance. As the man on the ground looked up, he saw Lin Wanen standing. Her cold and furious gaze made it clear to him what fate awaited him. The two little brothers at the door had already succumbed to blood loss, and he was very unwilling. After all, he was the boss of a small base. Brother! He looked at Lin Bei. He knew. The man who had never looked at him or spoken a word to him was the boss of these people. Brother, listen to me, I really didn't mean to kill her father. My brothers and I worked hard to take over a supermarket, and when her dad came to steal our food, we chased him. Isn't that reasonable? Reasonable. Lin Bei agreed. Hearing him speak, the man was overjoyed. Brother, I'm very sorry for her father's death. We didn't expect it to turn out this way. We originally just wanted to have a good talk. I'm willing to compensate 10 bags of rice, oh no, 100 bags of rice, 100 barrels of oil, 20 pounds of meat, 100 boxes of instant noodles. I just hope you'll let me go. Right now, I can have someone deliver the supplies. If it's not enough, just let me know what you want, and I'll give it to you." The man knelt on the ground, his attitude very sincere. He wanted to live. Supplies were certainly important, but compared to life, what did they matter? As long as he was alive, there were infinite possibilities. Even if he had to give away the entire supermarket, it wouldn't matter. With his strength, he could still rise again. He was also a rare ability user. Otherwise, how could he sit in the position of boss? There were quite a few beautiful women in the supermarket, but he didn't mention them. As a clever person, he knew that bringing it up would only lead to a quicker death. Not to mention what had happened to those women at their hands. Among the few women around this man, which one wasn't of higher quality than those in the supermarket? Such a big shot didn't lack women. He didn't even look at ordinary women. Want to die, huh? I won't help you. Want to die, huh? I won't help you. Lin Bei stroked his chin. What do you want from the supermarket? Everything that should be there is already in the space backpack. He had visited quite a few small supermarkets and convenience stores along the way. He wouldn't take too much, just one of each type would be fine. Food and meat were abundant. Fresh meat and rice were a hassle to prepare, and he didn't know how many years the supplies sent by Xiao Xia would lie in the space backpack. He glanced at Lin Wanen. She seemed a bit nervous. Perhaps she was afraid that her heart would soften and she would let this man go. In the apocalypse, the preciousness of food needed no description. Countless people had compromised themselves for a bowl of rice, and she was just a newcomer who had recently joined this team, with no strength and no voice. The conditions are not bad, Lin Bei said slowly. Lin Wanen gritted her teeth. The man was overjoyed. He quickly took out his phone, flipping through his contacts while saying, "Brother, I'll have someone deliver it right now. If there's anything else you need or want to eat, just let me know, and I'll have them bring it all." Lin Bei had one leg draped over the other, looking at the man's smile that survived the ordeal and teased, "I only said your conditions are not bad, but I never said I agreed." The man's smile froze. "Bro, what do you mean? It means nothing, just bored in playing with you. I'm not interested in your stuff. How about this? I'll ask them, and if they're willing, I'll trade your life for supplies." The man's heart tightened. Ask the women? Are you kidding? Isn't that just wanting him dead? Just like what those two little brothers said, those women must be hoping for his death, not to mention Lin Wanen. You, what do you think? Shook her head. Yun, what about you? Shook her head. Teacher, how about you? Shook her head. Yeah, what do you think? The little wolf shook her head. Damn, even you're asking? And you're shaking your head too. Lin Wanen, what about you? What do you think? She shook her head frantically. Lin Bei spread his hands. Bro, did you see? My darlings can't go against the will of women. The man? His face turned ugly, and he said in a low voice, "Brother, did you ever think of letting me go? Congratulations, you guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no prize." The man still knelt on the ground. "Brother, I didn't provoke you, nor did I offend you. It was my two little brothers who spoke rudely, and it has nothing to do with me. I didn't say a word. As for wanting to kill me, just let me go. More friends mean more paths. If you spare my life today, I will remember it. If you need me in the future, I will do my best. Please, for the sake of all being human, if there's a chance to fight for it, one should. Who would be willing to sit and wait for death?" Lin Bei laughed, a mocking laugh, so much so that he didn't know what to say. He, seeking help from this person? He really didn't know where his confidence came from. Don't look at him being only a second-tier 1-star now. He had a blank period of 4 or 5 days. Human? Lin Wanen laughed. Isn't my dad human? You say for the sake of humanity, why don't you send some food to my dad? And those citizens trapped in the supermarket aren't human either? Do you dare to say what those women have been tortured into? Don't they have families, children, or husbands? Saying such things now, don't you feel disgusting? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. Damn it. They should have all acted together earlier to capture this woman. She's gotten close to a big shot, and this woman has a grudge against him. If this man wants to win her heart, he would have to end himself. Relying solely on words probably wouldn't find a way out. He could only gamble a bit. He took a deep breath. Bang! The already tattered clothes on his upper body suddenly burst open, countless black hairs wildly growing all over his body, his height instantly skyrocketing from 1.7 meters to 2 meters, his human form disappearing, replaced by a tall and sturdy gorilla. The transformation took only a second. The moment the transformation was complete, he took a big step forward, lightning fast, reaching out to grab the neck of Jiangyu, the closest to him, threatening him with his woman. Though it would offend him to death, it might exchange for a glimmer of life. Lin Wanen was startled by this sudden change. The opponent's speed was too fast for her to catch, only knowing that his target was Jiangyu's sister. Seeing this, Lin Bei's expression became even more mocking. If he were to target He Yun, he might have to open a wormhole, but going after Jiang Yu, this guy was truly crazy. Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. Do I look easy to bully? Her jade hand clenched into a fist, striking out, the energy within her surging through her fist, landing on the chest of the beastified man half a meter away. Stepping forward quickly, the speed of the flying punch even faster. He crashed through more than a dozen tables fixed to the ground and smashed a large hole in the thick, hard concrete wall, breaking through 3 walls in succession before finally landing on the ground. Wow, good sister, so cool. He-yun's small eyes widened. Once she mastered it, she would also have long-range attacks. Jiang Yu took out 2 recovery pills and swallowed them. Cool, right? A full-powered strike. If it weren't for having a large bottle of recovery pills as a backup, she wouldn't dare to act so recklessly in the apocalypse. Cough cough. The beastified man coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at Jiang Yu in horror and shock. Could it be that you are the leader of this team? After all, he was at the peak of the first level, 9 stars. One punch. Just one punch had reduced him to this state. With such strength, she must have broken through to the second level. He thought that apart from that wolf, only men were at the second level, but he didn't expect women to be as well. A miscalculation. A huge miscalculation. In recent days, which woman had he not toyed with? Plus, women were inherently weaker than men. To be honest, he never thought these women were strong. They were merely the appendages of that man. He never expected that she was actually at the second level. That punch was so heavy. He felt as if the bones in his chest had broken. Knowing he couldn't escape death today, he regretted it, not for chasing after Lin Wanan and her daughter, but for not leaving earlier. He had sensed these people were not to be trifled with and should have run the moment the first little brother spoke. A full-powered strike, and he didn't die. Jiang Yu was very disappointed in herself. If her strength had been enhanced, and she didn't need to use energy, hitting him solidly in the chest would surely have killed him. Her little thoughts began to stir again. In terms of looks and figure, she wasn't much worse than Shiryu or He-yun. As for what that man said, Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. Time to eat. If she didn't eat soon, the food would get cold. The beastified man struggled to get up, the pain in his chest tormenting him. What was death? What was there to fear? 18 years later, he would be a good man again, his gaze filled with aggression as he stared at Lin Wanan. You bitch, your luck is really good. First, you had high-level zombies to hold us back, and now you run into this group of people. Otherwise, you would have been stripped naked and played with by us long ago. And you guys, thinking you're strong and acting recklessly, huh? Let me tell you, you will eventually encounter someone stronger, and you will fall sooner or later. What a pity, you won't get to see these whores being trampled and humiliated. A dead end, no need to endure any longer. At this moment, he was desperate for death. Lin Wanan's face turned ugly. Lin Bei laughed. No, buddy, your aggression is even lower than that of a dog. You want to die, huh? Hey, buddy, I'm not going to help you with that. Man, the King of Hell is here, a fierce battle tonight. The King of Hell is here, a fierce battle tonight. The King of Hell, a living King of Hell. A few minutes later, Lin Wanan saw the scene before her and couldn't help but swallow hard. Really, she never would have thought of this method to kill him. It was simply a living King of Hell. At this moment, the man was bound by a thick iron chain around his neck, his limbs joints brutally broken. In front of him were plates of exquisite small dishes, sweet and sour ribs, tender pig trotters, oil-exploded prawns, a total of 30 different dishes lined up, each bowl exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Food for him? No. The placement of the food was quite peculiar, just 1 centimeter outside of his reach. This distance allowed him to fully smell the food's aroma, but he couldn't touch or eat it. They digested food very quickly. The basic metabolism of the body was at play. A man with a large supermarket didn't lack food, but it was mostly packaged fast food. There were plenty of fresh vegetables and meats in the supermarket, but could their cooking skills compare to those of a master chef who had been in business for over a decade? Bebe, open your mouth, eat shrimp. Shiyu used her delicate hand to peel a large shrimp, dipped it in some sauce, and fed it to him. He-yun pouted. Good brother, open your mouth, eat feet. Ah, chicken feet? That's no problem then. He-yun picked up a sour and spicy boneless lemon chicken foot and put it in his mouth. Good brother, how is it? Isn't it better than that day on the rooftop? As she spoke, she nudged Lin Wanan beside her with her elbow. Lin Wanan's face turned red as she picked up a piece of rib and removed the bone. Lin Bebe, open your mouth, eat some meat. He-yun understood. The first step is always the hardest, but once you've done it once, it becomes much easier. Delightful. This is life. The food that women bring to your mouth is the most delicious. Lin Bebe, open your mouth. Jiang Yu's voice came from the side, and she picked up a small piece of cauliflower. Lin Bebe was taken aback. Good. Very good. Extremely good. Look, isn't this nest quite successful? The fish is hooked. Really? He had long been tempted by Jiang Yu's physical abilities. To her, it might be a mediocre ability, but combined with strength, it was simply invincible. He suppressed the impulse to seize the moment. As a high-quality man, impatience was not advisable. Although he was momentarily stunned, he still ate it. Jiang Yu felt a bit excited, tucking her loose hair behind her ear, and shyly said, "Lin Bebe, don't call me teacher anymore, just call me Xiaoyu." In this era where today may not lead to tomorrow, she decided to take the initiative. She didn't believe Lin Bebe couldn't understand her hint. Having Yi Yun and Shiyu as two women meant something. It meant he was a flirtatious man. Lin Wanan feeding him vegetables was also not rejected, which indicated he was ready to accept her. Since he was about to have 3, having one more wouldn't be too much. She had once been a goddess that others dreamed of. "No, I still prefer to call you teacher." Jiang Yu's smile froze. Her eyes held a hint of bitterness. Was this a rejection? Why? Did he think she was ugly? The next moment, she lowered her head because Lin Bebe had placed his hand on her thigh. She was momentarily stunned. Seeing she didn't move, that hand began to stir restlessly. Teacher taking advantage. Her brain stalled for a moment. Good. She understood. No wonder he had been emphasizing calling her teacher all along. It wasn't that he had no interest in her. She had thought he respected his teacher and was a gentleman, but it turned out this guy had wanted to be a rebellious disciple from the start. Lin Bebe squinted. No reaction? Good. Let's have a good hunt tonight. Nearby, a man bound by chains stared at them with a painful and vicious gaze. At this moment, he was not only enduring physical pain but also psychological torment. Damn it! Which bastard cooked these dishes? How could they smell so good? The chase after Lin Wanen and her father had consumed a lot of energy. Lin Wanen's father was only a first-tier 5-star, and Lin Wanen was a first-tier 2-star, which could be ignored. They could have caught them quickly, but unexpectedly, a high-level zombie had appeared halfway, allowing them to escape. Not long ago, they had also consumed a lot of energy while fleeing. Transforming just now had also taken a toll. He wasn't starving, but he was a bit hungry, and the aroma of the food completely stimulated his appetite. The most infuriating thing was that in front of him, the wolf that had brought him back was savoring piece after piece of large steak and large sausages. Ridiculous. Did he think he was a coward? Once the possibility of living was gone, death. He craved it intensely. His limbs were severed, but his mouth could still move. Good brother, good brother. He noticed something and quickly pointed at the man, shouting, "His mouth is bleeding continuously. Could he bite his tongue to death?" Lin Bebe smiled. Did he not think of this? He didn't speak, but Lin Wanen spoke first. "Sister Yun, don't worry. Biting your tongue won't kill you. The arteries in the tongue are relatively small, so it won't bleed much. What he's doing will only increase his own suffering." Oh, but in the TV dramas, people die as soon as they bite their tongues? The directors said they have to die. Haven't you seen someone bite their tongue to death, and the next second, a mute with their tongue cut off appears? The man lying on the ground was stunned by this conversation, tears streaming down silently. "Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm in so much pain. Do you know how hard I struggled and how much pain I endured to bite it off? Stupid TV dramas, they harm people. It hurts. It hurts so much." Burp. Lin Wanen quickly let out a satisfied burp. Because her evolution level was low and her physical strength was poor, her appetite was far less than others. But this was definitely the best meal she had since the apocalypse began. Before the apocalypse, the best meals were definitely those shared with family. "Dad, don't worry, your daughter will definitely become strong." Slowly, she approached the man lying on the ground like a dead dog, feeling no pity for his suffering. Compared to what he had done, this was nothing. Not enough. Far from enough. She wasn't very skilled at torturing people, so she could only learn from the plot on TV. She picked up a pair of pliers that Lin Bei had left on the ground, clamped the tip of his fingernail, and pulled hard. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. He sealed off that area. The noise was somewhat distracting for people trying to eat. He didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Wanen had just lost her father. Although she was eating well, she had no idea how much bitterness and hatred she was holding back. How could she not vent when her enemy was right in front of her? Moreover, when did he have the right to be angry? Daring to speak ill of her woman? Very well. No one disturbed the mealtime that followed. Half an hour later, after a short rest, the few people who had eaten their fill came outside. Lin Bei stretched lazily. "Babies, it's time for the zombie killing upgrade again." The apocalypse was this dull and flavorless. Inside the store behind them, the man lay motionless in a pool of blood, his body a sight too gruesome to behold. "Hey, wait a minute." Lin Bei suddenly noticed a large car parked by the roadside with its door open, the keys right beside it. Starting it would be useful. The tank was quite full. He took a photo and posted it on his social media. At 23, relying on my own hands, I have my first big car without family support. He snapped his fingers. It was stored in his spatial backpack. He would need it when he found you. Come on, it's thousands of kilometers away. He couldn't just run there. Lin Bei planned to encounter Shiyu. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Bei went to the roadside car and kicked several of them in succession, the piercing alarm sounds instantly spreading. Damn! The highly educated Lin Wanen was shocked by the scene and cursed again. Sister Yun, making such a loud noise, is it really okay? We will be surrounded by zombies. Although she was only a first-tier 2-star, she wasn't a complete novice. In the apocalypse, zombies weren't terrifying. What was terrifying was the endless horde of them. It's fine, see this? No strength left, take one of these. This is our good brother's exclusive secret medicine, only this one. You just follow us and laugh secretly. Hyun took one and stuffed it into Wanen's pocket. Next, Lin Bei threw a knife to Lin Wanen, one he had taken from Zhang Yu's house. Even if the knife was of good quality and sharp, after cutting so many zombies, it had long been dulled. Whenever it broke, he would just replace it. However, he didn't need to get close to cut anymore. Soon, due to the loud noise, the zombies on both sides of the road surged in like a tide, a scene so terrifying that Lin Wanen's legs trembled slightly. Too much. Really too much. Today's zombies are no longer the same as before. When there are obstacles ahead, zombies not only know how to take a detour but can even jump over them. In no time, the waves of corpses on both sides are only 50 meters away from them. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Let's go! Zhang Yu stuffed 2 recovery pills into his mouth, swung his long gun fiercely, and in the moment his internal energy was drained, the recovery pills entered his stomach, clearing a large area in the dense horde of zombies. Lin Wanen, holy shit! Lin Bei swung his sword in the same manner. Lin Wanen, holy shit! Energy Hyun and Zhang Shiyu were still practicing their energy control, their efficiency in killing zombies far inferior to Lin Bei and Zhang Yu. As for Lin Wanen, holding the knife, she was stunned. She never knew zombies could be killed like this. It was just like stepping on ants. 100, 300, 500, 700, 1000. In less than 10 minutes, these few people had killed over 1,000 zombies. Truly, whether in reality or online, she had never seen such an efficient team. She only needed to take care of 1 or 2 scattered zombies. At this moment, she could more intuitively feel what kind of team she had joined. On the other side, die, you bastards. Xiao Xie gripped the long gun transformed from thunder, leaped, and fiercely stabbed it into the head of a 3-meter-tall zombie. This strike drained all her supernatural abilities and strength. Looking around, as the high-level zombies fell, countless ordinary zombies surged like a tide. Xiao Xia's lips curled slightly, calmly taking out 2 recovery pills from her pocket and popping them into her mouth. Thud! Her heart raced. Strength! It surged back again, a lightning whip appearing in her palm, spinning 360 degrees and whipping, instantly harvesting all the zombies within a 30-meter radius. So refreshing, so awesome. This day, it was the most exhilarating day since the apocalypse began. With supernatural abilities and physical strength depleted, there was no need for a slow recovery, just 2 pills would do. In the past, she would have to rest for a long time after killing for 20 or 30 minutes because she only dared to use half of her supernatural abilities and strength, fearing unexpected situations. But now, that was no longer necessary. Killing until exhaustion. Killing until her supernatural abilities were drained. Take 2 pills and keep killing. Level up. Second tier, 2 stars. Lin Dabe, I love your pills. Die, you bastards. A slash unleashed, all her energy pouring out, instantly harvesting 100 zombies. 1 recovery pill down, her energy instantly restored. To be honest, who has conditions like his? Using a big move to level up small minions. Honestly, the power of the moves that drained all energy wasn't that great because they had just started. The drawbacks were extremely serious, but with recovery pills, this move was perfect for killing zombies. Bang! Her heart raced, and strength surged once again at that moment. Master, Lin Bei. Level, second tier, 2 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Supernatural ability, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 10,000 cubic meters. Strength, level, 3 times. Speed, 170. Strength, 170. Spirit, 170. Physique, 170. Items, recovery pills, level B steak, top-grade honey sausage. Members in the illustrated guide: Zhang Shiyu, first tier, 6 stars, space, Hyun, first tier, 6 stars, strength, 3 times amplification. Bond benefits, temperament, strength, food supplies 3 times return. So refreshing. The number of recovery pills was increasing. With the increase in strength, coupled with the unlocking of Zhang Yu and Lin Wanen tonight, the multiplier for food returns will reach 5 times, and the quantity of rebound pills will grow at a terrifying speed. Such powerful items must be utilized. For example, the women's team is not Xiao Xiye's women's team, but rather, a team exclusively for him. The few women around him don't count, they are regular troops, focusing on quality over quantity. To be honest, Lin Wanen has seriously lowered the team's standards, but after all, she is a doctor, so let's give her a little privilege. Ladies, I have something to take care of. If you're tired of killing, you can head back to rest, Lin Bei reminded. Okay, good brother, do you want good sister to accompany you? I'm super obedient, you know, in this hot summer, I'm super sweet. Focus on leveling up. If I come back and you're still not at first tier 8 stars, I'll tell you, your little butt is going to bloom. For others, this is difficult, but for them, who possess nearly infinite rebound pills, it's just a matter of wanting or not wanting. Got it. Come back early. If you need any help, call us, Zhang Shiyu reminded. Okay. Lin Bei gave a few more instructions, then pushed off the ground, his figure gradually disappearing from their sight. With Silver Moon around, there's no need to worry about them. Silver Moon is now his pet, even when apart, they can communicate mentally. Moreover, both Silver Moon and Jian Yu are second tier, and Shiyu has spatial abilities. If someone were to target them, it would only be a self-destructive path. Let's give it a try. See if they can be cultivated. Otherwise, so many rebound pills would just be lying quietly in the system space, and wasting them is still wasting them. If cultivated well, the bonds with fitness enthusiasts would earn a lot. Bonds change according to people's transformations. To be honest, Xiao Xiye's establishment of a women's army is a great idea, mainly inspired by her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of gathering a group of women to cultivate slowly. Zhi on the way, he heard the familiar sound of electricity from the street next door. No way, just mentioned it and encountered it? He stepped lightly and changed direction. 30 meters ahead, Xiao Xiye was dancing among the piles of corpses, her lightning whip resembling a sacred object, killing gods and demons alike. The zombies fell straight to the ground with just a touch, their brains fried by electricity. Who is it? Come out. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Xiao Xiye gripped her lightning whip, her gaze coldly fixed on his position. Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. He thought he was hiding well, not making a sound at all. Then he relaxed. He had spatial perception, and naturally, she had lightning perception, similar to Enel's ability, sensing people and objects within a certain range through the static electricity in the air. Lin Bei stepped out from the corner. It's you! Upon seeing the face of the hidden person, Xiao Xiye's cold expression vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Little bunnies, the gray wolf has come. What brings you here? Xiao Xiye's lightning whip disappeared, and she lightly stepped closer to him, just passing by. Then we really are fated to meet. It seems this is heaven's arrangement. Lin Bei, why don't you join us? If you don't like crowds, I can arrange a whole building just for you, ensuring no one disturbs you. How about it? Xiao Xiye was not discouraged and continued to extend the invitation. Give up? Impossible, absolutely impossible. To be honest, if it weren't for the women's army she established needing her, she would have jumped at the chance to join Lin Bei's team immediately. Having these rebound pills is truly exhilarating. Not going, Lin Bei still refused. Lin Bei, let me introduce our team to you, Xiao Xiye said, chattering away, mentioning how there are plenty of beautiful girls to look at, and that there are people specifically responsible for clothes and food hygiene. So, what do you think? Are you feeling even a little bit tempted? Temptation is not as good as action, so hurry and join us. You and I can be the bosses together. How about that? I'm not going, Lin Bei said, digging at his ear. He knew. Xiao Xiye was eyeing his recovery pills, and the fish had already arrived in the baited area. Now it was just a matter of waiting for her to bite. He waved his hand, saying, "You take your time killing zombies. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first." Wait. After taking just 2 steps, Xiao Xiye instinctively called out to him. Lin Bei turned around, puzzled, and asked, "Miss Xiao, is there anything else?" Xiao Xiye smiled a bit shyly. Lin Bei, my big brother, I've used up more than half of the 10 pills you gave me. Could you name a price and sell me a few? 10 really isn't enough. It wasn't that she was being wasteful. She understood that in the early days of the apocalypse, one needed to quickly increase their strength, leaving a few as a backup. Lin Bei chuckled. Oh, I thought it was something serious. 3 waves of truth, waste, activate. Lin Bei pulled out a 2-liter Pepsi bottle, filled to the brim with recovery pills, making Xiao Xiye's eyes widen. If she got that whole bottle, it wouldn't be long before she could reach the 3rd tier. Breath, instantly heated. Hey, this bottle is full. Lin Bei looked at it, then put it away and took out another 2-liter Coke bottle. This one is also full. I remember having one that was half full. The space backpack is just too big. Ha! Xiao Xiye was stunned. Aren't you a pharmaceutical factory at home? After switching out 4 or 5 bottles, he finally found one that was only half full. He opened the cap and poured out about 10 pills, 3 of which rolled onto the ground. Just as Xiao Xie was about to squat down to pick them up, Lin Bei directly crushed them with his foot. Miss Xiao, the ground is dirty. We won't take the ones that fell. Damn! I don't mind the dirt. Xiao Xie was heartbroken. 3 pills could allow her to fight continuously for half an hour. In that half hour, she didn't know how many zombies she could kill. Miss Xiao, you treated me to barbecue last night, and I don't like owing favors. Consider these my return gift. Here, take them. Lin Bei placed the 10 recovery pills into Xiao Xie's hands. 10 pills. A lot, yet so little. Compared to the quantity Lin Bei had, it was like a drop in the ocean. She was already very grateful for the 20 he had given her for free. Even if she treated him to barbecue every day, cooking for him and feeding him herself, it would still be more than enough. She was greedy. She was being greedy. She was not satisfied. But really, who wouldn't be greedy? If these pills were precious to Lin Bei, she would naturally be content, but to him, they were trivial. If they fell on dirty blood, she could understand, but they fell on clean concrete. Picking them up within 3 seconds would be fine, and if she was really worried, washing them would make them edible. He actually crushed them with his foot. What a sin! What's wrong? Not enough? Seeing Xiao Xie still holding on with both hands, Lin Bei's lips curled up slightly as he casually asked, Xiao Xie nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with hope and desire, resembling a girl eager to swim in the ocean of knowledge. I didn't want to give them to outsiders, but we have some fate between us, and I find you quite pleasing to the eye, so I'll give you a bit more. Lin Bei tilted the bottle and poured out 7 or 8 more. He stopped. For abilities below the second tier, not including the second tier, if one's stamina and abilities were completely drained, just 1 pill would fully restore them, but starting from the second tier, 1 star, 2 pills would be needed. The higher the level, the more was required. 3, 4, 5, if these dozen or so were released for use, they would last at most half a day. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. You can take your time killing. Lin Bei waved his hand and left, leaving behind a very graceful silhouette. In the apocalypse, a rare good person. Xiao Xie issued a good person card. Wait, she suddenly realized something. He doesn't like owing favors? Heh, if even a barbecue counts as a favor, then tonight, bringing a big meal to find him, slurp, with his personality, wouldn't he have to give some return gifts like rebound pills? That's how favors work. You come and go. It's indistinguishable. It's hard to sort out. He. Little brother, you've been caught by your sister. Lin Bei, who had walked far away, smirked, revealing a smile like Tang San's. Eat up, eat heartily. This medicine is addictive really fast. The favor is something I said on purpose. Xiao Fairy, you must not fall into my trap. Die. A knife slashed out. All the energy within him poured out, instantly killing nearly 100 zombies blocking the road ahead. A few rebound pills entered his stomach. This is the charm of rebound pills. Every second can be used to unleash power, without worrying about consumption. Destination: Lin Wanan's enemy's base. Still a bit of distance, half an hour later he arrived in front of a large shopping mall, the supermarket located on the basement level, the mall's main entrance tightly closed. Outside, zombie corpses piled up like mountains, emitting a nauseating stench. Looking in from the outside, it was empty. Opening a spatial wormhole, he stepped into the mall. A silence, eerily quiet, various traces on the ground showed him the chaos and misery at the outbreak of the apocalypse. He walked into a jewelry store. Small diamond rings, small earrings, priced at 139,998. This one looks the best. Lin Bei picked up a delicate diamond necklace, sparkling under the sunlight, just right to have 2, one for you, one for you. Pack it up, take it all. Other women can't be left out. Everyone should share equally. Receiving gifts would make them very happy and more fond of him. They would wear them and dress beautifully, which would also make him happy. Everyone is happy, a win-win situation. Who wouldn't want their women to be more beautiful? His ears twitched. A faint, strange sound came. Looks like everyone is concentrated in the supermarket. He looked towards the entrance of the underground supermarket, opened the wormhole, and left the mall. He came here to prepare gifts for the women. 3 waves of true words, romance. Gifts must be prepared in advance. No way. He wouldn't think of choosing those women in the supermarket to cultivate his secret female army. He wouldn't disgust himself like that. Those women in the supermarket could easily guess what they had encountered. Gone. If he found a top-tier bond or top-tier talent inside, Wouldn't that be purely disgusting himself? What he wanted to go to was the hospital. Just now, while eating and chatting, Lin Wanen mentioned that many people had yet to muster the courage to face the zombies, like a group of little sisters she knew, nurse little sisters, intern doctor little sisters, all huddled together in some room in the hospital, trembling. Little sisters, the big bad wolf is coming. No, little sisters, your superhero is here. Hubby hug, princess hug. Hubby hug, princess hug. Lulalulul, 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 lulalulul. Bravely move forward, there are prizes for moving forward. I want to be the first to run. Lin Bei hummed a song while heading to the hospital. Multiple purposes. Buying experience can refresh the store and return 2 pieces. Playing chess has made him obsessed. Going to the hospital not only allows him to cultivate his own female team but also to gather a massive amount of medicine from within the hospital. Medicine is something that should be prepared in advance, regardless of whether it will be used or not. Soon, Lin Bei arrived in front of a large public hospital in the city, where many zombies were wandering outside the 2-meter-high automatic iron gate, but the vast, open outdoor parking lot had not a single zombie. There were some, but they all lay motionless on the ground. I hope I'm not late. Little bunnies, hide well, okay? Jumping over the gate and entering the parking lot, he surveyed his surroundings while walking towards the building. The tempered glass on the first floor was almost entirely shattered, and as he stepped inside, a familiar cold and damp atmosphere hit him. Silence, terrifying silence. Due to the power outage, there was no light. Even with the sunlight, it seemed dim, like a standard scene from a horror movie. It wouldn't be surprising if a terrifying creature appeared around the corner 30 meters ahead, moving at a horrifying speed right in front of him in 0 seconds. He stuffed all the medicine from the pharmacy into his spatial backpack and headed towards the inpatient department. Lin Wanen, as a doctor here, naturally had some nurse and intern friends who were hiding in the secluded and quiet inpatient area. Anyone who has been to a hospital knows there are a lot of people. But the inpatient department had very few people, many of whom were older, and they weren't really short on food. The patients' families would bring plenty of fruits, milk, bread, and other items to store in the lockers. Little sisters, hide well, okay? Big brother is coming to find you, but don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble. Lin Bei, who was in the fire escape, froze. He looked up. That voice wasn't his. Someone had gotten there before him and discovered the sisters hiding there. The spatial wormhole opened. On the 5th floor, where the voice came from. Oh no! A young nurse in a white uniform turned in terror to see a blindfolded man approaching her, running forward without noticing a person appearing in front of her, crashing into him as if hitting an iron plate, and she fell to the ground. You? The tragically beautiful little nurse showed a look of despair. Didn't they agree that as long as they hid for an hour without being caught, they would be let go? Someone was cheating, not blindfolding, and indeed, the more handsome the person, the more shameless they were. Wow, what a player. Lin Bei looked somewhat stunned at the man in front of him, who was groping forward following the nurse's voice, his eyes covered by the belt of her uniform. Don't come over, don't come over. What a pity, I was so close to catching you. It could be heard. There were more than just these two on this floor. Looking ahead, there were several blindfolded men, and the petite nurses were terrified, fleeing in all directions, but the door to the fire escape was locked, leaving them only able to escape on this floor. She fled. He chased. She was trapped. Lin Bei smiled. A little game to promote friendship among the wives had begun. As expected, everyone outside was talented, especially these guys. They really knew how to play, and they were bold, not afraid of pushing the nurses to the edge, risking being stabbed. Don't come over. Please don't come over. The little nurse sitting on the ground saw the blindfolded man getting closer, panicking and calling out in fear, curling up into a ball, trembling all over, tears of fear sliding down her pale face. With a thought, the spatial wormhole connected to a certain outpatient door on the 1st floor, where he had seen a female nurse zombie earlier. The blindfolded man was even more excited by the little nurse's screams. Judging distance by sound. Little bunny, the big bad wolf is coming, hee 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 hee. With a strange laugh, he leaped forward. Before starting this game of cat and mouse, they had already put away all the sharp objects on this floor. He had imagined it, the soft, fragrant little nurse in uniform tightly held in his arms, and the fact proved he had indeed held her. So soft, so fragrant, with a hint of stink. I can understand. After all, it has been so many days since the apocalypse broke out, and it's normal to carry a bit of a smell. The nurse truly lives up to her title. Her skin is cool, smooth, and tender. A certain adorable nurse zombie is aimlessly wandering in the outpatient department, feeling very hungry but unable to smell or see any food. However, in the next moment, a delicious piece of food appears before her. Just as she is about to rush over, the food unexpectedly lunges at her. It smells so good. The juicy, thick neck is right in front of her mouth. She freezes for a moment, her eyes slightly moist. A gift from nature. She opens her mouth wide and takes a heavy bite. So refreshing, so sweet, juicy. Lin Bei closes the spatial wormhole. Although the hospital is quiet, the sound is already very faint after being blocked by layers of doors, mixed in with the screams of several little nurses, so no one notices. He Tao, sitting on the ground, is momentarily stunned. This handsome guy seems to not be with those people. He just used his spatial abilities to kill that person. Come on, the reason he chose to be a nurse is that he didn't do well in school. If he had done well, he would have become a doctor. The reason for not doing well in school is naturally because he read novels. How could he not know that the man in front of him has awakened spatial abilities? After a brief moment of thought, He Tao wipes away her tears, raises her head, and blinks her big eyes with a pitiful expression. Hubby, you finally came to save me. I'm so scared, I miss you so much, hubby. Hug me. I must hug this thigh. No one can pull me away today. Lin Bei, no, girl. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Who calls someone hubby right off the bat? Wait a minute. This girl has an inexperienced bond. Where's the hubby? Lin Bei chuckles at the thought. Alright, it's free, right? Name, He Tao. Appearance score, 93. Pre-apocalypse occupation, nurse. Comprehensive score, 90. Level, none. Ability, charm, not awakened. Bond, innate silk stocking holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Delicate and tender, 1. After the bond is activated, you and your illustrated members will increase the probability of being knocked down, 50, 70, 100. Inexperienced, 1. After the bond is activated, you will receive a random small gift, with an additional small gift for each additional member. However, right now, I dare not eat. This delicate and tender bond is a bit dangerous. Being knocked down by you and the others is fine, but if I get knocked down by a bad sister or a rotten sister, it would be a big trouble. Hubby, hug me. I want a princess hug. He Tao opens her arms, pouting her lips. Whether in expression or action, she resembles a little girl who has just reunited with her boyfriend after many days, especially in this nurse uniform, making her even more charming and delectable. Hubby, hug me. Flying, hug me. Spinning, hug me. Seeing that he remains unmoved, He Tao gets up and lunges at him, a sweet smile on her lips, her large ball-like form aiming to crash into his chest. Lin Bei swiftly counters. Slap. A loud slap sends He Tao spinning 1,080 degrees before she falls to the ground. Hug, this dead end. If it were him, it would be fine. If it were him, it would be fine. He Tao, who fell to the ground, is momentarily stunned. The fiery pain on her face makes her unable to hold back her tears, but to survive, to avoid becoming someone else's plaything, she must continue. She raises her head, lightly biting her lower lip, and despite the tears streaming down, she tries to show her beautiful side. What's wrong, hubby? Don't you like it? Even though she hasn't reached the limits of human capability, in this apocalypse, she is destined to rely on a man to survive. 1. To become a plaything for a large group of people, traded everywhere. 2. Become one of the women exclusively belonging to the handsome strong man in front of me. Please, even with my toes, I should know which one to choose. I don't like it. Then what kind of woman does my husband like? I can become whatever my husband likes. Get lost, you beast. Help! Shout, scream, curse, struggle, resist. The more you do this, the more excited I become. During the conversation, screams echoed in the corridor, the man's excitement contrasting with the woman's panic. He Tao clenched her fists tightly. Those were her sisters who had come to the hospital for internships, and the older sister who cared for them. She didn't dare to ask the man in front of her for help, as she hadn't even resolved her own safety. She knew he was strong, but to him, she was just a powerless stranger. Bang! At that moment, the fire escape door was kicked open. Everyone, stop it. The enemy is here, and you're still playing around. The blindfolded man returned. He held a pile of gauze tightly against the wound on his neck, his gaze fiercely fixed on Lin Bei, his chest heaving with anger, his body trembling from adrenaline, his wide eyes seemed ready to spew flames. His beautiful new world had just begun, and it was about to end. Aha! 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 He, who was about to turn into a zombie, just wanted to vent his anger and frustration. With one hand, he slammed against the wall, creating a large hole in the cement wall covered with tiles, causing He Tao's brows to twitch violently, her small body stepping back in fear to hide behind Lin Bei. At the same time, all the men on this floor tore off the blindfolds and walked over. Third brother, what happened? A very burly man stepped forward, his eyes scanning Lin Bei from top to bottom, filled with cold killing intent. Boss, I was bitten by a zombie. This beast used some method to get me down here. I'm about to turn into a zombie, and I'm so unwilling. Boss, I want to kill him. I want to kill him. I haven't had my fun with these nurses yet. I'm so unwilling. Ah. Whoosh! The man roared, his words filled with a desire for life. As he shouted, he suddenly felt a warm liquid splatter on his face. It didn't matter, he was about to turn into a zombie. Boss, I'm about to turn into a zombie. This little nurse, I'll take her away for a last bit of fun. You must kill this man. As soon as he finished speaking, boss, 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 many brothers behind shouted anxiously. The man suddenly turned his head. Brothers, we've been through so much together. I'm about to turn into a zombie. What's wrong with letting me have this pretty little nurse? Can't you bear to part with her? No, the boss is dead. What? The man was stunned. What are you talking about? The boss was standing right next to him. Was everyone under some illusion? They actually said the boss was dead. Turning his head to look. Damn, big brother. His pupils suddenly constricted. A large hole pierced through the center of the boss's forehead, his body swaying slightly, the swaying growing larger until he fell straight to the ground, motionless. You bastard! You killed our boss? The man was furious. The next second, he felt warmth in his chest, looked down, and blankly raised his head again. What the hell is your ability? Lin Bei had his hands behind his back, tilted his head, squinting and smiling. I guess, die, you bastard. The man rushed forward in anger, and the next second, he fell straight to the ground, following his boss. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining men, seeing this, fled in all directions without a second thought. Some rushed toward the fire escape, others toward the windows. In the apocalypse of the 21st century, who the hell cares about loyalty? Survival is the priority. But their boss had treated them well, no doubt about it. No matter. After today, the boss's son would be their son. The boss's mother would be their mother. The boss's wife would be their wife. Your wife, I will take care of her. You can rest easy. Lin Bei, with his gun held behind his back, kept pulling the trigger, and the fleeing men fell one after another. In less than 3 seconds, apart from him, there was not a single living male left on this floor. Behind him, He Tao's gaze was fixed on the gun in his hand. The muzzle was clearly aimed at the ground, yet the bullets still hit them. This is the charm of gun-shaking technique. Bah, this is the allure of spatial abilities. It was impossible to guard against. It further solidified her inner choice. No matter how this man hit her, no matter how he humiliated her, she had to cling tightly to this thigh. She had had enough of living in fear, only able to hang on to glucose. There was quite a bit of food in the cabinet of the hospital room, but there were zombies. How could they dare to go looking without weapons? As time passed, even if they dared to go, it would be useless. It had rotted and spoiled. The 10 of them huddled together in a small room, trembling, praying for rescue from above. But what kicked open their door was a group of leering beasts. What's going on? I don't know. Isn't that guy one of them? Come on, he definitely isn't. It seems we are saved. These people are all dead. We are saved. Be careful, there's still a guy. Compared to them, I would rather this handsome guy blindfold me. Then I would be the first to let him catch me. Don't ask why, he's really so handsome. I want to be locked by his strong arms. The little nurses peeked at him, each one leaning against the door, blinking their cute eyes. In this day and age, looks are justice. Lin Bei was already strikingly handsome, and with the enhancement of his aura, just sitting there lazily made countless young girls' hearts flutter. In 10 seconds, everyone come over. Lin Bei sat on the sofa taken from the spatial backpack, one leg crossed over the other, surveying them. His voice, not loud, echoed through the floor. Each of them showed hesitation. If we go over, we might get hit. With his strength, it sounds like if you don't go, you can avoid it. That's true. Before long, 10 young and beautiful nurses stood in a line before him, each one nervously or curiously blinking their big eyes, studying him. So handsome. Really so handsome. Much more handsome than those stars on TV. How can there be such a handsome man? If it were him, I would willingly let him grab my hair in his palm. The 10-person team, management begins. The 10-person team, management begins. Lin Bei lazily leaned on the sofa, his hand propping up his chin, his gaze sweeping over their information. Good luck. One could say it was an explosion of luck. Each of the 10 women had no ties to the world, and it must be said that his fortune was extraordinary. In an era of rampant materialism before the apocalypse, it was hard to find even with a lantern, but after the apocalypse, it was a large group all at once. However, apart from He Tao, no one had abilities, not even a trashy one, which was a bit of a pity. Kneel. The light words were spoken. Swish. Without a second thought, He Tao dropped to her knees the moment the words fell, her beautiful face showing no signs of grievance or anger, instead looking at him with sparkling eyes. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. This woman was more perceptive than he had imagined. Fine, let her be the leader of this secret team. Swish. With He Tao leading, some of the remaining women knelt down voluntarily, while others were pulled down by their companions. There was no humiliation visible on their faces. Do ants feel wronged when they kneel before giants? No, they only feel it is natural. From now on, you 10 have a common master, and that is me. Those who are willing to acknowledge me as their master can continue kneeling. Those who are not can stand up and leave. As he spoke, Lin Bei slightly raised his index finger, and a plate appeared in front of each person, containing a sausage and a steak. The aroma instantly filled the air, stirring everyone's appetite. He continued, I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. You don't need to have any reservations. It's fine if you don't want to acknowledge me as your master. Feel free to stand up and leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Glug! No one stood up to leave. All that could be heard was the sound of people swallowing hard. Among the 10, 2 had initially intended to stand up and leave, but upon seeing the food, they chose to remain kneeling. It wasn't that they couldn't get up, they were simply too tired to stand and wanted to rest. Each of them fixed their gaze on the food on the plates, having craved it for a week after surviving on nothing but glucose. They were enduring. They were waiting for the man to let them eat. A full meal, every meal full. They were still clear about their situation. Lin Bei was very satisfied. As your master, I lack many things, but what I lack the least is food. Lin Bei's index finger moved slightly, and a large sausage appeared on each person's plate. Upon hearing this, He Tao was overjoyed. A few others who were particular about looks also showed signs of happiness. Lacking women? They were women. But, right now, you have not yet earned the qualification to even be looked at by me. The apocalypse has been going on for nearly 10 days, and not a single one of you has reached the level of human limits. You have no courage to face zombies, nor the courage to commit suicide. In this apocalypse, you can be considered the trash of combat trash. If I hadn't passed by, you would have long been wilted flowers and fallen willows, dirty beyond measure, unable to even stir a splash of water when toyed with to death. The 10 women lowered their heads in shame. If they had dared to take the first step, today's situation would not have occurred, but they didn't dare. They were afraid of zombies. They were afraid of being caught and bitten. If it weren't for the man before them, they would have long been. Just thinking about it made them tremble all over. But it's okay. Your master has appeared. From now on, your future will be bright. Don't be too quick to rejoice. I won't keep you by my side. I've said it before, right now you don't even have the qualification for me to look at you properly. Swish! A handgun appeared out of thin air in front of the women. I know you are afraid of zombies, but the root cause of that fear is your lack of strength. You are girls, and your physical strength is inherently weaker, but it's okay. Soon, I will help each of you step into the level of human limits. This is the first thing I will do for you as your master. The women were thrilled. He was right. The reason they didn't dare to face zombies was that their strength was too weak. After nearly 10 days, having been in close contact with zombies, they no longer felt weak in the knees at the sight of them as they did at the beginning. The 10 of them had already discussed becoming stronger by killing zombies, but without weapons and strength, how could they kill? That was why they had been hiding. Zombies were getting stronger. They were getting weaker. The more they didn't dare to face them. If someone helped them take the first step, they would dare to take the second and third steps. As your master, the second thing I will do for you is to provide you with a stable source of food. You need not search for food or worry about it. All you have to do is one thing. Keep getting stronger until you have the qualifications to catch my eye, strong enough to elevate yourselves from my subordinates to my women. As she spoke, her index finger moved. In front of them, a bowl of rice, a pair of chopsticks, a portion of braised pork ribs, and a bowl of chicken soup appeared on the plate. Everyone was desperately swallowing their saliva, the aroma wafting through the air. Some were almost unable to control their hands. They wanted to eat so badly. Meanwhile, some others clenched their fists. I want to become his woman, He Tao thought firmly, and many shared the same sentiment. For such a strong man, even being a maid by his side had countless women vying for the chance, let alone being his woman. Subordinates, women, He Tao. Step by step, she would climb from being his subordinate to the position of his woman, to the highest point. She wanted to be his woman. I've said so much, but there is one very important premise. You must willingly become my subordinates. May I ask, are you willing? Willing, He Tao blurted out without a second thought. Willing, until everyone shouted in unison. Lin Bei continued, then how should you address me now? Master, He Tao frowned, glancing at her friend beside her, who had actually shouted before her. How infuriating. Master, there was no choice. Reluctant to fall behind, He Tao had to shout a little louder. With the people in front shouting so loudly, those behind could only grit their teeth and shout at the top of their lungs. Master, shame, ridiculous. Who here is a fool? Following the man before them meant stepping into a bright future. If they didn't follow, the only path awaiting them was death. They were still young, many things and experiences lay ahead of them. If it weren't for the lack of options, who would choose death at such a blooming age? Moreover, this man was handsome. Furthermore, this man was terrifyingly strong. Very good. Next, I need you to show me your loyalty. Remove one piece of clothing. I need to check if there are any marks on you from zombie bites. Some girls felt embarrassed. He-Tao was momentarily stunned, glancing at a few friends beside her who were unbuttoning their clothes, their anxious hands gripping their garments and pulling them off, buttons flying. She still didn't have the qualifications to be his woman. At the very least, she wanted to be the first among these 10 women. Opportunities must be fought for. When opportunities arise, they must be seized tightly. Damn, He-Tao, you? Oof, I will too. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Some felt shy, the shyness of youth. Today, they kill the mad demon. Tomorrow, they become wives. What's wrong with that? The master is training us to be his future wives. Isn't it normal for a husband to check on his wife? Do you want to take advantage of this food and benefits for free? Have you not realized who you are? If it weren't for the master, you would have been killed long ago. And now, you're still being pretentious. Do you have the capital to be pretentious? Let me tell you, if the master takes a liking to you, you'll soar to great heights right then and there. Exactly. To be noticed by a strong, handsome, and wealthy master is our honor. Come on, do you think with the master's strength, he would lack capable women around him? You don't even dare to kill zombies. I don't know what you're being pretentious about. Do you think your body is worth a lot? If it weren't for the master, do you think your clothes would still be intact? Also, you don't really think the master has taken a liking to you, do you? Or are you nostalgic for those days spent in the little black room, hiding from the sun, eating, drinking, and doing everything together while hooked up to glucose? Do you know how luxurious it is to have a stable food source in the apocalypse? Do you know how much the master has invested in us? Just the food in front of you. Do you have any idea how many people outside are breaking their heads just to get a bite? The reason a few of them spoke up was not to attack her intentionally, but rather an instinctive desire to showcase themselves, to attract Lin Bei's attention. They knew this was a thigh too thick to ignore. No matter what, they had to hold on tight. Lin Bei remained silent, looking at them with a calm expression, his gaze unwavering and unperturbed. He liked women, but he loved power even more. Master, look. He-Tao spread her arms and spun around, showing that she had no zombie bite marks on her body. Master, I don't have any either. Master, me too. Lin Bei waved his hand. Put on your clothes and eat. You have 10 minutes. After that, we'll start helping you improve. Yes, master. The 10 of them devoured their food. Wow, the master's big sausage is so delicious. This is so substantial. One bite is full of meat, almost no starch. Before the apocalypse, this kind of sausage would probably cost 10 or 20, and I couldn't bear to buy it. Woo-woo, it's so good. The steak is so tender. Family, who understands? The food in the apocalypse is better than what I ate before the apocalypse. The chicken soup is so good, and the ribs are delicious. Because of hunger. Because the food was good. A big bowl of rice was finished in less than a minute, and Lin Bei's fingers moved slightly, causing another bowl of rice to appear beside each person. Only when they were full could they have the strength to kill zombies. 10 people. Once each of them had the bond of a fitness enthusiast, it would be time for him to reap the rewards. 10 times the strength. A bit of anticipation. 5 minutes later, everyone was neatly kneeling in front of him, and after eating their fill, each person's gaze towards him held a hint of fervor. This meal would be remembered for a lifetime. After nearly 10 days without food, suddenly having a good meal made it hard to forget. He-Tao, pick up the gun. Yes, master. He-Tao picked up the Desert Eagle from the ground, which felt a bit heavy for her. After picking it up, she froze for a moment, wondering how the master knew her name. They hadn't introduced themselves. No, the person next to her had just called her name. The master noticed her. Of course, she was the first to call him husband. Lin Bei raised his finger slightly, and a spatial wormhole opened as 5 zombies roared and charged over. The hearts of the women jumped to their throats. It had begun. Their journey to becoming stronger had started. With a thought, the space locked the movements of the 5 zombies, as if they had been frozen in place, causing everyone to widen their eyes. Why aren't these zombies moving? It's the master. Do we even need to think? It must be the master who acted. He is so good to us, practically feeding us with his own hands. The master's strength is terrifying. He didn't even move, and the zombies in front of him are like toys. The fervor in their eyes grew even stronger. No woman dislikes a strong man. Bang! A gunshot rang out. He-Tao bid farewell to her past and opened a new path. This apocalypse is brutal, but it also takes care of humanity. Just killing one zombie can push a person to their limits, and basically, anyone can start evolving. These women were cowardly beyond belief. It didn't matter. With him around, These 10 people would soon become goddesses that others could only look up to. Master, I awakened my ability, level of charm. He Tao reported immediately, her big eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for praise. Not bad, very good. Thank you for the compliment, Master. He Tao was very happy. Although they had been trapped in a small dark room, they had learned a lot of information online. Those with abilities were rare, and the higher level ones were even rarer. I really envy that. I wonder if I have any. The remaining women began to look forward to it. Next, one by one, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, 10 women excitedly and disappointingly embarked on their path of evolution. Except for He Tao, none of them had abilities. Her fingers moved slightly. A tang sword appeared in front of each person. Don't ask where it came from, just know it was from Jiang Yu's family. Immediately after, 3 large cola bottles appeared in front of He Tao, filled to the brim with return force pills, no more than 1,500. He Tao, from today on, you are the leader of this 10-person team. Yes. He Tao, dressed in a nurse's uniform, stood tall, her small face filled with surprise and pride. She glanced at her companions, seeing that she was the one most favored by the master. Inside is a special medicine. When you are exhausted, taking one will restore all your strength, and you will distribute them. I have plenty of this medicine, so you don't need to save it. Yes, Master. Lin Bei stood up. The sofa behind him disappeared without a trace. Next is your first test. You must raise your level to first tier 5-star within 3 days. I will come to check after 3 days. Those who do not meet the requirement will be kicked out of the team. This is my contact information. If you lose internet connection within these 3 days and have to change your base, go to this address. Yes, Master. He Tao stepped forward to take the note. Please rest assured, Master, we will not disappoint your expectations. Thinking of something, Lin Bei continued, of course, you can also take these medicines and disappear. That is your freedom. Don't worry, I won't chase you for such trivial things. As I said before, you are not worth my attention right now. I will pretend I have never seen you. Lin Bei waved his hand and stepped into a spatial wormhole, disappearing. At the same time, several boxes of packaged fast food and drinking water appeared on the ground. Even if they were allowed to eat, 3 days would be enough. Master, we won't do that. He Tao hurriedly shouted before the master left. She tightened her grip on the knife. Turning around, she looked at her 9 companions, who were also holding knives. Sisters, we all heard what the master said. I don't know what everyone thinks, but for me, the master is the god who pulled me out of the abyss. Everything I have now is given by the master. To be honest, I don't want to be the master's subordinate. I want to be the master's woman. Everyone knows in their hearts, we are too far behind. We cannot stand in this apocalypse on our own. Without the master, we will eventually face today's situation again. If it weren't for the master today, we would be dirtier than ever. The women's eyes were filled with gratitude. Truly, only those who have truly experienced it know that feeling of helplessness and despair when a strange man, even an ugly one, lunges at you with a sinister smile, tearing at your clothes. Your resistance and curses only excite him more. Fortunately, we met the master. It is the master who helped us reach the limits of the human body. It is the master who gave us weapons. It is the master who provided us with food. It is the master who gave us medicine. The master is just short of holding our hands to help us kill zombies and level up. As human beings, we cannot disappoint the master. As human beings, we must learn to be grateful. As human beings, we cannot live the inhuman life we had before. He Tao spoke passionately, raising her tang knife. Sisters, let us use the knives in our hands to carve out our future, to make others dare not provoke us, to make others fear us, to become the master's women. Today we kill like mad, tomorrow we become wives. The naive and innocent girls were all fired up, raising their tang knives. Today we kill the mad demon, tomorrow we become wives. Today we kill the mad demon, tomorrow we become wives. Today we kill the mad demon, tomorrow we become wives. Today we kill the mad demon, tomorrow we become wives. Today we kill the mad demon, tomorrow we become wives. Zhang Yuan, I really want to improve. Zhang Yuan, I really want to improve. Today we kill the mad demon, tomorrow we become wives. Tisk tsk. Even I'm getting a bit fired up. It's such a waste to be just a little nurse. You should really be a small leader in a pyramid scheme. What a pity. Lin Bei shook his head and left the hospital. Maybe she secretly used her powers. Her words had a magical effect, not much on him, but quite a bit on that group of girls, which was good. Next, occasionally coming over to check, giving some food, giving some rebound pills, he could just sit back and reap the rewards, and also gain a formidable female team. So many resources needed to be utilized. Otherwise, it would be a waste to return them. Stretching lazily, he headed home. He wasn't interested in watching a bunch of little trash kill zombies to level up. In the apocalypse, as long as one was a bit careful, there wasn't much danger. Hey, you, it's not even evening yet. Why are you calling me in the afternoon? What, do you miss me? I miss you too. What, it's pouring rain over there? Looks like it's going to rain here too. The clouds are pretty thick in the sky. What level is your cousin at? Second tier, 1 star? Not bad, after all, it's a level 3 magnetic ability. You, remember what I told you, never ever trust any man. Got it, I know you've watched too many zombie movies, and you really hit the nail on the head. This world has truly erupted into a zombie crisis. While talking on the phone, he was heading home. With a wave of his hand, a bullet stopped in midair 3 meters beside him. Lin Bei glanced over to see a fully armed man aiming a rifle at him from 100 meters away. Seeing that one shot didn't kill him, the man turned and ran. A spatial wormhole quietly appeared behind him, a bullet pierced through his head, and a hand took away the guns and ammunition from his body, storing them in a spatial backpack. Lin Bei stuffed a few rebound pills into his mouth, muttering, for a second-tier spatial ability, is 100 meters still too far? He opened 2 small wormholes. It almost drained his ability, but with the rebound pills, it didn't matter. However, the upper limit of his ability was the key factor determining distance and size. He had been using spatial abilities for quite a while. He should be close to leveling up to tier 3. It's fine, just met a little second tier guy who came over to deliver equipment. By the way, do you have enough food? What's this? Your neighbor hoards food while you hoard guns. Is your neighbor your granary? Good. It's still you, little you. No wonder you've watched so many zombie movies. What's this? Did you encounter someone this morning who isn't afraid of zombie attacks? Does the zombie not attack him? Why? Did he eat zombie flesh and retain memories, turning into half human, half zombie? No way. Is there really someone who dares to eat zombie flesh? Won't they turn into a zombie? Can he also command zombies? That's true. It's like a group of strong idiots meeting a smart person. The idiots know they're foolish and will naturally listen. Baby, don't worry at all. I'm going to be a lone wolf in the apocalypse. How could there be a woman by my side? Come on, let's video chat. See, I'm not interested in women at all. I've never touched a woman, except for you, of course. Soon, once I reach tier 3, I'll be ready to find you. Tier 3 isn't safe? There are many mutated beasts in the wild. Okay, tier 4 should be fine, right? Good. Tier 5 should be okay. Alright, then let's go with tier 5. Hey, little rascal, you actually took a sneak photo of your cousin and sent it to me. If your cousin finds out, be careful or you might get in trouble. She must have nice legs, whether in black stockings or white ones, but none can compare to yours. I suggest you take more photos and send them to me for comparison, so I can better appreciate your beauty. Fire prevention, theft prevention, and cousin prevention. After chatting for a few hours, the call ended. Lin Bei squinted. Half human, half corpse. Quite something. Damn, it's so clean. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sky was overcast. Today, it got dark faster than usual, and the air felt heavy. A heavy downpour was imminent. Lin Bei returned to the cafe where he had lunch, surrounded by the bodies of zombies. Within a kilometer, he could count the moving zombies on both hands. He was still thinking about killing a few more zombies in the area to try and level up again. His phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Xiao Xie. Hello, what's up? Your silver moon ran away again? You can't find it? No worries, it's playing with me. It's about to rain heavily, so wait until the rain stops before you come to pick it up, okay? He hung up. Lin Bei looked up at the sky. After this heavy rain, humanity's situation would become even more dire. If the demand for food didn't increase after leveling up, that would be one thing, but the appetite of the evolved was simply too great. In the apocalypse, food was already precious, so it was no wonder some people chose to eat zombie meat when there was nothing else left. Woohoo! Disaster always comes a step behind me. Just as he arrived at the martial arts hall, the sky seemed to switch on, with rain droplets the size of soybeans pouring down relentlessly. He stepped back to the second-floor training area, where the air conditioning was running full blast, making it pleasantly cool. Jiang Xiyu, Hiyun, Jiang Yu, and Lin Wanan had just returned from their showers, gathered together, munching on snacks while Silver Moon played with them, watching a movie projected on the screen. They were all in loungewear. Pink shorts that reached their thighs paired with simple tank tops, their simple outfits accentuating their figures, with pairs of fair, delicate thighs and tender feet dazzling him. Ah, good brother is back. Hiyun, with her sharp eyes, spotted him and bounced over on her bare feet, wrapping her slender arms around his neck, hanging onto him. Good brother, did you bring us anything delicious? Here, eat this. He stuffed a crispy chicken leg into her mouth, golden, and juicy, leaving her with grease all over her face. Hee, good brother, sister Yu and sister N, they both really want to improve, so much so, Hee-yun whispered in his ear. As she spoke, she glanced at them with mischief. Lin Bei was only a few meters away from them. Hee-yun's voice was soft, but at this level of evolution, it was almost indistinguishable from a shout. Lin Bei looked over. The two girls shyly turned their heads away, not daring to look at him. At noon, Lin Wanen already knew what was going to happen tonight, but in the afternoon, from the conversation between Jiang Yu and Hee-yun, she learned that Lin Bei could enhance the powers of the women around him, making her feel both excited and anticipatory. Her younger sisters were all so impressive, while she felt so ordinary, so much so that she was embarrassed to stay there. She knew she was dragging the team's level down significantly. Having an enhancement in power might not mean much, but at least it would lift her out of mediocrity. A collective enhancement, a heavenly reward. A collective enhancement, a heavenly reward. Jiang Yu felt the same. At noon, when Lin Bei made a move, she realized he was interested in her, feeling a mix of shame, anticipation, and excitement. This annoying little brother always liked to call her teacher. Moreover, after tonight, she would be able to gain an enhancement in power, and with the dual increase in strength and physique, she would finally have the capital and strength to stand her ground in this team. Shiyu, spatial abilities plus strength enhancement. Hee-yun, strength abilities plus strength enhancement. Lin Wanen remained unmentioned. She was unclear about what Shiryu and Hee-yun were thinking. In any case, she was determined. She wouldn't allow herself to become a pretty but useless face. When danger struck, she couldn't just rely on Lin Bei to take action. She was capable of standing on her own, and even if Lin Bei couldn't help her improve, she would eventually repay him. Moreover, she also longed for a boyfriend. Thinking of this, she slowly turned her head to meet Lin Bei's gaze. Although their actual time together was short, it was undeniable that Lin Bei occupied a significant space in her heart. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Ah! Jiang Yu felt weightless for a moment and instinctively cried out, but she quickly found herself falling onto a soft, large bed, unable to help but open her mouth wide. He must be a monkey, right? The shame she had just managed to suppress surged back again. Before she could think much more, another surprised cry came from beside her, Wanen, with her small face flushed and at a loss. On the second floor, Hee-yun and Zhang Shiryu leaned against each other, eating popcorn and sipping cola while watching a movie. If this were filmed and uploaded online, who knows how many people would be envious. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Raindrops accumulated one by one. Help! Help! No! In the movie, humans chased by zombies screamed desperately. Zhang Shiryu and Hee-yun could deeply relate. This scene had played out countless times in reality. If Lin Bei hadn't appeared, their fate wouldn't have been much better than those in the movie. Suddenly, Hee-yun crushed the cola cup in her hand. She froze for a moment. After Lin Bei left in the afternoon, they had been practicing controlling their strength while desperately killing zombies, and her power had surged by 2 stars. But she had already familiarized herself with controlling her strength. Wait a minute. Sister Yu, it seems my power has increased again, she said, quickly opening her panel. Hee-yun. Level, first stage 8 stars. Ability, strength, level, triple. Speed, 90. Strength, 90. Mental, 90. Physique, 90. Points, 0. Wow. Hee-yun couldn't contain herself and started bouncing in place, excitedly pulling Shiryu. Sister Yu, my big brother has increased my strength to 5 times. Wahaha, I now have the equivalent of 15 times strength. Ha ha ha. You know my strength ability level is only 2. Wahaha, big brother, I love you to death. Hee-yun was overjoyed. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, who else can take a punch from me? Wahahahaha. Oh, panel. Zhang Shiryu. Level, first stage 8 stars. Ability, space, passive, space backpack, capacity, 10,000 cubic meters. Speed, 90. Strength, 90. Mental, 90. Physique, 90. Points, 0. Mine is also 5 times now. Shiryu was very happy. There was no reason not to be happy about her strength increasing, but she wasn't as ecstatic. For her, who possessed space abilities, this was merely an added bonus. Successful recording. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, received a beautiful gift, healing pill, 2nd grade, system space storage increased to 1,000 cubic meters. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, received a beautiful gift, space ring, 1,000 cubic meters, system space storage increased to 10,000 cubic meters. A space ring, what a good thing. They didn't need it, but Hitao's hidden team could use it. It would be incredibly convenient to have it. Detected member Jiang Yu, possessing level physique ability, has been copied for the owner. Detected that member Lin Wanen does not possess any abilities, but due to her exceptional bond, she has received a disassembler. can be used on ability users. After use it will strip them of their abilities and can be transferred to anyone. Note, must charge before use. It is recommended that the user be incapacitated. Master, let me ask, can the ability stripped by this disassembler be given to anyone? Does that mean Hee-yun ensure you can both have a second ability? Good stuff. Master, praise the great temple. Incredible. Self-selected abilities. Without personal bond +1, received a fine gift, golden fried rice carefully crafted by a top global chef. Without personal bond +1, received a fine gift, crispy egg tart carefully crafted by a top global pastry chef. Activated exceptional martial artist bond, all members' martial arts talent doubled. Activated exceptional doctor bond, all members' effects from using medicine doubled. Activated teaching bond, your and the members' learning abilities doubled. Innate silk stockings holy body bond +1, the effect of members wearing silk stockings increased to 4 to 5 times. Gourmet bond +1, the food or drinks consumed by you and the members will return 4 to 5 times. Fitness bond +1, you and the members' strength increased 4 to 5 times. Detected that Hee-yun possesses strength ability, this ability has been copied to the master. A big wave has come. So refreshing. Master, Lin Bei, level, second tier 2 stars. Storage system space, 10,000 cubic meters. Abilities, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 10,000 cubic meters. Strength, level, 3 times. Constitution, level, twice. Speed, 170. Strength, 170. Mental, 170. Constitution, 170. Pet, Silver Moon, second tier 1 star. Items, rebound pill, first grade, healing pill, second grade, great steak, top honey glazed sausage, top golden fried rice, top egg tart, disassembler. Members included, Jiang Shiyu, first tier 8 stars, space, Hee-yun, first tier 8 stars, strength, 3 times amplification, Lin Wanen, first tier 4 stars, Jiang Yu, second tier 1 star, constitution, 4 times amplification, total benefits, temperament, strength, martial arts talent, learning ability, food return multiplier, 5. Bonds activated. Exceptional flight attendant, 1. Exceptional female university, 1. Exceptional doctor, 1. Exceptional martial artist, 1. Innate silk stockings holy body, 4. Gourmet, 4. Fitness, 4. Teaching, 1. Without personal bond, 4. Invincible, this time truly invincible. Jiang Yu, level, second tier 1 star. Ability, constitution, level, 4 times. Speed, 150. Strength, 150. Mental, 150. Constitution, 150. Points, 0. My dear Bebe, Master loves you so much, you are just too good to Master. Jiang Yu happily received her power boost, and not only that, it increased by a full 5 times. 5 times. More than her level constitution ability. Comprehensive enhancement. Bling bling, man in the rain. Bling bling, man in the rain. At 3 in the morning. Hee-yun, Shiryu, and Silver Moon, the 2 women and 1 wolf were still watching a movie, in the heavy rain, naturally watching a horror film, when suddenly a hand reached out from under the bed and grabbed the woman's ankle. At the same time, 2 hands patted their shoulders. I'm knocking, it's a ghost. Woof 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 woof. Hee hee, don't be afraid, it's your good husband, me. Lin Bei quickly hugged the 2, and upon seeing him, they pounded their little fists on their chests in anger, with Inu biting his pant leg and tugging desperately, almost scaring the wolf to death. Lin Bei flipped his hand. He revealed a large iron tray, which had exactly 20 big egg tarts, each with a diameter of at least 15 centimeters, exuding a rich aroma that immediately quieted the 2 girls. Little Inu obediently squatted on the ground, staring at him. Her little tail wagged back and forth. Wow, Bebe, it smells so good. Quickly tell me, how many delicious things have you hidden that you haven't taken out yet? Sure, you took one to taste. The crust of the egg tart was crispy, and the filling was soft and tender, perfect to the extreme, even the flavor was. Sure, you consumed egg tart, return, 5. Wow, good brother, if you had this, you should have taken it out earlier. I love egg tarts so much, I usually can't bear to buy them, they cost several pieces each. I want to eat 100, can I? Hee-yun blinked her cute big eyes desperately. Of course you can, little greedy. Lin Bei placed the tray on the ground and rubbed her head. Hee, good brother is the best. So fragrant. Hee-yun consumed egg tart, return, 5. Hee-yun consumed egg tart, return, 5. Hee-yun consumed egg tart, return, 5. 1 bite each. The 20 were quickly gone. It turned into 100. Lin Bei was left speechless. No wonder Master said she had gained weight. this little girl really devoured the things she liked. Master? Naturally, it was Jiangyu. Teacher doesn't work, it doesn't feel right. Calling him master is more exciting. Baba 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 baba, I want to eat too. Inu shouted desperately in her heart. Lin Bei was speechless. Wolves eat meat, but you're fine, whatever we eat, you eat too. Aren't you afraid of a stomachache from the egg tarts? I don't care. Pet Inu used egg tart, return, 1. Eating while putting down. Hien sat on the ground with her back against the sofa, her legs crossed, her 2 white and tender little feet shaking back and forth, eating egg tarts, sipping milk tea, and watching a movie at the same time. This little life. You can't imagine how satisfying it is. It was never this rich before the apocalypse. No, I need to make a video to show off to my parents. When I didn't eat a while ago, I teased her every day, now it's her turn to tease them. Just an ordinary day in the apocalypse. Are they both asleep? Sure, you asked, resting her head on his shoulder. Her little mouth was also not quiet, she was a foodie too. As long as she didn't eat as fiercely as Iyun, she wouldn't get fat. I'll give you a gift, close your eyes. Okay. As soon as you heard there was a gift, her smile was hard to suppress. Which girl wouldn't be happy to receive a gift? Lin Bei took out a diamond necklace. Even in the faint light reflected from the movie, it still sparkled, making Hyun's little eyes filled with envy. A diamond necklace, so shiny, which girl wouldn't want it? Hiss. So cool. The moment the necklace touched her neck, you knew what it was. Her smile widened crazily. Okay. You opened her eyes. She took out a mirror to look at it, her eyes filled with love and emotion. The delicate sparkling chain of the diamond necklace matched perfectly with her fair and smooth neck. Mwah! She kissed Lin Bei's cheek. Good brother is biased, good sister doesn't have anything shiny. Hyun pouted her glossy little mouth, saying sourly after seeing it was put on her. Who said you don't have one? Here. Lin Bei stretched out his hand. A similarly exquisite and sparkling diamond necklace hung from his fingertip, swaying slightly in the air. Good brother, hurry. Hyun turned around. Lin Bei put the necklace on her. Hyun happily stroked the necklace on her body, took a photo to send to her parents, but the photo just wouldn't go through, it kept spinning. Hyun frowned slightly. The phone signal was gone too. Good brother, my phone has no signal, can you check yours? Hyun was a bit anxious. No signal meant that the video call she just had with her parents might very well be the last time she saw them in this lifetime. How to get abroad? The vast ocean. Hearing this, Lin Bei took out his phone, his brow instantly furrowing. His phone also had no signal. Sure, you checked hers and found none as well. The backup power for the signal tower must have been submerged by the heavy rain. They thought the internet would cut off quickly, but it came so suddenly. Fortunately, he had already told you everything that needed to be said. Yu's cousin had a level 3 magnetic ability, and in this apocalypse, as long as one wasn't careless, they could walk through it without much worry. It was just that they wouldn't be able to see each other for a while. The magnetic ability was very effective against zombies. A single needle could take them down swiftly. Meanwhile, outside the building, in the pitch-black rainy night, a man cloaked in black robes coldly and greedily stared at the faint light on the second floor of the martial arts hall. Behind him, ordinary zombies were crashing into doors and walls due to the sound of the rain, but they ignored him. Under the black robe, his skin was grayish like a zombie, with prominent veins. The man greedily licked his lips. For beauties, if I save enough to last a week, it would be a shame to eat such beauties. But the prettier the girl, the more fragrant and tender the meat. Should I force them to eat zombie flesh and turn into the same kind, or should I eat their flesh piece by piece? The man's eyes were filled with conflict. In the afternoon, when he passed by this place, he found it littered with zombie corpses, far more than in other areas. He immediately understood that someone lived here and often cleaned up, so he hid in a building to observe. He saw them. He saw 4 super beauties. Each one was so stunning that just a glance would make one's heart race. These beauties were beautiful, criminally so, but they were also strong. He quickly brought his trained zombies over. They were strong, but it didn't matter. He had patience. After a day of slaughter, he was undoubtedly exhausted. At 3 in the morning, they would surely be in dreamland. He would quietly sneak in, and when they opened their eyes, they would find themselves in hell. They would become his meal, to be savored slowly, inch by inch. Brothers, come out. Accompanied by his words, zombies of various sizes slowly emerged from the darkness, quietly standing behind the man. Some were 3 meters tall, others had extremely exaggerated muscular builds, and some were as thin as bamboo poles. There were 5 in total. Their eyes sparkled with a wisdom different from ordinary zombies. They could think simply. They knew that the kind in front of them was smart, and by following him, they could eat fresh meat every day. Their strength was increasing day by day, all advancing to the terrifying second tier. This was the strongest fighting force under the man. He wanted to take all 4 women without leaving any behind. He had made up his mind. he would turn them into the same kind and make them his wives. Such combat power would be a waste to consume. With them as wives, would he still fear not being able to enjoy delicious girls? Team objective, half human, half zombie. Team objective, half human, half zombie. Hospital. 3 in the morning. Sisters, eat and drink enough, it's time for our hunting moment. Strong people wouldn't risk the heavy rain to hunt zombies and level up at night. They must be enjoying themselves in comfortable and cool mansions. We need to seize this moment and kill as many zombies as possible to level up. Comfort is for the strong. We are still the weak. We are still garbage. We are still useless. Strong people also become stronger little by little from weak garbage and uselessness. Without the hardships of the early stages, how can there be enjoyment in the later stages? Without experiencing wind and rain, how can one encounter a rainbow? For our beautiful future, sisters, let us cut through this dark night and carve out our future. Let's go! He Tao, clad in a raincoat and carrying a bag, led 9 sisters out of the hospital building. Each of them wore a black raincoat, carried a bag, and held a knife, with identical supplies inside their bags. The same materials, the same number of recovery pills. After Lin Bei left, under He Tao's encouragement, they cleared the zombies outside the hospital. There were many zombies, so many it was frightening. Although they were at the limits of human capability, facing such numbers of zombies was overwhelming, but with ample recovery pills, they managed to kill them all. In less than half an hour, everyone reached the first tier, 1 star, officially entering the ranks of evolvers. The increase in levels allowed them to kill faster, and only then did they realize how extraordinary, miraculous, and precious the medicine left to them by their master truly was. They did not need to rest. They did not need to catch their breath. They did not need to stop. Tired. Exhausted. 1 pill. Just keep killing. For 3 hours, they killed for a full 3 hours without stopping even for a moment. During these 3 hours, they completely overcame their fear of zombies. The zombies before them were like toys, easily dispatched with a single strike. 3 hours later, the heavy rain came. They all simultaneously reached the first tier, 2 stars. Initially, they were very worried about reaching the first tier, 5 stars in 3 days, afraid they wouldn't make it, afraid their master would abandon them and they would have to return to the days of living in fear. But the relentless killing during these 3 hours made them understand that with such abundant pills, reaching the first tier, 5 stars in 3 days was achievable, even for a heavily pregnant woman. To exaggerate, even a dog could do it. It wasn't that they worked hard. It was that what their master provided was simply too good. During mealtime, they made a decision. 3 days for the first tier, 5 stars was not enough. They set a goal for themselves, aiming for the first tier, 9 stars in 3 days. They had suppressed themselves for too long, endured for too long, and had been tormented by zombies for too long. Now that their master provided everything, they wanted to release all they had endured in these days. Kill, kill, kill. The night. For revolvers, it was like the evening of a past life. The sound of rain made the zombies extremely violent, but their desire for power made them even more ferocious. They did not want to be fish on a chopping board, nor did they want to play hide and seek anymore, and they certainly did not want to be trapped in a small dark room. One zombie's head after another rolled away. At this moment, they were like well-trained soldiers, each strike revealing cleanliness and decisiveness. Even when surrounded by 10 zombies, there was no sign of fear, only endless slaughter. Outside the martial arts hall. Dilly, go, remember to be slow and light-footed, wait for the moment the thunder strikes, then break the door lock, the man instructed. A zombie, about the same height as an average person but with explosive muscles, nodded and slowly walked step by step towards the martial arts hall door under the heavy rain. Second floor training area. Lin Bei was watching a movie with Shiryu and He-yun when suddenly, both Shiryu and Lin Bei turned to look at the lower left, their gazes seemingly piercing through the floor and the door, landing on the zombie slowly moving through the rain. Spatial perception. Jiang Shiryu, who was naturally highly attuned to space, learned it quickly with just a little guidance from Lin Bei. To upgrade her spatial abilities quickly and to prevent any malicious attacks, this skill was always active. Now, it proved its worth. The two exchanged glances. What's wrong? Is there something down there? He-yun mumbled with his mouth full of egg tart. Jiang Shiyu's fingers twitched. A small spatial wormhole appeared in front of the three, while another appeared in the pitch-black rainy night sky, not large, just the size of a fist, and with such heavy rain, no one would look up. I knock. What is this? He-yun opened his mouth wide in silent inquiry. Through the spatial wormhole, he saw a line of people standing at the entrance of a store across the street from the martial arts hall, strictly speaking, for corpses in one head, along with a robust zombie walking slowly down the middle of the road, step by step. The sound of footsteps was barely perceptible in the heavy rain. It was even more so amidst the chaotic zombies outside. Lin Bei cast a spatial blockade. I went out today and heard something. Humans who consume a certain amount of zombie flesh can become half human, half zombie beings. They retain human intelligence but take on the body of a zombie. That black-robed person down there should be one of them. Ah, Hee-Yun was shocked. Eat zombie flesh? He was really hungry. Shiyu was also surprised. Even when the apocalypse first broke out, she had never thought of eating zombie flesh, no matter how hungry she was. Could it be that, following the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, fearing being bitten by zombies, one would bite a zombie for a painless infection? Really? She had thought about painless infection when she was extremely hungry before, using the gap of a door to pinch a zombie's arm and gently scraping it with its nails. Perfect. Xiao Yun, do you think with your current strength, you could smash this zombie's head with one punch? Lin Bei was a bit curious. This zombie looked formidable from its appearance. At least today, it had killed quite a few first-tier 7 or 8-star zombies without any of them being as impressive as it. Conservatively estimating, it should have reached the 2nd tier. Not just it. The 4 beside the black-robed man should all be the same. Of course I can. Hee-Yun got excited by his words, rubbing her small, pink-white fists together. Even if it's 2nd tier, I can still smash it with one punch. The average 2nd tier data is 15 times the limit of an ordinary person. Although I'm only 1st tier 8 stars, my current strength is 135 times the limit of an ordinary person. Ordinary evolvers. It was unclear what level 1 needed to reach such terrifying strength, yet Hee-Yun had achieved it at just 1st tier 8 stars. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She stood up, swinging her arms, and suddenly remembered something, pouting her little mouth in grievance. Sister Xiaoyu told me that having too much strength isn't a good thing. My body's strength can't handle my power. If I punch down and its head is harder than my fist might get ruined first. I should just use a knife. For safety's sake, it's better to use a knife, Shiyu agreed, then added, even if your fist is harder, your hand will definitely get scraped if you punch down. Although becoming an evolver gives you some immunity to the zombie virus, the opponent looks to be at a higher level than you. If you accidentally get infected, you might have to amputate. Hearing this, Hee-Yun felt a chill in her wrist and immediately dismissed the idea of fighting with her fists in the future. Her little hands still needed to eat, and if she lost her hands, how would she touch her brother's 8-pack abs later? Terrifying strength, instantly dismissed. Terrifying strength, instantly dismissed. Lin Bei certainly knew this. He was just asking, not expecting this little girl to really plan to use her fists. In fact, as long as she didn't get infected, it wouldn't matter if her fists got ruined. Healing pill, 2nd grade 4 levels below 3, excluding level 3, any form of physical damage can be healed with one pill. If there are cases of missing limbs, eating more can also heal. This is a product of the system. Wait, he suddenly thought of something, his mouth curling into a wild smile, and quickly opened a spatial wormhole to stuff a pill into the mouths of the sleeping Jian Yu and Wan En. The fragrance of the pill made them slowly consume it in their dreams. Jian Yulin and Wan En each consumed a healing pill, returning 10 pills. I really am a little genius. What can I say? Growing up on Sanlu milk powder makes one smart. Tonzi, just tell me if I can recover. Can I? No, I can't. Trash system, get lost. I despise you. Good brother, sister you, get ready to help me open a spatial wormhole. Hee-Yun took a deep breath, gripping the knife tightly, and suddenly, with a focused gaze, unleashed all his strength in a downward slash. The spatial wormhole opened. Outside. Beauties, I'm coming. Seeing his precious treasure getting closer to the door, the man revealed an excited expression. This apocalypse was simply too exhilarating. Crack! Boom! Thick lightning danced through the clouds, illuminating the land for a brief moment. The man blinked. He thought he had just hallucinated. In a daze, he saw a woman appear before his precious treasure, slashing down with a knife. He laughed. How could this be? It must be an illusion. It must be. Damn! The next second, he saw his precious treasure fall to the ground, not just tipping over, but bizarrely splitting in two, its broad body cleaved from top to bottom, collapsing to either side. Torrential rain washed away its blood. He was stunned. He was dumbfounded. His eyes widened. No! This was a 2nd-tier power-type zombie. Although it wasn't a strength-mutated zombie, it was still an incredibly terrifying existence, capable of sending a car flying with a single punch, yet now it had been inexplicably sliced in half. Wait, that wasn't an illusion. He suddenly understood. What he had seen just now was real. Could it be that among those people, there was a spatial ability user? In the afternoon, he hadn't seen many people using their abilities, thinking they were all ordinary body enhancers. But with one slash, a 2nd-tier zombie was taken down. Just how terrifying was that woman's strength? Could she not show a little respect to the 2nd-tier zombie? Inside the 2nd floor. Aha! I'm a 1st-tier 9-star now. I'm a 1st-tier 9-star now. Sister Yu, hurry, come here, these few seem to be high-tier zombies, kill them, and you can quickly step into first tier 9-star too, Hyun shouted excitedly. Then he added, first, kill that man, zombies are a bunch of idiots. Once that man is dead, we can play with these 4 high-tier zombies as we please. Okay. Shiyu stood up, a sharp blade appearing in her hand. She was also a first tier 8-star. She didn't have the terrifying strength of Hyun, but with a 5-fold enhancement, her power was 45 times that of an ordinary person. With this knife, even a second-tier zombie couldn't withstand it. Outside. Retreat. Without a second thought, the man in the black robe left with the remaining 4 treasures. Please. That one knife had just instantly killed his second-tier treasure. The remaining 4 were just a matter of 4 slashes. These 5 zombies were what he had painstakingly cultivated. He didn't want to lose them all here. He cast a fierce glance at the second floor. Just wait. All of you wait. I will definitely turn you into my kind. Not a single one will escape. He turned and left. Stunned. His pupils contracted. Directly ahead. In his line of sight, almost face to face, a spatial wormhole appeared out of nowhere, and a long-haired beauty was descending with a sharp blade, not the one he had caught a glimpse of earlier, but another beauty. The cold light was piercing in the rainy night. So beautiful, so desirable, so wanting to roll in bed with her. The next second, the man felt himself fall. Strangely, he felt he was falling to the left yet also to the right. How could this happen? Which way was he really falling? Confused, his consciousness sank into darkness. He's so trashy, killing him only gets a tiny bit of energy, not enough to level up. No way, I need to kill another one. Shiyu took a deep breath and struck with her second blow. The 4 second-tier zombies were still in a daze. How did the big brother die? Immediately, another one fell to the ground, and with this kill, Shiyu successfully broke through to first tier 9 stars. Bebe, you can have the remaining 3. With these 3, you might be able to level up to second tier 3 stars. Shiyu wasn't greedy. Reaching first tier 9 stars was enough. She and Hyun had just leveled up and needed to adapt to their suddenly increased strength. Leveling from first to second tier wasn't just about having enough energy, it required perfect mastery as well. Alright then, Lin Bei half lay on the ground, not getting up, and a tang knife appeared in his hand. He casually slashed 3 times, and in the rainy night outside, the heads of the 3 second-tier zombies flew up. His strength was far more terrifying than Hyun's. His base strength was 17 times that of an ordinary person, 5 times for fitness enthusiasts, and 3 times for second-tier strength abilities, totaling 255 times the limit of an ordinary person. Boom! With 3 slashes, his heart raced. He knew he had leveled up again. With all the bonuses, his strength increased tremendously with each level up. For example, as a second tier 2 stars, his base strength was 17 times, total strength, 255 times. As a second tier 3 stars, his base strength was 19 times, total strength, 285 times. Really? His evaluation was, Master, so powerful. Of course, this master said it. This master is going to make the owner an unparalleled powerhouse, and since it's an unparalleled powerhouse, it naturally needs to have crushing strength. Baba baba, beans beans, there are beans in their heads. I want to eat, give me some. Little Silver Moon's voice appeared by his ear. Lin Bei remembered. After the fierce tiger died, Xiao Xia took out something resembling a crystal core from its head, and he had forgotten to ask about it. Master, what's that thing for? A type of energy crystal. It would be very useful in an ordinary apocalypse, but in this apocalypse, it's useless. After zombies die, the energy automatically flows into the killer's body, making the energy contained in the crystal negligible, but better than nothing. The taste is more suitable for animals. Lin Bei, will it infect with a virus? Washing it a bit won't cause that. The energy crystal only contains pure energy, viruses can't erode it due to its nature, and other substances can't stay on its surface. He thought he was going to get rich again, but it turned out to be a pet candy, dug out with a spatial wormhole. For safety, he washed it dozens of times before feeding it to Little Silver Moon. Clean and hygienic. Crunchy. Little Silver Moon looked delighted, rubbing against his leg after finishing, still better off with Baba, always having good food to eat, unlike Mama Xie, who was stingy. Silver Moon consumes second-tier zombie crystal core, returns, 5. This can be returned too? If it's eaten and digested, why can't it be returned if there's enough to fill the stomach? Alright. Lin Bei flipped his hand. A disassembly tool appeared in his hand. Master, no, you can't eat that. Trash system. What about this? Lin Bei flipped his hand again, and a spatial ring appeared. Cannot. Trash system. I despise you. The heavy rain stopped, and a stone tablet fell from the sky. Wow, big brother, you've hidden so many good things. What is this fried rice? Why is it so delicious? It really is delicious. I've flown over so many places, but I've never eaten such delicious fried rice. Woof woof, so tasty. The shame of the wolf clan. Silver Moon followed them, munching on food, looking nothing like a wolf at all. The three people and one wolf enjoyed golden fried rice together. On a stormy day, movies and food are a perfect match. They ate until they were full. Lin Bei lay down contentedly between the two women to rest. He hadn't slept for dozens of hours, and both Shiryu and Hee-yun had reached over 90% in their dependency and affection for him, permanently unlocking their bond, so he didn't have to worry about being stabbed in his sleep. Outside, the heavy rain showed no signs of stopping or even lessening. Big brother, how long is this rain going to last? The zombies outside are crashing around like crazy. The front door won't get broken by them, right? Rather than worry about that, why not think about what we're going to eat tomorrow? I was planning to go out at midnight to find food, but with this heavy rain, how can I go out? I'm almost starving. I'm about to starve to death too. Damn it, this apocalypse really leaves no way for people to live. The demand for food to level up is so high. Those who are drought-stricken die of thirst, and those who are flood-stricken drown. The power went out so early, and the stuff in the fridge is starting to smell. Where else can we find food besides the supermarket? The supermarket has long been occupied by the big shots. Actually, I've never understood one thing. What exactly is the use of the points on our attribute panel? If this continues, the number of survivors will sharply decrease again. At least we ate something last night. Baby, I'm so hungry. How about you just give the neighbor next door a try? Are you even human? How can you say that to your girlfriend? Get lost. Baby, close your eyes and just pretend it's me. Get lost. If you don't, I'll kill you. I must be blind to be with a useless guy like you. My best friend's boyfriend is almost at the second tier, and my best friend eats well every day with him. And you? Damn it, you still don't dare to kill a single zombie. Are you even a man? Baby, I'm begging you, I'm really so hungry. Brothers, come in quickly. I've already knocked my wife out. Be gentle, don't wake her up. So, what about the food you promised me? Why are you tying me up? Where's the food? What? Are you lying to me? You beasts, how can you be so untrustworthy? Don't mess with my wife. The food crisis was unfolding every moment. At 9 in the morning, in the heavy rain, He-tao led her sisters, killing their way from the hospital to the location Lin Bei had previously instructed, an empty villa. After checking their belongings, she spoke up, "Sisters, report your status. I am first tier, 4 stars, remaining pills, 90. First tier, 4 stars, remaining pills, 95. First tier, 4 stars, remaining pills, 91. Very good." He-tao found a dry towel to wipe her face. Everyone is first tier, 4 stars. It's now 9 in the morning. Yesterday, half a day counts as a full day. By the second day today, we can all meet the master's test requirements, but our goal is first tier, 9 stars. We still need 5 more stars. We must give the master a surprise. The master is very generous. The master will definitely be very happy to see us exceed the test, and will surely reward us with more good things. We need to make the master look at us favorably. It's not that we want to be trash, but the situation forced us to shrink back as trash. We used to be trash, but we are not anymore. Sisters, rest for 6 hours, then continue. Lin Bei didn't pay much attention to how the team was doing. If they succeeded, that was great. If not, it didn't matter. After all, there were still many people with Xiao Xia, and those girls couldn't escape. Time passed. 3 days went by. The rain outside was just too heavy. As someone with a cheat, Lin Bei naturally couldn't risk hunting zombies in the downpour. He had to cultivate his relationship with Shiryu, Hee-yun, Jiang Yu, and the newcomer Lin Wanen. Listening to the sound of the rain, each drop is clear. Your breath seeps into my love like raindrops. I really hope the rain never stops, Wanen sang while holding the microphone. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, a few bored people started singing, and to be honest, Wanen definitely had the potential to be a star. It was Hee-yun's turn. Genie time A. Lin Beihuan felt embarrassed. Little Heisey, right? Really a shrimp head. And it sounds terrible. You sing well, but don't sing again next time. Boom, boom, boom. Even the heavens couldn't take it anymore, and a rumbling sound came, accompanied by violent shaking. Sister Xiaoyun, please stop singing, or the building will collapse. Jiang Yu teased on purpose, saying this while following Lin Beihuan to the window. Xiaoyun has become bold, huh? After that night, she actually came to find him, saying that since she was entering the door, she needed to understand the rules of entering. Huaxia is a land of etiquette, and etiquette cannot be neglected, so she wanted him to call her sister Yun. Naturally, Jiang Yu had to indulge his little sister. Calling her sister Yun was nothing, right? But it was just that a certain little sister had blossomed. No way, is this how you treat me? He-yun said with a bitter face. It was fine for several sisters to sing, But when it was her turn, something unexpected happened. But what was going on outside? Was there really an earthquake? What is that? Hyun went to the window and saw a huge stone tablet standing on the road in front of the martial arts hall, at least 20 meters long, 5 meters wide, and as for the height, looking up, it seemed to be as tall as a 20 or 30-story residential building. It seems there are many. Because the buildings in this area were not tall, Jung Yu looked around and saw many stone tablets just like this one, as if the entire city was covered with such tablets. The rain outside also stopped because of the appearance of the stone tablet. Tonzi, what is this? Lin Beihwan was confused and quickly asked the system in his heart. How to put it, it provides food, similar to the newly released Clockwork Bird trial mode before the League of Legends, where you can enter to challenge, kill zombies and enemies to earn points, which can be exchanged for food in the store. The master will know soon. Lin Beihwan frowned slightly. So is this apocalypse a game played by a high civilization? Master, if a high civilization were playing with you, would they launch this under increasingly tight food conditions? It is obvious that the existence of this is for the good of human civilization. It shouldn't be, right? What shouldn't be? You shouldn't be this smart. What do you mean? Being able to say this means you definitely know the inside story. Hurry up and tell me directly what is going on with this apocalypse. Insufficient authority. Currently I can only reveal this much to the master. Based on the current progress, it won't be long before the master can guess it. My child can still guess? The next moment, a semi-transparent red frame appeared in front of Lin Beihwan, with a series of explanatory texts on it. This was not from the system. It was the panel explanation that came with this world. The trial road has officially opened. The trial road has officially opened. The trial road module has started. Those within a radius of 500 meters of the trial monument can enter the trial road. It takes 1 minute to charge before entering the trial road. Please find a safe point to enter for those preparing to enter the trial road. Once inside, there is no need to worry about personal safety. The body will be absorbed into the trial road. Notice 1, death in the trial road does not mean real death. It is equivalent to entering a holographic projection game. Each human has the opportunity to enter the trial road in single-player mode and team mode once a day, with each session lasting 1 hour. Notice 2, the trial road will perfectly restore the various states of each human upon entry, so it is recommended to adjust before entering. The trial road will provide weapons. Notice 3, the trial road is divided into 2 types, single-player challenge mode and team challenge mode. After each challenge ends, re-entering will load the progress of the last challenge. Notice 4, killing monsters in the challenge mode can earn points. The stronger the monster, the higher the points. Points can be exchanged for various foods in the newly opened system mall. Notice 5, the trial monument refreshes rankings in real time, determined by challenge progress. Rankings are divided into individual and team rankings. Different rewards are given based on rankings at midnight each day, with the individual ranking of 1 and team ranking of 1 eligible for rewards. The above are all the important notes for the trial road. As the apocalypse descends, everyone is encouraged to strive to become stronger to protect our homeland. Mall. Lin Bei silently thought. 1 bottle of drinking water, 10 points. 1 pound of rice, 20 points. 1 pound of potatoes, 10 points. 1 pound of pork, 20 points. Salt, new rice seed, new apple seed, a dazzling array of items, everything from fruits and vegetables to various crops that can grow in the current apocalyptic environment. Is this a disadvantage for me? Dude, I'm not short on food. To be fair, Lin Bei wasn't too interested in this, but he was a bit intrigued by the ranking rewards of the trial monument. An hour a day wouldn't waste too much time. He wasn't considering a team for now. No need to think about it. Team rewards were definitely not as good as individual rewards. Good brother, I want to go in and take a look. Hyun was very curious about new things. I'm a bit curious too. Sure, you said. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with eagerness, including Lin Wanen. But Lin Wanen's eyes were filled with more gloom. Although she had 5 times the strength enhancement, her younger sister had abilities, and they were all at the level of abilities. They would definitely have good rankings, while she could only be a bystander. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how much effort she put in, she could never catch up to them. Lacking abilities was a hard flaw. Lin Bei glanced at Lin Wanen. He knew what she was thinking. Insecurity. When a strong-willed person appears among a group of geniuses, it is inevitable to feel insecure. This emotion had been experienced by Jiang Shiryu, Hyun, and Zhang Yu. He was pleased that Lin Wanen felt insecure rather than complacent, which showed her strong desire to become stronger. Wanen, Lin Bei patted her head. Take some time to think about what kind of ability you like. If we come across it someday, I'll help you get it. Wanen was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes burst with uncontrollable joy, and she looked up, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at him. Xiaobei, you mean, I can also have abilities? Of course. Lin Bei pinched her little face. I'm not a good person, but I'm very good to my own people. As my wife, if you don't have abilities, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Don't think about random things. Think carefully about what kind of ability you like and catch up with your basic strength as soon as possible. Wan En nodded vigorously, her crimson lips giving his cheek a hard kiss. Okay, my little Bei brother. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Goodness. Each person had a different name for him. Shiryu, Bei Bei. He Yun, good brother. Jiang Yu, Lin Bei. Wan En, Xiao Bei. Wan En was 3 years older than him and originally wanted to call him Bei Bei like Shiryu, but later changed it to avoid making Shiryu uncomfortable. She didn't think much of it, but was worried Shiryu would overthink. After all, she was the later one. Lin Bei could only say she was overthinking. They were all on the same side, so it didn't matter. Anyway, he wasn't interested in that aspect. Once this was said, the girls cast appreciative glances at her. They had all experienced that insecurity of being surrounded by strong people. What others said was useless, and feeling insecure was still feeling insecure. This was a hard flaw in terms of abilities. Now it was good. Lin Bei could give her abilities. Sister Wan En, I'm so envious of you. You can choose your own abilities, like elemental powers, ice or fire, or maybe magnetism or lightning. Those powers are really impressive in novels. He-Yun contributed her years of experience reading novels. That's right, Jiang Yu nodded. Sister Xiaoyun is right. Those abilities are all good ones. You mustn't choose body enhancement. It's not very useful. If you're going to choose, make sure it's something powerful. He-Yun tightened her little butt. There was no way around it. That day, the beating was too brutal. Alright, I'll listen to you sisters, Lin Wan En said, not particularly wanting anything, just not wanting to be a burden in this team. Any level of ability would do. Lin Bei clapped his hands. Since everyone wants to go in and take a look, let's take turns. Shiyu, He-Yun, Wan En, you three go in first, and I'll stay here to watch. If they were going, they would definitely go in alone. Who knows, they might even get a pretty good ranking, to prevent any accidents. If someone couldn't hold on and came out early, and just happened to have outsiders arrive, and she alone with Silver Moon couldn't hold them off, wouldn't that be a problem? Although very few could defeat Silver Moon, he didn't want any surprises. He could afford to waste this little time. Okay. With a thought from the three girls, a faint glow enveloped them, and after a minute, the three disappeared from their spot, leaving Lin Bei holding little Silver Moon. Lin Bei lifted little Silver Moon. Little Ye, the rain has stopped outside. It probably won't be long before your mother Siye comes to pick you up. Have you thought about how to explain to her that you became my pet? It's okay, Daddy. If you don't say it, I won't say it, and neither will Mommy Shiyu. Hee. How would Mommy Siye know? Even if Mommy Siye takes me away, it's fine. I can sneak out again. Oh, quite clever. Lin Bei played a movie to pass the time while the heavy rain outside had just stopped for a moment before starting to drizzle again. Suddenly he remembered, today was the third day, and not counting that half day, the internet was down. He didn't know if those little sisters had arrived at the villa area he designated. Even if it had rained heavily for 3 days, with so many rebound pills, they should have stepped into the first tier 5-star level by now. If they hadn't leveled up because of the rain, then he would give up on them. He had the right to stay at home, hiding from the rain and enjoying himself, but that didn't mean those little sisters could too. If they couldn't even realize this, it only showed they were lazy in seeking comfort. He wouldn't want such women. All of them were fairies, stepping into the trial. Within a villa area just a kilometer from the martial arts hall, a huge stone tablet stood there. On the second floor of one villa, 10 young ladies gathered by the window discussing. Peach sister, what do you think? Should we go in and give it a try? If we get a ranking, the master will definitely be very happy, and we can exchange it for food. The supplies the master gave us have just run out. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Me too. Ever since the apocalypse broke out, I only had that meal 3 days ago when the master gave it to us. Although the master gave us a few boxes of chicken legs, they were vacuum packed, and it didn't feel like anything. Sister He, what do you think? Today is the third day. We don't know when the master will come. Let's go in and clear a level to earn some points and get some meat for a good meal. He Tao squinted and thought. In these 3 days, they had only rested for 6 hours each day, which included sleeping and bathing. The rest of the time, they had been killing, from start to finish, and the 1,500 pills given by the master had been completely consumed. They had also successfully reached the first tier 9-star level. The heavy rain had fallen for 3 days and nights. They had been killing for 3 days and nights, relying on the pills. This 3-day period made up for a lot of the past blank period, but the continuous high-intensity killings had left everyone's mental state not very good. Today, they needed to relax a bit. Just right. They needed to wait for the master. Alright, everyone go in together, let's endure for another hour, and after an hour, we'll have a good meal and relax, He-Tao said. She didn't expect them to achieve any good rankings, she was quite self-aware. Although she was a first-tier 9-star, they had no special abilities. She had a level of special ability, but it didn't really enhance her strength, which was equivalent to having none. The stone tablet had just appeared. The master would definitely go in to explore. Perhaps there would even be the master's name on it, although they still didn't know the master's name. Sister Tao, love you. Yay, finally we can have a good rest. In these 3 days, everyone regarded her as the second pillar of support aside from the master. Everything was arranged by He-Tao. Following her these days had been tough and exhausting, but just thinking about being a first-tier 9-star made them unable to contain their excitement. They finally had the power to protect themselves. Moreover, just thinking about the master coming today made them even more excited. Each of them had exceeded their expectations. The master would definitely reward them with more pills and delicious food. To be honest, the master's big sausages and steaks, that wonderful taste, once eaten, could never be forgotten, and they wanted to eat it again. On the second floor of the martial arts hall. Ah, Xiaoyinan, you're out so soon? Lin Biming had only watched for 10 minutes when a flash of light appeared, and Lin Wanen appeared where she had disappeared. Wanen's little face turned red. They don't allow eating pills inside. My basic strength is too weak, and my stamina was consumed too quickly. I was overwhelmed by a group of zombies and got bitten to death. She had thought she would come out quickly, but didn't expect it to be this fast, only 10 minutes. Come on, let's watch a movie while we wait for them. No, I need to level up, otherwise, I'll hold everyone back. Lin Wanen refused, changing into a black sports outfit. Xiao Ingyue, come here, accompany Mama N to go outside and kill zombies, okay? Little Ingyue shook her head. Mama knows you're the best, let's go. Ingyue, isn't shaking her head a refusal? The black ones restore stamina, and the green ones are for healing. Lin Bei stuffed some pills into her hands. Without recovery pills, the efficiency of leveling up by killing zombies was too low. Got it, my cute little husband, see you at lunch. Wanen delicately lifted his chin with her slender fingers, lightly tapping her red lips and then his, before jumping down from the second floor with a reluctant little Ingyue in her arms. Lin Bei was stunned, teased. Alright, another little enchantress. Luckily, he had plenty of pills. No, he needed to stuff 2 pounds of goji berries into the thermos, or maybe he could find an opportunity to acquire a special ability like Steelman's. Another 20 minutes passed. Shiryu came out. Seeing no one around, Shiryu widened her eyes, incredulously asking, no way, I came out before Wanen? Lin Bei nodded. Shiryu's pretty little face immediately turned sour. That shouldn't be, this isn't scientific. How could I come out before Wanen? Even if my special ability was exhausted early, my basic strength is much stronger than hers. Wait, where's Ingyue? Shiryu expanded her spatial perception. Wanen was outside killing zombies. Alright, Bei, are you lying to me? Shiryu stepped her delicate little foot over to sit beside him. As a price for lying to me, you have to watch me wear black stockings tonight. It's my fault, I'm willing to be punished. Lin Bei moved her long yet curvy legs onto his lap, gently stroking them. What's going on inside? A lot of zombies. Shiryu took a sip of milk tea and detailed the situation inside. In the first level, 1 zombie. In the second level, 10. In the third level, 50. In the fourth level, 100. In the fifth level, 500. In the sixth level, 1000. Too many. Each zombie is at least at the human limit level. The area is vast and can stretch. The feeling of physical exhaustion is exactly the same as outside, and I can't use medicine inside. When I faced 5,000 zombies in the 7th level, I couldn't hold on anymore, and since the 2nd level, there have been high-level zombies mixed in. Lin Bei felt the delicacy between his fingers. From what you said, in the trial path, physical enhancement abilities are more advantageous. The consumption of supernatural abilities can only recover at a fundamental speed, only physical strength can barely keep up. Shiryu nodded. In there, my spatial wormhole hardly played any substantial role, relying entirely on a knife to chop. They chatted while watching a movie. An hour quickly passed, and with a flash of light, He-Yun and Jiangyu came out. Maya, finally out. He-Yun hurriedly ran to sit down on Lin Bei's other side, wrapping her 2 fair arms around him. Good brother, hurry, I'm dying of thirst. An hour, chopped for a whole hour. My arms can barely lift anymore, and not sore anymore, and not thirsty. He-Yun felt it was quite miraculous. Jiangyu saw there was no place for her, so she plopped down on his lap, her soft back pressed tightly against his chest, her jade hand taking one of his hands from Shiryu's leg and placing it on her small belly. I almost got exhausted in there. It seems like our state has refreshed after coming out. Pretty good. If someone just came out of the trial path, dead tired, and found someone sneaking into their home, Wouldn't that be the end? Lin Bei was speechless. A group of fairies. Restarting a big battle would be somewhat impolite in the apocalypse. Trial path, activate. With a thought, his body was enveloped in a faint glow. 1 minute later, he disappeared from the spot. The stars shifted, and he felt dizzy, instinctively closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in an open space, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Please choose a battle scene. Desert, grassland, forest, mountain, city, a whole bunch of choices. City. The next second, everything around began to change rapidly. In just a second, he found himself on a wide road in a concrete city, with no one around, but the scattered cars and broken shops were exactly the same as outside. First level, number of zombies, 1. Zombie level, human limit. Global number 1, Huaxia tops the list. Global number 1, Huaxia tops the list. Please choose your weapon. Once selected, silently recite to start the trial. Many, various kinds of cold weapons. Lin Bei chose a handy tang saber, silently reciting in his heart, and the next second, a zombie refreshed 10 meters ahead. Hai charged at him with a low growl, its speed incredibly fast, surpassing that of a 100-meter athlete, but in his eyes, it was as slow as an old lady. A casual slash ended it. Points gained, 0. Second level, number of zombies, 10. Zombie level, human limit, first stage 1 star. A few slashes easily finished them off. With his current strength, dealing with these zombies consumed no physical strength at all, as simple as scratching an itch. Third, fourth, fifth, seventh level, number of zombies, 5,000. Zombie level, human limit, first stage 1 star, first stage 2 stars, first stage 3 stars, first stage 4 stars, first stage 5 stars. Swish! A terrifying horde of zombies appeared right in front of Lin Bei. Seeing so many zombies, he instinctively prepared to take out a rebound pill and shove it into his mouth. There were too many, he had to use the trick Xiaoyu taught him. My memory, Lin Bei forgot. This is the trial space, rebound pills are useless. Taking a deep breath, he pushed off the ground and charged into the terrifying horde of zombies. 47 minutes 50 seconds, a countdown was ticking beside him. He charged into the horde of corpses as if it were a desolate land. The zombies before him were as fragile as paper. Gripping his knife, he continuously dashed forward, each charge sending at least 100 heads flying. 45 minutes 50 seconds. 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, he had killed all 5,000 zombies. This was his terrifying strength now. Breathing slightly heavier, it wasn't the killing that consumed much energy, but the sprinting. It didn't matter, he had the double enhancement of his physical ability, and his stamina recovered quickly. 8th level, number of zombies, 10,000. Zombie levels, first tier 1 star, first tier 2 stars, first tier 3 stars, first tier 4 stars, first tier 5 stars, first tier 6 stars, 10,000. This level was a bit difficult. Of course, Lin Bei didn't find it hard for himself, but it was challenging for the evolved ones outside. However, it didn't matter if he could save his progress. Let's start. 35 minutes 50 seconds. Lin Bei's breathing was slightly heavy. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, it was the first time he felt fatigued. No wonder they said the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse was the zombie tide. He wouldn't dare to claim to be the best in the world, but he should be in the top 10, right? These low-tier zombies still consumed quite a bit of his stamina. 9th level, number of zombies, 10,000. Zombie levels, first tier 2 stars, first tier 3 stars, first tier 4 stars, first tier 5 stars, first tier 6 stars, first tier 7 stars. The number remained the same. Still 10,000. After a brief rest, Lin Bei's breathing calmed down. He thought, even if there were 200 first tier 7 stars, it wouldn't matter. After all, it was just a matter of one knife. 29 minutes 50 seconds. Huff Lin Bei took a couple of deep breaths, slowly calming his breathing. Surprisingly, he had spent 6 minutes on the 9th level. 10th level, number of zombies, 10,000. Zombie levels, first tier 3 stars, first tier 4 stars 200, first tier 5 stars, first tier 6 stars, first tier 7 stars, first tier 8 stars, first tier 9 stars. The strength of the zombie tide surged. 10 minutes later, 19 minutes 50 seconds. Lin Bei was surrounded by a sea of zombie corpses, sitting against the wall to rest. His hand gripping the knife trembled a bit. This was him. His strength was far ahead. No matter the level of the zombies, they were as fragile as paper before him. Ordinary players would take ages to reach this point. So tired, so thirsty, so hungry. Various negative states surged up. Even with double physical ability, the consumption was just too great. It would take a while to recover. Lin Bei felt like ants were crawling all over his body. He really wanted to have a recovery pill. However, he had only rested for a few seconds. The next wave was coming. Endless, no time to catch a breath. Another 10,000, and he might be done for. 11th level, number of zombies, 10, zombie levels, second tier 1 star, second tier 2 stars, 10. Lin Bei was taken aback. Well, that's fine. It seemed like a cycle of 10 levels. He silently thought about quitting. Continuing to grind was meaningless. He wasn't short on food. He just came in to take a look. With the 10 levels he had cleared, maintaining first place today was more than enough. Nearly 40,000 zombies. Really? It was only because he had so many enhancements that he could achieve this. Below him should be Xiaoyu. Her physical and strength enhancements were very advantageous in this level clearing mode. The next second, he returned outside. His state recovered. How did it go, Bei? How many levels did you clear? Yu asked curiously, while Jiang Yu and He Yun cast their gazes over. Not many, 10 levels. As expected of my good disciple, just like me, stuck at the 10th level, Jiang Yu said. Humph, He Yun pouted, if I level up to the second tier, I could also reach the 10th level. The difference between first tier 9 stars and second tier is too great. My stamina can't keep up, and I fell at the 8th level. Once I level up to the second tier, my strength will skyrocket. Lin Bei smiled without saying a word. He stretched lazily. The feeling of being fully energized was good, but the feeling of exhaustion was really uncomfortable. He Yun stood by the window waving. Good brother, come quickly, names have appeared on the stone tablet. Hey, you are in first place, the second is Sister Xiaoyu, and what about me? I'm actually in fourth place. Who is this third place? By one? Looking at the name, she seems to be a young lady. Why is this young lady above me? Otherwise, the three of us could combine. Does she have some kind of extraordinary ability? Lin Bei came to the window to take a look. 1. Lin Bei, Huaxia, progress, level 11, 0%. 2. Jiang Yu, Huaxia, progress, level 10, 50%. 3. Bai Wen, Huaxia, progress, level 10, 5%. 4. He Yun, Huaxia, progress, level 8, 10%. 5. LVE, Huaxia, progress, level 8, 7%. Not bad. It only displayed the name rankings, progress, and origin, with no other information. If He Yun guessed correctly, this Baiwen should be Yu Yu's cousin, Baiwan, with a level 3 magnetic ability. This ranking does not represent combat power. It can only be said that their sustained combat ability is very strong, so it's not very referential. However, being number 1 in the world feels pretty good. 5 from Huaxia, very beautiful. The trial tablet had only appeared for less than 2 hours, and the rankings were still changing, but the top 3 should not have changed. Not. Jiang Yu's small mouth opened slightly. Lin Bei, the 10 levels you mentioned refer to having passed the 10th level, right? With so many zombies, how could your stamina be enough? Even if you are a second tier 3 star, your physique is not even half of mine. Lin Bei stretched lazily. My dear master, you should never doubt your good disciple. You should know best how my stamina is. Have you forgotten when you were begging for mercy? Jiang Yu's small face turned red. Rebellious disciple, shut up. Lin Bei, Jiang Yu, He Yun not. Are the 3 of them monsters? With so many zombies, how did they manage to grind through? This elixir can't be used inside at all, and Lin Bei isn't a space-type ability user, so in terms of physique, he should be very weak. How did he become number 1 in the world? Police station. Xiao Xie stared at the rankings on the trial tablet with her mouth agape. She was a level 3 lightning ability user, and she had entered the second tier 3 star, yet she still fell at the 7th level. She thought her ranking was quite good, but it was outside the top 50. Looking at the top few names, 3 familiar faces, she could understand Jiang Yu's ranking. She had an advantage in physical abilities, and she was strong herself, proficient in the use of cold weapons. He Yun's power ability was also somewhat understandable, but she really couldn't understand Lin Bei. Really? Why? Tell me why. Why are all the top 5 in the national rankings from Huaxia? Does our great America not have a single strong expert? 4 women can climb above us? Where are our people? Damn it! Xiao Xie's self-awareness. The trial tablet is spread across the globe. When the apocalypse broke out, what disappeared were laws and morals, but everyone still had a strong sense of belonging deep down. They would act ruthlessly against those around them, but when it came to national rankings, they still hoped their own was the strongest. I originally thought I was strong enough, but I didn't expect there to be so many freaks outside. I still don't understand how Lin Bei could be number 1 in the world and have passed the 10th level. Xiao Xie couldn't figure it out. She simply couldn't understand. Unless Lin Bei, besides being a space ability user, also possessed other hidden physical abilities. It would be impossible to say she wasn't jealous, but right now, she urgently needed to find Lin Bei again. Secondary, bring back Yin Yu. Maine, to seek more medicine. The stormy winds and heavy rain drove the zombies near the police station into a frenzy, and in the dead of night, the main gate was smashed by the terrifying tide of corpses. The police station had firearms and ammunition, but in reality, it was not much, and it was far from enough to face the tide of zombies. She could only rely on the pre-stored elixirs to take action, and there were no casualties. If it weren't for those medicines, the losses would have been heavy. Sister, didn't you say that Lin Bei likes beautiful women? And he treats his women well. How about I try to get close to him, become his woman, and help you get more of that elixir? A woman who looked very much like Xiao Xiye approached her, looking up at the rankings on the trial monument. As a younger sister, she naturally wanted to help her sister share some burdens. Xiao Xiye shook her head. Shiran, although you look just as good as me, and there were many who pursued you in the past, he may not necessarily be interested in you. You know, the women around him all have special abilities. You are second tier, which is good, but you have no special ability, and that's a hard flaw. His target is me. Then do you like him? He's very fickle. I estimate he has already taken Zhang Yu in these past few days. Although he is a super playboy and his methods of seducing girls are a bit clumsy, I have to admit he is indeed very handsome. And the fact proves that his clumsy methods attracted me. I am quite interested in him. In the apocalypse, which capable man doesn't have a few wives? It was the same before the apocalypse, not to mention he is the number one in the world. Xiao Xiye's lips curled up slightly, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. They met by chance that day. When she was seeking elixirs, Lin Bei deliberately showcased so much in front of her. Wasn't it just to make her heart flutter? Saying he didn't like owing favors was clearly intentional. He wanted her to develop a good impression of him. He wanted her to seek him out often. She was too excited at the time to notice. After reviewing the situation later, she realized his little thoughts, wanting to slowly pull her over with those elixirs. She didn't dislike it. On the contrary, she found him quite cute. Now it was the apocalypse. With Lin Bei's strength, countless beauties sought his protection. The women he took from the martial arts hall, while not top beauties, were the kind that had no shortage of pursuers before the apocalypse, and he hadn't touched any of them. He-Yun and Shiryu were also very dependent on him, which indicated that he was a playboy but not disgusting, and he took good care of his women. She was a police officer. She had some analytical skills. The most commendable point was that he hadn't revealed the evil of human nature, becoming one of those who wouldn't eat beef. Moreover, his standards were extremely high. Zhang Yu had almost been completely consumed during her days by his side, making her one of his women, currently ranked second in the world. He-Yun was currently ranked fourth in the world. Zhang Xiyu, her name was not in the top 10, but coincidentally, she was just above her, currently ranked 39th in the world. One can imagine how perverse his women were. Xiao Xiye was very grateful that her sister suggested using surveillance to understand the situation in the city. Otherwise, that night, Lin Bei might have clashed with her over the monster, which could have led to a conflict, and that would have been the better outcome. If things went poorly, either he would kill her or treat her as a toy. This is the importance of information. Of course, at this moment, she still did not know about Lin Wanen's existence. Sis, do you really want to be with him? With your abilities, sharing a man with a group of women is too much of a grievance. Grievance? Xiao Xiye laughed. Shiran, you know well that Lin Bei only started killing zombies and leveling up 5 days after the apocalypse broke out, which is equivalent to giving us a 5-day head start, and he still caught up with us. If you say I am aggrieved, have you considered that after a while, even if I want to throw myself at him, I might not be worthy? She was self-aware. You are a level 3 lightning ability user. The further you go, the stronger you become. How could you possibly be unworthy? It's not that I'm saying this, but those women of his, apart from Zhang Xiyu who was also from the spatial system, He-Yun and Zhang Yu are both abilities focused on physical enhancement. At most, they could make a name for themselves on the trial monument in the early stages, but as time goes on, it still depends on your kind of perverse abilities. Shiran, you're thinking too little. Xiao Xiye produced a returning force pill in her hand, her slender index finger and thumb pinching and rotating it. You know how miraculous this drug is. The reason he is so indifferent is firstly to entice me, secondly because he has a large quantity, and thirdly, this thing is simply not important in his eyes. Either he has an extremely terrifying amount, or he has other better things on him. Let's not talk about anything else. Just based on the large quantity of this drug, his and his women's strength will only rise, and it might not be long before they reach a level that makes us retreat. By then, they might be at the 4th or 5th tier, while I haven't even reached the 3rd tier. If I don't want to fall behind, there's only one way, and that is for me to also have an unlimited supply, not just a few pills or a dozen. We have researched and tested it. There is not a hint of a clue. There is simply no possibility of replication. My ability is very good, but I know there are other women with excellent abilities, not just me. Have you noticed that more and more eyes have been watching our police station, watching our members, watching you and me? The other night, why weren't the railings of the service center next door broken? Why wasn't the gate of the elementary school across the street broken? Why was it just our police station's gate that was broken? Even if zombies have a keen sense of smell, our building is at least 50 meters away from the gate. In such heavy rain, they could smell us from that far away, yet at this moment, without wind or rain, they can't smell us? As she spoke, Xiao Xia looked at the few zombies wandering aimlessly outside the police station's gate. The gate had been repaired, although it wasn't as sturdy as before, it was better than nothing. Jiang Xiyu and He Yun have been together for a long time and have a good relationship. He Yun and Jiang Yu are also close. The three of them can be said to be a group. I'm afraid they will exclude you, afraid that you will endure grievances for us. Shiran understood. The reason Xia was eager to become stronger was not for her own power, but to better protect the members of the team. Shiran, since you're worried about your sister being wronged, how about you and I become his people together? They are a group, and we are a group? Sis, what are you talking about? Just kidding. Even if you want to go, they might not look at you. I'm not talking to you anymore. While the trial monument has just come out, I'm going out. If there's anything, call me on the intercom. With that, Xiao Xia took her sister into the building. Leaving couldn't be done openly. It was no longer a few days ago. Although it had rained heavily for 3 days and nights, there would always be people who chose to brave the rain for various reasons. Whoosh! After entering the building, she flickered with arcs of electricity and left the police station at high speed, heading to Jiang Yu's martial arts hall. There were still some things she hadn't said. This sudden trial monument was enough to show that this apocalypse was not just an ordinary zombie crisis. Where did Lin Bei's miraculous pills come from? How could a family secret recipe from before the apocalypse have such a significant effect on those who had long surpassed humanity? It can only indicate one thing: Lin Bei. He might be a hidden cultivator. She had read a lot of novels, mainly focusing on detective and suspense genres, but she had also read other types, including cultivation. This small spherical particle looked just like the pills in the novels. I really am a little genius. The times have changed, it's the era of abilities. The times have changed, it's the era of abilities. Come quickly, someone is stealing our monsters. Yaya pinned a second-tier zombie to the ground for En Mama to kill, but in the end, it got stolen by someone else. There are so many of them, several second-tier ones. I want to protect En Mama, but I can't fight them. Just as they exited the martial arts hall, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at the sound of Silver Moon's voice and opened a spatial wormhole. Let's go, Wan En is surrounded. Oh, they stole the monsters and it backfired on them. They can steal from others, but others can't steal from them. Beautiful lady, let your dog, oh no, let your wolf obediently turn back into its original form. It's a second-tier pet, and it would be a pity if it got killed. Don't worry, we sincerely invite you to join our team. Let's team up and enter the trial road together to clear the levels. Joining the team is safer for you, isn't it? A man, slightly muscular, wearing a black tank top and holding a steel spear, extended the invitation to Lin Wanen, his gaze roaming over her figure and appearance, filled with burning desire. A white t-shirt, blue jeans, little white shoes. It could be said to be a very ordinary outfit, but on her, it was an exquisite ensemble. Her face was incredibly beautiful, her skin as white as fresh snow. Such a stunning beauty would have made them feel inferior and not dare to look more than once before the apocalypse. But right now, it didn't matter if she joined today or not. With them around, as long as she joined, it wouldn't take long for them to train her to be very obedient. Previously, there were many women who would rather die than submit, but after experiencing extreme pleasure, they became too obedient. At this moment, Lin Wanen was protected by Silver Moon, which was the size of a van, and around them, 6 men surrounded them tightly, each holding a spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Of course, one should choose a long weapon. Have you notified Xiao Bei and the others? Lin Wanen knew she was outmatched and immediately had Silver Moon inform Lin Bei. Fortunately, Silver Moon was a second-tier beast, and they were too wary to approach. It used to be like this. It still is. When will she truly become stronger? Lin Wanen tightened her grip on the knife, turning around from time to time, fearing that someone behind would suddenly attack. Beautiful lady, you have 1 minute to consider. Will you join us with your pet, or will we beat your pet half to death or kill it to force you to join? The treatment for these two options is worlds apart. With a second-tier beast pet, you can stand on equal footing with us. You don't have to worry about us doing anything out of line. If we team up and enter the trial road together, with your pet, we will definitely achieve good results. In multiplayer mode, pets can be brought along. Beautiful lady, Don't you want to earn a ranking reward from the trial monument? Don't you want to earn more points to improve your own meals? Don't you long for a safe place where you can sleep peacefully? Our team. Not only do we have professional chefs to satisfy your taste buds, but we also have dedicated night watchmen. Joining us will only elevate your living conditions. Beautiful lady, please think it over. Lin Wanen felt a tingle in her palm and smiled. The morning sun broke through the clouds and fell on her face, and this smile made their hearts tighten, their greed intensifying. Gently and tenderly, she said, "Thank you for your words. My little husband and my sisters have arrived." The leading man frowned. Someone is coming? She didn't even use a walkie-talkie. How did she notify them? He quickly looked around and saw at the end of the road on the right, a handsome man and beautiful women approaching, 1 man and 3 women. Their breaths instantly became heated. Each of the 3 women was no less than the one before them. Each one was a gem among gems. Every one of them made their blood surge. Lin Bei, don't solve every enemy so quickly, let us practice a bit too. Jiang Yu drew the short gun from her waist, pulling it to transform into an 1.8-meter-long spear. Exactly, good brother, you're already fierce enough. Once you make a move, we have no fun left. Let me and Sister Xiaoyu play a bit, and Sister Shiyu, you take a break. This kind of small matter can be left to the younger sisters. He Yun's small face was filled with excitement. Fighting people was much more interesting than killing zombies. Lin Bei, the little bear, shrugged. Since they both like to play, let them have their fun. Xiaoyu's practical experience was needless to say. Mainly, he wanted to let Xiao Yun practice a bit. She hadn't really fought with humans, only a couple of times that he could remember. On the rooftop, they could only hunker down due to the lack of weapons. His family's strength was not as great as others. Sister Xiaoyu, those 3 over there are yours, and these 3 over here are mine. He Yin drew her tang sword, the blade glinting sharply in the sunlight, and walked forward alongside Jiang Yu. All right, Sister Xiaoyun. Hiss. He Yin tightened her little butt. Oh dear sister, please don't call me sister anymore. Every time you do, my butt starts to hurt again. Hee, I wouldn't dare. Since I've entered the door, I must understand the rules of the door. This is what Sister Xiaoyun personally taught me. You're the older one, I, the younger sister, wouldn't dare offend you. The 2 chatted as if no one else was around, completely disregarding the 6 people ahead of them. Xiaoyun, Xiaoyu, don't be careless, they are all second tier. Wan En reported their situation. Just second tier, Wan En. Just watch how your Xiaoyun sister, at the first tier 9-star level, crosses tiers to slay the second tier. Heaven did not give birth to me, he Xiaoyun. Strength is a path that lasts through the ages. Just as He Yun was about to kick off, a dark gun barrel appeared in her line of sight, and she immediately hit the brakes. The leading man revealed a sinister smile. You must be He Yun, right? You've read quite a few novels, huh? Who's playing with cold weapons? Do you know what era it is now? The 21st century, this is the era of hot weapons. Be good, be obedient. If you don't want to die, kneel down obediently. Good brother, this person doesn't follow the rules of martial arts. He Yun's small face fell, pointing at him and turning to look at Lin Bei. Why was there always an accident when fighting? The power of the gun was still quite terrifying. I told you to kneel, didn't I? The man, seeing He Yun unmoved, couldn't help but shout loudly, but before he finished speaking, he felt a cold, tubular iron object pressed against the back of his head. Cold sweat streamed down, soaking his back. He couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of terrifying existence had silently come behind him? Without thinking, he knew that what was pressing against his head was definitely a gun. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, he crouched down and turned around, firing several shots behind him. Since he didn't shoot first, he had to be prepared to be counter-killed. The apocalypse was like this. A slight mistake could cost him his life. The thrill of licking blood on the blade excited him immensely, and he eagerly anticipated the reaction of the person behind him when shot. However, after turning around and firing, he found nothing behind him, only a strange half-gun barrel floating in mid-air, the barrel rotating, aimed at his crouched head. He was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Brother, you're right, it is the 21st century, a beautiful new world. But it's no longer the era of hot weapons. The times have changed, now it's the era of abilities. His smile shifted to Lin Bei's face. Be good. Drop the gun and practice with them. If you 6 can win against them with your long guns, I won't hold it against you for robbing my wife Wan En from the zombies. Terrifying power, crossing tiers to kill in an instant. Terrifying power, crossing tiers to kill in an instant. The man was stunned. He looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Why, you're a space ability user? Without even thinking, he threw the gun to the ground, but it didn't hit the ground. Instead, it landed in Lin Bei's hand, which he tossed to Shiryu. You, this is for you. His Desert Eagle, with infinite bullets, was enough. Sure you took the gun, and with a thought, the handgun disappeared from her hand. The sight made the man's scalp tingle. Could this woman also possess spatial abilities? There had been rankings of abilities online. According to the existing abilities that had appeared, the top rank was spatial ability. He never expected that the husband of a woman with a second-tier pet would actually have spatial abilities, and possibly 2 of them. Brother, isn't this a misunderstanding? Actually, he couldn't come up with anything more. If he hadn't fired the gun, he could have made up a few more lines, but he had shot. Brother, if our 6 brothers can really defeat your 2 female companions, will you really let us go? He could only follow up on what he had just said. Of course, I've never had many merits in my life. The only merit is that I never lie. I believe you. The man had no choice but to pin his hopes on this. Earlier, he had made his woman kneel. Which man wouldn't feel murderous? He hadn't intended to control his woman as a threat. Doing so would truly be a dead end, because spatial abilities were just too terrifying. Brothers, did you hear that? Let's practice with our big brother's wife. The other 5 weren't foolish. They understood the boss's intention. They would appropriately ease up and put on a show, letting the other side see their lowered stance, hoping it might spare them. Little sister Hee-yun, I am a second-tier 4-star strength ability user, currently with a 3-fold strength increase. I am a second-tier 1-star with no abilities. I am a second-tier 1-star with no abilities. They each reported their situations. This sister, I am a second-tier 1-star with no abilities. I am a second-tier 2-star with no abilities. I have a second-tier 3-star Qilin arm ability. My Qilin arm can gain 3 times the strength. Taking this opportunity, Lin Wanen, holding the shrunk silver moon, ran to Lin Bei's side, her face full of apology. Sorry, I wasted your time. Don't say that among us. Who is this? Lin Wanen looked a bit shocked at the woman who suddenly appeared beside Lin Bei. Her speed was incredible, coming from so far away in an instant. Lin Bei glanced over. Mommy Sia. Little silver moon leaped gently from Wanen's arms into Xiao Sia's embrace, her cute little head affectionately rubbing against her. Sia? Xiao Sia? Lin Wanen finally met this sister. She had heard Xiao Yu mention her several times, a very formidable person, not only possessing a level 3 lightning ability but also having founded a women's army to protect women. The people around her were all so impressive. You still remember me? Xiao Xia said, tugging at its ear in annoyance. Every time it ran out to play and got caught, it would just know how to act cute, and she had become immune to it. Hello, my name is Xiao Xia, and you are? Xiao Xia extended her hand to Lin Wanen. Hello, my name is Lin Wanen. I just joined Lin Bei and the others before the heavy rain. Oh, Lin Wanen? She hadn't seen this woman on the trial monument. You should know my abilities, right? What abilities do you have? Xiao Xia asked straightforwardly. She was relatively familiar with Lin Bei and the others, so asking about abilities was no big deal. I have no abilities. No abilities? Xiao Xia's expression was a bit strange. Lin Bei actually kept someone without abilities by his side. What a pity. This thing relied entirely on luck. Ahead. Hee-yun, little sister, you, a first-tier 9-star, challenging our 3 brothers, is that really okay? Should we go one by one? After introducing himself, the leading boss held a long gun. What? Is Hee-yun really only a first-tier 9-star? Xiao Xia asked Lin Bei in shock. The person ranked 4th globally was actually only a first-tier 9-star? Is there a problem? The problem is serious. The 4th place on the trial monument is her, right? Even if she has an advantage with her power ability, there's no way she could have passed so many levels at the first rank, 9 stars. Xiao Xie was truly shocked. She thought Yun had already broken through to the 2nd rank. Lin Bei laughed. Well, maybe her levels were just easier. Really? Xiao Xie didn't believe his nonsense. Everyone's levels were the same. There had to be a secret. Ahead, Hee-yun tilted her head slightly and smiled sweetly. Brothers, please don't look down on me just because I'm only at the 1st rank, 9 stars. Don't forget, my name is Hee-yun. Hee-yun? What about being named Hee-yun? He knew several people named Hee-yun. Wait a minute, Hee-yun? Damn! Are you the Hee-yun who was ranked 4th globally on the trial monument? The man's expression changed instantly. He had never thought of this Hee-yun in that context. What kind of nonsense is 1st rank? 9 stars. In the next moment, Hee-yun lunged forward. How fast? He barely reacted before Hee-yun was already in front of him. No way, is this really 1st rank? 9 stars? He swung his spear to block her blade. At the moment their weapons clashed, his steel spear was cut as easily as if it were made of paper. He was stunned. What kind of terrifying power could slice through a solid steel pipe like that? Don't! Before he could react, Hee-yun followed through with a downward slash. Instinctively, he raised the handle of his spear, which had lost its tip, to defend himself, but it was still cut through effortlessly, severing not just the spear handle but also his consciousness and body. Big brother, Prisoner, I'm going crazy. Everyone present was shocked. No, their big brother, a second-rank, 4-star powerhouse with 3 times the strength, was instantly killed by a first-rank, 9-star woman, without even a chance to fight back. His body literally cleaved in two. Hee-yoon pouted. Is this really a second-rank, 4-star? So pathetic, I didn't even feel anything. I thought it would be an exhilarating battle, but there wasn't even a chance to fight back. What? Xiao Xiye was shocked again. The person who was just killed was a second-rank, 4-star? If Hee-yoon hadn't said it, she really wouldn't have been able to tell how terrifying Hee-yoon's power ability was. Stop daydreaming, here she comes. Jiang Yu gripped her spear and charged forward. With a simple, unadorned strike, she smashed down, killing a second-rank, 3-star instantly. The steel spear broke in two, and so did the person. The scene was extremely bloody. Shilin arm, is this it? Wow! Xiao Xiye cursed again, her scalp tingling slightly. Hey, you have a physique ability, not a power ability. Why is your strength also overwhelming? Too strong. Excessively strong. Unreasonably strong. No, this is definitely wrong. The power they currently possessed far exceeded what they should have. Even if Hee-yoon's power ability reached the 3rd, 4th, or even 5th rank, with her first rank, 9-star base strength, she couldn't possibly achieve this level of performance. Moreover, Jiang Yu had a physique ability. There was only one answer. Your requirements are all met. Your requirements are all met. Besides the pills for restoring physical energy, Lin Bei must have other treasures on him, otherwise, it couldn't explain the exaggerated strength of Hee-yoon and Jiang Yu. Seeing this scene, she became even more determined in her thoughts. Lin Bei. She had made up her mind. Originally, she thought that with her level 3 lightning ability, she could at least protect her all-female army during the early stages of this apocalypse. However, the bizarre tide of corpses in the heavy rain, coupled with the appearance of the trial monument, made her feel that her strength was insufficient. It wouldn't be long before her small team might face a devastating blow. Moreover, the apocalyptic landscape of the world would also change because of the trial monument, leading to the emergence of more teams and squads. The multiplayer mode had no upper limit on the number of participants. The more, the better, which was a good thing for humanity. But for women, it was not necessarily so. Even if the bizarre tide of corpses in the heavy rain was just a matter of bad luck, with their door being smashed in, over time, her all-female team would become a target for others, and they would be seen as prime prey. For whatever reason, she had to become one of his women. Once she became his woman, not to mention the drugs that could quickly enhance her strength, just the combat power of Lin Bei, Shiryu, Hee-yoon, and Jiang Yu would be a significant guarantee. Damn it, you can't possibly be a first-tier 9-star. What the hell am I even fighting you for? The boss was dead. The second brother was dead. The 2 strongest among the 6 were taken out in an instant, and the remaining 4 had no intention of sparring anymore. Besides, was this even sparring? If they didn't run now, when would they? Just stand there and wait to die? Oh, trying to bully my sister 1N and still want to run? Hee-yoon picked up a stone the size of half a fist from the ground and threw it with all her might in a baseball pitch style. Ah, my arm. After throwing one, Hee-yoon clutched her right arm in pain, as if her muscles had torn, and quickly stuffed a green healing pill into her mouth. There was no other choice. Her current strength far exceeded what her body could handle. She had forgotten this point just now. Whoosh! The stone she threw was like a shooting star, though it was a bit off target. But it didn't matter. Lin Bei's fingers moved slightly, and a spatial wormhole opened. The half-this-sized stone passed through one person's head without losing speed, then hit the second, third, and fourth. A chain of 4. Xiao Xiye's mouth dropped open. For second-tier enemies were just smashed to death by Hee-yoon with a single stone? It was too exaggerated, really too exaggerated. Moreover, she had just seen Hee-yoon stuff a green pill into her mouth, and after swallowing it, the pain on her face disappeared. She speculated that it might be a type of pill that could heal injuries. Lin Bei indeed had good stuff on him. Sigh. I thought they were all gun experts, but it turns out not a single one could handle a gun. Of course, it could also be that we are just too strong. Jiang Yu sighed, retracting her long gun to 60 centimeters and tucking it behind her waist. Exactly, they're all too weak. My excitement hasn't even started before it ends. A few little rookies can't even take on a first-tier 9-star like me, Hee-yoon complained while wrapping her arm around Jiang Yu and returning to Lin Bei's side. Hello, Sister Siye, Hee-yoon greeted politely, as this sister might also be her sister in the future. As a younger sister, wanting everyone to dote on her naturally required her to be sensible. Hello, Xiao Siye smiled somewhat awkwardly. With Hee-yoon's terrifying strength, if she were to punch her, she could really go see her great-grandmother right then and there. How could it be so exaggerated? Lin Bei, I want to ask you something. In these 3 days of heavy rain, have you encountered any unusual situations with the zombies? For example, even though there are so many buildings here, the zombies are specifically concentrating their attacks on you. Just asking would clarify things. Yes. Is someone secretly directing them? Sort of. Xiao Xie frowned tightly. As expected, it was not an accident. Have you discovered something? Can you tell me? I urgently need this information. I'm not asking for it for nothing. If you have any demands, feel free to mention them. Don't hold back. I will do my utmost to satisfy you, as long as it doesn't harm my team's interests. Lin Bei smiled. Miss Xiao, do you know that your words can easily lead someone to propose some not-so-good conditions? Now, he already had the strength to handle Xiao Xie. Previously, he had been polite to her partly out of some caution regarding her abilities and partly to bait her. The bait had been taken. It was time to cast the net. Moreover, it was no longer he who was cautious, it was Xiao Xie who should be wary of them. She was a powerful woman and a smart one. There was no reason for her not to understand why he had given her so many recovery pills for free, not realizing that was just pretending to be foolish. Pretending to be foolish only indicated that she wasn't smart enough. Xiao Xie's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The little one was impatient, wasn't she? The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Seriously, she said, I told you, if you have any demands, just let me know. I will do my utmost to satisfy you. This information is very important to me. I don't want those girls who have suffered in the apocalypse to become tools for men to release their desires. I hope they can all be well, but I am already feeling a bit overwhelmed. The night before last, I was almost overwhelmed by a tide of corpses. I hope you can help me. Lin Bei smiled. Very good. Xiao Xie was indeed very smart. He had thought her profession might make her difficult to deal with, but unexpectedly, she was quite perceptive, self-aware, and had a long-term vision. Not bad. Really not bad. So far, the few women he had encountered were all very smart, and it was rare to find someone with self-awareness. He hadn't met any of those infuriatingly perfect little fairies. Quite good. Lin Bei slowly said, there is a type of person who can control zombies. Xiao Xie frowned. People controlling zombies? She thought that zombies had already given birth to beings with intelligence comparable to humans. Strictly speaking, they are not considered human. They are zombies that have mutated after eating zombie flesh, retaining their memories. To them, zombies are like foolish younger brothers. I don't know if they can evolve, but they should be able to, though they won't be very strong. The fact that they can eat zombie flesh indicates they lack the courage to go out and find food. Of course, we can't rule out those who were forced to eat zombie flesh. Thanks. Xiao Xie hugged Silver Moon in gratitude and then asked, so, have you thought about what you need? If not, take your time to think. Lin Bei did not answer but instead asked, you wouldn't know what I want? Xiao Xie stretched lazily, her fullness rivaling that of Shiryu. I can give it to you, but my treatment should be the same as theirs, right? The same. Lin Bei smiled. Very good. Very smooth. When do you want it? Now. Should I go with you? Xiao Xie was not shy at all, pointing to an empty house by the roadside. What a big deal. Is this even a matter? In the evening, Lin Bei paused for a moment, feeling as if he was being consumed. Oh, she actually had a bit of patience. Evening might not work. My police station might be targeted by those half-human, half-zombie creatures you mentioned. I only came this far because the trial monument just appeared. I can't stay outside for too long. How about this, you and the sisters come to my place. I guarantee no one will disturb you. Xiao Xie said. It wasn't that she intentionally wanted to lure them to the police station, but given the current situation, she really couldn't afford to be away for too long. Although those girls had all begun to evolve, there were too few with abilities, and some had abilities that were not very useful. Their combat power could be said to be quite poor. I'm laying my cards on the table, I'm cultivating immortality. I'm laying my cards on the table, I'm cultivating immortality. Lin Bei stroked his chin. The martial arts hall as a base is indeed a bit lacking. It has electricity, which is nice, but the space is too small. Sure, I didn't go before because Xiao Xie wanted to recruit him, but now, she was inviting him as his woman, and by the way, she planned to select a small team from Xiao Xie's female army to train. Really? Xiao Xie was very surprised. She never expected him to agree so quickly. With him and these sisters in charge, this city, oh no, the scope is too small. Who in the world would dare to provoke them? What, do you hope I refuse? No, no. Xiao Xie quickly waved her hand, stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his shoulder, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Thanks, Big Brother Bei. She smiled brightly. He. Hello, sisters, please take care of me in the future. I didn't bring much, so I'll give you this. Xiao Xie handed each of them a walkie-talkie. Effective communication range is 15 kilometers. With this, it will be more convenient for everyone. Does this thing need the internet? He-yun curiously fiddled with it. No, it doesn't. Xiao Xie explained to them how to use it. It was originally meant for Lin Bei, and even if everyone lived in the police station, this thing would still come in handy. Phoenix team is recruiting. Phoenix team is recruiting. Phoenix team is recruiting. Location, International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location, International Phoenix Entertainment City. Location, International Phoenix City. The Phoenix team has over 50 second-tier powerhouses, with more than 10 possessing advanced abilities. Everyone is welcome to join. Phoenix phone. Just as Xiao Xie finished her explanation, the loudspeaker sound from a street vendor echoed. They turned to see a long line of electric scooters, each with a loudspeaker tied to the back. Behind them, an uncountable number of zombies were chasing. Bang! The man at the back threw a small bomb, causing the front row to collapse, and those behind fell as well. The distance between the zombies was just too close, and it suddenly widened. Ha! Is someone there? Beautiful women. The 5 drivers quickly spotted Lin Bei and the others. The 5 top beauties looked at them with eyes brighter than flashlights, and one of them slammed on the brakes, stopping 10 meters in front of them, shouting loudly, "Hey, everyone, are you interested in joining our Phoenix team? We have over 50 second-tier powerhouses, 10 advanced ability holders, and a total of more than 500 members, with an equal number of men and women. Handsome guys and sisters, don't worry about safety." The expressions of the group were strange. 10 advanced ability holders? 50 second-tier powerhouses? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Everyone, let me tell you a secret. The number 1 in the national ranking, Lin Bei, is our boss. Don't think too much, hurry and join us. Tonight, we will organize a multiplayer mode for the Trial Monument, led by boss Lin Bei. We will definitely get first place, and everyone will receive rewards. The crowd, because they flipped 6. Haha. Just as they paused to talk, a large group of zombies chased up from behind. The leading man extended his hand. "Handsome guys and beautiful ladies, don't hesitate, get in the car quickly, join the Phoenix team. It will definitely be the best decision of your life." Handsome guy, you wouldn't want these beauties to be anxious every day, right? It's chaotic outside. Our team, under boss Lin Bei's leadership, has strict rules. Interactions between men and women are entirely voluntary. There will absolutely be no forced transactions. The zombies were getting closer. "How about this? I have a video of our base on my phone, let me show you." As he spoke, the man reached into his pocket and suddenly pulled out a handgun, aiming it at Lin Bei's forehead and pulling the trigger. Bang! 0 frame start. Will you die or not? The next second, the man's body fell from the electric scooter, a blood hole appearing in his forehead, gushing blood. Lin Bei was speechless. "Attacking me while waving my banner. Ridiculous. Isn't it better to live well? Why resort to this?" A desert eagle appeared in his hand, and he pulled the trigger, shooting down the 4 people who were escaping on their little electric scooters one by one. Only the loudspeaker remained, continuously repeating, "Bei, do you think the Phoenix squad they mentioned really exists?" "Sure you asked," glancing at their corpses. "I don't know," Lin Bei shook his head, "but I feel like it should exist, just not as exaggerated as they say. They might indeed be recruiting, and the reason they suddenly attacked was probably because they found you too beautiful and wanted to claim you for themselves. They were flaunting my name to deceive others and ended up running into me. That's quite a show. If they want to recruit, let them. It has nothing to do with him." Xiao Xie sighed as she stared at their bodies. A thought can lead to heaven or hell. Can't they just drive honestly? Forget it, there's no need to pity such scum. Who knows how many girls they've harmed. Haha. Ahead, thousands of zombies, like piranhas sensing blood, lunged forward with bared teeth and claws. "Sisters, these." Threads of electric light poured from Xiao Xie's fingertips, forming a long whip of lightning. Just as she was about to say these zombies were hers to handle, she saw Yen's eyes narrow as she threw a knife. What is she doing? Damn! The next second, Xiao Xie realized what she was doing. Countless zombie heads flew into the air, the number unknown, but roughly counted, there were at least dozens or hundreds. "You really are a cultivator." Xiao Xie stared at Lin Bei, suddenly blurting this out. Since Lin Bei taught Yun, this identity was no secret to his women. Ha! Lin Bei was dumbfounded. "Me, a cultivator?" Xiao Xie wore a confident smile. "After tonight, I will be your woman. Don't hide this from me. You've already taught Sister Yun how to use spiritual power. Don't you want to teach me? Even though I came later, you can't be biased." Sister Yun is clearly only a first-tier 9-star, yet she can reach the 4th position globally. It turns out she stepped onto the path of cultivation with you. No wonder your pills are so miraculous. Lin Bei laughed. This girl actually thought he was a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Wait a minute. Don't say it. If he were a cultivator, all those miraculous pills on him would indeed make sense. He could take advantage of this and save them from overthinking. This move was first understood by Jian Yu and then taught to us. This isn't spiritual power. It's about pouring out the energy within your body. You have it too. Strictly speaking, this is a martial arts technique. After taking Jiang Yu's pills, everyone's martial arts talent doubled, and their learning ability doubled. He-Yun and Sure Yu both learned this move, even the low-tier one, and managed to learn it. This is the benefit of a top-tier bond. However, the pills I gave you were indeed refined based on the formulas passed down from my ancestors. I'm coming clean, I won't pretend anymore. My ancestors were cultivators, and I know a bit of techniques and some alchemy. Upon hearing this, the women felt relieved. No wonder. They had always been curious, even though they never asked. Whether it was the enhancement of power or the terrifying number of pills, it was all too miraculous. Now they finally got the answer. What's impossible about having ancestors who were cultivators, especially in a world that has come to an end? So yeah, don't take action. There are quite a few zombies. Sure you, Xiaoyun, you two come, break through to the second tier first, and leave the rest to Wan En. Seeing the zombie army getting closer, Jiang Yu glanced at the lightning whip in Xiao Xia's hand. The higher the evolution level, the less energy ordinary zombies gain, the more beneficial it is for lower-level individuals to kill the waves of zombies formed by them. The secret team, motivational speeches are useless. The long whip in Xiao Xia's hand disappeared. She had just instinctively prepared to deal with most of them herself, leaving the rest for those around her, but the people here were not the ordinary evolvers from her team. Swish, swish. He-Yun and Shi-Yu also did not rush forward, they stood in place, pouring all their energy out, swinging a blade and then consuming a recovery pill. With more than 10 pills down, the two successfully reached the second tier, 1-star level, catching up to Jiang Yu. Next, they just needed Wan En. Xiao Xia felt numb. Their speed of leveling up was much faster than she had imagined. They just stood there continuously unleashing their abilities, wave after wave, completely unconcerned about the consumption of pills. She felt incredibly fortunate about her choice. She did not envy them, because she also had the right to squander like this. She was also one of Lin Bei's people now. Here, Lin Bei tossed a bottle of mineral water to Xiao Xia, filled to the brim with recovery pills. Use this first. I'll step out for a bit. Once the zombies here are cleared, take them to continue clearing near the police station. Shi-Yu, don't be careless, watch your surroundings. Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any accidents, Shi-Yu assured. Her spatial perception ability was fully activated. After 3 days of heavy rain, both she and Lin Bei had reached level 3 in their spatial abilities, greatly expanding their perception range. With full activation, she could sense even a fly within a radius of 500 meters. Of course, most of her attention was on Xiao Xia. Although Xiao Xia had become one of them tonight, it was still not the case. Her strength could pose a threat to Wan En and the others, so she naturally could not let her guard down. In the apocalypse, there could be no room for carelessness. No one knew if she was pretending. No one knew her true thoughts. Jiang Yu was also paying attention to Xiao Xia. Before the apocalypse, even the best of friends could betray you, let alone someone who had experienced betrayal. Naturally, she would not let her guard down around Xiao Xia, whom she had only interacted with a few times. They were friends, but also strangers. She admired her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't be cautious. Xiao Xia noticed that since Lin Bei left, He-Yun, Xiaoyu, and Shi-Yu occasionally glanced at her, and she understood they were on guard against her. She was not angry about this. On the contrary, she was quite happy. This showed they were careful enough and had not relaxed their vigilance due to her earlier words and the kiss with Lin Bei. In the apocalypse, this was a rare good thing. She genuinely wanted to integrate into their small team, so how could she feel resentful? Time would prove everything. She looked at the full bottle of recovery pills in her hand. When Lin Bei's woman is truly happy, the recovery pills she treasured, the ones that saved the team on a rainy night, he casually gave her a full bottle. With this bottle of recovery pills, she felt confident she could protect her small team. On the other side, Lin Bei arrived at the villa area in just a few minutes. Standing in front of a certain villa, he gently sniffed the air, catching the scent of meat, fish, and fragrant rice. Lin Bei's lips curled up. The appearance of the trial monument had shattered the dreams of many who attempted to lure and control beautiful women with food. For him, it made no difference. He relied not just on food. Recovery pills were the real irresistible items, and he believed these girls had already become addicted to their taste. With one step, he entered. In the living room, 10 girls were sitting scattered about, with 3 large pots on the floor. One pot contained stewed white radish and meat, another was braised silver carp, and the last was vegetable and pork rib soup. Each girl was holding rice, chatting and laughing as they ate. Lin Bei glanced around. First level 9 stars, first level 9 stars, first level 9 stars. He was taken aback. Goodness, 10 people, 10 first level 9 stars. He had underestimated these girls. After all, not long after he left, there was a torrential downpour for 3 days and nights. They not only met his requirements but exceeded them significantly. One can only imagine how much they suffered during those 3 days. Very good. They qualified to be his secret team. Wan, on the other hand, was even more disappointing than they were. It wasn't that Wan wasn't trying hard, it was mainly because he was there, and he wanted to enjoy himself. His fingers moved slightly. A pile of delicious food appeared around them, mountains of steak, sausages, large egg tarts, and 30 braised pig trotters along with 100 plates of golden fried rice. He-Tao was eating well when suddenly a heap of food appeared beside her. After a moment of surprise, she was extremely delighted. This familiar food, she knew, meant the master had arrived. Looking around, she saw Lin Bei sitting on the sofa and excitedly knelt before him to report their results. Master, we have all completed your assessment and exceeded it. Now, we are all first level 9 stars. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Lin Bei waved his hand, and a ring landed steadily in her palm. He-Tao saw the ring in her hand and trembled with excitement. Could it be that the master was proposing to her? My goodness! The happiness came too suddenly. I wasn't mentally prepared for this. What to do? The master proposed to me. What should I do? I'm going to faint from joy. I do. I'm willing, master, I'm willing. I'm very willing. He-Tao stared at Lin Bei, and just the thought of lying or resting in the arms of such a handsome master made her pupils gradually turn into heart shapes. Excited like a bubbling teapot. Lin Bei, you willing for a chicken feather egg? That's a spatial ring, blood recognition for ownership, mental scanning to access items. Inside are the supplies for the next 3 days. Besides food, there are 5,000 black pills for restoring stamina, and 30 green pills for healing injuries. As long as you're not dead on the spot, even if you lose an arm or a leg, they can grow back. He-Tao's eyes dimmed for a moment. Not a proposal. But soon they brightened again. 5,000 pills, the master's generosity was quite extravagant, and there were also 30 life-saving pills. She pricked her finger for recognition and then wore it on her left ring finger. Sparkling. No proposal is fine. This is a ring given by the master. Just consider it a proposal from the master. Master, do you want to eat something together? These dishes are all made by us, and they taste pretty good. He-Tao extended the invitation, and the other women looked at him with eager and excited eyes. These days, under He-Tao's crazy and brainwashing influence, each of them had developed an overflowing admiration for him, dreaming of becoming his woman. While He-Tao brainwashed them, she also unconsciously brainwashed herself, making her desire to be Lin Bei's woman even stronger. No, you all take your time eating. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a cup of bubble tea appeared beside each person. Your progress has truly exceeded my expectations. Your efforts have impressed me. Your sweat will not let you down. This comfortable environment and delicious food are your best spoils. Here comes the chicken soup. A whole bowl of chicken soup for them to drink. No, master, you are wrong. One of the girls retorted. Lin Bei frowned. Is my chicken soup not good? The girl continued. Everything we have today, living in this big villa and enjoying delicious food, is all thanks to our master. If it weren't for our master, we would have long been tied up and reduced to tools. It is you, master, who has given us all of this. It is you who has bestowed upon us a new life. All of this is your achievement. That's right, it's not because of our efforts, but because of your hard work, master. It is your efforts that have allowed us to live the life we have now. Lin Bei thought, I've worked my ass off for nothing. What have these girls' little heads been washed into? Master. Now, do we have the right to be your people? Do we have the right to receive your favor? He-Tao asked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. As soon as she finished speaking, pairs of bright, watery eyes stared at him intently. He-style brainwashing, frequently recruiting. No! Lin Bei's cold voice shattered their fantasies. With your current abilities, you only have the qualification to let me take a glance at you. When you improve enough for me to look at you properly, then come back and ask this question. It's still too early. Upon hearing this, their excitement only grew. They had improved, they had progressed in the eyes of their master. They already had the qualification for their master to glance at them. As long as they put in a little more effort, just a bit more, they could fulfill their wish of becoming their master's people. Master, since we have completed your assessment, could you tell us your name? He-Tao asked with immense hope. Lin Bei. As soon as the name was revealed, the girls jumped up in excitement. He-Tao asked with a trembling voice, Master, are you the Lin Bei who was ranked number 1 in the world? That's me. Lin Bei remained expressionless. Number 1 in the world. To be honest, it didn't feel like much. Isn't it only natural to be number 1 when you're cheating? Oh my god. Our master is actually the number 1 Lin Bei. I thought our master was strong. I thought our master was highly ranked. but I never expected that you were Lin Bei. My goodness, we are Lin Bei's people. We are part of Lin Bei's team. Our luck is off the charts. Sisters, we've hit the jackpot. We are candidates to be Lin Bei's wives. How many people in the world long to be his woman? We have the best chance. Our master is Lin Bei. From the perspective of the number one Lin Bei, what does our first tier 9 stars even count for? It's nothing. Sisters, we must work even harder. We must make Lin Bei cough. We must make Lin Bei look at us properly. Effort. Struggle. The girls were beyond excited. Come on, is there any news more explosive than this? Number one in the world. In this era where the strong prevail, do you understand the value of the words number one in the world? Do you understand the value of the name Lin Bei? If there were still the internet now, if Master Lin Bei casually posted a video saying he wanted to find a wife, how many exceptional girls would actively message him? How many so-called aloof goddesses in others' eyes would come to fawn over him? Which woman could see Master Lin Bei and not be moved? Strong abilities, handsome and young, rich resources. Any one of these traits is something women cannot refuse. Master, please give us the next assessment goal. And Master, what level do we need to reach to qualify as your people? He Tao asked with a trembling voice. Lin Bei remained silent. Assessment goals? What the hell are those? These girls are itching to go out and kill zombies to level up to 2nd or 3rd tier, and then throw themselves into his arms. I don't know how He Tao has brainwashed them these past few days, turning perfectly good nurse girls into this, but it's fine, really fine. Lin Bei tapped his fingers rhythmically on the sofa. The moment you become my support is when you level up. Ask yourselves, do you think you're worthy of me right now? The 10 girls lowered their heads. They are all first tier 9 stars, which is not bad, and they possess considerable combat power, but compared to the world's number one master, they fall far too short. Please, that's the world's number one, not the city's number one, not the province's number one, and certainly not the country's number one, but the world's number one. Master, can I see just how big the gap in strength is between me and the world's number one? He Tao asked, mustering her courage. Sure, Master, I'm sorry. He Tao stood up. With a push of her foot, she darted like lightning to Lin Bei's front, her fair little fist like an out-of-control car carrying terrifying impact. Lin Bei extended a finger to block her fist. Her fist came to an abrupt halt. Not a fraction could advance. Impossible. This can't be happening. He Tao was horrified. No matter how you looked at it, she was a first tier 9 star, her strength 10 times that of an ordinary person, yet such terrifying power was blocked by a single finger from the master. She thought the master would use spatial abilities against her, but to her surprise, the master couldn't even be bothered to use spatial powers. Just with one finger. Just one finger. One could imagine how terrifying the master's strength truly was. Compared to it, it was like a toddler trying their hardest to attack an adult. What level had the master reached? His power was so terrifying. Master, you're just too amazing. He Tao took a step back, her eyes filled with even more fervor. Although she hadn't grasped the master's full strength, this tip of the iceberg had already made her understand that the master's terrifying power was beyond her comprehension. The remaining 9 also looked on with burning eyes. The stronger the master, the happier they were, and the more they loved him. Setting aside He Tao's brainwashing, which woman wouldn't love a strong man? You all now have a goal and motivation to move forward. Being able to reach this level in just 3 days of torrential rain shows your determination and effort to grow stronger. You don't need the next assessment goal. I'm very satisfied with your resilient character. I take back my previous words, you are not trash. I hope that when we meet next time, you can still surprise me. After saying this, Lin Bei left the place. Given their current mental state, his words were unnecessary. Now, he just needed to wait for them to develop the bonds of fitness enthusiasts. After enjoying so many days, it was time for him to put in some effort. Currently, his level was 2nd tier 3 stars. 5 days of blank time was no excuse. His physique and strength had already increased, and now it was time to quickly raise his base level. With his current strength, he was capable enough to undertake some crazy actions. Hey, bro, are you alone? Not long after leaving the villa community, a stranger on an electric motorcycle greeted him from afar, stopping not far in front of him. Bro, are you interested in joining our True Dragon squad? Plenty of beauties and benefits, flight attendants, accountants, teachers, all kinds of beauties. Our captain is also very powerful, a level ability user. Tonight, he'll lead us through the trial road in multiplayer mode. Want to join? No, thanks. Lin Bei declined. These people were quick enough. The trial road has only appeared for a short time, and recruitment has already started to become frequent on the streets. In the past, when encountering a stranger acting alone, the first thought was to eliminate them and steal their supplies. but now everyone is trying their best to recruit. There's no other reason. In fact, everyone knows deep down that with the increase in levels, their appetite will grow, and the issue of food sources will eventually crush them. However, with the emergence of the trial monument, they no longer need to rob or kill for supplies. The food problem is completely resolved. What they need to focus on now is how to achieve a good ranking on the trial monument. Individual rankings depend on personal ability, but for groups, it's different. More people can be better. The appearance of the trial monument is a great thing for humanity in every aspect, but it also means that this apocalypse is far from being as simple as an ordinary zombie crisis. A big wave is coming. Continuous upgrades. Hey buddy, join us. Really, we don't want anything from you. Nowadays, killing zombies on the trial road can earn points to exchange for food. No need to search for supplies everywhere. Isn't it nice to have a stable shelter? Together, we can definitely achieve a good team ranking. With more people, even if a zombie tide breaks out, it won't be a problem. Could it be? Are you worried about your partner at home? Don't worry, buddy, the situation is different now. Unity is the key to survival. Join us, absolutely no one will have any ideas about her. Our team has plenty of shared resources, we won't covet what belongs to others. Really, I swear on my life, if I tell a single lie, I'll be bitten to death by zombies tomorrow. The man continued to recruit. There's no other reason. The apocalypse has been going on for so long, anyone daring to walk alone on the street must be a strong individual, perhaps even with special abilities. Bringing him back will definitely earn rewards from the boss. Not just for the boss or the team, but for himself as well. He also hopes that his team's ranking will be high. What if the rewards are great? No thanks. Lin Bei still refused and turned to leave. Brother, listen to me. The man clung on like a stubborn adhesive, determined to pull him back. Buddy, if you keep following me, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Bei dropped that line and walked away. If he couldn't shake him off, he'd just eliminate him. Brother, think it over. The location is at the east side of the city, at the flip-flop kindergarten. You have to come. You must come. We're waiting for you in the wind and rain at the flip-flop kindergarten. Our team is really good. The man knew the other was annoyed and had to stop shouting in place, fearing that if he followed, he might lose his life. TSK. Lin Bei shook his head. This apocalypse is getting more and more interesting. It's time to take action. Level up. Work hard. Strive. Alone, he arrived at a spacious square. The number of zombies around was decent, a few thousand scattered about, but they needed to be attracted over. Next, the rail show begins. Boom! Lin Bei took out a generator from his spatial backpack, along with 2 or 3 dozen large speakers used for square dancing. After connecting all the circuits, he started the generator. Before the music even began, the roar of the generator had already attracted a large number of nearby zombies, each one rushing over faster than a 100-meter sprinter. Bang! 100 meters away, a zombie towering 3 meters high, with an extremely terrifying physique, charged over with heavy steps. Each footfall shook the ground, moving much faster than ordinary zombies, and along the way, regular zombies were knocked aside like toys. Lin Bei squinted. A big one has come. Another muscle monster. It's probably a fitness fanatic who mutated after dying in the apocalypse, seeking to achieve beast-like muscles. There are quite a few people like that. He also pursued muscles. However, thin muscles were enough. Protein. A 3-meter-tall muscle monster, with pitch-black pupils, excitedly stared at Lin Bei. Lower your head. A desert eagle appeared in Lin Bei's hand, opening a spatial wormhole. The gun's muzzle almost pressed against its forehead as he crazily pulled the trigger. One shot wasn't enough, so he fired 10. If 10 weren't enough, then 100. Of course, it had only been about 10 days since the apocalypse began, and these zombies hadn't evolved to the point of ignoring bullets at close range. A few shots took them down, and a surge of energy flowed into his body through the spatial wormhole. Killing zombies with firearms could yield energy. However, the distance couldn't be too far. If it was too far, the energy would dissipate into the air and be absorbed by nearby creatures. But for him, it was no problem at all. With the spatial wormhole, he was almost absorbing energy at point-blank range. Boom! The massive body fell to the ground, motionless. Lin Bei swiftly retrieved the Tang-Hung knife and swung it out, a surge of energy pouring out from within him, while a returning power pill rolled into his stomach. In the trial path, he wouldn't dare use this move, but in reality, he only used this move. Thousands of zombies surged from all directions amidst the roar of the engine, appearing from above like a massive whirlpool, with Lin Bei at its center. He was the only white dot in the whirlpool, but this white dot was getting smaller, about to be swallowed at any moment. Come, tornado, destroy the parking lot. Holding the knife, Lin Bei swept in a 360-degree arc, the invisible blade spreading outwards. The nearly submerged white dot re-emerged as he swallowed another returning power pill, a torrent of energy pouring out of him without reservation, the number of zombies he killed skyrocketing. 50, 100, 200, 500, 1000, 2000. The number of zombies killed per second was almost jumping in hundreds, and he turned on the loudspeaker to play music. The rain outside is dripping for 3 days and nights, still falling, just like you, my dearest. Within a radius of 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters, countless zombies simultaneously raised their heads to look towards the source of the sound. After a moment of daze, they charged like a school of piranhas sensing blood. Food. Food. Fresh and delicious food. The heavy rain is still falling. Are you afraid in your heart? Listening to the song still felt good. Glancing at the endless sea of corpses around him, Lin Bei twisted his neck, blood boiling, like a human machine tirelessly slaughtering. The returning power pills that had sharply decreased after giving 5,000 to Li Tao were now replenished. Yo corpse liquor, can you take a knife from me? Supernova / trash. So weak. Discovering a new species in the tide of corpses, but unfortunately, with one slash, it was decapitated. If it weren't for getting Jiang Yu, he wouldn't dare to play like this. The number of zombies attracted by this loudspeaker had definitely exceeded 10,000. Jiang Yu was truly crucial. Oh no! It should be said that so far, among the women around him, aside from Lin Wanen who suddenly appeared, who wasn't crucial, over 10,000 zombies, a small to medium-sized zombie tide. Second tier 4 stars, nice. Time passed. Second tier 5 stars. Ever since he learned this move, he had long wanted to do this. This upgrade speed was much faster than chasing zombies to slash. Basic level increased. His strength skyrocketed. Efficiency improved again. There are mountains higher than the mountains, halfway up the mountain. Is now all my expectations and all my love. My love for you comes from the wilderness. Dear audience, please take a closer look. Moonlight is heavy, danger lurks layer upon layer. Second tier 6 stars. Nice. Accompanied by the upgrade, the energy within him became thicker, and countless zombie bodies lay on the ground around him. Hundreds? Thousands? Or tens of thousands? Does this kid have endless stamina? How is it so exaggerated? Who exactly is he? Could it be that Lin Bei, ranked number 1 in the world, is down there, playing the real-life trial road? If he keeps killing like this, he will undoubtedly be the future boss of Salt City. On a nearby high-rise, countless terrified eyes were fixed on the figure below. The songs blaring from so many speakers attracted a massive horde of zombies, naturally drawing in many evolvers as well. At first, they thought the person down there was a fool, a madman, who would soon be swallowed by the tide of corpses. But 10 minutes passed, and he remained steadfast. Moreover, he was growing bolder with each battle. Although they didn't know what abilities he possessed, they could see that with every swing of his blade, more zombie heads flew into the air. The expressions of the crowd varied, some were envious, some jealous, some happy, some gritting their teeth, and others had cold, icy gazes. His terrifying power was still on the rise. Terrifying power, still on the rise. Second tier 7 stars. Awesome! Lin Bei roared, the power within him surging continuously. Not only did his level break through repeatedly, but his strength and abilities also advanced, even his physical abilities rose a level. With a surge of energy, he charged forward. There were still many zombies. Boom! At that moment, a not-so-loud sound came from 100 meters behind him, and a shell with a tail flame shot towards him at high speed. Damn, a sneak attack, no martial ethics. What martial ethics are there in the apocalypse? I even want to shoot him in the back. If he keeps killing like this, who knows how far ahead his level will be. But the higher the level, the less energy you get from killing ordinary zombies. That guy probably doesn't get much energy from killing one now. That's true, but look at how many he's killed. Sure, the energy from each kill is less, but the sheer volume makes up for it. True, we don't even know what level he is. On the rooftop, countless eyes were fixed on that shell. Such a presence made them shudder. It had only been a short time since the apocalypse broke out, and he could face a horde of over 10,000 zombies alone. If he continued to develop, what would happen? Lin Bei, who was clearing zombies, had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Since he dared to play so openly, he wasn't afraid of others sneaking up on him. There were quite a few onlookers, so why not give them a little shock? He turned and extended a hand. In an instant, the shell flying towards him with a tail flame froze in midair, creating a bizarre scene. What the hell? What ability does he have? It's one thing to have eyes on his back, but how can he do this? What's going on? I don't understand. Lin Bei clenched his hand from a distance. Boom! The shell, bizarrely frozen in midair, exploded without warning, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Countless fragments of the shell flew in all directions, but not a single piece headed towards Lin Bei. Is this guy cheating? Magnetic ability? No, if he had magnetic abilities, then what about his ability to kill zombies from a distance with his blade? I can't make sense of it. I can't understand this guy either, it's too outrageous. As the flames dissipated, Lin Bei's gaze fell on a man about 100 meters away, at the 13th floor window of a building, who was holding a rocket launcher. The man's face revealed terror and panic. The moment their eyes met, his legs went weak, and he nearly fell from the 13th floor window. Danger! 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 He knew this move was extremely risky, but the chances of success were also high. He didn't want such a freak to exist in his city. After all, he was the one who had launched a sneak attack, but he never expected that the shell would be discovered by the man almost immediately after being fired, and that it would be controlled and detonated by an incomprehensible mysterious power. The most important point, he had exposed himself. Run! In an instant, he made a decision. As long as he ran fast enough, he could definitely survive. Even with that man surrounded by so many zombies, there was no way he could catch up to him. He had also decided, tonight, he would escape this city. No, he would escape this province. He wanted to get as far away as possible. He wanted to take someone else's life, but how could that person let him go? Just as he steadied himself to turn and flee, he discovered something terrifying. He couldn't move. It was as if an invisible force field had locked every inch of his skin in place. No matter how hard he tried, no matter which angle he chose, he couldn't budge an inch. What was happening? Cold sweat streamed down his back. He looked down at the man in the dense crowd of zombies. At some point, that tightly clenched fist had opened again. Seeing this scene, his pupils constricted sharply, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Move! Move for me! Crack crack! The man could clearly hear the sound of his own bones breaking. Even with all his strength, he still couldn't move an inch. Move! Why can't I move? Move for me! Crack crack! He didn't know how many bones in his body had fractured, but it was completely useless. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. Why had he decided to ambush someone? Why isn't that man running? No way, is that guy really that bold? He didn't run after being discovered and is even making eye contact. Could he also be a big shot? Is there a possibility that man really wants to run but can't? Don't forget, the man down there just made the cannonball freeze in midair. Maybe he froze that man. No way. Come on, the straight line distance between them is at least 100 meters, right? He has already killed so many zombies. Does he still have the strength to control someone 100 meters away? Is he even human or a god? Lin Bei sneered. A handshake. The man's pupils shrank again and again. No, no, no. Everyone watching this scene felt their pupils constrict sharply. The man by the window, holding a rocket launcher, twisted like a wrung-out towel. Blood and flesh were brutally squeezed out of him, and then he fell helplessly from the windowsill, devoured by countless zombies. The next second, their hairs all stood on end. No other reason, because the man's gaze swept over them one by one, ignoring those who boldly stood on the rooftop. Even those who thought they were well hidden met his eyes. Impossible, how did he find me? Holy shit, run, my god, I can't believe it, just making eye contact made me piss myself. I've never been this scared even when I first saw a zombie. How can this man be so terrifying? Whoosh, 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 shadows fled the scene as if escaping. They feared that the man below would irrationally crush them, and no one knew if they would be the next. The apocalypse had come. Crushing someone to death required no reason at all. If it did, he thought, that would be enough. They felt relieved. Relieved that they hadn't impulsively been the first to strike, relieved that they had held back, relieved that someone had become a case study to help them understand the strange methods of the man below. A bunch of clowns, Lin Bei mocked. He continued to clear the zombies surging around him, energy pills appearing in his mouth one after another. Now, the energy he gained from killing an ordinary zombie was pitifully small. But it didn't matter. In the apocalypse, zombies were the one thing in abundance. Unable to bear it, it ignited. After listening to more than a dozen battle songs in succession, Lin Bei swallowed the returning force pill, kicked off the ground, and in addition to the knife in his right hand, a knife also appeared in his left hand. With another kick, his figure darted through the sea of corpses like a ghost. Dual-wielding knives was exhilarating in close combat. Each strike sank into flesh. So satisfying. Nowadays, the efficiency of using energy to instantly kill zombies was far inferior to his melee combat, but with the surge of power in his body and the influence of the battle songs, he just wanted to enjoy a good slaughter. That guy, what level is he at? Those who had not yet left were completely stunned. Among them were several second-tier beings, but no matter how many stars they had, they couldn't match his speed and strength. Some even found it hard to catch a glimpse of his figure. This was just too exaggerated. Damn, could it be that he has reached the third tier? Really, This is just too outrageous. Just moments ago, a 2-meter-tall, muscular, grayish zombie appeared. Judging by its speed and strength, it was at least second tier, a type of mutated zombie with extremely strong defenses. Even face-to-face bombardment with firearms could only inflict minor injuries on it. Yet, he sliced it in half with a single blow. Even the appearance of a second-tier defensive mutated zombie had no effect on his speed. It was as if there was no difference between it and an ordinary zombie under his blade. In just a few minutes, he had slaughtered tens of thousands of zombies. Thud! Lin Bei's heart raced as his power surged again. Thanks to the zombies attracted by the sound system, he successfully reached second tier 8 stars. Power! So exhilarating! Ha 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 ha! Bang! In his excitement, he crushed the hilt of his knife in his hand. At this moment, his strength had reached a terrifying level. Breakthrough to the third tier, no beef. Breakthrough to the third tier, no beef. Attributes: Master, Lin Bei, level, second tier 8 stars. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters. Abilities, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 100,000 cubic meters. Strength, level, 4 times. Constitution, level, 3 times. Speed, 290. Strength, 290. Mental, 290. Constitution, 290. Pet, Silver Moon, second tier 2 stars. Items: Returning Force Pill, first grade, Healing Pill, second grade, Great Steak, top grade Honey Glazed Sausage, top grade Golden Fried Rice, top grade Big Egg Tart, Disassembly Tool. Members recorded in the illustrated guide: Jiang Xiyu, second tier 1 star, Space, Hiyun, second tier 1 star, Strength, 4 times Amplification, Lin Wanen, first tier 8 stars, Jiang Yu, second tier 2 stars, Constitution, 4 times Amplification, Overall Gains, Charisma, Strength, Martial Arts Talent, 5x Return on Food Supplies. He stretched lazily, his body cracking and popping. Oh, Wanen is improving quickly, isn't she? Already at 8 stars. Of course, with so many high-level beings around her, it wouldn't take long for her to catch up by taking down a few powerful zombies. He needed to quickly find her a new ability, or rather, select an ability he liked for her. If Wanen has it, it's equivalent to him having it. Work done. The zombies in this area had been mostly cleared by him. He stored the sound system in his space backpack. During this time, the noise attracted quite a few zombies from afar, but the scattered numbers added up to only a few hundred, which wasn't very interesting. With a few casual strikes, the energy within him surged through the tips of his knives, using the spatial wormhole to instantly eliminate these small groups of zombies. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat. It was an easy task, and he couldn't just let others kill them when he saw them. Satisfied? No. Today, he aimed to push through to the third tier in one go. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. He had spent 5 days lying at home, 3 days in heavy rain, totaling 8 days of idleness. If he didn't make an effort soon, he wouldn't be able to stand himself. He took a step forward. His figure vanished from the area, flickering continuously until he arrived in front of a shopping mall several kilometers away. He repeated the process. With the emergence of the trial monument, more and more teams were forming, and he needed to level up as much as possible until ordinary zombies could no longer provide him with energy. Only by becoming strong enough could he protect everything he had. Another wave of zombies, numbering in the thousands, surged forth. Second tier, 9 stars. Just a little more. It was precisely because of the trial monument's appearance that he felt, vaguely, that zombies might not be the true villains of this apocalypse. There were likely even more formidable entities yet to make their entrance. Of course, it could also be that he was overthinking it. Perhaps the trial monument was merely a means for humanity to address the food crisis and, in the process, unite. But it wasn't enough. The zombies were still insufficient. Bang! His heart raced again. Third tier, 1 star. After killing countless waves of zombies and attracting wave after wave of them, he successfully reached the third tier, thanks to the meager energy provided by each zombie. The power within him roared. At this moment, he had become a humanoid monster. High level, high bonuses. Lin Bei. No beef. Master, Lin Bei, level, third tier, 1 star. Speed, 360. Strength, 360. Spirit, 360. Physique, 360. This power. Who else is there? He discovered that for each star gained in the first tier, the power doubled. From first tier, 9 stars to second tier, 1 star, it increased 5-fold, from 10 times to 15 times. In the second tier, each star increased the power by 2 times. From second tier, 9 stars to third tier, 1 star, it increased 5-fold, from 31 times to 36 times. Following this pattern, starting from the third tier, each star should increase the power by 3 times. It wasn't that ordinary zombies couldn't provide energy, rather, as his body became increasingly fierce, the energy enhancement effect from ordinary zombies became negligible, which was why he felt nothing at all. Invincible. This time, truly invincible. Go back. Pick people. Train a new team. He took a step, his figure flickering 100 meters away, 100 meters in a single step, without relying on spatial wormholes. This was spatial jumping, or it could be called teleportation, or even flying like the flying thunder god without needing a mark. After his spatial ability reached tier 3, the upper limit of his blue energy significantly increased. He developed many useful tricks. Previously, he had been able to kill from a distance using spatial compression, which he had developed through understanding. As long as there were enough creative ideas, there would naturally be more abilities. By the time he arrived at the police station, it was already noon. The gate of the police station was adorned with prominent signs, placed every few meters, easily visible to anyone with eyes. It read, "Unauthorized intruders will be treated as enemies and attacked. Please be aware." Good safety awareness. But was it useful? He stepped into the police station with a flash. "Mr. Lin, please stand still and do not move. I will be right there to assist you." Just a few seconds after entering the police station's barrier, a woman's voice came from a small speaker on a nearby utility pole. Quite alert, able to detect intruders in a timely manner. With Lin Bei's spatial perception, he noticed many hidden cameras, a vast number, likely surrounding the police station in a 360-degree, no dead-angle manner. Not bad. They were using their brains. In the apocalypse, achieving this with limited resources was quite impressive. They hadn't known in advance that the apocalypse would arrive. Before long, a girl who somewhat resembled Xiao Xia jogged up to him, extending her small, jade-like white hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Xiao Shiran, and I am Xiao Xia's younger sister. I was sent by my sister to pick you up. Due to the special nature of our team, if I don't lead the way, unnecessary conflicts or troubles might arise." "Hello." Lin Bei symbolically shook her hand. He glanced at the bonds. No abilities, no exceptional bonds. Average. There were fitness enthusiasts. No foodies. Some were inexperienced. Not bad. The foodie bond didn't matter much. The food rewarded by the system was considered specialty cuisine, and just letting her taste it once would probably trigger it. He was somewhat interested in her, but not too much. "Are they back yet?" "Not yet." Xiao Shiran walked ahead, leading the way, her peripheral vision constantly assessing him. "Come on, this is the #1 ranked person in the world, with all sorts of magical items on him." How could she remain indifferent walking alongside him? Upon arriving at the police station, it was a hidden gem. Her sister said he was a bit handsome. This was hardly just a bit handsome. If he was a bit handsome, she really didn't know which man would dare to call himself very handsome. Of course, excluding the naturally handsome readers of tomato novels, especially those who are motivated by love. She continued, "There's a square nearby where a lot of zombies have gathered. My sister took them to clear it out and level up." Oh, Lin Bei surveyed the surrounding environment. The area was much larger than an average police station. There were many buildings. Along the way, many women were present, all staring at him with curious and puzzled eyes, mixed with a fair amount of disdain. Of course, there were also some excited ones, like Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who often followed behind Xiao Xia, as well as Jiang Yu's two good friends, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, along with some other girls. These people all knew his true identity. Although many people were named Lin Bei, with He Yun and Jiang Yu among the top few, it was clear that the #1 Lin Bei was the one standing right in front of them. Xiao Shiran also caught sight of a few malicious glances and, fearing that Lin Bei might mind, quickly said, "Mr. Lin, please don't pay attention to their gazes. Our team consists entirely of female members, and we almost daily promote the greed and ugliness of men in this apocalypse. Moreover, some girls would have been harmed by men if we hadn't arrived in time, and the stories have spread, which has led to their excessive disdain for men. Rest assured, my sister has instructed me that you prefer quiet, and I won't let them disturb you and your companions. Later, I will make sure to explain this to them. It's fine, I like lively environments. You can ask your sister when they will be back. Before they return, gather all your members so everyone can get to know each other." Lin Bei fixed his gaze on a girl who had just walked out of the building, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Such an existence was interesting. Very interesting. You like lively environments? Didn't you say you preferred quiet before? Why the sudden change? Xiao Shiran asked curiously. I suddenly like it. Is there a problem? No, no problem. How could I dare to have a problem? You are ranked #1 in the world, so naturally, you can do whatever you want. I, a mere ant, cannot refute you. Xiao Shiran secretly pouted. But soon, she noticed Lin Bei staring intently at Lu Ruyan, who had just walked out of the building. His brow furrowed instantly, and the upward curve of his lips, along with his scrutinizing gaze, clearly indicated the state she had previously explained to the other girls about men eyeing women. Didn't he already have several women? How greedy could he be? No way. He couldn't let the members of his little team allow a man to join. There would surely be a lot of objections. They had ways to handle that, but if Lin Bei were to take one of them for himself, the morale of the team would be thrown into chaos. Once the morale was disrupted, it would collapse. Mr. Lin, Xiao Shiran said respectfully, as I mentioned earlier, our girls have a strong aversion to men. If we gather everyone to introduce themselves, I fear there will be many unpleasant voices and words. For your sake and for your companion's sake, I do not recommend you do this. I won't take your advice. Lin Bei blurted out without a second thought, his gaze fixed on the graceful figure of Lu Ruyan, his smile widening. Everyone introducing themselves is only beneficial for you. Ha, beneficial? Laughable. He clearly had his eyes on Lu Ruyan. This would only bring trouble. This guy was too blatant. Saying that, at least tone down that lewd smile of yours. Do you fear others won't know what you're thinking? Could it be that even the world's #1 powerhouse is just a disgusting man driven by his lower instincts? Refuse? She definitely wanted to refuse, but she didn't dare. After all, Lin Bei was the best in the world. At this moment, Sister Xie was not around, and if she accidentally angered him, it would definitely not end well. Wait a minute. Sister Xie had said that although Lin Bei liked beautiful women, he also had very high standards. How could he be so forward right from the start? He didn't even know Lu Ruyan's situation. It seems Sister Xie had been deceived by him. He wasn't uninterested in Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, but rather, he simply didn't find them appealing. It wasn't just talk. Lu Ruyan lived up to her name, and in terms of figure and looks, she could definitely rank in the top 3 of this team. Alright then, Mr. Lin, I will follow your lead. Let me take you to the place we have arranged for you to rest. Xiao Shiran continued to lead the way, planning to secretly inform her sister later so that her sister could decide what to do. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze. He was even more looking forward to the introductions later. Lu Ruyan's appearance had truly exceeded his expectations. Xiao Shiran brought him to a small building at the corner of the police station. Mr. Lin, this is the place specially arranged for you. It has been cleaned, and it has everything you need. Bed, quilt, air conditioning, all to your satisfaction. Lin Bei didn't care much about these things. You can rest here for now. I will contact my sister to see when they will be back. Lunch has already been prepared for you, it's inside. You can eat, and I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Xiao Shiran left. Lin Bei glanced around the small building he had entered. It was 5 stories high, a newly built dormitory for the police station. It had all the necessary amenities, and there were enough rooms, with the hallway transformed into a living room. There was quite a bit of food on the table. He didn't even look at it. He dared not eat anything made by someone he didn't know, especially after seeing the connections with Lu Ruyan. This small police station was truly a hidden gem. Outside, Xiao Shiran walked quite a distance before pulling out her walkie-talkie to call Xiao Xie. The walkie-talkie she was using could only be received by her sister. At that moment, Xiao Xie was swinging her lightning whip, continuously clearing out zombies. The pocket walkie-talkie rang. What is it? Xiao Shiran laid out her encounter with Lin Bei and her speculations. After hearing this, Xiao Xie scoffed and, after swallowing a few recovery pills, unleashed her full firepower, electrocuting dozens of zombies with a single whip. My dear sister, you're overthinking it. Lin Bei could never be interested in Lu Ruyan. Since he said he wants everyone to get to know each other, just listen to him. You go call everyone back. Not a single one is to be left out. Lu Ruyan was indeed quite beautiful. Her figure was also good. However, compared to Wan En, Xiu, and the others, he still fell short. Although Wan En was exceptional, she had no special abilities. From interacting with the other girls, it became clear that Wan En had joined out of compulsion. This indicated that Lin Bei, who was not exceptional, would not take the initiative unless something unusual caught his attention. I swear, I'm not lying to you, sister. My gut tells me that Lin Bei definitely has feelings for Lu Ruyan. You have to believe me. We can't let him mess with our own people. We have an excuse to blend in and deceive the others, but Lu Ruyan is different. They had come up with a simple excuse. The creator of this small team, aside from Xiao Xie, was Lin Bei. Given the chaotic situation outside, his presence was justified, and they wouldn't ostracize him. Moreover, if they told them his name was Lin Bei, the #1 in the world, they wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, they would be quite pleased and relieved. But if he started messing with the others, the situation would change. The women's army, top-tier sisters. Xiao Xie was somewhat speechless but understood her sister's concerns. Who has interacted with him more, you or I? Who knows him better, you or I? Just listen to him and gather everyone. I suspect something inappropriate has infiltrated our team. Are you saying Lu Ruyan is a problem? Xiao Shiran wasn't foolish, but she questioned, we've been together for so long without noticing anything. That Lin Bei just glanced at her and found a problem? That's too far-fetched, sister. I still think Lin Bei has his eyes on Lu Ruyan. Men in the apocalypse are greedier than we think. You need to come up with a way to prevent him from harming the others. Once word gets out, the team you've worked so hard to build will collapse. Xiao Xie pouted. It wasn't that easy to collapse. Besides, Lin Bei was no ordinary person, he was a cultivator. If he sensed a problem, there was definitely a problem. Alright, I understand. I'll think of a way. You just listen to me and gather everyone. We'll head back soon. After saying that, Xiao Xie ended the conversation to prevent her sister from rambling on, thinking too much about what shouldn't be thought about. Lu Ruyan had a problem? Of course. Although Lu Ruyan had a great figure and appearance, she still fell a bit short compared to her. Lin Bei had never lost his composure around her, let alone Lu Ruyan. What she was thinking now was that it would be great if it were just Lu Ruyan with a problem. What she feared was that there might be a bigger issue within the team. On the other side, Lin Bei wanted to laugh. He had intended to eavesdrop on when Shiyu and the others would return, but unexpectedly overheard Xiao Shiran's concerns about him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Did he really seem like such a lecherous person? Did he seem greedy? Counting Xiao Xie, he only had 5 wives, which was far less than many others outside. Following Xiao Xie's orders, Xiao Shiran gathered everyone, and soon they all congregated in the small square of the police station. Their strength wasn't high, they mostly cleared zombies nearby to level up, so they could return quickly in case of danger. Women, aside from defending against zombies, also had to guard against men. What? A man has come here? And Xiao Shiran brought him in? Is this for real? Didn't they say no men were allowed here? How could she break that rule? Is she connected? My own brother can't get in, why can she, Xiao Shiran, bring a man in? Yeah, my husband is still outside. If family members can come in, I want to bring my brother too. It's much more comfortable here than outside. The news of a man stepping foot here quickly spread, and everyone began discussing it animatedly. One person approached Xiao Shiran and openly questioned, Sister Shiran, you brought a man back openly. What does this mean? Everyone looked at her. Xiao Shiran sighed. She knew it would turn out this way. She brought out the prepared speech. Everyone, the man I brought back today is not the kind of connection you all think he is. He is the founder of our team, and he established this team together with my sister, providing a place for everyone. Given the chaotic situation outside, I specifically invited him back to take charge. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on everyone's faces softened considerably. Oh, I see, so the team was established by him and Sister Xie. I thought he was some kind of connection. What a pity, I thought I could bring my brother in. Most people were still reasonable, but soon someone raised a doubt. Wait, how do we know this isn't just an excuse you made up? When we joined, it was clearly stated that the team was composed entirely of female members, and there was no mention of a male founder. Now suddenly a man appears, and we suspect this is just a reason you concocted to let him in, right, sisters? The rhythm of the conversation picked up instantly. That makes sense. I think that's possible too. Besides, since we're all women, having a man suddenly here might be a bit inconvenient. He should move out. Let him move out. I also think it's better for him to move out. Xiao Shiran frowned. This excuse was just shattered. And as she was about to say something to remedy the situation, the girls in front continued, even if what you said is true, that this team was indeed established by him and Xiao Xie, rules are rules. The rule here is that no men are allowed. As one of the founders, he should adhere to this rule. He can stay in the building across from the police station, and if we encounter any danger, he can still come over immediately. Hey, she had to admit, it was ridiculous. Not allowing him to stay inside while expecting him to protect her? That was just absurd. Yeah, staying across is just the same. Exactly, my brother lives in the building across. Many of our male relatives live there too. Let him stay there, it ensures their safety and is beneficial for everyone. Sister Shiran, just tell him to stay across. As one of the founders, I believe he will understand our wishes. That's right, let him stay across. Sister Shiran, didn't you and he say that everyone is equal? I believe both of you will respect our wishes. I trust you. I trust you too. Xiao Shiran was stunned. She had just said one thing, and how did it escalate to this? The sisters in front of her were all looking at her with hopeful eyes. No, what should she do? Let Lin Bei stay across? What kind of conditions were there? No electricity, no hot water, come on, Lin Bei was the strongest in the world. Wasn't this just pure torture? What's this? You all want me to stay across, right? Just when she didn't know what to do, Lin Bei's voice appeared beside her. Turning her head, she saw him smiling as he stood next to her. That's right, handsome, Shiran said. You are the founder of the team. You know the rules here, stay across. It just happens to be with our relatives, separated by a road, so if anything happens, you can arrive in time. Yeah, we're all women, having a man here is inconvenient for us. Lin Bei smiled, a very carefree smile. There are quite a few people here. He glanced around, estimating about 100 people, all with varying degrees of beauty. How about this? Those who want me to stay across, please don't move. Those who want me to stay here, please stand over here. There were still a few familiar faces inside. Avoiding. What do you mean by that? You don't want to leave? Someone is unhappy. An older sister, looking to be around 30, shouted loudly, Sisters, don't go over. I want to see what this guy will do. As the founder of the team, he actually wants to break the rules. A man living among women, who knows what he might do? What if he peeks at us while we bathe? What if he steals our underwear? What if he attacks us at night? Exactly. Shiran, sister, you've been saying how bad and despicable men are these days. He's a man too. Who knows what he thinks of us? What if his original intention in forming a women's team wasn't pure? He can't stay here. Right. If he has a clear conscience, he should stay across the street. That's right. If he has a clear conscience, he should go to the other side. Lin Bei's smile grew wider. Interesting. Really too interesting. Finally, he had encountered these extraordinary women. Since the apocalypse began, what kind of girls had he met? Shiyu, Hiyun, Jiangyu, Xiaoxia, Lin Wanen, each one was self-aware, even Wanen, who was practically delivered to his door. But what about these speakers? Top tier, the best of the best. Xiaoxia had made them too comfortable, protected them too well. It had been so long since the apocalypse began, and they could still make such astonishing remarks. Lin Bei ignored them. His gaze turned to Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, who were Jiangyu's two good friends, and he raised an eyebrow at them. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. They smiled and ran forward. Lin Bei was here. Sister Jiangyu must have come too. The two of them had almost encountered danger before, more aware than anyone of the true nature and methods of men in the apocalypse. But that wasn't absolute. Take Lin Bei in front of them, for example. He had several wives, but they were all willing. Shiyu and Hiyun were utterly devoted to him, so one could imagine how good he was to them. What are you two doing? You're not allowed to go. Just as they took a couple of steps, the older sister stopped them. He's clearly trying to divide us. Can't you two little girls see that? Everyone else is staying put, and it's just you two going over. You're not thinking of getting close to a man, hoping for his favor, are you? How shameless. Hurry back and stand properly. This precedent must not be set. This precedent must not be set. As soon as these words were spoken, many girls looked at them with disdain. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, having graduated and entered society, wouldn't let her off easily. Xiao Qing directly broke free and slapped her back. I'm telling you, it's none of your business whether I go or not. Who do you think you are to control me? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. My parents have never scolded me like this, calling me a shameless person. What kind of nose-picking thing are you? Why are you barking like a dog? Damn it! Xiao Bai also slapped her. Exactly. You're the one who's shameless. It's been so many days since the apocalypse, and you're still acting like a white lotus. Who do you think you are? Do you really think a handsome guy would look at you? You should squat down and take a good look at yourself in the urine puddle. What a crooked melon. Hurry up and roll away. In the environment of the apocalypse, everyone's mood was bad. Being scolded for no reason naturally called for a counterattack. The simplest way was to use foul language, the most extreme enjoyment. Then the two ran to Lin Bei's side and asked with concern, Has sister you come yet? Lin Bei's expression was strange. Sister, you will be here soon. Great. Xiao Cheng noticed Lin Bei's gaze and shyly tucked her loose hair behind her ear. We were just upset by her earlier, which is why we spoke so harshly. We're usually very quiet. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement. The older sister, who had been slapped twice, glared at the two of them with resentment. I knew it, so you two know him. Sisters, did you see that? I told you he has ulterior motives. He's already gotten close to two of you. We absolutely cannot let him stay here. If your husbands outside find out you're living with a man, they will definitely feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, many girls frowned. Just then, Xiao Xie and a few others returned, casually walking up to the crowd. Xiao Shiran hurried to her sister's side and quietly informed her of everything that had happened here. After listening, Xiao Xie glanced at her team members, especially the older sister. With their evolved hearing, they had already caught a lot of what was said on the way here. She had mentioned that no men were allowed here, but she set the rules, and she could change them if she wanted. I said it well. How many days has it been since the apocalypse, and these people still don't have a clue, unable to distinguish between big and small kings? She had said everyone was equal, but is it really equal? How much had she sacrificed for these people, and how much had they given back? Where is the equality? She didn't want to see those kind-hearted girls being harmed. She wasn't trying to protect some shameless women. Her teen needed to clean up. People need to have self-awareness. If there are opinions, they can be raised, she understands. But inciting others is a problem. It's fine, let him do his thing. Just stay quiet and watch, Xiao Xie comforted, patting Sharon's hand. At this moment, she was fearless, surrounded by powerful figures, not to mention Lin Bei, the number one in the world, and the top-tier big shots. Wanan was also not to be underestimated. She didn't have abilities yet, but her strength boost was significant, equivalent to having high-level powers, and Lin Bei had said he would find her an ability, making her a definite future big shot. Jiang Xiyu, He Yun, and Jiang Yu, each of them was capable of standing on their own. In just one morning, He Yun and Jiang Xiyu had caught up in evolution levels. Except for Wan En, who was still at second tier 1 star, everyone else was at second tier 3 stars. Jiang Yu and she had already reached second tier 3 stars, but Jiang Yu let the zombies go to the others so they could catch up. She certainly wouldn't foolishly snatch zombies. It was quite exaggerated to level up several stars in one morning. But with the rebound pills, the upgrade speed was that fast. He Yun, ranked among the top few globally at first tier 9 stars, was now at second tier 3 stars. Even she wouldn't dare to challenge him. A slight touch could send her to meet her great-grandmother. Her strength could probably only be matched by Lin Bei. The older sister, seeing Xiao Xie arrive, questioned, "Xiao Xie, you came back just in time. This man cannot stay here, no matter what his identity is, he must be made to leave. You promised everyone that there would be no male members here. Sisters, don't you agree?" "Yes, that's right." Taking advantage of the crowd's response, Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai quickly ran to Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai's side. Besides the two of them, several other girls came over, including Lu Ruyan, who had been targeted by Lin Bei earlier. Not many, but not few either. Over 20. Facing the crowd's reaction, Xiao Xie smiled calmly and said, "You're right, I did say that before, but now, I need to make a modification. No man other than him is allowed to step into my team's territory." As soon as these words were spoken, many girls' expressions changed. Xiao Xie had always interacted with them on equal terms, discussing everything together. They had never seen this attitude from her before. Many people silently walked away. How many fools are there in this day and age? The boss has spoken, isn't it seeking death to go against her? It was like this before the apocalypse, let alone now. What the hell? As more and more people walked past, the older sister shouted loudly, "We agreed from the beginning that if anyone opposed something, we would decide by vote, the minority obeying the majority, fair and just. But now, it's just you making the decisions. Where is the fairness? Where is the justice? With your current dictatorship, do you even consider us sisters? Sisters, we cannot go over there. If we bow our heads this time, we will have to bow our heads every time. Today, you bring this man in, who knows how many more you will bring next time? How can our safety be guaranteed? This precedent cannot be set. Yes, this precedent cannot be set. If there's one, there will be two. We agreed on an all-female team, and now bringing in a man, what does that mean?" Another woman who had walked past returned to echo her words. "Xiao Xie, unless you guarantee us that you will only bring this one man, I will not agree to him staying here," shouted a somewhat plump sister at the front of the crowd. "Right, you must guarantee it. Yes, what if you bring in more men later? Who knows if you will do such a thing, letting a man into our team without asking us? If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility for it?" Many of these people were single girls. One man joining was fine, but they feared that more men would join in the future. In this apocalypse, who knows if they would have ulterior motives? They had all heard about Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai. Responsibility? Xiao Xie laughed. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in her smile. She was just bringing a man back, yet so many people refused to acknowledge it. Who had been protecting them all this time? Who had been providing them with food and shelter? Who had ensured they could sleep soundly every night? Without her, what would these people be? They would have been done for long ago. And they questioned her? What right did they have? Did they lack even the most basic self-awareness? It had been so long since the apocalypse broke out. Had they still not recognized reality? This was not a request, but a notification. This was not a request, but a notification. Xiao Xie scanned the crowd. What I just said is a notification, not a request. In the last minute, those who agree to let him join come over here. Xiao Xie knew. At this moment, mentioning Lin Bei's name and telling them he was the number one in the world would definitely make many people willing to accept his joining, but that was based on Lin Bei's strength. They would think it was safer with him, not because of her status as the leader. There was no need to tell them that. She admitted, Her mindset had changed significantly in the more than 10 days since the apocalypse began, but she was clear that she still wanted to protect the kind-hearted girls who were vulnerable. However, the mode of interaction was no longer the same as before, where everyone was equal. Long-term equal interactions had led some to take advantage of her kindness. Strict hierarchy. Only then could she manage better. Look at Wang Qi and Xiao Bai. Both of them, like these people, were saved by her. Those two girls were very understanding, taking on ordinary small tasks voluntarily. Whatever she said, they did, never arguing, everything centered around her. Now look at these people. Ridiculous, right? Xiao Xie, just give up on this idea. I will never let you be a dictator alone. We are all equal people. We all have rights. Why should what you say go? The older sister was still going on. Xiao Xie didn't even glance at her, her gaze sweeping over the remaining women who had yet to move. One by one, some came over, but many also stayed in place. The plump sister loudly asked, Xiao Xie, is it so hard to give a promise? As long as you guarantee that you won't bring other men back in the future and swear it, we are still willing to believe you. We will go over and support you. That's right, as long as you swear that we will still follow you. Everything you've done has been seen by us. Bringing a man is still within our tolerance. You've put in so much. If we break the rules just this once, then so be it. Behind the fat sister, many women echoed in agreement. To this, Xiao Xie merely cast a disdainful glance and spoke in a tone full of contempt. I guarantee? I swear. What do you think you are? Do you think you deserve my guarantee or my oath? Have I been giving you face all this time? Xiao Xie showed no mercy. Her words made it clear to others that the previously equal situation would no longer exist. From today, no, from this moment on, she would make all her subordinates submit to her. Those who were sensible and self-aware would not find her words harsh. Those who defied her naturally could not hold back. As soon as the words left her mouth, the fat woman's eyes widened in fury, nearly exploding with rage. I pay so many taxes to raise someone like you? Is there no justice, no law? Sisters, do you see this? This is the true face of Xiao Xie. She doesn't respect us at all. Does she really think we can't survive without her? Just because she awakened some lightning powers? Without her, we can still live well, right, sisters? Yes, she's too arrogant. Exactly. Isn't she just a bit stronger than us? Does she really think she's the boss, and says we're nothing? Then what is she? They were furious at being insulted by Xiao Xie. I never said I was anything special, but I know my place. Since you say you can live well without me, the door is right there. If you don't leave, I'll look down on you. Xiao Xie's temper flared. They really were giving her face. Beside her, Xiao Shiran was also anxious. How could their good team be on the verge of falling apart? She turned to look at Lin Bei. It was all his doing. When she saw Lin Bei, she was stunned. Their team had such a huge internal conflict, and this guy was actually eating sunflower seeds, looking like he was watching a show. As the source of the conflict, he had nothing to say and could still eat sunflower seeds so comfortably. Want some? Seeing her look over, Lin Bei offered a handful of seeds. No, thank you. Xiao Shiran refused with a dark face, then asked, Mr. Lin, this team is my sister's hard work. She has put in so much. You wouldn't want her efforts to be wasted because of you, would you? Lin Bei pulled out a handful of peanuts, peeled a few, and popped them into his mouth, glancing at the crowd ahead. It's not that serious, it won't disband. Ultimately, it's a few who are stirring the pot and a few who are echoing them that have made it this way. Among these people, there are quite a few interesting ones. Interesting ones? Xiao Shiran frowned tightly, looking back at the crowd. She knew Lin Bei was hinting at something, but these were all normal women. She couldn't see anything unusual. What exactly is mixed in here? She couldn't wait to ask. Her sister had mentioned that there might be problems in the team. What kind of problems? Everyone was being so cryptic. What would happen if they just explained clearly? Lin Bei ignored her. He placed a handful of peanuts into Yiyan's outstretched hand and asked the few women beside him, which one do you think it is? I'll go first. The one stirring the pot is definitely the fat sister, Yiyan said while chewing on peanuts. Continuing, the fat sister speaks like a complete fool. Sister Xie has made her too comfortable, causing most of her thoughts to still be stuck before the apocalypse. The older sister is different. She's gone completely crazy, stirring up all sorts of trouble. It's too much, Qiqing. Good brother, you have no enmity with her, yet she's determined to get you out of here. This conflict can be said to have been instigated by her. Shiyu nodded. I agree with what Xiaoyun said. The reason that older sister is trying every means to get you out is probably because she's afraid you're too powerful and hard to deal with. Regardless of whether they believe you are one of the team founders, they are well aware of Xiao Xie's character. The fact that she made an exception to invite you in is enough to demonstrate your strength, and that's likely why she's going to such lengths to provoke this conflict to get you out. Indeed, it was pretty much what he thought. Master, What about you? Do you have anything to add? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu. They've said everything, what else can I say? If it were up to me, I'd rather finish this quickly and go eat. I'm hungry, and after eating, I need to rest a bit before going to kill zombies and level up this afternoon. Jiang Yu stretched lazily, showing a hint of boredom. She wasn't particularly interested in gossip. Lin Bei pouted. It was surprising that someone didn't like gossip. Baby, which ones do you think? Wanen glanced around. Many. The fat sister isn't one, the older sister is, and I feel like there are several behind the fat sister and the older sister. There are also a few people who came to our side. Oh, Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. He could see the bonds, so he knew who was who, but he didn't expect Wanen to notice as well. How did you figure that out? What was going on? Standing next to them, Xiao Shiran looked completely confused. What was what, and what wasn't? She couldn't understand a word. What was it? Because Lin Bei had cast a spatial barrier, their conversation was inaudible to others. Lin Wanen blinked. It's simple. Didn't you notice? Many people aren't breathing. And that older sister, let's not even talk about whether her speech had issues. She was slapped twice and didn't even turn red. Clearly, she's not a living person. Developing divine power, raising zombies. Developing divine power, raising zombies isn't a living person? Xiao Shiran's pupils constricted. What did that mean? If they weren't living people, then what were they? Zombies? But they all looked normal. Thinking about it, she looked over, staring at each person's chest. After staring for a while, she found, just as Lin Wanen said, that there was indeed no sign of movement. If someone was breathing, their chest would naturally rise and fall, even if the movement was very slight, she could still notice. But many people stood there without moving at all, silent as corpses. She felt like she was seeing things wrong. Rubbing her eyes, she stared for a long time, and indeed, there was not even the slightest hint of movement in their chests. Lin Wanen shrugged. Maybe they forgot to breathe. Normal living people sometimes forget to breathe, but it doesn't last long. The body's mechanisms will make you subconsciously resume breathing. But if there's no need to breathe, then there's no need. What on earth are they? Xiao Shiran was extremely confused. He said, this morning, good brother told Sister Xie, didn't she tell you? They are corpse people, half human, half corpse, zombies that retain human memories. Corpse people? Xiao Shiran's eyes widened. Zombies that retain human memories? There's such a thing? How is that possible? By eating zombie flesh. Eating zombie flesh? Xiao Shiran frowned tightly. Although she wasn't afraid of zombies, just thinking about their appearance made her feel nauseous, let alone eating their flesh. Ridiculous. It was beyond outrageous. Wait, isn't eating zombie flesh different from being bitten by a zombie? Lin Wanen thought for a moment and said, it might be like snake venom. If a poisonous snake bites you, you get poisoned. But if you drink the venom, you'll be fine. Snake venom is just a type of protein that can be digested and absorbed by the human body. Perhaps zombie flesh is similar. It can be digested and absorbed by the body, but the zombie virus is too powerful and still transforms the body into a zombie, while retaining consciousness. After hearing Wanen, Xiao Shiran understood. She then asked, since they become zombies that retain human consciousness, do they evolve by feeding on humans like regular zombies? It should be. Lin Bei was also uncertain. I've only encountered it once. Since they've turned into zombies, it's likely they're similar to regular zombies. He cracked a sunflower seed. Suddenly, Lin Bei remembered something and muttered, right, both zombies and corpse people evolve by feeding on humans. We could raise a few. When we encounter a couple of idiots, instead of killing them for nothing, we might as well throw them to the zombies to eat. After all, we gain no energy from killing our own kind. We could cultivate the levels of the corpse people or zombies and then kill them. Feasible. Very feasible. They had encountered too many idiots these days. They would definitely encounter more in the future. Resources needed to be used wisely. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. She became interested when it came to leveling up and getting stronger. That's a great suggestion, but where's the catch? Raising zombies or corpse people is a very dangerous thing. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. We need a place that is absolutely safe and reassuring. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep at night, fearing they might escape. Jiang Shiyu said, I once watched an anime. I should be able to create a space that can hold living things. There's nothing safer than a space, unless the other party also has spatial abilities. Otherwise, brute force won't work. Anime, a space for living things. Oh my god. Bei, are you also from the village? Shiyu was taken aback, not expecting Lin Bei to have watched the same anime as her. Ghana, you really are from the village. So, Bei, what do you think about Shinwei? There is, Lin Bei nodded. Definitely. At first, I thought about getting Shinwei. But with a level 2 ability, my ability points weren't enough. Now that I'm level 3, I should be able to do it. Saying this, Lin Bei began to try. Developing skills was difficult but also simple. He didn't need to worry about the consumption of ability points, which was essentially his energy. He could keep trying and making mistakes until he found the right direction to move forward. I'll try too, Shiyu said, joining in. They were determined to give it a go. Come on, who in the village wouldn't want Shenwei? That's Shenwei. Meanwhile, the chubby sister was pushed by Xiaoxia, and already agitated, she became even more so. If you want to go, then go. What's the big deal? Do you really think we can't live without you? How ridiculous. Sisters, let's go together. After saying that, she turned and strode towards the door. The girls standing behind her stared at her back, exchanging glances, but no one followed her out. Wait, Asian, are you serious? Are you really leaving? Are you sure you want to go given the situation outside? Just moments ago, the few girls who wanted Xiaoxia to promise and swear suddenly looked dejected. They were all gathered together, and not far away, the iron gate that was being patched was filled with zombies, with gray and even mutilated arms reaching through the bars, waving. To be honest, they could handle these zombies, but what would they do after dealing with them? Food wasn't a concern, but how would they sleep at night? What if they encountered a tide of zombies with so few people? What if they ran into high-level zombies on the way? In an instant, they regretted it. Let's go. What are we waiting for? The chubby sister noticed no one was following her and couldn't help but stop. At that moment, she was still angry and couldn't think of much else. Xiaoxia has already said that. Do you still plan to stay? Everyone has killed countless zombies. Without her, we can still survive. Let's go. The few girls exchanged glances again. Move, not move. No one followed her. The chubby sister was very angry, upset that her sisters weren't following her. What would they face outside? Wasn't it just zombies? Wasn't it just men? Wasn't it just the dangers that could appear at any moment? Wasn't it just worrying about being surrounded by zombies? Wasn't it just worrying about being targeted? The more she thought, the worse her expression became. It seemed that just relying on her and these few sisters wasn't enough. The variables outside were simply too many. If they really left this police station, it might take only a few minutes. But after saying all that to Xiaoxia, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to stay? Is face more important than life? Both are important. She wanted them all. Since you all aren't leaving, then I won't leave either. Let's trust Xiaoxia once. After all, she has given us so much. Breaking the rules this time is fine. It's just a man, nothing serious. As she spoke, she walked back. Seeing this, Xiaoxia sneered. Really? Go back to Gotham City. Batman said he won't hit you anymore. What do you mean? He-Yun was a bit confused. It means she's the Joker. The chubby woman's face flushed. How could she remain calm when someone publicly called her a clown? But to survive, she could only pretend not to hear. She endured, because Xiaoxia really wanted her to leave, and she didn't dare to leave. She could only endure. There was no other way. Shenwei had a bit of insight. Lin Bei saw that the argument had calmed down, stretched lazily, and scanned the crowd. I'll give some of you a chance to step forward. Perhaps you can survive. If you don't step forward, only death awaits. I think those people know what I'm talking about. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ruyan, standing beside Lin Bei in the crowd, slightly narrowed her pupils but quickly returned to normal. Had the wind leaked? It shouldn't have. The girls felt a chill. The werewolves were in a frenzy. The girls felt a chill. The werewolves were in a frenzy. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Maybe there were other forces mixed in. People like them would never have a betrayal issue. She casually scanned the area. Good. None of her people had revealed themselves. There was another possibility. This man was trying to deceive them. Impossible. The next second, Lu Ruyan was horrified to see the tip of a sharp blade emerge from the chest of the older sister, who had deliberately intensified the conflict, with slightly viscous black blood slowly flowing out, while she herself seemed oblivious. Exposed. Still exposed. Her fists involuntarily clenched. Just a moment ago, she still held a glimmer of hope, but the appearance of this knife made her realize they had truly been exposed. How could this be? Where were they exposed? Was someone they had transformed leaking information? It shouldn't be. Once transformed into a zombie, their desire for humans was no less than a cat's desire for fish. Former companions were no longer companions. In their eyes, they were delicious food. She deeply understood this. She had no time to think about who stabbed this knife or how it was done. With a thought, the hidden button inside her was pressed. She wouldn't naively think that others had been exposed while she herself had not. Even if she hadn't been exposed now, because of this older sister's exposure, Xiaoxia would definitely check everyone later, and at that time, they would still be exposed. She had to notify him early. If it was too late, they might all end up here. What smells so bad? A girl standing next to the older sister frowned and sniffed, looking towards the source of the smell. Her pupils suddenly contracted as she glanced at the exposed half of the blade and then at the older sister, whose expression showed no change. She swallowed hard and involuntarily took a few steps back, her eyes filled with terror. "What are you doing? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" the older sister asked, confused by her change. "Li Jie, do you really not feel anything at all? Your heart has been pierced, and your blood, why is it black? Why does it smell? Are you human or a zombie?" the girl asked while retreating, her eyes filled with intense fear and vigilance, terrified that she might pounce on her at any moment. As soon as these words were spoken, many people turned to look, their pupils contracting in shock. Some were confused, wondering why a living person showed no reaction after having their heart pierced, and why their blood was black. After all, zombies are supposed to be mindless. Others were scared. They hadn't expected that someone in their team would actually make a move. Some couldn't help but glance at Lin Bei, and combined with what he had just said, it was clear that this man who had just joined had discovered their identities, and it was possible that it was she who had made the move just now. They never expected to be exposed so suddenly, leaving them at a loss. "What the hell?" The older sister, referred to as Li Jia, lowered her head, stunned by the sight before her. The sharp blade glinted coldly in the sunlight, and her white shirt was stained black with her blood. Who did this? Her first reaction was to turn around abruptly. From her angle, it seemed like someone behind her had attacked, but when she turned, there was no one there. Everyone had distanced themselves from her, and she had no idea who had done it. Xiao Xie squinted. As expected, she had suspected that there might be a zombie among the team when Shiran called for her earlier. These people might have been forced to eat zombie flesh or voluntarily consumed it due to a lack of food. Regardless of the reason, having someone lurking in her team was definitely not a good sign. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it," Lin Bei said lightly, slowly raising his hand and making a grasping motion towards Li Jie. Bang! In an instant, the person with a knife stuck in their chest turned into a puddle of mush on the ground, flowing outwards. "What the hell?" Xiao Shiran cursed. She knew Lin Bei was strong, but she never expected him to be this powerful. Li Jie's evolution level wasn't high, whether she was human or not. She was still a first-tier 8-star existence. Was she just killed with a mere gesture? Not just Xiao Shiran, but everyone present, aside from a few girls, looked at Lin Bei with the eyes of a monster. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. While that wasn't a short time, it wasn't long either. Had a monster really grown to this extent? Could he kill with just a wave of his hand? Sorry Lang. A little sister couldn't help but scream. Lin Bei almost lost his composure. Really? He glanced at Xiao Xie. After so long in the apocalypse, she still screamed at this scene. He had to admit that Xiao Xie's protection of them was truly remarkable. As she shouted, the little sister noticed that everyone except her was unresponsive, and she blushed and fell silent. In the apocalypse, wasn't this a normal occurrence? Lin Bei scanned the rest of the people. In that moment, those who had been swayed by Li Jie and chose not to support him felt immense regret. A few girls who had been influenced by the plump sister to ask Xiao Xie to swear were also in the same boat. With the situation changing so suddenly, they panicked. While being wary of the people around them, they looked to Xiao Xie for help. They were scared. Scared of the people around them, even more scared that the man would determine they were zombies and crush them. At that moment, they finally understood what kind of terrifying existence the man Xiao Xie had brought was. Did he have ulterior motives towards them? Ridiculous. Would such a strong person even look at them? They also realized that Xiao Xie truly had their best interests at heart, not knowing how much effort she had put in to bring such a powerful ally into their midst, while they had misunderstood her intentions. Don't kill me. I confess, I didn't want to become like this. I was forced to. Don't kill me. Under Lin Bei's gaze, many of the corpses couldn't bear the pressure and voluntarily stepped forward, kneeling before him. They were unsure if they had exposed themselves. They didn't want to end up like Sister Li, turn into mush. They were still young. They weren't afraid of the zombies outside. Why did they lack a strong desire to survive? Tell me, Lin Bei asked. If I tell you everything, will you? One girl, who was somewhat pretty, tried to bargain, but before she could finish her sentence, like Sister Li, she turned into mush and fell onto her clothes. The fresh stench instantly filled the air. Gulp! The scene made the few girls kneeling nearby tremble all over. Although they didn't need to breathe, they could feel fear, and they hurriedly recounted their experiences. It was too overwhelming. They just wanted to say something to save their lives, but they weren't given the chance. I was really forced, it was all her doing. One girl pointed at her companion who was also kneeling beside her and quickly added, I went out to kill zombies with her. She drugged me and fed me zombie flesh while I was unconscious, turning me into this half-human, half-ghost state, and even made me eat my own kind. I haven't done anything wrong. I was forced, believe me, I really haven't done anything wrong. You're talking nonsense. You've done plenty wrong. She turned you into that, and you attacked me? I treated you like my best sister, but you ended up betraying me. Yujie, don't listen to her. She's the one who turned me into this. Yujie, one pulling the other. Lin Bei didn't even need to point out the wolves. They were basically all dragged out by the people kneeling on the ground, exploding upwards. Soon, a small group emerged. When 3 women were revealed from the crowd, they didn't continue to rise but instead fell silent with very ugly expressions. Everyone understood. This should be the source. Xiao Xie frowned upon seeing the 3. You 3, weren't you the ones I saved at the beginning? Were you also forced to eat zombie flesh? The person behind the scenes, space colliding. The person behind the scenes, space colliding. They weren't forced, they volunteered to eat it. A man's voice appeared out of nowhere. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ruyan, who had remained silent, smiled, including the 3 girls being questioned by Xiao Xie. In the next moment, a man's figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. He was somewhat handsome, but compared to Lin Bei, who was as handsome as the readers here, he fell short. His appearance made Lin Bei and Shiyu raise their eyebrows simultaneously. Familiar spatial fluctuations. They understood in their hearts. This man was also a space ability user. Honey, you're here. I was so scared just now, I thought I would never see you again. That man is as strong as you, it's terrifying. Yeah, he crushed a living person just like that. His strength isn't too bad, and in front of him, I had no power to fight back. Hi, be careful, don't be careless. The 3 women quickly ran to the man's side, leaning affectionately against him, reporting the situation here. Oh, the man first glanced at Shiyu and the others, then curiously looked at Lin Bei, pointing at the woman kneeling beside him. Was the scene just now like this? As he spoke, he reached out. Bang! A corpse instantly turned into mush. The kneeling women? Showcasing is one thing, but why kill her? Aren't we on the same side? If you have the ability, go crush the woman beside him. Damn it, family, who understands? Yeah, it was like this. One of the women nodded vigorously. Could it be that this man, like Li Hai, is also a space-type ability user? Let's find out, said the man named Li Hai, extending his hand towards Lin Bei. In an instant, the space around Lin Bei solidified into a wall of nothingness, and as Li Hai grasped it, the wall pressed inward towards the center. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth lifted slightly. This guy actually learned to reach out like him. Reaching out was just him showing off. Strength didn't matter. Being cool was a lifelong affair. His index finger moved slightly. In an instant, the wall of nothingness was dispelled by him. This kind of attack utilizing attributes depended on whose ability value was higher. Sorry, he was equivalent to infinite ability value. Interesting, Li Hai's mouth also curved up slightly as he ran a hand through his hair. Space type. No wonder Xiao Xie would let you step into this place, but it's a pity, you shouldn't be here. And you shouldn't get close to Xiao Xie, she is my prey. Lin Bei smiled. Someone was actually eyeing Xiao Xie just like him, and also had space abilities. Oh no, it should be said like Shiryu, he originally had no abilities. Sorry, she is already mine. What? Li Hai's brows instantly furrowed, his eyes narrowed dangerously. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words, perhaps, I'll make your death a bit more merciful. To this, Lin Bei said nothing, just tilted his head slightly. Xiao Xie, very perceptively, stepped forward on her tiptoes and kissed him. Lin Bei smiled, genuinely happy. He reached out to wrap his arm around Xiao Xie's slim waist to assert his claim. Xie, do you know this person? No, Xiao Xie shook her head. She had never seen this person before. She originally didn't want to say anything more, but thought of something and almost couldn't suppress her smile, half leaning on Lin Bei's chest. I don't know where this clown came from, actually saying I'm his prey, not even looking at whose woman I am. Trying to lay a hand on me, offending the Dragon King, you won't even know how you died. Lin Bei. Li Hai, this woman he had secretly observed was truly exceptional, very intelligent, and had a strong presence. Coupled with her powerful abilities, he had been intent on transforming her into a half-human, half-corpse existence like them. But she shouldn't be like this, like a brainless supporting character in a short play. Soon, he saw the corners of Xiao Xie's mouth that she couldn't suppress, and he understood, Xiao Xie was doing it on purpose. That wasn't the key. The key was that Xiao Xie actually took the initiative to kiss him. The prey he had been eyeing and plotting for a long time was now nestled in someone else's arms, making him feel a nauseating sensation as if a fly had flown into his mouth while eating, and he had even chewed a few bites, the kind that bursts. If it were just about being pretty, that would be fine. Xiao Xie could become his right-hand woman. In his plans, she was to be the master of his harem. But now, she was already in someone else's shape. With a wave of his hand, a sofa appeared behind him, and he sat down, his gaze coldly fixed on Lin Bei. Have you thought about your last words? This guy is so pretentious, acting like this in front of my good brother at home. I really want to punch him to make him understand what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people, Hien said, angrily grinding her small fists. Heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond the people? Li Hai laughed. Today, let me show you what heaven is. You like to fight, right? He fixed his gaze on Yen's arm, his eyes narrowing. Then say goodbye to your fists, Canwei. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. Using the power of space, he eliminated his spatial distortion, and Li Hai frowned, a hint of agitation in his brows. So annoying. The originally cool scene was interrupted. Space abilities were quite abnormal, but when encountering the same type of ability, it seemed a bit dull. To outsiders, they both seemed to have done nothing. It didn't matter. He had a killer move. An ultimate killer move. Want to move my hand and make your grand dream of spring and autumn? With my good brother here, you could never hurt me. He. Although Yin saw nothing, she was clear about what had just happened. She continued, what's the use of pretending like this? Turning into a half-human, half-zombie existence only proves one thing. In the beginning, you were too scared to look for food and ended up eating zombie flesh. The more you pretend now, the more cowardly you were back then. He-Yun understood perfectly. The reason for choosing to eat zombie flesh was naturally because they were starving and had no other choice. Don't be fooled by how human they look now. They were definitely as cowardly as a dog in the beginning, not daring to search for food. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Li Hai laughed loudly. Miss, is there a possibility that I chose to eat zombie flesh when food was extremely abundant? Lin Bei frowned slightly, then relaxed. He understood. It was indeed a path. He had thought about it before. However, it was just a thought. He wouldn't choose to turn himself into something as disgusting as a zombie. What do you mean? If you have food, why eat zombie flesh? Xiao Shiran asked in confusion. Have you heard the saying, all roads lead to Rome? Li Hai did not answer but instead asked back. The girls were initially puzzled. Then they understood, but soon their brows furrowed tightly. Xiao Xia looked at the three girls beside Li Hai. So, this is why you chose to eat zombie flesh? Instead of being a good person, you chose to follow him and become this freak? The three girls laughed. Xiao Xia, don't stand there talking without feeling any pain. Not everyone has good abilities like you. You don't care about zombies. You can charge into a horde and kill them all. But what about us who have no abilities? What if one day you're not around and we get surrounded by zombies? Rather than being torn apart by zombies, it's better to join early. Exactly. You say we're freaks, but all roads lead to Rome. What if the future is a world of zombies, and they evolve intelligence and develop technology? What's the difference from before? Rather than living in fear every day, it's better to become pioneers of zombies early. You have no idea how great it is for us now. Really, when we walk outside, we no longer have to worry about zombies attacking us. Zombies see us as kindred spirits, they see us as leaders, they see us as parents. In my eyes, the zombies now are just a bunch of babies that haven't grown up yet. Xiao Xie, Hai values you very much. He treats his woman well. Really, I'm very grateful and admire you. If it weren't for you, we might have been tortured to death by those people long ago and would never have met my Hai. Take my advice, join us, and let's work together to build our zombie empire. You could never defeat us. Really, just try it. You'll know how great it is to become a conscious zombie. Xiao Xia narrowed her eyes. You can't say it isn't true. There's some logic to it. But she still preferred to be human. Li Hai's methods, 100,000 zombies. Li Hai's methods, 100,000 zombies. Alright, I understand that you chose this path out of fear, but if you lay hands on others and force them to walk the same path as you, doing such things in my team, don't blame me. I will make you pay with your lives. The situation was already clear. There was no need to continue the conversation. A long whip of lightning formed in her hand, flickering with arcs of electricity, crackling loudly. Upon hearing this, the three girls not only weren't afraid but laughed instead. Xiao Xia, we admit you're strong, but you're not a god. You can swim like a dragon in the zombie tide, but how many zombies can you kill? 5,000? Or 10,000? Or 20,000? Or 50,000? 100,000? 100,000? Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was what he had been waiting for. On a rainy night, everyone knew the intention to ambush them. The corpse man was collecting zombies as his underlings, and with the intelligence of the man before them, it was impossible for him not to do so. With his spatial abilities, he must have already expanded a vast divine space to store the zombies, among which there were certainly many high-level zombies. Just a moment ago, he had already created a dedicated space for his divine power. He only needed to continuously inject ability points to expand the space's capacity. Similarly, from the other party's perspective, expanding the divine space was his primary goal. Carrying a large number of zombies with him was his trump card. So, when he appeared, Lin Bei was waiting for this moment. 100,000? Zun du jiadu, Zun du jiadu, Zun du jiadu? Hyun was so excited to hear there were so many zombies. The feeling of power surging was addictive, and his two cute big eyes sparkled as they fixed on Lee Hai across from him. What a good person. I don't know, it might be true. Shiryu also felt excited, her thoughts moving as she distributed food to everyone. Sisters, eat something first. After we deal with these zombies, we can have a feast. Jiang Yu quickly finished a piece of steak. Lin Bei, can you refine some pills to fill our stomachs? With our current appetite, it would be quite troublesome if we encounter special situations and don't have time to eat. You've been able to refine pills for restoring stamina and healing injuries. That should be easy for you, right? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Tonzi, did you hear that? New pills are coming. Don't worry, the mission will be accomplished. It's on Tongtong. Lin Bei said to Jiang Yu, alright, I'll study it when I have time. Food can't just be about quantity, quality matters too. 100,000 zombies. Xiao Xia couldn't help but lick her lips. Energy, it was all pure energy. With their endless supply of recovery pills, what they currently lacked was a large number of zombies. It was like being drowsy and someone brought a pillow. Unable to contain herself, she flicked the long whip in her hand to vent her excitement and heat, the tail of the lightning whip smashing a deep pit into the ground. I want it. I really want it. I can hardly hold back. He. Even Lin Wanan felt excited, although she was the weakest here, that was only in this small team. After killing zombies all morning, she had already gotten used to everyone's rhythm. Just do it. Just kill. What's wrong with these people? The woman beside Lee Hai frowned. What she had just said was meant to make Xiao Xia retreat. She was still a normal person, and if she got hurt in the zombie tide, it would be very troublesome. But after she spoke, Xiao Xia not only wasn't afraid but was eager to try, even a bit impatient. It wasn't just her, the unfamiliar women beside the man felt the same way. No, the zombie tide. 100,000 zombies. Aren't you afraid? Looking at the others, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Wang Qi, and Xiao Bai, these girls turned pale upon hearing her words. Zhang Yan, I want to be part of you, I want to be part of you, let me join. The chubby sister hurriedly ran to Zhang Yan, saying, once the 100,000 zombie tide appeared, even if Xiao Xie and that man were strong, it would be useless. They would only be torn apart by the zombies. Besides the chubby sister, those who initially supported her in making Xiao Xie swear also came forward to plead. Those who had argued fiercely before were now kneeling on the ground begging. Yan Jia, we have such a good relationship. Let me become like you. I'm strong too. I'm a first level 7-star. Yan Jia, I'm a first level 8-star. Zhang Yan looked at Li Hai beside her. Li Hai raised a hand. In front of everyone appeared a severed zombie arm. Eat it, and you will step into glorious evolution, blood and flesh suffering, zombies ascending. Zombie flesh. The chubby sister swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, picked it up, and began to tear and swallow it greedily. Ugh, it stinks. It's disgusting. It's nauseating. It's like the smell of a pair of socks worn for a year without washing, soaked in water from outside and trapped in airtight shoes for a whole day, so foul that it made her break out in goosebumps all over. Yet she still forced herself to eat. Living is definitely better than dying. Moreover, Zhang Yan's words had indeed attracted many people. They were not Xiao Xia, they feared the zombie tide, they didn't want to be knocked down and bitten by zombies, they wanted to be the leaders of the zombies. Sister Yen, I want to join too. Sister Yen, I want to join. I don't want to be human anymore, Sister Yu. Many girls who supported Lin Bei rushed over, and Xiao Xia did not stop them. Everyone has their own aspirations. She wasn't their mother, and since they were determined to die, then let them be. Across the room, sitting on the sofa, Li Hai's smile grew wider as the power on Xiao Xia's side diminished while his side grew stronger, a balance shifting, making their chances of victory even slimmer. Moreover, their hopes were already bleak. Oh no, they were hopeless from the start. Xiao Xia, I'll give you a chance. It's not too late to come to me now. As long as you kneel and call me master, I will preserve your consciousness and let you step into glorious evolution. With that, he waved his hand. 10 zombies appeared behind him, each towering at 3 meters tall, their exaggerated physiques and explosive muscles intimidating enough to deter any confrontation. He wanted to showcase his strength and make them submit. Of course, it was far from over. Immediately after, 10 licklickers from the movies appeared. 10 gray-skinned, defense-enhanced zombies emerged. 10 zombie gorillas pounded their chests and roared madly. 10 zombie tigers appeared. 10 zombie lions appeared. Each zombie exuded a strong sense of oppression, and every beast made them tremble. If they were of ordinary levels, it would be one thing, but judging by their aura, each one was at least second tier. Exaggerated. It was simply too exaggerated. Countless girls were so frightened that their legs went weak. Please, the apocalypse had only erupted for a little over 10 days, not 10 months. Such a lineup was simply too luxurious, too top tier. Roar! Roar! The roars of beasts and the growls of zombies stirred everyone's nerves. Not only that, behind these high-level zombies, a dense mass of corpses appeared, stretching endlessly. They were alarmed. They were terrified. They were trembling. They couldn't fight back at all. Some girls who were still hesitating, upon seeing this scene, shifted from two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive, scrambling to Zhang Yan to demand zombie flesh to join in. Even those who had just resolved to follow Xiao Xie and the others to fight their way out were now frantically running over. Can humans really cope with this? Emperor Yu Yan, kill, kill. Emperor Yu Yan, kill, kill. Ha ha ha. Seeing more and more people coming over from Xiao Xie's side, Li Hai couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the sense of oppression brought by his zombie army. Sister, what do we do now? Xiao Shiran trembled as she grabbed Xiao Xie's sleeve. With only about 20 people left, including the sisters who hadn't made it over in Lin Bei, they seemed so small in front of such a massive zombie army. Like a lone boat on a stormy sea. At any moment, they could be swallowed. Xiao Xie, you are a smart person. I believe you know how to choose in this situation. Come, let us conquer this planet together. You are the wielder of lightning powers, isn't it a pity to fall here? As long as you are willing, these zombies will bow to you. You will become the queen of this new world. You will become an existence that is above all others. Of course, if you are unwilling, then I can only turn you into a mindless zombie and keep you by my side for training. I may not like trouble, but I am not afraid of it. It all depends on how you choose. Li Hai stared at Xiao Xie. He was very clear in his words. However, Xiao Xie's expression was strange, extremely strange. Faced with such a situation, she showed no fear. Instead, she wore an exaggerated smile, much like a deranged woman who laughs maniacally when capturing her prey. Could it be that she was scared silly? For a strong person like her, encountering a small zombie tide might be exciting, but this was clearly a large-scale zombie tide. She should know that she couldn't handle it. Lin Bei, I can hardly hold back. Xiao Xie seemed to ignore Li Hai's words, her gaze fixed on the high-level zombie ahead, speaking to Lin Bei without turning her head. Good brother, I can't hold back either. Hiyun licked her lips, which were shiny from just having eaten a grilled sausage, her body trembling slightly. Excitement. Excitement to the extreme. Not just the two of them, but Wan En, Jiang Yu, and Sure you were all slightly trembling. Come on, this was energy that could allow them to level up and evolve. So much energy. At least it could allow each of them to rise 2 or 3 stars. This was still a conservative estimate. How could they remain calm? Lin Bei brushed his hair back and looked at the silent Emperor Ruyan beside Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai. Miss Lu, are you still standing here, planning to betray that man? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. The next second, a hand pulled her over. It was none other than Li Hai, sitting on the sofa. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Bei. I'm curious, how did you see through her? The scent was covered by perfume. Her skin was made up, and she wore colored contact lenses. How does she look like a zombie? Originally, he had planned to use Lu Ruyan as a backup. In case an uncontrollable situation arose, he could backstab them. But being seen through left him with no options. Xiao Shiran was shocked. Lu Ruyan really was half human, half zombie. Lin Bei's lips curled up. It was simple. Because in his line of sight, there was a list of information next to Lu Ruyan that only he could see. Name, Lu Ruyan. Appearance score, 91. Pre-apocalypse occupation, car model, comprehensive score, 90. Level, second stage 1 star. Race, zombie person. Ability, charging, awakened. Bond, car model, 1. After the bond is activated, the driving skills of the illustrated members are doubled. Innate green had holy body, 1. Innate stalking holy body, 1. Rich killer, 1. Otaku killer, 1. Fishing expert, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiast, 1. Such bonds could only be described with one phrase. No wonder she was the Emperor Ruyan, truly living up to her name. He had not moved against her because Lin Bei was curious about what her charging ability was. After all, it was a high level. Give me a reason to tell you, Lin Bei said. Good, very good. I hope you won't kneel on the ground and tell me voluntarily later. Let me show you who truly is the master of this land, humans or zombies. Charge! Li Hai waved his hand. Upon receiving the order, dozens of second-stage zombie beasts roared and charged towards Lin Bei and the others like piranhas smelling blood, with an extremely terrifying number of zombies closely following behind. Boom! 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 The entire police station trembled, like muffled thunder rolling. What are we going to do now? Xiao Shiran's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, her face filled with despair. It wasn't just her. Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and Wang Qi were the same. They had never faced such a terrifying number of zombies head-on, and what was worse, the least of them were high-tier zombies. Come on! There were only about 20 of them. Did it really need to be this grand? Go, my darlings! It's time to feast! Lin Bei shouted. All right. The women, who had long been eager, surged forward like wild horses. Swish! Jiang Yu pushed off the ground, leading the charge. Sorry, sisters, I let you have your fun this morning, but now I need to collect some interest. I won't hold back. As she advanced, she drew the shotgun from her waist, extending it, and leaped into the air, aiming it at a 3-meter-tall, muscular second-tier zombie, bringing it down with a smash. Die for me! Roar! The muscular zombie howled. It wasn't foolish enough to let its enemy strike its relatively weak head. It reached out to grab the descending spear while its other hand clenched into a fist, aiming to smash her small body. Li Hai smirked slightly. It would be best if a single punch could incapacitate this woman. Such a beautiful woman, he wanted to recruit her under his command, not just her, but also the others behind Lin Bei. He had to admit, that man with the same space abilities was a bit lucky to have gathered so many beauties. But unfortunately for him, he had run into Li Hai. Targeting Xiao Xie was definitely a mistake he would regret for life. Suddenly, Li Hai's eyes widened in shock as he stood up abruptly. The scene he had imagined was that the woman in white would be sent flying by the muscular zombie's punch, but the reality was that the moment the second-tier muscular zombie's hand touched the spear, it crumbled to dust, its massive body smashed in half. This scene was already quite violent, but it wasn't over. After smashing one zombie, the woman in white used the butt of the spear to eliminate the downward inertia, pivoting her body to the left and then stabbing to the right. As she swung to the left, the spear's tip sliced through the head of another second-tier muscular zombie, before piercing the forehead of a third one. 1 second. All of this happened in just 1 second. This meant that the woman in white, whom he had thought was merely somewhat attractive just a moment ago, had killed 3 of his elite soldiers in that brief instant, her movements fluid and seamless. Awesome! With 3 second-tier zombies taken down in an instant, a surge of energy elevated Jiang Yu to the next level, the boost in power making her unable to suppress a low shout. At the same time, 2 second-tier lickers lunged at her from either side. She fired 2 shots, easily piercing their heads. Another 2 bursts of energy flowed into her body. So exhilarating! I can't believe it. Little you, don't kill too fast. High-tier zombies are rare, leave some for us. In just 2 seconds, Little you had killed 5. If she kept this up for a few more seconds, the hard-earned levels would slip away again. Hiyun pushed off the ground. Bang! The hard concrete floor instantly caved in, and she charged forward like a speeding car, slashing once, twice, 3 times. Simple, unadorned strikes, and 3 second-tier zombies were sliced in half like mere muggles. Li Hai, wait, who is the real protagonist here? Isn't it Xiao Xie? What's going on with you two being this fierce? Slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs, moving freely like a dragon. Slaughtering chickens and butchering dogs, moving freely like a dragon. Swish! Wan En, unwilling to fall behind, pushed off the ground. Unlike Jiang Yu and Hiyun, who targeted muscular zombies, she chose ordinary second-tier zombies of similar size. To her, ordinary second-tier zombies were like ants. Though she lacked abilities, her strength was terrifying under a 5-fold enhancement, easily dispatching them. This was the era of ability users. At the moment the apocalypse broke out, the gap between those with abilities and ordinary evolvers was not significant, but as levels increased, the chasm grew wider. Li Hai? Another one? This is too outrageous. What's going on? Suddenly, Li Hai's pupils constricted again, unable to hold back his shout. No! The terrifying close combat power of these 3 women had already astonished him, but what he couldn't accept was that the last woman beside that man was, unbelievably, also a space ability user like them. He saw her standing in place, wielding a knife. A spatial wormhole opened. A second-tier muscle-bound zombie was sliced in half from top to bottom, as if cutting tofu. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. The fact that he couldn't even reach that level meant what? It meant that this woman's rank was far above his. In less than 5 seconds, his elite team, composed entirely of pure second-tier zombies, had been taken down by more than 10. Come on, there has to be a limit to strength, right? Zizizizizizi Xiao Xie was surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity, swinging her lightning whip forward, striking a second-tier zombie and sending it flying. Its chest was charred black, emitting a foul smell of burnt flesh. Before the second-tier zombie could rise, a lightning spear pierced its forehead. Li Hai's brows furrowed tightly. Although Xiao Xie, with her lightning ability, had also taken down a second-tier zombie, her method of doing so was weak compared to the other 4 women, not just a little bit weak. The gap was truly vast. In the time it took Xiao Xie to take down that zombie, the other 4 women each took down 2 to 3 more, making his elite team look like a joke in front of them. What the hell? Soon, he cursed again. He saw the woman wielding a spear gracefully descend into the tide of corpses, sweeping her spear horizontally, an invisible force surging forth, sending hundreds of zombie heads flying. After a few sweeps, a large area was instantly cleared. Wait, are these women cultivators? Li Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. If it was just the woman in white using this move, he would think it was an ability, but the other two girls also used this move to clear a large area, which was beyond his comprehension. Xiaoyun, Wanen, come over and kill the ordinary zombies, leave the high-tier ones to Lin Bei. Our levels are low, and there are enough ordinary zombies for us to level up, Jiang Yu shouted after clearing a large area. Okay, Sister Xiaoyu. He stepped on the shoulder of a large gorilla and flew into the air, where there was no foothold among the densely packed zombies. With a single slash, a large number of zombies had their heads severed, creating an open space. This group is totally cheating, right? Damn! Li Hai cursed, unable to maintain his composure any longer. The few girls who had suddenly appeared were so fierce that he began to doubt whether his army of 100,000 zombies was enough to fill their gaps. Really, if they were taking down zombies one by one, he would think it was manageable, but every time they swung their blades, at least 200 to 300 zombie heads flew up. The key was that this move seemed like their basic attack. He couldn't see them getting exhausted. Not only that, but they were getting more and more into it. So satisfying. Xiao Xia's figure flashed, surrounded by flickering lightning as she joined the tide of corpses. Hiyun, Jiang Yu, you two go kill over there. I'll handle the zombies on this side. Okay. Sure thing, Sister Xie. It wasn't just Li Hai's mouth hanging open, Lu Ruyan beside him was the same. Even though she had a level ability, she could never reach this level. Could the gap between people really be this vast? Suddenly realizing something, her expression changed, and she took a step back in disbelief, her voice trembling as she asked, Xiao Hai, the name that Xiao Xiyu just called out, was it Hiyun and Jiang Yu? I didn't hear wrong, did I? It seems so, what's wrong? Li Hai didn't have the time to care about what Ru Yan was saying, dismissing it as unimportant. I still remember, that girl in white named Jiang Yu said to let the high-level zombies be killed by Lin Bei, so that man, he is Lin Bei? Why does it matter what he's called? Li Hai focused on the four women in the tide of corpses. In just a minute, they had taken down at least 20,000 zombies, reducing the 100,000-strong zombie army by 1/5. 20,000, not 200 or 2,000, but 20,000 zombies. In today's apocalypse, each ordinary zombie was already at the upper limit of human capability, almost reaching the first tier 1-star level. Xiao Hai, that man is called Lin Bei, that man is called Lin Bei. Lu Ruyan shouted, grabbing his arm. Does it really matter what he's called? Li Hai was almost exasperated. Lu Ruyan was still caught up in what to call him. So what if he's called Lin Bei? Lin Bei is not just a name, it's also an adjective. Wait, why does the name Lin Bei sound a bit familiar? Damn! Suddenly, he remembered, looking sharply at the man not far away, his gaze fixed on him. Lin Bei, could he be the Lin Bei ranked first in the world on the trial monument? Wait, Hiyun? Jiang Yu? He recalled that these two women's names were also on that list, ranked extremely high, especially the one named Jiang Yu, who was second in the world, right below Lin Bei. He was stunned. He was bewildered. Who exactly is this Lin Bei? Where did he find so many exceptional women? Compared to those women, the once shining Xiao Xiyu seemed like a pile of dung, a particularly bad one. Lu Ruyan and Li Hai's voices were not isolated. The words of the two reached the ears of the girls who had just consumed zombie flesh, their expressions turning extremely complex, wanting to cry but having no tears. Their mental state was collapsing, completely collapsing. Why didn't they say it earlier? Why didn't they say that man was Lin Bei? Why didn't they say his women were Hiyun and Jiang Yu? Why didn't they say where all this trouble was coming from? If they had revealed his identity sooner, they would have been eager to keep these people around. How could it have escalated to the point of wanting to drive him away? If they had said he was Lin Bei earlier, they wouldn't have run over to eat zombie flesh to save their lives. Why didn't they say it sooner? One girl couldn't accept reality and screamed, then desperately clawed at her throat, trying to vomit out the zombie flesh she had just forced down. Xiao Xiyu, why the hell didn't you reveal that man's identity earlier? The chubby sister shouted, then joined in, clawing at her throat. Earlier, they had run over to save their lives when the situation seemed dire, but now the situation was dire again. Wasn't this just playing with them? Heh, Xiao Xiyu glanced over with a cold smile, whipping away over 100 zombies, mocking, my sister said from the very beginning that he came here to deal with emergencies. We sisters have been working hard to protect you every day, but you all doubted this and that, even making me swear guarantees. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Just now, you ate zombie flesh to save your lives, and now you want to vomit it out to save your lives again. You really are the big shots of Gotham City, Batman's big clients. With no way out, defeat was certain. With no way out, defeat was certain. Their faces looked very grim. Damn it, it's all your fault, you bitch. If it weren't for you, where would all this trouble come from? One girl vented her anger on the chubby sister, kicking her to the ground and continuing to kick her. It's too late. Everything is too late. There's no use in spitting it out now. Her skin has already begun to change color. Xiao Xie coldly glanced at those who no longer paid attention. If they died, so be it. Can Wei. Li Hai was ready to use his divine power to retreat into his own space for a while. He naturally couldn't bear to release those zombies, but bringing them back required immense effort, while letting them out only took a thought. The current situation did not allow him to do so. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. As long as he was alive, a mere 100,000 zombies would not take long to regroup. In the apocalypse, zombies were the least of his worries. Damn it! I can't use divine power. Li Hai's gaze turned cold as he looked at Lin Bei. He knew that this guy had sealed off this space, and to activate divine power, he would have to compete with him to see whose ability value was more abundant. Open for me, he silently urged himself. He pushed with all his might to break through the spatial blockade, his ability value depleting rapidly. As long as he could hide in his divine space, he would be safe. Go, tear him apart. He ordered his elite team to disregard the second-tier zombies and zombie beasts killed by those few women. There were still 35 left, so what if he was the best in the world? He didn't believe that Lin Bei could consume ability value to seal his space while also dealing with so many zombies. Roar! Ha! One by one, the second-tier zombies lunged at Lin Bei. Faced with this scene, Xiao Shiran and the other women, who had just gained confidence from Jiang Yu and the others' rampage, slumped back to the ground. This level of battle was far beyond what they could handle. Even a single second-tier zombie was enough to keep them fighting for a long time. Ruyan, assist the zombies. That guy has sealed my space, and I need time to break through. Okay. Lu Ruyan pulled out a compound bow from her back, knocked an arrow, and the cold arrowhead whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Bei's forehead. A compound bow? Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. The arrow froze mid-air, and he squinted slightly as the space compressed and destroyed the arrow. Bang! The moment the arrowhead was crushed, it exploded, charging with ability, similar to the explosive fruit in One Piece. Quite interesting. At the same time, the 35 second-tier zombies approached him. Lin Bei took a deep breath, pushed off the ground, and charged forward. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, Li Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fool, how can a space ability user engage in close combat? Are you out of your mind? As he laughed, he suddenly couldn't anymore. He watched as Lin Bei smashed the head of a second-tier tiger zombie with a single punch, then spun around to kick the heads of two second-tier zombies, elbowing, kneeing, and headbutting. Each attack sent at least one zombie crashing to the ground. What the hell? Ripping zombies apart? Are you some kind of superhero? Lin Bei plunged his hands into the chest of the last muscular zombie, pulling hard, tearing its body apart. At his feet lay a quiet scene of severed limbs and broken arms. Li Hai was momentarily stunned, then he laughed again. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was somewhat deranged. He was stunned for a moment by Lin Bei's terrifying close combat power. In just those few seconds, all the second-tier zombies he had painstakingly collected and nurtured were killed. How could he fight against that? A space ability user in close combat was even more exaggerated than those high-tier physical enhancement abilities. Is this reasonable? Is it reasonable? He had to know that among the zombies he had just killed, many had extremely strong defenses, yet in front of him, they were as fragile as ordinary zombies. One last try. Break for me. Li Hai was unwilling to fall here, mobilizing all his remaining abilities to violently impact the spatial blockade. However, Lin Bei's ability value was as unfathomable as his strength. Even if he exhausted every last bit of his power, Lin Bei's spatial blockade showed no signs of loosening. With a thud, Li Hai, having depleted his abilities and feeling helpless, slumped onto the sofa. The rapid change in the situation was too much for him to accept. Even in defeat, it shouldn't have happened so quickly. 3 minutes ago, he was full of ambition, but who would have thought that in less than 3 minutes, the second-tier elite team would be wiped out, and the army of 100,000 zombies would be reduced by half, continuing to dwindle rapidly. He felt like an experience pack, delivering experience to others. With a thud, after finishing off the last second-tier zombie, Lin Bei's heart raced again. Thanks to these second-tier zombies, he had risen from a 3-star to a 2-star in the 3rd tier. Ha 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 ha. Power surged within him, and he couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, he thought he would have to stay at 3-star 1 for a while, but unexpectedly, a big experience pack had come along. This man, he was a bit reluctant to kill. Squeeze him dry. Let him replenish, then squeeze him dry again. It had to be said, this person was talented. It was a pity that those he had set his sights on had encountered him. If it were in another city or province, he could definitely sweep everything away. How is he so strong? Is he a god? Sitting on the ground, Xiao Shiran and the others gazed reverently at Lin Bei's back. He Yun and the others were already incredibly strong, so strong that they could only look up to him, with a chasm-like gap between them. But Lin Bei's strength was meant to crush them. In their hearts, Lin Bei was almost indistinguishable from a god. This was the strength of the world's number one? Like to show off? Why not keep showing off? Do you see this? This is the strength of my good brother. You don't even have the qualifications to let him enjoy himself, Heian said proudly, having just wiped out hundreds of zombies with a single strike. Hee, Li Hai forced a smile, lying back on the sofa and looking at the clouds in the sky. I'm really sorry, Lord Lin Bei, for not being able to let you enjoy yourself. Although he still had about 50,000 zombies left, the outcome was already determined. Those women were like they had taken stimulants, each one seemingly with endless strength, maintaining peak physical condition no matter how they erupted. The surrounding space was still tightly sealed, and he knew in his heart that Lin Bei would never let him go. If he were the victorious side, he would never let Lin Bei go either. Letting a tiger return to the mountain was a grave mistake. Lord Lin Bei, I was wrong. Please, spare me a life. I just want to live. I really just want to live. The fat woman, who had been beaten by many, crawled forward, dragging her broken legs and begging for mercy. Lin Bei glanced at her. She was no longer human. Even with her legs broken, she was not in any life-threatening danger. Lord Lin Bei, we were wrong too. If we had known you were Lin Bei, we would never have listened to this fat pig's instigation. We just want to live. Please, have mercy and let us go. Lord Lin Bei, spare my life. As long as you are willing, from now on, you are my master. I will do whatever you say. I just beg you not to kill me. Master, I also recognize you as my master. Please don't kill me. The remaining girls who had eaten zombie flesh crawled to him, kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Bei was curious, not understanding what they were thinking. Wanting to live after becoming like this. If there were attachments, it would be one thing. But in the apocalypse, living without attachments and without dignity, was that really living? Everyone leveled up, coming to say thank you. Everyone leveled up and came to say thank you. Ignoring these women, Li Hai looked at the person opposite him. Do you have any last words? Li Hai, gazing up at the white clouds, showed no fluctuation in his eyes. No last words, but I do have a wish. It shouldn't mean much to you. I wonder if you would be willing. Go ahead. The four girls became half human, half corpse because of my instigation. They just want to survive in this apocalypse. Targeting the members of Xiao Xi's team was also my order. Ultimately, it all stems from my greed. They had no choice. One death from me is enough. Please give them a way out. They pose no threat to you. Li Hai embraced the woman beside him. No, Hai, if we die together. If we die together. That's right. You gave us hope and a future in this apocalypse. If you die, what meaning is there in us living alone? We won't allow you to leave by yourself. As soon as Li Hai finished speaking, the three women quickly expressed their stance. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. He then looked at the silent Lu Ruyan standing aside. Three had spoken up, one remained silent. Here was Li Hai, facing death, still thinking of them, yet Lu Ruyan didn't even say a word, not even to cheer him up a bit. I'm sorry, I want to live, Lu Ruyan finally spoke after a long silence. Li Hai was taken aback and smiled. It's okay. He continued, Lin Bei, Lu Ruyan is just a woman. Letting her live won't cause much of a stir. This wish shouldn't mean much to you, right? Is that okay? Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, feeling a bit guilty. But, as expected of the world's number one Lin Bei, you truly have a vision. I thought you would humiliate me like some petty people do after winning. You're strong, so strong that I have no power to resist. I don't blame you for defeating me. Among all the people I've fought and will fight in the future, you're the smartest one. It's just a pity you met me, Lin Bei said with feeling. Truly, he did admire this Li Hai a bit. If he were a woman, he would definitely consider bringing him under his wing. What does it matter if he's a corpse? In the end, evolution leads to the same place. Li Hai laughed. Yes, unfortunately, he met this hanging dog. Really? With the luxurious configuration in his divine space, aside from Lin Bei's team, who else in the world could withstand it? Yet, he just happened to meet this hanging dog. Damn it! Why can't I get a hanging dog? I'm so smart. I broke through again. I'm now a second-tier 5-star. Ha, so refreshing. Xiaoyun, kill slowly, leave some for Wanen. There are plenty of zombies here, let her catch up first. Okay. In the tide of corpses, Hiyun, Jiang Yu, Lin Wanen, and Xiao Xie were killing like crazy. As for Jiang Xiyu, with her spatial ability reaching level 3, she no longer needed a knife to eliminate ordinary zombies. With a thought, she could compress space to crush a pile of zombies, and frequently using her abilities would help her level up quickly. Li Hai turned his head to take a look. You're really lucky, your women are all very strong. But my luck isn't too bad either, having these three silly fools willing to accompany me to death. Let's get started. Wait a minute. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry to act. Li Hai was puzzled. Was there something else? After a while, the tide of 100,000 corpses was almost cleared by the 5 women. He bounced over to his side, hands behind her back, lifting her little head with a grin. Good brother, I'm now a second-tier 7-star. How about that? Am I impressive? Praise me. What? Upon hearing this, Lee Hai, who had already accepted his fate, was once again shocked. This Hee-yoon, she was actually only a second-tier 7-star? And she had just reached it after killing so many zombies? No way. When she first made her move, he thought Hee-yoon had already stepped into the 3rd tier. After all, she was one of the top 5 in the world. With such terrifying combat power at the 2nd tier, how formidable would she be if she reached the 3rd tier? My little Yoon is the best, Lin Bei said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hee-yoon snuggled up to him, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Don't ask. She wasn't dirty at all. With Jiang Yu's exceptional bond enhancement and the double learning ability boost, during 3 days of heavy rain, Jiang Yu not only developed a new use for internal energy but also taught them how to form an invisible armor on their bodies, which enhanced their defense and kept dirt at bay. This was why Lin Bei dared to engage in close combat without weapons. Really, crushing space, a single slash to behead, was nowhere near as satisfying as using his fists. Striking with every punch was the true way of a man. Xiao Bei, I caught up. Like a few of my sisters, I'm also at the 2nd tier, 7 stars, Wan reported as she approached him, eager for praise. She had fallen behind for so long. With the help of a few sisters, she finally caught up. Shiryu and the others had been so good to her. What? Lee Hai was shocked again. These women, were they all only at the 2nd tier? Even with a heart as calm as water in the face of death, it was now stirred into a storm. No way, his army of 100,000 zombies had been wiped out by 5 women at the 2nd tier? If they were at the 3rd tier, he could have accepted it better. The key was that they were only at the 2nd tier. No, not to mention anything else, his evolution level was still at the 2nd tier, 8 stars. Were these women really just hanging around? Good, a bunch of hangers-on. Why not seal their accounts? Jiang Yu, Shiryu, and Xiao Xie returned to his side one after another. Lin Bei glanced over. All at the 2nd tier, 8 stars. Good. Lee Hai had truly delivered an incredible gift. Lin Bei cleared his throat and said to the few women beside him, say thank you to him. Lee Hai? Thank you? I should be thanking you, damn it. Wait a minute, this is what you were waiting for, right? Good. Thank you, kind person. Jiang Yu said first, shortening her spear and tucking it behind her waist. She was sincere, this greatly shortened their development time. Thank you, you are a good person. Shiryu and Wan politely expressed their gratitude. Thank you, big brother. I apologize for mocking you earlier. Thank you, you really are a good person. Hee-yoon stuck out her tongue. Truly a delightful pre-meal exercise. Although I don't know your name, thank you for helping me clear my team and letting me level up several times in a row. Thank you, stranger. Xiao Xie also said her thanks. A pile of gratitude made Lee Hai feel suffocated. No, my original plan was to force you to eat zombie meat. I came here to abduct Xiao Xie, and you all are giving me good person cards? Each one of them was so serious and sincere in their thanks that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He knew. These people were genuinely thanking him. Come on, after killing so many zombies, they were thrilled to death. Why would they care about his intentions for coming here? But it felt too disgusting. Xiao Xie had no problem thanking him. Those girls who ate zombie meat made their own choices. No one forced them. Today, they were willing to eat zombie meat to survive. Tomorrow, they could sell out those around them to stay alive. As for the girls who were forced to eat zombie meat, honestly, if they truly had good intentions, even if they became half human, half zombie, they could have informed Xiao Xie. It was their selfishness. They wanted to live, and they found it too comfortable after becoming zombies. If even one person was willing to sacrifice themselves, they would have exploded long ago. But not only did they not explode, they dragged others down with them. This is human nature. If they are not good, they do not wish for others to be good either. Charging abilities, kept for backup. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Now it's time to send you on your way. Lin Bei put away the smile on his face, not to deliberately disgust him, but genuinely wanting to say thank you. Lee Hai shook his head and smiled. This person was a bit abstract. Come on, death might be a new beginning. A flash of the blade. Lee Hai and the heads of the 3 women beside him flew up. There was no grudge between them, no need to torment them before death. A quick end was a final gift of experience. You promised him to spare my life. Seeing Lin Bei take the lives of Lee Hai and the others, Lu Rian quickly said. Lin Bei looked at her. Such pleading. Truly a disgrace to the name of the Ruyan Emperor. Don't be silly, I don't kill women. Lu Rian turned to look at the headless bodies of the 3 sisters beside Lee Hai, then looked back at Lin Bei, not as a buddy, but wondering if he really meant what he said. Was he really just talking nonsense? She feared that if she turned her back, he would shoot her several meters away. Come, show me your ability. With a wave of his hand, a super large sofa appeared behind him, and the women sat down. Ruyan was delighted. He was interested in her ability. She quickly began to introduce herself. My ability is called charging, level 3. I can charge any object I touch, and once charged, unless the object is damaged, I can make it explode whenever I want. She was level 3, but she intentionally said it was level 3 because only then would he be more willing to spare her life. As she spoke, she began to demonstrate. She put her hands in her pockets, and when she pulled them out, she had 8 stones pinched between her fingers, which she flung out with force. Explode! Bang bang bang! At her command, 10 ordinary stones exploded violently, each one's power comparable to high explosives. Lin Bei squinted. Not bad. Quite interesting. Immediately after, she knocked an arrow. Whoosh! A long arrow embedded itself in a distant concrete wall, exploding violently and directly blowing a hole through the wall. After the demonstration, she spoke. I, Lu Ruyan, swear to the heavens, from now on, I wish to become Lord Lin Bei's most loyal servant. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it, with no second thoughts. Why do you want to live? Lin Bei asked. If I can live, why die? Ruyan replied. That makes sense. Lin Bei then stopped dwelling on this, turning to Wan En beside him. So, do you like her ability? To be honest, if Shiryu wasn't a space ability user, he would have stripped Li Hai of his ability and given it to Wan En. But there was no need for a team to have 3 space ability users. Personally, he preferred to have a more powerful ability. Upon hearing this, Ruyan's pupils constricted. There were 2 possibilities. 1. Lin Bei would make her that woman's dog. 2. He would strip her of her ability and give it to her. The second was absurd. But with the apocalypse here, what absurdity couldn't happen? Not very fond of it, feels not particularly useful. I want to see more, Wan En said. Alright, if you don't like it, just say so. It's fine, finding an ability is a big deal, take your time. Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. But inside, she was horrified. This Lin Bei truly had the ability to strip others of their powers. No wonder the women around him were so powerful. He must have stripped excellent abilities for them. Can Wei. Her gaze sharpened. Lu Ruyan was taken into his divine space. He didn't spare her life just because he promised Li Hai. He first placed her in the divine space, waiting for more dismantling tools in the future to strip her of her ability. He had asked, sure you and the others could all obtain a second ability without side effects, and the second ability could also be shared with him. He then collected Li Hai's corpse as well. Within 10 minutes of death, abilities could be stripped away. Currently, find the first ability for Wan En and rank it first. After finishing this, Lin Bei looked at the group of women kneeling on the ground. After consuming the zombie flesh, they had undergone obvious changes. Their skin had turned similar to that of zombies, and the blood flowing from the wounds of the plump sister who had been beaten was also black. Lord Lin Bei, we pose no threat to you at all. Just treat us like a fart and let us go. The women began to plead again upon seeing him look their way. I'll give you a task. Throw all the corpses into this wormhole and clean this place up. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. To be honest, I'm not very interested in your lives. As he spoke, a massive spatial wormhole appeared on the ground. Of course, you can also choose not to believe what I say and jump in to escape if you're not afraid of being discovered by me or of falling to your death. After saying this, he waved his hand. A long table appeared in front of the sofa, piled high with large portions of food. Let's eat! Let's eat! Hee-Yun couldn't wait any longer, hugging the rice cooker core and continuously scooping up ribs into it, her small mouth stuffed to the brim. Eat slowly, no one is competing with you, Shiryu said with a smile, shaking her head as she took out a portion of ribs from her spatial backpack and poured it into her rice cooker. After eating so much meat these days, she still loved it so much. There's no helping it. It's too delicious, and I'm so hungry. The physical exertion has been immense, Hee-Yun said, her mouth full of rice, and before she had even swallowed it completely, she grabbed a large egg tart and stuffed it into her mouth. The recovery pill could restore stamina, but hunger couldn't be restored. 100,000 zombies. The 5 of them had killed 100,000 zombies. The physical consumption was no small matter, and their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Various meats, ribs, and vegetables, plus snacks, egg tarts, steak, sausages, and fried rice. So lavish. This was the first time Xiao Xia had eaten with them. She usually ate well, but compared to their meal, what was that? Flashy. Super flashy. Learning from Hee-Yun, she hugged the rice cooker core and began to show off. such tender and fresh vegetables. Wow, and my favorite cauliflower. It's been so long since I had it. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A large round table appeared nearby, also filled with dishes. Besides them, there were Xiao Shiran and others. Those people were all part of his prepared harem, the women's army. There weren't many people. Just 10. That was fine. He didn't need many people. He could recruit more soon. Among these 10, 5 had the bond of being untouched, so he would pick out these 5 first and assign the rest to other tasks. With more people, someone would need to manage logistics. They didn't need to cook, but cleaning was still necessary. The air was filled with the stench of zombies, but they had long since gotten used to it. 50 or 60 girls who had consumed zombie flesh began to work hard. They only needed to push the corpses into the wormhole since it was right on the ground, making cleanup quick. To survive, they were working quite diligently. Lin Bei, what do you plan to do with these people? Are you going to kill them all? Xiao Xie asked, unable to bear it. After all, they had been with her for a long time. There was still a bit of reluctance. However, even if they were killed, it wouldn't matter. In the apocalypse, one had to be ruthless when necessary. She was just asking out of curiosity. Keep them for now, lock them in my divine might space. If this situation arises again in the future, someone has to deal with the zombies on the ground, right? It's too much of a waste of time to use our own people. Lin Bei took a sip of ice-cold beer and continued, from now on, if we encounter troublemaking evolvers, we can throw them into the divine might space for them to be gnawed on. Once their levels go up, we can harvest the crops, and I can also gather more batteries, letting them ride bikes in the divine might space to generate electricity. Zombies don't need food or rest, they can ride for 24 hours a day. Just think about how much electricity we could store to prevent running out during bad weather in the future. What do you think? Isn't my idea brilliant? Xiao Xie, 9. Because 6 flipped. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would have to work for 100 years to leave, and it would be a very peaceful departure at that. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei, level, 3rd tier, 2 stars. Storage space, 10,000 cubic meters. Abilities, space, level, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 100,000 cubic meters. Strength, level, 4 times. Constitution, level, 3 times. Speed, 390. Strength, 390. Mental, 390. Constitution, 390. Pet, Silver Moon, 2nd tier, 3 stars. Items, Rebound Pill, 1st grade, Healing Pill, 2nd grade, Greatest Steak, Top Quality Honey Glazed Sausage, Top Quality Golden Fried Rice, Top Quality Egg Tart, Disassembly Tool. Members recorded in the Illustrated Guide, Jiang Xiyu, 2nd tier, 7 stars. Space, Hiyun, 2nd tier, 7 stars. Strength, 4 times amplification. Lin Wanen, 2nd tier, 7 stars. Jiang Yu, 2nd tier, 7 stars. Constitution, 4 times amplification. Total gains, charisma, strength, martial arts talent, 5 times return on food supplies. Originally, Little Silver Moon had the highest level, but now she had the lowest. She couldn't help but enjoy the luxury of being with him. She didn't even have to lift a finger. Just now, she was responsible for protecting Xiao Shiran and the others, preventing them from being affected. Little Yaya, your mothers are all 2nd tier, 7 stars now, and you're only 3 stars. You need to work hard. I know, let's talk about it after we eat, Little Silver Moon said, lying on the table and showing off. They chatted and ate. This meal lasted a full hour, and afterward, they all lay contentedly on the sofa, holding iced milk tea to wind down. In that hour, those girls pushed 100,000 zombies into the space wormhole. To speed them up, he opened several more. They were all evolvers, and their work efficiency couldn't be viewed with the pre-apocalypse mindset. At this moment, they were washing the blood off the ground with high-pressure water guns. Lin Bei propped his legs on the table, closed his eyes, and wrapped an arm around Xie and Wanen, enjoying the leisurely time after the meal. De Bei, should we take a break while we have some free time? Xiao Xie whispered in his ear. Why leave? What do you think? Xiao Xie rolled her eyes. Naturally, I want to become your woman. I heard from Shiyu and the others that as long as I become your woman, I can gain a power boost. I want to get stronger. She had just been so envious. Even Lin Wanen, who had no abilities, seemed like a war god. If she gained a 5-fold strength boost, combined with the stimulation from lightning to enhance her body, her power would multiply exponentially. No rush. I'm in a hurry. Let's take a nap first. At your age, can you even sleep? Young, I can fall asleep right away, and my sleep quality is excellent. Sleep my foot. Come on. Xiao Xie flipped over, and Shiyu and the others widened their eyes. Lin Bei opened his eyes as well. Hey, we're still outside. Are you that impatient? What are you afraid of? We're all women. Let's wait until tonight. Seeing that Lin Bei showed no interest, Xiao Xie squinted her eyes. She was too eager to gain power. Having witnessed the strength of Jiang Yu and the others, she didn't want to wait a minute longer. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Old Lin, I want you to help this fairy cultivate." All right. With a snap of his fingers, the two disappeared from the spot. The process doesn't matter, as long as the answer is correct. Successfully recorded. Beautiful women with a comprehensive score of over 90, receiving a beautiful small gift, spirit cleansing pill, grade 3, 4 levels below 4, all negative effects are completely cleared. System space storage increased to 100,000 cubic meters. Received a small exquisite gift for not having personal ties added. Food sublimation, all food rewarded by the system is enhanced 100-fold in quality. For example, eating 1 is equivalent to eating 100. Note, new food obtained in the future will automatically be sublimated. Innate silk stocking holy body tie added. Top-notch police flower tie has been activated. All members gain firearms shooting talent. Gourmet tie added. Fitness enthusiast tie added. Detected that Xiao Siye possesses lightning abilities. Level, this ability has been copied for the owner. Scion, I have become one. I have become a Taoist. 1 tier gives 1 grade. 2 tiers give 2 grades. 3 tiers give 3 grades. The grade of the emotional pill is based on my level. The spirit cleansing pill might come in handy. Why are you also sparking with electricity? Turn it off, hurry and turn it off. 2 hours later, Lin Bei returned outside, and Shiryu and the others were lying on the sofa taking a nap. Not to mention a nap, they could sleep for 2 or 3 days straight without a problem. Li Hai's appearance could let them relax for several days. He returned just as they were waking up. Good brother, so what do you say? Are you going to kill zombies with us this afternoon? Hiyun asked sleepily, resting her head on his leg. No, I need to go recruit some people. After all, it's a women's army, and there are only about 10 left. What's the point of calling it a women's army? How could he possibly complain about his power being multiplied? Although his combat power was extraordinary now, it was still considered the early stage of the apocalypse. Just 10 days. Really? There are probably still quite a few people outside who haven't killed zombies. At this point, they can still find many unbound ties. If they push it back another 10 days or half a month, if they push it back a few more, it will probably be hard to find. No other reason. Countless teams have already started recruiting everywhere. Nowadays, even those who haven't killed zombies need to. Team competition. More people means greater strength. The higher the level, the lower the rewards for killing ordinary zombies. So low it's infuriating, but it's just right for newcomers to grow quickly. Good brother, I want to go with you. The summer sun is sweet with me. All right. With Shiryu, Jiang Yu, and Siye left, it was enough. Lin Bei looked at Shiryu and Jiang Yu. While I'm not here, you two be careful. Although there shouldn't be any accidents, reminders are still necessary. Stretching, it had truly been a busy and fulfilling day. He hadn't stopped since morning. Lord Lin Bei, are you satisfied with this place? Dozens of little zombie girls gathered together, cautiously asking. They had cleaned the place spotless. Every inch of the floor had been carefully wiped. It's okay. Since you're satisfied, can we leave now? Lin Bei showed a pure smile. Sure, but you're walking into my divine might space. Various Lin Bei, Sol Hall Lin Bei. Various Lin Bei, Sol Hall Lin Bei. Damn it, untrustworthy guy. A man's words are lies. Inside the divine might space, a group of girls were cursing loudly. It was pitch black here without any light source. Safe. Incredibly safe. But what use is it to be safe here? It's pitch black. If it weren't for carrying a phone, one would have no concept of time. Even with a phone, it wouldn't help much. The battery wouldn't last long. Done, wrapped up. Let's go. Lin Bei left with Hiyun. Shiryu and the others were already mature survivors of the apocalypse and didn't need him to give any orders. Good brother, where are we going to recruit people? Hiyun walked beside him, clearing the nearby zombies, and asked, where are we going back to? To our community. Community? Hiyun blinked her big eyes, suddenly excited as she thought of something. The 3-year period is up. The community's war god returns. A few kilometers was nothing for them now. Chatting along the way, they quickly arrived. Oh, are you all moving so fast? Several buses were parked at the entrance of the community, not from the same group, as different names were posted on the sides. Yulan Sek Xianyun Sek Qingyun Gate Soul Hall Zombie Slayer Alliance. Alright. Everyone has such names, huh? Good brother, let's come up with a name too, so when we encounter enemies, I can announce it. Hiyun said, hugging his arm. Sure, actually, I've wanted to give our team a name for a long time, but I have naming difficulties, so I never got around to it. Okay, when we get back tonight, I'll think of a nice name with the sisters. It has to be unique and a bit domineering, not like these common names. They chatted as they walked into the community. Don't miss out, everyone. The Soul Hall officially established at 9 a.m. today, gathering connections from all over the world, welcoming talents from the seas, uniting friends from all directions, and let us, under the leadership of the Soul Hall Master Lin Bei, become the #1 sect in the world. Lin Bei, am I the master of the Soul Hall now? Everyone, don't listen to the Soul Hall elders' nonsense. The real #1 in the world is Lin Bei here. The Konoha village is the organization I established, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. Konoha welcomes everyone to join us. Let us, under the leadership of Hokage Lin Bei, carve out a world of our own in this apocalypse. Have I become Hokage again? Family, those people are all imposters. The Xianyun sect is the real sect established by Lin Bei. If anyone doubts it, Lin Bei of the Xianyun sect is here. Welcome everyone to come and verify. In the community square, tables were set up, each surrounded by about 10 people shouting, while in front of the tables were the survivors of the community, quite a number of them, roughly over 1,000. Less than a week since the apocalypse broke out. Over 90% of the zombies in this large community had been cleared by him, Shiryu, and Iyun, resulting in a high survival rate, which was also the reason he chose to come here first. Hey handsome, do you want to join the Soul Hall? Couples get half off rent and free utilities, just need to pay 100 points worth of food daily. Sounds tempting, right? Don't just think about it, act fast and join us. The Soul Hall is on the rise, and both of you will be future elders of the Soul Hall. A guy ran up to them excitedly as they returned from outside. It's the apocalypse, and you still want rent? Are you kidding? My Xianyun sect's base is a 5-star hotel. Join the Xianyun sect, and I promise you a luxurious big room, no rent, no utilities. Plus, the Xianyun sect has professional facilities with dozens of skilled technicians. After a hard day's work, single guys can enjoy their top-notch services, solving your single troubles with care, love rising with the clock, and feelings flowing endlessly. The Xianyun sect members countered the Soul Hall. Exactly, it's the apocalypse, and you're still charging rent? That's too much. 100 points can buy how much food? Yeah, it's the apocalypse, where you stay is where you stay. For this reason, I'd rather die than not join the Xianyun sect. Wow, they have technicians. I want to join the Xianyun sect. I want to join too. Me too. Baby, listen to me, I definitely didn't come for the technician. I just simply wanted to see if the Xianyun sect really doesn't require any payment. The crowd echoed the words of the Xianyun sect members, understanding that points equate to food, highlighting the preciousness of points. With so many clubs recruiting, only one collects points, and naturally, some would lead the complaints. The Xianyun sect members smiled. Good. This is a good start. People have a herd mentality, and just having professional technicians makes it hard for many to refuse. The ones who understand men best are still men. The Soul Hall members also smiled. Good. The atmosphere was heating up. After clearing his throat, he spoke. Let me make it clear to everyone that we will charge rent, but this rent is equivalent to a club fee. The development of a team cannot be separated from everyone's contributions. The Soul Hall operates transparently. We charge 100 points daily, and there will be no additional fees of any kind. This fee is used to support our staff. The Soul Hall has dedicated personnel responsible for daily cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Our professional technician team includes everything from innocent schoolgirls to spicy girls, young housewives, and mature, knowledgeable aunties. Everything can be experienced. We also have specialized personnel for breeding. The club fee is specifically for supporting these people. Think about it. Does the Xianyun sect really not collect points? With such good treatment, how could they not collect points? Who would serve others without hunting zombies to exchange for food? Before the apocalypse, I'm sure everyone has looked for jobs. Some good jobs sound appealing, claiming no fees are needed, but once you get in, they ask you to pay this fee and that fee, saying things like, how can you be so stingy with this little money? Many people want to come but can't. In the past, everyone could just turn and leave. But now, once you step into the territory of the Xianyun sect, you have no choice. You either pay immediately or there are plenty of ways and means to make you pay. As soon as these words were spoken, many people paused to think. That makes sense. With such good treatment, how could they not collect points? Those who have experienced society know that there are too many scams out there. Often, the better the treatment, the more likely it is to be a trap. The elder of the Soul Hall made a very reasonable point. It's not scary to announce what fees will be collected in advance. What's scary is the endless fees that follow. Still, I'll say it again, our Soul Hall is currently on the rise. Those who join now all have the qualifications to be promoted to elders. Soul Hall elders have face when they go out, not to mention our Hall Master is the world's #1, Lin Bei. I choose to join the Soul Hall. Hee hee, I was born to be an elder of the Soul Hall. Hee hee, fellow Taoist, so am I. Good brother, you left alone a few times before. were you secretly establishing the Soul Hall? Hee-yoon teased while hugging his arm. Why do these people always impersonate others? Come on, if they don't impersonate you, who will? You're number 1 in the world, you've cleared the 10th level, and everyone knows how hard it is to get through. Everyone knows how terrifyingly strong you are. If I were just a passerby, I would definitely want to join a team with you. That's true. Lin Bei shrugged. It didn't matter. Let them use his name. To be honest, out of more than 1,000 people, how many would actually believe these teams were established by him? Everyone knows in their hearts. Lin Bei debunked the rumors, proving his identity. Lin Bei debunked the rumors, proving his identity. Everyone, the treatment in my village is the same as that of the Soul Hall. Welcome everyone to join. Everyone, I am from the Qingyun sect. The 5 factions boasted about themselves. Lin Bei, leisurely accompanied by Hee-yoon, approached the Soul Hall's table, waved his hand, took out the table, sofa, and loudspeaker, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, we're recruiting. Ladies, I'm also recruiting here. No men, only ladies. As his voice fell, countless people looked over. It was one thing to attract attention, but only attracting girls piqued their interest. Hey man, what team are you from? What are your qualifications? What capital do you have? Just attracting girls, what gives you the right? In this apocalypse, only girls were being recruited. Heh, who doesn't know what he's up to? Just because my name is Lin Bei. The crowd fell silent. Then they laughed. Alright, another one named Lin Bei. That guy impersonated Lin Bei and at least brought a lot of people. You, on the other hand, only brought one girl. You don't even have the flair of being the world's number 1. Do you really think we're fools? Exactly, that Lin Bei is the best in the world. Do you think a top-ranked powerhouse would personally recruit people? Would he form a small team? He must be a lone wolf. You guys who are recruiting are just writing on someone else's name. You probably didn't even make it into the top 1,000 on the trial monument. All day long with these flashy tricks. Lin Bei, an elder from the Soul Hall beside him, spoke up. Brother, why don't you just stop recruiting? You won't get anyone. Don't think about forming your own team. Just join our Soul Hall. You must have spatial storage abilities, right? I'll say this, as long as you join, you and your girlfriend will both be elders of the Soul Hall, and you won't need to pay any club fees to enjoy all the benefits. I really am Lin Bei. Brother, stop messing around. Lin Bei is the hall master of our Soul Hall. Don't impersonate him. That's a bit clownish. He hadn't even spoken yet. Someone from the Xianyun sect next to him chimed in. You're the clown. Lin Bei is the master of our Xianyun sect. He's sitting right here. I'll say it again. I support exposing fakes, but those who want to expose fakes better think it through. Our master Lin Bei is the best in the world. If you get exposed and end up dead, we won't take responsibility. Again with this line. Many wanted to try but didn't dare. Lin Bei looked over. He saw a man lounging on the sofa behind the table of the Xianyun sect, somewhat handsome, exuding an impressive aura. Support exposing fakes. Fine. Talking to them was less effective than taking some real action. Lin Bei, he really is Lin Bei. I know him, he delivered my takeout before. I remember him because he was so handsome. His name is really Lin Bei. He was called that even before the apocalypse. Suddenly, a girl squeezed through the crowd, came to his table, and leaned on it, shouting loudly. And, have you all really forgotten? On the day of the blackout, a man brought 2 women and killed all the zombies in our community. It was him. One of those women is the one next to him. Don't you all remember? They are our community's war gods. As soon as this was said, everyone looked over again, their eyes fixed on Lin Bei and Hee-yoon, revealing surprise and shock. The more they looked, the more familiar they became. Originally strangers, they were far apart that day, and with a change of clothes, it was normal not to recognize them immediately. Once reminded by the woman, they started to see the resemblance. It's him. It's really him, our hero, the war god of the community. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even dare to go downstairs. It really is him. Wait, is his name really Lin Bei? Just a few days ago, he was like a war god. Could he really be the Lin Bei who's number 1 in the world? I know him too. I don't know about anything else, but I know he cleared the zombies in our community. I didn't see it, but I really know his name is Lin Bei. He delivered takeout to me before, and I tried to flirt with him, but he ignored me. It's been so long since I saw him, and he's even more handsome now. Sister wants him. Gritting teeth. Lin Bei, sister, please be modest. Good. Things just got a lot simpler. Lin Bei looked towards the territory of the Xianyun sect. Lin Bei of Xianyun sect, I'm going to start exposing fakes now, so get ready. Damn, he's really coming. Wow, they're really starting to expose fakes. Did you see that? Only true strong ones are fearless. He must be that Lin Bei. These imposters are just betting that others won't dare to act. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei from the Xianyun sect was drenched in sweat. Although he was putting on a show, he was listening intently. A few days ago, a single person had cleared out the zombies in this large community with 2 women, and since his name was indeed Lin Bei, it was highly likely he was the real Lin Bei. No way! Is he really here? He saw Lin Bei sitting on the sofa extending a hand towards him, and his heart tightened. Just as he was about to get up, he was horrified to find that he couldn't move at all, as if his body were firmly bound by invisible shackles. Lin Bei slowly shook his hand. A scream like that of a slaughtered pig suddenly erupted, and Lin Bei from the Xian Yun sect's body collapsed towards the center at a visible speed. He desperately tried to push himself out, his entire face turning the color of a pig's liver. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. The man's body shrank by half, his skin torn and bloody, white bone spurs protruding from his muscles, sending chills down people's spines. It was very bloody, but that was nothing. It was quite common in the apocalypse. What truly made them shudder was Lin Bei's terrifying strength. With just a grip from afar, he had reduced a second-tier strongman to this state. They didn't know what level of strength Lin Bei from the Xian Yun sect had, but since he dared to impersonate Lin Bei, his own strength couldn't be too weak, at least second tier. Lin Bei from the Xian Yun sect lay on the ground, screaming in agony, the intense pain nearly driving him to madness. He shouted loudly, I was wrong, I was wrong. I'm not Lin Bei, I'm not Lin Bei. I won't dare again, I won't dare again. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. 2 green pills appeared beside Lin Bei from the Xian Yun sect. Give him these, they can heal his injuries. The reason for this was to save trouble, letting these people know he was powerful while also showing he had many miraculous pills, which would greatly help him in recruiting others later. The others from the Xian Yun sect had yet to recover from their shock. No way, they really encountered the real Lin Bei. The world is so big, could it really be that coincidental? Damn it, stop dawdling. Hurry up and feed me those pills. Are you trying to usurp my position and let me die in pain? The man cursed loudly, experiencing this kind of pain for the first time in his life, a heart-wrenching agony. Boss, here. The others quickly shoved the 2 pills into his mouth. The man swallowed, and then, to everyone's astonishment, the scene repeated itself. The man's battered body began to visibly heal. His entire being was enveloped in a faint green glow, broken bones automatically reconnected, and torn muscles and skin did the same. In just a few breaths, there wasn't a single visible wound on the man. Damn, this is too miraculous. Lin Bei from the Xian Yun sect couldn't believe he was touching his own body, bouncing a few times in place and throwing a few punches. This medicine is incredible. My hand had a bit of a problem, and it got fixed too. What kind of heaven-defying miracle drug is this? Injured like that and it instantly heals? Is this the kind of resource possessed by the world's strongest? I want to join. I want to join too. Don't fight me for it. I want to have his babies. Ready to go, teen mode. With terrifying strength plus miraculous pills, everyone was suddenly excited, rushing towards him desperately. They had all seen it with their own eyes. There was no way it could be a setup. Holding onto this big leg, their lives were set. Lin Bei frowned. There were too many people. Even the men were coming. With a flick of his hand, a long sword appeared, and with a wave, the sword's aura carved deep trenches into the ground. I said, only recruit women. If there are still men on my side in 1 minute, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Brother, take me in. I can do anything. I can endure anything. Brother, I can endure a lot too. Faced with the pleas of many men, Lin Bei didn't even glance at them, sitting back on the sofa to quietly wait for a minute. His silence made many men lose their resolve, retreating silently to the side, not daring to say anything. Such a strong presence was beyond their reach. If they accidentally offended him, they wouldn't even know how they died. With just over 10 seconds left, there were no men left in front of him. Still not giving up? No, that was impossible. They had all seen how ruthless Lin Bei was when he acted. They knew very well that in this apocalypse, their lives were like ants in the eyes of the world's number 1, easily taken or spared with just a thought. Very good. All the girls, line up. Among the more than 1,000 people, the ratio of men to women was 7-3, with just over 300 girls. Oh, familiar face. The first girl had a bit of an impression. Her brother was quite interesting. She glanced over at the boys. Where's your brother? I remember you have a rebellious brother. Why haven't I seen him? The girl's expression darkened, her mood low as she said, he sacrificed himself to protect me from being violated, taking a few men down with him. Lin Bei squinted and shrugged. A common occurrence in the apocalypse. You passed. Go over there. His eyes were like a ruler, prioritizing those untainted by worldly ties, and then discerning a person's character through those ties. If one's character was lacking, it was useless. Of course, good abilities were prioritized, but unfortunately, they were all mixed and useless powers. and even their levels were low. Oh, a familiar face. After seeing a dozen people, he encountered another familiar face, none other than the human hardware softening engineer from the rooftop. "Hello, handsome, long time no see." Chen Jia recognized Lin Bei, smiling awkwardly. It had only been a few days, and he had already grown to a point where she needed to look up to him. She still remembered saying he wasn't a man. "Go back, you didn't pass." "Why?" Chen Jia slammed the table, suddenly realizing her actions were inappropriate. She quickly put on a pitiful expression and used her cute southern accent to say, "Brother, I can do anything, please take me in." "Really can do anything?" Lin Bei asked with a smile. "There might be hope." "Of course," Chen Jia blurted out. "Then can you walk?" "Walk?" Chen Jia frowned in confusion. She prided herself on being skilled in various ways. Was walking a particularly special skill? "I can." "Whatever, let's just say I can for now." "Then please walk over there, don't waste my time." Chen Jia's face darkened. Is he playing with her? If I'm not welcome here, there will be a place that welcomes me. Passed. If you didn't pass, don't be discouraged, several places next door are hiring. They definitely need your professional massage skills. Keep it up. Use your techniques to create a legend of your own. Next. Lin Bei selected one by one, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Before the apocalypse, it was hard to find those untainted by worldly affairs, let alone after the apocalypse. There were some, a dozen or so, but far fewer than he had expected, including the 5 from the base. His plan for today was to gather 50, and he couldn't help but marvel at how lucky he had been when he went to the hospital. 10, a full 10. To be honest, sometimes he doubted his luck was excessively good, almost as if it were a bit deliberate. Half an hour later, he selected 50 women from over 300, 15 of whom were untouched, while the remaining 35 were beautiful married women, generally honest and straightforward. They cleaned, did laundry, and farmed. 35 was enough. With the recruitment complete, Lin Bei didn't want to linger. He still needed 30 more to reach his ideal of 50 and had to visit a few more neighborhoods first, so he decided to send these women back. This great Buddha has finally left. As Lin Bei departed, the recruiters from the 5 factions collectively sighed in relief, almost certain that this person was Lin Bei. They had been terrified, fearing that Lin Bei would be angry at them for impersonating him. After sending the 50 women back to the base, Lin Bei led He-Yun to the next neighborhood. 0. These men really deserved to die. Oh, decent character. 5. 1. Time passed second by second as Lin Bei visited many neighborhoods, and finally, under the fiery clouds of dusk, he gathered 50 team members. The rankings on the trial monument also saw new changes. 1. Lin Bei, Huaxia, progress, level 11, 0%. 2. Jiangyu, Huaxia, progress, level 10, 50%. 3. Bai Wen, Huaxia, progress, level 10, 5%. 4. Emilia Pond, Potato Country, progress, level 10, 1%. 5. Clara Oswood, Potato Country, progress, level 10, 0, 95%. He-Yun and Lui were pushed out of the top 5. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. There were indeed many capable individuals. To reach level 10 on the first day required not only powerful abilities but also strong sustained combat power. The apocalypse had only erupted for a little over 10 days, and physical ability users were relatively favored during this period since many people's abilities had not yet developed, but it wasn't absolute. On the way back home, have I been to this place, this scene before? Lin Bei felt a strong sense of familiarity as he passed by an elementary school. Strange, can there really be a hippocampus effect in the apocalypse? Back at the police station, Lin Bei gathered everyone. The 50 untouched girls stood neatly in 5 rows, while the married women stood in 3 rows beside them. He briefly explained their future work and distributed some pills to help them enhance their strength. He also checked their health. No other reason. To increase their trust in him, studies have shown that in such situations, women often develop inexplicable feelings. 50 people, 5 10-member teams. The team leaders were Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Wang Qi, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Shiran, naturally chosen from those he was relatively familiar with. Preparations were complete, waiting to reap the rewards. Debay, aren't we going to try the multiplayer mode of the trial monument? There's just over an hour until the ranking rewards are distributed at midnight. We have plenty of time to give it a shot, and first place is a piece of cake. With a 6-fold power boost, Xiao Xie was brimming with confidence, her combat power reaching a terrifying level. To be honest, he wasn't very keen on the team mode. Having played various games, he knew that the rewards for team rankings were usually substantial, but what if? There might be good things. On a rainy day, hitting kids, might as well do something. Let's go. Start the grind. Born limitless, waiting for rewards. Born limitless, waiting for rewards. Lin Bei, Shiryu, Hiyun, Zhangyu, Wan En, and Xia entered the white space of the trial monument together. No need to worry about the outside. Silver Moon was there. Silver Moon and he were in sync. If anything happened outside, he could exit at any time. Please create a name for your team. Very well, starting with 0 frames. What should we name the team? Lin Bei turned to ask the few women beside him. How about calling it the Cosmic Spiral Thunder Flash Super Invincible Team? Hiyun said excitedly, having thought about it all afternoon, this name definitely wouldn't be duplicated by anyone else. Lin Bei was taken aback for a moment. He shouldn't have had any expectations for her. This name was even worse than his idea of the Thunder Beacon Wolf Team. Come on, with all the novels and films out there, all the good team names had already been taken. He had spent half the afternoon recruiting while thinking of a team name. Finally, he compromised. He would just copy someone else and find a name he liked. A team name? Shiryu furrowed her beautiful brows tightly. She was also terrible at naming. After thinking of one, she tentatively suggested, how about the Hidden Depths team? Lin Bei grimaced and turned his gaze to Zhangyu. Zhangyu had chosen a long spear as her weapon, stroking the gun barrel without looking up, and said, Core Values Team. Very good, very spirited. How did you manage to say that team name with a straight face? Lin Bei was caught off guard by the twist. Hold back your laughter. Next, he looked at Wan En, who had a slight smile on her lips as she slowly said the team name she had just thought of, just have to team up with you. Next, Xiao Xia couldn't help but complain as she listened to their team names. What a bunch of random nonsense. The name is our image, our face. How can we have such silly names? Oh, Lin Bei became interested and asked expectantly, what name did you think of? Sister is the queen. How about that? Isn't it very domineering? Xiao Xia had a look of certainty. They were all on the same side, so there was no need to feel shy. She also knew her name was a bit silly, but she really couldn't think of a better one. Black Rose? Ionia? Supreme Hall? A bit too cliché. Sister is the queen, radiating confidence. Lin Bei slapped his forehead. Really, he shouldn't have had any expectations. It truly was a case of not being from the same family, as the names thought up by a few wives were even more abstract than his. Forget it. Whatever. After all, it was just a code name, no need to be so tangled up about it. They could change it later if they thought of something better. Born Limitless. Born Limitless, please confirm your team name. Confirm. Please select the battle scene. Plain. Born Limitless team member count, 6. Please choose your weapons. Once everyone has made their selections, please have the team leader Lin Bei silently chant start to begin the challenge. Let's choose weapons. With a thought, a long sword appeared in Lin Bei's palm. Among the common weapons like spears, swords, and knives, he still preferred swords. Zhang Yu had already chosen her long spear. Shiryu chose a sword. Wan En did too. As girls, they preferred the appearance of swords. They had only used knives before because there were no other options. In Zhang Yu's home, her father had forged almost all knives during his lifetime. What surprised him was that Xiao Xia also chose a sword. Aren't you fond of using whips? Not really. It's just that the lightning whip is more convenient to use. Hiyun was different too. She chose a big hammer, referencing Zhong Wuyan. They should have all farmed before, right? Hiyun carried the big hammer, rubbing her index finger against her philtrum. It's better inside, the weapons feel solid. The knives outside feel so light that I don't dare grip them tightly, afraid I'll break them. Lin Bei agreed. A craftsman must sharpen his tools before he can do good work. He needed to find a way to get some new weapons. The knives made by Jiang Yu's father were indeed top-notch, but they were not enough in the face of the apocalypse's full evolution. Sometimes he was afraid of breaking a knife with too much force, and so was Jiang Yu. Her retractable spear had broken several times already. Have you all chosen? Ready, cough cough, start. Swish. The scene instantly shifts, and 6 people appear on an endless plain, facing a dense mass of zombies. Team mode, level 1, zombie count. Zombie level all are at the human limit. Mixed in are quite a few first-tier, several-star zombies. To them, even second-tier zombies are just like ordinary ones. Don't forget, we can't use the return potion in here. Don't use the trick Zhang Yu taught, Lin Bei reminded them. Since they were in, they would strive for first place. Got it. With these zombies, I don't even want to use lightning enhancement, Xiao Xia said, gripping her sword as she walked forward with her sisters. Like her sisters, they all had a 6-fold strength boost. This terrifying power, combined with their weapons, was enough to crush everything in the current apocalypse. 10,000 zombies, a small zombie tide. She truly didn't take it seriously. 10,000 zombies, 6 people, and they cleared them all in just a few minutes. With their 6-fold strength, they were unstoppable. Level 2, 20,000. Human machine. Level 3, 30,000. Level 4, 40,000. Level 10, 100,000. Tired, let it be destroyed. Lin Bei and the girls leaned against each other, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in sweat. Even though all six had the powerful six-fold strength boost, it still wasn't enough in the face of such terrifying numbers. By levels 1 to 9, they had faced 450,000 zombies, and they had already started to feel a bit strained during levels 4 and 5, but it was manageable. However, levels 6 and 7 began to get tough. The numbers surged. The pressure was immense. But after all, they were all high-tier evolvers, and their stamina recovery speed was terrifyingly fast. They took turns creating rest time for each other, and even though the alternating time for each level was very short, it was enough for them to catch their breath and recover some stamina. Levels 8 and 9. Really, they had endured it. To what extent? Lin Bei's arms now had no feeling at all his strength had been drained. Not just him, but also Shiryu and the others. Even Shiryu and her companions had been scratched by zombies. This wouldn't infect them with a virus, just leave them injured. I regret it. This damn hammer, why is it so heavy? Hee-Yun wailed, clutching her big hammer. At first, it was exhilarating to kill, but as time went on, something felt off. This dead hammer was getting heavier and heavier, and now she couldn't even move it. After finishing level 9, that's enough, right? Xiao Xia lay on the ground without a care. I don't want to move anymore, not even a bit. Anyway, there are only a few minutes left. Let's just exit. I don't want to move either. I'm tired, let it be destroyed. Shiryu, who was usually strong and never complained of fatigue, also chose to lie down. Continuing with level 10 was meaningless. At this point, they could be grateful if they could kill 100 zombies combined. End the trial, exit. The moment the 100,000 zombies of level 10 refreshed, Lin Bei silently recited in his heart. He hadn't wanted to come in the first place. Outside, he was fully revived. Comfortable, so comfortable. Glancing at the time, there were still a few minutes until midnight. Soon, they would know what the rewards for team mode were. If it was just a points reward, he would decisively give up. It would be impossible to enter again, purely suffering without gain. Double leaderboard first, rewards distributed. Double leaderboard first, rewards distributed. 11:59:50 seconds. 12 o'clock. In single-player mode, his first position was unshakable. Although there were only 6 people in team mode, his innate limitless team was far ahead with 0% progress in level 10. This was also related to their levels. Really, all second-tier 7-star, among evolvers worldwide, they were definitely at the top, not to mention that each person's strength had at least a 6-fold boost. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but thank the experience gift pack, Lehigh, once again. The rewards for the trial road have been distributed according to rankings. All humans are requested to confirm and enhance their strength as soon as possible. Since this is the first time rewards are being issued, the gifts will trigger a critical hit 100% of the time. The gifts for both single-player and team modes have been upgraded. In the future, the content of rewards will randomly undergo critical hit upgrades. The same prompt appeared before everyone. Soon, a new exclusive prompt appeared before Lin Bei. Yesterday, your ranking in single-player mode was first place, and you received the following rewards: points, weapon clay, grade, earth low grade. After use, you can decide the appearance of the weapon based on your inner thoughts. Note, for the convenience of distinguishing, weapon grades are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. From high to low, Rebound Pill, Grade 3, note, below Grade 4, not including Grade 4, one can restore all consumed stamina and ability points. Healing Pill, Grade 3, note, below Grade 4, not including Grade 4, one can heal severe injuries. This reward is quite lacking. 10 Rebound Pills and 5 Healing Pills. Although his Rebound Pills are only Grade 1, their quantity can be said to be endless. Just 10 pills, who does he look down on? This is too stingy. The 3-grade healing pills are even fewer, only 5. Wait, damn, I'm a pig head. He suddenly realized that the rewards from the trial monument were equivalent to upgrading his rebound pills from grade 1 to grade 3 and his healing pills from grade 2 to grade 3. Wow, so satisfying. Quantity doesn't matter. What matters is having them. This is comfortable. Finally, he doesn't have to grab a handful and stuff them in his mouth to restore stamina anymore. It's much more elegant to take them one by one. Yesterday, your team, Born Limitless, won first place in team mode, earning 100 million points, to be distributed by the captain. Each member receives rebound pills, grade 3, and healing pills, grade 3. As expected, team rewards are substantial. 100 million points sounds like a lot, but even 1 billion points would have no effect on him. It might be somewhat useful for supporting the newly recruited members. Lin Bei glanced at the stone monument outside. Among the top 10, apart from him in first place, the rewards for the second place were basically the same, all receiving mysterious grade medium weapon clay, with the remaining differences being in the pills and points: mysterious grade low, yellow grade high, yellow grade medium, yellow grade low. Not bad. Zhang Yu and He-yun both received weapon clay, but the only downside is that Shiryu, Wan-en, and Shi-yu were all pushed out of the top 100 and did not receive any weapon clay. Wow, if I had known the rewards on the first day were this good, I wouldn't have rushed to challenge in the morning. So annoying, so frustrating. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely make it into the top 10, Shiryu pouted in anger. Same here, Wan-en echoed. Wan-en's ranking was already ridiculously low, and after a bunch of people sprinted at night, her name couldn't even be found on the trial monument. Xiao Shiyu's name was also nowhere to be seen. So annoying. Shiyu was just as frustrated as Shiryu and Wan-en, regretting it deeply. Even if she sprinted into the top 10 tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. The rewards from the first day were critical hits, and who knows when the next critical hit would come. Swish! In front of He-yun, Zhang Yu, and Lin Bei, a piece of gray-white clay and pills appeared. The weapon clay was fist-sized, and the pills were in bottles, with names written on the bottles to avoid confusion. Lin Bei picked up the weapon clay. Instantly, he had an epiphany. The weapon clay in his palm changed shape continuously according to his thoughts. A long spear, a sword, a halberd, a blood-drop weapon, anything he could think of could transform. How about a 40-meter-long saber? Wow, it actually works. Wow, big brother, yours is so big. He-yun exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, amazed that something so small could become so large. It can be even bigger. 50 meters. Wow, it's even bigger now. He-yun's small eyes flickered. Forget it. It was just talk. A 40-meter-long knife was truly exaggerated, and its weight changed according to his will. I must say, this aspect is very humane, gradually shrinking into the shape of a sword. The Divine Demon Sword. The Divine Demon Sword, a fusion of the demon-suppressing sword and the demon sword. The blade shimmered with a sharp cold light. Lin Bei took out the ordinary sword forged by Zhang Yu's father and clashed it against the Divine Demon Sword. Without a doubt, the ordinary sword was easily severed, and he let it drop vertically, the entire sword body sinking into the concrete ground as if it were tofu. Besides its sharpness, its weight was also a factor. I don't know how heavy this sword is, but with his current strength, it was just right, controlled at a slightly heavy state. Once it was shaped, it couldn't be modified. If he leveled up again, it would feel just right. So refreshing. This could definitely be considered the world's #1 divine weapon. He never expected the reward from the trial monument to be so wonderful. With this sword, he would become even more invincible. But even without this sword, he could still annihilate the enemy forces. He would recreate a sword sheath in a 1-to-1 ratio. Invincible. Confirm. Accompanied by his affirmative thought, his first divine demon sword was born. Meanwhile, He-yun and Zhang Yu's weapons were also taking shape. Zhang Yu naturally chose a spear, which could be as long as 1.8 meters or shrink to a 60-centimeter short spear. He-yun's weapon was a large hammer, the same size as the one inside. Ha 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 ha. He-yun laughed joyfully after obtaining his desired weapon, throwing the hammer to the ground. The moment it landed, it created a large pit, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outwards. Wow, Xiaoyun, how heavy is this hammer? Shiryu was shocked, stepping forward to grip the handle in an attempt to lift it, but her exaggerated strength couldn't budge it. Sister Yu, how could you possibly lift this? Even I find it a bit strenuous to use. My power ability is at level 3, with a 4-fold enhancement. My strength is 4 times greater than yours, He-yun said, slightly proud, with his nose tilted. Now, making it heavier. After leveling up, it would become lighter, allowing for prolonged use. No one knew when the next weapon mud would appear, and heavy objects could also train her strength, promoting her ability to level 4. If this hammer hits someone, what would happen? Shiryu shrank her neck. Just thinking about that scene made her shiver. Of course, under my Haotian hammer, all beings are equal. He-yun picked up the hammer and swung it a few times, making Shiryu, Zhang Yu, and Xiao Xie feel their scalps tingle. If it slipped from his hands and hit someone, they wouldn't even have time to take a healing pill before it was game over. Chapter 99, I Am a Foolish Monarch, Personnel Arrangement. Chapter 99, I Am a Foolish Monarch, Personnel Arrangement. Buzz buzz buzz. Zhang Yu's weapon also took shape. Her delicate hands shook the spear shaft, and the one-piece 1.8-meter-long spear buzzed with a sound, the spear tip shimmering with a sharp cold light and a bone-chilling coldness under the bright moonlight. This spear! Invincible! Stroking the spear body, Zhang Yu couldn't find a more wonderful word to describe its perfection. It was simply her dream weapon. So envious. Shiryu's eyes were filled with jealousy. Both her good sisters and her man had obtained their desired weapons. If she couldn't get one, then so be it. She was absolutely capable of squeezing into the top 10 now. I'm so envious too. Count me in. For Shiryu, weapons weren't important. but a good weapon significantly enhanced Jiang Yu and He Yun's strength. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that after updating their weapons, their combat power had at least increased by 50%. It's getting late, let's go inside. Lin Bei stored He Yun's weapon in his spatial backpack. The hammer was large and heavy, making it inconvenient to carry. After entering the house, Lin Bei smiled. Babies, let's play a game. What game? The game is called The Joy of Kings. Speaking of which, Lin Bei took out a ribbon to blindfold his eyes. My beloved concubines, you are not allowed to run out of this room, okay? Whoever I catch first, he. After a hard day's work, what's wrong with enjoying a little? Let the music play and the dance continue. Damn it, how come I only ranked second with so many people? What the hell is the first place? Just 6 people. Why is that? Did the trial monument get it wrong? Progress at the 10th level, 0%? 6 people, killing 450,000 zombies. Are you kidding me? Boss, it must be the trial monument that got it wrong. How could our hundreds of brothers possibly be outdone by just 6 people? Plus, we have 2 great generals, Louis and Yu, and so many second-tier fighters. Our progress is only 50% at the 9th level. This must be a mistake by the trial monument. Damn it, it must be a mistake. Did they really get it wrong? They knew in their hearts that a trial monument capable of such scale could not possibly be mistaken. They were just comforting themselves, unwilling to admit that the entire base combined couldn't compare to just 6 people. This is too ridiculous. How can there be such outrageous 6 people? Our Iron Blood Legion ranks second, and our average pill level is only second tier, which is a whole tier lower than the first place. Those damn 6 people. Louis, dressed in combat gear, clenched her fists. I thought our first place was secure, but at the last moment, this innate limitless team came up and made us lose a lot for nothing. What kind of abilities do these 6 have? Killing 450,000 zombies in an hour is truly exaggerated. Even standing on the ground and continuously gaining power, I can't keep up. Thick crab. Who are these people in the innate limitless team? 6 people actually achieved first place in team mode. Unfortunately, the ranking only shows the team name, number of people, and location, with no specific information. These 6 must definitely be among the top 10 in single mode. It's too exaggerated, really too exaggerated. 6 people, splitting 100 million points. How much food would that be? Thankfully, the pills are distributed per person. If they also got a bunch of pills for the captain to distribute, these 6 levels would probably shoot up like a train. It's 2 against the heavens. Countless people and factions were envious of the ranking rewards. Whether in single mode or team mode, the rewards were publicly displayed. They hated themselves for not working hard these days. Once the rewards were out, the gap between people would only grow larger. The strong would soar to the sky. The weak would kneel and lick the ground. Waist like a slender willow in the wind, a few glances dance away the dreams of infatuated people, waiting for heavy makeup. The good show begins, inside the base. After playing enough games, Lin Bei embraced He Yun, listening to music while admiring Shiryu and others dancing in thin gauze ancient costumes. Don't ask why he didn't dance with He Yun. He couldn't bear to imagine the beautiful scene of a sports student dancing. This is life. If this were ancient times, he would definitely be a tyrant. My king, is this servant's dance satisfactory? Satisfactory, very satisfactory. Good job, reward. The next day, at noon, Lin Bei yawned as he walked out of the building, wasting his life. He had wasted a whole morning like this. After a busy morning, Xiao Shiran saw him come out and approached, saying, Lord Lin Bei, everything has been arranged as you instructed. 35 sisters are each in charge of their duties, divided into 4 teams. 3 teams of 10, 1 team of 5. Among them, 2 10-person teams will patrol the base and ensure hygiene, 1 10-person team will go out to kill zombies and level up, and the 3 10-person teams will cycle to ensure the safety of the base while not falling too far behind in their own levels. There is also a 5-person team. They weren't very eager to go out and level up by killing zombies, but they were all first-tier, 2-star evolvers. I first arranged for them to cultivate a piece of wasteland and plant some fruits and vegetables from the seeds exchanged at the trial monument. After that, I would take them out to level up a bit. Taking a breath, I continued, the 50-member combat team, including myself, is divided into 5 groups. Ike Xiaochang, Xiaobai, Wang Qi, and Xiaobai are the captains. They are all leveling up by killing zombies near the police station, and the pills provided by the adults have been evenly distributed. With those pills from the adults, it won't be long before we impress them. After saying this, Xiao Shiran looked forward to praise, having arranged everything Lin Bei had instructed her to do the previous night perfectly. Even she felt very satisfied when she looked at it. There was no hardship in her eyes, only admiration. Really, anyone would admire him. At first, she thought Lin Bei was just a playboy from what her sister had said, but after seeing him in action yesterday, she truly understood. 5 women were far too few. Way too few. A strong man like him, who was also so handsome, would naturally deserve 50 women. Moreover, he brought back so many girls yesterday. Not only did he not touch any of them, but he also provided resources for their growth. With just one move, he produced 10,000 returning pills. Really? She was dumbfounded last night. Although they were only first tier, the sheer quantity was staggering. To know that the first day critical hit reward for ranking first at the trial monument was only 10 third tier pills. All these factors combined made it hard for her not to admire him. You've worked hard, Lin Bei said symbolically. It's not hard, this is what I should do. It's my great honor to help Lord Lin Bei. Xiao Shiran blurted out. Lin Bei's arrival not only helped her eliminate the tumors in her team but also gave her the possibility of soaring to new heights. She was an ordinary person without abilities, but her sister was Xiao Xie. Yesterday afternoon, Xiao Xie secretly revealed to her that Lin Bei was a hidden cultivator, and as long as she became his woman, she could cultivate together and gain power. 6 times. Xiao Xie's power had increased 6-fold. To know that He Yun's level 3 power ability only provided a 4-fold increase, becoming his woman was equivalent to gaining a level 5 power ability. Moreover, Xiao Xie also secretly told her that before she became Lin Bei's woman, the power enhancement for Shiryu and the others was only 5 times, but after she joined, it became 6 times for everyone. This meant that if Xiao Shiran could become Lin Bei's woman, she would gain 7 times the power, and then Xiao Cheng, Xiao Bai, Wang Qi, and Xiao Bai would successively join, leading to 8 times, 9 times, 10 times, 11 times. Just thinking about it made her body tremble with excitement. Now, more than 10 days into the apocalypse, they, as evolvers, deeply realized one thing: the entire population was evolving, but this was not the era of evolvers, it was the era of abilities. The most important point: He Tao encounters enemies, ice-type abilities. Lin Bei was looking for new abilities for Lin Wanen. As long as she performed well enough, he would value her, and then she could gain power while also obtaining the coveted abilities. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu, He Yun, and the others were so strong. Really, a 6-person team, ranked first globally, was an exaggeration that also demonstrated the strength of these 6 individuals. Master, master, someone is calling, someone is calling. The system's prompt appeared in his ear. Lin Bei took out the walkie-talkie. He found it troublesome to keep the walkie-talkie in his pocket, so he placed it in the system space, letting the system keep an eye on it and remind him if someone called. Master, master, we are under attack. The opponent has a high-level strong person with ice-type abilities. We are no match for her. We are in the mall at the Phoenix Shopping Center. Master, master, He Tao's anxious voice came through. Immediately after, a strange woman's voice appeared. I was wondering why you were unwilling to join us. It turns out you belong to someone. The way your master calls you is quite skilled. It seems you've been well trained. Even if you notify your master, it won't matter. From now on, you belong to us. Don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, if our master comes, with just a finger, he could crush all of you, even if it's just his pinky. Humph. The woman scoffed disdainfully. What a pathetic bunch. I've already said all the nice things I could. It's you who don't know how to cherish the opportunity. Since you refuse to join, then fine, you'll become our public resources. Ah. The screams of several women could be clearly heard. Then, the woman's voice became very loud, as if she were speaking directly into a walkie-talkie. I've taken your women. It's a pity you trained them so well, 10 of them at the 2nd tier. Their bodies must be quite resilient. You'll never see them again. Before Lin Bei could speak, the other side fell completely silent. Interesting. Ice-type abilities. I hope their level isn't too low. If it's level 3, then Wanen's abilities will be available. Lin Bei's lips curled up. With a thought, he appeared in the middle of the road 100 meters away, taking a step forward, his figure completely disappearing from Xiao Shiran's line of sight. Master? 10 at the 2nd tier? Does he have another team? In the open square, a woman with a hot figure and beautiful face moved her fingers, and a man holding a steel baseball bat stepped out from behind her, striking He Tao's arm with force, breaking it. Then, elegantly stepping in high heels, she approached the prostrate He Tao, delicately lifting her chin with her slender fingers. This is the consequence of refusing me. Do you think your sister's bones will be as tough as yours? Do you think they will still refuse to join us after seeing their big sister's limbs broken and reduced to a tool for venting? He Tao wanted to spit in her face, but as soon as she opened her mouth, it turned into an ice block that fell to the ground. With one arm brutally broken, she showed a mocking expression. You really shouldn't have stayed here after I notified my master of this location, and you definitely shouldn't have provoked my master. You people are doomed. The woman laughed. You are so loyal to your master, still thinking he can come to save you. How many men in the apocalypse would risk their lives for a woman? Moreover, even if he comes, so what? Do you think I would be foolish enough to wait for him here? He Tao laughed too, excitedly looking behind her, then staring at her arrogantly. Sorry, if you want to leave, it's too late. Our master has already arrived. Once he comes, you will undoubtedly die. Master, the master is here. Ah, our master has come, your time is up. Our master is very powerful. What? Seeing their reaction, the woman at the forefront looked back in surprise. She saw a handsome man appear across the road, frowning immediately. She had crushed the walkie-talkie less than half a minute ago, and this man had already arrived? How is that possible? She had been watching this 10-person team since last night, confirming that only these 10 had come out to recruit. If they were unwilling, she would rather be shattered than allow them to remain whole. To be honest, she had even thought that this woman was pretending to have someone behind her, but it turned out there really was someone. Blinking, the man disappeared from her sight. This speed? Instantly on high alert, she searched for his trace, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find him. She quickly ordered her subordinates, "Hurry, find him for me." Who moved? The voice of a strange man appeared from behind, causing the woman's pupils, along with those of her subordinates, to constrict in disbelief as they quickly turned around. The man, who had suddenly appeared behind them, was crouched on the ground examining He Tao's injuries. How could this be? How could he move so fast? The woman quickly stepped back to create distance, her delicate brows tightly furrowed, feeling a deep sense of unease. His speed was beyond their comprehension, and just this alone was enough to demonstrate his strength. In the apocalypse, a strong individual could easily take down a small team. Seeing the man fully focused on checking He Tao's injuries, she gestured with one hand behind her back. A direct attack could be dodged, but a hidden arrow was hard to defend against. Facing such a strong opponent required a preemptive strike. She didn't believe she could handle it. Before the trial monument appeared, she had looked down on everyone, but after the rankings were revealed, she realized how laughable her once proud strength was among the global survivors. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet whizzed past her ear, carrying a warm spray of blood that splattered onto her hair. The metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, and she froze for a moment, her pupils dilating in shock. She swallowed hard. No way! It couldn't be what she thought. Slowly turning around, her pupils constricted again. Behind her stood a male subordinate holding a pistol, a bloody hole in his forehead. She could see through the hole, and after swaying a few times, he collapsed to the ground. How could this be? He hadn't done anything. "I'm sorry, master. We were too useless," He Tao said, lowering her head in shame. Their master had just sent them so many supplies yesterday, and now they were forced to call for help. They had tried their best, truly, but even with all their effort, they couldn't defeat the opponent and had no choice but to seek their master's assistance. The other side has abilities. It's normal that you can't win. How did you get hurt? Lin Bei didn't care about that. In fact, he was quite pleased. This small team was truly surprising him. Hearing that their master didn't blame them, the 10 couldn't hide their joy. He Tao pointed at a man and said, "That person just broke my arm with a baseball bat, and our fingers were shattered by that woman. She tried to force us to join in this way." All 10 of them had their pinky fingers broken by the woman. Understood. Lin Bei flipped his hand. 10 emerald green healing pills appeared in his palm, flying into their mouths under his control. In fact, ever since reaching the second tier, his mental strength was sufficient to manipulate some lightweight objects. It had a bit of effect but not much. They were all only at the second tier, 2 stars. 1 healing pill per person was enough. Their broken pinky fingers regrew, and their injuries visibly healed. In no time, the 10 stood up, radiant. Seeing this scene, the woman opposite frowned. Healing pills? She had those too. On the trial monument, the person ranked first in singles had them, but she happened to be ranked 1000th, receiving only 1 second-tier healing pill, or rebound pill, and some points. With a single move, 10 rebound pills. Either he was Lin Bei, ranked first in singles, or his team was ranked extremely high. Regardless of which, he was not someone they could provoke. Moreover, judging by his performance alone, the probability was high. He was Lin Bei. Just like that, a one-sided crushing. Just like that, a one-sided crushing. Lin Bei stood up and looked at these people. 10 in total, 1 woman and 9 men, one of whom was already dead. A playful smile crept onto his lips. The woman also had a harem? Interesting. Excellent. He reached out and grasped the air. A heart-wrenching scream echoed out, and the woman suddenly turned her head, only to see her male pets, each of them lying on the ground, their arms and legs as if crushed by a hydraulic press, wailing in agony. "You bastard! Freeze!" With a thought, the woman commanded. The moisture in the air around Lin Bei rapidly froze, and in an instant, he was enveloped in thick ice. "Master!" He Tao shouted in worry. Lin Bei was completely shrouded in ice, but the woman's tightly furrowed brows did not relax. Instead, they tightened even more. for she knew she had not truly frozen this man. The ice she had formed was 5 centimeters away from his skin. These 5 centimeters. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through. The ice could not advance further to freeze him, and her extraordinary power was quickly depleting. Having fought many people, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Unbeatable. She had to retreat. Thinking this, she almost exhausted all her remaining extraordinary power to enhance the quality of the ice encasing his body. Then, she pushed off the ground, but as her body surged forward half a meter, she heard a shattering sound. Impossible. This was ice that had been reinforced with all her extraordinary power. Even if he was the number one in the world, Lin Bei, he shouldn't be able to break it in an instant. Turning her head, she saw her ice cage shattered beyond recognition, and the person inside had vanished. A strong sense of crisis surged in her heart as she turned back, and the man appeared before her. One foot kicked her in the chest. In an instant, she felt as if she had been struck by a high-speed train, her body flying backward at an incredible speed, crashing into a building 100 meters away. She opened her mouth, and hot blood gushed out. She felt no pain. Looking down, her chest was caved in. That proud massive figure of hers was completely ruined. She knew it was because the injury was too severe, triggering her body's protective mechanism, temporarily blocking the pain. She quickly took out the ranking rewards from yesterday. She stuffed a second-grade recovery pill and a healing pill into her mouth and swallowed them. Then, she pushed off the ground, crashing through the wall and running in the opposite direction, her heart racing in terror at the sheer power of this guy. What kind of number was this? It was terrifying. Setting aside her extraordinary powers, her evolution level was at least second tier 7 stars, and with just one kick, she was almost sent to meet her ancestors. Undoubtedly, he was definitely a physical power user. It had to be strength, and it was high level. She noted this grudge down. Physical power users were formidable in the early stages, but in the later stages, they became toys for top extraordinary power users like her. Damn it! Before she could even fantasize about how to torture the man who kicked her, he appeared before her again, lifting one foot to kick her in the chest once more. Danger! 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 No! I don't have any healing pills left. Damn it! She wanted to break but couldn't stop. Her extraordinary power was instantly drained. She froze a thick ice wall between her and the man's large foot, trying to reduce the damage caused by his kick. She hadn't thought about what to do afterward, because the current situation left no room for consideration. If she didn't do something, that kick might take her life. Bang! The ice wall she had erected with all her extraordinary power was easily shattered by that large foot, which was like an unstoppable killing machine. Bang! One kick. It landed solidly on her chest again, and she could clearly feel that this kick was even heavier than the last, for she had coughed up blood before even flying out this time. Puff! Crimson blood danced in the air, falling to the ground, blooming like a brilliant plum blossom. In midair, the woman who was thrown out flew through the air, her face filled with regret and unwillingness. For safety's sake, she had specifically kept an eye on those 10 women for an entire night. The one named He Tao had made her best escape plan when she used the intercom to call for help, but she never expected that this man would arrive so quickly. And he was so strong. Her level 3 freezing ability was like a clown's trick in front of him. Absurd. It was beyond outrageous. After hitting the ground, she bounced several times and rolled for dozens of meters before finally dissipating that terrifying force. She wanted to get up and run, but her body was completely injured, with multiple fractures leaving her utterly powerless. In fact, she couldn't even lift a hand. One kick. It had robbed her of all her ability to move. Did you see that? This is the terrifying power of my master, Lin Bei. He Tao led her sisters to her side, looking down at her from a height. Lin Bei? As expected, she had known it all along. From the moment he casually pulled out 10 healing pills, she guessed he was Lin Bei. How unlucky she was to encounter this female team late at night, killing zombies to level up. She had wanted to recruit them for the team rewards from the trial monument, but their master was Lin Bei. The gap in strength between the first and last place on the leaderboard was indeed this vast, so much so that she had no ability to fight back at all. She opened her mouth. Another mouthful of hot blood surged out, choking her into a fit of coughing, with some internal fragments expelled along with it. Lin Bei stepped forward. He came to He Tao and the others, also looking down at her from a height. Seeing her in such a near-death state, he couldn't help but tease, as expected of a second-tier body, really resilient, able to take my kick and not die. Of course, that kick was like when Chi was killed by Sasi back in the day, leaving a vast sea. With his current strength, if he had kicked with all his might, her chest would have been pierced long ago. You, cough cough cough. The woman wanted to say something, but the blood that kept pouring out made it impossible for her to stop coughing. The words she had just spoken were now being returned to her unchanged. Lin Bei then assessed her bonds. Name, Wang Qian. Appearance score, 95. Pre-apocalypse occupation, model. Comprehensive score, 96. Level, second tier 7 stars. Ability, freezing, awakened. Bonds, top model, 1. Innate silk stocking holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiast, 1. Queen, 1. Countless men experienced, 1. King of group fun, 1. Queen, king of group fun. This bond, because the 6 had flipped. As her body's protective mechanism faded, intense pain surged, making her unable to hold back a cry. Looking at the man so close, she endured the pain, forcefully swallowing the blood in her mouth, and hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, I'm willing to be your woman. I'm stronger than them. I have a level 3 freezing ability, my value is immense. I alone can match 10 of them, both in strength and looks, I far surpass them. Spare my life, and let me be your strongest support." Plundering abilities, feeding like smoke. Plundering abilities, feeding like smoke. She knew. The reason this man hadn't killed her immediately was that he valued her ability. Although she was being beaten, how could a mage fight a warrior in the early stages? He must be hesitating whether to kill her. Killing her would waste a rare high-level ice ability, so she needed to express her attitude and showcase her capabilities. Wang Qian continued, "I swear on my life, from now on, you are my master, and I am your dog. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it without question, without any second thoughts." She didn't want to die. Why should she die? She has a level 3 freezing ability. In the whole world, how many people could possibly have a better ability than hers? As long as she can survive, in the later stages, she will be one of the dominant figures. Just scraping by, enduring humiliation and bearing burdens. Submitting to a man is nothing more than trivial matters. She herself has taken in 9 male pets, which means nothing to her. Regarding this, Lin Bei said nothing, but silently took out the disassembly device and threw it at her. The disassembly device floated above her, emitting a faint glow that enveloped her. What did you do to me?" Wang Qian felt a sudden unease. This strange light seemed to be extracting the most important thing from within her. She wanted to resist, but her bones felt as if they were shattered. Without a healing pill, she would be useless, and her ability value had just been exhausted. At this moment, she could do nothing but lie quietly on the ground, feeling the essence within her being slowly drawn out. A minute felt both slow and fast. For Wang Qian, every second was torment. For Lin Bei, it was also his first time using the disassembly device. He watched as strands of sky blue light continuously surged from Wang Qian's body, gathering above her. In the blink of an eye, the disassembly device vanished, replaced by a ball of light in a pale blue hue floating in mid-air. With a thought, the light ball drifted into Lin Bei's palm. He examined it closely. The light ball seemed to contain endless power of ice, which he stored safely in the system space. Thus, Wanan's first ability was born, and it was a top-tier freezing ability. Very good, the notification was timely. I am very satisfied. Lin Bei reached out and patted He Tao's head. If it weren't for these few of them, he wouldn't have been able to find his desired ability so quickly. Just yesterday, he had obtained a level 3 lightning ability, and today he was continuing to acquire a level 3 freezing ability. Really, it was exhilarating. With this cheat, everything was going smoothly. Moreover, his increase was not just in the number of abilities. The upper limit of his ability value was also increasing simultaneously. At this moment, his ability value was boosted by the space and lightning, and the strength and power of an ability were determined by the upper limit of the ability value. This meant that even the lightning ability in his hands would be equivalent to something much more terrifying once its level increased. Although He Tao was very happy to receive her master's pat on the head, the 10 of them had indeed been defeated by a woman, which made them feel very guilty. It wasn't that her freezing ability was too strong. It was that their evolutionary levels were still insufficient. If they each had a level 3 ability, even if this woman had a freezing ability, so what? The master had given them so many pills, which were enough for them to grow quickly. Sleeping 6 hours a day was still too much. It was simply a waste of life. She had made up her mind. From today on, they would only sleep 4 hours a day, and those 4 hours would include eating and bathing. The remaining 20 hours would be fully devoted to leveling up by killing zombies. This kind of thing must never happen again. 8 hours of rest was a vacation. Master, we will work harder. If we encounter such a situation again, we will definitely have the ability to solve it ourselves, He Tao said firmly, clenching her small fist. Lin Bei. This awareness was even higher than his. Wang Qian, lying on the ground, began to thrash around wildly, her expression a mix of terror and anger. What have you done to me? Where did my ability go? At this moment, her ability had completely vanished. No matter how she tried to communicate, she could not condense the moisture in the air into ice. In fact, she couldn't even feel the moisture anymore. It was as if she had returned to before her ability awakened. She knew. It must have been the man's doing. Lin Bei glanced at her, revealing a contemptuous smile. Miss, what you take pride in is merely your freezing ability. Now that your ability has been extracted by me, do you think you can still be of any help to me? Wang Qian thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything. Having her abilities stripped away, she had completely become an ordinary evolver, just like someone fully equipped being defeated and having all their gear looted. My level is second tier 7 stars, I'm very strong, at least stronger than your women. Recruit me, take me in. A second tier 7 star in the current apocalypse is a rare powerhouse. Even without my abilities, I would still be a great help to you. I swear I will be very obedient, master. Wang Qian's will to survive was strong. Help? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. Help for me? You, with your abilities, can't even withstand a kick from me. You think you can be my help without your powers? However, you still have some value. Wang Qian was delighted, as long as she had value. The next moment, she felt a force enveloping her, pulling her into a pitch-black space, and her 9 male pets appeared beside her. Where is this place? What kind of ability does he have? A person with such means cannot possibly be an ordinary physical evolver, but unfortunately, even with all her strength, she couldn't find out. This Lin Bei was just too strong. At this moment, strange voices echoed. Sister Ru Yan, I think I smell living people. That Lin Bei, he brought in 4 times the living people. What does he mean? Is he asking us to eat them? I understand now. He wants to make us stronger this way, then kill us to gain energy. Sisters, we mustn't eat them. No, if we see through his plan and don't comply, bringing a few zombies over would have the same effect. Damn it. Sister Ru Yan, should we eat or not? Damn it. This is an open scheme. Let's eat. Whether we eat or not, we die either way. Might as well have a good meal. Charge. Alright, who is it? What are we eating? Wang Qian, lying on the ground unable to move, furrowed her brows. There was not a single source of light here, and she couldn't see anything, but the strange conversation made her uneasy. Soon, her screams echoed throughout the Divine Might space. Outside, Lin Bei, having obtained the freezing ability, was in a good mood. He couldn't wait to return and let Wanan eat. Glancing at Hitao and the 10 others, since Xiao Xia's team had been completely recruited by her, there was no need for them to wander outside alone anymore. This time, they were lucky. That Wang Qian was too careless. If she had been just a little more cautious, she wouldn't have given them the chance to inform her. However, this was also related to Hitao's space ring. Who would have thought that an ordinary second-tier evolver would carry a space treasure? Fortunately, he hadn't held back at the time. If he hadn't given it to them, Hitao's small team of 10 would have been completely wiped out, and Wang Qian's 3 freezing abilities would have slipped through his fingers. Investment brings returns. Hitao returned to the team, and she ran introduced. Master, we are going to kill zombies. Hitao didn't want to waste a moment. The gap between ordinary evolvers and those with abilities was too great. The only way to make up for it was to crush them with levels. Come back with me first. What? Come back with your master? Upon hearing this, the 10 women widened their eyes, doubting if they had heard wrong. Could it be that we are to receive the master's favor so soon? Lin Bei, don't think too much. It was because I had no place for you before. I took in a base yesterday noon. You 10 are too weak. If you act alone outside, you won't even know how you died. Upon hearing this, the 10 women became even more excited. The master is concerned about us. We still have some status in the master's heart. The master is afraid we will be killed, so he specially called us to his base. This way, we can sleep beside the master every night. Yes, just thinking about being able to sleep in the same base as the master makes me feel so happy. Lin Bei, the mental state is definitely a bit off. Master, what is the name of your base? What rules do we need to follow after we join? Hitao asked, worried that if they didn't understand the rules, they might upset the master. Tianshang Wuji, there aren't really any rules, except for me. Everyone else is a woman, you should get along well, just don't create internal conflicts. Lin Bei led them back. What? Tianshang Wuji? Hitao was shocked. Although she had anticipated it, it was still shocking to learn that the Tianshang Wuji team belonged to the master, considering that the small team of only 6 people was firmly ranked first in the team standings. One can imagine how strong the master's 5 girlfriends are. The master just said that his base only has women, and the remaining 5 of Tianshang Wuji, aside from being the master's official girlfriends, who else could they be? Aren't you curious about how I extracted that woman's freezing ability? Aren't you curious about why I extracted it? On the way, Lin Bei casually asked. Of course we're curious, but we know what to ask and what not to ask, Hitao replied. TSK. So, master, how did you do it? Why did you extract it? Hitao took the initiative to ask. I won't tell you. He Tao fell silent. Then she asked, "Master, you're in a good mood today, actually joking with us. It's the first time I've seen you joke." Lin Bei flipped his hand. A light blue orb appeared, floating in his palm. "Of course I'm in a good mood for getting a level 3 freezing ability for no reason. You all played a significant role in this, and that's also why I brought you back. You've made a great contribution, so I'll reveal a little to you. I have the ability to strip others' abilities and give them to someone else." "What? Strip? Give?" He Tao and the others first widened their eyes, then their breaths became uncontrollably heated. The master having such an ability means that they might also have the chance to gain abilities? "Master, your ability, can it allow someone who already has an ability to gain a new one?" He Tao asked, her voice trembling. Her charm ability, although at level 1, was useless for improving strength, a real waste. She also wanted to gain a new ability. Yes, He Tao understood. The reason the master told them this was to prevent them from feeling discouraged because they didn't have abilities. As long as they could make the master value them, they would eventually gain good abilities. The master is really amazing. Soon, the group arrived at the police station, and from a distance, Xiao Shiran saw them, sizing up He Tao and the others, each holding a knife, their walking momentum extraordinary. "Shiran, arrange accommodations for them. These 10 are the same as your 50, they belong to the combat group. Get familiar with her here, collect the walkie-talkies, and then you can go out to improve your strength." "Okay," Xiao Shiran replied. "Yes, Master." The 10 responded in unison, startling Xiao Shiran. "The master has something. Let's go, little sisters." Xiao Shiran led them away first, knowing that Lin Bei had his own matters to attend to and couldn't waste too much of his time. "Sisters, it's time to level up by grinding zombies again." Sure you and the others walked out of the building. He bounced in front of him, wrapping her 2 white, tender arms around him, her delicate little face rubbing against his chest. "Good brother, getting up without a word, are you preparing food for us? Are there any buns? I want to eat buns, with big meat filling." "If you want to eat, there will definitely be some." Lin Bei took out a large plate of buns and some soy milk from his spatial backpack, using his mental power to make them float in midair. He stuffed one into Yi Yun's mouth and took one for himself. A big meat bun. It was fragrant. Sure you and the others also came over to grab some to eat, and after finishing, they took out another large plate. "For lunch, let's just have a simple meat bun. Having big fish and meat every day isn't feasible. It's nice to change things up occasionally." On the other side, He Tao and the others, who were following Xiao Shiran, saw the few women beside Lin Bei from a distance. Their eyes were filled with envy and relief, envious of how close they were to their master, and relieved because each of them was exceptionally beautiful. He Tao considered herself quite good-looking, but compared to those women, she felt far inferior. Counting them, there were exactly 5. While watching, she asked the leading Xiao Shiran, "Sister Shiran, are those 5 sisters the master's girlfriends? Are they core members of the Tiansheng Wujie team?" Xiao Shiran turned back to take a look. It seems you're a secret little team, even Shiryu and the others don't know them. Those 5 are all wives of Lord Lin Bei. The one with long hair and a white dress is Jiang Shiryu, a level 3 spatial ability user, the main wife of Lord Lin Bei. The one holding the Lord is He Yun, a level ability user, though she's the youngest, she ranks 2nd. The woman with a short gun and a ponytail is Jiang Yu, a level ability user, ranking 3rd. The one in black sportswear is Lin Wanen, who has no abilities, ranking 4th. Lastly, the one named Xiao Shiyu, as you guessed, is my sister, ranking 5th, a level 3 lightning ability user. The ranking is based on order of appearance, not strength or age. After hearing Xiao Shiran's introduction, He Tao and the other girls were once again shocked. The women around their master were all so extraordinary, no wonder 6 of them could achieve first place. This also indirectly illustrated the master's strength. Aside from Lin Wanen, he could gather so many strong women. "That sister named Wanen, she will soon have an ability, a level 3 freezing ability," He Tao said. "A freezing ability?" Xiao Shiran's eyes were filled with envy. It wasn't that Shiryu and the others were strong that Lin Bei took notice of them. Rather, it was because Lin Bei noticed them that they became so strong, including her sister. Envy. There was only envy. Of course, there was jealousy too, but she wouldn't do anything foolish because she knew she would eventually become one of the women beside Lin Bei. With her sister's connection, she would definitely be the first to advance among them. A new discovery, are they human or pigs? A new discovery, are they human or pigs? Xiao En, do you like the freezing ability? Lin Bei asked while sipping soy milk. The freezing ability? Wanen blinked. Is it similar to the Iceman in the movies once I get it? It should be about the same. Then that's good. With this ability, our team's overall strength can improve a lot. Wanen didn't care much about what ability she gained, as long as it brought a significant boost to the team. Come here. Lin Bei extended his hand. The pale blue light ball slowly flew towards Wanan's forehead and merged into it. Almost instantly, a terrifying chill spread out, and Lin Bei and the others formed a protective barrier with their energy to isolate it. Xiaobei, I'm so cold, Wanan shivered, hugging her arms and squatting on the ground, her entire face turning blue from the cold. It's a normal phenomenon, it will be fine soon. The level of the freezing ability I absorbed was too strong for you, but it's harmless to your body. You'll adapt quickly. As he spoke, Wanan quickly turned into an ice sculpture, emanating overwhelming coldness. He had already asked the system. This was all a normal phenomenon. This wasn't direct copying. Absorption required adaptation and integration. Not to say something inappropriate, but I have an impulse to go up and knock on it. Hee-yun whispered, afraid that her sisters and Lin Bei would say she was ungrateful. I want one too, sure you said. Count me in. Jiang Yu and Shi Yu both felt the impulse. I'm really curious, if we knock, will it shatter? I'm curious too. Lin Bei thought he was the only one with this idea, but to his surprise, all the girls felt the same way. Who could resist such curiosity? In dramas, they always show it shattering into pieces with one knock, but it was just a thought. What if it really shattered? That would be the end of it. A few minutes passed. The ice on Wanan melted, revealing her original appearance. She excitedly hugged Lin Bei's neck. With my level 3 freezing ability, my little husband, you really gave me a great gift. She snapped her fingers. Snowflakes began to fall around them, enveloping them. No need to slowly catch up with her sister's ability levels. Wow, it's snowing in July. Good brother, I want a new ability too, okay? My power ability is too ordinary. Hee-yun clung to his arm, acting cute. What do you like? Lin Bei asked. With Wanan having a new ability, the next step was to arrange a second ability for them to enhance comprehensively. Although there was no disassembly device, it would eventually come. I like space. Hee-yun blurted out without thinking, revealing a long-planned smile. Hee, can you get me Li-Hai's space ability? She was the first to follow Lin Bei and Shiryu. Both Lin Bei and Shiryu had space abilities, which made her envious. Her power was strong, but it was useless if she couldn't reach her target. If she had a space ability, it would be different. Okay, Lin Bei affectionately rubbed her little head. Space abilities were incredibly powerful, and if conditions allowed, he wanted to arrange one for each of them. He had tried it. Li-Hai's space ability was also level 3. When using the disassembly device on a target, it would prompt whether to confirm extracting what level of what ability. Through this method, it was clear that Li-Hai's luck was extremely bad. His level 3 space ability had just fallen. Lin Bei looked at Shiryu, Shiyu, and Jiang Yu. What about you? Have you thought about what second ability you want? Jiang Yu spoke up. With my current state, I have both power and physique abilities. If there's a suitable one, I want a fire attribute ability. I really like fire. Shiryu frowned slightly. Actually, one space ability is enough for me, but if you can get it, I want a physique ability. Shiyu nodded. I also want a physique ability. If I fully unleash my power, my current physique can't keep up, and the load from lightning stimulation is too much for my body. Lin Bei nodded. That makes sense. Those with body enhancement want attributes, and those with attributes want body enhancement. You all go upgrade first. When I find a way to extract it, I'll let you know. I want to study abilities with Wanan. Good brother, bad. Hee-yun revealed a flirtatious look. Good brother, be careful not to get frozen. Damn, little pervert. Hurry up and go upgrade. If you can't level up 2 stars today, your little butt will definitely bloom tonight. Give me my Haotian hammer, Hee-yun demanded. If she had a space ability, she wouldn't need to leave her weapon with Lin Bei. Take it. After watching the girls leave, Lin Bei hugged Wanan and went back to study abilities. This damn broken system is not humane at all. After gaining a new ability, he had to do it again. Trash. Detected that Lin Wanan possesses a level 3 freezing ability, already shared with the owner. Looking at the extra ability on his attribute panel, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh again. Trash. Wanan and Shiyu's abilities are all level 3, but when shared with me, they become level 1, right? Tell me, did someone take a kickback in the middle to profit from the difference? Heaven and earth conscience. I can't possibly take your kickbacks, master. The essence of system sharing is actually replication. Trash. You must be making a profit. By the way, I forgot to ask yesterday, are you related to the trial monument? The elixir you gave me, the recovery pill, is the same reward given by the trial monument. No relation. What it's called is just a formality. The name and grade are merely for your understanding, master. The round shape of the elixir is just for convenience during battle. Really? Of course, I wouldn't lie to you, master. My existence is far superior to whatever came from the trial monument. So what exactly is the trial monument? No authority to answer. I see you don't know, yet you still say no authority to answer. Not knowing isn't embarrassing. Hey, provocation won't work. I won't fall for that. Unfortunately. Hiss, so cold. 2 p.m. Lin Bei energetically walked out of the building. Stretching, he felt no strong desire for power upgrades at his current 3-star level, unless it was a high-level zombie. The energy from ordinary zombies was just too little. Bei, come here. At the Northgate Wealthport, I found something fun. I guarantee you won't expect it. It's amazing. Just as he was contemplating whether to find some girls to bring back, Shiryu's voice came through the intercom. Something fun? Lin Bei became interested, arcs of electricity flickering around him as he vanished from his spot, needing to use his powers more often to quickly raise his ability level. What the? This is possible? Is he a human or a pig? Upon arriving at Shiryu's location, he saw a strangely shaped humanoid creature. It was odd yet familiar, like Shubeiji from the TV series, but with a pig's head. I don't know, it should be a pig, but it could also be a person. It reacts when you talk to it but doesn't respond. It seems this form can't speak. Shiryu was unsure. It was infinitely close to being human, but also infinitely close to being a pig. Pig cavalry, Earth Tiger armor. Buddy, if you understand me, nod your head, Lin Bei said, standing next to Shiryu, genuinely curious about this creature. Roar. The pig-headed man nodded. Is it human? Buddy, did you transform into this? No response. Can't understand? Roar. The pig-headed man let out a pig-like roar, its 2 upright hooves suddenly kicking, its massive body charging like an out-of-control truck. Zing! Arcs of electricity surrounded Lin Bei, and as the pig-headed man approached, he delivered a spinning kick that exploded its head. Whether it's human or pig, we'll know once it's dead. There's quite a bit of energy. After kicking the pig-headed man, Lin Bei distinctly felt a weak energy surge into his body. After the pig-headed man died, its body did not change into a human form, remaining as it was. Has it evolved from a pig to a half-beast? And it's half-pig, half-corpse. The black blood gushing from the exploded pig-headed man's head emitted a strong, rotten stench. Has the pig evolved towards humanity? No. How many days has it been since the apocalypse began, and it's already evolved into a half-beast? Sure, you found it hard to accept. You can't just look at the time since the apocalypse. You have to consider the degree of evolution. An ordinary person can reach their physical limit by killing a zombie. The pace of this apocalypse is fast. Think about it, there are so many second-tier evolved beings, everyone has become superhuman, so it's not surprising for a pig to evolve into a half-beast. But one thing is strange. This is the city center. How could a pig-headed man appear here? There aren't any pig farms nearby. Did it wander here alone? Run! Run for your lives! Chase! Quick! Chase after it! Don't let any of them get away! Lin Bei's ears twitched as an extremely faint sound came from afar. Following the sound, he looked towards the end of the street and vaguely heard the grunting of pigs. Without turning his head, he said to Shiryu beside him, Xiaoyu, it seems this pig-headed brother has lost his way, separated from the main group. Why do you say that? Shiryu's level of evolution wasn't as high as Lin Bei's, so she couldn't hear the distant sounds. But soon, she heard it too and followed his gaze to the end of the street, quietly staring. Before long, a human riding a black pig the size of a van appeared in their line of sight. The black pig made a sharp turn and charged towards them, with a woman tied up in front of the man on its back. Behind them, there were many pig-headed people riding pigs, pig-headed people riding pigs in an extremely exaggerated number, at least hundreds. The sight was bizarre. As they charged through, the zombies drawn by the noise were knocked aside and trampled, like a valiant cavalry unstoppable in their advance. Boom! Bang! From behind, a group of soldiers in black combat gear followed closely, fully armed. Lin Bei saw several of them carrying rocket launchers. But just as the shells were fired, the man on the big black pig swung his handgun back and pulled the trigger several times. Every bullet hit its mark. Each bullet precisely detonated the shells in advance, and the man revealed a proud smile. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Gunfighting techniques. They really exist. Having evolved to the third stage, Lin Bei could roughly see the trajectory of the bullets. He saw the bullets fired from the man's gun all arcing perfectly to hit their targets. Come on, as the world's #1 with a cheat, at least arrange a must-have golden finger for the apocalypse. I can only see the woman's abilities and levels but not the man's. If this gets out, people will tear me apart. Understood. Arrange it. This prison lord is something. Whoosh. After dealing with the shells, the man looked ahead and suddenly brightened at the sight of Shiryu in the middle of the road. Without hesitation, he aimed at Lin Bei beside her and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Lin Bei squinted. Lightning wrapped around him as he stepped aside, his pupils slightly constricting. He saw the bullet miraculously curve. If it had curved from the start, it might have been gunfighting techniques, but a bullet that went straight and then curved was problematic. It must be an ability. Lin Bei reached out and crushed the peanut-sized bullet in his palm. The man was momentarily stunned, then frantically pulled the trigger. Lin Bei let the bullets hit him. His handgun was just an ordinary one, unable to break through even his protective energy, not to mention he had a spatial barrier for protection. With a push of his foot, swish, he appeared above him. The Divine Demon's sword appeared in his hand. He never expected that the first time using the Divine Demon's sword in battle would be to sacrifice a pig. The sword, wrapped in lightning, slashed down, instantly embedding itself into the head of the big black pig beneath the man. The razor-sharp blade sliced through its head like cutting tofu, and the massive body lost control and collapsed to the ground, its enormous inertia causing its corpse to roll nearly 100 meters before finally stopping. What a surge of energy! So satisfying. He had a premonition that if he killed all these pig mounts and pig-headed people, he might be able to elevate 2 stars to reach the 3rd stage, for stars. As for the man on the black pig, at the moment the black pig fell, he deftly landed on the ground, his gaze fixed on Lin Bei, raising his handgun to pull the trigger, but the bullets had long run out. Overestimating oneself. The man coldly dropped a sentence, kicked off the ground, and landed on a smaller black pig, charging forward with the pig cavalry towards him. No matter how strong a person was, they absolutely could not withstand a cavalry charge. The pig, though one of the meats commonly eaten by humans, should never be underestimated for its strength. A pig's limits far exceed those of humans. Zizi, the frequency of the electric arcs flickering around Lin Bei increased, becoming thicker, resembling the electric arcs surrounding a super scion. He kicked off the ground, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot, reappearing beside a pair of pig cavalry. With a sideways swing of his sword, he severed the heads of the pig mounts and the pig-headed riders, then smoothly slashed towards the other side of their bodies, eliminating another pair of cavalry in almost no time, and then his figure flashed again. Like a ghost, he weaved through the crowd of cavalry. Not a single pig could touch him. Every second, at least 5 pairs of cavalry fell, and the number of cavalry was visibly decreasing at a rapid pace. The speed of the pig mounts was fast, but in his eyes, they were like a pile of dung. Damn it! Why is my luck so bad? Damn! The man saw Lin Bei, who was slaughtering his pigs like a god of death, and his entire face darkened. With a god of death in front and a god of war behind, how was he supposed to break this situation? He had only come to snatch a few people. How did he end up encountering these strong ones? Isn't the earth supposed to be small? Who is that? Damn, that guy is so fierce. Zhang Yang, someone has the same ability as you, speed and lightning enhancement, but that person is much stronger than you. Damn, what a strong man, but why does he look a bit familiar? He kills so fast. Xiaoyi, do you think he's stronger or are you stronger? The crowd chasing this batch of pig cavalry was dumbfounded. In just a few seconds, half of the hundreds of cavalry had been wiped out. I don't know if he's stronger or I am. I just know that these pigs are about to be killed by that man. The energy of these pigs and pig-headed riders is not much less than that of second-tier zombies. No, I need to snatch a few more Earth Tiger armor. Combine. Upgrading again, encountering an acquaintance. Upgrading again, encountering an acquaintance. Earth Tiger armor, combine. Louis whispered, and yellow energy surged from the ground, forming piece after piece of yellow armor fragments that fit tightly against her body, protecting her from all angles, as if tailor-made. With a bend of her legs, she jumped into the battlefield with astonishing bounce. Lin Bei frowned. Was she trying to steal the monster's kill? Seeking death? And Earth Tiger armor, didn't she know it was a promotional gift for recharging? The lyrics had already made it clear, there's also Earth Tiger Knight. He wants to summon the Earth Tiger armor. Zizi with a flash of lightning, Lin Bei's figure instantly appeared in front of Louis, and without any hesitation, he delivered a kick. You? What are you doing? I'm not your enemy. I'm here to help you deal with these pig-headed riders. As Louis spoke, she took a defensive stance, using her arms to block his kick. With her armor protecting her, she didn't take the kick seriously, but at the moment of impact, her expression changed drastically. The man's leg was like a cleaving axe, instantly shattering her seemingly indestructible armor, landing solidly on her arms. The terrifying force caused her arms to break on the spot, and the impact sent her arms crashing into her chest. The residual force not only shattered the armor on her chest but also fractured her sternum. She fell like a kite with a broken string. What a heavy kick! Is this guy a monster? Louis was horrified. Only those who had endured such a kick would know the kind of terrifying power contained within. She was so close, just a hair's breadth away from meeting her end. Ain't possible. The man at the front shouted angrily, Louis is a top 10 ranked powerhouse, the pride of our Iron Blood Legion, and the main character of our god-making plan. How could she be injured by someone with a single kick? Is this person Lin Bei? No one else. Among those ranked above Louis, only Lin Bei, ranked first, has a name that sounds masculine. He can injure you with a single kick while moving like a dragon among a group of pig-headed men. This kind of sustained combat ability and explosive power, perhaps only Lin Bei in the world today could achieve it. Bei Gu, Lin Bei, it really is you. Don't hit randomly. He's one of us. Due to Lin Bei's brief stay, one person standing at the front suddenly shouted loudly. Lin Bei frowned slightly. That voice sounded a bit familiar. He turned to look. Yo, Zhang Yang, you're still alive? Lin Bei laughed. It was nice to meet an acquaintance in the apocalypse. A roommate, a college roommate. But his movements didn't stop. A spatial wormhole appeared beneath his feet connecting to the ground, and with the reaction force, his figure disappeared again. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if he was walking on air. Not to mention the second-tier pig-headed men, even the third-tier pig-headed men seemed like ants before him. A low-grade earth weapon. Terrifying power. He didn't know what kind of creature in this world could withstand the full force of his sword strike. Bang! His heart raced. Third tier 3 stars. Awesome! After leveling up, Lin Bei's speed increased even more. In less than 2 minutes, he had slain hundreds of pig knights under his sword. There was no need to leave any for Shiryu. It wasn't that he was selfish, but Shiryu hadn't yet reached the third tier, and killing ordinary zombies was enough for her. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei, level, third tier 3 stars. Storage space, 100,000 cubic meters. Abilities, space, level, ice, level, lightning, level, strength, level, 4 times, constitution, level, 3 times. Speed, 420. Strength, 420. Mental, 420. Constitution, 420. Pet, Silver Moon, second tier 3 stars. Items, Rebound Pill, 3rd grade, Healing Pill, 3rd grade, Purification Pill, 3rd grade, Grade a Steak, Top grade honey glazed sausage, top grade golden fried rice, top grade big egg tart. Note, just writing the highest level, not writing the quantity. Since it can't be eaten up anyway, writing the quantity has no meaning. Members already included in the illustrated guide: Jiang Shiyu, second tier 7 stars, space, Hiyun, second tier 7 stars, strength, 4 times amplification, Lin Wanan, second tier 7 stars, ice, Jiang Yu, second tier 7 stars, constitution, 4 times amplification, Xiaoxia, second tier 7 stars, lightning, total gains, charisma, strength, martial arts talent. Food resource return multiplier, 6, that equals 10,080. His strength, at this moment, breaking through the ordinary limit of 1,008 times. Beef, he really wouldn't eat it. Happy Superman, Beigu, is it really you at the top of the heavenly ranking? After he finished off all the pig-headed men, Zhang Yang ran up excitedly. Why? Our abilities are the same. Why can you be on the heavenly ranking while I can't even make it into the top 1,000? Oh, Lin Bei was surprised. Zhang Yang also had lightning abilities, and his gaze turned to the man who was secretly trying to escape nearby. The man who had previously ridden on the black pig had some small use, so he was left to be dealt with last. He aimed his palm at him. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning shot out, the terrifying current instantly scorching his brain tissue, collected into the divine might space, kept for backup. It was a pretty good ability. He then looked at Zhang Yang. I didn't expect it. Your luck is really good. Meeting a roommate in the apocalypse is quite a joy. After all, we used to have a decent relationship, but it's just a bit of happiness. Let's not talk about his team. Even if he didn't have one, he couldn't bring them along. His base only allows him to be the sole male. After seeing Lin Bei shoot lightning from his palm, Zhang Yang's smile vanished, replaced by a face full of envy. What good luck! Mine is a lightning enhancement ability, not a lightning ability. I can enhance my body with lightning like you, but that's all. I can't release lightning. That's still pretty good. As soon as he finished speaking, the man at the front of the group approached Zhang Yang, smiling as he introduced himself. Hello, brother Lin Bei, my name is Chen Tianming. I was previously a captain in the 9527 area, and now I'm the leader of the team. We've established the Iron Blood Legion based on the base, which is the second-ranked team in the team mode. He was very angry. Angry that Lin Bei had severely injured Louis without saying a word, but he was rational. Reason told him that such a strong person must not be offended. With a single kick, he could severely injure Louis, and that level of strength could easily take them down. Fortunately, Zhang Yang knew him. He had to take this opportunity to get to know him, to meet the best in the world. It would only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Oh, Lin Bei was surprised. No wonder these people's outfits were so uniform, all in black combat suits. It turned out they were from there. Lin Bei felt a sense of respect. If it weren't for this group of people before the apocalypse, his life wouldn't have been so stable. But he also recalled something. With a flip of his hand, a rocket launcher appeared on the ground between the two. Is this yours? Chen Tianming frowned. After examining it closely, he shook his head. There's no serial number on it, this isn't our stuff. It should be from the black market. The ones who ambushed you could never be our people. Lin Bei didn't doubt it. There really was no serial number on it. He had asked Xiao Xie before, if such a thing were genuine, it would definitely have a serial number. No, Brother Bei, aren't you a lightning ability user? How did you conjure this? Do you also have space abilities? Zhang Yang asked in shock. Nothing special, just a multi-ability user. The time fog user, a handsome man indeed. The time fog user, a handsome man indeed. And that's all. This was more than he could pretend to be. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Tianling's expression was also one of great shock. It was the first time he had seen someone with two abilities. Having two abilities wasn't scary. What was scary was that both abilities were top tier. Space and lightning, what isn't top notch? Handsome, may I ask you a question? Lu Yi, who had fallen heavily, recovered her injuries after taking a healing pill. She wasn't angry. The weak don't deserve to be angry in front of the strong. In a fit of pique, she approached Chen Tianming and asked. Lin Bei glanced at her bonds. Name, Lu Yi. Appearance score, 95. Pre-apocalypse profession, athlete. Comprehensive score, 97. Level, Tier 3, 1 star. Ability, Earth, Awakened. Bonds, top tier athlete, 1. After the bond is activated, all members' physical attributes are doubled. Innate silk stocking holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiast, 1. Inexperienced, 1. Oh, top tier athlete? Physical enhancement? This top tier bond is quite practical. Taking her in would enhance the physical attributes of all members. Although there's protective energy, the issue of physical attributes remains everyone's biggest shortcoming. Wait, isn't He Yun also an athlete? He was somewhat of a celebrity in school. It seems the sports aspect isn't that great either. Look at him, he still needs to settle down. Level 3, 1 star. That's something too. Give me a reason to answer you. In the apocalypse, everyone relies on their own abilities. If you can kill all these pig-headed people, that's your ability. You're strong enough. But these pig-headed people are the ones we discovered, and we chased them all the way here. I'm not trying to take credit. Without us, you wouldn't have easily obtained so much energy. You seriously injured me, but I don't blame you. It's my fault for trying to seize energy without enough strength, and I deserve this outcome. But considering that we indirectly allowed you to gain so much energy, tell me, what level are you? The one who almost kicked me to death? I want to see how many stars separate me from the world's number 1. Is that reason enough? She was eager to know. Third tier, 3 stars, Lin Bei replied. The evolution level didn't matter to him. The enhancement was the core. To be fair, Lu Yi's words were quite reasonable. Very insightful. The fact that she wasn't even a bit angry after almost being kicked to death was impressive. She understood the situation well. A mist absorber like her was indeed a talent. This was the attitude a normal person should have in the apocalypse. Good. He liked this kind of flower girl, requiring little effort from him. But why did it feel a bit itchy among people? No, he had to slap himself. Third tier, 3 stars? Lu Yi frowned. She was third tier, 1 star. The power of a third tier, 3 stars was only 60 points more than hers. Lin Bei had lightning abilities to enhance his strength, but she also had earth abilities for defense. Can we fight once? I'm a bit unconvinced, Lu Yi said. To be honest, even if Lin Bei claimed he was 4th tier, she would believe him. In her perception, Lin Bei was definitely more than 3rd tier, 3 stars. Since he was unwilling to tell the truth, she wouldn't press further. It was meaningless. She still wanted to challenge him. No other reason. She wanted to see the gap in strength between herself and the number 1 on the heavenly ranking. The heavenly ranking. It was the term used by their Iron Blood Legion, referring to the top 100 on the trial monument. They didn't aim to enter the top 1,000 but rather to make it onto the heavenly ranking. You little trash, do you want to fight me? It wasn't that Lin Bei was intentionally mocking, it was his true inner thought. Weak? Trash? He. Lu Yi smiled. I'm not afraid to tell you that my ability is earth. As long as I stand on the ground, I can continuously gain strength. I was careless just now. The current me is the strongest me. It wasn't just that she was provoked. There was some of that, but more importantly, she wanted to pique his interest and make him fight her. She knew there was a gap between her and Lin Bei, and she wanted to know how big that gap was to better motivate herself to become stronger. Oh, gaining energy while standing on the ground? Lin Bei was a bit surprised. It really was similar to the setting of the Earth Tiger armor. However, the abilities of Earth powers should be far more than that. After all, it was Tier 3. Roar! At that moment, a massive second-tier devourer was attracted by the sounds from earlier and leaped from a high building towards Lin Bei, who stood in the middle. It instinctively felt that eating this man would definitely allow it to level up. Good brother, let me do it. Mount Tai Meteor Strike. Just as the devourer leaped, a familiar voice came from behind Lin Bei. Hee-yun, wielding her Hautian hammer, soared through the air, gathering all her strength to smash down. The Hautian hammer carried a terrifying momentum, smashing the Devourer's head hard into the ground. The moment the hammer hit the ground, Hee-yun let go, avoiding being injured by the rebound force. Louis' eyes were only on Lin Bei. She didn't pay any attention to Hee-yun at all. A mere second-tier devourer was nothing she couldn't kill in an instant. Many in their Iron Blood Legion could do the same, and the others didn't care much either. But the moment the hammer crushed the devourer's head and hit the ground, she felt something was off. Everyone felt it. Bang! A loud noise echoed. Everyone present was shaken off the ground by at least 30 centimeters, a terrifying crack spreading from the point where the hammer fell into the distance. Beneath her strike, the ground within 100 meters of the hammer was arched and sunken, the glass of several tall buildings by the roadside shattered completely, and the surfaces of the skyscrapers were covered in dense cracks. Louis was momentarily stunned. Then her scalp tingled. Goosebumps erupted all over her body. What kind of terrifying power is this? Faced with the world's number one, Lin Bei, she still had the confidence to fight, but against this woman, she couldn't muster any desire to battle. If she had been the one struck just now, even with 10,000 healing pills, she wouldn't have been saved. This woman? Who is she? This power? It's a bit too terrifying, isn't it? A mere licker dares to attack my good brother, truly overestimating herself. Hee-yun hopped over to Lin Bei. Good brother, how's my new martial skill? Is it impressive? Sister Xiao, you taught me. Impressive. Lin Bei smiled and ruffled her hair. To be honest, this strike was a bit beyond his expectations. It seemed Xiaoyu had developed some new ultimate skill again. Hee-yun was very happy to receive Lin Bei's praise, then turned around, step by step, walked over to the hammer, picked it up, and slung it over her shoulder, her gaze sweeping over the still shocked Louis. The moment Louis's eyes met Hee-yun's, she involuntarily took 2 steps back. Hee-yun smiled. Although Hee-yun said nothing, that smile made Louis feel deeply humiliated. Just a moment ago, she had said she wanted to challenge Lin Bei, but now, with Lin Bei's woman appearing, she felt a chill and a desire to retreat. Clang! At that moment, a long spear shot in from a distance, firmly embedding itself between Louis and Hee-yun. Dressed in white, Zhang Yu approached. Hee-yun, what's going on? Another blind fool has come? Dare to act, there's nothing impossible. Dare to act, there's nothing impossible. Hee-yun? Who is Hee-yun? Louis was shocked yet relieved, but also confused. They were both in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings, and her name was only one place above Louis's. Why was her power so terrifying that it made Louis tremble all over? Both in the top 10 of the heavenly rankings. Is the gap this large? Sister Zhang Yu, she's not an enemy. This young lady just wants to challenge our good brother. Zhang Yu? As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked again. Hee-yun's appearance was already surprising enough, and now even the second in the heavenly rankings, Zhang Yu, had appeared. She walked slowly to Lin Bei's side, and judging by her stance, she also seemed to be his woman. What kind of fortune is this? Zhang Yu's gaze scrutinized Louis from top to bottom. You want to challenge my Lin Bei? Gulp! Louis swallowed hard. Hee-yun was fine, but Zhang Yu's inherent aura made it hard for her to breathe. Before she could speak, Chen Tianming hurriedly said from the side, Sisters, please don't misunderstand. Louis just wants to spar with Lin Bei. Just spar. Purely spar. She just wants to see how big the gap is between her and the number one in the heavenly rankings. After all, not everyone has the qualification to meet the number one in the heavenly rankings, right? It wasn't that Chen Tianming was flattering them. It was the overwhelming power of the other party that made them feel breathless. If they accidentally offended them, they might not even have a place to die. This was the first time he felt the suffocating sensation brought by absolute power. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled. Louis, such a familiar name. I remember now, you're the one in the top 10 of the individual rankings. No wonder you dare to challenge our Lin Bei. Not bad, quite courageous. Hee-yun agreed wholeheartedly. Her courage is super big. Our good brother, even if we all teamed up, we couldn't beat him, and she dares to challenge him alone. That's really brave. Louis was taken aback. Are Hee-yun and Zhang Yu, these two unparalleled powerhouses, unable to defeat Lin Bei when they join forces? Is this for real? His earlier performance was indeed impressive, but it wasn't as if he couldn't be beaten. Was that not his full strength just now? Lin Bei, are you interested? If not, I can send them away, Zhang Yu asked, her tone casual, showing no regard for the dozens of people present. Not to mention these people, even if 10 times more came, it would be futile. Quality over quantity. It was always quality that came first. The reason for her question was to prevent Lin Bei from taking an interest in this girl named Louis. To be honest, just by being able to enter the top 10, she was remarkable. If she were to join their ranks, she would definitely be a top-tier combat force, but that all depended on Lin Bei's intentions. If Lin Bei was interested, at this moment, he could casually pick a girl who hadn't even unlocked her physical limits yet, and within 5 days, he could train her to become a top 10 contender. This was the strength and abnormality of Lin Bei. Lin Wanan was a perfect example. I'm a little interested. Understood. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 women present, Shiryu, Hiyun, and Jiangyu, immediately understood, their gazes turning slightly kinder as they assessed Louis. She was decent-looking and capable, qualifying to become one of their sisters. They didn't mind having one more. In fact, they were a bit pleased, because with each additional member, their power would double, and even if a newcomer arrived, Lin Bei wouldn't neglect them. More importantly, the number of people who could join forces to resist Lin Bei's invasion every night would increase. Louis, right? In the past few days of the apocalypse, you are the first to formally challenge me, ranking in the top 10, which means you've reached the threshold to meet me. I'll give you this opportunity, let me see your strongest self. Thank you, no need for that. Originally, Louis had a bit of confidence, thinking that as long as she stood her ground, even if she lost, it wouldn't be too humiliating. But after witnessing Hiyun's power and learning that even Hiyun and Jiangyu together couldn't defeat Lin Bei, she regretted saying such things earlier. She didn't even know where she found the courage. Louis was about to make an excuse. Just then, Chen Tianming beside her said, be brave and go for it. Don't be afraid of getting hurt, there are still over 100 second-grade healing pills. Brother Lin Bei has already agreed to your request. He also wanted to see the true worth of the number 1 on the leaderboard. Be brave. Sister, didn't you always say that not finding an opponent is a kind of invincible sadness? Now that your opponent has come, maybe you can defeat Brother Bei. Nothing is impossible. Still not impossible? Please, did they not just see Hiyun's terrifying destructive power? Were their ears deaf too? Did they not hear what he said? Yes, Sister has finally found an opponent. We never had a clear concept of her strength. She almost always kills us in seconds. We've never seen her go all out. A battle in the top 10 must be spectacular. Yeah, battles of this level aren't something you can see every day. Even if Lin Bei has multiple abilities, our Sister Yi's abilities aren't bad either. Level 3, she might really be able to defeat him. We need to have confidence in her. Louis, so they really think she has that strength, huh? Thank you for your trust. Well then, let's give it a try. Earth Tiger armor merge. As Louis's thoughts stirred, fragments of armor formed from the energy of the earth enveloped her. This armor was both her defensive treasure and her battle mech. Her physical body could not perfectly unleash the power she possessed. Lin Bei, here I come. Taking a deep breath, Louis suddenly pushed off the ground, her body shooting towards Lin Bei like a bullet. This time, there was no way she could jump, even if it meant death. She didn't use her weapons, fearing that if she did, he would too, and she certainly didn't want to be sliced in half by Lin Bei's sword. Using weapons? No one could guarantee they could withdraw in time. It might lead to a situation where she couldn't take a healing pill before perishing. A simple, unadorned punch was thrown. Bang! Lin Bei reached out to catch it, and in an instant, a shockwave erupted around the two of them, causing Louis's figure to freeze as if time had stopped. Louis's eyes widened. Please, this was a punch delivered with all her strength, enhanced by inertia. Could he at least take half a step back as a basic show of respect? Louis continuously exerted her strength. In her own estimation, if she could make Lin Bei take half a step back, it would be a success. But no matter how hard she tried, Lin Bei stood like an immovable mountain. A man's words are deceiving. He couldn't possibly be only 2 stars higher than her. After all, Lin Bei hadn't even used lightning to stimulate his body yet. Since that was the case, let him see her true abilities. Her supernatural power was earth, not armor. As long as it was earth, it was within her control. Boom! The power of earth, the God-making project. The power of earth, the God-making project. Boom! The ground surged, and a thick earth spike suddenly shot up from beneath Lin Bei's feet without warning. Even at its speed, it was within Lin Bei's reaction time, and he lifted his foot to stomp. Bang bang bang! He crushed the emerging earth spike, but the spikes were endless. In response, Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole, and the spike shot up between Louis's legs. The moment the spike was redirected, she sensed it. Though she couldn't withdraw in time, it didn't matter. The spike melted the instant it touched the surface of her armor. One couldn't help but marvel. This was the terror of a spatial ability user. If it were someone else, they would definitely be injured by their own attack. Lin Bei's gaze was somewhat peculiar. The scene was a bit abstract. TSK. The next second, the hard ground beneath Lin Bei's feet turned into a swamp. At the same time, Louis's fist suddenly exerted force, and a smile crept onto her lips within the armor. Without a point of resistance, he had to retreat, right? Lin Bei squinted. Not bad. Just as he thought, the earth ability could manipulate the earth, and the spatial wormhole connected a new point of resistance beneath his feet. Meanwhile, he slightly exerted force with his palm, instantly sending Louis flying away. Even after all this, she couldn't gain any advantage? Louis furrowed her brows. It's my turn to counterattack. Lin Bei's lips curled up, and the moment his words fell, arcs of electricity flickered around him. Swish! His figure vanished. Not good. Louis suddenly spun around to kick backward. Lin Bei's speed was so fast that she couldn't see him, but the surrounding earth was within her perception. She clearly knew Lin Bei was standing right behind her. Lin Bei reached out. He firmly grasped her ankle, squeezing with such force that her seemingly indestructible armor was actually cracked by his bare hands, frantically absorbing the earth's power to repair itself. But the next second, the armor shattered, and Lin Bei's large hand tightly gripped her ankle. What kind of astonishing grip strength was this? What evolution level was he at? Was he really only at the 4th tier? Was he a whole tier ahead of her? Before she could kick with her other foot, the whole person was lifted into the air and then heavily slammed to the ground, dazed and breathless. Before she could catch her breath, Lin Bei picked her up and slammed her down again, this time even harder, leaving her mind blank. If it were an ordinary fall, it would be manageable. She could just manipulate the ground to turn into a swamp, but Lin Bei's strength was simply too great, making her head buzz. Forget about manipulating the ground, she didn't even know who she was, what her name was, or where she was. Chen Tianming's mouth dropped open. To be fair, at first, when Louis was severely injured by Lin Bei's kick, he thought it was because she had underestimated him. After all, she had always been invincible, and she probably didn't expect Lin Bei to attack her. At their level, a moment of distraction could be fatal. He believed Louis had the ability to fight Lin Bei. After all, they were both in the top 10 of the heavily rankings. In his mind, the top 10 were in a competitive race, and he never expected her to be crushed so unilaterally. He Young's performance was indeed strong, but Louis, who possessed earth abilities, could also do it. Just in the moment he was stunned, Louis had been hit at least a dozen times, and her earth tiger armor had long been smashed to pieces. Lin Bei casually tossed her aside. Louis was flung in front of them like a dead dog. If it weren't for the rising and falling of her chest, they would have feared that Lin Bei had killed her. After all, Louis was the main character of their god-making plan. The rest of the Iron Blood Legion was also stunned. Louis was just so simply and brutally taken down? Quick! Chen Tianming hurriedly stepped forward and stuffed a healing pill into Louis's mouth. With the restorative effects of the rewarded healing pill, Louis quickly regained her senses. Remembering the scene from just now, the look in her eyes when she glanced at Lin Bei was filled with wariness and a hint of resentment. After all, she was a girl. Couldn't he be a little gentler? The first time, he nearly sent her to meet her ancestors with a kick, but that was her fault. She wanted to steal the monster, but they had discovered it first. But this time, it was just a spar. Is your strongest form really just this? Listen to that. Is it true? Can't you act like a person? Even after being smashed to this extent, she still had to endure humiliation. I'm really sorry, I couldn't let you enjoy yourself, Lord Lin Bei. There was a hint of resentment in her tone. Don't be discouraged. You have a lot of room for improvement. You just haven't found a good team yet. So, what do you think? Are you interested in joining my Natural Limitless team? Lin Bei extended the invitation. Natural Limitless? As expected, Louis's eyes narrowed. If she were alone, she would join without hesitation, but she was the hope of the entire Iron Blood Legion and the main character of the god-making plan. They had invested a lot of resources in her, and at this moment, she felt uneasy about betraying them. She was only a 2nd tier 8-star. Last night, after the rewards were announced, they held an overnight meeting to formulate the god-making plan. They concentrated everyone's rebound pills and prioritized a batch of people to use them first. Among this batch, her priority was the highest. The plan proved to be very successful. She leaped from 2nd tier 8-star to 3rd tier 1-star, significantly enhancing her strength. Yet even so, she was still taken down in an instant. There was also a bit of selfishness. The Iron Blood Legion had many members and plenty of rewarded rebound pills, which she could use almost without limit. But Lin Bei's Natural Limitless team only had 6 members. As long as he wanted, he could expand it to many more, but the resources allocated to her might not be as plentiful as in the Iron Blood Legion. In the Iron Blood Legion, she was a treasure. In Natural Limitless, she was nothing. The Natural Limitless team is indeed led by the global number 1, Lin Bei. The other members must be his women. There are still 2 who haven't appeared. It's hard to imagine that these few people could kill 450,000 zombies. Yeah, they're too strong. Brother Lin Bei, why don't you join us? Before she could respond, Chen Tianming invited her back, then quickly realized he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. No, let's form an alliance, Brother Lin Bei. As long as we ally, you and your few female companions can also join our god-making plan. God-making plan? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Seeing his interest piqued, Chen Tianming said with a hint of pride, the God-making plan is a strategy our Iron Blood Legion devised last night. Essentially, it involves resource allocation. In yesterday's team rewards, our Iron Blood Legion received a large number of rebound pills due to our numbers. We will concentrate these rebound pills for a select few to use, allowing them to quickly level up. Although your natural limitless team ranks first, you only have 6 members. The grade of the rebound pills you received is Tier 3, but the quantity is limited. If we form an alliance, I guarantee that our Iron Blood Legion will not be stingy with our rebound pills. In this apocalypse, one cannot easily trust anyone. He was making a bold gamble. After all, the other party was the number 1 on the leaderboard, with powerful strength that overshadowed their strongest member, Louis. His team also included He Yun and Jiang Yu. If they could ally with such strong individuals, it would be an immense honor. He had some confidence in his ability to judge character. Although Lin Bei had many women around him, it did not imply he was bad. Judging by He Yun and Jiang Yu's attitudes towards him, it was clear that it was not forced. When they first met, he mentioned their identities before the apocalypse, and he saw Lin Bei's momentary surprise, which spoke volumes. This was also why he supported the idea of the two of them sparring. He continued, in team mode, aside from points, the rewards in pills are calculated per person. As long as we ally, the first place will always be ours. If tonight's rewards hit big again, we can obtain even more and better rebound pills, and the progress of the God-making plan will leap forward. This point was crucial. He believed Lin Bei would understand the benefits involved. The rebound pills from the Trial Monument rewards were too outrageous. No one could refuse them. Inviting E was a top-tier benefit. Lin Bei smiled. He had thought the God-making plan was something grand, like researching technology or divine body genes, but it turned out to be merely a concentration of everyone's rebound pills for resource allocation. So, what do you think? Is it feasible? Seeing Lin Bei smile, Chen Tianming couldn't help but grin. Brother Bei, just come along. Together, we can definitely carve out a new world in this apocalypse. You handle the killing, and I'll shout 666. Lin Bei ignored them and continued to focus on Louis, saying, this opportunity only comes once. The natural limitless team is not something just anyone can join. Your ranking has only just reached the threshold for entry. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, the member benefits of the natural limitless team include a daily supply of rebound pills, 10,000 pieces. Of course, to receive these 10,000 rebound pills, one must pay a price. With so many people around, it was inconvenient to state the price openly. If he did, it would lead to a lot of chatter, and it would be troublesome if Louis ended up empty-handed. The top-tier bond owner, and very practical. There was no reason to refuse. Sure, you raised an eyebrow. Goodness, he really dared to say it. 10,000 pieces. However, Bei might actually be able to produce them. She wasn't sure how many he had, but her space backpack only contained about 7 or 8,000 of the first-tier ones, and a few hundred of the third-tier ones. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Louis had no thoughts. One side treated it as treasure. The other side treated it as waste. It should be obvious to anyone how to choose. But upon hearing the last sentence, she was completely stunned. She even doubted her ears and instinctively swallowed. Wait, you just said the member benefits of the natural limitless team include a daily supply of how many pills? 10,000 pieces, Lin Bei smiled. What does this amount to? If the rewards from the Trial Monument crit every day, and the Iron Blood Legion, where Louis is, ranks second, they can obtain 3 second-grade return force pills and healing pills each day, totaling 6 a day, which amounts to 186 in a month. Assuming a month has 31 days, to save up 10,000 pills would take 53 months, or 4.5 years. It's like you, with a monthly salary of 186, suddenly getting a job that pays 10,000 a day. I believe no one could resist such temptation. You're not trying to get my kidney, are you? Louis suddenly snapped back to reality. Come on, 10,000 pills a day is just too outrageous. Even if he's the best in the world, he couldn't possibly have that many. 10,000 pills. Not 100, not 1,000, but 10,000. Lin Bei smirked slightly. 10,000 pills, is that a lot? His index finger moved. Around him floated a dense mass of return force pills. Seeing Louis's eyes widen and her mouth drop open, she instinctively took a step back. Where did you get so many? This can't be all return force pills, can it? To this, Lin Bei replied, pick one. Louis's pupils constricted, but she didn't want to believe it. That one. She refused to believe that these black pills were all return force pills. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the chosen pill flew into her palm. Louis swallowed hard, first using a series of ground spikes that consumed a large amount of her ability points, then trembling slightly, she put it in her mouth. In an instant, her consumed ability points were replenished. How is it? Is it a Marisu or a return force pill? Chen Tianming asked nervously. He also didn't want to believe that Lin Bei had so many return force pills. If it were true, that would be too explosive, and Lu Yi might very well defect to him. Really, who wouldn't defect? Come on, if he could also get 10,000 pills every day, Lin Bei could ask him to bend over, and he'd guarantee he'd do it faster than a woman. Not just him. Everyone from the Iron Blood Legion present was staring at her, waiting for her verdict. It's a return force pill. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone only gets a few return force pills as a reward. How could he have so many? You must have picked a return force pill. The rest must be Marisu. Right, the rest must be Marisu. Pick another one. No, pick a few more. It's impossible. There can't be that many return force pills. There are only 6 people in the Born Limitless team. How could the team rewards plus their individual rewards amount to so many return force pills? Don't be fooled by him. Lu Yi wasn't foolish. Of course, she wouldn't easily believe it. She still had some awareness against scams. I need to pick 5 more to verify. Is that okay? Lu Yi asked. She initially wanted to say 10, which would be a drop in the bucket for him, but return force pills were too precious, and she couldn't bear to waste 10. Sure, just a simple word was enough to convey Lin Bei's confidence. Could he really have that many return force pills? I need to go get them myself, is that okay? Sure, another word. To be honest, Lu Yi was already half convinced. Lin Bei was just too confident. She could pick at random, and he didn't care. Stepping forward, she randomly selected 5 pills to test, and everyone held their breath, watching her reaction. With each pill she consumed, Lu Yi's shock grew. After swallowing 5, she turned around in extreme astonishment and looked at the crowd. It's really open, very open. It's all real. What I ate is all real. It exploded. The crowd erupted instantly. No, where did he get so many return force pills? No, I can't accept this. I really can't understand. Wow, one person can get 10,000 a day, and the Heavenly Born Infinite team has 6 members, which means 70,000 rebound pills a day. With so many rebound pills, wouldn't one become a god in no time? Lin Bei was not interested in the outsider's reactions. His gaze was curiously fixed on Lu Yi. You have 1 minute to think it over. After 1 minute, whether you join or not is up to you. Who in the apocalypse could resist such temptation? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Lu Yi again. Chen Tianming wanted to say something to persuade her, but even he wanted to join. This treatment was simply too outrageous. Who wouldn't be confused by it? Lu Yi was never one of them. They had only met by chance during an outing, and they were impressed by her strength, so they tried to invite her. She was alone and actually accepted the invitation. They had known each other for less than 10 days, and in the apocalypse, everyone was busy dealing with zombies. How deep could their friendship be? Sistery, many wanted to speak up to keep her, but when they opened their mouths, they didn't know what to say. 10,000 rebound pills a day, this was simply too shocking. They still couldn't accept it. Sistery, it's fake, it must be fake. Don't be fooled by him, he must be setting you up. Everyone, think about it. How could he possibly have that many rebound pills? The number of rebound pills as a reward is clearly marked on the trial monument. It's obviously fake. Sistery, you can't really believe it, right? Yeah. Don't forget how many abilities he has. What if he has a duplication ability in addition to space and lightning? What if he can duplicate rebound pills? Impossible. What's impossible? He has space and lightning abilities. What's so strange about having a duplication ability? Would he really use such an excuse to deceive Lu Yi? Once Lu Yi joins, if he doesn't have that many rebound pills, she can just leave. What if he threatens her and doesn't let her go? No. Can you all think for a moment? Lin Bei can easily defeat Lu Yi. If he really wants her, with his strength, who could stop him? Don't forget, he's the number 1 in the world, and he has the second strongest by his side. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Indeed, his hard power was right there. He didn't need to deceive anyone. It all depended on Lu Yi's choice. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise echoed in the sky. Unease filled the air, the space door. Unease filled the air, the space door. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, startling everyone into shivers as they looked up at the sky. The clear sky had turned dark with heavy clouds, making it hard to breathe, as if a heavy rain was about to fall. Sistery, the members of the Iron Blood Legion were still trying their best to persuade Lu Yi, but she had already made up her mind. No matter what they said, it wouldn't change her decision. Are you really going? Chen Tianming asked nervously. Lu Yi was their strongest asset in the Iron Blood Legion. The brothers have treated me very well. Chen Tianming let out a long sigh of relief. Not just him, everyone who had been anxious finally relaxed. Thankfully, they treated her like family. He was happy that Lu Yi stayed, but at the same time, he felt a bit regretful. Really, 10,000 a day. What does that even mean? But loyalty is more important than anything else. A mere rebound pill could not sever their friendship. Don't underestimate the bond between them, you Kryptonian. Once I get there, I won't forget the time I've spent here. I will remember how good everyone has been to me. Chen Tianming? Bad. Regret came too early. Everyone? No, there are only these few words. Can you say them all at once? Just as her anxious heart was about to relax, it was immediately crushed. There was no way, he had given too much. Louis didn't want to be a traitor, but what he offered was simply too much, enough to make her feel that refusing would be extremely impolite. In the apocalypse, one must be selfish. She glanced at the crowd and continued, "Brothers, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. The resources spent on the god-making plan will be repaid tenfold. Consider this my gratitude to all of you." After saying this, Louis looked at Lin Bei. She was about to ask him if he could give a portion of today's benefits in advance to return to her brothers when she noticed Lin Bei staring solemnly at the sky. Not only him, but a beautiful woman beside him, whose name she didn't know, was also the same, swallowing her words. Such expressions hinted at something significant. "Sister Shiyu, what are you looking at?" He-Yin couldn't help but ask as she and Jiang Yu had been staring for a long time without any discovery. Shiyu, this name didn't ring a bell. It seemed that the woman beside Lin Bei wasn't entirely extraordinary, at least she wasn't at the bottom. There's a strong fluctuation in space. Shiyu naturally didn't know what Louis was thinking. It didn't matter. At this moment, her attention was entirely focused on the sky. It feels strange, as if someone is opening a spatial wormhole, and it's at an extremely long distance. Shiyu's voice was not suppressed. As her words fell, everyone looked up at the sky. Louis felt a bit strange. Wasn't space Lin Bei's ability? Why could this woman perceive the spatial fluctuations? Could it be that this woman also possessed spatial abilities? At that moment, Xia and Wanen rode in on Silver Moon, as Lin Bei had internally notified Silver Moon to bring them. The strange spatial fluctuations in the sky gave him a feeling that was both unfamiliar and familiar, as if a forbidden door was about to open, and for some reason, a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart. Louis's pupils constricted. Evolved beasts as mounts? She counted. Including Lin Bei, there were 6 people. If she guessed correctly, this was the entire team of innate Wuji. Not to mention their strength, just their looks were nearly invincible. "Xie, have your sister notify everyone to return to the base, right now, immediately," Lin Bei said without looking back. "Okay." Although Xie didn't know what was happening, Lin Bei was a cultivator. He must have sensed that something significant was about to happen, so she hurriedly notified her sister. As soon as this was said, the members of the Iron Blood Legion became tense. Chen Tianming couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Brother Lin Bei, is something big about to happen?" From their perspective, they could see nothing. They only noticed that it might rain heavily soon. Lin Bei ignored him and turned to Shiyu beside him, saying, "Yu, let's work together to see if we can stabilize that space. For some reason, I have a feeling of unease." "Okay." Shiyu nodded. "I also have a feeling of unease, and not only that, I have a familiar feeling, as if this scene has happened before." In the next second, a massive spatial wormhole opened. The abilities of Lin Bei and Shiyu were consumed wildly, suppressing the space that was about to be torn apart. One after another, returning pills were sent into their mouths. After so long in the apocalypse, it was Lin Bei's first time feeling uneasy. Moreover, like Shiyu, he had a very familiar feeling, as if he had experienced it in a dream. Meanwhile, He-Yun, Jiang Yu, Xia, and Wanen silently walked to the middle of the two teams. Although they didn't know what was happening, they knew that Lin Bei and Shiyu were focused on handling something, and they couldn't let the other side have a chance to launch a sneak attack. After all, this was the apocalypse. The overwhelming sense of oppression, even Louis, a 3-star ranker, felt as if someone had gripped her throat, unable to breathe, when faced with the serious defense of the 4 women. She took several steps back, and only then did the suffocating feeling ease a little. So this is what it means to be a member of the innate Wuji team? Just their aura is terrifying enough to instill fear. The previously harmless little sister Yi-Yun, when serious, exuded an oppressive presence that was no less than Jiang Yu's. The 2 women riding giant wolves behind her were the same, each one gave her the feeling that they could kill her in an instant. If she felt this way, then Chen Tianming, Zhang Yang, and the other members of the Iron Blood Legion were even worse off. Some of them, like her, were weak-willed recruits, and under this invisible pressure, they collapsed to the ground. Beige. So fierce? Zhang Yang stared incredulously at Lin Bei, worried for his brother before meeting him, and now, seeing him, he thought he was truly doomed. With so many beauties around, it was one thing, but to have such strength as well? Honestly, he had never imagined that the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Lin Bei, was the Lin Bei he knew. The probability was just too small, There were so many people named Lin Bei around the world, yet he never expected to encounter such a low probability event. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion echoed through the sky. Both Lin Bei and Shiryu groaned and stepped back a few paces, their brows furrowing tightly. Shiryu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said gravely, "Sisters, get ready. Something is coming." Boom! Another explosion sounded. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sky. This time, the members of the Iron Blood Legion saw it. A black crack appeared in the heavily clouded sky, very dark, very thin, yet distinctly clear. Nini simi hula ji, ula, ula. As the black crack appeared, a series of unfamiliar languages flowed through it, and the crack began to widen. Lin Bei and Shiryu once again used their spatial powers to try to seal it, but their spatial abilities were utterly ineffective against it, unable to slow its expansion in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the spatial door was forcibly torn open. Earth's consciousness, the essence of the apocalypse. Through the spatial door, everyone saw a planet almost entirely desolate, resembling a desert on Earth, with a few dead trees swaying in the wind and sand, devoid of any sense of life. Amidst the wind and sand, a group of pitch-black, muscular demons with horns on their heads or wings on their backs, or sharp fangs, were excitedly staring at them, their scarlet eyes filled with excitement, greed, and intense desire. Ha 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 ha, it's opened! Finally opened! After half a month, the spatial wormhole to this life planet is finally opened. Our evil Night Clan won't have to die along with the planet. Where's the main force? Haven't they arrived yet? What are those guys doing? The self-awareness of this life planet is extremely strong, and the spatial wormhole is healing. We can't hold on much longer. The main force is on the way. Vanguard troops, hurry up and secure a good territory for our evil Night Clan. Lin Bei frowned. He actually understood their words. No need to be confused, Master. The system has translated the language of the evil Night Clan into your language. So that's how it is. So, the true reason for this apocalypse outbreak is that Earth's self-awareness wants humanity to rise quickly and gain the power to resist these alien invaders? Finally, it's been suffocated long enough, I can finally speak. This is why humans only need to kill a zombie to reach the limits of the human body. The zombies killed by humans have their energy controlled by the Earth's consciousness, which flows into the killer's body. This is also the reason why the crystal cores within zombies and animals are ineffective. The Earth's consciousness is extremely considerate of you humans. If it weren't for its intervention, the difficulty of human circumstances would be at least 10 times, even 100 times greater. The physical quality of humans is not considered excellent among all species on Earth, but their intelligence is top-notch. High intelligence represents creativity, adaptability, and potential. This is also a means of self-preservation for the Earth's consciousness, because if those warlike alien races successfully invade, the lifespan of the Earth will be significantly shortened. Since that's the case, wouldn't the survival rate and upgrade efficiency of humans be higher if the trial monument was released from the start? This was something everyone could understand, but there was some confusion about this point. With the development of technology, humans have lived too comfortably for too long. Only a difficult life can stimulate the most primitive instincts of humanity, honing a strong will. Moreover, dealing with these alien beings cannot rely on quantity. It must be about quality. A top-tier powerhouse can resist thousands of troops. No problem there. How did these alien beings discover Earth? They must have advanced technology to open ultra-long-distance spatial wormholes. If they come to Earth in high-powered spaceships, do we have a way out? Please. Who hasn't seen a few sci-fi movies? If it were just a similar invasion to the Alien series, that would be fine. But if it were like the swarm of spaceships attacking Earth in Starship Troopers, it would be a bit nerve-wracking. Even he would feel like an ant in front of them. He still had some self-awareness. First question. With the development of technology, humans received signals from deep space and chose to respond. This action led to the exposure of Earth's coordinates. Many existences that received Earth's signal were facing a crisis of energy depletion, so it wasn't just the night demon race that had its eyes on Earth. Second question. No. The universe has its laws, prohibiting the use of cosmic-level technological weapons in planetary wars, because every life planet in the universe is an extremely precious existence. I've never heard of these cosmic laws. Humans currently cannot even leave the solar system, so they do not have the qualifications to know about cosmic laws. However, not all alien races love to fight. Many planets focus on peace. When their life planets run out of energy, they will choose suitable life planets, releasing their seeds and guides, allowing the seeds to grow alongside the local life. Under the guidance of the guides, the seeds will quickly rise, step by step becoming the rulers of this civilized planet. Many life forms in the universe believe they evolved locally, but in reality, they are also alien invaders, only they have already localized. However, with the development of civilization and some historical research, they will realize the differences between themselves and the local life. I see. But why did those aliens decide to invade after receiving Earth's signal? What if Earth is a high civilization planet? The coordinates of high civilization planets are all within the cosmic network, and high civilizations generally do not send out signals recklessly. Got it. The confusion in his heart was resolved. The conversation seemed long, but only a second had passed outside. Countless demons from the night demon race surged madly through the other side of the spatial wormhole. In midair, black demons fell like dense black raindrops. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Commander, what level are those invading demons? Lin Bei squinted and asked. Return, Master. They are the lowest ranking soldiers of the Dark Knight clan, but each one is at least equivalent to a human second-tier 5 or 6-star evolver. If it weren't for this, the Earth consciousness wouldn't be so determined to prevent them from opening spatial wormholes. If they had arrived at the beginning of the apocalypse, humanity would have had no hope of survival. This is also the fundamental reason why the pace of this apocalypse is so rapid. So even the lowest of the low are at second-tier 5 or 6 stars? That's not too scary. I have one last question. The spatial wormhole opened above my head. Was that a coincidence? No, it was intentional by the Earth consciousness, because it has been too protective of humanity, leading those in the human collective to live too comfortably, not taking zombies seriously, thinking their levels are far ahead, indulging in enjoyment. For the individual mode rankings, they just do their best without a sense of crisis. Therefore, spatial wormholes have been opened even around global and collective evolvers to remind the world that the zombie apocalypse is merely a new player benefit to enhance their strength. The real challenges have just begun. So according to what you said, humanity still has room for development, and the Earth consciousness can forcibly close these spatial wormholes at any time, right? Yes, because the other party just discovered the Earth signal and couldn't wait to invade, their preparations were insufficient, so these spatial wormholes are still within the range that the Earth consciousness can resist. This move is to stimulate humanity's sense of crisis, not to destroy humanity. Understood. Lin Bei nodded. That's good. He barely considered himself a person who thinks ahead, having found 60 girls for training, but it wasn't enough. He needed to find more, at least 100 would be necessary. What is that? Is it human? Louis beside him was stunned. They were about the same height and build as humans, but their entire bodies were too dark, and their shapes were very peculiar, looking quite eerie. What are those monsters? They looked terrifying. The members of the Iron Blood Legion were astonished. Faced with this scene, all they could do was watch. Those demon beings, with their fierce appearances and terrifying presence, made them tremble, just like the monsters in the movies. In contrast, Lin Bei's mouth slightly curled up. He twisted his neck. Earth wasn't so easy to invade. With Earth Mom taking such good care of them, they couldn't let her down. Wives, it's time to test our combination skills and eliminate all those demon beings. Solo combat. They were terrifyingly strong. Combined, a natural enemy of numbers. As soon as these words were spoken, the women understood and began to act. Left fire, right 0, electric mother manifests. Left fire, right 0, electric mother manifests. The temperature is just right, and the air is full of the scent of life. Haha, our Dark Knight clan has finally found a new planet suitable for habitation. The only downside is that the oxygen content in the air is a bit low. Don't be so picky, it's already hard to find a suitable temperature. There are a few natives below, look at how scared they are. Let's go and see if they taste good. Is it all about eating? What else to do? Save them for the new year. I have my eye on that one. The demon beings who arrived on Earth through the spatial wormhole were all laughing loudly, venting their inner joy. Go! Got it! Alright. With a thought, Shiyu opened a large spatial wormhole, and then pointed one hand at the wormhole. Crack! Crack! Endless cold ice condensed at the center of the sky demon army and quickly spread. Under Wanen's full power, a large area was frozen in the blink of an eye. At least 500 or 600 demon beings were encased in ice, swallowing recovery pills, their ability values cycling from full to empty repeatedly. What? I didn't expect that the natives of such a backward planet would actually have practitioners of spatial freezing laws. Quickly disperse. They are not an ordinary race, the evil Night Clan. Each member is a battle maniac with rich combat experience, but in the next moment, their space was locked. All the demons pouring out from the spatial rift were confined to a specific area. No matter how they destroyed the edges, it was futile. In the center of this space, ice spread outwards, and within a few breaths, thousands of their kin were trapped in the ice. While it wouldn't take their lives, they couldn't break free in a short time. Captain Casa smashed the spatial blockade. Among the demons, a creature over 3 meters tall, with wings on its back and exaggerated muscles all over, flew to the edge of the spatial blockade, swinging a massive hammer resembling a weapon of a legendary warrior. This blow carried an unstoppable, terrifying might. Lin Bei squinted. This demon named Kasa was strong. It was evident from the start, at least several times more ferocious than the earlier attack from Louis, visually a high-tier 3-star, and possibly even 4-star. Break! Demon Kasa roared. His already thick arms bulged even more. Just as his massive hammer was about to strike the edge of the spatial blockade, a new spatial wormhole quietly appeared, and the front end of his hammer bizarrely vanished. In that instant, Kasa's expression changed, sensing danger, and he desperately tried to pull back. But in that very second, bang! Was it pleasant? If it was pleasant, then it was a good start. Kasa's head buzzed, moving forward 10 centimeters. The feeling of being hit by his own full-force strike was truly unpleasant. Fortunately, he managed to pull back in time, otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just moving forward a bit. However, just as his hammer struck the back of his head, Lin Bei shouted, "Xiaoyun, Xiaoyu." Okay, here it comes. The two women acted decisively. A spear and a hammer, containing all their strength, surged forward. Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole, and a divine sword appeared in his hand, stabbing forward. Jiang Yu's spear struck his forehead, Lin Bei's sword pierced through his temple, while Li Yun's massive hammer came crashing down from above, carrying unparalleled terrifying power, smashing into his crown. Bang! Accompanied by the fall of He Yun's heavenly hammer, the body of the vanishing demon Kasa fell like a meteor, bouncing a few times at the edge of the spatial blockade, then quietly lying in midair, with only his blood continuously gushing out. Kasa! Kasa! These natives are dishonorable, actually using such despicable means to ambush our Captain Kasa. Bastards, bastards. Lin Bei showed a sneer. Is this it? This is the demon? Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Lin Bei had yet to acquire the skill to gauge the enemy's strength. Facing an alien species, he could only go all out. He Yun, and Jiang Yu were the three strongest in close combat among the 6 members of his innate Wuji team. The three combined their attacks. As long as they hit, forget about Tier 4. Even Tier 5 would be an instant kill. Yay! After instantly killing Demon Kasa, Lin Bei swallowed a recovery pill, reinforcing the spatial blockade. The energy of the blockade had decreased due to opening multiple spatial wormholes, nearly allowing that group of demons to break through. At this moment, within him, the felt like riding an elevator, rising and falling every second. There was no choice, he had opened the spatial blockade too wide, otherwise, how could he confine so many demons within? Just maintaining it for a second would exhaust his value. Fortunately, there was plenty of recovery pills. The more he ate, the more he had. Here it comes. Sie's eyes sparkled, a great overcast day, truly a blessing from the heavens. Left fire, right 0, electric mother manifest. Boom! A loud explosion. The incredibly thick lightning fell from the heavy clouds, instantly piercing through his spatial blockade and striking the ice block formed by Wanen. Lin Bei let out a muffled groan, swallowing the recovery and healing pills in his mouth, and the spatial blockade formed again. ZZ. Because the ice block created by Wanen was not made of pure water, it had a strong conductivity. The lightning shattered the ice block, but at the same time, the exaggerated current electrified the demons trapped within the ice. In an instant, a large number of demons turned into corpses, as countless demons surged out only to be electrocuted to death, all happening within a matter of seconds. Lin Bei and the others did not need to worry about the consumption of their abilities, which led to such an exaggerated effect. The most important point, his team had 2 spatial ability users. Shiyu opened a spatial wormhole, effectively shortening the distance between the ground and the demon army. Otherwise, Lin Bei would not have the ability to seal that area of space from thousands of meters away, and the same went for Xie and Wanen. Beside them, Louis's mouth was agape, wondering what kind of monsters the Wuji team was. The enemy army had just appeared, and they were already being hit hard? One must understand this. They were thousands of meters in the air. Damn it! Charge! Avenging our fallen brothers, leave no breathing space for the natives below. I want to slice their flesh piece by piece to honor my dead brothers. On the other side of the spatial rift, the demon army, witnessing this scene, not only did not feel fear, but instead charged even more vigorously. Strange? No energy? What's going on with the commander? A few of them worked together to eliminate thousands of demons, but Lin Bei did not feel any increase in energy and inquired within his mind. Back to the master, because the opponent is not a terrestrial creature, the essence of their internal energy is different from that of earth creatures, so the earth consciousness cannot transfer it to your bodies, hence no energy. Does that mean we're working for nothing? Not exactly working for nothing. First, your points have increased, although points are of no use to you. Secondly, the energy of the evil Night Clan can be absorbed by the earth to replenish vitality. To initiate this apocalypse and create the trial stone, the Earth's vitality has been severely depleted. Although it's small, every bit counts, and after replenishing vitality, they will definitely find ways to enhance you, which is beneficial for you. Lastly, aren't you also practicing your teamwork? Overall, it's not considered working for nothing. Left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me. Left 0, right fire, thunder god assist me. Haven't chatted in a few days, and my IQ has risen. Learned a little from the master. Oh my god, what is that? How can there be such terrifying creatures in this world? Damn, I have goosebumps. Bro, do you have goosebumps? Your psychological endurance is pretty average. Look at me, I just peed a little. On the other side of the spatial rift, behind the demon army, enormous and bizarre creatures were approaching, hundreds of meters? Thousands of meters? It was impossible to judge their size from a distance, only that they were enormous, absurdly so. There was a gigantic eyeball with countless tentacles. There was a bizarre giant demon with ram horns on its head. There was one that resembled an earth octopus, but its size was exaggerated, and its body was filled with countless eyeballs, with tentacles that were unimaginably long. Even Lin Bei felt uneasy looking at them. This was the main force of the evil Night Clan? Honestly, why not just call them the Cthulhu Clan? Isn't that more fitting? Alien creatures. Terrifying indeed. Ha ha, our gods have arrived. Natives, prepare to die. Charge, pave the way for the gods. The appearance of the giant creatures. The ordinary demons surged into Earth like they had gone mad, almost filling the space that Lin Bei had sealed off. Meanwhile, those giant creatures were getting closer, especially the giant octopus whose tentacles had already come through the spatial rift to Earth. Not boom! Just when Lin Bei thought the consciousness of Earth had gone awry and could not close the spatial rift, it suddenly closed, severing the tentacle forcefully, which fell into his sealed space. From beginning to end, Wanan had not stopped. In the area of his spatial seal, more than half was covered in ice, and some stronger demons were trapped by Wanan's ice, breaking free in less than 0 seconds. Lin Bei knew he couldn't hold it for long. His ability was merely spatial. If the levels of freezing and lightning abilities reached level 3, perhaps he could keep it closed indefinitely. See yay. Okay. Left fire, right 0, electric mother, manifest. Boom! Sie's ability was instantly drained, and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the clouds. At the same time, left 0, right fire, thunder god, assist me. Crack! Lin Bei lifted the spatial seal, and the immense power within him was instantly drained. A bolt of lightning even thicker than Sie's fell, electrifying the group of demons. Countless blackened, smoking corpses fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the sky, only 200 to 300 winged demons remained. These demons had horns on their heads, and their grotesque appearances were unsettling. Additionally, there was a tentacle at least 10 meters long, filled with eyes, each blinking incessantly, clearly still exhibiting signs of life. The surviving demons were not dead, but they were emitting wisps of blue smoke. Only that tentacle remained unharmed, the terrifying current having no effect on it. Lin Bei squinted. Although it was just a severed limb, he did not dare to be careless, as its main body was quite formidable. Do you smell something foul? Isn't it normal to have a foul smell in the apocalypse? No, this smell is different. Can't you really smell it? I feel a bit weak. I feel the same. Why can't I muster any strength? The members of the Iron Blood Legion collapsed to the ground in order of their evolutionary levels. Lin Bei glanced over, frowning. Even the 3-star LVE began to sway. At that moment, Lin Bei felt his body growing weak as if his strength had been drained, and even the recovery pills were ineffective. With a flip of his hand, 6 green pills appeared. He swallowed one himself, while the remaining 5 flew into the mouths of Shiyu and the others. He had initially thought these 3rd-grade spirit recovery pills were just trinkets, but they turned out to play such a crucial role. In an instant, strength surged back. Among those demons that had been taken out by the combo attack, there was definitely something wrong. After all, they were extraterrestrial beings. Who exactly is this Lin Bei? LVE collapsed uncontrollably to the ground, feeling weak and powerless. She had just seen Lin Bei and his women consume a green pill. It was neither a recovery pill nor a healing pill, but a brand new type of pill. Moreover, in just that 1 minute, Lin Bei and the 5 women, 6 of them, had consumed who knows how many recovery pills, at least in the hundreds. She suspected that Lin Bei did not just have a duplication ability but could also produce pills. He could produce what was on the trial stone and even what was not on it. Powerless, she could not muster any strength, but she could clearly perceive everything around her. These 6 had suddenly become unattainable in her eyes. Truly, at first, she thought that He Yun and Jiang Yu were the strongest among the 6, aside from Lin Bei. However, when dealing with the aerial demon army, the 2 of them only made a single move and took down just 1 demon. The rest were all handled by the other 3 women. Those 3 women might not be strong in close combat, but they were all exceptional ability users. Space. freezing, lightning. Truly, which one of them wasn't extraordinary? In comparison, her Earth abilities seemed a bit mundane. Shiyu, maintain the opening of the spatial wormhole in place, Lin Bei said, staring at the demons in the sky. All these demons had to be dealt with. He didn't care about the ones appearing elsewhere, nor did he want to, because they were unrelated to him. These demons had seen him and his women. There could be no future troubles. The plot of letting a tiger return to the mountain is common in both novels and TV dramas. Okay. Lightning flickered around Lin Bei, and his divine demon sword appeared in his palm, its blade shimmering with arcs of electricity. This skill not only stimulated his body to have faster speed and greater strength but also allowed his attacks to paralyze enemies with lightning. Wan-en, Shiyu, you stay and help Shiyu keep an eye on things. Xiaoyu, let's go. Alright, okay. There was no other choice. Wan-en and Shiyu didn't have powerful weapons. Moreover, neither of them nor Shiyu had physical abilities. Shiyu's lightning could stimulate and enhance the body, but that little boost was far from what Yun and Xiaoyu could provide. He wasn't too clear on the exact strength of the aerial demons. They wouldn't be too strong but also not too weak. It was most suitable for him, Yun, and Jiangyu to handle them. With the right weapons, even if they were only at the second-tier 7-star level, they could easily deal with 4th-tier demons, thanks to the charm of that multiplicative enhancement. Swish! Lin Bei's figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky. First, he blocked a 10-meter-long limb. Then he flashed next to a demon with nothing on its forehead, swinging his sword as fast as lightning. The demon, not to be underestimated, had extensive combat experience and wouldn't panic in the face of this sudden attack. It raised its oddly shaped weapon to defend. Just as the edge of the divine demon's sword was about to collide with the demon's weapon, the blade vanished. The demon he was fighting narrowed its pupils slightly, flapping its wings and suddenly flying upwards. But Lin Bei's target was not it, but a giant demon nearby, standing an exaggerated 5 meters tall. With all his strength, he swung his sword, severing the head of the unprepared 5-meter-tall demon. Crack! At the moment the giant demon's head was displaced, a thick bolt of lightning struck a 3 to 4 meter tall demon, instantly taking down 2 high-tier demons. Feint to the east and strike to the west. Secretly maneuver. Class dismissed. Deal with the demons, handle the tentacles. Deal with the demons, handle the tentacles. In the courtyard, the pear blossoms wither another year, standing in the clear night. Moonlight spills on the empty steps. In dreams, the flute plays the old moon. Waking from dreams, tears stained the rouge face. An audio device appeared beside Shiyu, set up by Lin Bei. Really, fighting was just like playing a game. It was meaningless without some music. As the music played, the ancestor made his appearance. Mount Tai meteorite crash. Heian raised the Haotian hammer and leaped into the air through the spatial wormhole, aiming at a 3 to 4 meter tall demon with explosive muscles, whose weapon was also a hammer, even larger than Heian's. Does the light of fireflies dare to compete with the bright moon? The demon flapped its wings behind it, swinging its large hammer to meet the attack. The battle of someone who had absolute confidence in their strength was so straightforward and unadorned. Of course, this demon was always attentive to its weapon. Once it mysteriously disappeared, it had to stop immediately to avoid injuring teammates or itself. There was no choice. The opponent had the ability to use spatial techniques. Yun couldn't understand what he was saying. She was only focused on one thing. That was the moment when the two hammers collided. She quickly let go. The weapon allowed her to exert her strength well, but the terrifying recoil was futile even with her protective energy. Although there were healing pills, she certainly didn't have a masochistic tendency. Bang! At the moment of collision, the demon's pupils suddenly constricted, the disdain in his eyes turning to surprise and then to fear. In that instant, he clearly felt the bones in his hands, gripping the hammer handle, shatter. Immediately after, the indigenous girl's hammer smashed his large hammer to pieces and came crashing down on his head. He wanted to flap his wings and escape, but it was too late. He couldn't understand. The overall momentum of the opponent was quite ordinary, but why was the power so terrifying? This strength was completely inconsistent with her aura. The next second, consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Many demons looked at Yun in astonishment and shock, their eyes mixed with a hint of fear. After all, she had defeated them head-on. The Earth natives might not know the strength of that person, but they were clear about it. Among these people, she wasn't considered strong, but she was definitely not weak. If it were a back-and-forth defeat, that would be one thing, but she had crushed him in one blow. The natives shouldn't possess such combat power. Could it be that the signal was a trap? Were they the fish? Had they been fooled? Amidst the shock, a glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by a gunshot like a dragon. Jiang Yu's spear, with the assistance of Lin Bei's spatial wormhole, pierced through the heads of 3 demons in succession. With a pull of the spear, they all fell helplessly to the ground, while Yun, Jiangyu, and Lin Bei stood at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Of course, they couldn't fly. However, with spatial abilities, there were spatial wormholes beneath their feet connecting to the ground. Then, the three of them moved like dragons in the sky. The opponents were indeed powerful demons, but Lin Bei's team was like they had cheats activated, with locked health and mana. Unless they were killed in one hit, as long as they had a breath left, they could instantly recover to their peak. How could they be defeated? In the air, one demon after another fell to the ground. What they thought would be a massacre suddenly turned into a role reversal. They were the ones being slaughtered. The number of surviving demons dwindled, and even if they weren't afraid of death, they didn't want to die so worthless. They wanted to run, but they couldn't escape. Is this the legendary Wujia team? Louis, lying on the ground, gaped. She suddenly felt that Lin Bei inviting her to join was a bit too high of an estimation of her. She certainly didn't have such combat power. Despicable natives, if you have the ability, fight me fairly. The last demon, towering at 6 meters tall, wielded an exaggeratedly large long knife. His brothers had all fallen, making him furious, his eyes blood-red. He didn't want to escape anymore. Anyway, he couldn't run away, so he wanted to drag someone down with him. Alright, Lin Bei kicked off and shot forward. His height of about 1.8 meters looked like a toddler in front of the 6-meter-tall demon, but the demon didn't dare to be careless. Facing Lin Bei's attack, he gathered all his strength to strike. If this Earth native didn't use spatial abilities, this blow would be enough to kill him. No matter which planet, the power of space was supreme. What? This time, the Earth native did not use spatial power as he wished, colliding head-on with him. But to his horror, his long knife was severed by the Earth native's sword with overwhelming force. With such combat power, why would he need to use spatial power? He watched as the sword's edge drew closer, too fast to evade, and could only watch helplessly as it struck his head. The next second, consciousness faded into darkness. Thus, the sky was left with only the 10-meter-long tentacle of a bizarre creature covered in eyes. No trace of any demon remained, and the eyes on the tentacle stared intently at Lin Bei and the others. Thunder God, help me! Crack! Without hesitation, a thick bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the tentacle head-on, yet even so, it left no mark on the tentacle, which had hundreds of eyes blinking incessantly, as if mocking him. If a severed tentacle is this outrageous, what would happen if its true form came? For the first time, Lin Bei felt his own power was insufficient. The actions of the Earth consciousness indeed gave him a great sense of crisis. The group returned to the ground. Lin Bei brought the severed tentacle down with him. Let me do it. I refuse to believe this evil. We can't handle a severed tentacle? Hien breathed onto her two small pink-white hands, tightly gripping her Haotian hammer, took a deep breath, and gathered all her strength into the head of the hammer, putting all her might into smashing down on the severed tentacle on the ground. Bang! With one strike, a terrifying shockwave instantly swept out, sending the members of the Iron Blood Legion lying nearby into the air, crashing back to the ground, and a curved pit over 100 meters in diameter formed in an instant. Damn it! The visual effect of this strike was incredibly shocking, but for that tentacle, it seemed like a mere tickle. Hyun's temper flared up instantly. The combined power, not to mention comparable to an ordinary 8th or 9th tier revolver, was certainly on par with a 5th or 6th tier revolver, yet such power still couldn't do anything to it. 80. Hyun hammered down one strike after another, each one with all her might, the ground deeply dented by her blows, and Lin Bei and Shiryu watched with furrowed brows, fully aware of how terrifying Hyun's strength truly was. Even with such power, after dozens of strikes, there was still no reaction at all. One could only imagine how terrifying its true form was. Let me try. Lin Bei stepped forward. Hyun was a 2nd tier 7-star, while he was a 3rd tier 3-star. With the same level of power abilities, his strength was far superior to Hyun's. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. Lin Bei took the Haotian hammer from Hyun's hands, mustered all his strength, and poured all his energy into the Haotian hammer, took a deep breath, and struck down heavily. A waste of effort, and you sent a message. A waste of effort, and you sent a message. Bang! A loud explosion. An even more terrifying shockwave swept out, the ground trembled, and the members of the Iron Blood Legion nearby were lifted half a meter off the ground, with Louis crashing heavily back down, her eyes filled with horror, staring intently at Lin Bei's profile. This guy's strength? It was only then that Louis realized it wasn't her high defense that allowed her to escape with her life from under Lin Bei's feet, but rather that Lin Bei had intentionally held back to spare her life. If he had kicked her with all his might, she couldn't even imagine what would happen. What evolution level was this guy at? Aside from his top-tier space and lightning abilities, did he also have a power ability? Super huge. Lin Bei swallowed a returning force pill. Could even his full strength strike not harm it? After another 10 strikes, it was still the same. Damn! Commander, what do you say? Is there any way to deal with it? Keeping this thing around makes me uneasy. Actually, there's no need to exert yourself so much. It's just a tentacle, posing no threat to you at all. It can't do anything, unlike in TV shows or novels where a severed limb can wreak havoc, and without its source of supply, it won't be long before it loses its vitality. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did I go through so much trouble? But Master, you didn't even ask? Does this kind of thing still need me to ask? If I don't ask, can you not say it? Do I have to ask you before you say it? Can't you take the initiative to say it if I don't ask? Do you still regard me highly? Do you still see me as your master? Since it wouldn't be long before it perished, Lin Bei couldn't be bothered to deal with it and returned the hammer to Hee-yun. Good brother, are we not doing it anymore? It's fine, don't worry about it. Just put it away in my divine space. Saying this, Lin Bei transferred it. Although it took a long time, it wasn't without gain. The gain was that he had a new goal, a very long-term goal. Moreover, his mindset had changed. He wasn't invincible, on the contrary, he was still very weak. Having this mindset would allow him to progress and grow stronger. His gaze swept to the ground where Louis was. A minute has long passed, so what do you think? Have you considered whether to join my innate Wuji team? I want to. Louis shouted with all her might, her words showing no reluctance towards the Iron Blood Legion. Please, jumping from a company with a monthly salary of a few hundred to one with a daily salary of 10,000, was there any hesitation needed? Moreover, the colleagues at the 10,000 a day company all possessed extraordinary abilities. Just getting along with them would be a stroke of luck, let alone working together. Whoosh! A clear spirit pill shot into Louis's mouth. She was momentarily stunned, then quickly swallowed it. The moment the pill entered her stomach, the feeling of weakness receded like a tide, and strength surged back. She got up and patted her butt. How amazing! Just as miraculous as the pills rewarded by the trial monument. Was this the capital of the world's number one, Lin Bei? Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, another clear spirit pill flew into Zhang Yang's mouth. After all, they had been good buddies for 4 years. Although he didn't plan to take him along, he also didn't want to see him get bitten to death by zombies. Bro! Real bro? Oh no! Adoptive father. If you don't abandon me, I would like to call you adoptive father. The restored Zhang Yang ran over excitedly, thinking Lin Bei was going to take him along. Get lost. Adoptive father, may I ask one thing? Is your base filled with girls besides you? Nothing else. He had just heard Lin Bei tell Siye to call everyone back, which indicated he had his own team. Innate Wuji was not just 6 people. Yes. What a pity. Zhang Yang sighed. I was originally planning to shamelessly follow you, but since your team is all girls, then forget it. I'll just stay comfortably in the Iron Blood Legion as my third in command. My buddies' lives are still quite decent. Lin Bei smiled. This guy still had such good insight. But, Brother Bei, don't think that just because I look like a man on the outside, my essence is that of a delicate little girl. Actually, I consider myself quite good-looking, if you don't mind. Get lost. Upon careful thought, this guy's address was indeed correct. No wonder he hadn't dated anyone in 4 years of college. Damn, a male girl was actually by my side? Lin Bei, I have already joined your team. Can I have a bit of today's return pill first? These brothers have taken good care of me, and I want to repay them for the resources they've given me. Louis approached him and asked tentatively, how much have you consumed? From midnight last night until now, about 10 pills or so. Louis roughly calculated, as she could recover energy just by standing on the ground. Unless she consumed too much at once and couldn't replenish it in time, she wouldn't use them, so after more than 10 hours, she hadn't used many. 10 pills. If he remembered correctly, Louis had said she would repay tenfold, which meant 100 pills. To be honest, a mere 100 pills wouldn't even be enough for their consumption in an hour. Lin Bei threw a bag to Louis. There's not much in here, just 300 pieces. This is just a part of your reward for today. He really meant it. As long as it was something edible, he didn't care. He had already received 6 times the return, and with Louis, it was 7 times. He wanted to achieve a 90% favorability and dependency to permanently unlock it, so it was necessary to show her a generous side. A stingy man would never win a girl's affection. Among the 5 women around him, Shiryu, Wan-en, Hee-yun, and Jiangyu had all been permanently unlocked. Shiryu and Hee-yun were a given. Wan-en had a softer personality, making it easy to achieve, while Jiangyu took some effort. He had to spend more time with her every night to raise her dependency to 90%. As for Xiao Xia, she had just joined. Although she was quite perceptive, feelings take time to develop. Then, Lin Bei curiously stared at Zhang Yang, who was winking madly at him, shaking a small bag in his hand. Foster father. Dad. Dad. Lin Bei tossed it into Zhang Yang's arms. Live well, you might be the second person I know who is still alive. Who was the first? Of course, it was Xiao Enyu. It was time to set off. He couldn't wait until he reached the 5th level. After reaching the 3rd level, the speed of leveling up had dropped significantly compared to before. If he waited until the 5th level, Wanen's body might have already stiffened, and it could be nothing but bones by then. He hadn't worried about it a few minutes ago, but after learning the truth about the apocalypse, it was better to bring her back sooner. Really, the current situation was very dangerous. One could never be sure when Earth would collapse under the pressure, and a swarm of aliens could invade, making it impossible to find anyone later. Of course, foster father, you know me. By the way, I just remembered something. Enyu messaged me a few days ago, asking me to tell you something. What was it again? Zhang Yang excitedly took the bag, opened it, and stared at the contents, suddenly recalling something and changing the subject. Saying that, he pulled out his phone to check. Enyu? Lin Bei was surprised. She actually asked him to relay a message? Enyu? Sure, Yu was astonished. Was Enyu her best friend Enyu? The two were stunned, exchanging glances filled with confusion. They spoke in unison. Do you know Enyu? Lin Bei? Sure you? The letters they had buried together had all come back. Wait, who is Enyu to you? They asked in unison again, their expressions growing more perplexed. Lin Bei frowned. Hold on. He then looked at Zhang Yang and asked, what did Enyu want you to tell me? Here. Zhang Yang shrugged at the two, then opened his chat history. She asked me to tell you that she's doing well, not to worry about her safety, and not to rush to find her. She also said that she buried a box with you before, and she left some words for you in the last letter. The last letter? Lin Bei frowned. They had buried many letters together. That night, he only read a few and didn't look at the rest. Who had the time to read them all? Got it. Lin Bei squinted. He then waved his hand. I have things to do. I'm leaving. He took Shiryu and the others and left. He needed to go back and see what Enyu had left for him in the letter, how she could know that Zhang Yang would see him. Really, so many things were just too coincidental, unusually so. He was just about to find Enyu tonight. Enyu had someone tell him not to go looking, and it was the same last time. Enyu seemed to have known that the power would be cut off in advance and had specifically called him, talking for a full few hours. Moreover, during that time, he revealed the corpse he encountered at night, and 3 knives. The house where Shiyu lived across the street. Shiyu, who was rushing home, exploded. Absolutely exploded. Wanen was undoubtedly a fierce wolf. He caught a glimpse of LVE still considering how many recovery pills to give as thanks, and quickly stepped forward to grab the bag, casually taking a handful and stuffing it into LVE's pocket, then threw the entire bag to Zhang Yang. Hey, share some. He then pulled her along to hurry up. Alright, Brother Bei, a few sisters, bye. Zhang Yang waved at their backs. So nice. He had lived another day safely. When the demon first stepped in, he thought he was done for, but unexpectedly, his old brother was so fierce, and he had given him so many good things. Indeed, those calls of foster father were not in vain. Really, if Lin Bei wanted him, he would definitely not hesitate. This kind of favor was simply too great, so great that he wanted to take off his clothes voluntarily, feeling unworthy if he didn't. Isn't this a bit too much? LVE felt a bit reluctant. The bag He-yun threw over had at least 200 pills, and although the daily benefits were 10,000 pills, she was scared of being poor. Who would dare to be so extravagant after living through hard times? 10 times the repayment would be enough. He-yun thought it was something else. It turned out she was reluctant. It's okay, since you're with my good brother, you can eat as many as you want. My good brother has plenty of those. Alright then. Since it had already been given, it would be awkward to ask for it back. Remembering Lin Bei and Shiyu's earlier performance, she couldn't help but ask, what was going on just now? I don't know either. That Enya seems to be someone my good brother and sister Shiyu both know, and their relationship looks pretty good. Beyond that, I'm not clear. Oh, LVE glanced at the enthusiastic He-yun beside her, whose earlier cold demeanor was such a stark contrast. It was like two different people. Remembering her terrifying power, she couldn't control her curiosity and asked, Sister He-yun, what is your evolution level? Is your ability strength? Me, 2nd stage, 7 stars. It's a strength ability, not bad. Sister E is really smart, you figured it out. He-yun maintained her usual attitude, calling everyone sister. What? As soon as she said this, LVE couldn't help but shout out. No, she was only 2nd stage, 7 stars, that was a bit too exaggerated, considering she was already 3rd stage, 1 star, and was so much higher than her, yet she was afraid of her power. What level is your strength ability? How many times does it amplify? It had only been a few days since the apocalypse. The ability levels shouldn't be too high. Even the Iron Blood Legion, with so many people, hadn't seen anyone with a 4th level ability. 3rd level, 4 times. He-yun's bright eyes blinked, still thinking about how to entice her, but unexpectedly, she jumped into the pit herself. As a good sister of a good brother, she naturally had to lighten the burden for her good brother in them. Best. She could join in tonight. What was the fastest way? Benefits. Recovery pills were indeed an enticing benefit, but not enough. The amplification of strength was what truly made people extremely eager to obtain. For those who had evolved to such a degree, no one didn't understand the value of multiplying strength by 6 or 7 times. Even ordinary people understood the implications. What? You're only 3rd level, 4 times? No, your power is so terrifying, yet you're only 2nd stage, 7 stars with a 4 times multiplier. It can't be real. As expected, LVE's reaction was within her expectations, and he casually said with a smile, "Of course it's true. As long as you become my good brother's woman, he can make your current power number multiply by 7. LVE was about to refute when she heard the first half of the sentence. She just wanted to join in simply. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, she couldn't stay calm anymore. The first half was thrown out of her mind, and her current power multiplied by 7, which was equivalent to getting a level 6 power ability out of thin air. A level 6 ability. No wonder the women around him were so terrifying. But even so, 7 times plus Yun's own 4 times made it 11 times. Wait, she suddenly realized something. Sister Yun, just call me Xiao Yun. Okay, Xiao Yun, let me ask you, is your power now an 11-fold increase or a 28-fold increase? 28? Yun frowned and quickly understood that their current power boost was only 6 times. What she referred to as 7 times was after Louis joined. It's not addition, it's multiplication, What the hell? Multiplication? She was horrified inside. However, her Earth ability combined with 7 times the power wasn't bad either. It could significantly increase her combat strength. At this moment, she was thinking about how strong she could become after gaining the power boost, rather than whether she wanted to become Lin Bei's person. This is basic human nature. As long as the benefits are substantial, no one cares about that little bit of sacrifice. They would convince themselves in their hearts. For example, Louis was thinking that as a woman, she would eventually find a man, and Lin Bei was just right for her at the moment. Powerful strength, handsome looks, solid capital. Plus, he could greatly enhance her power, 100 benefits with no harm at all. As for him having multiple women, really, who cares about that? Moreover, her sisters were all so strong. She was just happy to be part of it. Yun noticed her expression and flickering eyes. It's settled. She knew no one could refuse. The stronger the person, the harder it was to refuse. Back then, she, Sister Jiangyu, and Sister Siye couldn't refuse this almost free upgrade, not to mention her handsome brother. Just based on looks, it was enough to make many girls unable to resist. Who isn't a face dog? Meanwhile, at the front, Shiryu and Lin Bei were frowning. He had heard the conversation between Yun and Louis, but this wasn't the time to care about that. The content of the letter from NU was the key. She, 1 in a trillion, is a reborn person. The content of the letter was tantalizing. NU, is she your best friend? Lin Bei asked. He knew Shiryu had a best friend but had never asked her name. Why would he need to know the name of someone else's best friend? He just didn't expect. Shiryu nodded and asked back, your girlfriend is also named NU? Shiryu had always known he had a girlfriend, but she hadn't asked her name. In the apocalypse, who knew if she was still around? It would be bad if it made Lin Bei sad. She just didn't expect. Lin Bei nodded. If nothing goes wrong, my best friend and your girlfriend are the same person. Shiryu recalled the scene when the apocalypse first broke out. If NU hadn't urged her to go home, she might have been bitten long ago. It's no wonder NU would actively let her seek survival next door because she knew Lin Bei lived there. This was all part of her plan. She didn't dislike or resent it. On the contrary, she wanted to thank her, because she was indeed living very well and happily. If following the original plot, she wouldn't even know what she was doing at this moment. The only thing she wanted to figure out now was who NU really was. Although she and Lin Bei had similar guesses in their hearts, they still had to see what NU left behind to know the specifics. Lin Bei didn't want to wait until they got back to read slowly. He couldn't wait to pull out the iron box he had dug up back then and took out the letter from the very bottom. If all of this was arranged by NU, it meant she was not only a reborn person but also knew about his abilities and even the system. He opened the letter. Shiryu walked alongside him, looking at it. The first sentence read, "Trust me, Shiyu, you are my best sister. Baby, you are my favorite man." The corners of their mouths couldn't help but lift. Well, at least she was somewhat sensible. By the time you two read this letter, you will already know the true reason behind this apocalypse. No need to look for me or worry about me. The strong ones around me are more than you can imagine, and I have plenty of recovery pills, healing pills, calming pills, and so on. Lin Bei frowned. Where did that come from? Aren't you curious where it came from, baby? Guess. Am I a child to guess? Alright. So, how accurate was my prediction? No more jokes. If you round it off, you can consider it as something you gave me. Don't think too much. I'm not a reborn person. This is also my first experience of this apocalypse, but I know a bit more than you, and you must be aware that your meeting was probably not a coincidence. Remember one thing, my feelings for you are real. You are my best friends and baby. Not a reborn person? Since I'm not a reborn person, aren't you curious where my pills came from? Aren't you curious why I know so much? This is a long story. Forget it, I'll just say it face to face. Say it face to face? You really want to say it face to face? Alright. Are you thinking that I'm halfway through my words, waiting to meet and teach me a lesson? Hee, making you uneasy, making you deceive me. My little you was personally sent over by me, and she even said she wanted to be a lone wolf surrounded by a pack of she-wolves, right? Hee, Lin Bei smiled. She exploded. He exploded. Little scumbag. The purpose of writing this letter is to tell you not to look for me, you won't find me. I'm not home, so don't worry. It won't be long before we meet. I've prepared a super big surprise for you, and you need to prepare a surprise for me too. And stop thinking all day about how good your luck is. If it weren't for this young lady, which of the three girls, Shiyu, Hiyun, or Jianyu, do you think you could meet? Without meeting them, do you think you could meet Xiao Xie? So, do you understand my importance to you now, Big Pig? The more you say. Are you curious how I, not being a reborn person, can still arrange all this? Alright, since you sincerely want to know, I'll generously tell you. Yes, it's like this, and then like that. Do you understand, Lin Bei? Do I understand your nonsense? He was at a loss for words. This Enyu was still so mischievous. Who can understand this? Baby, some things are still too early to tell you. Let's deal with these aliens first. I know you have special abilities, able to gain the powers and physiques of your companions in some special groups, so I don't blame you for being fickle. But you must remember, I am the main one. Don't let Shiyu take my place. Hee, curious, right? Itching to know, right? Want to know, right? Hee, I won't say. Is it over? Shiyu still wanted to see what was written below, but the bottom was blank. Lin Bei stopped, shrugged helplessly, and said, Enyu is like this. She always likes to keep people guessing, but this time, the mystery she created is not ordinary. Yeah, from her words, those invading alien beings don't seem to be the ultimate threat. There's something even more terrifying and unknown. I wonder what it is, making it so mysterious. Lin Bei was somewhat speechless. Talking halfway was really too much. Bei, what should we do now? What else can we do? We just do what we need to do. This letter from Enyu, you might say it's useless, but it has some value. Yet if you say it's useful, it's of no use at all. There's no key information in it. Let's just stick to our own pace and plan, as if we never saw this letter. Just treat it like any other letter. Lin Bei felt helpless. The only effect it had was to make him abandon the thought of looking for Enyu. Perhaps, that was the result Enyu wanted. He was particularly curious about two things. First, what exactly was Enyu's situation? And second, what did she mean by some things are still too early to tell him? He couldn't figure it out. Since Enyu wasn't a reborn person, why did she have so many pills? Even the spirit cleansing pill was among them. Her batch of pills could only have come from him. Not a reborn or time traveler? Did she come from the future to the present? No, that didn't make sense. Enyu said this was her first experience of the apocalypse, so the time travel theory didn't hold. But it could hold. The future Enyu could have returned to the past to inform little Enyu and provide her with a lot of his pills to prepare for the apocalypse. That made sense. Very much so. This explanation was the most reasonable. At the same time, it raised a question. Why would the future Enyu bring back so many pills? This indicated that something significant happened in the future, something so big that even he couldn't stop it, which is why Enyu needed to return to the past to change the future. It could even be that he personally went back to the past. But this precisely explained Enyu's statement that some things are still too early to tell him. However, he was still a bit curious. Can a future that has already happened be influenced by changing the past? Just like Trunks in Dragon Ball, changing the past. The future not only remains unchanged but also creates a new parallel universe because the future is an objective fact that already exists. Of course, all of the above is just his personal speculation. It has no real significance. Enyu's chess game, upgrading the base. Enyu's chess game, upgrading the base. Good brother, what does the letter say? After dealing with Louis, Xiao Haiyun bounced over and asked while hugging his arm. Here, Lin Bei handed her the letter. There wasn't any key information in it. It mentioned that he had special abilities, and the people around him already knew he had special abilities, so he let them take a look. It was nothing major. Zhang Yuan and Eng Ziyu also came over to watch. So, when Enyu brought you to my shop to buy a knife, it was intentional, huh? No wonder she was so generous. It's hard not to leave an impression. So Enyu's sister is the boss? I'd become the third wheel? The sky is falling. I was still thinking about how to usurp her position, and now I've moved back a spot. I can understand why she arranged for you to live across from Sister Shiyu, but why does she say I was also arranged by her? I've never met her. I have no impression of that name at all. Hee-yun was confused. Shiyu spoke up, isn't there a possibility that your parents bought a house in that building, or that my family bought a house in that building, because of Enyu's influence? I have to say, Enyu's chess game is quite large. I even suspect that the appearances of Siye and Lui were all arranged by her. Level ability holders are rare, yet there are so many in our small city. Setting aside Sister Wanen, all 5 of us are, and we're basically within the same range. Just think about what has come out of this area. Level physique, level strength, level charging, level lightning, level space, level freezing, level earth, and there's also Li Hai's level space. It is no exaggeration to say that any one of them could become a big shot in a certain area, but now they are all gathered together. I felt something was off before, and after reading Enya's letter, I am 100% sure she has been secretly stirring the pot. As she spoke, Shiyu asked Sia and E, are you both locals? Sia shook her head after reading the letter's content. No, my sister and I are from the north. We came here because of a job transfer, and it's possible that we were indeed brought here by Enyu. Shiyu's words were quite persuasive. What a coincidence. It was too coincidental. Even novels don't have such coincidences. Although Lu Yi hadn't read the letter, she could guess the gist from their conversation and quickly replied, I'm not a local either. I came here to attend university. Just as I thought. Shiyu squinted. Look, both level lightning and level earth are from outside. I suspect the person with the level ice ability that Bebe plundered is also from outside, including Li Hai. I said it, something fell off. It turns out the main character has a powerful figure behind her, and in this small building, there are not only level 3 spatial abilities but also level powers. Lin Bei squinted. Indeed, he had thought about this direction long ago, and not just once, because there were too many coincidences, but he dismissed it as too absurd and outrageous. He didn't expect it to be quite similar to his speculation. Of course, Shiyu clapped her hands, attracting the attention of several people. Alright, no matter what, Enyu is doing this for our good. If we follow the original plot, we wouldn't know what we would have encountered. Yeah, Zhang Yu and Hee-yun were clear in their hearts. Although they also had level abilities, without the power boost from Lin Bei, they would only be stronger than ordinary evolvers, and it would be impossible for them to reach their current level, let alone eat gourmet food and pills casually. CF felt the same. She had to thank Enyu for the arrangement. If it weren't for Enyu, how could she have latched onto such a powerful thigh? Her level 3 lightning combat power was quite good and could ensure her safety, but after following Lin Bei, she realized what it meant to be in a wealthy family, what true luxury was. The few pills rewarded by the trial monument were enough for whom? If foreigners saw them, they would think they couldn't afford them. Wanan was not mentioned. Everything she had was given by Lin Bei. She felt nothing but gratitude towards Lin Bei and the others. Really, they not only did not look down on her but also took great care of her, transforming her from a nobody into an enviable second-tier 7-star top ability holder. As for Shiyu, she had long become Lin Bei's shape. Bei, what do you think Enyu has prepared for you as a big surprise? Shiyu asked curiously. For someone like Enyu, who had laid such a big chess game, a big surprise must be a tremendous boost for Lin Bei. Lin Bei stroked his chin. It's hard to guess. In the apocalypse, the only thing that could make him very happy was a surge in strength and acquiring many good skills. Could it be that Enyu had trained a large group of girls for him, and found a bunch of sisters with top abilities? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Known, her cousin. During the conversation, they returned to the police station. This is our base, Hee-yun introduced her while standing beside her. It used to be our sister Sia's women's army, but now it has been occupied by my good brother. Xiao Sia smiled wryly. A women's army? Her women's army was a joke. It was in such a terrible state internally that she didn't even know, and there was no cohesion at all. A complete overhaul was good. She preferred the current state. Every girl was doing her best to become stronger. Every girl had a smile on her face at all times. Every girl had self-awareness. They didn't have to worry about any problems. Food? Safety? Rankings? Don't worry about anything else, just focus on one thing. How much progress you've made today, how many zombies you've killed, and whether you're satisfied with yourself. It's not like before. Lin Bei glanced at the police station's fence. Over 2 meters high, any high-level evolver or zombie could easily jump in, making it quite unsafe and in need of renovation. Just right. Lu Yi was beside him. He looked at the sky. It was still overcast, the air felt heavy, and within the clouds, lightning flickered and thunder rumbled, indicating another storm was approaching. The last storm had brought the trial monument. This time, it was uncertain whether it would just be rain or if something else would appear. Although he hadn't been out for long today, it wasn't a wasted effort. Not only did he level up and gain ice powers, but he also got close to Louis. As the apocalypse progressed, such exceptional girls were becoming rarer. Louis was the epitome of a sports student, her skin a healthy wheat color unlike the pale complexion of Hee-Yun and the others. Dressed in a black combat suit, she clearly looked like someone who had trained, and her abilities weren't much inferior to those of Shiryu and the others. Louis, you can create earth spikes, so you should be able to make earth walls too, right? Something like the city walls in ancient dramas. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Bei asked. No problem. How big and thick do you want it? Just average, not too high, 20 meters should be enough, and 2 meters thick would be fine, just to surround the police station, Lin Bei casually estimated. 20 meters high and 2 meters thick. That should be enough. What? Louis thought she misheard. 20 meters high and 2 meters thick, and it had to go around the police station? How many times would that drain her? How many recovery pills would that consume? This police station was no ordinary size. 1,000 pills at the base. Oh no, 5,000 pills at the base. And that was just a conservative estimate. If they wanted to complete it quickly, it would take at least around 10,000 pills. Do you know what 20 meters high and 2 meters thick means? Of course, I was originally planning for 50 meters high and 10 meters thick, but then I thought better of it. Doing that would take a lot of time, so let's keep it simple for now. We can upgrade it later if needed. Louis smiled. So this was what he called keeping it simple. Before we proceed, there's something I need to tell you in advance. I didn't mention it earlier because there were too many people around. To truly join my natural limitless team, there's one more condition: you have to become my woman. If you find that difficult, you can leave at any time. Being direct. He didn't want to play the romantic game of beating around the bush. No love sparks could arise without first getting on the bus and paying the fare. The main point was that Hee-Yun had already set her up. The top-tier reward was the True Vision Eye. The top-tier reward was the True Vision Eye. Louis felt a bit embarrassed. He actually asked in front of so many people. Although they were all his women, she wasn't familiar with them. Sister E, just agree. Following her brings only benefits, no downsides. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Siye. She joined around this time yesterday. Hee-Yun encouraged. Louis couldn't help but look at Siye, who had joined at the same time yesterday, just like her, both being newcomers. Even the lightning powers user willingly joined. If she refused, it would be too self-righteous. Xiao Siye glanced at her. Slowly, she said, you must already have an answer in your heart. Your hesitation is merely the shyness of being a woman. With your ability to evolve to the third stage, your thinking and vision are no worse than ours. I can only tell you not to let your shyness ruin your future. It's right in front of you. It all depends on whether you can seize it. After saying that, she didn't look at her again. Turning to Lin Bei, she said, Lin Bei, upgrading the base shouldn't involve me, Shiryu, Hee-Yun Wan, or Jiangyu. We'll head out to kill zombies and level up first. Third tier. Originally, the sisters were all at second tier, 7 stars, which was quite good, but suddenly a new sister appeared, and she was actually at third tier. Naturally, Xiao Siye was unwilling to be outdone and needed to catch up quickly. By the way, they needed to make some space. Upon hearing this, Shiryu, Hee-Yun Wan, and Jiangyu all understood Xiao Siye's thoughts. They were all unwilling to fall behind, and since LVE's evolution level couldn't drop, they could only work hard to improve. Alright, Lin Bei nodded. Second tier, 7 stars was indeed a bit low. However, the 5 of them were originally out there killing zombies to level up. They were just delayed by the invading aliens. After the 5 girls left, Lin Bei looked at LVE and asked, how are you considering it? I'll join, but I have a question. I heard from Hee-Yun that if I become your woman, you can increase my power 7-fold. Is that true? Why not try and see? Lin Bei snapped her fingers. A wormhole connecting to the bedroom space appeared behind her. After a slight hesitation, LVE followed with her long, shapely legs. Successfully recorded a beauty with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving a fine gift, Spirit Cleansing Pill, Grade 3, clears all negative effects for levels below 4. System space storage increased to 1 million cubic meters. Unfortunately, no new pills were unlocked. Bond with the uninitiated added 1, receiving a fine gift, a space ring of 1000 cubic meters. Innate Silk Body Bond added 1. Top Tier Athlete Bond activated, all members physique enhanced. Gourmet Bond added 1, current food return multiplier, 7. Fitness Enthusiast Bond added 1, current strength enhancement multiplier, 7. Detected that LVE possesses Earth-type abilities, level, this ability has been shared with the owner. Detected that the owner has recorded 6 individuals with level abilities and scores above 90, receiving level ability, True sight. True sight, all target information is laid bare before your eyes, and you can also see their health bars. You can see health bars? Good, good, good. Being able to see health bars is fantastic. Just this alone is enough to justify this level 5 ability. As long as there are health bars, there are no monsters that can't be killed. Commander, when you strike, it's astonishing. Truly, a sparrow pecking at a cow's rear is impressive. It's been said, the system's products are always top-notch. Meanwhile, outside, Yujia, look at your panels, huge improvements, huge improvements. Hyun discovered her power had increased and immediately opened her panel, excited after seeing the numbers. Oh, physique has improved, what a big boost. Sia couldn't help but laugh. With the increase in physique, not only had her power risen, but her physique had also improved significantly. This was no small enhancement. Sure, Yu and Wan were also happy, but it was Jiang Yu who was the most delighted. Among the 5, her enhancement was the highest. With her already abnormal physique ability, it became even more monstrous when multiplied by 2. Boom! Inside the base. After taking a healing pill and changing her clothes, LVEE stood by the base's fence. With a thought, her internal abilities were instantly drained, but a 2-meter thick, 10-meter long wall of earth surged up. At just 5 meters high, it was already drained. After taking a recovery pill, she continued. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. A 20-meter high, 10-meter long, 2-meter thick wall of earth was completed in less than 5 seconds, and even LVE was left gaping at the efficiency. After taking a few recovery pills, another wall was completed. Connected. Perfect. Really, I had never worked so hard before. Within just a few minutes, one of the walls of the base was completed. With an almost limitless supply of rebound elixirs, Louis was getting more and more energized. The people in the base were astonished. Following Xiao Shiran's orders, they all rushed back, including He Tao's team. He Tao looked at a newcomer entering the room with Lin Bei, feeling both envious and jealous. Logically, they should have been the ones in front. But at that moment, they understood. The newcomer was an extraordinary ability holder, and as ordinary evolvers, they could only gain attention through hard work. This feels so good. A sense of accomplishment filled her. Really, Louis didn't expect to finish so quickly. In just over 10 minutes, the base was surrounded by 20-meter-high earthen walls. There was no need to worry about collapse, as under her control and reinforcement, these walls were as hard as bricks. It's going to rain heavily soon. Will it get flooded? Should we set up some drainage outlets? Louis was a bit worried, as the structure looked just like a reservoir. No need. The mountain man has his own clever plans. Lin Bei walked up the stairs along the 20-meter-high wall to the top, took a deep breath, and felt his ability depleting rapidly. A thick layer of ice spread from the wall towards the center. A huge, completely transparent ceiling made of ice was rapidly taking shape. Louis's mouth dropped open. It solved both the lighting issue and the summer heat problem. This shelter was incredible. Because the space in the middle was so vast, even if the ice was hard enough, there was still a risk of collapse. Lin Bei added dozens of load-bearing ice columns, spending over half an hour to solve the ceiling issue of the base. Standing on the ground and looking up at the sky, the dark clouds were fully visible. Perfect. This was the kind of defense a qualified base should have. The ceiling he created wasn't thick, only 2 meters, and with the freezing ability increasing, there was no need to worry about safety. Every day, he and Wan just needed to reinforce and maintain it a bit. This was the charm of an extraordinary ability holder. No cost, no labor, just relying on abilities to create a top-notch shelter, significantly enhancing safety. With just a few cameras installed on the outer side of the high walls, they could monitor everything, making it much easier than having dozens of cameras before. Crack! Thunder roared. Raindrops the size of peas pelted down fiercely. Lin Bei looked up. The rain falling on the ice ceiling was stunning, giving him the feeling of camping in the rain without the dampness of a heavy downpour. The competition began, the Piggy Squad. The competition began, the Piggy Squad. A masterpiece, very open, extremely open, worthy of a poem like Spring Courtyard Snow. The more Lin Bei looked, the more he liked it. If it weren't for the concern of privacy exposure, he would have made the surrounding walls ice walls too, but it wasn't necessary. The earthen walls were just fine. With a thought, he opened several passages on one of the walls and installed security doors, mainly for the convenience of Shiran and He Tao coming in and out, and also made a few ventilation openings. Thus, the base's security issues were completely resolved. Sleeping at night would be more stable now. It's raining heavily again. I was planning to upgrade a few stars today. Yeah, who knows how long it will last. In the apocalypse, it's hard to say how long the heavy rain will last. the last downpour lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Not far away, a group of women looked up at the crystal-clear ice ceiling and sighed. With resources, the weather was not cooperating. In response, He Tao's team quietly took out raincoats and put them on, the kind that was convenient for movement, and then they walked towards Lin Bei. There was no other reason, the exit was there. What are they going to do? It's raining so heavily, they aren't really going out to kill zombies, are they? No way. Are they that competitive? The many girls stared in shock at He Tao's team. With such heavy rain, were they really going out? Most of them had been hiding at home to avoid the apocalypse and had never experienced hardship. He Tao glanced at them but said nothing. Their evolution levels were ridiculously low, clearly so useless, yet they still thought about avoiding the rain. Meanwhile, Lord Lin Bei's wives were still out there leveling up. The capable ones worked so hard, while they were just enjoying themselves. That one called He Tao looks down on us, huh? It's not a big deal, just fighting zombies in the rain. Come on, Captain Xiaobai, let's go. I can't stand her look. Captain, she ran, we should go out too. That little look of hers makes it seem like we're trash. Today, we'll surpass her. It's just second tier. What's so impressive about that? I want to give her that same look. We're going too. Damn it, let's compete with them to the end. Let's see who can outdo whom. Call me the king of competition. To be honest, this heavy rain is no reason for us to rest. Lord Lin Bei has built the foundation like this, and even his wives are still out there working hard. What right do we have to take a break? Otherwise, we would be letting down Lord Lin Bei's investment and expectations. Sisters, don't forget, once we catch Lord Lin Bei's eye, it's like getting a high-level power for free. Yeah, let's work hard and strive. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Shiran looked in shock at Wang Qi and Xiao Bai. Didn't she tell them not to tell anyone? How did everyone know that becoming one of Lin Bei's women could grant them power? Wang Qi and Xiao Bai looked in shock at Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, their eyes filled with confusion. Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai turned to the two sisters. What? The He Tao team, walking ahead, overheard this conversation. They had just joined today and didn't know much, but hearing this made them admire Lin Bei even more and desire his favor. So, the master had this kind of ability. Oh, how they really wanted it. Lin Bei watched as 60 people left in teams, feeling very pleased with the He Tao team's leading role. Good, very good, full of spirit. As the leader, he naturally couldn't fall behind. The sense of crisis was very strong. He couldn't afford to be too indulgent. He left Inu to watch the house while he and Lvee acted separately. Both he and Lvee were at the third tier. It would be strange to keep her by his side. Acting separately would be more efficient, allowing them to kill more zombies, otherwise, they would just be left for others to kill. In the pouring rain, Lin Bei strolled leisurely. The dense rain did not wet his hair or clothes. An invisible barrier of force kept it 5 centimeters away from his body. Truly, ordinary zombies were tasteless and a waste to eat. Fall. He casually waved his finger in the air. Boom! Bang! In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck a car not far from him, the huge explosion attracting countless zombies. This time, Lin Bei did not use his force to resolve the situation but instead employed freezing, lightning, and earth as his main abilities, needing to quickly elevate these 3 powers to the third tier. He understood. Level 1 abilities were considered the same stage, while the leap from level 3 to level 4 was a watershed moment, which was why it was so difficult to improve. None of Shi Yu and her group had reached level 4. Roar! Ah! Suddenly, amidst the torrential rain and the roars of zombies, Lin Bei heard a pig squeal and a girl scream. Following the sound, he looked over. It was far but not too far, a few hundred meters away. With a thought, endless ice spread from beneath his feet, instantly freezing the thousands of zombies surrounding him into ice sculptures, spikes shooting up from the ground to shatter them into pieces. Lin Bei walked step by step towards that direction. The girl's screams were not the key. The key was that strange pig squeal. Having just tasted the sweetness of success, he didn't want to miss this. In that moment, 3 guesses appeared in his mind. 1. This pig was one that had strayed from the earlier pig troop. 2. This pig belonged to another pig troop. 3. Derived from the second guess, the city had a super pig troop that he didn't know about, because his hometown was in the countryside, where there were several small private pig farms, each with a few hundred pigs. Perhaps other rural areas had a few large pig farms. If it was really as he thought, he would hit the jackpot. In the blink of an eye, he covered the few hundred meters, and right in front of him was a 2-meter-tall pig-headed man carrying a woman who was already unconscious. Lu Rinjia, level 1 7 stars. Ability, Strength, max level, triple. Health, 80. Strength, 80. Speed, 80. Constitution, 80. Mental, 80. Lin Bei filtered out some useless ties and had to admit the practicality of this true vision eye. Even pigs could be seen. Little Pig Pei N, level 2 1 star. Health bar, 100. Speed, 150. Strength, 300. Constitution, 300. Mental, 150. The values were clear. The attributes of animals were indeed different from humans, with strength and constitution being double that of a human at level 2 1-star. Lin Bei did not take action. Instead, he followed closely behind it. The pig-headed man probably had no interest in human girls. It likely captured the human beauty to take back as a gift for someone or as reserve food. He could see that the pig-headed man might be hungry, casually tearing off a zombie's thigh from the ground and starting to gnaw on it. In less than a minute, it was finished. There were zombie corpses everywhere on the road, so food was not lacking. Bringing back a human beauty was most likely to offer to someone. Roar! Hey, brother, nice haul. You actually caught 2 human girls. The boss will definitely reward you when he finds out. The pig-headed man carrying the woman greeted another pig-headed man who was carrying 2 girls, surprisingly speaking human language. I really don't know what's so good about human girls. Our kind, Suihua, is much better, with that big butt. The boss is human. These human girls are just like Suihua in our eyes. By the way, weren't you with a lot of brothers? How come you're the only one left? I was targeted by a group of humans and managed to escape alone. It's a pity for the brothers. Among that group, there were quite a few with abilities, including a guy who could play with fire, which caused us heavy losses. Don't you have many brothers with you? Oh, Lin Bei was taken aback. Playing with fire? Interesting. A pleasant surprise. He never expected to gain important information from the conversation between the 2 pigs. Ice, fire, 2 experiences combined. Perfect. A great beauty in completion. He just didn't know who it was. If nothing unexpected happened, it was likely also arranged by Yu to come to this city. It didn't matter whether it was a man or a woman. Of course, not in that sense, but in the sense that he could dismantle the abilities. My situation is similar to yours. I encountered a girl who played with ice in the morning and suffered heavy losses. Luckily, I was smart and ran fast, otherwise, I would have turned into an ice pig. Ice? In the morning? If he guessed correctly, the person the pig-headed man mentioned was Wang Xian, whom he had just plundered. A step late, a little demon of the night. A step late, a little demon of the night. Tonesy, I urgently need a dismantling device. You know what I mean. I hope next time, I won't see some repetitive useless things again, or else I might have to get violent with you. Lin Bei followed the 2 pig-headed men ahead like a ghost, occasionally glancing sideways. In his spatial perception, there were quite a few people sharing the same thoughts as him. One could only say that the apocalypse was full of talent. Each one had a knack for seizing opportunities that was no worse than his own. While following, he contemplated his future plans. The first point, to enhance personal strength as much as possible. The second point, to expand the number of women in his team, as he realized that 60 people was still too few after learning the truth about the apocalypse. He needed to quickly expand to 100, or even 200 later. There was no way around it. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Very deadly. Half an hour later, Lin Bei trailed to the front of a large shopping mall, quite far from his original position. In this area, aside from a few zombies wandering on the road, the ground was clean, with not a single corpse in sight. It was almost as clean as his base. He understood. The corpses had all been consumed by those pig-headed men, which might be one of the reasons for their rapid rise. After all, pigs are omnivores, they eat anything, and zombie corpses contain some energy, especially in large quantities. Unfortunately, the energy contained in crystal cores was too little. Even in large amounts, it was just that. He had tried feeding Silver Moon, but even when overfed, it was still just that. Unless it was concentrated and purified over and over again, and then mass-produced, it would be perfect. Damn, big brother. While he was still thinking, the pig-headed man ahead screamed as he stepped into the mall, throwing the woman off his shoulder and rushing inside. Immediately after, 2 piercing pig-like screams echoed out. What the hell? Someone got ahead of me? Swish, swish. Hearing the commotion inside, those with the same goal as him sensed something was off and rushed over quickly. There were 5 people. They took a quick glance and left without looking back. Run! There are demon people inside. Run fast! But they hadn't run far when several black figures shot out from the building. Their massive bodies did not hinder their speed at all. Like black lightning, they instantly appeared behind the 5. Their large hands squeezed the heads of the 5 like they were goose eggs, and with a knee to their chests, a force burst through their backs. In an instant, the 5 fell silent. Lin Bei saw their health bars drop from 100 to 0. Clearly, they were dead beyond recovery. There was no other reason. These people's strength was not high, averaging around 2-star, 5 or 6 stars. But this demon was something else. Lin Bei glanced at the tallest demon, roughly estimating it to be at least 6 meters tall. similar to the tallest demon that had appeared in his area earlier. Bossat Emperor, 3-star, 5 stars. Health, 100. Speed, 480. Strength, 480. Constitution, 480. Spirit, 480. Ha, the demon's stats are that exaggerated? According to the rules, the standard for a 3-star, 5-star human's 4 stats is 480, but its strength, speed, and constitution far exceeded many others. However, before him, all were equal. Master, has that evil Night Clan opened many spatial wormholes? Are there others in different areas? Yes, Master, but most are concentrated in this area, possibly due to your girlfriend's arrangements. Many good ability users are in this city. Lin Bei, it's both a blessing and a curse. Blessing means he has collected many top-notch abilities, while the curse means that with this wave, at least a few stars are gone. Really, at first, he hadn't thought of that group of pig knights as part of the pig team. Damn it! Such a great opportunity missed. Swish! The demon who had crushed an evolver discovered Lin Bei and appeared before him in almost a second, one hand reaching for his head while its knee shot towards him like lightning. Get lost! Lin Bei spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick to its thigh. It was too tall, he couldn't reach its head, but the terrifying force instantly shattered its thick thigh. Barca was shocked. It seemed that this small native possessed such strength. Just as its body lost support and began to fall, Lin Bei delivered another roundhouse kick aimed at its head. Barca, seasoned from countless battles, quickly regained his senses and hurriedly raised both hands to defend. In their current state, a moment of daze was perilous, but fortunately, he reacted in time. However, this terrifying power still exceeded his imagination. That kick shattered both his hands and his head. I'm really annoyed, and now you're bothering me. Only points are added. No energy. Forget it. Consider it a repayment to Mother Earth. With that thought, he felt a bit better, but he was still furious. So many pigmen had perished. He had just opened a spatial wormhole to glance inside the mall, where countless pigmen corpses lay densely packed. Really, densely packed. Definitely enough for him to level up to 3-star, 5 or 6 stars, even 7 or 8 stars. These damned invaders would become his sworn enemies from today onward. Commander, will killing those pigmen squads yield energy? No, it won't. The energy contained in the creatures killed by them will be reclaimed by Earth's consciousness. That was good. He felt a bit better. So they can't level up? The evil Night Clan can be considered a warrior race. Through continuous battles, they can enhance their strength. So they're like scions. Not quite, they don't have the ability to recover and grow stronger from severe injuries like scions do, but they will become braver with each battle, and their stats will continuously improve with combat, though there is a limit. Lin Bei smirked. It was somewhat interesting, but being killed in an instant was equivalent to nothing. Big brother, big brother, big brother. The remaining 4 demons, seeing this scene, turned red with rage. They dropped the humans they were holding, flapped their wings from 4 different directions, and charged at him. These 4 demons were only at the level of 1-star, 3rd tier, and couldn't compare to the 6-meter-tall one. The 6-meter-tall one had been killed in an instant. How much less were these? Zing! Lin Bei's body crackled with electricity, and he transformed into a black lightning bolt. However, his lightning was faster and fiercer. In just 4 moves, he finished off the 4 demons. In the shadows, those who were preparing to escape were stunned by this scene. The demons they feared had been killed in an instant. They knew these extraterrestrial beings were not comparable to zombies. Lin Bei's face darkened. He took a step forward, arriving at the entrance of the mall, where 5 more demons remained. These 5 demons were even weaker than the ones he had just killed, and in a single breath, he wiped them out. Pigs! My pigs! Lin Bei sat on a chair, his index finger resting on his frown, feeling a bit mournful. He did not leave immediately. What if the pigman squad was still outside and hadn't returned? Leaving now would only allow others to pick up the scraps. They wanted to take his leftovers. It wouldn't be that easy. Intentional arrangements, complete evolution. Intentional arrangements, complete evolution. Brother, do you have a team? Get lost. Alright, brother. Lin Bei didn't even want to glance at the man at the door trying to invite him. He was still immersed in the sorrow of missing the pigman squad. After the man who invited him left, another man came, wanting to take away the 3 women at the door who were still unconscious. Put them down, get lost. I'm sorry, I didn't know there were people inside. The man, probably arriving later, saw the bloody scene inside and thought it was Lin Bei who had done it, and quickly ran away. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. Normal people should have some awareness. Lin Bei sighed. Although he had established a women's army, the all-female team had little contact with the outside world, and the information was simply too scarce. If he had broader intelligence, he could have known about this place earlier and could have killed all the pigs here before the demons arrived. Missing out isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is the continuous missed opportunities. Reviewing the situation. Where is this place? I remember I was attacked by a pig head. At that moment, the three girls at the door gradually woke up. Seeing the scene inside the mall, they could roughly guess what had happened. Handsome guy, did you save us? Yes. The reason Lin Bei kept the three of them was that they were among the few girls who had not been entangled in human affairs. These girls were treasures. Naturally, he wanted the best under the circumstances. My team is recruiting. Are you three interested? Yes, yes, yes. Before he could finish speaking, one of the girls, an 8-star first tier, couldn't help but answer eagerly, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. Lin Bei glanced at her in surprise. Indeed, his irritated mood lightened a bit. Very good, very perceptive. What about you two? The girl who answered first whispered to her companions, hurry up and agree, hurry up and agree. I know him, he's my senior. He's Lin Bei, the one who can kill so many pig heads. He must be the Lin Bei on the leaderboard. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Oh, a junior, a college student. Very good, another girl from a university. I'm willing, I am too. Progress, 63. Still 137 to go. Outside, the heavy rain continued. Lin Bei had been waiting for almost an hour, and there was still no sign of the pig squad returning. He approached the door, as the sound of rain made the zombies outside extremely violent. First tier 1 star, first tier 2 stars, first tier 3 stars, first tier 4 stars. Unintentionally, Lin Bei noticed that many zombies had leveled up in the heavy rain, and his eyes brightened. Truly, he was grateful to Mother Earth. The first thing they did after receiving energy replenishment was to raise the lower limits of the zombies. This way, his gains increased significantly. He understood that zombies needed to be killed, and invading creatures needed to be killed even more. The principle was to kill, kill, kill. Serving Mother Earth was serving himself. The few he killed weren't much. The pigs killed by the demons weren't much either. He knew that Mother Earth was definitely consuming her own vitality to provide energy for these elite combat forces. The increase in zombie strength not only allowed them to gain more energy but also helped them accumulate richer combat experience. This was also the reason why the heavy rain directly raised the evolutionary level of humanity. He had to say, Mother Earth was truly thoughtful. Ah, familiar faces. Through the dense, pea-sized raindrops, Lin Bei saw a large group of people not far away, quietly sneaking towards him against the wall. It was none other than the Iron Blood Corps led by Chen Tianming. Zhang Yang, standing at the front of the team, quickly spotted Lin Bei, his expression stunned. Then, with arcs of electricity flashing around him, he rushed to Lin Bei's side and looked behind him, seeing the countless pig corpses, almost in tears. Brother Bei, no way. We just got the intel and rushed over without stopping, and you got here first? Damn. You ate all the meat and didn't even leave us a drink? Intel? Lin Bei squinted slightly. To be fair, this Iron Blood Corps was indeed a good source of information. Setting aside Zhang Yang, he had a good impression of Chen Tianming. The fact that Louis, who was so beautiful, was safe and sound said a lot. Damn! Chen Tianming and the others arrived one after another, and upon seeing the scene behind Lin Bei, they couldn't help but curse. Lin Bei deeply understood their feelings. Damn! Those cursed evil night goblins! Stop looking! The meat isn't for me. It was already like this when I got here. Those pig-headed people were killed by the invading demons, and it has nothing to do with me. I didn't even get a sip of soup. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Yang and Chen Tianming felt much better. Lin Bei had no need to lie to them, even if he had killed. What of it? By the way, how did you know there were pig-headed people here? Lin Bei asked. After we took the pills you gave us to recover, we ran into some brothers who were acting separately. They followed another team's members and discovered this place, gathering strength to come here and take it down. But we didn't expect it to turn out like this, Chen Tianming said, filled with regret. Really? So many pig-headed people were actually killed by demons. It was simply a waste of resources. If they had discovered it earlier, at least their strength could have been significantly improved. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a pity. The pills I gave? Lin Bei glanced at Zhang Yang without showing any expression. He had given quite a few spirit recovery pills, but they were all for Zhang Yang personally. He didn't expect him to be so generous in sharing. It seemed he really liked his team. So, is there any other information? Lin Bei asked, scanning the abilities of these people. Don't say it. Really, don't say it. He never expected that this guy named Chen Tianming actually had the same ability as a steel warrior. Moreover, there was a buddy behind him who had laser vision. All of them were at the same level. Even Zhang Yang's lightning enhancement was at the same level, plus Louis's 3 abilities and their numbers. No wonder they could rank second in team mode. Abilities are great, but they aren't very useful. Actually, we do have some information. We've discovered that many zombies have leveled up in this heavy rain. Lin Bei already knew this and waited for Chen Tianming to continue. And we also found that many animals are rapidly evolving towards humans in this heavy rain. Along the way, we've seen many humanoid creatures, dog-headed people, cat-headed people, and even snake people have emerged. Lin Bei, prisoner. Could it be that the Earth's consciousness is doing this on purpose? Bingo! Correct, but unfortunately, no reward. If this keeps up, could it be that a half-beast army is about to invade our planet? Wow, how accurate is that guess? No, that's not something to say. Master, don't guess randomly. You didn't hear anything just now. Yes, you didn't hear anything. Lin Bei, feeling not very smart. It seems that the half-beast army is coming soon. There are too many top Cthulhu powers from the evil Night Clan. A single tentacle has him at a loss. Since they want to cultivate humans, they will definitely do it step by step and won't start with hellish difficulty. A half-beast army is the most suitable. For the tribe, the 100 Core Alliance, Lin Bei planned. The 100 Core Alliance, Lin Bei planned. Comprehensive evolution is both a good and bad thing for humans. The good news is that people like us who are ahead in levels can quickly level up again. The bad news is that the rapid evolution of animals may deal a heavy blow to humanity. Chen Tianming looked worriedly at the heavy rain outside. Yeah, Zhang Yang echoed, Brother Bei, you might not know, but these pig-headed people destroyed several small teams this morning. I don't know how many humans were slaughtered by them. With animals evolving comprehensively, a war between humans and animals is about to begin. A girl who had just joined in from behind chimed in. The rest of our team were all killed by those pig-headed people. It's just us sisters left. Same here, I'm the only one left. An older sister was eaten alive by that pig-headed person. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. It turns out there is a small team. He thought these girls were lone wolves. They are quite pretty, each with a beauty score close to 90. Being part of a team, they still have the bonds of innocence, either having just joined in the last couple of days or the team rules are quite strict. In the apocalypse, not everyone is like him, who enjoys being sneaky. Before the trial monument appeared yesterday, the fate of beautiful girls was quite tragic. However, the appearance of the trial monument alleviated the suffering of these girls to some extent. After all, in the era of evolution, girls are also valuable combatants. Moreover, women are not necessarily inferior to men. Once evolution begins, it can truly be said that men and women are equal. The inherent physical weaknesses of girls have been compensated for. I have an idea, Chen Tianming suddenly said. What idea? Zhang Yang asked, playing along. Chen Tianming slowly replied, I want to gather all the survivors in the city to form a large army. This way, we can stabilize our ranking on the trial monument and better face unexpected situations, like those black demons that suddenly appeared today. If it weren't for Brother Lin Bei being here, our strength would have been insufficient. We would have just been taken out in an instant. He changed his tone and continued, to be honest, after the rewards for the team mode were distributed yesterday, many people in other cities must have the same idea as me. The more people, the greater the strength. This is a principle everyone understands. Yesterday was just a small skirmish, and our Iron Blood Legion was lucky to squeeze into second place. Today's competition for team mode rankings is the real brutality. Everyone knows what the rewards are now. Only with a good ranking can one obtain better and more elixirs. Just this morning, who knows how many small groups around the world have banded together for warmth. At this point, Chen Tianming looked at Lin Bei or Brother Lin Bei. It's not that I underestimate you and your few female companions, but with the absolute numerical advantage, if you want to maintain your position as the first team of natural limit, it might be a bit difficult. Lin Bei shrugged. It doesn't matter, I'm not interested in team mode. If the ranking drops, then it drops. Those few elixirs aren't even enough to fill my teeth. Chen Tianming felt embarrassed. This is what a big shot is like. Indeed, a big shot who can produce so many elixirs wouldn't care about a few rewards. Brother Bei, if our Iron Blood Legion surpasses your natural limit team, you won't mind, right? Zhang Yang asked. Mind what? I already said it doesn't matter. We won't participate in team mode again. It's a waste of time and exhausting. It's better to watch a movie and eat popcorn to relax. The first day's critical hit rewards were just that. Points weren't important to him. There was no value in entering. He didn't want to force himself to endure hardship. That's great, Chen Tianming smiled. The reason he mentioned this in front of Lin Bei was that he was a bit worried he might care. What if he did value that ranking? Since that's the case, then it's fine. He then asked, Brother Lin Bei, what do you think of my idea? Lin Bei pondered for a moment and replied, it's a very good idea. 100-group alliance is undoubtedly an open-minded concept, and I estimate many people would be willing to do so. However, this alliance needs to elect a leader, and that leader must have absolute strength. Only then will others obey and listen to you, allowing the alliance to stabilize and develop sustainably. There must be an absolute leader. Otherwise, it would be like Sia's previous team. Indeed, Chen Tianming nodded. In a 100-group alliance, each team leader is almost a dragon among men. To make them obey, one must possess extraordinary strength. Who would be willing to bow to someone weaker than themselves? Brother Lin Bei, do you have any thoughts on becoming the leader of this alliance? With your strength and reputation, if you were to take on this role, I believe the teams in this city would be eager to join. Chen Tianming asked. Lin Bei touched his nose and squinted, saying, "Sure, but there's one thing, I won't manage anything. I won't handle the big or small matters within the alliance. I'm only responsible for suppressing anyone who disobeys. I can only be considered a nominal leader." The reason he agreed was that forming this alliance would allow him to gather all the survivors in the city more quickly, making it easier for him to select qualified girls to expand his female combat team. He would search through one neighborhood after another. When would he find them? It was time to make a big move. Only with a big move could there be big returns. This way, he could also pick out a batch of good abilities to enhance the combat power of Shiryu and the others. Disassembler. Continue with the disassembler for now. If that doesn't work, a replicator will do. Got it. All prioritized arrangements. Reliable. Really? Chen Tianming never expected Lin Bei to agree so readily. With the help of this big shot, his ideas would soon come to fruition. Moreover, the implication of his words was clear. He would be the one in charge. If he couldn't even pick up on that, he shouldn't be in this line of work. Really? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall zombie, swollen like a balloon, charged towards them with heavy steps, looking even more like a monster under the heavy rain. Lin Bei looked over. Pus creature, 2nd stage, 9 stars. Description: beware of the pus inside it. It possesses extremely strong toxic gas. While not lethal, it will cause a loss of strength in a short time. The more you inhale, the more strength you lose. Interesting. Prisoner. Among the batch of demons dealt with at noon, was there a similar existence? Yes, Master. Is it possible that Mother Earth intentionally manipulated the mutations to prepare humanity for dealing with demons in the future? Yes, Master. Wow, Master, how are you so smart? You figured it out with just one glance. Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. Smart? No. It was just that with the increase in his evolutionary level, he could think faster and consider things more comprehensively. In an instant, many ideas were born, from which he selected a relatively reasonable explanation. Lin Bei reached out. A spatial wormhole appeared in front of the pus creature. The moment it appeared, a palm-sized lightning bolt shot out rapidly and flew into its eyes. The violent power of the lightning destroyed its brain in an instant, and its massive body exploded like a popped balloon. Lin Bei was already prepared, and the dark green slime fell onto the barrier of the spatial lockdown. Brother Lin Bei truly deserves to be number 1 on the heavenly ranking. This zombie was still 100 meters away from us when we just spotted it, and you've already taken care of it. That's really impressive. It wasn't that Chen Tianming was flattering. He genuinely felt that way. Arms in the nest, the girls are cooking. Arms in the nest, the girls are cooking. Lin Bei did not respond. No. Who would react to a man's flattery? Brother Lin Bei, time is of the essence. Let's start the first step of the 100 Regiments Alliance now. You don't need to show up for the small matter of gathering the alliance. Come to the Guangming community next to your base at 8 tonight, how about it? Chen Tianming was eager. Being a moment late meant fewer people to rally, and fewer people meant a potential drop in ranking. A good ranking was what would make them stronger. Okay. Alright, see you tonight. Chen Tianming and his group came and went in a hurry. Lin Bei watched them leave. Action-oriented, they truly wasted not a minute. Lin Bei was looking forward to it. Uncertain of how many members he could add to the women's team tonight, Lin Bei flickered to the top floor of the mall. Looking out, he saw the zombies evolving in the torrential rain. Although it would be most beneficial to gather zombies after the rain stopped, he noticed many survivors braving the downpour to kill zombies. If they waited for the rain to end, there would be significantly fewer zombies. Drop! With a swipe of his finger, a thick bolt of lightning struck down, igniting a car by the street. The loud explosion attracted the attention of many nearby zombies, who rushed towards the sound at breakneck speed. Zombies are influenced by sound. If he had done this a few days ago in the rain, the zombies wouldn't have been drawn in because the sound of the rain was too loud. But now, the zombies had developed intelligence comparable to that of children, able to distinguish between the sound of rain and other noises. To be honest, the zombies were simply unguided, much like a baby growing up alone without any exposure or teaching, naturally knowing nothing but to follow their instincts. Not enough. The zombies below were still insufficient. The combination of thunder and the car explosion attracted only about 1,000 zombies, which was not enough to satisfy him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He went down. The 3 girls who had just joined him were brought up to the rooftop. Seeing the gathered zombies below made their legs feel a bit weak. For these ordinary evolved beings, it was nothing short of a nightmare within a nightmare. I want to borrow something from you. Senior, what do you mean borrow? Just take it. We are already yours. Exactly, just take it. The 3 girls stepped back from the edge of the rooftop. As first-tier evolved beings, they were unlikely to fall, but the zombies below frightened them. All right, Lin Bei liked these straightforward girls. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared. 6 arms fell to the ground, and the 3 girls were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled not with fear but with confusion and disbelief. Oh, so you meant to borrow arms? Why didn't you say so earlier? This is Lin Bei, the best in the world. Why would he target 3 ordinary evolved beings? Why? Eat this, and your arms will grow back. With a thought, 5 healing pills appeared by each person's mouth. He couldn't very well use his own, could he? The 3 girls were taken aback but obediently swallowed them. 5 pills down. One by one, long, white arms grew back, identical to the previous ones without any difference. Lin Bei used his telekinesis to control the 6 arms, lifting them into the air. Space compressed. In an instant, they transformed into a thick mist of blood, which he spread out little by little using spatial power, turning his back to them and saying, by the way, I might need to borrow a few more times. The girl's pupils constricted. This person is a devil. Is there really someone who borrows arms? They weren't foolish. They understood Lin Bei's plan. The rich smell of blood attracted many zombies. Originally, there were only about 1,000 below, but in less than a minute, at least 3,000 had gathered. The zombies' sense of smell, along with their increased evolutionary level, was extremely sensitive. In the rain, they could even smell humans, let alone the blatant scent of blood. What made them shiver was that many of the zombies attracted by this blood were high-level ones. Lin Bei couldn't suppress his smile. He was quite satisfied with the level of zombies below. Truly, he was like a pig's nose, surely influenced by the Sanlu milk powder he drank as a child. Even fishing requires bait. How could he not know to bait zombies? After borrowing several times, the number of zombies below reached a terrifying figure, with all kinds represented. The slaughter began. Bang! Accompanied by the strong and vigorous beating of his heart, Lin Bei knew he had leveled up again. 3rd tier, 4 stars, adaptation. After each level up, he had to quickly adapt to the surging power. Only after fully mastering it could he level up faster. At this moment, he transformed into a human weapon, wildly darting through the tide of corpses like a dragon. It was a wild scene. The 3 young girls on the rooftop felt their hearts racing. They knew he was strong, but they never expected him to be that strong. One afternoon, Lin Bei continuously borrowed things from them, of course not for free. He helped them level up to 1st tier, 9 stars, and casually dealt with a few 2nd tier zombies, which was enough for them to level up. Whoa, in our previous team, it took us a long time to kill a 2nd tier zombie, but following Senior Lin Bei, killing 2nd tier zombies is as easy as stepping on ants. This is just too blissful. Exactly. Senior is really amazing. To this, Lin Bei remained expressionless, simply brushing his hair back. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll eat well and live well in the future. At 6 in the evening, due to the thick clouds in the sky, it got dark much earlier than usual. Lin Bei brought the 3 sisters back to the base, which resembled a fortress, leaving them in shock. He handed them over to Shi and then returned to his building. As soon as he entered, he smelled something burnt. He saw that Shiryu and the others, who had returned before him, were each cooking on a gas stove. Lin Bei looked at them oddly. Sisters, what's going on today? Why are you all cooking? Ah, good brother is back. Hurry, good brother, try my stir-fried shredded pork, just out of the pan, it's super fragrant. He-Yun ran over with a small plate of onion stir-fried pork, her little head held high, eagerly staring at him. Lin Bei glanced at the dish. The red soy sauce was overdone, making it pitch black. Have you tasted it yourself first? Lin Bei asked tentatively. Not yet, good brother, the first bite is for you. This is my first time cooking. I learned from the video several times. Although it doesn't look great, I swear it's guaranteed to be delicious, He-Yun said confidently. Oh, Lin Bei expressed doubt. He leaned in to smell it. Not bad. He glanced at He-Yun, whose big eyes were filled with anticipation. Half believing, he took some with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The moment it entered, he rolled his eyes. Very good. He actually believed it. How is it? Is it super delicious? He-Yun eagerly awaited his response. Lin Bei pretended to be amazed. Wow, this is too delicious. The flavor is incredible. Little Yun, your cooking skills are just too good. Come on, you try some too. He picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. He-Yun smiled happily and opened her little mouth, but as soon as the dish entered, her smile instantly vanished. As everyone knows, according to the law of conservation of energy, when one person's smile disappears, it naturally transfers to another person's face. How is it? Is it super delicious? Lin Bei asked with a smile. Pepepe, how can this be? I clearly followed every step from the video. How can it taste so bad? Pepepe. Hiyun spat it out in disgust. And you checked in, Time Lord. Learned very well, don't learn anymore next time. This cooking skill was on par with Enyu's back then. He felt that as long as one had hands, it was fine, but some people just couldn't do it. No matter how many times they watched or learned, the food they made would make even a dog shake its head. I can't, I have to try again. Hiyun, unwilling to give up, ran back to her stove, exchanged some points for ingredients, and started over. Lin Bei crossed his arms and watched. He wanted to see which step went wrong. Heating the oil in the pan, no problem. Scallions sizzling, no problem. Adding the shredded pork and stir-frying, no problem. Adding some soy sauce for color, no problem. Stir-frying the pork until cooked, no problem. Stir-fried onion strips, no problem. Add salt, add sugar, add MSG, all good. He plated it and brought it to him. This time, the dish was much better than before, with no mistakes from start to finish. He took a bite, very good, the process was flawless, but the result was flawed. What on earth is going on? Hiyun was puzzled, the process was right, but the result was all wrong. Give it up, this dish isn't suitable for you. Here, baby, try mine. Shiyu brought over a plate of tomato scrambled eggs, glancing at Hiyun with a somewhat proud and disdainful look, as if to say, how can you call yourself a woman when you can't even cook properly? Tomato scrambled eggs. Lin Bei reached out to pinch a small tomato. Wait, who taught you to make small tomatoes with quail eggs? No kidding. It looked quite presentable, with the small tomatoes and quail eggs arranged in a tiger stripe pattern, sprinkled with some sea salt. Wow, Sister Shiyu's tomato scrambled eggs are really impressive. Tomatoes are tomatoes, and eggs are eggs, Hiyun said sarcastically, recalling the look Shiyu had given her earlier. Come on, Lin Bei, try my braised pork. Jiang Yu wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead with her arm and picked up a piece of fatty and lean pork belly. Master is indeed a master. The presentation was excellent. It looked delicious at first glance. Sure enough, it was really delicious. Look at that. The gap between people comes from this. Learn from me. Look how well my master cooks, just like a 20-year veteran chef. Wait, the taste is the same. Master, how did you make this? Can you share the process? Jiang Yu's gaze was somewhat unfocused, just like this, that, and then do it like that. Master is indeed a master. Even a raccoon can switch places with a prince. Dabe, come, try my original dish, Thunder Beef Stir Fry. Xiao Xie brought over a plate of charred beef. Ordinary dishes can't prove my culinary skills. I've tasted it, and it's quite good. The more you chew, the more fragrant it gets. The more you chew, the more beef flavor you get. Saying this, Xiao Xie picked up a piece and chewed on it, crunchy and flavorful, but her red lips and white teeth were stained with carbon. Thunder Beef Stir Fry? Ultimately, it was his limited imagination that held him back. Thunder could actually be used to stir-fry beef. Getting old, teeth aren't good. Xiao Bei, none of theirs are good. Come try mine. My dad specifically taught me this one. Wanan brought out a steaming cake. Lin Bei stared for a moment. He blew on it. The part of the cake that was steaming turned red, just like the red of burning charcoal. Ah, what's happening? Wanan hurriedly blew on it, but the more she blew, the redder it got, and then a flame shot up from the top of the cake. Wow, a flaming cake. Sister Wanan is amazing. Hiyun's eyes lit up. No wonder Wanan was so cultured and graceful. Even her cake was top-notch. Indeed, heaven opens a window for them, but it will close a big door, and it's the kind that's welded shut. I'll go to the bathroom first. I'll try it when I get back. Lin Bei made an excuse to slip away. In the living room, Enyu was lazily lying on the table watching TV. Lin Bei greeted her and walked toward the bathroom. Just as he was about to pull down his pants to relieve himself, he froze for a moment. He thought he saw someone who shouldn't be there at that moment. Am I seeing things? Not sure. He stepped out to take another look. Hey, he saw Enyu holding her phone in one hand, her little head resting on her arm, smiling at him. Lin Bei's brain stalled for a moment. Wait, you, what about me? Enyu still smiled. I'm here to make a surprise inspection. Not bad. Aren't there plenty of girls in the base? Are you trying to become the glory of the wolf tribe? Hee hee, Lin Bei chuckled. A swift movement. He appeared in front of Enyu, wrapping his arms around her, his nose pressed against her small one, inhaling her alluring fragrance. So, is this the big surprise you mentioned? Name, by Enyu. Appearance score, 98. Overall score, 100. Level, Tier 3, 9 stars. Ability, time, awakened. Bonds, ultimate girlfriend. 1. After the bond is activated, the affection and dependence of the members in the collection towards you increase by 50%. Ultimate beast master. 1. After the bond is activated, the physical attributes of all members double. Innate silk stocking sacred body. 1. Gourmet. 1. Fitness enthusiast. 1. Time lord. As expected. He knew it. Time is revered. Space is king. Ha 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 ha. Invincible. But what is a beastmaster? And an ultimate one at that. Double ultimate bond. Physical attributes doubled, and the most important point is that unlike the ultimate athlete bond, when stacked, each person's physical attributes increase by 4 times. This is his precious Enyu. It doesn't matter. With the top 2 abilities of time and space, really, what more physical attributes do I need? Xiao Yu, when did you come back? Why didn't you notify me? I thought I saw it wrong just now. He had been wondering why Shiyu and the others suddenly went crazy and started cooking. It turns out they were honoring the boss. What? Not welcome? Welcome, of course welcome. Here, a special gift prepared just for you, waiting for your arrival. Lin Bei took out a sparkling diamond necklace and put it around her neck, then immediately placed a spatial ring on her hand. How is it? Do you like it? Not bad. Enya looked at the ring on her hand, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. So, after more than a year, did you miss me? Missed you to death. I see you living quite well, surrounded by so many sisters. Saying you miss me, are you just trying to make me happy? Come on, show me with your actions that you miss me. As she spoke, Enyu lifted her trench coat, revealing her little surprise for her boyfriend. Good. The bro is hooked. Time, space, the power of time and space. Here I come. Lin Bei snapped his fingers, and the surrounding scene instantly changed. Before that, I have a few things I'm very curious about. What are the challenges after the alien race? How did you manage to arrange so many things by yourself? Where did you get so many pills? Did the future you give them to you? Stop talking. The time ability, terrifying indeed. The time ability, terrifying indeed. Successfully recorded a beauty with an overall score of over 90, receiving a beautiful small gift. Copier, after use, can perfectly replicate the other's ability. Plunderer, disassembly version, when used on a target, can instantly and perfectly plunder their ability. Awesome. Incredible. Given that the master's current spatial backpack and system space capacity are large enough, this system will modify the reward to a copier. How do you evaluate this operation? Very straightforward. Innate silk stocking sacred body bond +1. Gourmet bond +1. Current food return multiplier 8. Fitness enthusiast bond +1. Current strength increase multiplier 8. Ultimate girlfriend bond +1. Girlfriend's affection and dependence increase by 50%. Ultimate beastmaster bond +1. Current physical attribute increase multiplier 2. Detected that by Enyu possesses time ability level. This ability has been shared with the master. Time. Perfect. Truly beautiful. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei, level, tier 3, 4 stars. Skill, Eye of True Sight. Storage system space, 10 million cubic meters. Abilities, space, time, freezing, lightning, earth, strength, level, 4 times, constitution, level, 4 times. Speed, 450. Strength, 450. Spirit, 450. Constitution, 450. Pet, Silver Moon, 2nd stage 4 stars. Items, Returning Force Pill, 3rd grade, Healing Pill, 3rd grade, Spirit Cleansing Pill, 3rd grade, Steak, Sausage, Golden Fried Rice, Large Egg Tart, Plunderer, Replicator. Members recorded in the illustrated guide, by Enyu, 3rd stage 9 stars. Time, Jiang Shiyu, 2nd stage 9 stars. Space, Hiyun, 2nd stage 9 stars. Strength, 4 times amplification. Lin Wanan, 2nd stage 9 stars. Freezing Jiangyu, 2nd stage 9 stars. Constitution, 4 times amplification. Xiaoxia, 2nd stage 9 stars. Lightning, Louis, 3rd stage 1 star. Earth, total gains. Strength amplification multiplier 8, constitution amplification multiplier 2, food resource return multiplier 8, learning enhancement multiplier 2, martial arts talent amplification multiplier 2, temperament enhancement multiplier 2, gun precision multiplier 2. Bonds activated. Ultimate female university 1. He Yun, ultimate flight attendant 1. Jiang Shiyu, ultimate doctor 1. Lin Wanen, ultimate girlfriend 1. Bai Enyu, ultimate police flower 1. Xiao Xie, ultimate martial artist 1. Jiang Yu, ultimate athlete 1. Constitution, Louis, ultimate beast transformist 1. Constitution, Bai Enyu, innate stocking saint body 8. Gourmet 8. Fitness enthusiast 8. Teaching teacher 1. Untouched 7. This constitution has suddenly improved all at once. As a hexagonal all-round warrior, I cannot fall behind in physical aspects. 72 hours later, Lin Bei finally let go of Enyu with satisfaction, allowing her to keep secrets from him for so long and not return sooner. Time is of no consequence. It might be hard to believe, but in this small room, 72 hours have passed, while outside, less than a minute has gone by. This is the power of time abilities. With this ability, he can fully care for each of his girlfriends without worrying about wasting time anymore. However, is the lifespan enough? In just a minute outside, he has lived 3 days. If this continues long-term, what will happen? System, arrangements? From now on, I declare that you are the most powerful system in the entire universe, bar none. Knowing I have special abilities and still looking for me so late, I'll punish you to come again. Naturally, happiness calls for celebration. Time abilities are really exhilarating. Enjoying life without worries, this is the living condition that a cheat should have. So, what's the next challenge after the aliens? Now you can finally say it, right? Lin Bei asked, holding Enyu. Knowing my abilities, you've probably guessed it, haven't you? It's just as you think. Don't feel it's exaggerated, the reality is even more exaggerated than you think. You mean, the biggest is, exactly. Enyu turned over and changed her position, lying in his arms. Those pills of mine can be said to be yours, but they can also be said not to be yours. Use the time ability to quickly cultivate your female army. We are facing a significant challenge. Understood. Thinking of something, Enyu said seriously, there's one more thing I want to remind you about. Since you have spatial abilities, after you gain time abilities, don't think about secretly looking into the future. Knowing the future is really not a good thing. If a bad situation arises, it will be extremely troublesome. It's best not to go to the past either. One careless move could also lead to a lot of trouble. So many restrictions? Lin Bei pouted. That's because I was naive and caused a lot of trouble. She told me that every ability has a counterpart. Except for time, there might only be one in the whole world. Now there are two. Lin Bei scratched her ticklish spot. So, you came back this time just to give me time abilities? How about that? I'm doing a pretty good job as your boss, right? This is just a small gift. There's a big one I haven't brought yet. Enyu said proudly, lifting her little head. Let me guess. Don't guess, no guessing allowed. Enyu quickly interrupted him. No guessing and no thinking. Knowing in advance would ruin the fun. I've prepared for a long time. Okay then. Lin Bei held her a bit tighter. So, the 10 little nurses in the hospital were also arranged by you? No? Enyu shook her head. You're talking about Hitao's little team, right? I haven't interacted with them. It might really be your luck. After the apocalypse broke out, I was leveling up in another place. Don't go, just stay. From their earlier conversation, Lin Bei learned that Enyu wouldn't stay long and would soon leave again. That's not possible. Enyu shook her head in refusal. The people around you urgently need energy upgrades. If I stay, I would have to take away a lot of energy, which would seriously delay our upgrade speed. Don't worry, I'll come back from time to time to reward you. Increasing lifespan, Enyu left. Increasing lifespan, Enyu left. It doesn't matter. No. Enyu was very insistent on her thoughts. Be good, baby, listen, and I'll give you delicious food. Fine. To be honest, Enyu's thoughts were very rational and correct. If conditions allowed, it would be better for Shiyu and the other 5 girls to be in different cities from him. Only then could the energy gains be truly maximized. Of course, there was no need. Although Shiyu and the others were already very strong, plus so many elixirs, they could be considered invincible. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If something unexpected happened, it would be quite troublesome, wouldn't it? That would just be pure self-sabotage. The two of them cuddled for dozens of hours, watched dozens of movies, ate dozens of meals. Okay. Enyu got up and got dressed. It's almost been half a month. By the way, I forgot to give you this. Having time abilities, this thing is essential. Saying this, Enyu took out a blue-green elixir and tossed it to him. Lin Bei caught it and curiously examined it. It looked exactly like his elixirs, all emitting a rich, enticing fragrance, and the size was identical. Not scientific. This is extremely unscientific. Clearly, the system hasn't rewarded yet. Why does the master have a 4th grade lifespan elixir? This is extremely unscientific. Really, a thorough investigation is recommended. The master should thoroughly investigate by Enyu. She must be extraordinary. Lin Bei forgot. He had set it up so that every time he communicated with the girls, the system would automatically block external perception. It didn't hear. Ignore it. Cold violence. Lin Bei sent it into his mouth. Consuming lifespan elixir, 4th grade, return, 8. Lifespan increased by 1 year. Wow. 1 year? Just like that, an extra year of lifespan? Taking advantage of Enyu getting dressed, he flipped his hand and sent 8 fourth-grade lifespan elixirs into his mouth. Lifespan limit increased by 8 years. Return, 64. Then eat. Lifespan limit increased by 64 years. Return, 512. The lifespan limit increased by 512 years. Return, 4,096 pieces. In less than 2 minutes, he managed to turn one lifespan pill into over 4,000. This is the perverse nature of the gourmet's bond, or returns can continue to return. Tsubaki. Is there any skill that consumes lifespan, like in fantasy novels where sacrificing 100 years of life dramatically boosts power? Arrange it, please. If there were such pills, it would be a great loss not to have such skills. Currently none available. Trash. Men. Lin Bei's thoughts moved. He entered the Divine Might space, found Li Hai's corpse, and used the replicator on it. The first replication was naturally the strongest ability. Human. It smells human. Not long after appearing, a group of corpse-like beings led by Lu Ruyan crazily lunged at him. They had no sense of time, only knowing they had been hungry for a long time, each one like a starving dog. Get lost. The power within him erupted. Is that Lin Bei? Lord Lin Bei. He directly sent them flying dozens of meters away, completed the replication, and left immediately, too lazy to listen to their chatter. They wouldn't starve anyway, and when needed, he would naturally let them out for some fresh air. Baby, come here, I have something for you. Lin Bei pulled out a silver light orb, which was replicated from Li Hai. What is this? Enyu was very curious. Despite having many treasures, it was her first time seeing this. You'll know when you try it. Just place it on your forehead. Okay. Although Enyu didn't know what it was, she knew it was definitely a good thing. She placed it on her brow, and it instantly drilled into her. Due to her own strong power, she absorbed it all in no time. Space? You gave me space abilities? Enyu was momentarily stunned before becoming ecstatic. After fully enhancing her power and physique, Lin Bei also granted her spatial power, elevating her strength by dozens of levels. Just as she finished putting on her clothes, she lunged back into Lin Bei's arms. Tsubaki, let me ask you, if I eat again now, can I get stuck? For example, if I already obtained spatial abilities and converted them into a replicator, disassembler, or plunderer, still thinking about getting stuck? This mechanism. Sorry, there is no such mechanism. Trash. Lin Bei's daydream was shattered. He had planned to keep getting stuck so that Yun, Zhang Yu, and the others could all have spatial abilities, but alas, he was considering whether to use this plunderer on Li Hai, but after thinking it over, he decided against it, saving it for later when he could continue to grind with the replicator. You can never have too many spatial abilities. Leaving the room. Since only a few minutes had passed outside, Shiryu and the others were still cooking. Louis E had somehow gotten a large pot and started making a big goose stew. Although the pot was large, she poured in an entire bag of salt, which made no sense at all. One might think she was pickling a big goose. Take my advice, don't eat it. It's probably similar to what you made. Lin Bei whispered in Enyu's ear. Although 10 days had passed for him, the scene was still fresh in his memory. The flaming cake. Hey, upon hearing this, Enyu got excited. What do you mean it's similar to mine? Is my cooking that bad? Not bad. Your cooking is the best. Since you praise my cooking so much, fine, this chef will reluctantly show you a little skill, cooking for you again after a year. Just enjoy it secretly, and make sure to finish it all later. Saying this, Enyu went to Shiryu's side. Xiaoyu, make me a set too. Sure. Lin Bei, he didn't want to mention that one mouthful. 7 women, 7 dishes, 7 different ways of dark cuisine. Wow, Shiryu, how can your cooking be this terrible? Ugh, can't you do anything besides frying steak and boiling vegetables? Who said that? I can still cook eggs. Besides, how can you say that to me? Is your cooking really that much better than mine? In order to spare her taste buds and intestines, she personally guided each one, creating a scene filled with harmony and laughter. After eating and drinking to their fill, Enya bid farewell to the women and stepped outside. You go do your thing. I'm heading back. How are you going back? Through a spatial wormhole. I told you, I have a master protecting me. As she spoke, a spatial wormhole appeared before her. Lin Bei squinted. This wormhole was quite impressive. He tried to close it but couldn't budge it at all. On the other side of the wormhole stood a figure that was extremely blurry. He couldn't see her information, but judging by her curvy figure, he could tell she was a woman. Lin Bei knew she wasn't from this world. Since she was there, he didn't have to worry about Enyu's safety. Her side was even safer than his. Bye-bye. Enyu stepped into the wormhole and disappeared from his shelter. With her departure, the flow of time in this area returned to normal. He called over Shiran to ask the time. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. There was still more than an hour until the agreed 8 o'clock. Fire abilities, alliance conflicts. Fire abilities, alliance conflicts. After Enyu left, Lin Bei looked towards a teen that had just returned not far away. The real purpose of Enyu's visit was to help him quickly cultivate these girls into fitness enthusiasts. After releasing his ice abilities to reinforce the top, Lin Bei left the base alone to check on how Chen Tianming's 100 Group Alliance was doing. 1 minute later, he arrived at the neighboring community. The streets outside the community were piled with zombie corpses, and small rats, about the size of cats, were frantically gnawing at the bodies. There were quite a few of them, and Lin Bei knew that this city definitely hid a nest of rat swarms. The reproductive ability of rats was terrifying. Who knew if they would mutate and become even more formidable? It didn't matter. With a flash, he entered the community. There were many people, both men and women. Wow, that handsome guy is so handsome. I want to touch his 8-pack abs. He's really handsome. Lin Bei's appearance was like a shooting star in the night, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding girls. A few bold girls approached to strike up a conversation. Handsome guy, which team are you from? Which building are you assigned to? Do you have time after the group battle tonight to have a drink with us sisters? Lin Bei glanced at her connections. Biochemical mother body, mass slayer. A few key phrases made him take a few steps back. Although those viruses had little effect on evolvers, he certainly didn't want to get infected. Picking gold from dung, good abilities are rare. Telekinesis, blue-silver grass, rabbit transformation, skin hardening, space, a myriad of bizarre abilities. There were many types, but the levels were pitifully low. Those at the higher levels were rare, let alone the top tiers. As long as it wasn't a high level, he wouldn't bother to look twice. Just a threshold. Wife, you're not dead. No, who is he? Why are you holding his arm? Hubby, who is she? She's just my sister. When the apocalypse broke out, many people were forced apart. Now, due to Chen Tianming's invitation, they gathered together again. Many were reunited, but the emotions were mixed, with anger outweighing joy. Sister, don't cry. You beasts, how dare you team up to bully my sister? I'll kill you all. Any girl with a bit of looks, lacking strong abilities, could easily encounter trouble. How could someone close to them remain calm when they knew? Get lost. Boom! A dazzling fireball shot out from a man's hand, striking the younger brother who sought revenge for his sister. In an instant, the flames engulfed the boy's entire body, and even though the rain fell harder than the night Yipping went to find her father, it did nothing to extinguish the fire. The raindrops hadn't even touched the source of the flames before they were evaporated by the terrifying heat. Ah! The man howled in agony, and those around him instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes filled with varying degrees of fear. Elemental abilities. A formidable figure not to be trifled with. Yan Bian. The sister wanted to rush forward, living only to reunite with her brother, who had been her companion since childhood. How could she remain indifferent now that he was suffering for her sake? Let me go, let me go. Yan Bian. The sister was held back, powerless due to her low evolution level, forced to watch her brother endure torment. Don't! I beg you, save my brother. Please save my brother. I will do anything if you save him. I dare anyone to try and save him. My temper is explosive, and you dare to lay a hand on me? The man who released the fireball growled, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and those who met his eyes lowered their heads one by one. Not to be provoked. Ah! The brother rolled on the ground amidst the flames, trying to extinguish the fire with the rainwater, but this was no ordinary fire. Under the man's control, it could not be put out. Spare my brother. He's young and doesn't understand. I beg you, spare my brother. Don't you like it when I kneel? I'm kneeling now, so please spare my brother. The woman broke free from her restraints and knelt beside the man, pleading. Suddenly, I want to hear a dog bark. Woof 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 woof. Without hesitation, the woman immediately barked, disregarding how many people were watching. Her dignity had long been shattered in this apocalypse. Little brother, do you see? Your sister is my dog. Now, take off your clothes, and if you bark like a dog 10,000 times, I'll spare your brother. No, no. Though engulfed in flames, the brother was still an evolved being. His life wasn't forfeit just yet. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted loudly. The crowd's expressions were a mix of sympathy and mockery. It had only been a little over 10 days since the apocalypse began. Humanity had not yet completely eroded, but the harsh reality made ordinary people hesitant to step forward. Almost all the girls clenched their fists, unable to bear the sight. I'll take it off. I'll take it off. 10,000 barks. If you want him dead, just say so. As soon as the sister finished speaking, a man's voice rang out. Brother, a punishment is enough. This isn't the way to do things. A somewhat refined-looking man stepped forward, and as he spoke, the accumulated rainwater on the ground formed a water dragon that engulfed the man writhing in flames, instantly extinguishing the fire on him. Oh, it's actually my nemesis, the water ability, the fire-releasing man said, somewhat surprised. He casually brushed back his standard Sea King red hair, glancing at the charred man with disdain, scoffing. He wants to kill me, but I can't kill him? I'm just teaching my dog a lesson. What's it to you? What, is the Leshan giant Buddha unable to bear it? If you want to fight and kill outside, that's none of my business, but right now, we're all gathered in the same community, and we'll be part of the same alliance in the future. You've sullied someone's sister, it's only natural for them to act impulsively. A little lesson or even a direct kill would suffice. Is it necessary to make the situation so ugly? This little brother has a team, and there are so many girls around. Aren't you just creating an escalating conflict? This isn't conducive to unity. Aren't we all just looking to unite for better rewards? Upon hearing this, the red-haired man smiled, raising his head and scanning the crowd with a haughty gaze. You say I create and escalate conflicts? Fine, those who have a problem with me, step forward. No one dared to approach. Hey, where is everyone? Lin Bei looked around, and Shen Tianming flaunted. Where are their people? Such a big commotion, yet not a single person in sight. Eating melons, eating melons. Here comes another melon. Brother, don't cause trouble. Lord Lin Bei will be here soon. If you provoke him and make him unhappy, watch out for your life. A member of the Iron Blood Legion rushed over after hearing the commotion, having learned the situation, and came to persuade him. The red-haired man laughed. Lord Lin Bei? Are you all too deep in your roles? Or do you think we're fools? You can't really believe that this alliance was formed by Lin Bei, right? The Iron Blood Legion is the Iron Blood Legion, and the Born Limitless is the Born Limitless. I don't know how many teams I've seen these days trying to recruit people under Lin Bei's name. The Iron Blood Legion member was quite helpless. Brother, Lord Lin Bei really is coming soon. We agreed on it, at 8 o'clock. In just a little over an hour, he will be here. The smile on the red-haired man's face became even more mocking. I've heard this kind of talk too many times. If the real Lin Bei can come at 8, I'll take my head off and let you kick it like a ball. I don't know how many times I've waited, and every time it's just some self-important fakes pretending to be strong. Besides, even if the real Lin Bei does come, do you think he will favor me, the elemental ability user, or that waste? In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. The red-haired man held his head high, his gaze extremely disdainful as he scanned everyone around him, including the Iron Blood Legion members, the man on the ground severely burned, and the woman kneeling at his feet, without exception. In this world, the strong are respected. He is the reason. After calming down slightly, the red-haired man continued, you all need to understand one thing. It was he who initiated the trouble. In the apocalypse, would you let someone who wants to kill you go? He wants to kill me, so I kill him. Isn't that reasonable? The reason for saying this was to worry that the big boss behind the alliance was indeed Lin Bei. It's better to be safe than sorry. He had gotten a bit too arrogant earlier, so it was more prudent to shift the main responsibility onto the other side. After all, this alliance was a true grand undertaking, inviting all the teams, big and small, in the city. Wat Seoul Hall, Konoha Village, Green Grassland Tribe, there were both familiar and unfamiliar names. In response, the water-controlling man retorted, it's reasonable, but I still say this, either kill him directly or punish him lightly. Do you think torturing him publicly and humiliating his sister will incite public anger? Are you trying to show off your power? Or do you enjoy the fear in everyone's eyes? Others might fear him, but he did not. He had not intended to voice any opinions and wanted to be a silent bystander, as it was normal for many to bully the weak in the apocalypse. However, he could not stand the red-haired man humiliating that girl so openly. If this were the man's own territory, it would be one thing, but this was the alliance. Those who joined the alliance, who among them was not aiming for first place. Internal chaos was a major taboo. Although no one watching this scene stepped forward, discontent would take root in their hearts, growing stronger day by day, and sooner or later, it would erupt into a major conflict. At that time, the alliance might just collapse. Lin Bei glanced at the man. There was something there. This was an attempt to drive him away. If the alliance wanted to develop long-term, this red-haired man had to go or die. What he did could not be said to have angered the masses, but at least it made over 80 or 90% of the people feel disgusted because he had just launched a verbal attack. He personally also wanted the alliance to develop long-term. Without him, there would be a continuous influx of girls joining, and surely there were many more outside who had not dared to step out of their homes, hiding from the zombies. The number of alliance members has increased. They can conduct a thorough investigation without him spending a single moment of time. Why not take advantage of it? The red-haired man squinted. The man opposite him had ulterior motives. He had just thrown the blame away and placed a heavy hat on him. With this happening, his temper was starting to flare up. What, do you want to fight me? He was too lazy to think about anything else. He only knew one thing. A strong person is someone that any team must please or even fawn over, especially since he was a top-tier elemental ability user. His combat power alone was enough to match dozens or even hundreds of people, and in the later stages, one person could rival an entire squad. A person like him was destined to be a top presence in this alliance. Look, you're getting anxious. The water-controlling man remained calm. This is an alliance. We are all part of it. Rather than wasting energy and strength fighting among ourselves, why not go out and kill more zombies to enhance ourselves and increase the alliance's power? Don't you all agree? This statement resonated with many. Yes. What kind of skill is it to bully your own people? Exactly, making someone kneel and bark like a dog. What a pathetic man. Many people had previously refrained from speaking out due to fear of the red-haired man's strength, but now that someone of equal power stood against him, those with a backbone began to speak up. Lin Bei took out a sunflower seed and started eating. It was entertaining. He loved watching. As more and more people around began to speak, the red-haired man's expression grew irritated. At that moment, what's going on? Accompanied by a crackling sound, Zhang Yang appeared between the two. Dude, you just went to take a dump. Why are you about to fight? Zhang Yang's arrival made the red-haired man, who was about to silence everyone, hold back. Brother Zhang Yang, it's like this. The water-controlling guy recounted everything that had happened here. With so many people watching, he dared not exaggerate or lie, nor did he need to. After listening, Zhang Yang's face darkened. After all, he had survived in the apocalypse for over 10 days. Some things, while displeasing, had become routine. But this was their territory, and causing a scene in public clearly showed a lack of respect for their iron blood core. He discreetly scanned the surroundings. Many brothers and sisters were staring at him, waiting for an explanation. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, the alliance could forget about long-term development. But what to do? Captain Chen Tianming and several key brothers had not yet returned. Within the base, he was the only one who could speak up. Wait, damn! Just as he was worrying about how to handle it, he caught a glimpse of Lin Bei in the crowd, eating sunflower seeds with an expression of helplessness and speechlessness. Although he didn't manage things, he was still the nominal leader of the alliance. Was it appropriate for him to hide behind and eat seeds? Brother Zhang, my brother's actions were wrong, but that is his biological sister. Considering his loyalty and the fact that he was burned like that, how about we just let this matter go? Let's treat it as a farce. A man from the crowd stepped forward. He was the leader of the burned younger brother, Yanbian. After all, they had fought together through thick and thin. He feared that the iron blood core might take the Yanbian siblings' lives to stabilize the situation, as this was the apocalypse, a very realistic world where the strong were revered, and nothing was impossible. No, it can't be, the Yanbian on the ground shouted through gritted teeth, but before he could finish, another companion stepped forward to cover his mouth, signaling him with his eyes to stop talking. The other party was someone he could not afford to offend. As a weakling, what else could he do but swallow his anger? Brother Zhang, we all came here believing in the strength of your iron blood core. I believe you can handle this matter well and won't let everyone down. Yes, exactly, just a mere fire ability user, acting all high and mighty, not only forcefully taking a girl but also humiliating her like this. It disgusts me to be in the same alliance as such a person. Kick him out. In response, Zhang Yang's brows furrowed even tighter, his gaze questioning Lin Bei on what to do, while Lin Bei pretended to be oblivious, continuing to munch on sunflower seeds and even sharing some with the new girl he had just met. Damn, it's about to explode, and he still has the mood to flirt with girls? As soon as the man's words came out, the eyes of the surrounding family members were mixed with disgust and disappointment. Leaving the girls aside, most of the brothers present were just ordinary people struggling to survive in the apocalypse, and they naturally couldn't stand such behavior. Come on, it's just a pair of useless siblings, making it seem like a big deal. I mean, do you really not know who the big and small kings are? Or, as I said, if you're not convinced, come at me. If you don't like me, those who have the ability can take me down. If you don't, just keep it to yourselves. A bunch of useless dogs barking. The red-haired man shouted arrogantly. The crowd's jeering made him increasingly irritable. After saying that, he provocatively looked at the water-controlling man across from him. It wasn't even a big deal. It was just his few words that stirred things up. In this apocalypse, still engaging in such roundabout nonsense, actually speaking up for a pair of useless people. Really, the Leshan giant Buddha should sit in his place. Caught in a dilemma, Zhang Yang took action. A group of useless dogs? As soon as those words were spoken, it further ignited the dissatisfaction in people's hearts. The oppressive environment of the apocalypse was already stifling, and ordinary evolvers without abilities lived in constant fear. Now being insulted right to their faces, they exploded in anger. Release, a full release. You, what are you even? Just lucky enough to awaken a good ability, so what are you so arrogant about? Brother Zhang Yang's ability is no worse than yours. Do you see him acting all cocky? What a joke! Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. Brother, it really is worse than his. Stop the awkward boasting. His ability is on the same level as Xiao Xia's, while his is merely a subordinate ability of Xiao Xia. Exactly, I really don't know where you get the confidence to be so arrogant. Those who know you're ranked in the dozens on the heavenly ranking, those who don't might think you're number one. Being this cocky, aren't you afraid of heaven taking you down? Wow, is there really someone this arrogant? Dude, you really aren't afraid of dying. This is Lin Bei's alliance. You're launching verbal attacks like this. Aren't you afraid he'll take you down? Lin Bei, who was eating seeds, laughed. No, this red-haired guy is at least close to being a third-tier evolver. How can he be this foolish? Well, maybe he's been living too comfortably in the apocalypse these past few days, so much so that he feels he can do whatever he wants, surrounded by people who cater to him, making him arrogant to the point of habit. In response, the water-controlling man's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. Truly stupid, someone who can't even control their temper is just trash, the worst of the worst, truly a waste of his ability. With this, he had to leave. Regardless of whether the person organizing this alliance was Lin Bei, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't keep him around. Keeping him would be detrimental to the alliance, and within the alliance, there were all sorts of people, needing to set an example. And this example, it was none other than the man in front of him. We're all brothers in the same alliance. Isn't it a bit excessive to say such things? Zhang Yang questioned him with a dark face. At this moment, he had to step up and do something. Excessive? The red-haired man laughed. I'm excessive? What do I have to be excessive about? Damn it, I just can't understand. Is it really worth it for these two trash? Still, the same old saying, if you don't like me, defeat me. As long as you can beat me head-on, if you make me kneel, I'll kneel without a second thought. His words were filled with arrogance. This was a manifestation of extreme confidence in his own strength. Brother Zhang Yang, crush him. Damn it, so arrogant. Let him know what it means that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Brother Zhang Yang, I believe in you. Crush him, make him kneel, make him bow. Zhang Yang, thank you for thinking so highly of me. No matter how you look at it, I've made it onto the heavenly ranking. Even if my rank isn't high, it's not something he, who hasn't even stepped into the top 1,000, can touch. His strength. It was only thanks to the Iron Blood Legion's returning elixir that he gained a few stars today. Even so, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the opponent. He had made significant progress today, but that didn't mean the other side had done nothing, and the opponent's abilities were a notch above his. Still watching the show, he glanced at Lin Bei. That guy had no intention of coming to help him. At this moment, he was snuggled under the same umbrella with a girl, watching him with great interest. Their eyes met, and Lin Bei shouted loudly, Brother Zhang Yang, go for it. Crush him. You must win, you have to win. The girl beside him cheered, Go, Brother Zhang Yang. Wow, what a good brother he is. Zhang Yang felt a bit stuck. Not fighting would mean he was a coward, and losing would be embarrassing. Right now, he represented the Iron Blood Legion. Zhang Yang glanced at the man controlling water. That guy was also indifferent. Brother Zhang Yang, go for it. He was counting on him to test the opponent's strength. Damn, what a big deal. Rankings don't represent combat power. They only reflect an individual's performance against a tide of corpses. Of course, Lin Bei was the exception. His strength completely crushed the second place. Really, if Lin Bei said he was a fourth-tier powerhouse, he would believe it. That terrifying combat power was exaggerated, whether in close combat or abilities. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Zhang Yang unleashed all his power, visible arcs of electricity swirling around his body, crackling loudly. He was also a part of the Iron Blood Legion's god-making plan, a being with high expectations placed upon him. The crowd around him instinctively stepped back, revealing a large space. Wow, so cool, Super Saiyan. Wow, Brother Zhang Yang is so handsome. Damn, this is too cool. If his hair turned golden, it would be perfect. Really. The night, the heavy rain, the flickering arcs of electricity intertwined, all elements were present, touching everyone's hearts. It was just too cool. Facing the praise of many, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile, his emotional value skyrocketing, confidence rising as he made a fist and pointed his thumb at himself. Oh la wah, Super Saiyan Vegeta. He really liked Kakarot, but he liked the proud Saiyan Prince even more. Lin Bei, bad. Brother, that gesture is not good. Super Saiyan tragedy? Ha 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 ha. Alright, let me see your strength. Do you have the qualifications to conquer me? The red-haired man laughed heartily, unleashing all his power. An invisible aura erupted instantly, his whole body covered in a layer of faint flames, an astonishing heat rising into the sky, the torrential rain evaporating just half a meter above his head. One could imagine the temperature. Come! The red-haired man stepped forward. Boom! The terrifying heat suddenly swept outwards. Even though the onlookers had retreated 50 meters, they still felt the scorching burn. It was still raining heavily at this moment, and they retreated another 50 meters. The flames gradually changed color. The red turned to pink, subtly revealing a dark purple hue. Wow, super cyan silver, hot pink. Lin Bei's gaze sharpened. This is so handsome. I want it. Strength is one thing, but being handsome is a lifetime matter. Moreover, this aura is not simple. As expected of a high-level fire ability, in such a fast-paced apocalypse, top ability users have begun to emerge, first Louis and now the red-haired man before me. It's so hot. Zhang Yang, in the center of the heat wave, felt as if he were being roasted by fire. His exposed skin was bright red, and arcs of electricity flickered around him as he rushed forward at high speed, delivering a whip kick aimed at the man's head. To deal with such an ability user, one must strike quickly. Elemental abilities are strong, but the body is always a weakness. His ability is quite monotonous, yet his explosive power is extremely strong. Bang! The red-haired man raised his hand to block. He easily deflected Zhang Yang's attack, which contained the power of lightning, and a violent shockwave swept out. Lin Bei clearly sensed that although the two did not understand the control of their energy, their attacks and defenses carried some degree of energy. When the energy within their bodies became dense enough, they would instinctively use it simply. Terrifying strength, instant kill. Terrifying strength, instant kill. What? Zhang Yang couldn't believe it. His full-force strike was blocked so easily. He knew he was currently a second-tier 7-star. Under full eruption, the power of this kick was no less than that of a second-tier 9-star. Could it be that this person has broken through to the 3rd tier? Is your ability only at this level? The red-haired man asked with some disdain and disappointment. Bastard! Zhang Yang felt deeply humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. What he needed to do now was to quickly create distance. His calf was pressed against the man's arm, and he felt as if he were pressed against a burning red steel pipe. What? Just as he was about to retreat, the red-haired man grabbed his calf, and the terrifying high temperature almost made him scream. His entire face turned bright red, and beads of sweat the size of peas fell wildly. With a sudden burst of strength, he kicked out, but it was still easily blocked. The terrifying high temperature made Zhang Yang scream uncontrollably. In just a few seconds, he felt as if his leg was being cooked. Ha! The red-haired man sneered, then tossed Zhang Yang aside like a dead dog. Zhang Yang fell to the ground and quickly took out a healing pill to swallow. Without this kind of pill, his life would be ruined. No, he was at least a level ability user. Can't he be given a little respect? His speed had greatly increased. Speed is power, and with the accumulation, that kick of his was not something an ordinary person could block. Is that person really that strong? Zhang Yang was even killed in an instant? Is that it? The red-haired man stared at Zhang Yang. I thought you were impressive, but you couldn't even block half of my move. People like you, at your level, should just stay out of sight. Let your Iron Blood Legion's Real boss come out, or let Lin Bei come out, or you. As he spoke, the red-haired man looked at the water controller across from him. Just now, you deliberately set the pace to target me. Didn't you dislike my appearance? Weren't you speaking for them? Alright, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can defeat me, I'll kneel and bow 100 times to Yanbian and Yanzhu. Oh no, I'll bow 1,000 times to them. How about that? The water controller's eyes flickered. He glanced at Zhang Yang, quite watery. He really didn't expect him to lose so quickly, without uncovering any substantial information. But it didn't matter. The timing, location, and people were all on his side. He couldn't lose. Thinking this, he stepped forward. Whoosh! The rainwater on the ground coalesced into a water dragon in midair, swirling around his body, a light blue halo spreading out like ripples in a lake, adding a hint of moisture to the hot air and significantly lowering the temperature. Boom! The water dragon circling his body opened its mouth, and a water column as thick as an adult man's thigh gushed forth, shooting towards the red-haired man across from him. I said you are my nemesis, and you really think you are my nemesis? Playing this kind of trick, do you take me for a fool? The red-haired man scoffed, his figure flickering and disappearing from the spot, a peach-colored streak of light rushing towards the water controller. Please, he wouldn't think he would foolishly try to burn away his water, right? He understood a bit about the interactions of elemental properties. Lightning abilities could enhance his body, and his fire abilities could do the same, with boiling blood granting him endless strength. Moreover, he also had whoosh! The water controller was somewhat surprised but not panicked. Under his control, the water dragon transformed into a water sphere enveloping him, and he mockingly watched his opponent from the center of the sphere. Fire was destined to be no match for water. Playing turtle? Then let me break your shell. The peach-colored streak of light rushed towards the water sphere at an even faster speed, and the moment they made contact, billowing white steam rose up. The red-haired man delivered a whip kick towards the man in the center of the water sphere. gather. In that instant, the evaporated water sphere was replenished. The flames on the red-haired man grew dimmer, but just before they were about to extinguish completely, his whip kick struck the water controller's calf. In that moment, a strange smile crept onto the red-haired man's lips. At the moment of impact, the water controller's expression changed instantly. His strength was so strong. In that instant, his calf bent at an odd angle, and just as he was momentarily stunned, the red-clad man followed up with a spinning kick aimed at his head. Dazed, he hurriedly raised both hands to block, but the moment he was kicked, his entire body flew out of the water sphere like a cannonball. Splash! Losing its energy source, the large water sphere turned back into ordinary rainwater falling to the ground. Swish! The red-haired man flickered and vanished from the spot, reappearing behind the water controller in the blink of an eye, taking a deep breath, muscles tensing, and kicked towards his back. Crack! In that second, a crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The water controller's body folded like a flip phone, his back pressed tightly against his calf, the position as bizarre as it could be. Under that kick, his body flew into the air, suffering consecutive heavy blows, and his head felt like mush. The next second, the red-haired man appeared in mid-air, delivering a heavy kick down onto the water controller's chest. That kick, enveloped in peach-colored flames, not only burned a large hole in the water controller's clothes but also seared a significant portion of his chest. Bang! The water controller crashed heavily to the ground, having suffered 3 consecutive heavy blows. At that moment, he resembled a dying old dog, staring blankly at the red-haired man, devoid of any spirit, with no breath left to retaliate. Human machine, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a useless bag of bones. With this little strength, you dare to stand up for others. Saying this, the red-haired man approached the water controller, lifted his foot, and stomped down hard on his head. What the hell is he going to do? This guy, he can't be planning to kill him, right? Seriously, he really is going to go for the kill. This guy? Zhang Yang was startled. If he killed him, the alliance would face dissolution before it even officially formed. Zing! The arc of electricity flickered. The red-haired man charged forward, but as soon as he reached him, he was sent flying by a spinning kick, the terrifying force instantly breaking the arm he had raised to defend himself. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, his jaw would have been gone. Immediately after, the red-haired man lifted his foot again, without a hint of hesitation, and stomped down once more. The water-manipulating man's eyes were already tinged with a hint of dead gray. Although he could sense everything around him, he was utterly powerless at that moment, unable to even move a finger. Targeting me? Die! The red-haired man's eyes were filled with ferocity and cruelty. Killing this waterman might make him the only elemental ability user within the alliance. Even if the people here despised him, those who orchestrated this alliance would never give him up for the sake of rankings. His combat power was evident to all. He could take on 100. The boastful Zhang Yang from the Iron Blood Legion was instantly killed by him, and even after defeating 2 experts, he felt confident that even if Lin Bei appeared at that moment, he could still defeat him. Brother Bei. Seeing the red-haired man's foot getting closer, Zhang Yang couldn't stop him and could only seek help from Lin Bei in the crowd. In the City of Time, rules are established. Lin Bei shrugged. As expected, Zhang Yang's stats were all below those of the red-haired man. Being killed instantly was normal. Moreover, he even struck a professional pose of being overwhelmed. Besides, the red-haired man not only possessed fire elemental abilities but also had superior strength. The greater the power, the faster the speed, and coupled with his higher level, this was why he could keep up with Zhang Yang's speed. Zhang Yang was not wrong to be killed instantly. Commander, hey, I have a question for you. When using the disassembly device on this man, does it randomly disassemble one ability? Or can I choose one ability to disassemble? Or does it disassemble them all? Lin Bei suddenly thought of something and asked, Master, haven't you used the disassembly device in games like Shovel and Teamfight? Of course, it disassembles them all. All disassembled? Good. Alright. No wonder you're the #1 system in the universe I've recognized. Just for this, I won't blacken you in the future. Are you serious? Serious. During their conversation, Lin Bei's fingers moved slightly, and a spatial wormhole appeared beneath the red-haired man's feet. The moment the spatial wormhole appeared, the red-haired man stopped, frozen in midair, unable to move. He looked down. The spatial wormhole had something. Following Zhang Yang's gaze, his eyes fell on Lin Bei, sizing him up from head to toe. Brother Bei? Lin Bei? The person who could make Zhang Yang call him Brother Bei had Bei in his name, so it was highly likely he was Lin Bei. At the same time, everyone followed their gaze to Lin Bei, and the cute girl under the umbrella looked at the handsome guy beside her in disbelief. Handsome, are you Lin Bei? Didn't you say your name was Xiao Sanhua? When you're out, who doesn't have a few names? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Stepping out from under the umbrella, the heavy rain falling from the sky was blocked by his force barrier, and he slowly walked forward, the crowded people instinctively parting to make way. The crowd whispered among themselves, "Wow, is Lin Bei this young? Is he really Lin Bei? So young and so handsome? If I had known, I would have gone over to chat with him earlier. What ability does he have? Why is the rain automatically being blocked? Wow, so handsome. When I saw him just now, I felt he was extraordinary, both handsome and charismatic. I didn't expect him to be Lin Bei. I really want to discuss the meaning of life with him. Damn it, how can someone be more good-looking than me? Is this the aura of a big shot? Are you Lin Bei? Spatial ability?" The red-haired man slightly raised his head and asked with a hint of arrogance. Having just defeated 2 major experts in quick succession, his confidence was soaring, and he thought, so what if the other party was the number 1 on the trial monument? That thing didn't represent the pinnacle of combat power. It could only be said that his endurance was quite impressive. Lin Bei ignored him. Instead, he spoke softly to the crowd. "The first rule of Time City, fighting privately within the city is prohibited. If there are mutual grievances, you may agree to duel outside the city, that is, outside the community. Anyone who disobeys and fights within the city will die." His voice was not loud. Everyone present was an evolved being, with extraordinary hearing. A normal speaking voice was enough for everyone to hear. "I'm asking you a question. Are you Lin Bei?" The red-haired man, seeing that Lin Bei was ignoring him, felt his temper rising. He didn't dare to respond directly, fearing that he might be a fake. To be honest, ever since the ranking update at midnight, he had seen too many people claiming to be Lin Bei. Although the organization had made a grand gesture in this alliance, it didn't rule out the possibility of him being a counterfeit. Lin Bei acted as if he hadn't heard him, as if the red-haired man didn't exist in his eyes. The second rule of Time City, any acts of coercion, forced buying and selling, or threatening others within the city are prohibited. All transactions must be based on mutual consent. Anyone who disobeys will die. The crowd was taken aback. It was always about death. Was it really true? Zhang Yang squinted. Sure enough, once Brother Bei appeared, the atmosphere changed. The previously whispering crowd was now listening intently to his words. Meanwhile, the red-haired man's brows were tightly furrowed. Playing mind games? Damn it. He didn't want to think too hard about it. He just wanted to clarify one thing. Was this man the real Lin Bei or a fake? Regardless of the truth, if he was stronger than him, he would accept it. If he wasn't, why should this man be the leader? He was unconvinced. Lin Bei, you say fighting privately is not allowed in the city. I want to challenge you. As the number 1 in the world, you shouldn't refuse, right? Lin Bei still didn't even glance at him. He then spoke, the third rule of Time City. Anyone who joins Time City, regardless of past, present, or future, must not harm anyone within the city. Everyone is welcome to report violations. Once verified, the offender will be executed on the spot. Anyone who falsely accuses others will also be executed on the spot once verified. With the announcement of the third rule, countless expressions emerged among the crowd. Some were appreciative, some were happy, some were excited, some were agitated, and of course, there were those who felt uneasy and terrified. I report him. As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, a woman, kneeling beside her brother who was charred but still alive, stood up and pointed at the red-haired man surrounded by pink flames. She then pointed at a small team of over 20 people, and all of his team members. The red-haired man's brows furrowed tightly. Playing this game? Seriously? His team members, under Yenju's accusation, turned pale, feeling increasingly uneasy. They lowered their heads, and those with weaker mental fortitude couldn't help but step back, with some even fleeing without looking back. Please, people could die. Lord Lin Bei, someone has run away. Yenju shouted anxiously. Those were people who had harmed her, and now someone was standing up for her. She didn't want to let any of them go. In response, Lin Bei glanced at her and called out, Zhang Yang. He didn't need to handle such trash himself. If he had to do everything, what kind of leader would he be? Got it. Zhang Yang understood. Although he couldn't beat the red-haired man, it was quite easy to handle an ordinary evolved being. With a flash of electric light, he disappeared from the spot and quickly pinned the fleeing man to the ground. Brother Bei, how should we deal with him? First, make him lose his ability to move. Got it. Crack crack. The 4 crisp sounds of breaking were particularly jarring amidst the torrential rain. No one present felt any sympathy. Since they chose to do such things in the first place, they should have anticipated this outcome. If they were to blame someone, it should be for not being strong enough. Lin Bei, what do you mean by this? The red-haired man couldn't help but roar as he watched his brother's limbs being broken. That was his own brother. Yeah, what do you mean? We came to join, and now you want to kill us. Everyone, let's judge this. Where's the justice? Where's the law? Someone from the team spoke up. But as soon as those words were spoken, even the few brothers beside him couldn't help but glance at him. Benefits, alliance scams. Benefits, alliance scams. What the hell are you? Who knows if you're the real Lin Bei or a fake? Even if you are Lin Bei, so what? Want to kill us? Did you ask our boss? Come on, brothers, there are more than 20 of us. Our boss is almost a third-tier evolver and has fire abilities. Are you sure you want to offend so many of us for a woman? Exactly. How can you not understand the gravity of the situation? Without our team, do you think the Alliance can still take first place? You should know what it means to be first in team mode, right? You should know what kind of rewards come with it. Lin Bei glanced at them indifferently. The resistance of the weak is sometimes really amusing. It's like playing with a little puppy. If the puppy barks and bites you, would you be angry? No, you would just find it cute. He didn't even want to bother with them. The above is the main rule of the City of Time. Any further additions will be notified to everyone. Next is the time for reporting. While I'm here, let's handle it all at once. First place in team mode? Laughable. Setting aside whether he cared or not, getting first place was just a matter of wanting or not wanting for him. What he wanted was for this alliance to have absolute cohesion. Only then would it be convenient for him to continuously drain it later. Is it true? Will you really help us handle this? Or are you going to deal with us who are reporting? A girl in the crowd timidly asked, as the red-haired man's team member had made a lot of sense. Just as she finished speaking, the man beside her shot her a fierce glare. I don't like to repeat myself. Regarding this third rule, everyone can understand it as the benefits of joining the City of Time. There's no need for any reservations, as long as it's genuine. Then I report him. The woman hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to point at the man beside her and shouted, You report what? The man beside her instinctively raised his hand to slap her. In the next second, a flash of white light appeared in the darkness. An arm fell into the rainwater. The man widened his eyes, stepping back in disbelief, his expression tense and fearful as he looked at Lin Bei, hurriedly saying, Lord Lin Bei, don't listen to her nonsense. I didn't bully her, she's framing me. Before the apocalypse, I had a grudge against her. Yes, she has a grudge against me, she's deliberately framing me. Please don't listen to her lies. The woman was also stunned. She stared blankly at the arm on the ground, and after a moment, she suddenly knelt down. Lord Lin Bei, I swear on my life, I did not frame him. This beast lives across from me. After the apocalypse broke out, he charged over. If I have a single false word, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Lord Lin Bei, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't, the man stammered, clearly racking his brain for a suitable excuse. Is there anyone to speak for him? Lin Bei asked. No one spoke. Very good. With a thought, a woman with gray-white skin and disheveled hair appeared beside her. Lu Ruyan, who had been trapped in darkness for a long time, suddenly found herself outside and felt somewhat at a loss. The strong smell of blood in the air opened every pore on her body, and she sniffed the air like a dog, locking onto the source of the scent before preparing to pounce. But just as she stepped forward, she thought of something. She forcibly restrained the bloodthirsty desire deep within her and turned to look at Lin Bei beside her, her gaze complex, flashing with resentment, anger, and grievance, but ultimately transforming into respect. Lord Lin Bei, why have you released me? She observed the situation around her. Lin Bei had suddenly let her out for a reason. Now, pouncing on the severed hand on the ground might satisfy her bloodlust, but she was still clear-headed enough to know that a feast would not last forever. That person rewards you. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty desire that Lu Ruyan had just suppressed surged again, her gaze greedily and hungrily fixed on the severed hand of the man, her throat rolling as she swallowed repeatedly. Lord Lin Bei, do you mean to let me go taste him? Lu Ruyan asked cautiously, fearing she misunderstood Lin Bei's intention. She truly did not want to be locked in that small dark room again, in complete darkness with not a glimmer of light. Every moment was torture. Yes. Whoosh! With a confirmed answer, Lu Ruyan, with her disheveled hair, could hardly contain herself as she rushed forward, her mouth nearly stretching to her gums. He ran. She chased. He had nowhere to fly. Lu Ruyan was at least a second-tier evolver, although her opponent was also second-tier and had a higher evolution level than hers. He had lost an arm and was bleeding profusely, slowing down. No, don't! Everyone, kill her! She's a zombie! As Lu Ruyan closed in, the man shouted loudly for help, but all he received were cold stares. Lin Bei, didn't you say that fighting is not allowed in the city? What is this then? You just set the rules, and Zhang Yang just attacked. You also let this thing out to attack. Are you just talking nonsense? A member of the red-haired man's team questioned loudly. In response, Zhang Yang knew it was time for him to step in. He shouted to the crowd, Brothers, tell me, does this count as fighting? No. The first to respond were the girls, followed by the men joining in. Come on, this was released by Lin Bei, the one who set the rules. The rules were in his hands. Could this be considered fighting? Could it? No. Damn it, you all are just talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. This is too ridiculous. Damn. speechless. Then someone from the red-haired man's team shouted, "Everyone, look closely, that woman is a zombie, a half-human, half-corpse that has eaten zombie flesh." Lin Bei raises zombies. Aren't you afraid he will let zombies out to bite you? This alliance is a scam. Come on. They wanted to live. Since escape was impossible, and they were unsure if their leader could defeat Lin Bei, the safest and most reliable way out was to incite everyone to resist together. Even if he was strong, he couldn't possibly fight against so many people. Yes, he raises zombies. The alliance is a scam. A scam. Many in the crowd echoed loudly, and without exception, they were all men. After all, women like Wang Xian, who had ice abilities, were few and far between, and even if there were, the men wouldn't dare report them. Family, no. Would anyone really report the queen? They would rather the queen trample them. They weren't stupid. Rather than being reported one by the girls around them, it was better to incite internal strife. Amidst the shouts of many, Lu Ruyan caught up to her prey and bit down on his neck. This scene made some men feel uneasy. They didn't want to be the next. They didn't want to die in the new world. They hadn't enjoyed life enough yet. Everyone look, Lin Bei has his zombies biting people. We won't gain energy by killing each other. His plan must be to let the zombies he raised level up, then kill her to gain energy. Everyone, wake up. Everyone, wake up. The alliance is a scam. Ascension is a trap. Setting the atmosphere, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Setting the atmosphere, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Lu Ruyan was eating heartily. She heard what the people around her were saying, and she also understood that her existence was Lin Bei's backup energy. But during those days trapped in the divine might space, she realized one thing: backup energy is just that. It may not necessarily be needed. With Lin Bei's strength, eliminating zombies of her level or even one level higher was as easy as playing a game. With just a flick of his finger, he could destroy them. Such a powerful person actually looked down on their little energy, and the reason for raising them was likely just a whim for fun. So, she needed to show their value, to make Lin Bei feel that keeping them was definitely better than killing them. Currently, there was nothing good to showcase. The only thing she could demonstrate was obedience. Utter obedience. After being led by those people, many eyes revealed confusion and doubt. They had independent thinking abilities, and it was precisely because the leading words were somewhat reasonable that they began to question. No matter what everyone thinks, I believe Lord Lin Bei. At least he killed the person I dreamed of killing. Even if Lord Lin Bei lets the zombies he raised eat me, I would willingly accept. The girl who pointed out the bitten man loudly expressed her stance. The reason for surviving was to see how those who bullied her would be destroyed. Suicide was an act of cowardice. Living on required courage. Zhang Yang felt embarrassed. The girl wouldn't say it but could say a little less. Really, I identify him. Everyone don't be misled by him. He is deliberately leading the narrative to save himself. Another girl shouted loudly, pointing at the man who had just led the narrative. He is too. And him. Shut up, everyone don't listen to these crazy women. They are all pawns found by Lin Bei. You. The scene became chaotic. The red-haired man crossed his arms, watching this scene with interest. Although he didn't want to think, he also understood that the man called Lin Bei in front of him wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Unfortunately, he underestimated others' will to survive. Let's see what the alliance has become. Thinking, he shouted, Lin Bei, from start to finish, you haven't dared to respond to me directly. Could it be that you are an impersonator of Lin Bei? This made the scene even more chaotic. From the 3 rules he had just set, it was clear that he wanted to kill him, but he still didn't dare to respond, making him doubt whether the Lin Bei in front of him intended to scare him off in this way. Right, maybe he is a fake. Right, he must be a fake. Right, if he is the real Lin Bei, why doesn't he dare to respond directly? Everyone wake up, this alliance is just a cheap trick of the Iron Blood Legion. They want to gather everyone together to harm us and elevate themselves. In response, Lin Bei glanced at them, holding back a laugh. This was indeed a quick way to enhance strength. Sure enough, the guys outside were all talents. What a pity. For him, the strength gained through this method was very limited, far less valuable than nurturing a few girls. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning fell from the heavy clouds, instantly illuminating the entire neighborhood as if it were daytime. The noisy crowd fell silent at that moment, scared into silence. Even those who had reached the second stage of evolution still held an instinctive fear of nature's thunder and lightning. The lightning was so close. It sent chills down everyone's spine, without exception. Even Zhang Yang, who possessed lightning-enhanced abilities, felt the same. The red-haired man looked nervously at the large pit in the ground created by the lightning. Even he didn't have the confidence to withstand the falling lightning from the sky, and he felt a bit regretful that the bolt hadn't struck Lin Bei instead. In an instant, the community was left with only the sound of rain and breathing. creating an eerily quiet scene. The next second, the red-haired man felt a chill run through him, every hair on his body standing on end, his heart racing faster and faster. Without thinking, he pushed off the ground and left his spot. At that moment, a thick bolt of lightning nearly grazed his body as it fell. His pupils constricted sharply as he looked up at the sky. No, with so many people here, why was it targeting me? Then he thought of something and looked at Lin Bei in horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was a space ability user. How could one person possess two such extraordinary abilities? Did you do this? He locked his gaze on Zhang Yang, the only one present who had demonstrated lightning abilities. Zhang Yang shrugged and looked at Lin Bei, the meaning clear. The red-haired man looked back at Lin Bei in disbelief. Space? Lightning? These two abilities concentrated in one person? At that moment, a thicker and faster bolt of lightning fell from the clouds. Evolved to this extent, there was a slight warning of danger. When the lightning struck, the red-haired man had already moved, but it was still a moment too late. His right shoulder blade was shattered, with only a strip of skin hanging from his arm. Hunched over, he stared intently at Lin Bei. Is this your doing? He still refused to believe it. Two extraordinary abilities concentrated in one person. He quickly stuffed a healing pill into his mouth to recover from his injuries. He had no team rewards. This healing pill was a reward from his solo mode ranking, something he had saved for a rainy day, and he didn't expect to use it so soon. Didn't you want me to respond to you? As you wish, I am responding now. Lin Bei glanced at him. The effect was in place. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, the atmosphere needed to be built up. After killing the chicken, the deterrent effect on the monkey would be greater. Immediately, his internal abilities were consumed wildly, and thick bolts of lightning fell from the sky, making the red-haired man's scalp tingle as he moved quickly, not daring to stop. Please, stop. This is going to kill someone. At that moment, everyone shut their mouths, realizing that the man was Lin Bei. Genuine. Packaged. We need to engage in close combat. The red-haired man's stamina was rapidly depleting as he fixed his gaze on Lin Bei ahead. He indeed had extraordinary abilities, but as long as he got close, it would definitely be him who would die. With the healing pill's effect, his arm was healed. He navigated through the lightning until he was close to Lin Bei, not daring to let his guard down for a second, fearing being struck by lightning or attacked through a space wormhole. Even when he reached behind Lin Bei and pulled out a weapon to stab him, he still didn't dare to be careless. The next second, Lin Bei executed a simple spinning kick. The red-haired man felt a surge of joy. He actually gave up using his abilities to engage in hand-to-hand combat. He certainly didn't expect that Lin Bei was also a multi-ability user, possessing not only fire abilities but also strength abilities. Level 3 strength abilities. 4 times the strength boost. This terrifying power was enough to allow him to kill stronger opponents of a higher level. This was the fate of a mage when a warrior got close. Fortunately, he was a close combat mage. Thinking this, he couldn't help but smile, but he couldn't celebrate too early. He still had to be wary of the space wormhole. He had previously fought with a space ability user, and any carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Soon, Lin Bei's leg landed on the arm he was blocking with, and in that moment, the smile at the corner of his mouth stiffened. Second benefit, time accelerated. Second benefit, time accelerated. Just at the moment of contact, his self-assuredly hard arm felt as if it were a piece of drywood that had been instantly snapped, and before he could react, Lin Bei's leg had already struck his head. In that second, the world spun. His mind was in chaos. His brain seemed to freeze. No thoughts at all. In the eyes of outsiders, the red-haired man transformed into a swirl of peach-colored light, rushing towards Lin Bei amidst the dense lightning. The moment they made contact, the peach light flew back at an even faster speed, heading straight for where his teammates were standing. The dozen or so people had no time to react and were violently knocked away, while their leader, upon landing, slid over 100 meters on the ground, crashing into and shattering several decorative stone pillars before finally coming to a stop. The peach flames swirling around him grew dimmer in the pouring rain until they extinguished completely. The people around were dumbfounded. Even the water-controlling man, who had taken a healing pill to recover, was stunned. Having fought the red-haired man before, he knew how strong he was and how high the temperature of his flames could get, but such a powerful being was taken out in one move? The surroundings fell silent once more. Gee! A flash of electricity from Zhang Yang sent the red-haired man, who had been so defiant moments ago, crashing down near Lin Bei. Now, he was a broken mess, with his thighs and arms missing, and his face deeply sunken, revealing stark white bones. Only the faintest rise and fall remained in his chest. One kick and he was taken out? Is this the worth of Lin Bei? No way. That guy was at least in the top 50 of the rankings. One kick to take him out? Can the gap really be that huge? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. They had thought that once the red-haired man got close to Lin Bei, a true battle of men would erupt, but who would have thought he would be obliterated in one kick? What level of evolution was he at? Lin Bei remained expressionless. His control over strength was just right, leaving him with just enough breath. A second-tier, 9-star powerhouse was a great boon for Lu Ruyan. Killing him off would be too wasteful. With a flick of his hand, a golden disassembly device appeared. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he disassembled the 2 abilities from his body. The third-tier fire ability coalesced into a glowing sphere, resembling a small sun, radiating warmth that brought a slight comfort to those caught in the cold rain, followed by a light sphere formed from the third-tier strength ability. With a thought, he stored them in the system space. Lu Ruyan. I'm here, master. Lu Ruyan stared at Lin Bei with immense excitement, greedily eyeing the red-haired man at his feet. After receiving a nod from Lin Bei, she dropped the leftover food and rushed over. She bit down on the major artery. The faint rise and fall of the red-haired man's chest came to a complete stop, and a torrent of energy surged into her body like a flood released from a dam. The delicious and energetic impact made her involuntarily tilt her head back and cry out, "So good!" In that moment, the pent-up frustration from being imprisoned for so long was released. At that moment, she was like a starving dog devouring food. Lin Bei scanned the crowd. Run! Run! All those who had been stirring up trouble chose to flee in different directions from the community without exception. The reason for stirring things up was to incite internal chaos, hoping that the red-haired man would lead them to defeat Lin Bei. But now, what chaos could they bring? Saying another word might lead to their immediate demise. With so many people running in different directions at once, surely a few would survive. What if they were the lucky ones? Lin Bei chuckled lightly. Run? Could they really run? He snapped his fingers. At that moment, spatial barriers appeared one after another, and the more than 30 fleeing brothers froze in place, unable to move. This scene left many feeling uneasy. Fortunately, they had only questioned him and had not spoken disrespectfully. Such power. Could they really resist it? Move. Move for me. Those trapped by the spatial force desperately tried to shift their bodies, their desire to live unleashing unprecedented strength. In their struggle to break free, their bones cracked inch by inch, and their muscles were severely deformed from the pressure. Yet, even so, they could not budge an inch. Lin Bei couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. Is there anyone else who wants to report? This scene made everyone no longer doubt the truth of Lin Bei's words. Those girls who had suffered persecution from those around them no longer hesitated, reporting one by one the people who had harmed them, and without exception, they were all locked in place by the spatial force. There were quite a few, but not too many. Just over 50. Many small teams consisted of single men, some dying of drought while others drowned. Perhaps they had killed those women before coming here. Lin Bei didn't care about that. What he wanted was the stability of the alliance's future. Having seen his methods, would those who had not been exposed dare to continue? If they did, Lin Bei could only admire their courage. After all, not everyone is afraid of death. Lu Ruyan, all of this belongs to you. Looking at the more than 50 men who were straining so hard that their faces turned red and even bled from their orifices, Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. This should be enough for Lu Ruyan to break through to the third tier. Really, master? Lu Ruyan, who had just absorbed the power of the red-haired man, felt her strength surge. Hearing Lin Bei's words, she couldn't help but swallow hard. These men were basically all second-tier evolvers. Reaching the third tier would be a quick matter for her. Indeed. Once she broke through to the third tier, Lin Bei might not even want to kill her. After all, she possessed a level of special ability. Although Lin Bei could plunder others' abilities, keeping her would definitely yield greater benefits than killing her. Indeed. Yes. Receiving an affirmative response, Lu Ruyan began her buffet. Lin Bei looked at the crowd. Scanning them, there were just under 1,000, around 1,500. It was quite impressive to gather so many people in one afternoon. You have 1 minute, men on the left, women on the right, 10 per team. Swish, swish. Many people rushed to be the first to stand at the front, and soon, small teams were neatly arranged. They had already witnessed Lin Bei's strength and methods. They dared not show any negligence towards his words. As you can see, Lu Ruyan is my domesticated half-human, half-corpse. If anyone has an issue with this, feel free to speak up. No one responded. They all shook their heads. Any objections? Laughable. Do you want to die? From today onwards, you will all be members of the City of Time. As for why I named it the City of Time, what I just demonstrated is the first benefit of the City of Time. The second reason is why this alliance is called the City of Time. Starting tomorrow, every night at midnight, I will activate time acceleration for a building. You will sleep for 10 hours inside, but only 1 second will pass outside. This is the second benefit of the City of Time. Selecting team members, rewarding recruits. Selecting team members, rewarding recruits. What? Time acceleration? Is it true that 10 hours inside equals 1 second outside? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement, and Zhang Yang couldn't help but look at Lin Bei. How many special abilities does he have? Having such a terrifying spatial ability was one thing, but now he even had control over time? What does that even equate to? They could hunt zombies non-stop for 24 hours a day, and the 10 hours of rest time was extra, which meant their day was 10 hours longer than that of outsiders. What a heavenly benefit! Thinking of this, Lin Bei's lips curled up, but he suppressed it. Letting them search for members for themselves non-stop for 24 hours, this group of cattle and horses not only didn't get angry but were rather happy. As for the drawbacks? Please, isn't it just consuming 10 hours of lifespan more than others in a day? What does that count for? In this apocalypse, who knows if they can live for a few more years? Naturally, they should seize every moment to level up and grow stronger. With strength, there will be a future. I know everyone will doubt the authenticity of this benefit. Building 30, Unit 1, women go in, Unit 2, men go in. Keep an eye on your phone's time, and come out after 10 hours. 32 floors. Enough to accommodate these people. It was now a little past 7 in the evening. 10 hours later, it would be 5 in the morning. At 5 o'clock, it would already be bright outside. Whether it was true or not, they would know after trying. According to Lin Bei's words, the men and women entered different units, and the moment everyone stepped in, the time ability activated. Fortunately, with the level 3 space ability's ability value plus the ability values of other abilities, otherwise, he really couldn't support such a high acceleration. Working for nothing? No, it just happened to accelerate the upgrade of the time ability. Almost instantly, the time ability reached level 2. And the upper limit of the ability value increased again. Zhang Yang, standing next to Lin Bei, sneezed. He didn't go up. He wanted to see if Lin Bei was bragging. 1 second outside, 10 hours inside. Just as he finished sneezing, the people who had just gone upstairs came back down. Zhang Yang looked at the time in disbelief. It really was calculated by the second. He hurriedly asked someone from the former Iron Blood Legion, "Brother, did you really sleep for 10 hours? No. The man shook his head. Sure enough. I played cards for 2 hours, ate something, and slept for about 8 hours. Zhang Yang, nonsense literature. The people who came out stood in line again, looking extremely shocked at Lu Ruyan, who was still at the buffet. For them, after 10 hours, nothing had changed outside. The sky was still pitch black. Lu Ruyan was still eating the same amount. At this moment, they firmly believed in Lin Bei's time ability. If it weren't for the time ability, this kind of thing would be impossible. Very good. Lin Bei glanced at the crowd, their gazes filled with shock, envy, and admiration. He spoke, "Next, all the ladies will come to me one by one for regrouping, starting with you." It was time to supplement the female team. The first one, a charming young woman in her 30s, gracefully approached him, her alluring eyes fixed on him. If Lin Bei took a liking to her, her fate would change for this lifetime. Go back. The woman was taken aback, unsure if she was favored or not. The next one, go back, go back, stand over there, go back, stand over there. To be honest, the probability was quite high. On average, among 10 or so girls, there was one that met his criteria, with the minimum requirement being that she had not been with anyone. However, the average combat power level was quite low, and many hadn't started evolving. They should be the girls who had been cooped up at home in this large community. The number of people in the team kept increasing. A few minutes later, the team size rose to 37. Lin Bei scanned the more than 30 girls. Picking out this number from hundreds of women was quite good. Under some peculiar factors, it perfectly matched the 63 people in the base to make 100. Perfect. So satisfying. You all will follow me later. You should have seen the base over there, right? That's my territory. From today on, you are my people. Of course, I won't force anyone. If you don't want to, you can stay behind. Goodness. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Right from the start, he wanted so many girls. Even an indestructible kidney couldn't handle that, could it? This guy, is he really just trying to assist them in forming this alliance for this purpose? Upon hearing this, the 37 girls looked at each other, and not a single one spoke up to refuse. Each of them showed expressions of surprise. I'm willing, I'm super willing, I'm willing too. Sisters, have we caught Lin Bei's eye? Ha 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 ha, wow, we are so lucky. Up ahead, the girls who had not been chosen looked at them with jealousy. Following a strong person like Lin Bei was definitely better than being in the large group. Lin Bei looked at the crowd ahead and continued, "Currently, the male-to-female ratio in our time city is very unbalanced. with the number of men being more than twice that of women. Considering future balanced development, from now on, whoever can bring back a new female member will receive a third-grade returning pill. As he spoke, hundreds of returning pills floated to Lin Bei's left side. This scene made everyone widen their eyes, their breaths becoming heated. Wasn't this what they were hoping for by joining the alliance? At the same time, they were even more astonished. Where did Lin Bei get so many of these pills? One of these pills could save a life. Of course, if the girl found has the qualifications to join my team, an additional pill will be rewarded, making it 2 third-grade returning pills. For every additional 100 new female members in Time City, all members will receive an extra third-grade returning pill plus a third-grade healing pill. Oh, right. Let me remind everyone of something. In team mode, the ranking rewards for individual pill gains belong to the individual. If anyone suggests pooling together to create a god, just ignore it. Everything will be based on my rules. Many ordinary members of the Iron Blood Legion's eyes lit up. They contributed for the team's development, but felt somewhat uncomfortable. Now that there was no god-making plan, they could have control over their own pills. Lin Bei noticed the change in their expressions. The god-making plan had some use, but it was only suitable for small teams. Once the number increased, it could easily cause internal conflicts. Moreover, he needed these people to expand the number of girls in his team. Submitting pills would lower their enthusiasm. Who wouldn't want their pockets to be full? The more they worked, the more buns they would get. Naturally, they would be very motivated. As he spoke, hundreds of different colored healing pills floated to Lin Bei's right side, making everyone's breaths even hotter. Becoming a member of Time City not only allowed for 10 extra hours of rest but also the freedom to use the Trial Stones reward pills, and they could gain extra pill rewards by recruiting new members. As long as they recruited 100 women, the entire team would receive additional third-grade healing pills and returning pills. Time City. So cool. After the restructuring, they were financially robust. Of course, this wasn't the end. Above Lin Bei's back floated hundreds of brand new colored pills, and he continued, in Time City, for every 500 newly joined female members, all members will receive an extra longevity pill. Taking this pill can increase one's lifespan by a year. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd could no longer contain their shouts. They could understand the situation with the previous 2 types of pills. Perhaps they had cracked the formula for mass production. But what was this longevity pill? There wasn't even a trial monument for it. Each person received one. No side effects, an extra 10 hours a day. This reward was truly too generous. Every aspect of it drove them to madness, and when gathered together, it highlighted Lin Bei's substantial resources, making the girls who had not been chosen even more envious of the women around him. Even the men began to feel envy. What's going on? At that moment, Chen Tianming returned with a large group, over 300 people, staring in astonishment at Lu Ruyan, who was enjoying the buffet. If it weren't for Lin Bei holding a meeting in front, he would have already taken action to eliminate her. Clearly, Lin Bei had dealt with the situation. This half-human, half-corpse must have been raised by him, otherwise, how could it so openly eat here? Boss, do the girls that Chen Tianming brought back count as new recruits? Someone in the crowd asked. Lin Bei turned to take a look. Oh, quite a few people. Among the 300, there were about 100 women, and some of these girls looked familiar. Wasn't that Qin Jie, who lived in the same building as him? What a coincidence to run into her again. Oh no! It seemed these girls were all the ones he had initially passed over. A quick glance revealed that none of them met the criteria. What a waste of excitement. Ah, brother Lin Bei. Chen Jie also noticed him and waved excitedly. Lin Bei ignored her. Turning back, he saw everyone staring at him, holding their breath, waiting for his response. Count. He raised the corner of his mouth and lightly uttered a word. Lord Lin Bei is amazing. Lord Lin Bei is mighty. Long live Lord Lin Bei. Everyone became excited, raising their arms in cheers, almost kneeling to shout long live, long live, long live. With a thought, the returning pills and healing pills surrounding him flew towards the crowd, each person receiving one. Really, this is real. The taste is exactly the same as the rewards from the trial monument. Lord Lin Bei is truly generous. This counts as new recruits. There really are. What a grand gesture. Right from the start, distributing pills, giving out so many at once. Lord Lin Bei, take a look at me. Actually, my heart is also that of a girl. One by one, they carefully stowed their pills. 2 pills. That was 2 lives. What's going on? The group led by Qin Tianming was completely bewildered. They had just returned and already there were pills being distributed. Zhang Yang went to inform them of the situation here. After hearing it, Qin Tianming stared intensely at Lin Bei's back, breathing heavily. Good. Good. Telling Lin Bei about forming an alliance was definitely the best decision he had ever made. He quickly turned to ask the girls he had just brought back if they had been coerced. Since they were going to clean up, it had to be thorough. Very good. No. Because this team was recruited from the community after the trial monument appeared, no one had taken action against them for the sake of team rankings. 100 girls, 100 returning pills. Lin Bei controlled 100 returning pills to fly towards Chen Tianming and the others. These 100 are counted as your recruits, 10 people, 10 pills each. This scene made everyone green with envy. If it weren't for the meeting still ongoing, they would have rushed out immediately, killing their way to other communities to find a bunch of girls to present to Lord Lin Bei. Next, to ensure no good girl was overlooked, Lin Bei looked at each one. Very good, not a single one met the criteria, but the more he looked, the more familiar their faces became. Awesome! It was at this moment. After finishing her meal at the buffet, Lu Ruyan's powerful aura erupted, causing everyone except Lin Bei to furrow their brows, feeling a strong sense of oppression from her presence. It was even more intense than the red-haired man's earlier display. Chen Tianming's expression was grave. Third stage. It was definitely the third stage. Third stage zombies were no joke. Master, I've broken through to the third stage, Lu Ruyan said, having finished eating. She tilted her head back to wash her face and tidied her hair to appear more presentable, then obediently approached Lin Bei to report. As she walked over, the others instinctively stepped back, just in case she went mad. Who could stop her besides Lin Bei? Not bad, Lin Bei glanced at her. After reaching the third stage, Lu Ruyan's skin looked slightly better, but it was still obvious she was a zombie. Lin Bei glanced at the man controlling the water. Level water. He had no interest at all. Without turning back, he said to Chen Tianming, I've finished what I needed to do. Now it's up to you. Everyone who has joined Time City should register, and make an extra note of the new female members I haven't confirmed yet. Okay. Chen Tianming readily agreed to Lin Bei's words. This was a super strong ally, he had to hold on tight. Really? Just now, he had handed out over 3,000 pills, which was incredibly extravagant, to the extreme. I won't participate in team mode. Whether you can take first place depends on yourselves. Don't worry, we definitely will, Chen Tianming assured. As long as Lin Bei's innate Wuji team didn't take action, with so many people in Hope City, first place in team mode was a sure thing. To this, Lin Bei said nothing more. He had lost interest in this place. He wanted to return and start his own development. With a thought, he opened the internal space wormhole of the base. Just as he was about to step in, he remembered something and asked the crowd ahead, I'm selfishly taking these girls away. No one has any objections, right? How could there be? A man at the front quickly replied, being able to join Lord Lin Bei's special team is an extremely lucky thing for them, and a great honor for us members as well. In the future, I can boast to others that a friend of mine is a member of Lord Lin Bei's private team. With that connection, who knows how many people will try to curry favor with me? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Very good. Definitely a talent before the apocalypse. With a flick of his finger, a returning pill flew into his palm. You spoke well, so here's a reward for you. Thank you, Lord Lin Bei. The man was overjoyed, not expecting that a few flattering words would earn him such a precious returning pill. It was too delightful. Lord Lin Bei, Lord Lin Bei. As soon as this happened, countless people hurried to flatter him. Lin Bei was very satisfied with their performance. After flicking a few more returning pills, he led the girls through the space wormhole to leave. Merging abilities, enhancing abilities. Merging abilities, enhancing abilities. Brothers, there are still over 4 hours until midnight. Let's leave an hour for team battles, an hour for solo challenges, and we still have over 2 hours left. Let's go out and find some girls. I slept for 10 hours. It's been a long time since I slept so well. I'm feeling incredibly strong now. Let's go, let's kill zombies while looking for girls. We can do both. As soon as Lin Bei left, the people in Time City couldn't wait to start taking action. Who would complain about having too many returning pills and healing pills? There was no limit on the number of people. How many pills they could get depended entirely on their efforts. Joining Time City was definitely the luckiest decision they had ever made. Hey, don't rush. First, let's all register. Chen Tianming quickly stopped the crowd. Their enthusiasm was a bit too high. Next door, Lin Bei entrusted those girls to Xiao Shiran for arrangement, totaling exactly 100 people, 10 teams of 10. He asked Xiao Shiran to call everyone back. It was time to pick up the pace. He found Shiyu and the others. A small sun composed of level 3 fire abilities appeared in his hand as he looked at Yun and Jiangyu. Xiao Yun, what you want is space abilities, right? Since that's the case, I won't give this to you. Xiao Yuyui, do you like level 3 fire abilities? Yun shrugged. Fire. She didn't like it. She preferred space abilities like her good brother and sister Yu. Space was so cool. Fire? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. good, good, good. This is great. I like it. Here. The small sun was sent into Jiang Yu's forehead by Lin Bei, and she was enveloped in a faint red glow, radiating warmth. Shiyu, Hiyun, Wan En, Xia, and Lui all watched Jiang Yu, genuinely happy for her. The physical abilities determined the lower limit, while elemental and attribute abilities were the upper limit. With that, only Hiyun was left. At present, although Hiyun's power was terrifying, it couldn't be considered truly strong. A well-rounded hexagonal warrior was the way to go. Xiao Yuyui, today is a big harvest, so I'll give you a good thing too. Lin Bei then took out a level of power ability. These girls could have it, but of course, it had to be given to the big one first. Oh no, the second one. What kind of ability is this? Shiyu asked curiously, her eyes fixed on the light ball, unable to guess what it was from the outside. It's a level power ability. Goodness! Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim, did we poke the nest of level abilities? How many do we have now? Here, for you. I don't want it. Seeing Lin Bei about to give her the power ability, Shiyu quickly shook her head in refusal. Bei, give this ability to Xiaoyu instead. This ability doesn't benefit me much, and it doesn't benefit the other sisters much either. Only Xiaoyu's physique can perfectly utilize that power. That makes sense. He actually knew this, but he didn't want her to feel unappreciated. Since she was so proactive in saying it, so understanding, he had to reward her properly. With a flick of his finger, he sent the level power ability to Jiang Yu, then took Shiyu's small hand and stepped into the house. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei came out. Wow, good brother, you're so fast, just 3 seconds is enough, so impressive. Hiyun naturally knew that 3 seconds was just 3 seconds in the outside world, but she couldn't help but tease a little. Just being cheeky, huh? Lin Bei pulled Hiyun's small hand into the house. Let me show you just how cruel these 3 seconds can be. Hiyun's pupils constricted. Bad. Sister Yu, help, help. Symbolically resisting, she put in a little effort, but Lin Bei's strength was far above hers. Even if she resisted with all her might, it was futile. Shiyu took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, seemingly ignoring Hiyun's cries for help. No, no, no. Hiyun was dragged into the house. 3 seconds later, Lin Bei walked out, running his hands through his hair, unable to help but shake his head and smile wryly. It had only been about half a month since the apocalypse broke out, and in real life, he had only had the time ability for just an hour or two. Yet, during the days of accelerated time, he had been there for almost a month and a half. UUE for half a month. UUE for half a month. UUE for half a month. Life was so good that they almost forgot it was the apocalypse. Soon Hiyun came out, playfully wrapping her arms around Lin Bei's. Sisters, long time no see. Oh wait, for you, it's only been a few seconds. Good brother, the time ability is really too abnormal. Yeah, Lin Bei agreed wholeheartedly. The more it was used, the more he understood its terror, the less important it became to traverse the past and future. What mattered was the acceleration of time. For him, in this fast-paced apocalypse, the most lacking thing was time. Enyu, my dear, you arrived just in time. With a wave of his hand, he activated time acceleration in the small space where they were, granting Xiaoyu an additional high-speed boost, allowing her to merge her abilities almost instantaneously. Awesome! Jiang Yu exclaimed softly. A surging momentum radiated from her, making her the second strongest after Lin Bei. Level physique, level strength, level fire. 3 types of abilities combined in one, plus an additional 8-fold strength and 4-fold physique enhancement. Her current power was terrifying. Really, very, very, very terrifying. With a flick of her hand, brilliant flames danced in the air. She extended a finger, and a flame shot out from her fingertip. The sensation of elemental abilities was truly wonderful, and her gaze towards Lin Bei was filled with gratitude and affection. Thank you, Enyu, for introducing her to such a man, not only allowing her to experience the feeling of having a boyfriend but also making her one of the top powers in the world. Yeah! Wan En also extended a finger, and an ice spike appeared at her fingertip. Unable to resist joking, she said, Xiaoyu, ice and fire, shouldn't we create some conflict to match our abilities? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Ice and fire, good, good, good. Lin Bei stretched lazily and said to everyone, ladies, our small goal is to elevate our abilities to level 4. Enhancing strength required killing zombies, but upgrading ability levels did not. Okay, The women understood that to quickly enhance their strength, the only path was to elevate their ability levels. In the outside world, a second could equate to half a month in the space they occupied. Time abilities were indeed terrifying, but they hadn't reached that level yet. Because they were all gathered together, Lin Bei only needed to accelerate the time in this small area. Even so, it was under the full power of Lin Bei's time ability, and with nearly countless rebound pills, they could maintain it indefinitely. Let's start practicing. Fuxing 100 layers, begin harvesting. Fuxing 100 layers, begin harvesting. Boom! LVE activated her earth ability, and in front of Lin Bei, Hyun, Zhang and Shiyu, a life-sized mud doll appeared, with ability energy pouring in to enhance its quality. Wanen's ability followed suit. A thick layer of ice formed on the surface of several mud dolls, and then Shiryu's spatial ability activated, trapping Lin Bei and the others in different qualities of spatial confinement. LVE and Wanen were responsible for the dummies, while Shiryu was in charge of the restrictions. Lin Bei and the others unleashed their abilities, quickly attacking and destroying the dummies under the spatial constraints, allowing everyone's abilities to be fully trained. Each performed their role. Each improved. Shatter! Lin Bei broke through Shiryu's spatial blockade with all his might, his fists covered in earth and ice, crackling with electricity, and he smashed the incredibly hard dummy to pieces. Moreover, he opened a slightly larger spatial blockade to withstand the aftermath of their attacks. This was his base, and he couldn't let training damage the building, as it was meant for habitation. Cough! Shiryu's spatial blockade was forcefully broken, and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from the backlash. She popped a healing pill and a rebound pill into her mouth. These minor injuries were nothing. With such abundant resources, if she couldn't withstand even this, then so be it. Hyun and Zhang Yu also broke through the blockade and smashed the dummies. Shiyu found it somewhat strenuous, but under the boost of electricity, she also broke through the blockade, the thick currents blasting the dummy into a pile of fragments. In the blink of an eye, the dummy was restored under the control of E and Wanen. This continued in cycles. On the side, He Tao and the others, who returned first, stared intently at Lin Bei and his companions. In their view, Lin Bei and the others moved with such exaggerated speed that they were nothing but after images. No matter how they looked, they couldn't see what they were doing. Space level 4, time level 4, lightning level 4, freezing level 4, strength level 4, constitution level 4, earth level 4. Through relentless effort, Lin Bei raised all his abilities to level 4, and the powers of the girls around him also successively stepped into level 4. Once all their abilities reached level 4, Lin Bei released the time acceleration. After 3 days and nights of continuous training without rest, the gains were substantial. The quantity of various elixirs skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, but the exhaustion was beyond ordinary. They had endured some hardships. Glancing not far away, 100 combat members still had over a dozen who had not returned. Lin Bei led the girls back inside to rest, enjoying some leisure time. Any extra time should not be wasted. It could also deepen their bonds. At 8 in the evening, the group, well-fed and well-rested, walked out of the building. Next, they would begin special time training for the 100 members. During the time he rested with the girls, he had slowed down the pace, and the 100 had gathered during this period, waiting for him. Lin Bei walked up to them with Zhang Yu. His appearance excited all the girls. It had been a long time since Lin Bei and the others had been away, and he had forgotten over 90% of their faces. But for the girls, no matter how much time passed, Lin Bei's image in their hearts could never be erased. Powerful, handsome, wealthy. I believe everyone has heard about the benefits for the newly joined girls in the City of Time. I'll just say one thing, the benefits here are 1,000, 10,000, even 100,000 times greater than over there. In the time to come, Zhang Yu will teach you how to control and use your own energy. The flow of time in this area is different from the outside. 1 hour outside equals 3 months inside. I hope that during these 3 months, you can all make progress. 3 months should be enough for these girls to develop the bonds of fitness. Gaining an extra 100 times the strength out of thin air was something even he found hard to imagine, indeed a bit too exaggerated. Energy. Zhang Yu explained to everyone while holding a spear. Setting aside a few individuals, this was still their first time interacting with Lin Bei's women. Zhang Yu's name was well known, and they listened attentively, each learning earnestly. 3 months. Lin Bei wouldn't foolishly stay inside for 3 months. That would be torturous. He lay on a lounge chair, admiring the dreamlike beauty of the heavy rain falling on the transparent ice roof. He set up a projector, too lazy to find a power strip, and directly had Lu Ruyan pedal a bicycle to generate electricity, projecting the movie onto the wall. Lu Ruyan's survival instinct was too strong. No matter what he said, she executed it immediately, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Since she was so obedient, he decided to keep her around as a muscle, charging her abilities. Saying it was useless was a bit of an understatement. Saying it was useful was also not entirely accurate. Beside him, Cie and the others prepared some fruit to feed him. This little life was quite enjoyable. After teaching everything that needed to be taught, Zhang Yu also stepped out of the time acceleration zone. A master leads you to the door, but cultivation relies on the individual. An hour's time could be slow or fast. A movie had yet to finish. The girls concluded their 3-month rigorous training. During these 3 months, aside from going to the bathroom, eating, sleeping, and bathing, all other time was spent practicing energy. Even the weakest and least talented individuals could use it proficiently. Lin Bei glanced around. After 3 months of training, all the negative bonds on each girl had disappeared, transforming into the bonds he envisioned. Evolution had begun. No matter whether one's body was plump or thin before the apocalypse, most would transform into a perfect figure with defined lines. It only required the accumulation of time, and the bonds of fitness enthusiasts would naturally form. As for the bonds of foodies, they were created through the countless types of food they indulged in, one by one. Looking at these bonds, Lin Bei couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. Even he felt a surge of tension at this moment. Truly, this time harvesting was more terrifying than any previous time. This was the terrifying effect born from the combination of time abilities and his ever-increasing consumption of the rebound pill. Outside, only a little over an hour had passed, yet it saved him a full 3 months of waiting time. Fortune star, 100 layers. Harvesting. Lin Bei's gaze turned to He Tao. The 3 months had made her previously slightly immature face appear much more mature, and he signaled her to follow him into the building with his eyes. He Tao was first taken aback. Then she was overjoyed. "We've made it, girl, we've made it. We finally made it." He Tao excitedly shouted to her several sisters, then bowed to Jiang Yu and the others, bouncing and skipping into the building. At this moment, she was no longer the female warrior who had killed countless zombies, but an extremely happy little girl. Foodie bond +1, food return multiplier, 9. Fitness bond +1, strength increase multiplier, 9. Overall enhancement, second trial. Overall enhancement, second trial. Uninitiated, 107. 1000 cubic meter space ring. System, can you explain? 100 space rings, what do you think I am? How about 100 dismantlers or copiers? What do I need so many rings for? Lin Bei was somewhat speechless. Master, the small gift reward for being uninitiated is like this, the highest reward is this, and the system has done its best to arrange it for the master. Dismantlers and copiers can only be obtained by those with at least level abilities and a beauty score above 90. That's the setting. Lin Bei, speechless. What a garbage system. Hey, we agreed before that you wouldn't criticize the system anymore. Why are you starting again? You're not keeping your word. Did I say that? Besides, I'm just venting, not criticizing. I look down on you. Attributes. Master, Lin Bei, level, tier 3, 4 stars. Storage system space, 10 million cubic meters. Abilities, space, time, freezing, level, lightning, earth, strength, level, 5 times, constitution, level, 5 times. Speed, 450. Strength, 450. Mental, 450. Constitution, 450. Pet, Silver Moon, Tier 2, 4 stars. Members recorded in the illustrated guide, by Enyu, Tier 3, 9 stars. Time, Zhang Xiyu, Tier 2, 9 stars. Space, Hiyun, Tier 2, 9 stars. Strength, 4 times increase. Lin Wanen, Tier 2, 9 stars. Freezing, Zhang Yu, Tier 2, 9 stars. Constitution, 4 times increase. Xiaoxia, Tier 2, 9 stars. Lightning, Louis, Tier 3, 1 star. Earth, He Tao. Overall gains, Strength increase multiplier, 108. Constitution increase multiplier, 2. Food resource return multiplier, 108. Learning enhancement multiplier, 2. Martial arts talent increase multiplier, 2. Temperament enhancement multiplier, 2. Done accuracy multiplier, 2. Really, Lin Bei didn't dare to activate this 100-fold strength increase all at once. He was afraid his body wouldn't be able to handle it and would explode, so he could only gradually increase it little by little. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, 100 times. Fortunately, it was different from what he had imagined. Activating the strength increase all at once caused no discomfort at all. Truly, Lin Bei didn't know what his current strength truly represented. He only knew that the power number was 243,000, which was 24,300 times the limit of an ordinary person. Even if a strong woman like Shun came, she would be like a younger brother in front of him. No one supports my ambition to reach the sky. I will tread through the snow to the mountain peak. System? Ha 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 ha. Once outside, Lin Bei laughed out loud. Enyu, you really delivered a great gift to me. His index finger moved slightly. He slowly increased the strength of Shiyu and the others to 108 times, and the girls instantly felt the change in their bodies. Hiyun, who had been struggling to hold the big hammer, now felt as light as a cotton candy. Curiosity drove her to open the panel. Maya. She couldn't help but scream. her beautiful eyes wide open, rubbing them to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Her strength number multiplied by 5, then by 108, and she placed one hand on her waist, laughing heartily. Who else? With the other hand, she swung the Haotian hammer. The speed was so fast that it left after images. Jiang Yu's light voice came, and with quick reflexes, she reached out and firmly grabbed her Haotian hammer. He-Yun's small face instantly fell. She had been the strongest in the team aside from Lin Bei, but with Jiang Yu gaining fire abilities and strength abilities, along with her own physical abilities, she was completely crushed in every aspect. Lin Bei stepped forward, one by one putting space rings on them. The space capacity is decent, 10 by 10 by 10. In the future, if you need pills, you won't have to come to Shiyu or me. As he spoke, he gave each person 10,000 pills. With the space rings, it would be much more convenient, and He-Yun wouldn't have to carry her big hammer all day. Lin Bei's gaze turned to the trial monument. Babies, it's time to give the people around the world a little shock, and it won't be in vain for our efforts during this time. Just right, let's test this explosive power. Fortunately, the space rings were produced by the system. Otherwise, he didn't know how many would have been crushed. Okay. The few of them shimmered with light. In no time, they disappeared from their spot. As night approached midnight, the rankings on the trial monument were constantly updating. Since it was based on cumulative progress, many had already surpassed his first place. Everyone knew that those who had been surpassed had not yet opened the second round. Moreover, this time the trial monument had a new feature. A small blank space appeared next to each person's name, serving as a message board. 1. Chinsun, Huaxia, progress, level 20, 50%. Beast blood boiling, attracting people. 2. Xiaocheng, Huaxia, progress, level 19, 0%. Beast blood boiling, attracting people. In the trial space, Lin Bei chose a long sword as his weapon, narrowing his eyes slightly. Beast blood boiling, this should be related to the beast transformation bond on Enyu. He had asked before, but Enyu didn't answer and only told him he would know soon. With overwhelming force, Lin Bei's sword sliced through the zombies' heads as if it were cutting tofu. Regardless of what new species or zombies appeared, or what defenses they had, none could withstand his sword. The ranking quickly rose. At the base entrance, 100 girls changed their clothes and walked out of the building, each wearing sweet and excited smiles. He Tao's team not only achieved their dreams but also had their strength increased 20-fold. The captains, Shiran, Xiaocheng, and Xiaobai, also had their strength increased 20-fold, while the strength of all the others increased 10-fold. How could they not be thrilled? From this moment on, they had completely shed their mediocrity. As long as they caught up in evolution levels, they could become independent strong individuals, and all of this was gifted to them by Lin Bei. They had no regrets. It was Lin Bei who allowed them to have a brand new future. Not only did they not regret it, but they also felt extremely honored and happy. During the 3 months of training, He Tao's words to her sisters had, to some extent, influenced them. Evolution accelerated, be-steered lowly. Evolution accelerated, be-steered lowly. Day. As Lin Bei and the others became more ferocious in the trial path, breaking through more and more levels, the heavy rain enveloping the city grew increasingly fierce, the transparent ice dome becoming blurred. In this downpour, zombies howled at the sky, their emaciated bodies rapidly becoming robust. One by one, animals began to take on human forms. Under the even more ferocious rain, the speed of evolution increased. Even the little silver moon, who was lying at the entrance of the building, wagging her tail and leisurely munching on steak and grilled sausages, was undergoing a dramatic transformation at that moment. From a puppy, she was visibly developing into a cute little loli about 1 meter 45 tall. On the sea, giant waves surged continuously, lightning darting through the clouds, briefly illuminating the sky. A whale broke through the surface of the sea, its massive body shrinking continuously, one after another. The fierce rain drove all creatures in this sea area into a frenzy. Another flash of lightning passed, and countless whales and sharks leaped out of the water into the sky, some shrinking in size, while others grew larger, clearly evolving in 2 different directions. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei and the others reappeared at the entrance of the building. Just as they stepped out, a little loli with white hair, white beast ears, and a fluffy white tail pounced into his arms, her pale little face rubbing against his belly as she said in a baby voice, "Daddy." "The girls? No, you forgot to turn off the time acceleration. How come there's even a child now, and she's so big? Which sister gave birth?" Sia said while looking at her sister, Xiao Shiran. Lin Bei's face darkened. Such a big imagination? "Mama Sia, Mama." The beast-eared white-haired little loli ran to Xiao Sia and hugged her tightly. "Mama, I'm Xiao Yuyu." "Xiao Yuyu? Yin Yu?" Xiao Sia was in disbelief. the little loli in front of her was clearly a living person. She reached out and touched her little wolf ears. Hey, it was actually real. She checked her wolf tail. Not a pendant, not a plug-in, a real tail. You really are Inu? Xiaoxia asked, holding her face, her little eyes just like Inu's, both blue pupils. Mm. Xiao Shiran chimed in from the side, sister, she really is little Inu. We watched her turn into a person with our own eyes. This outfit is what we found for her to wear later, aside from the tail and ears. She is exactly like a human in every other aspect. Lin Bei was not very surprised. He had a telepathic connection with Inu and knew she had transformed into a human while fighting zombies and breaking through levels. Zio Yu, how did you turn into a person? Xie asked curiously while checking her. Inu looked innocent. I don't know either, it just happened inexplicably. I was eating, and then I slowly turned into a person. It's a bit strange, I haven't fully adapted yet. Inu tugged at her slightly loose clothes. All the sisters here were adults, and there were no clothes suitable for her. Can you still turn into a wolf? Yes. Inu spun around and transformed into a cute little cub, then changed back into a human, saying, besides being able to turn into my old self, I also have a new form. As she spoke, Inu focused her thoughts. 2 delicate little hands grew sharp nails, and 4 little tiger teeth transformed into long fangs. After showing off, she turned back into the obedient and cute lowly form, hugging Xiaoxia and enjoying her caresses. For no apparent reason, Lin Bei transformed into a werewolf. He looked up at the icy peak. A wave of cold air surged from his palms, reinforcing his resolve. The rain was heavier than when he entered the trial. Tonzi, could it be that the number of challenges we faced is too high, causing the evolutionary speed of the creatures in this area to increase once again? Sure enough, the trial monument was not only a means for Earth's consciousness to help humanity rise quickly and unite, but also to facilitate the assessment of human strength, allowing for energy bias, making nearby creatures stronger to help the strong become even stronger. It was just as he guessed. He looked up at the trial monument. The rankings at the very top had all been refreshed, leading by a wide margin. 1. Lin Bei, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. Heaven. 2. Jiangyu, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. Life. 3. Hiyun, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. None. 4. Xiaoxia, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. Extreme. 5. Lin Wanen, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. 6. Louis, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. 7. Jiang Xiyu, Huaxia, Progress, Level 51, 0%. 1. Damn, can we even play anymore? He Tao stared at the notes behind the rankings, her mouth agape. The others had a sentence behind them, while they had each person forming a sentence. Aren't you afraid of being disrupted? I mean, can you take a good look at their progress? Level 51, and they are at most in the 20s below. How could they disrupt it? They are leading by a wide margin. Leading by a wide margin. Lin Bei touched his nose. He whispered something to the girls, and Shiyu raised an eyebrow. Isn't the aggression a bit too strong? Isn't it a bit too showy? Not at all, this is just the beginning. Hiyun said excitedly, come on, it's rare for us to occupy the top spots. We definitely have to show off, otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this ranking? Not that I'm targeting anyone. The ones downstairs are all trash. Each person's name was followed by 2 additional characters, arranged vertically, forming these 2 sentences. Alright, everyone is free to move around. Those who want to enter the challenges can go ahead. Shiran, Xiaoqing, you 10 captains stay back. Lin Bei took out 9 space rings and handed them to the captains. Except for He Tao, there are a lot of elixirs in here. Distribute them before training each day. Then, he took out 9 more rings and handed them to He Tao. These rings, give them to your sisters. Those who received the rings were all people he had known for a while among the 100. Thank you, hubby, you're so nice, He Tao said as she took the rings and leaned in to kiss his face. After months, she could finally do this. Make good use of your abilities and brainwash them, Lin Bei whispered in her ear. The dependency and favorability of He Tao's entire team were over 90%, with various bond bonuses permanently unlocked, but the others were still a bit lacking. He had 2 choices. 1. Lock all the girls who hadn't reached 90% in the Divine Might space, forcibly protecting their safety to avoid losing power bonuses. This would be the most rational decision, but he didn't want to be cold-blooded to his own people. With the cheat in place, there was no need to do something against his conscience, so he chose the second option. 2. Let He Tao brainwash them. With the bond of having a top-notch girlfriend, it wasn't difficult. A little brainwashing would suffice. Deliberately tempting, breaking their hearts. Deliberately tempting, breaking their hearts. Not that I'm targeting anyone, the ones downstairs are all trash. This Daminate Wuji is too arrogant, isn't it? In a certain 5-star hotel, A man standing by the window watching the rankings of the trial monument turned pale, unable to help but crush the glass cup in his hand. It's indeed quite arrogant, but they have the capital to be arrogant. 7 out of the top 10 spots are occupied by them, and judging by their consistent number of challenges, 50 levels are not their limit. Being born with no limits is terrifying, and that one called Lin Bei is even more frightening. This is really unscientific. We all have decent abilities and have developed various animal gene serums to enhance our physical qualities, perfectly comparable to the enhancement of physical abilities. Even so, we still can't compete with those born with no limits. What kind of monsters are those people? Can a human really pass 50 levels? Could it be that they, like us, have experts in the biological field developing gene serums? Isn't that a bit excessive and unreasonable? Someone, translate what these words mean. Why are people from Huaxia so fierce? 50 levels, have they modified the game? How can we even catch up? Countless strong individuals around the world were thrown into despair. If the gap weren't so large, one could still catch up with effort. But the difference between the 7th and 8th places was simply too great, one at 51 levels, the other at just over 20 levels. The sheer chasm of difference felt hopeless and suffocating. Of course, this had nothing to do with those who couldn't even make it into the top 100, or even 1,000. Inside the City of Time. Damn, is this the strength of Lord Lin Bei? Chen Tianming and others gathered everyone, preparing to enter the trial monument for team mode challenges, and were stunned to see the updated rankings. They only knew that Lin Bei was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. When the first day's rankings came out, some thought the rankings didn't mean much, and even had the courage to fight against Lin Bei. But when the second day's rankings came out, really, if anyone still had such thoughts, one could only say their head was harder than a diamond cord. On the other side, thousands of kilometers away. Doing this, aren't you afraid of getting beaten? And you looked up at the content on the trial monument and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. 51 levels, that guy, is he planning to force everyone to death? Even if you want to compete, you can't compete like this. A flash of white light appeared, and a girl in white who had just finished her trial appeared beside her, looking at the rankings with a face full of resentment. Furious, shaking, cold, they gave their all to challenge the levels. When they came out and looked, good heavens, they hadn't even reached half of their levels. What was the point? Sister Lao, give it up. No matter how hard you try, you can't surpass them. Face reality. If you can't beat them, join them. Come join me in the glorious evolution. And you tilted her head and smiled mischievously. I refuse. Baiwen raised her head and gritted her teeth. Not being able to surpass them only means my efforts aren't enough. Come on, help me activate time acceleration. I want to raise my magnetic ability to level 5. Oh no, level 6. By tomorrow night, I must surpass them. Alright, since you want to train hard, go ahead. And you stretched and continued. I really envy your perseverance. Unlike me, I went out to play and came back with my strength only increased by 108 times. I really want to work hard. You bastard? Baiwen was so angry her teeth itched. Stop tempting me. It's useless. I won't yield to mere power. Don't say 108 times, even if it's 200 times. What's the point if I can't hit anyone? You're right. And you fully agreed. Then a spatial wormhole appeared in front of her, from which she pulled out 2 cups of milk tea, one for herself and one she stuffed into Baiwen's hand. Just a bit of power, just a bit of spatial ability, all small fries. In my sister's eyes, what does that count for? Come on, when your magnetic ability reaches level 5 or 6, you'll definitely be the strongest evolver in the world. Oh no, my brother also has time abilities now, and his ability level is rising rapidly. He probably has around 7 or 8 or maybe even 8 or 9 abilities. You need to work hard, harder, and even harder if you want to have even a slight chance of surpassing him. Baiwen glanced down at the extra milk tea in her hand. Space ability. Damn it. Why? 108 times the power really isn't much, but if paired with space abilities, it's completely different. With time abilities, Enyu is already invincible, and with all the various enhancements, it makes her feel unbalanced. Does hard work really have no effect in the face of cheats? Baiwen's resolve was somewhat shattered. No! A ripple stirred in the space before the two, and a woman stepped out to observe the rankings. Hard work is the way to go, right, sister you? Baiwen asked expectantly. The woman nodded. Baiwen was overjoyed. She looked at Enyu with a smug expression. Just wait, I will definitely snatch the first place through my efforts. The woman's calm voice followed. In front of those who cheat, the strength born from your luck and hard work can make them feel a slight ripple in their mood when they deal with you. They might think, hey, this little ant is a bit interesting. Baiwen, ha 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 ha. Enyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Give it up, Sister Lao. Even sister you said so. Just honestly join the glorious evolution. You don't have to do anything. Just lie down and you can gain over 100 times the power boost. How wonderful is that? Sister you. Baiwen stared at the woman with a very resentful look. The woman shrugged. Although your ability is also at a high level, in front of Lin Bei's various abilities that seem to be activated, you really are very small. Also, it's only been half a month since the apocalypse broke out. Can you really say this strength is due to your efforts? If it weren't for his pills, you wouldn't even know where you'd be living in the mud. Baiwen pouted. Sister you, that's too discouraging. The woman shrugged and continued. The women on the rankings are the best proof. It's just that Enyu doesn't want to join in the fun, otherwise, your ranking would have to drop another place. You know this in your heart, but you're just being stubborn. Baiwen sighed. This is the truth. The woman extended her small hand, as white as jade, to catch some rainwater. Xiaoyu, agreeing to let you find Lin Bei this time, I really don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. His strength has increased too quickly, causing the pace of this apocalypse to speed up under his influence. As she spoke, her gaze turned to a zombie husky in the distance. In this heavy rain, its originally ordinary size was visibly growing, soon becoming the size of a van. Swish! A thick silver needle shot out from Baiwen's pocket, piercing the husky's eye and exiting from the back of its head at high speed. Isn't it a good thing that the pace is speeding up? The stronger the zombies, the more energy we gain. What's there to complain about? Going out to seize the quantity, the fierce fire extinguished. When a large number of animals mutate or turn into humanoids, it means that the alien race is about to invade, possibly tonight, tomorrow, or the day after. In any case, soon, the Earth's consciousness will open the spatial wormholes for the alien race, and humanity will have to face difficulties again after just a few days of comfort. The appearance of the trial monument made humanity very comfortable. No need to worry about food anymore. Just this point is enough to make 99% of humanity breathe a sigh of relief. But with the alien invasion, the evolvers will face real danger. Those aliens are not zombies with undeveloped intelligence, each one has been through countless battles. So, according to the original timeline, when will the alien invasion happen? Baiwen asked. The very first progress, the appearance of the trial monument was exactly 1 month after the apocalypse broke out, and the first large-scale invasion by the alien race occurred in the 3rd month. At that time, everyone was presented with the first hint of the true nature of the apocalypse. Because of our intervention, the pace of this apocalypse has been too fast, faster than any previous one. I hope it doesn't restart again. The woman's face showed deep fatigue. Restarting once would not only require a massive amount of energy and time but would also wear down confidence and expectations. Physical exhaustion was nothing compared to mental fatigue. Ha! Lin Bei, who was admiring his masterpiece on the trial monument, heard a sound outside. His ears perked up, and he flashed to the top of the base, looking into the pitch-black distance. Light! With a thought, a lightning dragon swam through the thick clouds, illuminating the world as if it were daytime. At the end of the wide road, a dense mass of zombies surged toward this place, their numbers far exceeding the zombies that Li Hai had released from his divine space that day. A medium-sized zombie tide. If he guessed correctly, it was this heavy rain that had upgraded the zombies, enhancing their sense of smell. There were about 100 people in the base, which wasn't many, but there were nearly 2,000 people in the nearby city of Time. The gathering of numbers here indicated that other places were empty, and this combination was the reason for attracting such a large-scale zombie tide. He never expected there would be so many zombies in this city. He could see that the tide was mixed with a large number of advanced zombies. Swish! The women in the base also heard the commotion. Shiyu led them upstairs. Faced with such a zombie tide, there was no panic on their faces, only excitement and exhilaration. For them, the more zombies, the better. This meant they could level up quickly. Lin Bei squinted in thought. Xiaoyu, come with me for a moment. Lin Bei activated his time management master mode and, in less than 3 seconds, brought Jiang Yu back, bringing her fire ability with him. You all handle the zombies here. Xiaoyun, come with me. Lin Bei initially wanted to leave alone but thought better of it and decided to take one person. The outbreak of the zombie tide here meant that other places had also erupted. Rather than competing for energy among themselves, it was better to seize energy from outsiders. He chose Hiyun, who was the least useful, so bringing her along was just right. Shiyu, space ability, with spatial perception to detect nearby dangers instantly, and the spatial wormhole can adapt to any situation, so he felt most at ease leaving her at the base. Jiang Yu, the strongest combat power aside from him. 1N, ice ability, to reinforce the top. EE, earth ability, to repair the base. Xia, she and Shiran were responsible for the daily operations of the women's team, just needing to manage a bit, and her powerful lightning power also counted as the 3rd combat force in the team. With these 5 women guarding the base, plus the many pills he left behind, they could face any situation. If he took one more person, he would feel a bit uneasy. He didn't want to part with them, but separating was the most rational and highest yield decision. Alright, Hyun bounced over to his side, happily hugging his arm, tilting her little head with a hint of pride as she glanced at Shiyu and the others, as if saying with her eyes, "See, I'm the most favored. Let's go." After greeting them, Lin Bei left with Hyun. "Why are you taking Xiao Yun again?" Wanin pouted unhappily, as she had also been taken out alone last time. Also pouted. She was the last to join. Logically, she should be the one taken out to build a bond. Shiyu shrugged. If Bebe wants to take a sister out for a while, who do you think would have the least impact if they left? The others understood. On the other side, Hyun hugged Lin Bei as they continuously traversed through the spatial wormhole. "Good brother, among the several women, are you the most fond of me?" Lin Bei curled his lips. "Of course, who told you that you are the cutest?" Lin Bei naturally knew she was overthinking. Hyun laughed even more happily. Lin Bei and Hyun stood atop the signal tower, overlooking the city. He snapped his fingers, and a lightning dragon flashed by. Lin Bei saw a large horde of zombies heading towards a hotel in the distance. "Let's go!" Lin Bei and Hyun arrived at the end of the zombie tide. He took out his long sword, while Hyun pulled out a giant hammer. "Let's get started." Ahead, countless people were terrified, looking out from the windows of the hotel building. This zombie tide was more terrifying than any they had ever experienced. The 2-meter-high fence made of steel bars surrounding the hotel was instantly crushed. There must be at least 100,000 of them. Where do we run if they come up? Zombies are energy. But there were so many zombies that they had no desire to fight. Reality was not a trial path. Once dead, it was truly over. What do we do? What is that? It looks like someone is slaughtering zombies. Lin Bei and Hyun ignored the thoughts of the people inside the building and unleashed their firepower to slaughter the zombies. This was not a trial path. They didn't need to hold back, just kill with all their might. Die! In front of Lin Bei, a terrifying 5-meter-tall giant zombie swung its fist, as big as a sandbag, towards him. Cartoon fire extinguish. Lin Bei opened his mouth, and an exaggerated fireball erupted, instantly engulfing the 5-meter-tall zombie. The terrifying flames evaporated the rainwater, turning it and a large number of zombies into ashes. "Watch me! Phoenix chasing the moon! Meteor destruction!" Hyun lightly tapped her feet, her small body leaping into the air, swinging the Haotian hammer, which was almost bigger than her, heavily towards the densest cluster of zombies. It was like a meteor falling from the sky. The moment it hit the ground, boom! The people inside the hotel felt as if there was an earthquake. The glass shattered in an instant, and visible cracks crawled up the entire building, with the risk of collapse at any moment. The terrifying shockwaves sent debris flying nearly 100 meters away. "How about that, big brother? Am I amazing?" Hyun proudly wiped her nose while carrying the Haotian hammer. Lin Bei's eyebrows twitched wildly. It would be a shame not to demolish the building. The thunder was loud. The raindrops were small. With such a commotion, hundreds of zombies were taken out in an instant. There was no choice, zombies had to have their heads destroyed to be killed. Hyun's move was impressive and powerful, but it didn't do much. "Just watch me. Fire fist." Lin Bei took a deep breath, stepped forward, and threw a punch. A scorching, violent flame erupted, infused with a massive amount of supernatural energy, creating a fireball of unprecedented size that enveloped the entire street for hundreds of meters. Holy crap! Even Hyun, who was used to exaggerated scenes, couldn't help but curse. This scene was too spectacular. Tens of thousands of zombies roared in the scorching sea of fire until they fell. The flames turned the night sky red, and rain poured down as zombies continued to collapse. This scene resembled the legendary city of hell beneath the 9 Nether. Holy crap! The people inside the building were also stunned, dumbfounded. Was this really something a person could do? Bang! Bang! There were not many zombies here, around 100,000, but it allowed Lin Bei to rise 2 stars, from 3-star 4 to 3-star 6, while Ian rose more, from 2-star 9 to 3-star 2. He checked the panel. Shiryu and the other main forces all reached 3-star, and while the zombie tide surged, they needed to quickly enhance their basic strength. Let's go! The zombies here were dealt with. Lin Bei didn't hesitate to pull Iyun away, rushing against time. There were quite a few survivors in the building, but he couldn't be bothered to look. The zombies were at their doorstep, yet they didn't dare to come out, clearly lacking any exceptional abilities. Wherever there was a zombie tide, there were always 2 people. It was about whether the other party could handle it. Rob. After robbing, clear the path and rob the next one. Lin Bei and Hyun's evolution levels were continuously rising. Fortunately, there was no saying that the stronger the power, the more energy was needed. Good brother, where have we robbed from? We won't get lost, right? Hyun asked with some worry, getting lost in the apocalypse without signal was quite troublesome. Little fool, we won't. Lin Bei smiled and ruffled her little head. Think carefully about the path we've taken, see if you remember it all. When we go back, we just need to retrace our steps. At this level of evolution, everyone possessed a super brain. Wow, that's true. Hien tried to recall, and the path they had taken was clear in her mind. Boom! Lin Bei slammed on the gas, speeding down the highway, passing through one space wormhole after another. He took Hien to the neighboring city. The original city couldn't be cleaned too thoroughly, they had to leave some for Shiryu and Hitao. At this moment, he understood Yu's feelings back then. Soon, they exited the highway according to the roadside sign. This city was unfamiliar to him. He stored the large items and, following the direction of the nearby zombies, sprinted all the way to the city center. Damn! So many zombies. No wonder it's a densely populated city. A 5-star hotel was surrounded by a mass of zombies, stretching as far as the eye could see. All the nearby streets were packed with zombies. The sheer number was astonishing even to Lin Bei. Clearly, the surrounded hotel had gathered a large number of survivors, at least in the thousands, otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many zombies. From afar, they could hear intense fighting taking place ahead. Rob! Rob! A fiery punch was unleashed, instantly obliterating tens of thousands of zombies. Many abilities had reached the 4th tier, and at this moment, his ability value limit was terrifyingly high. No matter the level of the zombies, even if they were 3rd tier, they couldn't last long in this scorching flame. A massive amount of energy surged into his body. Bang! His heart raced, and he leveled up to 3-star 7-star. Lin Bei trembled with excitement. It had truly been a long time since he experienced such a surge in levels. The consciousness of the earth had really helped a lot. Holding the divine demon sword, he charged into the tide of zombies. With each upgrade, he had to quickly adapt to his rapidly increasing power. Only with perfect control would the next upgrade come faster. Swish! His figure darted through the tide of zombies like a ghost, swinging his sword and effortlessly severing the heads of the zombies. Hien was not to be outdone. Swinging the Haotian hammer, which felt as light as cotton to her, she danced through the tide of zombies. To the two of them, the zombie tide was like ants. In mere moments, a large number of zombies fell to the ground, regardless of their level, all treated equally. What is that? At the hotel entrance, a group of evolvers was crazily slaughtering zombies. Upon seeing the raging flames suddenly erupting in the distance, they frowned. Did a large oil tanker explode? No, we don't have any oil tankers nearby. Could it be new evolvers coming to steal energy? Don't panic, brothers. I'll go take a look. Among the crowd, a man wielding knives had a pair of wings appear behind him. Accompanied by the wings, his entire body was enveloped in a faint blue flame. With a gentle flap, he soared into the sky like an immortal bird. Swish! In almost an instant, he flew above the raging flames, locking his gaze on Lin Bei and Hien, who were dancing through the tide of zombies. The two also noticed him. Wow, so cool! Hien Swang's eyes sparkled as she stared at the blue birdman soaring in the sky. I want it. Another ability to desire. Lin Bei squinted. Chen Sun, Tier 3, 4 stars. Ability, Beast Transformation, Immortal Bird, activates Beast Transformation mode, increasing power, speed, and physique by 5 times, possesses the ability to soar, and has extremely high regeneration capabilities. Power, 450. Speed, 450. Physique, 450. Spirit, 450. Chen Sun must be that person with boiling beast blood. However, this ability feels somewhat familiar, Marco? But it must be said that it is indeed very strong, unexpectedly enhancing all 3 basic attributes, a 5-fold increase at Tier 3, which is even higher than the physical abilities of Jiang Yu and Hien. Power and physique, could it be the most basic type of physical ability? Is that fire you're doing? As he spoke, Chen Sun dove down from the sky, his wings unfurling with blue flames like exquisite blades. With just one dive, he instantly harvested nearly 1,000 zombies, then circled in the air, continuing to watch the two of them. Stealing energy? Fire Fist. Lin Bei retaliated with a punch, the violent and fierce flames once again engulfing tens of thousands of zombies. This was the gap between abilities. Boiling Beast Blood, an invitation to join. Boiling Beast Blood, an invitation to join. Note, if you feel a chapter is missing, please re-enter the previous chapter. Chen Sun's pupils constricted in mid-air. The rising heat forced him to fly a bit higher, his gaze carefully assessing the man below who posed an extreme threat to him in terms of looks. His strength is also formidable. Thoughts whirled. Although they had the numbers, if they clashed with such a strong opponent, the casualties would likely be heavy, and victory was not guaranteed. Moreover, the brothers were still struggling against the tide of zombies, making it completely unnecessary. The relationship between people depends on the initial attitude. Such a strong person should not be offended. Perhaps they could even be won over. Brother, great ability. Shinsun praised almost from the heart, with unabashed envy, then invited, I wonder if you two have a team, and if you are interested in joining my boiling beast blood. Currently, my team is developing animal gene enhancement potions, and we have made significant progress, conducting human experiments that can greatly enhance power, physique, and other basic attributes, with 12 hours of experimentation showing no side effects. Right from the start, he showcased the advantages of boiling beast blood. For a strong person like this, even without a team, they could live quite freely. If he wanted to successfully win them over, he naturally needed something to attract them, mainly because time was tight, so he could only be brief and focus on the key points. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. Gene enhancement potion. If nothing unexpected, this should be the source of the top-tier beast transformation bond on NU. Is that true? Lin Bei asked, feigning astonishment. Can it enhance like those physical abilities, according to multiples? Shensun felt a surge of joy in his heart. As long as there was interest, there was a possibility of joining. He spoke, of course, our team has developed a Tier 2 gene potion. After injection, power and physique can receive double enhancement. This is just a breakthrough research result from today, and we are currently developing higher-level versions. I believe it won't be long before triple, quadruple, and quintuple gene enhancement potions will be available. Is it really that impressive? Lin Bei exclaimed. He-yun glanced at Lin Bei. She also feigned astonishment, saying, Is it really that amazing? You're not trying to trick us into joining, are you? In these days, we've seen quite a few people boasting, and some teams claiming their captain is Lin Bei, but upon entering, they were all fakes. Please, did she really think she was the naive girl with clear eyes? These bonuses meant nothing to the good brother. Since the good brother wanted to play with her, she naturally had to cooperate. Just consider it a honeymoon. Hee, this was a treatment that Sister Shiyu and the others didn't have. Hee, she knew she was the most favored one. Shensun showed a joyful expression. From this sentence, it was clear that the two did not have a fixed team. Shen, never lie. After we deal with the zombie tide here, I will take you two to visit and learn about some of our research and development bases. If reality differs even slightly from what I said, you two can leave. If I dare to play any tricks or do anything sneaky, let me be struck by lightning. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Her pupils constricted sharply, and fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged, otherwise, she would have been injured. With lingering fear, she widened her eyes and looked at the sky, filled with confusion and disbelief. What the hell? What's going on? I was sincerely inviting you? Hiyun suppressed the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise, knowing with her cute little toes that it must be the good brother's doing. How wicked of him to pull such a stunt while she was swearing an oath. Lin Bei squinted and said, Brother, what's going on? What are you scheming? I swear, I really didn't. Shinsun said this while staring at the sky, fearing that another bolt of lightning would strike down. Although it wouldn't be fatal, even with the flames of rebirth, he would still be injured. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. It's normal for me to be struck while flying in a thunderstorm. It's just a pure coincidence. Brother, with your strength, if I had any bad intentions, my team would definitely suffer heavy casualties. I'm still counting on my brothers to achieve first place in team mode. There's still half an hour until 11 o'clock. We need to finish off these zombies in half an hour to catch tonight's rewards. Luckily, I ran into you. You two are truly fated to be with my beast blood boiling team. Let's deal with the zombie tide and then team up to enter the challenge mode together. Saying this, Shinsun returned to the building entrance to support his brothers. The blue flame birds flew continuously through the zombie tide. Everything that needed to be introduced was introduced, and everything that needed to be said was said. Whether they joined or not depended on his thoughts. However, he was sure they wouldn't refuse. He could clearly feel that these two were very interested in his beast blood boiling legion. First, kill the zombies. After Shinsun flew away, Lin Bei said to Yiyun, this was a rare large-scale zombie tide. Cartoon fire extinguish. Another batch of zombies, numbering in the thousands, was engulfed by the flames. Waves of surging energy continuously poured into his body as he wielded his sword and charged into another street to begin close combat slaughter, silently initiating a small time acceleration to quickly familiarize himself with the surging power alongside Hiyun. Under the catalysis of this heavy rain, even the lowest level zombies were at least 1 star. Although the energy provided was still minimal, it was significantly more than the zombies at the human limit level before. The key point was the quantity. Very large. Sun Gu, what's going on over there? Is someone trying to steal our zombies? Chen Sun's beast transformation form was severely drained from continuous sprinting. He returned to the entrance to restore his human form and used cold weapons to slaughter zombies. His companions, seeing another dazzling fireball rise into the sky in the distance, hurriedly asked, just passing by, it should be a fire ability. possibly a high level. I've already invited those two to join. Everyone listen carefully. Once we deal with the zombie tide, don't say anything about stealing energy in front of them. If it makes them unhappy, it won't be good. To be honest, it's fortunate that person was just passing by. Otherwise, this scale of zombie tide is far beyond what we can currently withstand. If we can manage to not have the base flattened and keep personnel losses under half, that would already be a tremendous blessing. Although Chen Sun had cleared a considerable number of levels on the trial road, that was still a trial path where zombies came in batches, and there was no need to worry about being scratched or bitten, just kill. Reality is different. One must be fully alert. There's nothing to fear except for the zombie old six. Several brothers just fell victim to that. Many second-tier zombies, around 7 or 8 stars, mixed in with the ordinary ones, looked indistinguishable from the outside, no exaggerated size, no distinctive skin. When they charged at you, they suddenly erupted with full force. A moment of carelessness could be fatal, continuously leveling up to third-tier 9 stars. Hey brother, are you planning to sneak into this beast blood-boiling team for some fun? Hee-Yun swung a hammer, unleashing a massive surge of energy that instantly crushed thousands of zombies rushing towards them. She took out a returning pill and swallowed it. For her, killing zombies in this straightforward manner was more efficient. Techniques like meteor destruction or Mount Time meteorite were better suited for single targets. I'm a bit interested, Lin Bei nodded. In fact, it was more than just a bit of interest, a great deal of interest. It's important to know that NU's top-tier beast transformation bond could provide physical enhancements. Although she hadn't told him the specifics, he learned from her that she had received some precious drug injection after birth. Alright then, let's join in and see if we can find some powerful new sisters. Hee-Yun was a bit excited. Every new sister they added would double their strength. How could that not be a joy? Their main team was still a bit small. Counting NU, there were only 7 of them, and they needed at least 10. Hearing her say that, Lin Bei felt a bit of excitement too. The scale of beast blood boiling was not small. The number of people should be greater than that of Time City, and with such a base, there should be girls with top-tier abilities. It was likely that there were also many girls without any bonds. Because there was no continuous enhancement from abilities, the raging fire was extinguished by the heavy rain. The surging zombie tide, like crashing waves, stomped over the charred corpses towards Lin Bei and Hee-Yun. With the increase in their evolution levels, their blood energy far exceeded that of ordinary people, making them extremely delicious and rare supplements for the zombies. Facing the incoming tide of corpses, Lin Bei took a deep breath. He spread his legs, half-squatting, the corners of his clothes billowing under the force. I am the true god of dark flame. In my name, I command the black flames to serve me, be consumed by the black flames. He extended a hand. Rolling black flames surged from his palm, devouring the zombies rushing towards him. Wow, so cool. Hee-Yun clapped excitedly. Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. This emotional value was just what he needed. Another surge of energy entered his body, successfully reaching third-tier 8 stars. Several waves of fire attacks reduced the massive zombie tide significantly. Xiao Yun, let's start leveling up seriously. Lin Bei put away his playful demeanor and got into the zone. He needed to use this wave of zombies to break through to 4th tier. Okay. Hee-Yun also became serious. Swish! The two disappeared from their spot, charging into the zombie tide from different directions. The number of zombies dying at Hee-Yun's hands was in the thousands per second, while at Lin Bei's, it was in the tens of thousands. Really? Numerous abilities, numerous enhancements, crushing levels ahead. If he still couldn't achieve a kill rate of 10,000 zombies per second, he could just find a soft tofu and smash it to death. Fire Fist. Lin Bei fought his way to the intersection, where a vast road lay ahead, crowded with dense hordes of zombies. Among this tide, one could see hundreds of giant zombies, each 4 to 6 meters tall. A fiery punch, devouring it all. After swallowing a few third-grade return pills, the firepower was fully unleashed, burning them all to death. The terrifying tide of corpses was instantly cleared, leaving a large open space. This fire alone had burned to death at least 70 to 80,000 zombies. The horrific flames illuminated the entire street. The rainwater accumulated on the ground instantly boiled and evaporated. What the hell? At the entrance of the hotel, a large number of beast blood-boiling members clearly witnessed this scene, their mouths agape, eyes wide, and their scalps tingling. Even their leader Chen Sun was the same. No way. Who the hell is this guy? Could he be Lin Bei, ranked first on the trial monument? Isn't this move a bit too over the top, like a cosmic super invincible spiral explosion? Really? This is too exaggerated. This can't be a 4th tier ability, right? No, this is probably a 5th tier ability. A short-haired girl in the crowd murmured. The visual impact of this scene was extremely strong and shocking. Come on, 70 to 80,000 zombies, not 7 or 800, not 7 or 8,000. but 70 to 80,000 zombies, equivalent to a small to medium-sized tide of corpses, wiped out in one blow by that person. One must understand. Among those 70 to 80,000 zombies he eliminated, high-level zombies were basically all in that area, and in that raging fire, all zombies fell without any resistance, all equal in death. Bang! Lin Bei's heart raced again. His level, which had just risen, climbed to 3-star 9, just 1 star away from 4-star. The surging power within him made him unable to help but shout out. Boom! The violent momentum swept outwards from him, and those affected by this aura changed their expressions repeatedly, feeling a chill throughout their bodies, a crushing pressure, the oppression of higher ranks over lower ones. In that second, Chen Sun, the leader of Beast Blood Boiling, felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't spoken ill of him earlier, or he wouldn't even know how he died. Who is he, really? Boom! 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 On the other side, everyone saw a little girl swinging a huge hammer that was extremely mismatched with her size, and any zombie that touched the edge of the hammer was crushed like a piece of drywood underfoot, regardless of the zombie's level. Are these two monsters? Just as everyone was in a daze, tens of thousands of zombies were resolved by these two, and the terrifying tide of corpses was instantly reduced by a small fraction. Ha 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 ha, so refreshing. Good brother, good brother, good brother. I'm 3-star 4 now. He shouted excitedly. The tide of corpses was a disaster for others, but for them, it was a gift of experience, and the already light Haotian hammer felt even lighter after Yun leveled up several times. Brothers, charge! After a brief moment of shock, Chen Sun quickly shouted loudly, if they didn't attack the zombies now, they would be wiped out. He knew that man was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this exaggerated. If they hesitated for a few more seconds, they might not even get a drop of soup. Charge! Go! The members of Beast Blood Boiling were full of energy. Earlier, there were too many zombies, and they needed to conserve strength just in case, but now they could attack with all their might and just enjoy a hot soup. Attributes: Master, Lin Bei level, 3-star 9. Speed, 600. Strength, 600. Spirit, 600. Physique, 600. Setting aside the bonuses, each basic attribute had already reached a value of 600 points. Considering the massive proficiency required to level up from 3rd to 4th tier, it would likely take a vast amount of energy to advance from 3-star to 4-star. However, the remaining zombies are enough. Breaking through to the 4th tier, the giant elephant charges in. Bro, slow down, leave some soup for us to drink. Bro, there are people here, don't set fire. Bro, leave some soup. Lin Bei ignored those strangers, fully unleashing his firepower to harvest the zombies, waves of energy surging into his body. Bro, slow down. 3 minutes later, as Lin Bei swung his last knife, a 5-meter-tall mutated zombie with 3 heads and 6 arms was eliminated, and the accumulated energy broke through the shackles to reach the 4th tier. Damn, such a huge wave of zombies, and I only gained 2 stars. I didn't even get a sip of hot soup. At least you gained 2 stars, I only gained 1 star. The zombies are gone, family, who understands? It's not just me, there were so many zombies. Do you know how many there were? Hundreds of thousands, and you two finished them in just a few minutes? Ha! The streets were littered with zombie corpses. The members of the Iron Blood Legion were at a loss. Their 2,000 plus, nearly 3,000 people combined, couldn't even match half of what those two had done. Bang bang bang! His heart thumped powerfully. He knew that breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th tier would significantly increase all attributes, but he never expected it to increase by a full 200 points. Master, Lin Bei level, 4th tier 1 star. Speed, 800. Strength, 800. Spirit, 800. Physique, 800. The strength had increased too much at once. He urgently needed to vent it out. From 3rd tier 9 stars to 4th tier 1 star, the basic strength number increased by 200 points, which is 20 times the limit of an ordinary person, but the increased number had risen by a staggering 108,000. Roar! Just then, a giant elephant, unknown from where it emerged, charged in with its heavy steps, towering 6 stories high, and each time its foot landed, the cars by the roadside were shaken away. Wherever it passed, thick cracks spread across the hard concrete ground. Its ivory was as white as snow, larger than the entire body of an adult male. What kind of monster is this? No, where did a giant elephant come from in the city? Everyone was stunned. First, the terrifying zombie tide was swept away by the two, and now a giant elephant appeared, making everyone wonder if they were truly in the same apocalypse. Isn't there a zoo next door? This elephant should be from there, but its size is a bit exaggerated. Lin Bei squinted his eyes. Zombie mammoth, 3rd tier 1 star. Strength, 80,000. Speed, 800. Physique, 8,000. Spirit, 800. Is this the gap between humans and animals? 80,000 in strength. Swish! Before Lin Bei could make a move, Chen Sun transformed into a blue flame phoenix and charged towards the giant elephant. With such a size, once killed, the energy gained would be massive. He had only had a few sips of soup from that large zombie tide. This piece of meat, he had to get it. Even though this elephant was a zombie animal, it was still third tier, possessing considerable intelligence, and moreover, a third-tier human would be a great supplement for it, so it naturally wouldn't let him go. The elephant's trunk, thicker than a python several times over, swung towards Chen Sun in the sky. For the giant elephant, that trunk was equivalent to a human's arm, thick and long, yet very flexible and swift. Strength equals speed. This giant elephant possessed terrifying power. The speed at which the elephant's trunk swung was naturally terrifying, but Chen Sun, as a human with higher intelligence, flapped his wings to evade. However, he still underestimated its speed, and his legs were unfortunately grazed. In an instant, this moment, a cloud of blood mist erupted, his legs turned to mist, yet Chen Sun himself was unaffected as he flew away. This alone was enough to illustrate just how terrifying the power of that strike from the elephant was. Damn! Chen Sun's expression changed drastically, and he quickly flapped his wings to return to the hotel entrance, his head buzzing. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly and flown up a bit, otherwise, he might have lost his life just to have a bite of meat. He hurriedly took out a treasured healing pill and swallowed it. Combined with his regenerative flames, his legs began to grow back at a visible speed. He had thought the giant elephant's power would be terrifying, and he had some psychological expectations, but he never imagined it would be this horrifying. What the hell? What kind of terrifying power is this, to turn the boss's legs into blood mist? Just a flick of its trunk, and it's this terrifying. What if it hit or stepped on us? The giant elephant raised its trunk and gently inhaled the blood mist, sucking it all into its body. Moo! Savoring the delicacy. The giant elephant let out a long howl, its resonant voice shaking all the buildings in the area, including the bodies of the crowd. Faced with such a fierce beast, humans instinctively felt fear. In contrast, Lin Bei's eyes shone with excitement. The giant elephant had a physique value of 8,000. After enhancement, his physique was double that, and his strength was far ahead of his own. This was a punching bag that would allow him to safely vent his explosively growing power. Bang! 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 After consuming the blood mist, the giant elephant charged towards Lin Bei with an unparalleled heavy step. It could smell that among all the people present, the blood energy contained in that man was the most intense. It was like a luminous pearl among a group of ordinary pearls. Should I leave it for you? Lin Bei tilted his head and asked the wide-eyed He-Yun beside him. No, no. He-Yun shook her small head like a rattle drum. I'm still young. I want to live for billions of years. She was confident in her own strength, but she had no confidence in her physique. If she were to be hit carelessly, she feared she would see the staircase to heaven on the spot. Lin Bei stretched lazily and twisted his neck. Whoosh! With a push of his foot, he actively charged towards the giant elephant. This giant elephant was definitely the strongest creature he had encountered in this apocalypse, and he finally met a slightly satisfying opponent. Damn! Is he crazy? Using fire abilities to play close combat? Has he lost his mind? Bro, that giant elephant is far more terrifying than you think. It can't be solved with close combat. Chen Sun shouted anxiously. If such a strong being could become part of the Beast Blood Boiling team, the first designated for team mode would be secured. Come back. Even though he had killed a large number of zombies and reached the 4th tier, his physical qualities were still inferior to Lin Bei's. After beast transformation, he gained a 5-fold enhancement. He had just been grazed on his legs and was done for. If that brother were hit head-on by the elephant's trunk, he would probably be reduced to bones. A fire ability user. Don't do anything foolish. Terrifying power, brutally overwhelming. Terrifying power, brutally overwhelming. Hey, someone, talk some sense into your boyfriend. Seeing Lin Bei ignoring him, Chen Sun quickly shouted to He-Yun. Yeah, don't just watch him walk to his death. He-Yun shrugged. It's just a slightly stronger animal zombie, so what if it's large and powerful? For my good brother, it's easy to handle. If it weren't for the fear of accidentally being hit by this giant elephant, she would be confident enough to take it down solo. Regardless of strength or physique, Lin Bei's stats far exceed hers. In this data-driven apocalypse, stats determine everything. Don't! Handsome! A few girls in the crowd shouted out, their eyes filled with worry and reluctance as they saw the giant elephant's trunk come crashing down towards Lin Bei. What a pity, such a strong person. Is he out of his mind? No, does he think he can wipe out most of the zombie tide by himself, that all zombies are just toys to him? Who gave him the courage to engage in close combat with elemental powers? Many turned their heads away, unwilling to witness this scene. A top-tier powerhouse was about to fall like this. They understood their leader Chen Sun's strength very well, and that's why, even though that person's level was far ahead of theirs at tier 4, his physical stats couldn't compare to the beastified Shinsun, which was why they were so pessimistic about him. In the next moment, boom! The massive trunk came crashing down with an unstoppable force. Lin Bei took a deep breath and caught the trunk that fell like a meteor. In that instant, a violent shockwave swept out. The hard concrete ground beneath Lin Bei's feet instantly caved in, but it only sank half a meter before stopping. He firmly caught the giant trunk. His internal powers continuously reinforced the ground beneath him. If not for that, Lin Bei would have likely been smashed into the ground like a nail. Holy shit! Holy shit! This scene made everyone watching gasp in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Their leader, a Tier 3 powerhouse, was turned into a mist of blood just by being grazed by the trunk, yet this man not only remained unscathed but also caught the trunk head-on. This was too exaggerated. Roar! The giant elephant let out a low growl. It never expected that this human could withstand its attack and tried to retract its trunk, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't budge the small human that was vastly different in size. With its front limbs pushing and its hind legs planted, the massive body leaped high, attempting to use its weight advantage to throw the human off. But, just as it leaped, its trunk was yanked back, and its large feet hit the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Its eyes, larger than fists, revealed deep confusion and shock. With its strength, it couldn't do anything to this tiny human. No, it was impossible. What kind of monster is he? Is he even human? Could he be some animal that awakened an ancient bloodline and evolved into a human? This kind of physical quality is not something a human should possess. The onlookers were stunned, their mouths agape. The visual shock of this scene was no less than when he used his fire fist to destroy tens of thousands of zombies. What kind of terrifying power was contained in that small body? Gulp! A short-haired girl in the crowd involuntarily swallowed, her gaze fixed on Lin Bei, who looked like an ant in front of the giant elephant. With such a formidable physique, his genes must be incredibly powerful. If they could study him, perhaps they could save her sister. She had to get it. She had to obtain his blood. Holy shit! What does he want to do? Holy shit! He can't be thinking of lifting that giant elephant, right? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Just as everyone was in shock, Lin Bei took a leap, his muscles bulging, and with a fierce pull on the elephant's trunk, the massive creature's exaggerated body soared into the air before crashing heavily onto its back. You want to compare strength with me? You're still far from it. Bang! The terrifying weight combined with Lin Bei's strength caused the entire body of the giant elephant to sink into the ground, its four legs in the air. Holy crap! This guy must possess a beast transformation ability that rivals the boss. No, it must surpass the boss's, otherwise how could he unleash such incredible power with just a human body? Awesome! Lin Bei felt exhilarated, the discomfort from his surging power alleviated. Such a punching bag was rare. He lifted the massive trunk and took a step forward, exerting force. Moo! The elephant's body, deeply embedded in the ground, was violently yanked out and crashed heavily to the other side. With another surge of power, bang bang bang, the oversized elephant was now like a toy, tossed back and forth by Lin Bei. Each time it hit the ground, it was like a giant piledriver smashing the foundation, causing numerous buildings on either side of the road to crack with fissures as thick as arms, collapsing under the weight. Gulp! The crowd, blood boiling with beastly excitement, swallowed hard as buildings crumbled around them due to the battle. Was this the fight of top-tier powerhouses? Shan Sun's mouth twitched. No, if such a powerhouse really joined his blood-boiling crew, what kind of position would be suitable for his combat strength? Should he just hand over the boss's position to him? Really, this was absurdly strong. Bang! With Lin Bei's full-force smash, the elephant's body could no longer withstand the impact, exploding like a dung truck, its filthy organs and waste shooting out in all directions. I'm on fire. Holy crap, get out of the way. Aha! Many who were immersed in Lin Bei's terrifying power didn't react in time and were splattered from head to toe, every strand of hair covered in the foul, sticky liquid. Ah, so disgusting. Wow, it stinks to high heaven. Ugh. Even though everyone had long adapted to the stench of the apocalypse, they couldn't help but vomit at this. Awesome. Meanwhile, Lin Bei was thoroughly pleased. The restless energy within him was not only released but he also fully absorbed the massive energy from the giant elephant. Although he had fully obtained it, it was still not enough for him to level up. From 3rd tier 9 stars to 4th tier, all his stats increased by a full 200 points, and the energy required for each subsequent upgrade was terrifying. This level of giant elephant, he would need at least a few more to support his upgrade. Blood boiling, leveling up with girls. Blood boiling, leveling up with girls. So big? Lin Bei used the demon sword to extract a basketball-sized crystal core from the elephant's head. For such a giant beast, even a tiny bit of energy was a rare supplement for the 2nd tier little Silver Moon. Silver Moon was lazy. Previously, when following Xiao Xie, she had to exert herself, but ever since she followed him, all she did was eat every day. The main force's combat level had risen, and there was no need for her anymore. Good brother, have you broken through to 4th tier 2 stars yet? Hee-Yun bounced over to him, hugging his arm and asking. No. Lin Bei shook his head and continued, it's not that easy to reach 4th tier 2 stars, unless a herd of elephants comes, but going from 3rd tier 4 stars all the way to 4th tier 1 star is already quite good. Hee, I'm at 3-star 5 rank now. The zombie tide outside is much better than the one in the trial road. Killing them only gives points, not energy. My level definitely far exceeds that of Sister Shiyu and the others. I'm really too strong now. Hee-Yun rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate arms like white lotus roots, and flexed her biceps. Gulyulu, Chen Sun, not far away, swallowed nervously and cautiously approached the two of them. Brother, sister, I wonder if you two would be interested in gracing my beast blood boiling event? He specifically used respectful terms. Come on. A powerhouse of this level could kill him with just a flick of a finger. Not only did he have to show respect to these two, but he also had to elevate their status to the heavens. Sure, we just happen to be without a team. Let's see if that gene potion you mentioned is real or not. If it's fake, I might get a little unhappy, Lin Bei teased. Guaranteed to be real. Chen Sun raised 3 fingers. Even if I had 30 million guts, I wouldn't dare to deceive you too. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Sun. May I ask your esteemed names? Chen Sun was very curious. Such strong individuals, their rankings must be above his. There were quite a few names above him, but most were female, and the only male seemed to be Lin Bei. I'll say my name is Lin Bei, do you believe it? Lin Bei asked with a smile. Crap, it really is Lin Bei? I believe. Chen Sun's already respectful attitude became even more so. His ranking was relatively high, but compared to the performance of these two, he felt no different from an ant on the ground. Such powerhouses. There was no need to impersonate anyone else. As for that saying, it's not that I want to target anyone, everyone downstairs is trash. After witnessing the strength of these two, come on, who would dare to show any displeasure? If you are Lin Bei, then the lady beside you is Miss Jiang Yu? Chen Sun asked tentatively. I'm not Sister Yu, I'm Hee-Yun. Even Hee-Yun is this fierce. One can only imagine how powerful the second-ranked Jiang Yu must be. Hello, Miss Hee-Yun. Chen Sun bowed politely. He never even considered shaking hands. His level was not worthy of such a gesture with such strong individuals. In the eyes of others, he was nothing, and rather than extend his hand and make himself awkward, it was better to find another way. He was well aware of the gap between them. Both of you, there are still a few minutes until 11 o'clock. We need to gather for a team fight. I wonder if you two would be interested in joining us. Chen Sun invited with great anticipation. If these two joined, the first place in beast blood boiling would definitely be secured. It was no exaggeration to say that the combat power of these two could rival, no, far exceed their entire team. From the number of challenges completed, he knew that those born without limits were strong, but he never expected them to be this strong. Their combat power was simply on a cliff-like lead. Not interested. What a pity. Chen Sun didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. Then, that 5-star hotel is the headquarters of my beast blood boiling. It has all the necessary equipment inside. I'll leave someone to guide you. Lord Lin Bei, Miss Hee-Yun, I also want to personally introduce you too, but the rewards from the team mode are very important to us, so I hope you can understand. His attitude was extremely humble. Really, if someone with a slightly more normal IQ came along, their attitude would be exactly the same. It wasn't that he wanted to be a sycophant, but the strength of the other party completely warranted such an attitude. Come on, the two main forces born without limits. Even if these two were just here for fun, any tiny bit of friendship established with Lin Bei could make his beast blood boiling soar to new heights. He knew this in his heart. It is not because those women are strong that they became members of the Born to be Infinite and became Lin Bei's women, but because they became Lin Bei's women that they appear at the top. 1 or 2 is fine. A whole group dominates the rankings. This is certainly not a coincidence. Lin Bei must have a secret weapon that significantly enhances people's strength, just like the gene serum they developed, but Lin Bei's secret weapon is even more advanced and mature. As he spoke, he waved over a cute little girl. You are responsible for receiving Lord Lin Bei and Miss Hee-Yun. Before he finished speaking, Lin Bei interrupted. No need, you all continue with your dungeon runs. I have something to take care of and will be back in about an hour, just in time for you to finish your runs. Nowadays, the zombie tide has fully erupted. Naturally, one must take advantage of this time to farm more energy. He has broken through to the 4th tier, which is good, but he needs Hee-Yun to catch up. He likes the feeling of being ahead of others, but he likes even more to be ahead together with his women. After saying this, Lin Bei left with Hee-Yun. Brothers, gather for a team fight. After Lin Bei left, Shensun called everyone together to prepare for the trial path. Fortunately, with the appearance of Lin Bei and Hee-yun, this wave of the zombie tide only cost them a few brothers, and the overall combat power was not greatly affected. Boss, weren't you a bit too flattering towards that Lin Bei just now? You are our legion's leader after all, a nameless little brother said, quite displeased. Their blood was boiling with the goal of being the top team, but just now, there were only two people on the other side. As their leader, to bow and scrape on their territory was something this hot-blooded young man could not stand. Smack! As soon as he finished speaking, Shensun slapped him without a second thought. This slap is a little lesson from me as the leader. Luckily, I have some feelings for you. If it were someone else, with such a lack of rules, you would already be a corpse. I don't know what you are carrying on your shoulders. You have seen his strength. Do you think our blood boiling is impressive? Do you think that with over 2,000 of us together, we could pose any threat to those two? If I hadn't lowered my attitude, they might have wiped us out already. Can you think with your pig brain before you speak and act? Or are you up to no good? Did you say that on purpose? Do you want me dead? With talented people around, space teleportation. The little brother who got slapped pouted, boss, why such a big reaction? How could I let you die? I just found it a bit unpleasant to see you bowing and scraping to them. Shensun sighed. He was a good little brother, but unfortunately, not very bright. The little brother continued, don't underestimate us too much. We are humans, not those mindless zombies. If it really comes to a fight, we might not lose to them. Great! Shensun slapped his forehead. It turns out he really was lacking in brains. As the leader, he had no confidence. But the little brother was full of it. Besides, the little brother suddenly lowered his voice. Boss, we don't necessarily have to confront them head-on. They are coming back in an hour, right? We could add something to their food, or take advantage of them while they sleep to blow some mist. Once the drug takes effect, we can take them out. This way, you won't have to bow and scrape to please them, and you'll have 2 fewer competitors for the top spot. Isn't that great? Hearing this, Shensun smiled. To be honest, this idea had crossed his mind before, but it was dismissed in just a second because he understood the pros and cons. The cons far outweighed the pros. If it went wrong, it would be catastrophic. Seeing his boss smile, the little brother also smiled. Boss, I have a little stash of some mild drug. Do you want it? Before he could finish speaking, his head flew up, and before his consciousness faded, his eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. He didn't understand. Why did his boss want to go after him? He admired his boss so much, he would never understand it in this lifetime. The smile on Shensun's face gradually turned cold. He scanned the crowd. I believe no one in my team shares this idiot's thoughts, right? Everyone shook their heads. There was no pity in their eyes. In this apocalypse, a useless teammate must be dealt with first, otherwise, it would be a huge problem if they attracted trouble. Truly a talent. In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. Let's go. Target, first. On the other side, Lin Bei was searching for the zombie tide with Hee-yun. He was only responsible for dealing with high-level zombies, leaving the rest to Hee-yun. Her level was climbing from 1 star, and dealing with tens of thousands of medium-sized zombie tides only took her a few minutes. Half an hour later, Hee-yun successfully reached the 4th tier. Most of her time was spent looking for the zombie tide. Good brother, it feels so good. Hee-yun, who had broken through to the 4th tier, excitedly hugged Lin Bei's neck. It was truly exhilarating. In just over an hour, she had skyrocketed from the 2nd tier, 9 stars, to the 4th tier. If this got out, it would be incredible. This was all thanks to that terrifying power boost and the strength attacks taught by Sister Jiangyu, along with almost unlimited recovery pills. Good brother, I feel that Sister Shiyu and the others should also separate. Spreading out really speeds up leveling. Hee-yun hung on Lin Bei, feeling ecstatic. This hour's worth of energy was more than what she had accumulated since the apocalypse began, and of course, it was also due to the heavy rain enhancing the zombies. Separating is good, but, good brother, your spatial ability has reached the 4th tier, plus a bunch of other 4th tier abilities. You should be able to develop a long-range flying thunder god technique now, right? Long-range flying thunder god? Lin Bei was taken aback for a moment. Then he understood Hee-yun's idea, his eyes lighting up. You mean to create a long-range spatial teleportation array, where everyone appears to be separated but is actually still together? Yes. Hee-yun nodded eagerly. I just couldn't think of what it was called at the moment. It's a spatial teleportation array. During the day, we separate to kill zombies and level up, and at night, we gather to eat, cuddle, and sleep. Each of us has our own zombie resources, and this way, we can level up super fast. We just need to solve the communication problem to prevent accidents. It would be best if we could contact each other 24/7. Each of them was very strong, but it's better to be safe than sorry. That's very simple. How is it simple? Just find a few pets. Once we sign a contract, we can communicate no matter how far apart we are. Fortunately, animals are evolving all around during this time. We can pick a few powerful ones to bind. Good idea. Right now, they just needed to solve the spatial teleportation array. Thinking this, Lin Bei carried He-yun into a nearby building. After being busy for over an hour, it was reasonable to relax and enjoy a few days in time acceleration, while also developing a long-distance spatial teleportation array. Time abilities were indeed convenient. Setting up the spatial teleportation array turned out to be much more difficult than expected. A few minutes later, Lin Bei held He-yun's small hand as they walked out of the building. They successfully developed it within the time acceleration, but it was a substitute version. They just needed to inject spatial power into an item to leave a mark. Once they sensed a weak fluctuation, they could lock onto it and then open a spatial wormhole, effectively creating a small-scale spatial teleportation device, a low-end version of the Flying Thunder God. As for the items, the spatial rings in the girl's hands were the best. With the spatial teleportation sorted, the next step was to find a few qualified pets, and they could then spread out for comprehensive leveling. No rush, the long night was still ahead. I need to go back and see what the situation is with the gene potion of the Beast Blood Boiling team. To be honest, the name Beast Blood Boiling really fits the actual situation of that team, but it is indeed an unpleasant name. It's been a while since I strolled around, zero-cost shopping. Occasionally, I would still put money on the counter according to the price on the label, preventing it from being blown away by the wind, and even found something to weigh it down. Really, he cried to death, there are too few good young men like him. Back at the hotel entrance, the members of Beast Blood Boiling, led by Chen Sun, had just finished their challenge. Lin Bei glanced at the leaderboard of the trial monument. Beast Blood Boiling was in first place, while Time City was in second. It didn't matter. The overall strength of Time City wasn't high. The only one who could be considered a main force, LVE, had been taken away by him, and the rest were quite weak. He didn't care at all. The main purpose of doing that was to recruit people for him. Woohoo! First place, first place. There are only 10 minutes left until midnight. Let's hope no dark horse comes out. The members of Beast Blood Boiling excitedly watched the rankings, wondering what good rewards the first place would get tonight. The team battle is over. You guys should go do your own things. The cleanup team will handle the zombies on the street, Shinsen shouted to the crowd. Yes. Some left in pairs, while others entered the building. The so-called cleanup team brought a few bulldozers to push the zombies away from the hotel. As long as they didn't pile up near the hotel, it was fine. It was okay on rainy days. On sunny days, the smell was terrible. Lord Lin Bei, Miss He-yun, please come this way. Shensun approached the two with great courtesy, leading them into the building while giving them a detailed introduction. You two, I'm not bragging, but under my management, Beast Blood Boiling is well organized. You don't need to worry about any issues during your stay. Each room is equipped with a stove, and all the pots and pans are complete. You can choose to exchange ingredients at the trial monument to cook or go to the cafeteria. He rambled on for quite a while. It was quite comprehensive. It could be considered a qualified large team. To prevent half-human, half-zombie individuals from mixing in, returning personnel had to undergo testing. In such a dangerous and high-pressure environment as the apocalypse, too many people chose to eat zombie meat to change their evolution path due to pressure. Xianyuan Tingwan, a mental energy master. Who is that? A girl passed by them and walked ahead. Lin Bei casually glanced at her bond and asked Shensun beside him. That one? A faint pride rose on Shensun's face. To be honest with Lord Lin Bei, that one is the foundation of our Beast Blood Boiling. She is a gene expert from a biological research lab in this city. I brought her and the entire lab over. The gene enhancement potion was developed by her leading the team. Saying this, Shensun jogged to the woman. After saying a few polite words, the woman stopped and turned to look at Lin Bei, pushed up her glasses, and approached Lin Bei, extending her hand. Good evening, Mr. Lin Bei, Miss He-yun. Captain Chen asked me to greet you. My name is Xianyuan Tingwan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to have your guidance in the future. Lin Bei shook her small hand. Xianyuan, such a rare surname. I wonder if Miss Xianyuan could show me your research lab? The only thing that interested him about the Beast Blood Boiling team was this gene potion, and with a beautiful woman, it was natural to let her lead the way. Who wanted to listen to a big man chattering in their ear? Of course. Xianyuan Tingwan pushed up her glasses and said softly, Mr. Lin, you can call me Tingwan, Shawan, or Wanwan. Alright, Miss Xianyuan. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow. Unable to hold back, I interjected, wow, it's the first time I've seen Director Xianyuan let someone call her by her nickname. Even I, as the captain, don't get that treatment. Lord Lin Bei, you may not know, but everyone here has to call her by her full name, otherwise, she won't even bother with you. In the apocalypse, those with great power are naturally respected. Those who excel in certain aspects are also respected, and Xian Yuan Tingwan's status in his beast blood-boiling legion is no less than his own. Everyone treats her with utmost respect, which is also related to his orders. After all, she is a talent. It is no exaggeration to say that without Xian Yuan Tingwan, there would be no beast blood boiling. Xian Yuan Tingwan glanced at Chen Sun, knowing he said this to please Lin Bei, but it also indirectly helped her, enough for Lin Bei to understand that she had feelings for him. Please follow me, Xian Yuan Tingwan said as she led the way, with Lin Bei and He Yun following her, along with Chen Sun. Chen Sun walked beside Lin Bei and said, all the instruments in the biological research lab have been moved back by 2 people with spatial backpack abilities. There was a hint of pride in his words. At the same time, it showcased the strength of his team. Spatial abilities are extremely rare, even now, when there is no need to store food. Those with spatial backpack abilities are still in high demand among various teams. Moreover, he has 2 of them, so when encountering a zombie tide, they can easily pack important items and retreat. Very convenient. Are you bored? Lin Bei glanced at him. Well, he wanted to say a bit, but he knew Lin Bei was giving him the boot. Men are indeed all big pigs trotters. With a beautiful woman leading the way, he was heartlessly abandoned. I just remembered I have something to take care of. Director Xian Yuan, please take care of these 2, don't neglect them. They are our own people, so feel free to tell them anything they want to know. Xian Yuan Tingwan replied lightly. She then led the 2 through various defenses, and along the way, countless people respectfully greeted, hello, Director Xian Yuan. Good day, Director Xian Yuan. Miss Xuan Yuan's status is quite extraordinary, Lin Bei remarked. Xian Yuan Tingwan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Fortunately, Captain Chen values talent and takes good care of me. In this team, my word is his word. You have some insight. Yes, Xian Yuan Tingwan agreed. She continued, if a man who listens to his lower half were to come, I would have encountered misfortune long ago. This team, under Chen Sun's leadership, is indeed quite impressive. To appease the needs of the male team members, a floor was specially arranged, filled with girls who were in this line of work before the apocalypse. It not only shelters some unwanted girls but also meets the men's needs while protecting the safety of other girls, preventing them from being targeted by desperate men. Lin Bei shrugged. There was nothing new about this. Many teams use this model to strengthen team cohesion. A captain with a bit of foresight and plans for long-term development wouldn't let things get out of hand. However, even if Chen Sun has ideas about you, I think, with your strength, self-protection shouldn't be a problem. Lin Bei assessed her from head to toe. Name, Xian Yuan Tingwan. Appearance score, 96. Comprehensive score, 95. Level, Tier 3, 2 stars. Ability, Mentalist, Awakened. Bond, top-notch female expert. 1. After bond activation, all members' intelligence development is doubled. Gourmet, 1. Female Scholar, 1. Skill release by illustrated members. Ability value recovery speed increased by 30%. Innate Silk Stocking Holy Body, 1. Inexperienced, 1. Mentalist, truly exceptional. As for the Scholar, this constraint was equivalent to having an infinite recovery potion for him. It was as good as having none at all. Let alone a recovery speed of 30%, even a recovery speed of 10,000% would not impress him. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Tingwan frowned. What did he mean by that? Was it because he thought he was better at dealing with zombies, killing more than those around him? Mr. Lin is joking. Wan is just an ordinary evolver, without any special abilities. How could she possibly escape from Captain Chen? Wan is not as capable as your girlfriend. Wan's evolution level is pitifully low, only 2nd tier, 2 stars. Her performance against the zombie tide just now was due to the team's care for me. If only Wan could be as impressive as your girlfriend, Sister Yun, but unfortunately, Wan lacks the talent and luck. Aside from being somewhat skilled in genetic research, Wan is weak in other areas. Thanks to Captain Chen's care, Wan has found a peaceful place to reside in this apocalypse, and with your addition, Lord Lin Bei, Wan's safety has greatly improved. Lin Bei, the tea is a bit too strong. No special abilities. 2nd tier, 2 stars. This Xian Yuan Tingwan is hiding quite deep. Others might downplay their star count, but she has directly downplayed a whole level, a full 10 stars. No matter. He liked this clever girl. She was perceptive. He didn't expose her but instead said, Miss Xian Yuan is too modest. We merely encountered the apocalypse by chance. Luck is also a part of strength. Soon, under Xian Yuan Tingwan's lead, he and Hean entered a super large room filled with various precision instruments. About 10 men in white lab coats were busy, some young, some old. There were also quite a few guards armed with firearms. Sister, you're back. These 2 must be the newly joined Lin Bei and He Yun from our beast blood boiling group, said a mature lady who looked around 40 but still had charm, approaching Xian Yuan Tingwan with curiosity. Xian Yuan Ting Xue, a twin. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Not fully sane? No, she seemed quite normal in intelligence. Why would a 40-year-old woman call a girl in her 20s sister? Their faces were indeed very similar. He had thought they were related before they spoke. Name, Xian Yuan Ting Xue. Appearance score, 96. Comprehensive score, 95. Level, 3rd tier, 1 star. Ability, mental manipulator, awakened. Bond, gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiast, 1. Female scholar, 1. Bond member releases skills, ability recovery speed increases by 30%. Innate silk stocking holy body, 1. Untouched, 1. Another mental manipulator? No. Did this guy gain or lose out? Although she didn't have the bond of a top expert, she had the bond of a fitness enthusiast, which might be why she couldn't become a top expert. Lin Bei activated his true sight. Checking the status. Xian Yuan Ting Xue. Health, 100. Status, cursed, current curse effect. 1 day equals 10 years for others. Speed, 360. Strength, 360. Constitution, 360. Spirit, 360. So that's it. The abilities in this world are more numerous than he had imagined. There's even an ability that reduces others' lifespans. Quite interesting. That's right, these two are Mr. Lin Bei and Miss He Yun. Shen Yuan Tingwan was talking to her sister, saying that the people in the team hadn't gone out just now. The researchers basically didn't like fighting. They preferred to quietly develop potions, while her sister Xian Yuan Tingxue had special reasons. Ladies, this is my twin sister, Xian Yuan Tingxue. Although she looks older, she is truly my biological sister. Just a few days ago, she fell victim to a curse. At first, her 1 day was equivalent to a year for others, but since last night, her lifespan has been drastically consumed. It seems the other party's abilities have upgraded. I estimate that my sister now consumes about 10 years of someone else's lifespan in a single day, and she has only a few days left to live. In her words, Shen Yuan Tingwan's eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. This was her blood-related sister, who, despite being in the prime of her youth, had turned into this state. She wanted to help her but felt powerless. It's okay, sister, it's a small problem. I can still live for several more days. What if my original lifespan was 100 years? So many people died on the first day of the apocalypse, but I'm still alive. I've already defeated 99% of the users in the country, Ting Xue said optimistically. You really don't take this seriously? Tingwan was speechless. Twin, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Good. Things suddenly got a bit interesting. This was definitely a gain. Since it's a curse, there must be a way to lift it, He-Yun asked instinctively. We've tried many methods, but none worked, unless we find the person who cast the curse. But their goal is to make my sister submit, which is absolutely impossible. My only hope now is to extend her lifespan by modifying her genes. At this rate, she won't have many days left. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Yuan Tingxue screamed, clutching her chest and crouching on the ground. The once graceful features of her face were now lined with many wrinkles, showing the marks of time, and even her dark hair had turned much grayer. Damn! Shen Yuan Tingwan clenched her fists. This was the reason she didn't let her sister Tingxue go out to kill zombies and level up. Based on the time, she was rapidly aging around this time. Mr. Lin, can you please help us? Tingwan looked at Lin Bei with a pleading expression as she crouched on the ground. Lin Bei frowned. This woman, could she have hidden clairvoyance? Or mind reading? Did she know he had a potion to extend life? How can I help? Just give me some of your blood. You are so powerful, your genes must be very strong. Maybe, just maybe, it can help my sister find a glimmer of hope. Blood, genes. Lin Bei's expression was strange. He thought she might have some hidden ability. With a thought, he activated spatial sealing and time acceleration. Compared to my blood, I have something even better on hand. I think you will be very interested. Saying this, Lin Bei took out 10 uniquely colored longevity pills. The moment the pills appeared, the small space was filled with a rich fragrance. Really, these two girls were no different from being given something for free. So annoying. Too easy. It was obvious that Enya must have intervened in this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered these exquisite twins who just happened to be short on lifespan while having longevity pills. He preferred a bit of challenge, like a rebellious girl. Tingwan didn't notice the unusualness around her. She stared in confusion at the pills floating in Lin Bei's hand. Rebound pill? No. Healing pill? Also not right. What kind of pill is this? The trial monument has never rewarded this color before. The rewards from the trial monument were all public. This pill is called a longevity pill. It doesn't have much effect. It just adds a year to your lifespan when you take one. Is that true? Xian Yuan Tingwan and Xian Yuan Tingxue, the two sisters, both had their eyes light up, staring intently at the 10 longevity pills floating in Lin Bei's hand. 1 pill meant a year of life, 10 pills meant 10 years, which meant she could gain an extra day to find a way to save her sister. Whether it's true or false, we'll know after a try. Lin Bei controlled the 10 pills to fly in front of Xian Yuan Ting Shui. For him, 10 longevity pills were just a drop in the bucket, and rather than waste words debating their authenticity, it was better to let her take them and verify for herself. Will you eat them? Looking at the 10 pills so close, Ting Shui hesitated for a moment but then swallowed them down. After all, things had already come to this point, and it couldn't get any worse. The pills smelled fragrant. Fragrant like the real thing. Perhaps, as Lin Bei said, they could indeed extend her life. Her throat rolled. The pills entered her stomach. Instantly, they transformed into a rolling wave of heat surging through her limbs and bones. In that moment, her white hair turned back to black, and the wrinkles on her face diminished significantly. Almost in the blink of an eye, she returned to the appearance of a charming woman in her 40s. Ting Shui got her answer from her sister's reaction. She could also clearly feel the change in her physical state. Having long accepted death, she was once again filled with a desire for life. To be honest, enhancing the body with genetic agents isn't difficult, but extending life is extremely challenging. Since ancient times, neither the ancients nor the authorities in this field have been able to break through. Even if they evolved, her and her sister's spirits improved, and their thoughts became countless times more agile than before, they still couldn't find a breakthrough. She merely acted very happy every day to avoid making her sister sad, but deep down, she felt a great reluctance. But now, hope has arrived. There exists a pill that can extend life. With a slight gesture, it was easily controlled. Mr. Lin, where did you get such a miraculous pill? Seeing her sister regain her youth, Ting Wan asked Lin Bei as if grasping a lifeline. Just like that, she let her sister eat 10. This indicated that he had many of these pills on hand. Otherwise, why would he give them to her just because she asked? One day was still too short. If only she could have a few more days, she would be more confident. Still calling me Mr. Lin? Ting Wan was taken aback. Ting Shui was also surprised. Sure enough, there are no free lunches. They were both adults. How could they not understand the implications of Lin Bei's words? They also knew that the reason he gave her the 10 longevity pills for free was to make them understand the value of the pills, so they could make a choice. With nothing to do, Lin Bei flipped his hand, and 10 longevity pills appeared in his palm, spinning in circles. Sure enough, Ting Wan knew. Lin Bei definitely had more in his hands. However, these were still far from enough. Ting Shui's breath became a bit heated. If she took these 10, she would be 10 years younger again. Having tasted the sweetness, she naturally couldn't resist. In the next second, the number of spinning longevity pills changed from 10 to 100, making the eyes of the two women widen in shock. What the hell? This is way too much. Husband? Ting Wan exclaimed, her face flushed. It was the first time she called a man husband. How could she not feel shy? This was not just for her sister's life but also for their future. Lin Bei. Not to mention his strength, he was number 1 in the world. Longevity pills had never been heard of before this, yet he could pull out so many at once. This was enough to demonstrate the extent of his resources. This action also validated her thoughts. What she thought was the same as what Chen Sun thought, not that Yun, Zhang Yu, and the others were strong enough to make the list, but that they became strong and made the list because they followed Lin Bei. At the same time, he glanced at his colleagues around him, unsure of how they would perceive him. Those who are easily shy always care about the opinions of others. It's better not to look, but once you do, it's a different story. What's going on here? The colleagues around seemed to be caught in a slow-motion ray, each moving at an incredibly slow pace, tasks that could be completed in a second now taking a full minute. Shui also noticed something was off. It's nothing, I just accelerated the flow of time in our area. It's not that they are slowing down, it's that we are speeding up, Lin Bei said flatly. To him, it was a trivial matter. He didn't even know how many times he had accelerated time. But for the two sisters, it was as if the sky had fallen. The dawn had arrived. You're a fire ability user, right? Why can you control the flow of time? Xian Yuan Ting Wan asked in shock, having witnessed Lin Bei wielding flames with devastating power. Multiple abilities, is that so strange? Controlling the flow of time, if you can speed it up, can't you also slow it down? If you slow down my time, I wouldn't even need to take longevity pills to last until my sister develops a gene to extend life? Xian Yuan Ting Shui was even more excited. There was hope. Complete hope. A bright light in the dark future. Is that how you refer to me? Lin Bei looked at Xian Yuan Ting Shui, as Ting Wan had already called him that. Now it was just missing the twin sister. Xian Yuan Ting Shui pouted. Men. Just because he was a bit handsome, a bit strong, had a bit of wealth, a bit of a good figure, a bit of fair skin, and was generous, what else was there? She had already called out countless times in her heart, "Husband, husband, 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 please." So handsome, even more so than the male lead in idol dramas. Although they were twins, she wasn't as shy as her sister. Simple and straightforward. Two high-level mental ability users with scores above 90 were just like that, and he hadn't even fully showcased his abilities yet. It was as if he was collecting people like a game. A slight show of power, and the other party was already calling him husband. Husband, how many longevity pills do you have that you can give to Xiao Shui? Based on my current progress, I don't even know how long it will take to develop a method to extend her life. It could be as short as 3 to 5 days or as long as a year and a half, Xian Yuan Tingwan said, not quite used to the term. Since the urgent issue was resolved, she spoke honestly. She truly had no clue. They had researched the genes of long-lived animals on the planet and consulted numerous documents, yet they still couldn't break through the key point. Making someone stronger was easy, but making someone live longer was really difficult. Lin Bei didn't answer. Instead, he looked at He-Yun beside him. "Xiao Yun, how many of these have you eaten in the past 2 days?" He-Yun blinked innocently. "How would I know? Didn't you tell me to treat them like candy?" "I didn't keep track, but roughly estimating, maybe around 10,000? 20,000? As she spoke, a handful of longevity pills appeared in her hand, and she began to chew them one by one. These pills tasted quite good, better than M&Ms and drunken peanuts, crispy and fragrant. So many? The twins' eyes widened. No, they guessed he might have a lot of these pills, but they absolutely didn't expect this many. Each one was a lifesaver for Ting Shui, yet at this moment, He-Yun was treating them like candy. Lin Bei's mind moved. A vast spatial perception locked onto the room in the adjacent building. With a snap of his fingers, a spatial wormhole appeared. With time accelerated, he didn't want to dawdle and leave it for later. The sooner you eat, the sooner you enjoy. Lin Bei pulled He-Yun into it. "If you want to have the same treatment as my little Yun-Yun, come over." Damn, so tempting. Can't wait. Although Ting Shui's appearance at this moment looked like that of a mature woman in her 40s, her heart was still that of a girl in her 20s. She was not familiar with Lin Bei-jin at all. They were essentially strangers. The person who had cursed her and threatened her made her feel disgusted, yet when faced with the tempting Lin Bei, her heart began to race. Damn it! Her values followed her senses. "Sister, I'm coming over." In the end, Ting Shui couldn't resist the temptation and stepped into the spatial wormhole. Tingwan hesitated for a moment but also followed her in. Opportunity. Future. She couldn't miss it. She had to seize the future. The apocalypse had taught her a lesson in just a few days. A lesson that should be understood by everyone. Having a strong support is incredibly important. Lin Bei was far stronger than she had imagined. Even she knew to keep her cards close to her chest. The other party would definitely be hiding something. But the mere tip of the iceberg that Lin Bei had shown was enough to keep her pinned down and rubbed against the ground repeatedly. To be honest, becoming his woman might be the luckiest thing in their lives. Rewards were distributed, and someone confessed their feelings. Rewards were distributed, and someone confessed their feelings. Successful recording. Successfully recorded 2 beauties with a comprehensive score above 90, receiving 2 exquisite gifts, Replicator and Plunderer. Detected that the recorded target possesses advanced mentalist skills, already shared with the host. Beautiful. 2 Replicators and 2 Plunderers. They could acquire 4 supernatural abilities. Unlocked unencumbered space, receiving a 1,000 cubic meter space ring. Stockings, gourmet food, fitness, other encumbrances didn't matter. They were just icing on the cake. What she wanted were the Replicators and Plunderers. After reaching the 4th tier of supernatural abilities, her combat power would be incredibly strong. A few seconds later, Xianyuan Tingwan and Xianyuan Tingxue walked out of the spatial wormhole in their original clothes. Although only a few seconds had passed outside, they had spent nearly half a month together. Time nurtured feelings. Of course, it required more time. Time abilities are just too perverse, the 2 sisters sighed as they looked at the scene in the laboratory. During that half-month of interaction, they stepped out to find no changes at all. Tingxue stuffed a handful of longevity pills into her mouth. For her future, she treated the longevity pills like food. Seeing this, Lin Bei shook his head. He was truly frightened by that curse. He didn't know how many she had eaten, but it was certainly in the hundreds of thousands, and one person had managed to consume his longevity pills down to 80,000. He snapped his fingers. Time returned to normal. "Ha, Tingxue, how did you become young again?" The other personnel in the laboratory found Tingshua's appearance very strange. Just a second ago, she looked like a 40-year-old woman, and in just a few seconds, she had returned to her youthful self. "I can't tell which is Tingxue and which is Tingwan anymore." "Me neither. Maybe the person who cursed me was killed by a zombie, and suddenly everything returned to normal." Ting Shui glanced at Lin Bei and said with a smile. She didn't care if a day equated to 10 years for others. Even if a day consumed 100 years of her lifespan, it was fine. She couldn't finish it. There was simply too much. Before stepping into the spatial wormhole, she was still thinking that Lin Bei's longevity pills could help her last a few more days. Who knew his pills were like a bottomless pit? Really, both she and her sister Tingwan suspected whether the trial monument was something he had created. They each had an extra ring on their hands. This ring not only symbolized that they were now claimed but also contained countless various pills. It was no exaggeration to say that the total amount of pills in the hands of everyone combined was less than 1/10 of their own pill reserves. Trial road rewards have been distributed according to rankings. All participants are requested to confirm and enhance their strength as soon as possible. Just then, a prompt appeared before everyone. Although the people in the research room did not participate in the cleanup of the zombie tide, they still managed to mix in a bit in the team mode of the trial path, as rewards were calculated per person. Even if one just entered for a moment and then exited, there were still rewards. Yesterday, your ranking in single-player mode was first place, and you received rewards, points, returning force elixir, grade 4, healing elixir, grade 4, and calming elixir, grade 4. Oh, could it be that the rewards from the trial monument are also based on levels? Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole and glanced at the ranking rewards on the stone tablet outside. Zhang Yu and Shi Yu both received grade 3 elixirs, while he and Hiyun received grade 4 ones. Quite good. With the gourmet bond in place, he could also elevate the elixirs by 1 grade. Yesterday, your team, Beast Blood Boiling, won first place in team mode, earning a total of 1 million points, to be distributed by the team leader, with each member receiving a returning force elixir, grade 3, and a healing elixir, grade 3. This was the team prompt that appeared before Shenyuan Tingwan and Tingshui. Their individual rankings were extremely low, unable to even squeeze into the top 1,000, thus receiving no rewards. Lin Bei and the others did not receive team rewards. Yesterday, the team Born Without Limits was first, but after 24 hours, they were directly pushed out of the rankings. This is the current state of the apocalypse. The overall strength of every individual and team is rapidly increasing, especially with tonight's zombie tide. Even if some teams cannot hold on and fall apart, those who survive will definitely benefit greatly. It won't be long before teams composed of survivors from the zombie tides emerge, with overall strength far surpassing their previous teams. It's somewhat similar to raising a goo. 100 people pick out 10. 10 groups of 10 people reassemble into a 100-person team. This reward, TSK, Shenyuan Tingshui said, 6 elixirs appearing in her hand, shaking her head with a smile as she stored them in her spatial ring. So shabby. If people from other planets saw this, they would think they couldn't afford to eat. Sister Tingwan, these elixirs are for you. In the research room, a young man in a white lab coat, around 23 or 24 years old, approached Shenyuan Tingwan, holding the 6 elixirs as if they were precious gems. Sister Tingwan, I rarely go out to fight. These elixirs are just sitting there with me. Rather than waste them, you should take them to enhance your strength. That way, when you go out to kill zombies, I can feel more at ease. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. Brother, sorry, you were a step too late. She is already mine. Shenyuan Tingwan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man's shy expression, and immediately understood his intentions. No need, Xiao Wu, you should keep them for yourself. If you don't need them, save them for your future girlfriend. We are just friends and colleagues. I can't accept this gift. For her, it wasn't much, but for them, every elixir could be life-saving. Now, her body and mind belonged to Lin Bei. How could she accept such a precious gift that represented feelings? Oh, as soon as she said this, the onlookers instantly understood Tingwan's meaning, all looking at the man with pitying eyes. Sister Tingwan, I don't have a girlfriend, and I don't have someone I like. I just want to keep them for you. Please accept them. Be my girlfriend, Sister Tingwan. The man clearly did not understand Tingwan's words. He thought she didn't grasp his meaning, his face turning red as he spoke. A confession. A blatant confession. After graduation, he had been working under Tingwan, harboring admiration for this sister in his heart. After the apocalypse broke out, if it weren't for Sister Tingwan and Sister Tingshui, they wouldn't have survived, let alone have the current treatment. He had long fallen deeply in love with her. Previously, he had been busy researching genetic potions, focused on finding a way to save Tingshui. Now that the danger of the snow curse has been resolved, he just received today's team reward, and with Lin Bei's arrival, he feels a strong sense of crisis. How could he not feel a sense of urgency when a handsome and powerful rival appears beside the woman he likes? He can only muster the courage to express his feelings. Strike first, or suffer the consequences. For love, he is all in. Shenyuan Tingwan sighed in resignation, not to mention that she is now in Lin Bei's shape. Even before Lin Bei appeared, she would have rejected Xiao Wu. Having been called a genius girl by others since childhood, How could she possibly be interested in an ordinary little brother? Handsome or not, strong or not, she taught him in her area of expertise. It's not about being realistic, it's just that she doesn't need to find someone inferior to herself. The network is restored, and the dragon appears. Out of politeness, Tingwan didn't say anything harsh. After all, he had been her assistant for over a year. Xiao Wu, you're a good person, but we're not suitable. You don't have someone you like, but I do. Is it me? Tingwan, Ting Shui, Lin Bei. No. Xiao Wu looked disappointed, but quickly perked up again. Even if Tingwan had someone she liked, who knows, in the apocalypse, that person might already be dead. Companionship is the longest confession of love. After this, Tingwan would subconsciously pay attention to him, and over time, he would naturally occupy a certain place in her heart. Tingwan wasn't interested in knowing what he was thinking. Before the apocalypse, too many people had confessed to her. In middle school, high school, college, and after graduation, she had never lacked suitors. She wouldn't put this Xiao Wu in her heart. Xiao Shui's problem was resolved. At this moment, she just wanted to improve her own strength. To help Xiao Shui, her level had dropped significantly, and she had to allocate some energy to research genetic potions. Once she developed a perfect genetic potion, the enhancement to her combat power would be enormous. Although Lin Bei had given her a significant boost, strength, physique, but genetic potions could further enhance this foundation, as the human body is inherently weak, leaving plenty of room for improvement. If the human body could be transformed to be as strong as a beast, like possessing the incredible strength of a giant elephant, combined with the enhancements provided by Lin Bei, that would be truly terrifying. Let's go. I'll take you to see the animals in our research lab. Ignoring the gazes of others, Tingwan took Lin Bei's hand and walked toward a tightly closed door. This scene left everyone wide-eyed and confused. Tingwan and Lin Bei are together? They knew each other? No one had heard of it. Could it be love at first sight? Xiao Wu, do you want to grab a drink tonight? A man walked up to Xiao Wu and put his arm around his shoulder. It was clear that the person Tingwan liked was Lin Bei, and Xiao Wu had no chance against him. Xiao Wu didn't say anything. He just silently stared at the hands of the two intertwined, and after a long time, he finally said, I understand now. Sister Tingwan is hinting to me that if I become strong like Lin Bei, she will be my girlfriend. Sister Tingwan, I will definitely work hard. Everyone? Lin Bei? Tingwan? No, Xiao Wu, what kind of brain circuit do you have? Their hands are already together, and you say this is to motivate you? Ridiculous. Love-struck idiot. The man tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Xiao Wu, sometimes it's worth looking back. There are actually people who have been waiting for you all along. Everyone? I understand now. Sister Tingwan has been waiting for me to become strong. Lin Bei shook his head. In a big forest, there really are all kinds of birds. Following Tingwan to the door, Tingwan signaled the guard to open the door. Tingwan led him and he yun inside, with Ting Shui following closely behind. Ha roar as soon as they entered the door. Hearing the roars of various animals, Lin Bei looked around and saw all kinds of animals locked tightly in iron cages. Tigers, leopards, lizards, and so on. Aren't you looking to collect pets? Why don't you see if there's anything here that satisfies you? During the half-month they spent together, Lin Bei shared his plan with the two women, and they were very much in favor. Really? Anyone with even a little bit of intelligence wouldn't refuse. No way, the ones you caught are all too trashy, just some very ordinary animals. Lin Bei shook his head after taking a look around. We can't catch anything impressive either. That's true. After taking another look, Lin Bei left the room with the few women. As soon as they stepped outside, a series of phone ringtones rang out. Lin Bei squinted. Glancing at everyone pulling out their phones, he also took his phone out from the system space, and the previously lost signal was surprisingly full again. In that moment, the entire research room erupted. Damn, what's going on? There's a signal. Wait, how did the signal suddenly come back? Guys, not only is there a signal, but there's also internet. I can watch videos. Is that for real? Damn, it really is. I need to call my wife. Before the internet went down, my wife was with her ex-boyfriend. Although I trust her, I still need to check in. Hee-Yun pulled out her phone. Ah, there really is internet? She quickly made a video call to her dad. Although she knew he was in a safe location, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried until she saw her dad and mom's faces on the screen, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you calling so early? Your mom and I are busy making you a little brother. You scared us. Hee-Yun. Watching the excited expressions of those around him, Lin Bei squinted. The fact that Hee-Yun could video call her dad indicated that it wasn't just this area that had internet, but the global network had been restored. Ordinary people didn't have this capability. Clearly, this was the work of Earth's consciousness. It was a significant move, and with such a development, something big was bound to happen next. Pets still needed to be collected. There was internet, but who knew when this suddenly restored network would go down again? However, the restoration of the network would allow him to better understand the situation outside. He opened the video app. All the videos were just released, and the creators were all extremely excited. Having gotten used to the internet age, how could they not be thrilled after a period of disconnection? Come on, get online, hurry up and play a couple of rounds of glass farming. I'm dying of boredom, the Mo family's mechanisms are waiting for you. Yuan Shen, activate. Activate my ass, is there anyone who can come save me? Who understands family? The sky fell after I came out of the trial monument, and the team was wiped out by a zombie tide. I'm just lying on the stone tablet, the rain outside is so heavy, I'm so cold, come warm me up. 180 athletic brother, boo-hoo. Quick, someone get online and shovel a couple of times. I've been itching all over for half a month. Guys, stop messing around with glass. I got a yacht to escape the zombies and went out to sea, but it backfired. Look at the creatures in the sea. They've evolved into something else. You might not believe it, but even dragons have come out. Scrolling through, Lin Bei found an interesting video and clicked to check it out. He saw the turbulent sea surface, where orcas were continuously leaping out of the water, as if something terrifying was lurking beneath. Crack! Amidst the thunder and lightning, he vaguely saw an extremely large shadow in the sea, so massive that the previously 6-story tall giant elephant looked like an ant in front of it. Sure enough, in the apocalypse, the sea was the most terrifying place. One must know that the ocean's area on this planet is far greater than that of the land. It was quite something for someone to hide from zombies by going out to sea. Crack! Another flash of lightning passed. Lin Bei saw a mythical giant dragon burst from the clouds into the sea, its long, snake-like body, 4 claws on its belly, and 2 horns on its head, all showcasing that it was indeed a dragon. Titan creature, diamond giant python. Titan creature, diamond giant python. Lin Bei looked back and forth several times, completely certain that this was the legendary giant dragon. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain its various stats through the screen. The Eastern giant dragon has appeared. Could there also be a Western giant dragon? Oh, in the next video, Lin Bei saw a Western giant dragon with enormous wings weaving through the night rain and lightning, the flickering sky filled with a mysterious and powerful aura. The location was abroad. What a pity! If only the Eastern and Western dragons could appear in the same place and fight, he could take advantage of it. If I could get some of these dragons' blood, that would be amazing. If we could study it, it would definitely enhance our physical abilities significantly, Ting Wan said, standing beside him, looking at the images on the phone. Compared to these creatures, humans seemed like toys. Lin Bei scrolled through more videos, needing to understand the outside situation better. It was chaotic. Some cities were occupied by zombies, in others, zombies had become rare treasures, some cities were overrun by rats, others had become paradises for animals, and still others were shrouded in bats blocking out the sun. It was simple. Because under NU's arrangement, those with exceptional abilities were concentrated around him, leading to a lack of top combat power in many areas, resulting in their downfall. Ordinary evolved beings were powerless against the swarms of bats, but if a fire ability user were present, they could easily wipe them out. Bang! 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 At that moment, a huge and muffled crashing sound came, and those inside the building felt the floor shaking. After a while, Shen Sun rushed into the research room, anxiously shouting, "Lord Lin Bei, there's a problem. Outside, 2 super-evolved animals as big as elephants are fighting, and they've come near us." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Male or female? The male is eaten. The female is kept. Let's go. Lin Bei followed Shen Sun out, with He Yun, Ting Wan, and Ting Shui trailing behind him. Boom! Just a few steps out, another dull roar echoed, shaking the entire hotel building. Lin Bei flashed to the door and saw, 50 meters ahead, a massive gorilla filled with explosive muscles, standing about 7 or 8 stories tall, battling a similarly exaggerated giant python. The python was entirely white, its neck resembling a cobra's hood, and it had dragon-like horns on its head. Gorilla, Tier 3, 5 stars. Gender, female. Bloodline, ancient titan giant ape. Concentration, average. Health, 80. Strength, 450. Constitution, 450. Speed, 450. Spirit, 450. What the hell? The gorilla from the movies has come out? What a pity. The gorilla isn't male, so it lacks soul. Giant python, Tier 3, 6 stars. Gender, female. Bloodline, ancient titan giant python. Concentration, average. Health, 75. Strength, 480. Constitution, 480. Speed, 480. Spirit, 480. 2 ancient bloodline awakened creatures, the Titan clan fighting, is truly not something ordinary people can intervene in. With the power and constitution stats of these two, a bystander caught in the crossfire wouldn't even know how they died. However, for him, 2 new pets are in hand. Tonzi, what does it mean when it says average concentration on these two's information panels? Can it be enhanced? It generally looks quite unpleasant. If one is to collect, it must be the best of the best. As the name suggests, it refers to the Titan bloodline, which can indeed be enhanced. By consuming more of other animals, the bloodline can absorb their power and thus grow stronger. Lord Lin Bei, do you have confidence in handling these 2 giant beasts? Chen Sun asked cautiously. Faced with such colossal creatures, he no longer dared to take risks for energy. The danger level was too high. Lin Bei looked over. He saw the giant python coiling around the body of the diamond, opening its massive mouth and biting down hard on her neck, the snake's muscles contracting violently, initiating a deadly constriction that made the diamond bare its teeth in pain. Get lost! The diamond roared. With a heavy crash, she slammed down to the ground, her explosive muscles creating a shockwave against the python's body, the intense pain causing the python to loosen its grip and open its mouth. The diamond seized the opportunity. She reached out, skillfully unwinding the python that was wrapped around her, pressing its head to the ground and delivering a heavy punch. Boom! In an instant, a violent wave of air surged forth, the ground cracked, and water splashed everywhere. This punch made the giant python convulse. Diamond's health, 75. Python's health, 55. Although the python was a level higher than the diamond's agility was unmatched by the python, tilting the scales of victory in favor of the diamond. This was the numerical representation of Lin Bei's current power, as he currently lacked the bonds of a fitness practitioner, so it was only 109 times. This was the number of his physique. One could only say that he could easily crush these 2 little karamis, thanks to Inyu returning for a while, allowing him to harvest a big haul. Otherwise, capturing these 2 creatures would require some clever tricks. How the diamond snorted, releasing 2 visible streams of air, grabbing the python's tail. The python couldn't escape and could only coil tighter, but before it could fully wrap around, the diamond suddenly swung it away and then slammed it down hard. The ground shattered. Boulders flew. How the diamond caught sight of the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance, swinging the python towards them with such speed that it whistled through the air, its massive form resembling a pillar reaching the sky, scaring the onlookers into fleeing in all directions. Damn! Are they attacking the spectators too? Not even letting us eat our snacks? Wait, I was filming a video. I didn't know I couldn't attack the cameraman. Lin Bei, however, stood still, unfazed. With a thought, a long spatial wormhole appeared in the heavy rain, and the front half of the python's body crashed down heavily onto the diamond's head. The sudden pain made the diamond instinctively loosen her grip and cover her head. Even though she wasn't human, she knew that the head was the most vulnerable and important part. Strange. What was happening? The diamond turned around, but there was nothing behind her, and the python had somehow fallen onto her, repeating its previous actions and tightly coiling around her again, then biting down hard on her neck. Ignoring the invitation, it preferred the punishment. Ha! The diamond howled in pain. The loud sound shook the surrounding tall buildings, and the white giant python took the opportunity to wrap around the diamond's body, binding her arms tightly, leaving the diamond unable to exert any strength, forcing her to crash against the ground again. Bang! 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 But this time, no matter how much impact the python endured, no matter how many times it was struck, it would not loosen its grip in the slightest. Its sharp fangs sank deep into the diamond's neck, crimson blood flowing from her mouth and being washed away by the rain to the ground, forming a river of blood. Death constriction. This was its method of attack. Diamond's health, 50. Python's health, 50. The diamond had originally held a significant advantage, but at this moment, the blood levels of both sides formed a 50-50 situation. The giant python's thick body continued to constrict, and Jin Gang was bound not only by his hands but also by his legs. At this moment, he couldn't even stand up, only able to roll in place in an attempt to break free. Crack! Accompanied by the python's constriction, an incredibly crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Jin Gang's arms and legs twisted grotesquely. Ah! Jin Gang cried out in pain. His fist-sized eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. He truly couldn't understand how the situation, which had seemed so secure, had suddenly reversed. He still couldn't comprehend why this giant snake had appeared above him. Although he possessed human intelligence, he had never encountered the power of space. Jin Gang's blood level, 35. Jin Gang's health bar continued to decline. The giant python was already one level higher than Jin Gang, and the earlier crushing had merely showcased the agility advantage of primates. Once bound, the only outcome was death. The others, though unable to see the health bars, could tell from Jin Gang's twisted limbs and increasingly feeble struggles that it wouldn't be long before he was killed by the giant python. In that moment, many people's thoughts became active. The beastly bloodthirsty leader, Chen Sun, began to stir again, but after the previous lesson, he dared not approach recklessly. Moreover, Lin Bei was here. How could he dare to steal Lin Bei's energy? Snatching energy might feel good for a moment, but clinging to a strong ally was the real deal. He was clear about the difference. Jean Gang's blood level, 20. Jean Gang's roars grew weaker. Lin Bei saw that his health bar was down to 1/5. With a flash, he appeared beside Jean Gang's ear and said, "Become my pet, and I will help you turn the tide of battle. Are you willing?" The dying Jean Gang glanced at the tiny Lin Bei. She knew that humans had pills that could restore injuries and strength in a very short time, but a mere human thought to tame her? Before the apocalypse, they had kept her in a cage as a pet for tourists to admire. Now that she had broken free from her cage, they wanted her to be a pet again? Ridiculous. "I am willing," she replied. This was her way of dealing with humans. In the current situation, she needed to escape her predicament first. Once she dealt with this giant python, what right did a small human have to tame her? Lin Bei flipped his hand and took out 5 third-grade recovery pills and 5 third-grade healing pills, stuffing them into Jean Gang's mouth. Although one of each was enough for a third-tier being, her size was too large, so it was safer to give her a few more. The Jean Gang in the city was undoubtedly one of the evolved primates from the zoo. This creature had possessed a certain level of intelligence before the apocalypse, and having lived alongside humans for a long time, it surely had wisdom comparable to that of humans now. For such a creature, Lin Bei didn't expect to tame her so easily. Of course, if it could be simple, that would be better. Boom! With 10 pills consumed, the severely injured Jean Gang was fully revived. The damage caused by the constricting python was restored at that moment, and the exhausted strength was instantly replenished. With a sudden effort, the python's bindings were slowly loosened. The giant snake's eyes narrowed. Its sharp fangs dug deeper into Jean Gang's neck, but this level of damage was nothing to the fully revived Jean Gang. With a surge of strength, he forcefully broke free from the python's grip. His large hands grasped the python's neck tightly. With a fierce squeeze, the terrifying power forced the python's mouth open. In that instant, Jean Gang slammed its head to the ground, entering the "Return My Beautiful Fist" mode, with fists larger than those of He Yunhao falling like a storm on the python's head. Bang bang bang! The python's health bar plummeted straight down. In the blink of an eye, it reached 10%. "Stop," Lin Bei said softly, "only children make choices. I want both the giant python and the diamond." Humph! The diamond glanced at the insignificant Lin Bei, snorting coldly, not taking his words to heart at all. She wanted to smash the head of the giant python that had nearly taken her life in one go. Lin Bei had long anticipated this, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "So you want to play hardball, huh? Fine." In a flash, he appeared beside the diamond's head, delivering a whip kick. "TCH, clown." The diamond looked down on him, extending a hand and flicking her thumb against her middle finger at Lin Bei. It wasn't that she looked down on humans, but rather that humans were only worth this level of treatment in her eyes. Considering he had fed her so many pills, she decided to let him suffer a little less. With a slight exertion of force, bang! But at the moment the diamond's middle finger collided with Lin Bei's leg, a burst of blood mist erupted, washed away by the heavy rain. The diamond was momentarily stunned. Her mouth gaped wide open. Dumbfounded, she looked at her palm. The middle finger she had just flicked was gone. Before she could react, Lin Bei's second whip kick grew larger in her line of sight. The instant it struck her cheek, she felt the entire world go silent, the sounds of rain and thunder vanishing completely. Moreover, everything in this world seemed to slow down countless times. She saw her head tilt to the other side, then her body was propelled outward. In midair, she stared blankly at the increasingly smaller figure of Lin Bei. Is this guy a monster? How can a human possess such terrifying power? In the next moment, everything returned to normal, the sounds of rain and thunder filling her ears, while her massive body crashed heavily into a building, causing it to collapse and bury her within. At that second, the crowd at the hotel entrance instinctively stopped breathing. The visual impact of this scene was no less shocking than before, and they stared blankly at Lin Bei. What on earth? What level is his limit? Chen Sun muttered, having thought that one punch to annihilate tens of thousands of zombies was his limit, and that playing with a giant elephant barehanded was his limit. Yet now, he had kicked away a diamond even larger and stronger than an elephant with sheer physical strength. This scene made him even more convinced. He was ready to kneel and abandon his pride just to cling to this powerful figure. Truly, his strength had reached a terrifying level. Subduing the giant ape, the blonde girl. Subduing the giant ape, the blonde girl. Boom! The diamond pushed aside the massive rocks pinning her down, struggling to rise, her eyes filled with rage as she looked at Lin Bei. But thinking of the power of that kick, her gaze suddenly cleared. In principle, she would not yield to humans again. But at this moment, that man was the principal. How could his small body contain such terrifying power? One kick had left her dazed, and fortunately, he had just fed her 5 healing pills, the remaining medicinal effects healing her injuries. Why didn't you stop when I told you to? Lin Bei asked from mid-air. Sorry, master, your voice was too soft. I didn't hear you just now, the diamond quickly replied. She certainly didn't want to take another kick like that. Just one had made her realize the gap between them, making her fully convinced. So it's my fault? No, the diamond, with a strong will to survive, quickly said, Master, you don't know, but my ear has a natural problem. It's all my fault, all my fault. It's because my ear is defective that I didn't hear what you said just now. Lin Bei smiled. He was quite satisfied with her will to survive, and in a flash, he returned to the ground. Don't tell me you don't have the ability to shrink. I do, master. Next second, the figure of the giant ape rapidly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into a little girl with golden hair dressed simply, a fluffy tail wrapped around her waist. Master, are you satisfied with this appearance? Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. Giant ape, golden hair, tail. Alright, so this is the evolution, huh? If she were human, without the innate ties of a super scion, he would eat it. Damn, is that a speedster? He blurted out instinctively upon seeing the giant ape's human form. It would have been fine if her golden hair had fallen flat, but the key was that it stood up in clumps like a speedster. Moreover, there was not a hint of incongruity. It was perfectly fitting. The golden-haired girl sniffed and said, this girl speaking had an extremely strong scent of him, clearly his mate. Her eyes twinkled as she asked, Pretty sister, what is a speedster? Pretty sister? He smiled happily. It's a type from an anime. Your look is simply identical. What anime? Seeing the golden-haired girl chatting with Hiyun, Lin Bei interrupted her. Since you promised to be my pet, shouldn't you do something now? Upon hearing this, the golden-haired girl's little face instantly drooped. Just thinking about Lin Bei's terrifying strength made her very reluctant to come before him. A faint light emerged from her forehead, forming a hexagram array. You know your place. Lin Bei reached out to sign the contract. The hexagram array transformed into a faint light and merged into Lin Bei's palm. In that moment, the ritual contract was completed, and the Titan giant ape became his pet. At this moment, their minds were connected. So annoying, becoming someone else's pet again. The golden-haired girl pouted, but soon she smiled brightly and leaned closer to Lin Bei, asking, Master, can you give me a bit more of that pill you just gave me? You're so powerful and so handsome. You wouldn't be stingy with your own, right? Her previous caretaker had not treated her well, but she knew it was just an exception. Many of her friends had good caretakers who sometimes secretly gave her tasty treats, but unfortunately, those caretakers had turned into mindless zombies after the apocalypse. Here, this is a space ring. Recognize your master first, and in the future, it will grow with your size when you transform. Lin Bei tossed a ring to the golden-haired girl. He was never stingy with his own. A space ring? Upon hearing this, the nearby beast-blooded crowd widened their eyes. Those with space backpack abilities were treated like treasures, yet Lin Bei had a space ring, and it looked exactly like the one Miss Hiyun had, and he just gave it away, indicating he had plenty. Lin Bei didn't care what others thought. He no longer needed to consider others. This black one is a recovery pill. Eating one can restore your consumed strength and energy. The green one is a healing pill. If you're injured, it can heal you. The blue one is a detox pill. If you feel poisoned, take one. Lin Bei introduced the pills to her. Taking a breath, Lin Bei continued, in your space ring, there are 5,000 of each of these pills. When you run out, just ask me for more. 5,000. Upon hearing the quantity of pills, the golden-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she jumped onto Lin Bei, affectionately rubbing against him. Thank you, master, you're so nice, love you, mwah. The pet contract was completed. The pet's favorability towards the master would automatically increase significantly, as the Earth consciousness introduced this to encourage humans and animals to join hands against external enemies. Humans, animals, zombies, no matter how hostile these parties were, how they slaughtered each other, in the eyes of the Earth consciousness, they were all her children. It just favored humans a bit more. Upon hearing the number of pills Lin Bei had provided, Chen Sun could no longer hold back and shouted out. It was one thing to have strong abilities, another to have a strong physique, and he could tolerate having multiple abilities, but the sheer quantity of pills was something he simply could not endure. Lin Bei had spatial abilities. They had all witnessed that scene just moments ago. Lord Lin Bei, may I dare to ask, are you the biological son of Earth? Really? He wouldn't believe it if he wasn't. The total amount of pills for everyone in their entire beast blood boiling group combined was still less than what Lin Bei gave to a pet. Lin Bei glanced at him. He didn't respond. His gaze shifted to the white snake in the middle of the road, barely clinging to life. Although her health bar hadn't continued to drop, it was left with only a sliver, just 5% remaining. Her body had shrunk dramatically. In an instant, the Titan python that had almost killed the Titan giant ape had transformed into a small pet snake, barely a dozen centimeters long, curled up motionless in a puddle on the ground. Lin Bei's mouth twitched slightly. This contrast was a bit too much, wasn't it? After all, it was a Titan python. Before evolution, it was just a tiny pet snake. A bit abstract, perhaps. Whoosh! At that moment, a bullet whizzed through the rain, aimed directly at the little snake on the ground. Lin Bei reached out. He froze the bullet in midair, following its trajectory to see a man on a nearby high-rise, his index finger resting on the trigger of a Barrett. Lin Bei lightly swiped his finger, and a bolt of lightning, not too thick, accurately struck down. Fortune favors the bold? Did he have that kind of life? 7-day deadline, Time Team 2. Extending his hand, he used a spatial wormhole to grab the half-dead man and tossed him into the Divine Might space as a supplement for Lu Ruyan and the others. Inside the Divine Might space, sisters, pedal slowly, don't rush, make sure not to overheat, and shake the generator slowly too. Once the last battery is fully charged, we can finally take a good rest. It was thriving here. Dozens of half-human, half-corpse beings pedaled bicycles to generate electricity while also cranking generators with their hands, charging thousands of batteries to full capacity, all while watching movies. Really, this life was something they had never dared to imagine before. It had been pitch black, but now there were not only lights but also movies, television shows, and various gaming consoles. Sisters, once the batteries are fully charged, the next time Lord Lin Bei calls me out, I'll strive to get us some new activities, like making clothes or weapons, Lu Ruyan said to everyone. As long as there was value, they wouldn't be abandoned, even if 90% of their remaining lives were spent in the Divine Might space, that was fine. There was electricity. There were entertainment facilities. The Divine Might space was simply a rare paradise. Here, they didn't have to worry about danger or accidents, nor did they have to scheme against one another, and occasionally, there was food thrown in. Simply amazing. Bang! A man, barely clinging to life and charred, appeared among the women. Oh, a feast is coming again. Outside, Lin Bei used his mental power to control a healing pill to fly in front of the little snake's mouth. The fragrance of the pill revived some vitality in the little snake, which then flicked its tongue and swallowed the pill. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, pulling out a tooth, perhaps. As the pill was swallowed, Lin Bei saw her health bar rapidly recovering, and in no time, it was full again. A flash of light. A woman in white replaced the little snake, dressed in traditional attire that perfectly showcased her curvy figure, with long legs subtly visible beneath her skirt. Unlike the lowly forms of Yin Yu and Jean Gang, the snake's human form was that of a mature lady. The blonde girl glanced at her and then looked down at herself. She's so big, I'm not. Silly. The woman in white met the blonde girl's gaze and couldn't help but mutter a low curse. What does silly fork mean? The girl asked Lin Bei, puzzled. It means you're being complimented on your looks. Hee hee, I really didn't expect that. You actually think I'm pretty. Thank you for calling me a silly fork, but your human form is also quite silly, even sillier than mine, the blonde girl said with a grin. The woman in white darkened her expression. It didn't look like she was pretending. Truly silly. Lin Bei glanced at the little golden-haired girl, who seemed a bit foolish, then took out another space ring and toyed with it in his palm, addressing the woman in white who had transformed into a giant python. Are you interested in being my little snake? Without any hesitation, the woman in white nodded. In the apocalypse, evolved animals like her were seen as prime targets by humans. Countless teams had launched attacks against her. It wasn't just humans, some other species also viewed her as prey. For instance, the little golden-haired girl beside the man. While sleeping soundly, she suddenly caught a whiff of something, turned her head, and saw a golden-haired girl grinning at her. Then, the two started fighting, all the way over here. Simple as that. As the hexagram formation merged into his palm, Lin Bei successfully acquired his third pet, which made everyone around him envious. Such a powerful creature had now become a well-behaved and delicate pet. At that moment, a line of striking red text suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's field of vision, or rather, in everyone's field of vision. 1 week later. In other words, 168 hours later, the first batch of invaders will descend upon Blue Star. Please, all humans of Blue Star, prepare to face them. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. 1 week later? So late? Based on the global communication restoration tonight, he thought they would be facing a full-scale invasion of alien creatures by tomorrow or the day after. A week might seem short to others, but for him, a week could feel like a year. Wait, what the hell are invaders? Isn't this a zombie apocalypse? Hey guys, have any of you seen red text in front of you? Yes, it should be in front of everyone globally, but we haven't even dealt with the zombies yet, and now there's talk of invaders. What's going on? Isn't a week too short? The crowd, filled with bloodlust, discussed among themselves. Lin Bei turned to the sisters behind him. Around noon today, didn't you see any demons? From their reactions, it seemed no one knew about the impending alien invasion. Demons? What are demons? Xian Yuan Tingshui asked, curious. After so long in the apocalypse, it was her first time hearing that term. Lin Bei squinted. The scale of the bloodthirsty crowd wasn't small, yet not a single person knew about the existence of demons. By this calculation, over 90% of the evolved beings in the country probably had no idea. The restoration of the network was likely meant to inform global evolved beings about what the true apocalypse was. Zombies were merely beginner monsters. Got it. Whoa, is that a demon? Someone in the crowd shouted while holding up their phone. There are videos of demons online. They look so strong. My goodness, what is that? What kind of monster is behind the space rift? Lin Bei took out his phone and searched. Sure enough, several new videos had been released, all showing the scenes of the demon invasion before the heavy rain, even capturing the terrifying creatures resembling Cthulhu clearly. EW, how can there be such disgusting creatures? The little golden-haired girl leaned closer to Lin Bei, seeing the giant octopus covered in eyes, her skin crawling with goosebumps. The little white snake shook its head as well. What a pity the tentacle had withered due to losing its source. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to see if he could inflict any damage with his current strength. 7 days. There are still 7 days for development. Lin Bei turned to Chen Sun. Is it okay for me to take over beast blood boiling now? Chen Sun was taken aback. After realizing it, he was extremely excited. Even if Lin Bei didn't say anything at this moment, he was already planning to propose that Lin Bei be the leader. Now that the situation had suddenly become severe, it was unreasonable not to seize the opportunity presented to him. I'm willing. Lin Bei's gaze was somewhat strange. Then he said, now gather all the members of Beast Blood Boiling back to me. Yes, Chen Sun responded without any hesitation. It was a rare opportunity to be led by someone with vast resources and terrifying strength. What he needed to do was simple. Establish Team 2 of Time City. Team 1 of Time City was responsible for collecting in that city, while Team 2 would handle this city. Within 7 days, he could definitely expand the number of his female team members to 200. Or even 300, or even 500. 1,000 was not impossible either. Team 2 was established, next pet. Team 2 was established, next pet. A few minutes later, we are here, ready to listen to Lord Lin Bei's teachings. In front, all members of Beast Blood Boiling knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. From this moment on, there was no longer Beast Blood Boiling in the world, only Team 2 of Time City, with the same treatment and benefits as Team 1. 10 young women were selected from among them. Out of more than 2,000, 10 were chosen. The probability was 6. In the apocalypse, many inexperienced young women had no strength, no abilities, just ordinary evolvers, with a future that could be seen at a glance. To avoid regrets, after joining the team, they engaged in relationships with handsome guys they found somewhat attractive. In the apocalypse, killing zombies side by side, living and dying together, it was easy for feelings to intensify. This was also the main reason why there were so few qualified young women. Finding 10 in a large team was already quite good. He didn't expect to find anything from this. The main focus was on the follow-up. With everything arranged, Lin Bei left with 2 newly recruited pets, He Yun, Xianyuan Tingshui, and the 10 selected female team members. They had just dealt with a wave of hundreds of thousands of zombies. The nearby zombies were pitifully few. It was a waste of time to stay here. He didn't expect to encounter 2 evolved creatures fighting in front of him again. He needed to properly arrange the 7 days of time in the outside world. Currently, his main force consisted of 8 people. Of course, and Yu was not among them. And Yu had her own place to farm monsters. Sure Yu, He Yun, Jiang Yu, Wan En, Shi Yu, Yi, Ting Wan, Ting Shui. Right now, there were only 3 pets, and finding 5 more was a bit challenging. It was easy to find common pets, but he had a slight obsession with perfection. If he was going to find pets, they had to be exceptional. He had made up his mind, pairing them up. In this way, he only needed to recruit 1 more pet. Having 1 girl plus a pet still made him a bit uneasy. 2 girls plus 1 pet would be stable, equivalent to a group of 3, which was definitely better than everyone gathering together to fight for energy. So slippery. Lin Bei reached out. A small snake about 10 centimeters long was wriggling between his fingers. He rubbed its little head with his thumb. Little beauty, tell me, is there any evolved creature as powerful as you that you can sell out? Your master still needs 1 more pet. Little beauty. Full name Medusa. He wanted to give it a cool name. Little beauty squinted her eyes, enjoying the massage, and flicked her tongue. No, the only evolved creature I can barely say I know is that mental little girl next to you, master. What does mental little girl mean? Kivra innocently asked while holding He Yun's hand. She was different from Medusa. Medusa is a private little pet. usually following her original owner to watch TV and read books. Although she didn't know much before, after her awakening and evolution, those memories became her knowledge. Kefra, on the other hand, is a pet at the zoo. She is kept in a cage every day for visitors to admire, and although she spends a lot of time around humans, she doesn't understand much about human culture. Kefra. Naturally, it was Lin Bei who gave her a new name. He couldn't just call her little golden retriever. Since she resembled a Shih Tzu so much, he decided to name her after that. When out and about, her identity was self-given. Little spirit sister, huh? A spirit sister is just a very spirited little sister, Hee-yun explained to her. To be honest, she didn't quite understand what a spirit sister meant, but it should be something like that. Lin Bei pouted. All right, very spirited. Little Lala, tell me, do you have any good friends with similar strength to yours? Lin Bei asked, rubbing her golden fur. That hair was really something. No matter how he rubbed or pressed it, it would spring back to its original shape as soon as he let go. He continued, or do you have any delicate, weepy best friends? Kefra thought for a moment. No. Lin Bei was greatly disappointed. Kefra then added, how about enemies stronger than me? Well, not really stronger, just ones that can fly in the sky and I can't reach. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. After taking a delicious bite of a large sausage, Kefra mumbled, actually, I'm not from this city. I'm from the zoo in the neighboring city. It's just that there are bats everywhere there. They can all fly, and I can't catch them, plus they always bother me, so I had to run away. I can't even sleep well at night. There's one particularly big bat that secretly sucked my blood several times. Bats? Just in the neighboring city? Let's go back first. It was just the right time to test whether the long-distance spatial wormhole could be accurately opened. He placed a ring infused with his spatial power on the windowsill and then activated the spatial wormhole to lead everyone back to the base. He felt it was too troublesome to send the 10 girl group members back first and develop them together. As for researching genetic potions, he found a biological research institute along the way and packed all the advanced equipment inside into his divine space, leaving the original equipment for those people to use. After all, in the apocalypse, there were plenty of these things outside. Spending time in the outside world to research this was too extravagant. Moreover, currently, enhancing basic strength was the top priority. Some things could be temporarily set aside. High-level genetic potions required a lot of powerful biological blood for data research and matching, and there were only 3 suitable ones around him. He didn't care for low-level ordinary genetic enhancement potions, so this matter would naturally be postponed for now. Before long, the group returned to the outside of his base. Wow, brother-in-law, is this your base? It's so big. How many people would it take to accomplish this? Shen Yuan Tingxue exclaimed as she looked at the tall walls. Just looking at it made her feel super safe. Tingwan is Tingxue's sister, so calling him brother-in-law is quite reasonable, and addressing him as brother-in-law feels more intimate, doesn't it? Shen Yuan Tingwan raised her head to survey the dozens of meters-high city wall. How many days had it been since the apocalypse started? Could the base's defenses really be made like this? Is this the base of the Time City Team 1? No, Lin Bei shook his head. This is my base of natural limitlessness. I'm not interested in providing defenses for Time City. They can just enjoy the many elixirs I give them. As for how many people it takes, 1 is enough. Saying this, Lin Bei raised both hands. The enormous supernatural power within him was consumed wildly, and at that moment, the high walls surrounding the entire area rose another 10 meters, and the thick base expanded outward by a full 5 meters. Under his deliberate control, the door remained in its original position, and the situation outside was somewhat chaotic, so he casually raised the defenses a bit more. What the hell? Listening Snow and Listening Evening were utterly shocked. Wait, besides space, time, flames, physical abilities, and a terrifying number of elixirs that can enhance our strength and physique, you also have the ability to manipulate Earth? The more they interacted, the more they were awed by Lin Bei's abilities. Each one was of the highest caliber, and so many exceptional powers were concentrated in one person. Terrifying. No wonder he was the best in the world. Super long distance, spatial wormholes. Super long distance, spatial wormholes. Yay! Hubby is back. At that moment, He-Tao led her small team back, and upon seeing Lin Bei, she joyfully rushed over. Hubby! Hubby! 10 young girls surrounded him, making Listening Evening and Listening Snow roll their eyes. Look, it's our hubby returning. Not far away, a large group of people rushed over. Not many, just 5 or 10 small teams. Listening Evening and Listening Snow widened their eyes. Combined, there were 60 of them. Before coming here, they had vaguely learned from Yi-Yun that Lin Bei had many women, but they never expected there would be so many. Absurd. Outrageously absurd. The 2 of them were forcibly squeezed out and asked the somewhat helpless Yi-Yun, among these people, which ones are Jiang Yu and Yi-Yun? They only knew that Lin Bei could enhance strength. they hadn't learned much else. They're not here. These sisters are either ordinary evolvers or have no abilities. They are part of the girl group. The ones on the trial monument are the main force. They should all be outside leveling up now, Hyun explained to them. She also briefly introduced the main situation of the innate Wuji to prevent them from feeling uncomfortable, subtly revealing that having one more woman could double their strength enhancement. Is that so? Upon learning this secret, the slight resentment in Listening Evening and Listening Snow's eyes vanished. They were women, and they possessed advanced abilities. It didn't matter between twins, but how could so many outsiders not feel something? The strength enhancement relied on these women, and having more members in the girl group was unavoidable. In the apocalypse, everything revolved around strength. She studied genetic potions to enhance her power. Daddy! Lin Bei led everyone into the base, letting the girl group members go about their business and taking away the 10 new recruits. The wolf-eared little girl transformed from Silver Moon jumped into his arms, sniffed, and looked at the golden-haired Kaifila with her big eyes, her small brows furrowing. You're not human, are you? You seem very strong. This golden-haired one exerted an immense pressure on her, a pressure that was different from humans, something only animals could sense. Wow, you're so silly. Seeing Silver Moon's adorable appearance, Kaifila didn't hold back her praise and reached out to pat her head. Silver Moon? Who are you cursing at? I'm not cursing you, I'm complimenting you. You're really so silly, those little ears are just too silly. Still cursing? As the group's pet, Silver Moon had never been scolded like this before, and in her panic, she reached out to scratch. Lin Bei smirked, holding her paw down and patting her little head. She's really complimenting you. She doesn't understand human language very well. In her dictionary, silly means pretty and cute. I tried to correct her before, but it didn't work. A bit stubborn, she had decided that silly was a compliment. Is that so? Looking at Kaifila's sincere eyes, Silver Moon's little wolf ears drooped helplessly. Considering her strength, this wolf accepted it. Oh, there's another one here. Silver Moon's little nose sniffed again and looked at Lin Bei's sleeve, only to see a small white snake slowly poking its head out. Why does it feel so strong? Silver Moon sensed a pressure from this tiny snake that was no less than that of Kevlar, and her little ears drooped even lower. Originally, she was Lin Bei's only pet. Now, well, she was Lin Bei's weakest pet, without exception. Once upon a time, she was far ahead of the other animals, and now she had only enjoyed a few days of relaxation while they all became so strong. It was too competitive. Your two sisters are both at the 3rd level, you know, and they've all awakened the Titan bloodline, much larger than your biggest size. If you don't work harder, be careful, I might not want you anymore. Baby will work hard. Knock. She knew Lin Bei was trying to scare her, but if she didn't put in more effort, she would soon lose his favor. This little snake was actually in close contact with Dad. What a naughty little snake. She hadn't even had that opportunity yet. Lin Bei infused his spatial power into Silver Moon's spatial ring. Since Shiyu and the others were still outside and hadn't returned, he wouldn't call them yet. He would arrange everything first and then distribute tasks to them. Closing his eyes, he emptied his mind and began to sense the spatial ring over 200 kilometers away. In his mental world, there was an endless expanse of darkness. There were a few bright spots nearby. They were the spatial rings of Hiyun, Ting Shui, and Ting Wan, along with 3 pets. After a while, he discovered a faint light in the far distance. Sensed it. It worked. Consuming ability points to open the spatial wormhole seemed slow, but all of this happened in a second. The spatial wormhole connecting to the small room with the rings opened, and Lin Bei, Hiyun, Ting Shui, Ting Wan, along with Kevlar and Medusa left. Inside the small room, Xiaomei, contact me immediately if anything unexpected happens. Lin Bei left Medusa with the Ting sisters, both of whom were level 3 mentalists and high-level evolvers. They were also twin sisters. The two of them made a perfect team, so he placed them in another district of the city before heading to the city occupied by bats. Communication had improved quite a bit, but in emergencies, there was no time to make phone calls. Mental communication only required a thought. There was no choice. The main force was too numerous, and the zombies were too few. If only there were daily outbreaks of millions of zombies, everyone could eat their fill, but unfortunately, the population was limited, not to mention millions. Even a million-level zombie tide was uncertain how many more waves could erupt. Humans couldn't be overestimated, but they also couldn't be underestimated. After tonight, the global number of zombies would definitely decrease by 2/3. Master, why didn't you leave me with those 2 sisters? Golden-haired Kevlar asked, holding his hand. You? Forget it. Lin Bei looked her up and down. Despite her being obediently by his side now, if placed with Ting Shui and her sister, she would definitely run around and cause trouble. Those 2 girls couldn't handle this lively little monkey. He needed to bring Jiangyu. Run! Run fast! That group of bloodthirsty bats is about to chase us. Arriving at the edge of the city where golden-haired Kevlar originally was, he saw 7 or 8 men rushing onto the highway in terror. Behind them, a group of bats the size of adult cats flapped their wings in pursuit, the heavy rain having no effect on them whatsoever. Big brother, there are 3 people ahead. Got it, kill that man to hold off the bloodthirsty bats, and take the woman away for our brothers to enjoy. The leader, a short man, gripped a knife, braving the heavy rain, and charged toward the direction of the 3. In no time, he stood before the 3, holding a gleaming big knife, the blade aimed directly at Lin Bei's chest. Lin Bei was somewhat speechless. His gaze sharpened. In an instant, the man was bound in place. You guys who value women over men, why don't you just kill these 2 women and let me have some fun with you? Ha! The dwarf was taken aback, a bit burned. Can a person really say that? A dead city, an army of bats. A dead city, an army of bats. What's the address? The next moment, several companions beside him also froze in place. Lin Bei glanced at them. They were all second-tier evolvers with 7 or 8 stars, ranking among the top in a large group. But in his eyes, they were no different from ants. He glanced at the knives they held. Very good. They like to point knives at me, huh? He collected them all into the divine might space. 7 people appeared beside Lu Ruyan, along with several thousand healing pills. Lu Ruyan, don't rush to eat them. I need a lot of fresh flesh and blood. These are healing pills. Remove their arms and legs, then feed them a recovery pill, and repeat. Got it? Lin Bei's voice echoed above Ruyan and the others. Understood, master. Lu Ruyan held a large bag of healing pills. Sisters, don't kick yet. Let's get to work. Dozens of girls got off their bicycles, staring at them with strange smiles. Hee. The 7 men wielding long knives looked around in terror, not understanding why they had suddenly appeared in this place, nor why there were so many whisperers here. Who exactly was that man? What kind of abilities did he have? Next, they had no time to think. One heart-wrenching scream after another echoed, pain consuming their entire bodies and minds, as Ruyan fed them one healing pill after another. Truly, it was Lord Lin Bei, so extravagant. If outsiders knew, they would wish to offer their flesh and blood voluntarily. Ugh, it's this group of stinky bats again, so annoying. Looking at the bats surrounding them from all angles, the golden-haired Kevala's little face scrunched up, just as bothersome as flies. Boom, boom. He-yun was throwing punches. Each punch released a burst of energy, knocking down 7 or 8 bats, but the number eliminated was insignificant compared to the total. This punching is too tiring. I need to switch to the prince's fighting style. He-yun's small hands kept striking out. Under her control, the energy condensed into small balls that blasted out, moving so fast that her hands left after images. At least 100 energy balls shot out every second. They weren't locked on, they were directional. Because there were so many bats in the air, each energy ball could knock down a bat. Yeah! While hitting, she shouted. Lin Bei was stunned. When did she develop such a way to use energy? With various abilities, he rarely used energy anymore. If Kevala's hair color were given to He-yun, it would definitely be a perfect match. Regardless of strength, being handsome is a lifelong matter. In just a few seconds, He-yun had eliminated all the bats in the sky, raising her head a bit proudly. Wow, Sister Yun is so cool. Sister Yun, can you teach me? Kevala's eyes sparkled. She was almost invincible in close combat. Her only flaw was the lack of ranged attack methods. If she learned this, she would have no weaknesses. Want to learn? I'll teach you. He-yun was very generous. This wasn't something Jiang Yu taught her, but something she developed herself. One must not limit their thinking. It should be expanded. Since it's all about blasting outwards, how to blast, how much to blast, all can be controlled. Lin Bei, with a person and a monkey, moved forward, exiting the highway and heading straight for the city center according to the map. Only by starting in the city center could they achieve the maximum effect. Logically, there should be the most bats in the countryside, but since there are fewer people in the countryside, they would definitely seek out places with more people. Is this a dead city? As they ventured deeper, the number of bats in the sky increased, and just by looking up, dozens, if not hundreds, of bats could be seen flying in the air. Yet on the road, not a single zombie was in sight, only the gnawed, stark white bones stretched endlessly before them. Ah! A few people screamed as a swarm of bats rushed into a building, followed by a piercing scream that echoed out. The scream faded away. The city fell silent once more, a deathly silence, broken only by the patter of rain and the sounds of their footsteps. Not even the roar of a single zombie could be heard. To be honest, they were no longer accustomed to the absence of zombie cries. Lin Bei, 4th tier. He-yun, 4th tier. Kevlar, 3rd tier Titan Beast. The blood energy emanating from the 3 of them far exceeded that of ordinary people. As they continued deeper, more and more bats surged towards them, their bodies blending into the darkness of the night, but fortunately, their evolution had enhanced their vision. Otherwise, they truly wouldn't have seen them. Arriving at the entrance of a mall, with a thought, 500 legs appeared in unison. As Lin Bei clenched his palm, they were instantly compressed into a mist of blood by the space, the rich scent of blood spreading in the heavy rain. To prevent insufficient attraction, they repeated this several times. Before long, a dense swarm of bloodthirsty bats was drawn to the area, their sheer numbers making one's scalp tingle. Those with a fear of crowds would have fainted on the spot, while those with obsessive-compulsive disorder would have been ecstatic. He Yun's Prince strategy. Lin Bei's flames or ice began to harvest in large quantities, with patches of corpses falling down, and faint streams of energy surged into the bodies of the two. Retreat! 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 Kevlar attempted to use the energy within her, but having only practiced for a few minutes, she couldn't unleash it yet, only able to keep trying and carefully grasping the concepts Yun had taught her. This city has some formidable characters. On a nearby tall building, a gigantic bat, standing 2 meters tall, perched at the edge of the rooftop, coldly observing the scene below. Unlike her low IQ counterparts, she could tell that the three below were not to be trifled with, but she caught a familiar scent from the golden-haired man. Comparing it to the creatures in her memory, she quickly matched it with a giant ape. Just as she matched the scent, she suddenly realized the man below had vanished. In her radar-like perception, a figure appeared behind her. Her pupils constricted. Her eyes narrowed in a very human-like manner. She made no unnecessary movements, and with no warning, her massive wings flapped violently, propelling her into the sky, where she finally breathed a sigh of relief. That man was so fast, he had instantly appeared behind her. In her perception, she hadn't even detected his movement trajectory, as if he had crossed space and directly arrived behind her. Flapping her wings, she hovered in the air, watching the man below. In the pitch-black night, the gaze of one man and one bat met amidst the pouring rain. For the first time, the bat, who had devoured countless lives, felt pressure. Even when she had been discovered stealing the blood of the Titan ape and had been chased for several streets, she had never felt this way. Clearly, this man was strong, stronger than any human she had ever encountered, and an insatiable greed arose within her. If she could swallow him whole, the enhancement it would bring her would be unimaginably great. On the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Up! With the command of the giant bat, countless bats surged from all directions towards Lin Bei, their sharp fangs glinting like deadly weapons in the dark, rainy night. Lin Bei's lips curled into a slight smile. Could he control an army of bats? Yes, he could. Taking a deep breath, just like Yun, Lin Bei activated the prince's battle method. Small energy spheres shot out from his palms, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, as bat corpses fell to the ground. Every second, at least hundreds of bats dropped. But this number was insignificant compared to the bat army in the sky, which surged endlessly like a vast ocean, waves crashing one after another towards him. Wow, so cool. Kivra on the ground couldn't help but feel envious. Before long, Lin Bei's attack frequency decreased slightly, but soon, it returned to normal. The reason for this was to make the giant bat in the sky think he was struggling a bit, so it would gather more bats to attack him. Bloodthirsty bats were attracted by the rich scent of blood and flesh, but the leader's command would definitely gather them faster. What a pity that the upgraded energy bar didn't display, otherwise, he could have watched his steadily rising bar. Go! He's about to give in. Sure enough, the giant bat, just as he thought, emitted sound waves that humans could hardly hear to summon more bats to surround him. The sky was densely packed with bats, so numerous that they blocked out the pouring rain, forming an impenetrable dome. Lin Bei smiled. Beasts are indeed beasts. A little trickery and they took the bait. Ah! Lin Bei let out a classic anime scream, and the energy balls shot from his hands peaked at that moment, forcing the bat army, only 10 meters away, back a full 100 meters. Afterward, he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Damn, there are just too many. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. So refreshing. TCH. Seeing this scene, the giant bat's eyes revealed a human-like mockery, thinking this human was strong, but it was nothing special. Brothers and sisters, charge! With a flap of their wings, the bat army surged forward like a flood released from a dam, rushing towards Lin Bei with an unstoppable force. Lin Bei took a deep breath. Ah! 5 minutes later. Ah! Lin Bei's body swayed unsteadily. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei's body swayed unsteadily. Half an hour later. Damn it, is this it? I won't accept this. Lin Bei steadied his swaying body once more and unleashed astonishing potential again. Are you just putting on a show for me? The giant bat could no longer hold back its curses, having almost reached its limit half an hour ago. It found all sorts of excuses to unleash wave after wave of attacks. Once or twice, it could be forgiven. 3 or 4 times, it could be tolerated. 5 or 6 times, it remained silent. But still, it kept coming. It was like rubbing her intelligence into the ground. In this half hour, the number of her brothers and sisters killed exceeded 1,000,000. She suspected, no, she was 100% sure that this man was fishing. Damn! Despicable human! Everyone, return! With a roar, she called back the bat army charging at him. The massive army was reduced by more than half by him and that woman below. Did they notice so quickly? Lin Bei thought it was a pity. There were still many bats in the sky. Seeing the army rushing towards him retreat, Lin Bei let out a breath, his body swayed again, and this time, he collapsed into the rainwater on the rooftop. Muttering to himself, I am still too weak, I can't hold out against just this many bats. Damn it! Seeing this, the giant bat's mockery intensified. Stop acting. If I believe you again, I must be a fool. Did she really think she was that naive? You, charge! Speaking of which, with a wave of his hand, a bat comparable in size to an adult Siberian husky rushed towards Lin Bei with flapping wings. Lin Bei, lying on the ground, covered his eyes with one hand and laughed. Your acting is still lacking. You can't fool me anymore. What a pity. With the other hand, he clenched it in the air, and a powerful spatial force instantly crushed the bat into a puddle of meat, which fell onto the ground covered with bats. I knew it. You still want to deceive me? Not that easy. The giant bat's eyes were filled with fear. She hadn't even seen how the man had made his move before her companion was taken down. To be safe, she retreated a bit further. Lin Bei slowly got up and looked at the army of bats 100 meters away, glancing at the sky in the distance, where only a few dozen bats were flying scattered. Most of the bats in this city were here. It was time to wrap things up. Sorry, even if you see through it, it's useless. Over 100 meters away, you're still under my control. The moment the words fell, both hands spread open, and an invisible spatial cage trapped the entire group of bats. With a clap of his hands, the walls of space squeezed in from all directions, causing the army inside the spatial blockade to instantly fall into chaos. Even if they crashed into each other, bleeding and broken, it was of no use. Damn! The giant bat's pupils suddenly constricted. She thought keeping her distance would keep her safe. She never expected that this human would possess such means. Previously, she had never encountered anything like it. To understand humans, she had even disguised herself as one and infiltrated a small team to learn for half a day. During that time, she learned that many humans awakened special abilities and encountered many supernatural beings, but none were as exaggerated as him. 100 meters away. In just an instant, he had trapped them all. How was she supposed to defend against that? The army of bats was like scattered soda cans, being squeezed into a tight cube by an invisible machine, and with the continuous pressure, more and more of her lower-ranked siblings' bodies were bursting. Are you willing to submit to me? Lin Bei's voice reached her ears. She knew. The implication was for her to become his pet. What a joke! She was the fearsome Bat Queen. How could she submit to a mere human? She didn't believe it. That method from so far away was truly unbreakable. Boom! The massive body erupted with a powerful aura, flapping her wings to push the surrounding bats back, and charged towards the invisible wall. Bang! Was it pleasant to hear? If it sounded good, it was a good hit. This collision left the Bat Queen dazed. Her two delicate feet, oh no, her two claws, were desperately kicking, but no matter how she kicked, she couldn't budge it an inch. Bloodline level, method of enhancement. Bloodline level, method of enhancement. Damn! Can't break it. Absolutely can't break it. If this continued, she would be crushed into a puddle of meat. I am willing to submit. Helpless, she could only lower her head. No matter what, she had to get out first. Swish! The next second, her body was squeezed out, regaining her freedom, and her whole being felt much more relaxed. Ah! Help me! Queen, save me! Just as she caught her breath, a series of piercing screams came from behind her. Turning her head, she saw the giant cube that was originally 10 meters on each side collapsing in her sight. Seconds. Just 0 seconds. Instantly collapsing into a small cube of 10 centimeters on each side. She was stunned for a moment. Her pupils suddenly constricted in realization. So many companions had just turned into the small square? Among these troops, there were quite a few siblings who shared the same womb as her. Although their bond wasn't particularly strong, the destruction of all her kind before her eyes ignited her anger. She knew very well that she was no match for him. She was waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. This was her understanding of anthropology. Suppressing the anger within her, she slowly flew in front of Lin Bei, a six-pointed star formation appearing above her head, her body towering over 3 meters as she lowered her head. Master, I am willing to submit. Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. He reached out. Just as he approached the Bat Queen, her claws, sharp as knives, lunged toward Lin Bei's neck like lightning. There was a common flaw among those with abilities. Their bodies were weak. However, what she didn't expect was that Lin Bei, who should have been physically weak, actually caught her ankle with his bare hands. No matter how much strength she exerted, she couldn't pull away or advance. Her wings flapped, stirring up a fierce wind, yet even with all her might, she couldn't budge Lin Bei's hand an inch. Damn, was this guy even human? As Lin Bei's palm exerted a slight force, the Bat Queen collapsed to the ground. Stop squeezing, I give up, I really give up this time, just stop, my leg is about to break. Lin Bei released his grip. The Bat Queen sat slumped on the ground. One of her wings rubbed her ankle, her somewhat human-like face filled with grievance. What kind of person was this? So strong in long-range attacks and so fierce in close combat. Couldn't they give her and her kind a chance to survive? She looked up at Lin Bei. This time, her gaze was much clearer, and when their eyes met, Lin Bei surprisingly felt that this large bat still had a certain charm. Evolved bat, level 3, 5 stars. Gender, female. Bloodline, vampire. Concentration, thin. Health, 60. Strength, 450. Constitution, 450. Speed, 450. Spirit, 450. Vampires were quite interesting. Master, how can the bloodline of these evolved animals be enhanced? Lin Bei asked in his heart, something he had wanted to ask before but had forgotten. As their evolution level increases, the concentration of their bloodline will gradually rise. The fastest way to enhance it is to let them devour creatures of similar or higher evolutionary levels. Their bloodline will use this as nourishment for enhancement. Is it that simple? It feels a bit hasty. This is not hasty. This is a benefit for your first generation. All creatures currently appearing are endowed with Earth's consciousness, and everything is enhanced in the simplest way possible. I see. Lin Bei reached out. This time, the signing was completed incredibly smoothly, and the enormous Bat Queen became his plaything, oh no, his pet. From this moment on, they were connected in thought. To think that I, the Great Queen, have become a human's pet, I must find a chance to turn this around. The Bat Queen thought to herself. Turn against whom? Lin Bei's voice appeared in her mind. Rebel. Of course, against my current master. Wait, who are you? The Bat Queen looked around, finally landing her gaze on Lin Bei, her brow slightly furrowed as she muttered inwardly, is it you speaking in my heart? Who else? Damn. This broken signing ceremony, why can you hear my thoughts? How can I rebel like this? Lin Bei squinted. Who taught you that? You speak so eloquently. Turn into a human. I won't. Although the Bat Queen was very reluctant, she still transformed into a woman with long legs, wearing a black cotton shirt under a black trench coat, black stockings, and black high heels, her hair styled in a slightly curled, fashionable manner. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Good. Finally, there was a normal human form. With this outfit and her aura, she was purely regal. Super regal. Invincible regal. Master, really, let's upgrade the system. Since pets can turn into humans, why can't they enter the human encyclopedia? You must be really hungry. Lin Bei flicked his fingers, and a healing pill flew into her mouth, then took her back to the ground. You're quite generous with your actions, let's hold off on resisting for now. It smells pretty good, but I wonder if the blood is sweet. The Bat Queen, following Lin Bei, stared at the large artery in his neck as it pulsed, unable to resist licking her lips. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. To the Bat Queen, he was a powerful being, and his blood should be a great tonic for her. Master, what would happen if I let her drink my blood? There are two effects. First, her affection and dependence on you will increase dramatically because your level is far above hers, plus you possess physical and strength abilities. Your blood is a delicious and excellent supplement for her. Second, the power of the bloodline will increase. If I put my finger in her mouth for her to suck my blood, it won't turn me into a vampire, right? No. First, her level is not high enough to infect you, and second, she cannot disobey your orders. As long as you command her, she will never inject you with transformation factors. Hearing this, Lin Bei felt relieved. He glanced at the Bat Queen beside him. He should give her a name first. What name would be good? Queen Sylvanas? Lin Bei was terrible at naming. Rather than racking his brain for some random and unpleasant name, he might as well use something ready-made. Forget it. It doesn't match her eloquent personality. Eloquent, Bat Queen, all elements are fulfilled. Since that's the case, it's decided. My queen, from today on, your name is Dracula. He initially thought of names like Liang Bing or Morgana, but they only superficially fit. Essentially, she was a vampire. Dracula suited her better. Everything was allocated and arranged properly. Dracula? What a terrible name, not nice at all. Dracula complained inwardly, then said on the surface, thank you, master, it's such a super nice name, Dracula is really so happy. Lin Bei, no problem. Lin Bei took out the demon sword, intending to cut his hand to let some blood flow, but thinking about how this sword had killed countless zombies and was already rotten with zombie virus, he reconsidered. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong. It was definitely not out of fear. He took out a steel needle. Gritting his teeth, he endured the discomfort and pricked his index finger. He had no tendency for self-harm. Using a needle on himself was already his limit. Then he squeezed, managing to get out half a drop of blood, but due to his strong physique, it healed automatically. Even so, the appearance of that half drop of blood made Dracula's eyes shine, her gaze fixed on Lin Bei's finger, every cell in her body urging her to step forward and suck that half drop of blood into her mouth. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with her reaction. He raised his hand. Dracula's gaze followed his finger as she lifted her head, lowered it, turned left, then right, completely lacking the demeanor of a mature woman, resembling an inexperienced young girl. He-Yun and the others couldn't smell it, but Dracula could clearly smell the fragrance of that half drop of blood. She had consumed a lot of blood, but had never encountered one that smelled this good. "Are you satisfied with the name Dracula I gave you?" Lin Bei asked. "Very satisfied, extremely satisfied." Dracula nodded vigorously, her moist red lips licking again and again. At this moment, her entire being was occupied by that half drop of blood. "Go!" Receiving the command, Dracula's small hands grasped Lin Bei's hand as if it were a treasure, opening her mouth to suck that half drop of blood into her mouth. For her, half a drop was simply not enough. She sucked at the fingertip again and again, not letting a single drop go to waste. Lin Bei's expression was somewhat strange. Was the temptation of blood really that great for her? Even if she was a vampire, she must have some self-control after evolving to this extent. "Master, it's too little, I want more," Dracula pleaded, cradling his hand with both of hers. Having tasted that half drop of blood, she was already slightly addicted. She had never drunk such delicious blood before. Truly, even the blood of the Titan ape couldn't compare to it. Besides the taste, the energy contained in this blood was far superior. By consuming the blood, she realized just how terrifying her master's physical strength was. Most importantly, this blood belonged to her master, and drinking it gave her a special feeling, as if she had swallowed her master whole. "Good girl, crouch down, spin around." Lin Bei conducted a series of obedience tests, and Dracula did not refuse any of them, nor did she harbor any rebellious thoughts. To enhance her pet's strength and obedience, he had He-Yin cut his hand. He simply couldn't bring himself to harm himself. So refreshing. Dracula quickly brought Lin Bei's finger to her mouth, her throat rolling as she continuously sucked the flowing blood, not daring to waste a moment. She knew that with her master's terrifying physical condition, the wound would heal in no time. Yahoo! This master is just too good, woo woo woo, so fragrant, so sweet, so delicious. Dracula pushed aside the memory of Lin Bei and He-Yun slaughtering her kin. For beings like them, who could give birth to multiple offspring at once and quickly conceive again, there was no particularly strong familial bond. Moreover, after awakening her intelligence and understanding humanity, she had already considered herself a person. She saw herself as superior to her kind. She was angry at the time, but now it felt just so. Lin Bei sat in the back, feeding Dracula while watching the scenery outside. He-Yun was driving in front. They were in a dead city, where over 90% of the Bat army had been wiped out, and there was no need to linger any longer. They set off for the neighboring city. After eliminating so many bats, his strength had significantly increased. Attributes: Master, Lin Bei level, 4th stage, 5 stars. Skill, Eye of True Sight. Storage system space, 10 million cubic meters. Abilities, space, time, freezing, level, lightning, earth, fire, strength, 5 times, constitution, 5 times, mentalist. Speed, 960. Strength, 960. Spirit, 960. Constitution, 960. Pets, Silver Moon, Medusa, Kefra, Dracula. After stepping into the 4th stage, each star gained would provide a full 40 points of enhancement to all attributes. The further one progressed, the more energy was required for evolution. Fortunately, the number of bats was sufficient. Otherwise, how could his level have risen so quickly? To be fair, external aids were not the way to go. Just look at those modders who can change the data and instantly reach 9th stage, 9 stars. Upon arriving in the neighboring city, familiar zombies once again came into view after getting off the highway. Lin Bei opened a long-distance space wormhole, bringing Jiang Yu over to join He-Yun in taking Kefra, treating this city as a resource point. Very good. 4 out of the 8 main forces had already been arranged, leaving only the 4 girls, Shiryu, Wan-En, Shiyu, and Lui. Ha 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 ha, finally free. After Lin Bei left, Kefra, no longer restrained, danced with excitement, running here and there, somewhat rebelliously ignoring He-Yun and Jiang Yu's words. To calm her down, they had to take turns engaging with her, and Kefra's eyes became clear once again. Woo woo woo. They were all so strong. Siyat and Li. Plus, there's little Silver Moon, arranged in another city. Shiyu and Wan-En, along with a group led by Dracula, who has become obedient after his training, are now thoroughly his loyal little pets, though they have lost quite a bit of blood. No matter. A healing pill will make up for it all. In this province where he is located, there are a total of 13 cities. Excluding one dead city, there are 12 others. The dead city can't even be considered truly dead, as there are still some zombies and survivors inside, but their numbers are too few to be worth deploying. For main teams, 4 cities. The female group members occupy the original cities, with 5 of the 12 cities being their development locations. Perfect. With such arrangements, he can confidently act alone, visiting them at fixed times each day for some fun. In preparation for the alien invasion in 7 days, he is on high alert, striving to arrange everything to perfection. He hopes the strength of the alien beings won't disappoint him. He can be said to be invincible now, and his power continues to grow immensely, yet invincibility also brings a subtle sadness. The City of Sin, Blind Box Trading. The City of Sin, Blind Box Trading. On the forum, Genie Province, Taimei City, Trial Monument Team ranked 5th, the Sky Thunder Thieves, base located at District Intersection Store, sincerely invites all teams in the city and even the province to come together for warmth, to jointly resist the alien invasion in a week. Jiangqing City, these are gathering messages from various city teams wanting to form larger teams, and the fervor of the comments is no less than before the apocalypse, where various forums were only used by a portion of people, but now, it is used by all survivors. The news of the alien civilization invading in 7 days has further united humanity, which was already beginning to come together, instilling a sense of mission. Videos of alien beings online show those powerful creatures, making humans who have adapted and dominated the current apocalypse feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. No way, haven't you all evolved to this extent? I'm still holed up at home, haven't even stepped outside, not even reached the limits of human capability. Is there a kind-hearted person passing by who can come save me? My location is below the comment. No way, dude, it's been half a month since the apocalypse broke out, and the alien civilization is about to invade. Even the dogs outside have evolved to the second stage, and you haven't even stepped out the door. How cowardly can you be? You're even worse than a dog. Dude, you really shouldn't have revealed your location. Do you know? Your existence, which hasn't even started evolving, is like a blind box. You might just get an extraordinary ability. I've seen many teams binding these people for public sale. Be careful not to get caught. There's a place called the City of Sin that specializes in selling people like you. The City of Sin? What is that? Blind box? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at this comment. You can't say, those who haven't started evolving are indeed like blind boxes. It's still the outside people who are needed. Another freshly posted comment refreshed. Bro, stay put and don't move. I'll come save you right away, really. Family, who understands, I picked up a little bro, and he actually revealed a level of power ability. Haha. Same here, our team found a mother and daughter who hadn't killed any zombies while collecting daily supplies. The mom has a level ability, and the daughter has a level ability. So nice, once trained, they'll be invincible later on. I'm so envious of you guys. Is the probability of awakening level abilities really that high? Haha, I just bought a young woman in the City of Sin, and she also revealed a level ability. You too? I just bought an ant in the City of Sin, and she also gave me a level ability. So awesome, once trained, invincible. Aren't you afraid they'll betray you once they wake up? No, why be afraid? I bought them to be my wives, not as slaves to oppress. They should be grateful to me. Who knows what would happen if someone else bought them? I can only say that everyone who has been there says it's good. Is there anyone with a heavenly eye who can start a live stream? Let's connect a mic and help me see if these goods are real, if they can open the door, and how many buns they're worth. Sin City? What is that? Lin Bei couldn't help but feel curious. The first and second comments were likely survivor bias. At this moment, who knows how many people around the world have found survivors hiding at home? Only those who have awakened their abilities are speaking out. To be fair, among his 100-member girl group, there were 2 or 3 with abilities. He wanted to select those few for the main force, but that would mean the 100-member girl group wouldn't be complete. Let's put that aside. As for the later comments, it was obvious that the Sin City Water Army was promoting it. Lin Bei opened the video app. Sure enough, under the influence of big data monitoring, as soon as he opened it, there were videos about Sin City, while he used a powerball to blast the zombies rushing at him. At this moment, he was in another city. It was clear that a zombie tide had also broken out here. Looking around, only a few hundred zombies were wandering the streets, possibly because there were no strong evolved beings in the area. These zombies were of low level, strong individuals in the area. The energy contained in the heavy rain would be abundant, allowing nearby zombies and animals to evolve stronger. Master, whoa, you don't know, as soon as you left, Sister Hiyun and Sister Jiangyu started domestic violence. Whoa, you must come back and teach them a good lesson. Kivra's voice appeared in his mind. Lin Bei curled his lips. It was obvious that Kivra must have been disobedient to be disciplined. After all, she was transformed from a monkey. Lin Bei ignored it. He continued watching the video. In the video, the camera focused on a brightly lit large shopping mall, shining in the heavy rain. The power had long been cut off, but now, anyone with a bit of strength and experience could easily get a generator and solar panels to generate electricity. Evolved to this extent, the night had no effect on humans, but humans had become accustomed to relying on lights. It was better to have lights on if possible. The person filming this video entered the mall while holding the camera, introducing to everyone, "Why is this place called Sin City? I heard from my friend that the people who created this trading city seem to have all escaped from prison and are criminals. So this place is called Sin City. But everyone, don't worry. Here, customers are gods. The premise is not to cause trouble. As long as you have enough capital, and here, capital doesn't refer to money or gold, silver, jewels, or points. It refers to elixirs. You can only use elixirs for consumption here. As long as you have enough elixirs and follow the process, you can exchange for all kinds of beautiful women or male models you want. Come, let me show you." As he spoke, the camera moved to the product exhibition area. One by one, beautifully dressed girls appeared, some young mothers, some aunties, and many handsome young men, all quietly standing with price tags on them. I know many people are afraid this place is like a casino, with no entry and exit, right? You don't have to worry about this, Sin City would never do such a thing. They only want elixirs. Moreover, to alleviate everyone's concerns, everyone who comes here can live stream without any restrictions. You can live stream the whole process and turn it off only when it's completely safe. Lin Bei squinted. To be fair, the initiative to propose live streaming the entire purchase process showed that Sin City wanted to do long-term business. No doubt about it. The quality of the goods shown in the video is quite good, and there are a lot of them, so much that he wants to go take a look. He clicks on the location. More than 200 kilometers. Lin Bei's interest suddenly peaked. With the distance being so close, he definitely wants to check it out. So many girls. With such a base number, there should be unopened ones, right? No sooner said than done. A few minutes later, Lin Bei arrived in front of the so-called City of Sin according to the navigation. Playing big, life curse. Playing big, life curse. At the entrance of the City of Sin, Lin Bei arrived with an umbrella. Looking around, there were over 100 luxury cars parked, and one by one, people with umbrellas walked into the brightly lit mall. This scene resembled a weekend before the apocalypse, bustling and lively, everyone heading towards the mall without any disturbances. It was very harmonious. In a daze, everyone felt that the apocalypse was just a dream. Lin Bei followed the crowd forward, casually observing the strength of those around him. Second tier 5-star, third tier 2-star, third tier 1-star, second tier 7-star, second tier 9-star. Most were second tier and third tier evolvers. There should be very few third tier evolvers, but due to the gathering of people around 11 o'clock for team battles, the crowd triggered a zombie tide, raising the average level of the evolvers overall. There was a sign at the entrance. City of Trade. Rule 1. Troublemakers will die. Rule 2. Inspection of goods is allowed, but no excessive behavior. Standard inquiries to sales personnel. Violators will die. Rule 3. Anyone who pulls out counterfeit products pretending to be genuine elixirs for payment will die upon discovery. If there are goods for sale to the City of Trade, please contact the staff issuing cards at the entrance. Time, 20:30. Lin Bei glanced at the time. Today is the 16th. Not bad. This City of Sin, oh no, it should be called the City of Trade, surprisingly opened yesterday. The person behind this really has a good head for making elixirs. Just in time for the internet to recover. Through the spread of the internet, more people learned about it. A large portion of those who came here did so through the internet, all evolvers, somewhat confident in their own strength. What City of Sin? Turns out it's the City of Trade. What a name. Someone complained in front of the sign. Bro, you don't get it, right? City of Sin sounds so intense, so exciting. City of Trade is just plain. But let's be honest, with 3 death words in a row, does the boss behind this mall really have that kind of strength? What if a big shot comes to stir up trouble? Frowning slightly, retreating behind the crowd. We're just here for fun. If things go wrong, we can run. Don't worry, since they dare to establish this City of Trade, they must have absolute confidence in their own strength. What's said online about the boss being someone who escaped from prison is probably fake. Just listen to it. It's a smokescreen. Maybe it's done by someone born with limitless potential. TSK. If it's done by someone born with limitless potential, who would dare to cause trouble? Each one is as strong as a demon. It's only been half a month since the apocalypse. How can the gap between people be so big? Exactly, I thought yesterday was just Lin Bei being lucky, but when today's leaderboard refreshed, damn, I was stunned. not only did he take one spot, but he's almost taken all of the top 10. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. How did these people end up talking about him? He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. A slight show of power, and he was already number 1 in the entire server. Let's go in and take a look. Let's go. Family, let's brush a treasure map. Since it's the apocalypse, don't save your money. Let me experience what it's like to be a big streamer. Help me see if those goods are open or not. Lin Bei glanced at the guy next to him live streaming with his phone and couldn't help but smile. He really came to let the netizens comment on whether the doors were open. Follow the crowd inside. The pear blossoms in the courtyard have withered for another year. As soon as I entered, a new song started playing. The atmosphere immediately lifted. Form a line, one at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, please maintain order and queue up. Be a civilized and polite Blue Star citizen. You can only enter to visit after receiving a badge. Lin Bei glanced at the badge. It was a very ordinary little badge. What's the use of this badge? Someone asked. The receptionist politely replied, the badge doesn't serve any real purpose. It's just to help everyone restrain the aggression cultivated during the apocalypse. This is a place for trading and shopping, and we hope everyone can remain rational, avoid conflicts, and select satisfactory goods. That was acceptable. This reason was enough for the crowd to reluctantly accept it. People in the apocalypse had heavy tempers, so a little restraint was necessary. The people in front took the badges handed out by the staff one after another. In response, Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a clever tactic. Truly a clever tactic. A talent indeed. He really admired it. No wonder when he looked at the basic information of the people around him, he saw several cursed individuals. It turned out to be like this. From what he saw online, there were two possibilities. One was, this trading city was genuinely aiming for long-term development, hence the grandiose claims and various safety guarantees. The other was, to confuse others with those safety guarantees, secretly follow, and quietly eliminate them. But the second possibility was slim. This was a newly developed apocalyptic world, not a fantasy world. The methods from fantasy novels held little value here. The trial monument had only issued rewards for 2 days, and the average person didn't have many pills. A large portion of people didn't even have pills, and even if they did, they used them to quickly enhance their strength. Those with pills bought goods. Could they still have any left? He also thought that this trading city had other tricks up its sleeve, but he didn't expect this person to play such a big game. Xia Changyuan, Tier 3, 9 stars. Health, 100. Strength, 600. Speed, 600. Constitution, 600. Spirit, 600. Ability, Lifespan Curse, can curse any target touched. Depending on the time the cursed person suffers the curse, for every 24 hours, it can steal 10 years of the target's lifespan. Note, if cursed for 10 days, with the previous ability level at 3, stealing 1 year of lifespan each day. After leveling up to 4, it can extract 9 years of lifespan from the previous days. Note, the stolen lifespan cannot be added to oneself. Note, the moment of being touched counts as a whole day. Lin Bei squinted. It was truly a useless yet extremely useful ability, depending on how one utilized it. This ability was absolutely superb for restraining those below because no one wanted to die. Xianyuan Tingxue had been cursed. She didn't want to die either. Her sister tried various methods. One could only say it was fortunate she met him. If it had been a few days later, she might have stubbornly refused to submit and died of old age, or perhaps she would have sought out this man to survive. Who could say for sure? The reason he didn't drain Tingxue's lifespan all at once was probably to slowly destroy her spirit. For a young girl, age and looks were of utmost importance. Who could accept suddenly turning from a youthful girl into an old woman? Sunzi, let me ask you a question. If he drains 10 years of lifespan and then is killed, will those 10 years be returned? This detail wasn't clearly explained in the ability description. God-level ability, role-playing. God-level ability, role-playing. Master, it won't. This ability is a trash ability. Based on the average lifespan of evolvers, he would at least need to make contact and then wait about half a month before he could drain the opponent's life force in one go to cause death. Half a month, if given half a month, the master could speedrun the apocalypse. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. I am a very low-key person. Don't mention giving him half a month. Even a week is enough for him to speedrun the apocalypse. Hello, here is your badge. Xia Changyuan handed a plain badge to Lin Bei, intentionally brushing against his fingers during the exchange. Lin Bei didn't mind, it was just a mere 10 years of lifespan. If he wanted it, he could take it. 10 years? Even 100 years would not faze him. He didn't even know how many lifespan pills he had consumed. He couldn't finish them. Simply couldn't finish them. After receiving the work badge, Lin Bei took a photo of him. The man just smiled and nodded. There were many people taking pictures, and Xia Changyuan didn't pay much attention. Zaya Oxwexu, do you know this person? Lin Bei sent it to Xianyuan Tingxue. Tingxue, I don't know him. Why? Did he say he knows me? Maybe he was someone who pursued me before. I don't remember. It's nothing. That makes sense. This face probably wasn't Xie Changyuan's true appearance. Half a month into the apocalypse, there were bound to be those like Tingxue who refused to submit. If Xie Changyuan showed his true face, he would definitely be recognized. Once exposed, many would want him dead. Such abilities were like a ticking time bomb. Who knows if they were cursed? Those who were cursed didn't even know how they got cursed. Because of this, no one connected the trading city to Xie Changyuan. Congratulations to this gentleman for purchasing this bunny girl at the price of 3 third-grade rebound pills plus 1 third-grade healing pill. As soon as they entered the interior, they heard a hammer drop, and the salesperson shouted loudly through a loudspeaker. Lin Bei looked over. Bunny girl, second stage 7 stars. Health, 100. Bloodline, none. Status, cursed. It was just an ordinary evolved rabbit in human form, but it looked quite nice, with 2 tall, fluffy ears standing up. It resembled a resurrected lover. The person who took a picture of this rabbit was a 3rd stage evolver. Just got it and couldn't wait to recognize it as his pet. After completing the recognition, he started to rub those ears, causing the bunny girl to go limp in the man's arms. Others looked on enviously. Sir, we have prepared a room specifically for this. Would you like me to have someone take you to test the strength of your newly acquired pet? Sure. Damn, he's really rich. 4 pills for an ordinary evolved rabbit. Our base has caught several evolved cat girls. Let's ask how many pills they give for these. Which team's big shot is that? Let's ask him later if he needs more people. It seems like a reward obtained in team mode. What are you asking for? Tomorrow during the day, the entire city's teams might merge into one big team. In a few days, all the evolvers in a province might gather. I want to experience that too. Damn, that big shot posted a video. Damn, is this content we can see without a membership? No way. What about the review? It's turned into a zombie? Don't ask. The review has gone crazy. Lin Bei's smile widened. The person who bought the bunny just now was most likely a plant. All of this was to attract more people, cursing everyone one by one through the badge distribution method. Let's see if they can pick gold from the dung. Lin Bei checked one shop after another, shaking his head each time. They were indeed ordinary people who hadn't evolved. It's very simple to verify if someone is an ordinary person. Just squeeze their body, and you can tell. The physical limits of the body, the flesh on them, is much firmer than that of ordinary people. There were indeed many girls. However, the conditions just didn't match, and there were no abilities he liked. After visiting 6 stores in a row, Lin Bei's eyes suddenly lit up when he arrived at the 7th store. It was a pet shop, filled with ordinary beastmen, but a girl in a white ancient costume deeply captured his attention. The girl in the ancient costume turned gracefully. The moment he saw her face, he was momentarily stunned, especially by the small red dot on her forehead. It was simply mesmerizing. He couldn't help but hear in his mind, "Drunken spring breeze, I am drunk on spring breeze." At first sight, both hearts are moved. Damn Wu Ji. Truly ungrateful, really damn it, can't I have it all? That's a round god, a regret from my youth. Name, Zhou Zilan. Appearance score, 98. Overall score, 96. Level, 3rd stage 7 stars. Ability, role-play. When role-playing a character, if 90% of people recognize it, a portion of the target's strength will be gained. The higher the ability level, the greater the strength gain. This ability, a god-level ability. Role-playing as Android 18, Invincible. Another 4th level expert among the common folk. Bond Ultimate Roleplayer. 1. Once the bond is activated, the role-playing effect for all members is doubled. One ring links to another. Invincible. Innate Ancient Costume Holy Body. 1. Once the bond is activated, the ancient costume effect for all members is doubled. Innate Stocking Holy Body. 1. Gourmet. 1. Fitness Enthusiast. 1. Innocent. 1. Sir, which pet do you need? I can provide a detailed introduction. A saleswoman in professional attire approached him. Without hesitation, Lin Bei pointed to Zhou Zilan, who was examining a snake girl. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed her pointing at him, and Zhou Zilan was momentarily stunned, looking over with a bit of speechlessness before rolling her eyes and turning back. Sir, that young lady is holding a sign. She is also a customer like you, the saleswoman quickly reminded him. She was also exasperated. Couldn't she see the sign in the girl's hand? Sorry, Lin Bei certainly knew. It was intentional. How else could he leave an impression? He glanced at her eyes and then looked at her legs. The flowing skirt concealed them, but it vaguely showcased her beautiful leg shape. When looking at a girl, first look at her eyes. If she doesn't look at you, then look at her legs. Damn it, how dare you say my elixir is fake? The store is bullying customers. At that moment, chaos erupted. Lin Bei turned his head to look down the aisle and saw a second stage 7-star revolver, holding a green healing pill, shouting loudly, "I'm from the second team of Time City, how could my elixir be fake? You can't just mess with people like this." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. "Oh, second team of Time City, his people. Verify authenticity, eat melon, and chat. Verify authenticity, eat melon, and chat. Security, where's security? Someone is causing trouble here," a female saleswoman shouted into her earpiece. The commotion instantly attracted everyone's attention. It shouldn't be. Someone really brought out fake elixirs to scam people. What's the difference from cheating in a casino? The notice at the door clearly states that trading fake goods as real ones can lead to death. Do you really think they're just boasting? Eating melon, eating melon. Lin Bei habitually took out a bag of sunflower seeds. Watching a show without eating seeds felt soulless. "Want some?" he casually asked Zhou Zilan, who had walked to the door to see what was happening, just as Lin Bei was standing at the entrance. "Sure." Zhou Zilan casually took a small handful and, with great interest, looked Lin Bei up and down before turning her gaze forward. Points could be exchanged for food at any time and place, but there were no sunflower seeds in the mall. Just a few steps to the entrance, she happened to see Lin Bei pretending to reach into his pocket, and when he pulled his hand out, he had a handful of sunflower seeds. It was obvious that this man possessed spatial abilities, regardless of the level. As long as it was spatial ability, it was a rare asset for any team. "Very convenient. Zhou Zhirui is quite impressive," she remarked. With Zhou Zilan's arrival, the air seemed to become fragrant. A few people, munching on sunflower seeds, stared intently at her legs and asked, "Oh, have you seen it? Who hasn't seen it?" As the two conversed, a large group of security guards surged in from behind, surrounding the man who was holding up a healing pill high. "What's going on? Are they really going to kill him? What if his pill is genuine?" "Yeah, the rewards just came out 2 days ago. We can't just take your word for it that it's fake," some onlookers complained. What if, during their own transaction later, the staff insisted that their pill was fake? The leading security captain addressed the crowd, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. We have specialized methods for verification. Everything in the trading city is open, fair, and transparent. There will never be any wrongful accusations against customers. We aim to do long-term business with everyone and would never take such drastic measures over a mere pill." As he spoke, someone brought over a few bottles of potions. The security captain took them and announced loudly, "Everyone, this is what our researchers in Trading City discovered. The healing pills from the trial monument contain a special ingredient that turns black when mixed with water." Then, the security captain took a few pills handed to him by his subordinate and publicly scraped a tiny bit of powder into water. The clear, transparent water instantly turned black, as dark as the ink an octopus releases when escaping. To demonstrate there was no issue, he drank it all down. Next, the security captain took a test tube filled with pure white water and handed it to the man claiming to be from Team 2 of the City of Time. "Sir, if you believe your pill is fine, would you be willing to try it in front of everyone?" The man frowned. "How do I know you haven't tampered with it? Judging the authenticity of the pill this way seems too hasty." In response, the security captain said, "I'm merely providing a way to determine authenticity. If you suspect we've tampered with the water, you can exchange for drinking water in the Points Mall to prove it. Of course, if you doubt whether the pill will turn black when it meets water, you can try our pill or borrow one from those around you. Just scrape a tiny bit of powder, and it won't affect the pill. I believe many people will be willing to help you, as everyone wants to know if this method is genuine. Bro, if you think your pill is fine, then just give it a try. Guys, seriously, I tried it, and the powder from the pill really does turn black when it meets water. Mine changed too. No problem." What they said made sense. The people around them nodded in agreement, and many tried it out. Several onlookers were live-streaming the scene with their phones. The comments flooded in. "This place is great. In the apocalypse, there's actually a place that follows rules. If I were the mastermind, I'd just use sleeping gas to knock everyone out, take out the men, and leave the women to enjoy themselves." I disagree. I think the women should be taken out, and the men should stay. Really, don't you think boys are much more charming than girls? Just look at that security captain, he has such a good figure, he must be very strong. Wow, is there really a Southern Liang in the live stream? Should I say it or not, doing it so formally? Is this going to be the first trading center in the apocalypse? I want to check it out too. I just saw a video that said the second floor of this sinful city is where the trading happens, and there are several celebrities there. A single recovery pill can last for 3 hours. Really? What do you think of this place? Lin Bei pulled out a handful of peanuts and casually offered some to Zhou Zilan. What do I think? Zhou Zilan took the peanuts, shelled too, and chewed as she replied, I think this place is not bad. I came here yesterday, and someone scored big by signing a contract for a pet with ancient bloodlines. Today, I specifically borrowed some pills from my team to see if I can score something too. Score something? If you want a pet with ancient bloodlines, can't you just ask others where the evolved animals are strong? Their bloodlines are guaranteed. Coming here to score something is just asking to be taken advantage of, Lin Bei said casually. Zhou Zhilan rolled her eyes. Several thoughts popped into her mind. 1. Deliberate. He's saying this on purpose to make himself seem impressive, but in reality, he has no skills and just wants to hit on her. 2. Versailles. He does have real skills and is showing off to impress her. 3. Super big shot. For him, it might be as easy as drinking water, like a super rich person ordering steak at a restaurant. They only care about quality and taste, not the price, and he's just trying to flirt with her. Please, they don't even know each other, and he actively asks if she wants to eat. Isn't that just trying to hit on her? Easier said than done. Regardless of which possibility it was, Zhou Zhilan chose to respond. Just the fact that he had spatial abilities was enough to make her want to get a little closer. No loss, whether high or low. She continued, do you know how powerful a pet with ancient bloodlines is? Our team wanted to catch an evolved monkey, but that thing turned into a giant gorilla. Luckily, it was playful and didn't go all out on us. Otherwise, our team would have been wiped out. Her words revealed a hint of fear. Really? Only those who have experienced it understand. This was also her main reason for coming to score something. If she could get one, it would be a huge gain, changing her fate and leading her to the peak of her life. Lin Bei smiled. A gorilla? It wouldn't be that Kafra, would it? No one would believe it if he introduced himself. So what do you think of this place? Zhou Zhilan asked when she saw Lin Bei didn't respond, turning the question back to him. Since she wanted to build a good relationship, she definitely couldn't let the conversation die. This place has some interesting aspects. Do you mean the trading of these things is interesting? Or is there something special going on? Zhou Zhilan vaguely felt that Lin Bei was hinting at something else. She had also considered that there might be issues here, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. Her teammates who had come here before her all said it was good, so she decided to check it out. She had long been prepared to retreat at the first sign of trouble. She wouldn't put herself in danger. With her current strength, leaving wouldn't be a problem at all. Tell me, what's in it for me? Zhou Zhilan thought for a moment and joked, well, I can give you a good person card. Actual benefits. What could she offer? Pills? It was still uncertain whether this person was just putting on a show. If she gave him a pill and he turned out to be talking nonsense, wouldn't that be a huge loss? For a third-tier evolver, a single pill could be a lifesaver. Her body? Please, just asking a question doesn't mean she has to offer herself. Lin Bei smiled. A good person card. Interesting. Ignoring her, he continued to look ahead. As the people around them started to stir, the one claiming to be from the second team of the City of Time first tried some other pills, and indeed, as the security captain said, they turned black upon contact with water. Then, it continued. Under the gaze of the crowd, a small amount was scraped from the pill, which had been questioned as fake, and placed into the water. Upon contact with the water, it did not turn black as before, but instead floated on the surface, completely insoluble. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my pill, which came with these, be fake? As he spoke, the man took out another healing pill and scraped a bit from it. This time it was real. How could this be? This scene made the man doubt even his own pill was fake. Everything else was fine, but there was a problem with this one. But he really hadn't faked it. Nice job, brother. This counterfeiting technique is flawless. Not only is the color and size identical, but even the fragrance is just like the real thing. What a pity, they have a way to distinguish the genuine from the fake, otherwise, you would have really been scammed. Brother, you chose the wrong place. A generation of counterfeit prodigies has fallen. Everyone. At this moment, the security captain shouted loudly to attract everyone's attention. Testing with just water does not guarantee authenticity. Next is the second testing method. If the pill in this gentleman's hand is real, our trading city will sincerely apologize, and this gentleman's purchase today will be half price, with all expenses on the second floor counted under our trading city, plus 2 third-grade healing pills as compensation. The moment the words fell, the security captain and the surrounding security guards suddenly attacked the man without any warning. The man reacted quickly, but fists could not match many hands, especially with so many hands against him, and he was subdued on the spot. The next second, the man's shrill scream echoed as the security captain broke his arm with one hand and then stuffed the fake healing pill into his mouth. Then, he raised his voice to the crowd, everyone, this is the second testing method, the most direct, effective, and official way. If his severed hand recovers, Trading City will offer the most sincere apology. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The man's severed hand showed no signs of recovery, and at this point, it could be declared that his healing pill was fake. Those who had tried it knew. The moment the pill entered the stomach, it would take effect. 10 seconds passed with no reaction, clearly indicating it was fake. Do you have anything else to say about this? The security captain questioned the subdued man. Impossible, my pill is real. There must be some problem here. Yes, there must be a problem. You swapped my pill. It must be you who did something. My pill cannot be fake. I am from the second team of Time City. The man shouted, his face flushed. To this, the security captain laughed. The heart of a thief remains unchanged, still trying to slander our trading city. We have completed countless transactions today and yesterday. How could we embezzle your little pill? As soon as he finished speaking, someone began to echo. I can testify to this. It rained heavily today, and I didn't go out. I've been here enjoying the air conditioning, and the number of transactions is quite high. There's really no problem. I can also testify. I can testify too. Seeing so many people agreeing, the man's brows furrowed. Don't be fooled, everyone. They must all be their accomplices. This trading city is nothing but a black market. Brother, I'm just a passerby, really. I've been here for 2.5 hours. Honestly, you're the only one with a problem among so many people. Who do you think is at fault? At this moment, everyone. The security captain spoke again. The notice clearly states that those who use counterfeit products will die. To protect the interests of Trading City and the trust of our customers, I will now enforce the rules of Trading City. Saying this, the security captain drew his knife. No one stopped him. It was none of their business, so they stayed out of it. No one would offend the trading city for a stranger. Those who could establish the city in the apocalypse were certainly not ordinary people. Many were spreading rumors that the organization behind the trading city was the innate limitless. I'm from the second team of the City of Time, and our boss is Lin Bei. In order to survive, the man revealed his identity. But what he received in return was laughter. Bro, Lin Bei's team is the innate limitless. What is your City of Time? Even if Lin Bei created a team and changed its name, it should be the top-ranked beast blood boiling. Exactly, Lin Bei has so many strong allies around him. Just the few on the leaderboard combined would be enough to enter the team mode and be first. Seriously, can't you even lie properly? Upon hearing this, the man immediately became excited and said, Bro, I am from Beast Blood Boiling. I am from Beast Blood Boiling. Not long ago, our Beast Blood Boiling was incorporated by Lin Bei and renamed the second team of the City of Time. Really, I'm telling the truth. His arm was broken. His movements were restricted by a group of people. Now, if he wanted to survive, he could only rely on his words to persuade them. He swore that after leaving alive this time, he would never come back. Black City. A definite Black City. Bro, your brain is quite quick. You can come up with such a ridiculous excuse. If this is true, I'll take my head off and let you kick it like a ball. If what you said is true, I'll lick it. Lin Bei was taken aback. Goodness, it was rare for someone to speak the truth. Yet no one believed it. Being able to mention the name of the second team of the City of Time was almost certainly true. After all, the name at the top of the team mode ranking was still Beast Blood Boiling. They would have to form a team and challenge the levels again to refresh the name. Lin Bei stepped forward, the person behind the scenes. Without rules, there can be no square. No matter who you are, if you come to the trading city, you must abide by the rules of the trading city. If you openly challenge the bottom line with counterfeit goods, then go die. Saying this, the man raised the long knife in his hand high. Only in this way would more people believe in the trading city, and only then would more people come, maximizing the benefits. At the entrance, Xia Changyuan, who was responsible for receiving and issuing cards, raised the corner of his mouth. The emergence of the internet had really helped him a lot. It was a pity that extraterrestrial beings would descend in 7 days. Otherwise, if he had more time, he could curse all humanity step by step and become the supreme existence. At first, he thought his supernatural ability was useless, but after changing his mindset, this ability became invincible. Although it didn't enhance combat power, it could make high-powered individuals work for him, becoming his most loyal dog. If only Lin Bei would come. Really, the life and death of the world's #1 powerhouse were in his hands, and just thinking about it made him extremely excited. No one would expect that the person issuing cards at the entrance was the true boss behind the trading city. But the next second, an inexplicable scene appeared. The security captain raised his knife high but remained motionless. However, his face was flushed bright red. What's going on? Kill. Why aren't you killing? What are you doing? Just posing. The security captain, whose face had turned as red as a pig's liver, spoke slowly. I don't know which expert has secretly made a move. I am just executing the rules of the trading city, so please do not interfere. Captain, I can't move either. Captain, me too. Me as well. Count me in. Except for the security captain, the faces of the remaining dozen or so security personnel also turned bright red, clearly struggling to break free from their restraints. But that invisible cage was like it was forged from a meteorite. No matter how hard they tried, their bodies couldn't move an inch. This scene made everyone quickly look around, searching for the expert mentioned by the security captain. It was a subconscious action. Zhou Jilan was no exception. When she saw Lin Bei, who was eagerly munching on melon seeds, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Everyone was curious about who the expert was, someone who could freeze a person in place from a distance, clearly possessing strong abilities. Who could resist such curiosity? But there was one exception. Zhou Jilan scanned the surroundings. In her line of sight, everyone was curiously looking around, except for him, which made her suspect that he might be the mastermind behind it all. What, do you want more? Seeing Zhou Jilan staring at him, Lin Bei poured the remaining peanuts in his palm to her, and she instinctively reached out to catch them. Lin Bei clapped his hands. While taking out his phone, he walked towards the surrounded person. In that moment, everyone's gaze fell on him. Lin Bei walked as if he were in his own world. He was no longer the delivery guy he once was. A whole crowd of people beneath him. A whole group of girls. A plethora of top-tier abilities. If he wanted to, he could dominate the top 100 in the single-player mode of the Trial Monument, and a single fire punch could take out nearly 100,000 zombies. Stage fright? Non-existent. Is it really him? At that moment, Zhou Jilan regretted not giving him any benefits earlier. Not knowing his strength and knowing it were two completely different situations, akin to the difference between sending coal in the snow and adding flowers to a brocade. Boss, big boss, I was wronged. The man with the severed arm, bound by several people, suddenly shouted excitedly upon seeing Lin Bei. This shout startled everyone. The entire mall fell silent, all eyes fixed on Lin Bei, because the man with the severed arm had just said that his boss was Lin Bei, and now his boss had appeared. This man can't really be Lin Bei, can he? Under normal circumstances, people wouldn't believe it, but the scene of the security captain holding a knife and the group of security guards made them doubt that this person was indeed Lin Bei. Is he really Lin Bei? After hearing the man call out boss, Zhou Jilan felt even more regretful. Even if he wasn't the real Lin Bei, he was still a rare super big shot. Anyone who could be a boss was surely a person of fortune, right? But no matter what, she had at least made an acquaintance. Lin Bei walked straight up to the man, took out his phone, and snapped a picture to send to Tingwan. Do you know him? Is he one of ours? I know him, he's one of ours. What's up? Nothing, just ran into him by chance, wanted to see if he was. After typing, Lin Bei turned off his phone and pulled a healing pill from the security captain's pocket, tossing it to the man with the severed arm. The divine power activated, pulling in the group led by the security captain. This was a great supplement. It couldn't be wasted. Thank you for the master's gift. The women in the divine power space began to enjoy a feast. Where did he go? Where did he go? That security captain is a third-tier expert, and those ordinary security guards are also close to third-tier beings. How could such a big person just disappear? Damn, he can't really be Lin Bei, right? If this kind of heaven-defying ability belongs to Lin Bei, I can totally accept it. Bad, run. What's wrong? I came into the mall with him, and I said bad things about Lin Bei in front of him. Damn, I remember now, I said some too. What a great tactic, so powerful. At the entrance, Xia Changyuan's eyes lit up at this scene. He never expected there would be such a strong person. The stronger, the better. If it really is Lin Bei, that would be even better. He could be 100% sure that everyone who stepped in here had been cursed by him. As for those dozen or so security guards, it's gone, and that's that. Even if that man killed him, it wouldn't matter much. In front of absolute power, ordinary evolvers are merely a support for the defense. Don't even mention a dozen people. Even if over 100 subordinates were killed by him, he wouldn't feel a thing. To be able to curse such a strong person is a huge profit. But in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. No reason. Because that person who resembled Lin Bei was staring directly at him, and in that instant, cold sweat drenched his back. He didn't understand. He couldn't comprehend. He couldn't figure out why that person who resembled Lin Bei was fixated on a small security guard at the entrance. Could it be that he had seen through something? Impossible. For safety's sake, he had changed his appearance entirely, fearing that the girl who escaped from him would recognize him. He used a disguise that covered his entire head. Don't scare yourself. But the next second, his scalp tingled. That man actually spoke to him, clearly confirming that he was the mastermind behind the trading city. What had exposed him? Did someone report him without fear of death? Damn! Ji Lan speculated, infinitely close. Ji Lan speculated, infinitely close. Do you think this is him trying to mix in with the crowd, or is someone pulling a fast one? Lin Bei asked, gazing at Xie Chunyuan at the entrance. A very ordinary question. Yet it made Xie Chunyuan, who was dealing cards at the entrance, tremble slightly, and after a moment of confusion, he pointed at himself and then looked behind him. Though he didn't speak, his body language said, "Excuse me, are you talking to me?" On the surface, he appeared calm. But inside, a storm was brewing. This person had an 80% chance of being Lin Bei. If this person attacked him, without the enhancement of combat abilities, he would be like a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. With a wave of the hand, he could be eliminated. He was already prepared to flee. He was frantically manipulating those he had cursed, their lifespans, like a progress bar, being pulled to the end and then restored, repeatedly, to make them come to his aid as quickly as possible. He knew that those whose lifespans he threatened wished for his death, wished for him to be smashed into a pulp, but they were equally afraid of his death. Because they would rather be shattered than remain intact, those people knew that even if he died, he would drain their lifespans. The next moment, swish, a figure appeared between Lin Bei and Xie Chunyuan, looking at Lin Bei. "Hello, sir. I am the manager of the trading city. If you have any matters, please discuss them with me." Lin Bei ignored him completely. His gaze remained fixed on Xie Chunyuan at the entrance. It was just a casual glance, but he knew how much damage this gaze inflicted on the other party. The invincible him had no interest in dealing with such a minor character, especially since this person held even a tiny bit of value for him. As long as they could help him find girls in bulk, they held immense value for him. "Sir," seeing that Lin Bei didn't respond, the manager, whose fate was in someone else's hands, could only grit his teeth and say, "Regarding what you just mentioned, our trading city will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. The people below are retrieving the surveillance footage and thoroughly investigating the sales personnel who traded with your subordinates. An answer will come soon." Lin Bei glanced at him, his eyes slightly narrowed. Divine might. The distorted space directly sucked the manager in. He resisted, but as a third tier, facing a fourth tier ability, he was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to stir up even the slightest wave. Third tier. No need to take it for free. He was quite satisfied with Lu Ruyan's team. With so many batteries fully charged, they were now learning and making various new clothes, already qualifying as a competent logistics team. Being so obedient and perceptive, they naturally deserved a good reward. If one day he lost interest, when it came time to unload the donkey after the grind, he would gain a bit more energy. "Do you need me to say the same thing twice?" Lin Bei gazed at Xie Chunyuan and spoke slowly. His tone remained casual. Yet, it left Xie Chunyuan feeling utterly suffocated. He couldn't understand what the man intended. If he didn't respond soon, he felt that the man would kill him without hesitation. Although his subordinates had arrived, they were too intimidated by Lin Bei's terrifying ability to make people disappear from the spot, and they dared not approach. They could stand still and not necessarily die, but if they moved forward, they would definitely die. This man didn't care who was behind the trading city, nor did he care about the powerful beings and abilities hidden within it. He was indifferent to how much attention he attracted. Only someone with absolute confidence in their own strength could afford to be so reckless. In that moment, countless people followed Lin Bei's gaze to the dealer at the door. Lin Bei's meaning was clear. The small employee dealing cards at the entrance was the true boss behind the scenes of the City of Time. Is it true? The boss of the trading city is that little loser dealing cards? When he dealt me my cards just now, he intentionally brushed against my fair hand, thinking I wouldn't notice. This loser is actually the big boss behind the scenes? Wow, sister, you got taken advantage of too. I just had the same thing happen. That loser brushed against my hand as well, and I thought it was accidental. As the boss, why would he work as a low-level employee? It feels like my head is itching, like I'm about to grow a brain. No way, how could a boss who established such a large trading post hide their identity as a lowly employee? If that's true, I'll eat 10 pounds of it right here, and I'll do it upside down. Bro, first take your head off and use it as a ball to kick. What's going on? The crowd was confused. Zhou Jilan, holding peanuts, was equally puzzled, her gaze fixed on Xie Chunyuan at the door. Lin Bei had hinted that there was something wrong here, and now learning that the boss behind the trading city was the dealer, there had to be something fishy about it. Since Lin Bei was sure that person was the boss, it was highly likely. The intelligence on such a powerful being was beyond her imagination. So, what was his purpose? Zhou Jilan felt a tingling on her scalp, as if her brain was about to grow. She recalled the entire process of her interaction with the dealer. It seemed that when he dealt her cards, their hands brushed against each other. Other than that, they had no contact or intersection. The reason she remembered this was that she was a girl. Any slight contact with a male, though unexpressed, would surely evoke some feeling. At the time, she thought it was an accident, so she didn't pay it much mind. Come on, when someone hands you something, you take it, and if your hands brush against each other, who would care? That was then. This is now. Her speculation was as follows. The contact with her, or rather with them, was likely for some purpose. With this condition in mind, the possibilities narrowed significantly. 1. Copying abilities. 2. Using poison. Based on her recent binge reading of novels, the other party's purpose was most likely one of these two, as only these two scenarios would yield enough benefit for them to seek contact with more evolved beings to establish the trading city. Joining a large team? Shaking hands one by one? At first glance, this plan seemed better, but reality was not as rosy as imagined. While having physical contact with some people was fine, the risk of being suspected would also increase with more contact. If it was the first option, copying abilities, then that would be fine. He was strong, but if he couldn't win, he could run. But if that were the case, having copied so many abilities, he would have been invincible long ago and wouldn't need to resort to such methods. Therefore, the probability of the first option was low. But if it was the second option, then that would be a big problem. In today's world, abilities were diverse and bizarre. Abilities like poison were not uncommon. He scammed the people around him. If they had all been cursed by him, for the sake of survival, 99% of the people here would choose to be his dogs. Of course, these were just her guesses, the specifics were still unclear, but she felt she was close to the mark. In the apocalypse, if one couldn't analyze and reflect on being sold out, they wouldn't even know. The rights of the strong, disregarding the rules. The rights of the strong, disregarding the rules. I think, Xia Changyuan knew he had to speak up. I think someone has switched the goods. I believe the trading city will definitely investigate the truth and provide an explanation to you and your subordinates. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall man jogged up from behind and stopped in front of Lin Bei. He handed a tablet to Lin Bei. Sir, we checked the surveillance. After your subordinate handed the elixir to the sales staff briefly turned around, creating a blind spot in the surveillance. After we searched him, we found a third-grade healing pill on him. He was the one who switched the goods. He paused for a moment. Once the few people behind pushed the female sales staff from the surveillance footage forward, he continued, this is a failure on our part in the trading city, which caused your subordinate to suffer injustice and almost pay with his life. Regarding the harm to customer rights and the reputation of the trading city, even our staff will not be lenient. This action is to protect consumer rights and also to uphold the reputation of the trading city. As he spoke, the tall man raised his palm. No, it was him. The slightly attractive female sales staff began to speak, but the man's palm came down heavily on her head, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, interrupting her words. She could say no more. Her head tilted, and she collapsed weakly to the ground, her large eyes under her glasses lifelessly staring at the floor. The crowd remained expressionless. In the apocalypse, who among those who had survived to this point and arrived at the trading city had not stained their hands with a few lives? Is this the treatment of a big shot? The city of sin clearly wants to kill others, but ends up killing its own. Did you see that? As long as you have enough strength, any rules in front of you are worthless. Look at how many people Lin Bei has killed in the trading city. Do you see anyone daring to mention the rules? Damn, this is so satisfying to watch. One person suppressing a group who dare not speak. With just one word, others have to kneel and lick boots. This is the kind of oppression that should exist in the world's number one. The bullet comments in various live streams surged wildly. At this moment, although no one had confirmed he was Lin Bei, the glimpse of his true nature was enough to prove his identity. The tall man spoke again. Today, it was a problem with our internal staff in the trading city. To express our sincere apologies, the trading city will offer 10 third-grade recovery pills, and the second floor will be permanently open to the two of you. If there's anything you like on the first floor, our trading city is willing to give you both 10 items, which you can choose freely. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. 10 people came over holding 10 brocade boxes, each containing a healing pill lying quietly inside. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. Just a mere healing pill, yet they made such a grand show of it, as if it were some rare treasure. Then, the tall man respectfully bent down. I wonder if Mr. Lin is satisfied with the trading city's apology. Our trading city truly regards customers as gods, but unfortunately, a rat droppings appeared. I do not wish for this rat droppings to harm the relationship between Mr. Lin and our trading city. It's okay, Lin Bei did not make things difficult for him. A mere ordinary evolver from the second team of the Time City was not worth him standing up for. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation, as there were definitely many good items in this model. Hearing Lin Bei say it was okay. At the entrance, Xia Changyuan let out a long sigh of relief. The other party knew he was the boss of this trading city, so it was fine as long as they didn't know about his abilities. Watching Lin Bei turn away, a cruel and wicked smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Be arrogant now, be fiercely arrogant, it won't be long before I have you kneeling at my feet, singing of conquest. Lin Bei, ha 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 ha. Just thinking about how in a few days he would completely control Lin Bei made him unable to suppress his inner laughter. Once he controlled Lin Bei, it meant he would control his several women, Jiangyu, Hiyun, and a series of other strong figures. Ha 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 ha. He wondered what those girls looked like, the ones Lin Bei had his eyes on. They must be super beauties. It didn't matter if it wasn't the first time. Treating them as wives or mature women would only excite him more. Moreover, controlling Lin Bei meant controlling his methods of enhancing others' powers. With his seemingly ordinary level, he would become the undisputed #1 overlord in the world. Lin Bei, turning around, also had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew what the other party was thinking. It was fine. People always need dreams. Without dreams, what's the difference from being a salted fish? He looked forward to the moment when the other party's dreams would shatter. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Since there were no opponents to entertain him, he would find another way to have fun. Suddenly, Lin Bei turned to Xia Changyuan. In an instant, Xia Changyuan retracted his smile with terrifying speed. Just a second ago, he was lost in beautiful fantasies, and now he felt as if he were in an ice cave, fearing that the other party might attack him without a word. Come, introduce your products to me, Lin Bei beckoned. Xia Changyuan was taken aback. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to step forward. It's an honor to introduce the products of our trading city to Mr. Lin Bei. There was no other choice. He had to avoid suspicion. If the other party sensed something, it would be a bloodbath. At least for now, the other party didn't know what his abilities were, otherwise, he wouldn't still be here. Truly, his abilities, while not as perverse as some rule-based powers in novels, could still be considered high-level. How low-key and humble he was now. In a few days, he would be as arrogant as could be. This scene made everyone marvel at the convenience of the strong. This was the goal everyone fought for. As long as you were strong enough, you could break all the rules. His words were the rules. As the boss of the trading city, why are you at the entrance handing out cards? Lin Bei casually asked as he walked. Isn't it boring? To be honest, before the apocalypse, I did this job. It's pouring outside today, and since I have nothing to do, I thought I'd reminisce about my old job. Reflecting on the bitter and sweet, Xia Changyuan tried to keep his tone as neutral as possible. This was the excuse he thought of during the few steps he took to Lin Bei. Well, you seem quite idle. Lin Bei didn't expose him, revealing it wouldn't benefit him. This exchange dispelled the suspicions of many viewers in the live stream about the boss of the trading city having a conspiracy. Because this harmonious scene led everyone to a new discussion direction, they had to suspect that it was scripted. Before Lin Bei appeared, there were only a few hundred people in each live stream, but after he showed up, it spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and with the fermentation of the internet, in no time, the number soared to over 100,000. There was no other reason. They identified with Lin Bei. If they were Lin Bei, they would be the #1 in the world, and the women around them would be superior to others. Some people slandered their subordinates. What was this little compensation worth? Even taking over the entire trading city wouldn't mean much. One must understand this. This was the apocalypse. Who would talk about rules with you? Strength is the true way. The strong do as they please. Set small goals, honor your brother. Set small goals, honor your brother. Seriously. In that scene just now, only one inconsequential female salesperson died. Many people were made to disappear by Lin Bei, but they just disappeared, not dead. This is the reason why everyone suspects it's a script. Nothing more. Before the apocalypse, there were too many live broadcasts with scripts just to gain views. Only in this way could they attract more viewers. But what is Lin Bei trying to achieve with this? If he directly stated that this trading city is his property, wouldn't more people come? Yeah, I don't get it either. Is there a possibility that he isn't Lin Bei? From start to finish, he never admitted he was Lin Bei. It was his subordinate who said his boss was Lin Bei, and he called him Lin Bei to his face, so we assumed that man was Lin Bei. I'm about to burn up. But if he isn't Lin Bei, why would he create such a big scene? Isn't he afraid the real Lin Bei would come and ruin it? So, is he or isn't he Lin Bei? So, is there really a problem with the card distribution at the entrance? So, is this really a script? Those watching the live stream were basically burning up. They were trying to see things from Lin Bei's perspective but couldn't find any benefit in his actions. Damn, am I here to watch a live stream or to solve a riddle? Not only the people online, but even those inside the trading city were equally baffled. Even Zhou Jilan, who had previously made speculations, was confused. Regarding this, Lin Bei didn't care. What he was going to do was something no one could predict. Of course, except for her treasures. Hey, wait for me a moment. Lin Bei suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhou Jilan. Zhou Jilan raised an eyebrow. Wait for him? Should she wait? She was currently very confused. With her intelligence, she couldn't analyze the situation at all. and the more she thought, the more chaotic it became, unable to find a reasonable thread to connect it all. Mr. Lin, after watching for so long, have you found anything you like? Xia Changyuan had followed Lin Bei to several shops, seeing no less than 100 various types of girls and pets combined. Why are all these just junk? Can't we get some genuine goods? If this goes on, I'm going to get angry, Lin Bei said somewhat speechlessly, originally hoping to find a gem among the trash to cheer himself up. Goodness, not a single gem. Xia Changyuan raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Lin Bei out of the corner of his eye. What kind of ability does this guy have? Just a glance, and he knows it's junk? Is he bluffing, or does he really know? Forget it. To be safe, let's assume he really knows. Xia Changyuan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lin, these are all products we've trained. We recently received a new batch. I wonder if you're interested in taking a look. As he spoke, he suppressed the desire to act against him. The distance between the two was only half a meter. He had a 90% chance of a successful sneak attack, but since the other party was Lin Bei, that 90% chance instantly dropped to 1%. New goods? Lin Bei smiled. This is exactly what he wanted. Let's go take a look. All right. Xia Changyuan maintained a very low attitude throughout, leading Lin Bei out of the mall through the employee passage, heading towards a small residential building beside the mall. Because it was pouring rain outside, he kindly held an umbrella for Lin Bei, not daring to let him get a single drop. Even if half of his body was outside the umbrella, it didn't matter. Because they were sharing an umbrella, the distance between him and Lin Bei was even closer, with only about 10 centimeters between their shoulders. He was once again feeling restless. Sneak attack? Or not sneak attack? Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the heavens. A true man can bend and stretch. Endure. Xia Changyuan once again restrained his urge to take action against Lin Bei and honestly brought him to a luxurious villa. His abilities did not allow him to go upstairs. Pushing open the door, he saw 45 tightly bound girls kneeling on the living room floor, their mouths sealed with tape. On the sofa in front of the girls, 4 men were playing cards, the kind used for 4-player do-di-ju, with several submachine guns placed beside them. Who? It's me, everyone out. Understood. After the 4 left, Lin Bei glanced at the girls kneeling in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. This guy has quite the fresh stock. Hee. Xia Changyuan revealed a knowing smile that all men understood. Not bad, these were just collected by my subordinates from a neighborhood. They didn't dare move in front of me. I estimate many are still untouched. Lin Bei scanned the 45 girls. Among them, at least 30 had never been with a man, a drop rate comparable to a lucky draw. The remaining 15, while not untouched, were all rare, charming married women. Lin Bei swallowed hard. Only children make choices. He wanted them all. Occasionally changing flavors wasn't a bad idea either. Just right, these 15 married women, along with the 35 from the base, would make a full 50. He wasn't a greedy person. Let's set a small goal for 7 days. Girl group, 140. Wife group, 50. Mr. Lin, which ones do you fancy? Just pick, Xia Changyuan said generously. The girls, tightly bound, had pairs of sparkling eyes revealing their fear. They understood what was about to happen to them. I want them all. You want them all? Xia Changyuan's eyes widened. That appetite was too big. The further along, the harder it would be to find such innocent girls. 50 in total? He wanted them all? Uncle could endure. Aunt could not. Is there a problem? Lin Bei glanced at him indifferently. No. Xia Changyuan dared not express any dissatisfaction. They had initially agreed on 20 between him and his little brother, but now he wanted them all. What could he do? In this day and age, strength is the only truth. It's fine. Let you be wild for a few days. Today you took all my new stock. In a few days, I will take all your goods. Lin Bei waved his hand, bringing all 50 girls into the divine space, reminding Lu Ruyan that those weren't for them to eat. Even if they had 1,000 guts, they wouldn't dare eat what he forbade. Helpless, Xia Changyuan could only smile apologetically. Mr. Lin, please don't take to heart what happened in the trading city today. Would you like to go upstairs and take a look? There are many good goods, super high in looks, and great in figure. Lin Bei curled his lips. He had no interest in those goods, but having 50 girls made him feel great. He patted Xia Changyuan on the shoulder. From today on, you are my brother Lin Bei. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'm stronger than you. Calling me brother isn't too much, right? Not too much. Xia Changyuan was overjoyed, never expecting Lin Bei to be so easy to please. So righteous. Having 50 girls to befriend this big shot was a steal. Although he could make Lin Bei his dog, that would take time. For now, Lin Bei was to be his brother, and he didn't have to worry about him taking action against himself in the short term. Peace of mind. Worth it. Brother, do you think the girls will automatically be found by me? What do you mean? Xia Changyuan's smile faded, momentarily not understanding. but he had a strong sense of foreboding. My meaning is, since you called me brother, as a younger brother, you should show some filial piety, right? Prepare another 50 for tomorrow. Xia Chan Yuan, righteousness, damn it. Damn it. Brother, how great, the nose that reaches the heavens. Brother, how great, the nose that reaches the heavens. What's wrong? Do you think there's something wrong with what I said? Or do you think I'm asking you to honor 50 girls as too little? Of course, if you want to honor 100, I have no objections, Lin Bei said, wrapping his arm around his shoulder. This was his newly recognized younger brother. It was reasonable for an older brother to show a friendly relationship by putting his arm around him. Damn him. Damn. The distance was so close. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A voice in Xia Chan Yuan's heart kept tempting him to take action. As long as he mobilized all his strength now, he could strike his throat or heart with his elbow in 0 seconds. A powerful elbow strike. This was no joke. After this hit, Lin Bei would definitely be momentarily stunned, and that would be enough time for him to deliver a fatal blow. So, what do you say? Are you willing to honor your brother? Lin Bei noticed he didn't respond and exerted a bit more force. A crisp crack sounded. Xia Chan Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then, in disbelief, he looked down, his right hand fell weakly. The reason was that Lin Bei's embrace had actually broken the bone connecting his right arm to his body. He then looked at his left hand. Just like his right, it fell weakly. His left shoulder, due to the mutual force, was crushed against Lin Bei's body. He smiled. It turned out that people really do smile when they are speechless. Just that one embrace had rendered both of his arms useless. If it were just the right shoulder, it would be fine. But with the left shoulder also crushed, it was enough to show Lin Bei's terrifying strength and physique. Besides his abilities, his body was equally terrifying. Did he really not have any cheats? That embrace directly made the devil's whisper in his heart disappear. The devil had turned mute. Fortunately, he hadn't rushed to act just now, otherwise, he would probably be having tea with his great-grandmother by now. A threat. This was a blatant threat. Brother, my dear brother, 50, just 50, no more. You know, the market isn't good now. There really aren't many pure-hearted girls left. It's really hard to find. 50 is really the limit. Time's up. I want you to kneel down and eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei frowned and sighed. Alright, since you're my brother, 50 it is. It's 2:30 in the morning now. I'll come here every day at 2:30 in the morning to pick up the goods. I'm good to you, right? I won't make you deliver to my door. I'll come personally, so you don't have to run around every day. Xia Chan Yuan was in tears. Brother, you're really my dear brother. You're so good to me. Wait, Xia Chan Yuan suddenly realized something. Brother, did you just say you'll come every day? You mean, I have to prepare 50 girls of that level for you every day? Of course, otherwise, do you think it's just for one day? You're my Lin Bei's brother. If you can't even handle this, it won't look good for your reputation. Xia Chan Yuan said without hesitation. Brother, I don't want a reputation, just one day, okay? Lin Bei's face darkened. Chan Yuan, whether you want a reputation or not isn't important. I don't care, but do you think I want a reputation? Damn it. Shit. Horse. Damn. Xia Chan Yuan's heart was roaring madly. What's the difference between this and a blatant threat? What brother? What younger brother? To hell with it. Important. While he was roaring inside, he still had to put on a good front. Then I understand. I'll be ready. Xia Chan Yuan bit his teeth and could only swallow it down. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't offend Lin Bei. He had to make him happy. He had to get through these few days. Good brother. Lin Bei heavily patted Xia Chan Yuan's shoulder, and with that slap, Xia Chan Yuan's right arm fell to the ground. Xia Chan Yuan looked at the severed hand on the ground in disbelief. Oh dear brother, you really need to get more calcium. How can your physical condition be so poor? You should supplement with more calcium, you know? Just a touch and it shatters. Lin Bei stepped back in disdain. Brother, you're right. I will definitely drink more milk and soak up some sun to get more calcium, and next time I'll make sure I don't break when you touch me. Xia Chan Yuan endured it. Suffering through hardship is what makes a person superior. Come on, since we're so happy, let's sing a song together. With a wave of his hand, a set of professional singing equipment appeared. Brother, you've lost weight. You look tired. Brother, let's hug it out. Happy times are always fleeting. Perhaps it was because Xia Chan Yuan was shy, but he didn't show even a hint of a smile while singing such a brotherly song. Maybe he was just born not to smile. Lin Bei left. Damn. 10 minutes after Lin Bei left, Xia Chan Yuan vented his frustrations. Ever since awakening his powers and learning to use them, he had only been the one threatening others. No one had ever threatened him. Alright, just you wait. Back in the trading city, whenever Lin Bei thought of his brother Xia Chan Yuan, he couldn't help but laugh. Having more brothers is great. They can support each other. Lin Bei didn't care about the gazes and comments of those around him, searching for Zhou Jilan on his own. After a round, he thought, hey, she's gone. Of course, they didn't know each other. Why would the girl stay just because of his words? Perhaps with Lin Bei's status, he could. But this group of overthinkers began to doubt whether what had just happened was scripted, naturally questioning his identity. Zhou Jilan might have felt it was too risky and left first. Unfortunately, the person he had his eyes on couldn't escape. He had a tracker. How could the woman he was watching be allowed to leave easily? He had secretly planted a tracker on her, and he was eager to try out this role-playing ability. Just as he was about to take it out to lock onto Zhou Jilan's coordinates, a young man with slicked-back hair approached him, bouncing over. Brother, Lin Ge, may I ask if you are looking for Miss Zhou Jirua? Lin Bei glanced at him. Xiao Tianquan, 2nd stage, 9 stars. Health, 100. Ability, Heavenly Nose, can remember every scent it has encountered and distinguish among various smells. Yes, what's up? Lin Bei felt a sense of appreciation. After all, it was a high-level ability, and it might come in handy in the future. I am willing to serve Lord Lin Bei. My ability is the Heavenly Nose at level. I can remember her scent and track her down by it. If Lord Lin Bei doesn't mind, I am willing to be your dog and lead the way. Liking it even more, he followed Jilan. All right, since the other party wanted to follow him, he would grant that wish. Start showcasing your talent. Okay, Mr. Lin. Xiao Tianquan bowed deeply in respect, then stood up and said, I dare to walk ahead of Mr. Lin to lead the way. It doesn't matter, no need to be formal. All right, Mr. Lin, please follow me. With that, Xiao Tianquan walked ahead to lead the way. Lin Bei followed closely behind. Who is that? He got on board so quickly. Isn't he afraid that he's following a fake Lin Bei? If he's fake, following him might lead to a quick death. He's so arrogant, showing off in front of so many live streams. If the real Lin Bei is petty, he might just come over and wipe him out. Have you ever thought that if he really is Lin Bei, following him wouldn't just mean taking off and soaring to success? At the very least, when the alien civilization invades in 7 days, there wouldn't be any life-threatening danger, right? What if the beings from the alien civilization are so strong that even Lin Bei can't withstand them? Now that's a bit funny. If even Lin Bei can't hold up, do you think humanity has any hope? Following Lin Bei is definitely the safest choice. The crowd began to chatter. Some, after a brief internal struggle, decided to take a gamble like that dog-nosed one, betting that if they were right, their lives would be worry-free. If they were wrong, well, they might not necessarily die. However, when they rushed out of the mall, Lin Bei and that dog-nosed figure had already vanished into the heavy rain. There was no trace to pursue. They could only regret standing still. In the downpour, Xiao Tianquan arrived at an intersection, taking a deep breath of the damp air, a chaotic mix of scents flooding his nose. Locking onto one particular fragrance, he suddenly dashed northward. Whoosh! Just a step away from breaking through to the 3rd tier, his speed was incredibly fast, like a bolt of black lightning weaving through the rain. Lin Bei pulled out a tracker, following him while watching the signal points above. The path chosen by Xiao Tianquan was completely different from Zhou Jilan's location. Either Xiao Tianquan had a problem, or Zhou Jilan had discovered his tracker and made several turns. Xiao Tianquan brought Lin Bei to the front of a 5-star hotel. Mr. Lin, that Miss Zhou Jiyu is inside this building, he said, taking a deep breath. After pondering for a few seconds, he continued, Mr. Lin, Miss Zhou Jilan is in a room on the far end of the 9th floor. It seems there is someone else in her room, but it's fine, it's a girl. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. You can smell that too? Mr. Lin, my task has been completed, living up to your expectations. If you do not reject me, I would like to pledge my loyalty to you. Xiao Tianquan didn't mind the rainwater on the ground, kneeling on one knee. Lin Bei's lips curled up. Good. He hadn't considered taking a male subordinate before because there was no place to accommodate them, but now with the Time City's 1st and 2nd teams around, it was better to keep such talent. Who knows when it might come in handy? With a flick of his hand, he took out a spatial ring, pinching it between his thumb and index finger, and gently flicked it. The spatial ring spun into the air, and at the same time, a spatial wormhole appeared before the two. Lin Bei pulled Xiao Tianquan into it. The ring flew up more than half a meter before starting to descend. Just as it was about to fall to within a meter of the ground, Lin Bei appeared and caught it steadily in his palm. He looked towards the brightly lit room on the 13th floor. Earlier, he had handed Xiao Tianquan over to Zhang Yang and casually entrusted those 50 girls to Xiao Shiran. That little girl actually came to greet him wearing a curvy dress, even pulling up the hem of her pants to ask if she looked pretty. He had to remind her of one thing. He had set a rule. No wearing such things. As a manager, not only did she openly defy it, but she also pulled up her pants right in front of him, so he had to educate her for a good half day. He had just let her off. Oh, just as he was about to approach the few people guarding the door to discuss whether they were short on manpower, he saw Zhou Jilan in a white long dress, stepping out of the building with a sword in hand, walking alone into the torrential rain, the raindrops parting a few centimeters above her, controlling her energy. This wasn't their innate secret technique. Evolved high-tier warriors had already cultivated their internal energy to a certain extent, and with a bit of practice, they could initially control it. It was just that with Jiang Yu around, they had mastered and utilized it in front of others first, and now, under various enhancements, their energy had been played to perfection. Lin Bei had become a lovesick stalker. Since Zhou Jilan is really here, it means that Xiao Tianquan is fine. It's just that she has discovered the tracker he's secretly installed. Being able to find this, he likes this clever ancient costume girl even more. Zhou Jilan's speed is very fast. Of course, not as fast as his. Zhou Jilan's flowing hair dances in the air, and due to the wind resistance, her ancient costume clings tightly to her body, showcasing her graceful figure and those rounded, long legs to the fullest. The large-scale outbreak of zombies has resulted in very few zombies on the streets. After running for 10 kilometers, she has only dealt with less than 500 zombies, and their average level is not high enough to provide the energy needed to level up by 1 star. There are no zombies, how can I level up like this? Zhou Jilan clenched her fists. She is only at the 3rd stage, 7 stars. She thought this evolutionary level was already considerable in this apocalypse, at least among her team, but after visiting the trading city tonight, she found that many people outside have already reached the 3rd stage, 8 stars, or even 9 stars, and some have even broken through to the 4th stage. This has increased her pressure significantly. After all, she possesses a level of special ability. Falling behind in evolutionary levels only means she hasn't worked hard enough. But now, there are simply too few zombies outside. The outbreak of zombies, with large-scale extermination, is one aspect, but there are too many people who enjoy hunting zombies as lone rangers. The news of an impending invasion by alien civilizations in 7 days has made all evolvers work harder and more diligently than ever before, and this is the main reason. If she doesn't kill, it means others will. Bang! 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 Just then, a series of faint sounds came through. Zhou Jilan, who was worried about not having zombies to kill, raised her beautiful eyebrows, and her eyes lit up. This noise might indicate high-level zombies. She lightly stepped forward, her figure quickly rushing from a distance, while Lin Bei's figure flickered behind her. Soon, Zhou Jilan stopped at the corner of a building, her body pressed against the wall, peeking out like in a movie to check ahead. At this point, the faint sounds became very loud. It was as if 2 heavy steel weapons were constantly colliding. Lin Bei waved his hand. The spatial wormhole opened. Mutated zombies, battling steel men. A gigantic zombie was seen using its fist, as big as a sandbag, to punch against a man whose entire body was made of steel. With each punch, an invisible shockwave radiated outward from the center. Mutated zombie, 4th stage, 1 star, a zombie that has awakened its physical ability and mutated under the influence of this evolutionary rain, gaining 5 times the enhancement in strength, physique, and speed. Health, 97. Ability, physique. Strength, 800. Speed, 800. Physique, 800. Spirit, 800. It can be like this? Of course, whether it's zombies or humans, they are all children to Mother Earth. Having given humans such great benefits, she naturally has to give zombies a little too. One cannot neglect one side while favoring the other. Moreover, this is good for humans. Battles between life and death can better unleash potential. Although this is a data-driven apocalypse, but that data represents the maximum potential of a single aspect. I dare say that over 99% of humans have not been able to tap into the true peak combat power of each level, including my dear master. Lin Bei, isn't that obvious? With my current strength, can you find anyone among global evolvers who can take one of my punches? Honestly, being invincible is too lonely. The explosive power can't be properly vented. It's all the rules' fault. It's all because the rules are too strong. Who told you, master, to collect 100 vegetables in one go? If you're not invincible, who is? Lin Bei, the little bear, spread his hands. In order to improve myself, my family's Enyu has sent overtime abilities. If I don't make use of them to gather resources, do I even deserve to be the protagonist? Speaking of which, are there already 4th-tier zombies? Why do I feel like the zombies are always chasing my level? I've leveled up so quickly, yet they still keep pace with me. Returning to the main character. The purpose of this heavy rain is to strengthen the zombies. When a large number of zombies are eliminated by humans, the energy contained in this heavy rain will naturally flow into the remaining zombies, enough to upgrade hundreds of thousands or even 1 million zombies in a certain area, concentrating the energy on dozens or hundreds of them, causing their levels to soar. If it weren't for the Earth's consciousness trying to prevent humanity from being wiped out and controlling the energy in the rain to decrease, it wouldn't be difficult for these zombies to break through to the 5th tier. As for chasing after your level, is it possible that your evolution level is increasing too quickly? It's fine to be ahead, but if you're too far ahead, the Earth's consciousness can only be forced to accelerate the apocalypse's progress to let the remaining people catch up. Is there such a possibility? What else could it be? Because you are evolving too quickly, it will siphon off the energy of others. Those low-level zombies that only provide a tiny bit of improvement for you, do you still remember how many you killed? I don't remember. There were so many that you can't even estimate, and this is just you alone, not counting Shiyu and the others. What you are doing will put others in an awkward situation of not having enough energy to level up. For you, it's not even an appetizer. But for ordinary low-level evolvers, it's a luxurious feast that could elevate them several stars. To take care of the weak, it can only be this way. The alien invasion in 7 days will be global. If you were the Earth's consciousness, would you allow an existence like you to upgrade? That's true. No wonder it's the Earth's mother. She considers everything thoroughly. However, one should still seize opportunities. After all, there's the Earth's mother to back us up. Mom, love you. During the conversation, Lin Bei looked at that steel warrior, whose ability was exactly the same as Chun Tianming's, but with a higher ability level. Stage 1, 4th tier, 1 star. Health, 90. Ability, body steelization. After full body metallization, the mass of the flesh will be greatly enhanced, 20 times. Strength will also significantly increase, 10 times, but the corresponding speed will decrease by 10 times. Status, cursed, steelizing. Strength, 800. Speed, 800. Constitution, 800. Spirit, 800. TSK. Another cursed one. Xia Changyuan's little hand reaches quite far. Lin Bei shook his head. This is similar to the second state of Super Saiyan 1, where other aspects receive a huge boost, but speed is greatly reduced. 800 speed divided by 10 is 80, the same as a first-tier 7-star evolver. Lin Bei looked down. To take or not to take? Forget it. No need to waste the disassembly and replication devices. What's so great about steelization abilities? His iron will is much stronger than that steelization ability. There's no need to use consumables for a flawed ability. He obtained 2 disassembly and replication devices from Ting Wan and Ting Shui. He used one of each. The disassembly device was used on Li Hai to strip the space ability for the one he had been thinking about, Hiyun, to upgrade as soon as possible. As for the replication device, it was used on Chen Sun to copy his ability for Hiyun. No other reason. Mastering a flying ability is essential. If he needs to fight at an altitude of 10,000 meters in the future, using space abilities that contact the ground won't be very convenient. The battle ahead was extremely intense. Both sides have their own advantages in various aspects. Duanidao's strength is formidable. Each punch can repel the mutated zombies, but unfortunately, the physical constitution of the mutated zombies is higher than his. Although they are pushed back, they suffer little damage. However, the few seconds after repelling the mutated zombies are the best opportunity for a follow-up attack, but Duanidao's speed is simply too slow. By the time he rushes in front of the zombie, ready to strike, the zombie has already adjusted and counterattacked. A hook punch. It landed hard on Duanidao's chest. After a tremendous impact, Duanidao was sent flying, crashing through countless walls before finally coming to a stop. This is the downside of sacrificing speed for power. While strength can drive speed, his speed has been severely reduced. Fortunately, Duanidao's defense is also strong enough, and he didn't suffer significant damage. His chest merely caved in a bit, nothing serious. When they clashed again, the zombie no longer chose to confront him head-on but instead calmly dodged his attacks, skillfully avoiding every punch and kick that brushed against its body. Just a little bit. Duanidao summoned all his strength to attack continuously, but each time it was just a hair's breadth away. Just that little bit. After 3 minutes of intense attacks, he had failed to inflict even a scratch on the zombie because he hadn't even touched it. Even so, he was left panting and exhausted. In contrast, the mutated zombie appeared completely relaxed, its gaze filled with disdain, mockery, and contempt. It slowly spoke. "Can you do it, little dog? The apocalypse is cruel." A seasoned actor. As a normal man, being mocked by a zombie like this only fueled Duanidao's anger, and he pulled a recovery pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Gathering all his strength, he charged forward again. This time, fueled by rage, both his speed and power increased, but in front of the 4-stage mutated zombie with multiple attribute enhancements, it was still insufficient. He was still just a bit short. He understood clearly that the zombie was toying with him. "Little dog, can you do it?" After easily dodging Duanidao's steel fist, the mutated zombie spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick to his back, the immense force sending him crashing down. Damn! Duani Dao, who had been toyed with the entire time, felt his chest heaving violently. He knew he was no match for this zombie, but he had no choice but to fight because there was no way to escape. How could he run? Run with his head? Once he released his hardened state, his speed would return, but his physical constitution would plummet to the point of being fragile, and even if his speed returned, it wouldn't match the zombies. Brothers! I know there are many brothers hiding in the shadows. Don't think about reaping the benefits. I can't inflict any damage on this zombie. If I die, you won't be able to kill it either. Moreover, if it kills me, it will only grow stronger. Everyone come out. We need to work together to take it down. Afterward, I, Duan, will remember your kindness. Leave it. For humanity, it's a ticking time bomb that will eventually threaten your safety. Duanidao shouted into the empty space. The only way to survive was for everyone to join forces to besiege the zombie. But no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. Who knows if Duanidao has hidden strength? Who knows if he would backstab them? Who knows if he is in cahoots with that zombie? The goal is to lure them out for a complete ambush. This is the apocalypse. Although the appearance of the trial monument has made people more united, and the invasion of alien civilization after 7 days has instilled a sense of mission, this is still the apocalypse, still an environment where everyone is on edge, still a world without moral and legal constraints. 1 minute later, Duanidao was still fighting a mutated zombie alone, and in his desperation, he shouted, "Brothers, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to die? Should we go?" Zhou Jilan, hiding by the wall, hesitated. She knew that there were definitely many powerful people hiding in the shadows, just like her, but who knew if anything unexpected would happen if they joined in? But if they didn't, this energy would be wasted. The man ahead was clearly not a match for the zombie. Someone had to team up with him. Should she go or not? Zhou Jilan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. 50-50. Risks and benefits were evenly balanced. In that case, she wouldn't go. Without at least a 90% certainty, she wouldn't recklessly join in. Come out! Come out! Duanidao kept shouting, but still, no one made a move. Lin Bei sealed off the space around him, lit a cigarette, and enjoyed the sight of the zombie tormenting Duanidao. In his spatial perception, there were many people and zombies hiding around. Ahead! Help! 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 Duanidao could hardly hold on any longer, as the mutated zombie seemed to have grown bored. It was not only dodging his attacks but also attacking him with full force. After taking dozens of heavy punches, even his hardened body couldn't withstand it. Bang! The mutated zombie landed another heavy punch on Duanidao's chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. But this time, he released his hardened state in midair and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed heavily to the ground, rolling for hundreds of meters. All his bones were shattered. He reached for his pocket, but he had no healing pills. Not everyone had healing pills. Although he possessed powerful abilities, his ranking on the trial monument was very low, with no healing pill rewards, only a life-saving rebound pill. Moreover, his team was not on the leaderboard, which meant there were no rewards for team mode. So, now he had only one path left, to wait for death. Another mouthful of blood spurted out as he tried to stand up, but his body could no longer support him. Waste! A fourth-tier mutated zombie flashed in front of Duanidao, its gaze extremely mocking as it stared at him. Trash like you dares to trouble me? Weak human, die! The mutated zombie's eyes flickered with cruelty. It raised its foot and stomped down heavily on his head. Just as it was about to land, a foot struck its chest, and the fourth-tier mutated zombie flew out like a shooting star. What the hell? This scene made someone watching from the shadows curse involuntarily. From the performance of the zombie in Duanidao's battle, that zombie was at least fourth tier, and yet it was kicked away so far. The most important point, no one saw the trajectory of the man who delivered that kick. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and such terrifying speed was what shocked him the most. It's Lin Bei! Another person in the shadows instinctively shouted. Previously, no one recognized Lin Bei, but the live broadcasts from Trading City and the widely circulated clips had made at least 90% of the global population aware of what Lin Bei looked like. Is it him? How did he get here? Zhou Jilan, hidden in the shadows, naturally saw this and was filled with confusion. It was dozens of kilometers away from Trading City. Could he have followed her? That shouldn't be the case. She had long thrown away the tracker that had somehow ended up on her clothes onto a zombie. She had a habit of checking herself every time she returned from a mission. Whether in movies, TV shows, or novels, there would always be scenes of trackers being planted, and she had noted this down in her little notebook. Lin Bei's arrival might just be a coincidence. It might be that someone was searching for zombies along the way and came here after hearing the commotion. She shared the same thought as the others, hoping to seize the last strike and pick up a bargain, but with him arriving, that chance was likely gone. It was just the right opportunity to see if he was really Lin Bei or if the events in the City of Trade were all scripted. Ambush! Damn! The fourth-tier mutated zombie charged at Lin Bei like a rocket. Lin Bei's kick was heavy, but he suppressed his strength. Although he kicked it hundreds of meters away and it rolled nearly 1,000 meters, he didn't inflict any substantial damage because he needed this zombie to cooperate for a performance. Of course, it was a grand act of capturing everything in one net. Bang! Lin Bei's fist collided with the zombie's fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Lin Bei staggered back a few steps, while the fourth-tier mutated zombie stumbled back several dozen steps and lost its balance, sitting down hard on the ground. Of course, Lin Bei's retreat was feigned. Since he was acting, it had to look realistic. Otherwise, how could he capture everything in one net? He was an old hand at this. Just as he cast the bait, the fish bit the hook. Lin Bei, is he not as strong as imagined, or is he just a fake? With just one move, Zhou Zhilan couldn't be sure. Damn! Zhou Zhilan slapped her forehead. She almost forgot. The real strength of the man ahead lay in his abilities. Being able to contend with such a physically formidable zombie with just his body was already an extraordinary feat. Thanks, brother Lin Bei. Duanidao, lying on the ground, looked at Lin Bei with immense gratitude. This was the big shot who saved his life. He had watched plenty of his videos online, naturally coming across the clips. Lin Bei was currently a hot topic. True or false Lin Bei? Lin Bei's dominance. Lin Bei suppresses the city of evil. If it weren't for the overwhelming impact of the alien civilization invasion in 7 days, Lin Bei's topic would definitely surpass the former and become the undisputed #1. Who among the living didn't know Lin Bei's appearance? Thank me? Lin Bei glanced at him, a playful glint in his eyes. Brother, you're thanking me too early. He wanted it all. Not just the lurking zombies around, but also the evolutionists waiting in the shadows to strike. He planned to cultivate Lu Ruyan into a fourth-tier zombie as well. After all, he was Lin Bei. If the zombies he raised were only second or third tier, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Brother Lin Bei, I believe you are the real Lin Bei. You can definitely handle that zombie easily. Duanidao had no idea what Lin Bei was thinking and naturally didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words. He thought Lin Bei meant that killing this zombie would count as saving him. Among the evolutionists worldwide, aside from Lin Bei's treasures, no one could keep up with his thought process. Outsiders had no idea about his many methods. Swish! The next second. Die, you bastard. The zombie, towering 5 meters tall and brimming with terrifying muscles, pushed off the ground and instantly appeared before him. All its muscles tensed up. With a deliberate punch, a fist was thrown out, carrying an unstoppable momentum. Lin Bei pretended to be caught off guard, using his arm to block. At the moment of impact, his body shot out like a cannonball. The terrifying force propelled him in a straight line for at least 1,000 meters, crashing through thick walls of reinforced concrete one after another. He didn't know how many walls he broke through or how much furniture and appliances he destroyed. He just knew he smashed through several buildings before finally shedding that terrifying force and landing. After landing, he rolled far, far away before coming to a stop. Under his control, he landed precisely at Zhou Zhilan's feet, hidden by the wall. Put! A mouthful of diluted tomato juice was spat out from his mouth. This Zhou Zhilan was stunned for a moment. She never expected that Lin Bei would actually not use his abilities, but instead withstand the zombie's attack with his body. After all, he was a powerful space-type ability user. It wasn't until she saw the blood he spat out that she reacted. No, why aren't you using your abilities? I cough. Lin Bei weakly glanced at her, just about to speak when he spat out another mouthful of blood and coughed desperately, pretending to stuff a healing pill into his mouth before finally getting up. Just as he stood up, the fourth-tier mutated zombie chased after him, appearing behind Zhou Zhilan, looking at the woman blocking its path. The mutated zombie frowned. Strange, it had clearly followed the direction Lin Bei had flown back from, so why had it suddenly appeared behind this woman? It was a bit baffling, but not a big deal. It could sense that this woman was also a formidable evolver. Killing one more would be a gain. With that thought, the muscles in its arm bulged, and it threw a punch aimed at her back, a blow strong enough to turn her upper body into mush. Bad! Although Zhou Zhilan did not turn around, the foul smell coming from behind made her realize that the terrifying mutated zombie had already arrived behind her. Without thinking, she pushed off the ground to escape. But what horrified her happened. Her body felt as if it had sunk into a sticky quagmire, unable to move quickly, as if it were being forcibly controlled by the zombie. The terrifying pressure from behind made her body tremble. The pressure of a fourth-tier zombie was something she could not withstand. No, Lin Bei also had the ability to restrict people's actions. Could it be Lin Bei, that he hadn't left her behind and was angry? Suddenly, before she could think much more, she felt her scalp tingle. Goosebumps rose all over her body. this was an extreme danger warning. It was clear that the zombie behind her had launched an attack. In just those few seconds of distraction, she caught a whiff of death. This was the battle between high-level beings. A moment of daze. It was fatal. Damn it! She was not willing to fall here. She hadn't even had a boyfriend yet. My woman is not someone you can touch. Lin Bei pulled Zhou Jilan into his arms, then met the mutated zombie's punch with his own. The comparison of their fists was like that of a newborn baby's fist against an adult's. Who is your woman? Save Zhou Jilan was momentarily stunned but then felt incredibly fortunate, only to notice what Lin Bei had just said. Still, before she could think much more, the two fists, vastly different in size, collided. Bang! Lin Bei, holding Zhou Jilan's delicate waist, was thrown back violently, tripping over a stone and rolling on the ground with her. As they rolled, at a certain moment, the world fell silent. Zhou Jilan could hear no sound in her ears, and everything around seemed to slow down by hundreds, no, thousands of times. She looked at Lin Bei, and he happened to be looking at her too. Their eyes met. In that instant, time slowed even further. Zhou Jilan thought his eyes were so beautiful, deep and mysterious. Despite being beaten up like this, he showed no signs of panic. She saw only herself in his eyes. She could see herself so clearly in his gaze. Observing at such a close distance, Zhou Jilan felt that Lin Bei was excessively handsome. He was clearly a man, with skin that was both fair and delicate, far surpassing her own. Moreover, in such a critical situation, she could still distinctly smell the fragrance of his cologne. So fragrant, so strong, so rich, overwhelming. In this slow-motion world, with his captivating eyes, handsome face, enchanting scent, and domineering attitude, all these sensations piled up, causing Zhou Jilan's heart to race uncontrollably. Her heart was pounding wildly. She didn't know what was happening to her. She didn't know what her current state belonged to, only that in this slow-motion world, it seemed like she was the only one who was normal, able to think without limits. She could even move her body, though her movements were quite limited, but at least she could move her hands. Looking at Lin Bei, who was pressing her down, she felt not disgust or discomfort, but even took the initiative to reach out and touch his cheek, which could be the dream of 900 million girls. The corners of Lin Bei's mouth lifted slightly. Deep feelings cannot be retained. Only schemes can win hearts. Just cast the bait, and the fish will bite. Jilan decided to follow Lin Bei. Your skin is so nice. How can a man have such good skin? Not a single tiny flaw. Although Zhou Jilan didn't know what was happening, she realized that in this area, it seemed like she was the only one unaffected by time. She looked around. Everything, whether it was the heavy rain or rolling stones, seemed to be frozen. Only she could move, free to do as she pleased, without caring about her image as a girl, because no one knew. Ha ha ha. Time stopped series. Do you have abs? Zhou Jilan began to let herself go. Which girl wouldn't let herself go in private? She reached out. Wow. The lines of these abs are incredible. He's so handsome, and his figure is perfect. Let's try the feeling of a hug. Having never hugged a boy before, she wrapped her arms around Lin Bei's back, feeling a warmth she had never experienced. No wonder back in school, young couples always liked to cuddle. That warm and reassuring feeling was really comfortable. From her unseen perspective, Lin Bei's mouth was curving up wildly. Pure-hearted girl. After letting her explore for a while, Lin Bei released the change in the flow of time, and he and Zhou Jilan, who was tightly hugging him, rolled around again, rolling for several hundred circles before finally stopping. Their positions changed. Now, Zhou Jilan, dressed in ancient attire, was lying on him, and Lin Bei, in warm male mode, asked with a hint of nervousness, "Are you okay? Not hurt, right?" The difference between a warm man and a simp is simply the difference between handsome and ugly. A handsome guy is considerate, called a warm man, because girls are touched. An ugly guy is considerate, called a simp, because girls scoff at him. I'm fine. Zhou Jilan shyly tucked her scattered hair behind her ear, feeling delighted. She didn't check if she was hurt at first but was concerned about him, which showed he really liked her. Moreover, thinking back to what she had done to Lin Bei in that strange moment, her fair little face flushed slightly. You are so beautiful. Lin Bei stared at her blankly. It's okay. Zhou Jilan's heart bloomed with joy, lying on Lin Bei and reluctant to get up, until that foul smell hit her again, reminding her of the seriousness of the situation, and she quickly got up, ready for action. Seeing Lin Bei still lying on the ground, she unhesitatingly reached out her little hand. Lin Bei took her warm little hand and got up. Done. Everything was within his plan. Deep feelings cannot be retained. Only schemes can win hearts. Dealing with girls is simple. Just give her that moment of heart flutter, and it's enough. As long as she feels that flutter, she will automatically adorn you with a halo. Of course, the premise is to have looks that match the readers. Clang! Seeing the mutated zombie getting closer, Zhou Jilan drew her long sword and stood ready, her gaze fixed on the zombie ahead as she said without looking back, Lin Bei, What was that just now? Why didn't you use your powers? Because I was acting. Acting? Zhou Jilan frowned slightly. What do you mean, acting for what? Of course, to lure out the hidden zombies and evolved beings nearby. Lin Bei glanced around, and in his perception, the number of hidden evolved beings had increased significantly in less than a minute. Lin Bei did not hide anything. There was no need to. Just making her heart race was enough. Before Zhou Jilan could ask what he meant, Lin Bei continued, "Later, I'll show you the true strength of your man." True strength? Zhou Jilan raised an eyebrow. With that statement, she was 100% sure he was the number one Lin Bei. The fact that he could say such a thing indicated he had complete confidence in his abilities. But soon, she noticed that Lin Bei had taken advantage of her again verbally. This time, her first thought was not to refute or mock him. Instead, she accepted it. Because that strange moment of eye contact just now had deeply etched itself in her heart. Really, it was a scene that only appeared in dramas. She never expected to see it in reality. Just recalling it made her heart race uncontrollably. Really, a glance could last 1,000 years. She had thought love at first sight was merely a superficial attraction, but in that moment, she truly felt something. Before she could savor the moment further, a mutated zombie charged right in front of them. Faced with such a fierce zombie, Zhou Jilan felt a bit uneasy. Its earlier display had been too shocking. She did not have a superhuman constitution. If she got hit, she would really die. "Don't worry about getting hurt. With me here, you won't be in any danger," Lin Bei's voice whispered in her ear. For some reason, after hearing his words, her anxious feelings gradually calmed down, and the fear in her eyes diminished significantly. She knew she shouldn't trust strangers in the apocalypse, but if she were to always be alone, being cautious about everything, living would be too exhausting. She had to have someone she could trust and rely on. Besides that heart-fluttering feeling, she was also rational. Her reason told her that following Lin Bei was definitely the right choice. In today's apocalyptic landscape, the future was uncertain for anyone. Being able to cling to Lin Bei's strong presence was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of her life. Who knew if she would die at the hands of a zombie one day, or if a powerful male evolved being would set a trap for her, or if someone nearby would betray her. A team was very important and needed to be united. But the news of an alien civilization's invasion in 7 days might make some pessimists feel hopeless, reverting to the madness that had occurred before the trial monument appeared. She had seen too many people like that. Rather than that, it was better to follow Lin Bei. Moreover, she was very attracted to him, whether rationally or emotionally. Her choice was Lin Bei. In fact, from the first moment she saw him in the trading city, she had developed quite a fondness for this man. People are all about appearances. Which man doesn't like beautiful women? Which woman doesn't like handsome men? In this apocalypse, how many excellent men could there be? If she didn't seize the opportunity, she would miss out. Whoosh! Facing the charging mutated zombie, Zhou Jilan pushed off the ground and chose to meet it head-on. Since the world's number one Lin Bei had said such words, if she shrank back, wouldn't that mean she didn't believe in his ranking? The two sides collided. Whoosh! Clang! Zhou Jilan skillfully dodged the mutated zombie's attack, swiftly and accurately stabbing towards its throat with her sword, but the mutated zombie's speed was no joke. It easily evaded and counterattacked. Zhou Jilan had the enhancement from Zhou Jiruo, and with her 3-star 7-star strength, she was at least comparable to a 3-star 9-star, but unfortunately, the zombie in front of her was just too abnormal, and she quickly fell at a disadvantage. Bang! The mutated zombie seized the moment and threw a punch, the terrifying force and speed creating a sonic boom. As the massive fist of the zombie drew closer to her abdomen, she couldn't help but feel a surge of tension, despite her belief in Lin Bei. The opponent's speed was too fast. She had no time to dodge and could only place her hopes on Lin Bei, praying he wouldn't let her down. The fierce battle was convincingly real. It's okay, she kept reassuring herself as the fist of the 4th-tier mutated zombie approached her body. In the next second, just as the fist, as large as a sandbag, was about to hit her, she witnessed something that nearly shattered her worldview. No, it had already been shattered. From others' perspectives, it was invisible, but only she could see it. A hand suddenly emerged from her chest, almost pressed against her body, blocking the full force of the 4th-tier mutated zombie's strike. Logically, based on the laws of physics, even with Lin Bei's palm cushioning, she should have sustained severe injuries. Yet, she felt not a single tremor, only the same intense physical pressure as when the hand first appeared. She understood that this hand was Lin Bei using his spatial abilities to shield her, and she also realized that the reason it was pressed so closely was to take advantage of her. However, she never expected Lin Bei's strength and physique to be terrifying to such an extent. With just one hand, he could block the full force of a 4th-tier mutated zombie's charge without budging an inch. This required a power and physique far beyond that of the opponent. Top-tier abilities. Top-tier physique. Was this the configuration of the world's number one? What hexagonal warrior? What? Impossible. In that instant, the fourth-tier mutated zombie was also taken aback, unable to believe its own fist. It was so large that it couldn't see the small hand blocking it. In its current understanding, it thought the woman was standing still, using her body to block its attack. In the next second, with a thought from Lin Bei, the spatial barrier enveloped Zhou Jilan and sent her flying out at incredible speed, as if she had truly been struck, soaring over 1,000 meters and shattering countless walls. But unlike him, whose body could withstand the impacts, Zhou Jilan was protected by the spatial barrier. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and from an outsider's perspective, it appeared as if Zhou Jilan had been hit and sent flying without the chance to resist. Witnessing this scene, the fourth-tier zombie was momentarily stunned, looking at its own fist in disbelief. It had clearly felt the opponent withstand its attack, so why had she still been sent flying? Damn it, you actually knocked my wife away? Before it could think further, Lin Bei charged in and delivered a powerful Leo kick. The speed was so fast that the dazed fourth-tier mutated zombie couldn't react in time. Under Lin Bei's perfect control, the kick sent it flying thousands of meters. It looked exaggerated, but it didn't inflict any substantial damage. Damn it, a sneak attack? Infuriated by being kicked so far, the fourth-tier mutated zombie rushed forward to fight Lin Bei. Their figures resembled a battle scene from Dragon Ball. The speed of their punches and kicks was so fast that it was impossible to see clearly, only faint after-images could be glimpsed as they frequently changed their fighting location. The ground, the air, the rooftops, wherever they passed, everything crumbled, the hard reinforced concrete shattered like tofu at their touch. This Lin Bei doesn't seem as exaggerated as I imagined. He hasn't won against a single zombie yet. Really, it makes me question the value of the heavenly-born Wuji team. Yes, logically speaking, he should have been able to take down that zombie in an instant. Why is he struggling so much and still at a stalemate? How did he manage to get through so many obstacles? Could it be that he was discovered? In the City of Sin, everything is staged. In reality, struggling so hard against a headshot zombie is definitely a fake. Many people recorded this scene with their phones and uploaded it online. The new phone bought for $0 is great. It can capture clear images even in the heavy rain of the night. Just after uploading, the video received thousands of likes and comments, all questioning his identity based on his performance in the video. Some even started a poll asking whether he was real or fake. The fake quickly gained the upper hand. A bunch of clowns. If that guy is a fake clown, I'll eat 100 pounds raw, said Xie Changyuan, still angry as he scrolled through the video. He had personally experienced Lin Bei's terrifying strength and physique. From the performance on site, it was clear that Lin Bei must be hiding something, but he didn't know what his purpose was. Regardless of what it was, he definitely had ill intentions. After all, a greedy guy who likes to extort and a man surrounded by countless beauties wouldn't fight such a terrifying zombie for a stranger, would he? If he were to act, it would be with 100% certainty. If someone believed it to be true, they would be in big trouble. Bang! Another collision. The terrifying shockwave sent the surrounding rain flying, and both a person and a zombie were shot off in opposite directions. The fourth-tier mutated zombie retreated 100 meters, while Lin Bei staggered back several hundred meters before stabilizing himself. Huff huff huff. His breathing was rapid. His chest heaved violently. It was obvious to anyone that Lin Bei was at a disadvantage in this battle. If it continued, he would definitely die, because zombies didn't know what fatigue was. Awesome! The massive fourth-tier mutated zombie pounded its chest like a gorilla, its eyes filled with excitement. You dance well. In close combat, you are the first opponent who made me feel my blood flowing. Among the countless human evolvers I have killed, no one is better than you. I, Madara, will call you the strongest. Lin Bei, Madara? Is this the anime it was taught and shown? Or has it awakened some memories after evolving? When a person dies and becomes a zombie, they share the same brain. The human consciousness dissipates, replaced by the zombie's consciousness. In its understanding, since it's the same brain, it would definitely awaken some memories, more or less. Come on, keep dancing. The fourth-tier mutated zombie roared, pushing off with its feet and charging forward with unstoppable momentum, like a derailed high-speed train. Just watching it felt like it possessed terrifying destructive power. In response, Lin Bei took a deep breath, pushed off the ground, and charged forward with equal speed. Swish! In that moment, the bodies of both the person and the zombie became ethereal again, and the fist-to-flesh combat excited the onlookers. As the battle time increased, it was evident that Lin Bei was getting hit more often. Everyone knew in their hearts that Lin Bei had already started to fall behind significantly. It wouldn't be long before that zombie would crush him.